I have contracted an incurable disease of immortality. But unlike Hayden's undying ability, I resurrect at full health with all memories intact every time I die. Not only is my body restored to perfect condition, but even my chakra is fully replenished. However, the more times I die, the stronger my abilities become. Even after mastering the 8 gates and gaining the ability to endlessly open the gate of death, I couldn't feel the slightest bit of joy, because despite being the weakest loser in my class, even worse than Obito, and not yet graduated from the Ninja Academy, I was forcibly dragged into the Third Great Ninja War by the Third Hokage. Though the brutal frontlines of war were crucial for rapid strength improvement, as a civilian genin cannon fodder, I knew all too well that I shared a fatal flaw with Hayden and extreme fear of enemy sealing techniques and other movement-restricting control methods. Yet, I wasn't the least bit worried because I had thought of a perfect way to avoid it. At this moment, on the front lines of the Konoha battlefield, I had just taken a bowl of meat soup handed to me by a comrade. But before I could take a sip while it was still hot, a kunai tied with an explosive tag suddenly slammed into the ground right in front of me and my companion. Before I could even process the thought, the massive shockwave from the explosion effortlessly tore through my flesh. Soon, amidst the swirling smoke, a puff of white vapor appeared, and all my previously obliterated heart organs vanished without a trace. Then, in the very next second, a young boy dressed in a blue ninja uniform revived and collapsed onto the grass. Ding, you were blown to death by Chunin Terra's explosive tag. Experience points plus 30. Hearing that death could actually grant experience, I faintly curled a smile. Yet when I focused on the system interface displayed in my iris, it immediately sparked my confusion. The current experience points were 31. Where did this extra point come from? The system thoughtfully explained that this was an additional bonus for the host's first death. As I looked at my genin template, there was no doubt every attribute was that of the lowest tier genin. Then I opened a main quest interface, only to find that there was just one task listed: to die at the hands of Kaguya Otsutsuki, with no time limit and no restrictions on the method, just die by her hand. My mind wandered into inappropriate thoughts, and I couldn't help but chuckle darkly. However, when I saw the dazzling array of items in the system shop, my face immediately fell again. Comparing my experience points to the prices listed, I realized I couldn't afford anything. Fortunately, the system notified me that there were 3 grand lottery chances every month, and I happened to have one available right now. The roulette will soon begin to spin, and the pointer swept past many things: the Rinnegan, the Tensigan, the Chidori, and numerous other Kekkai Genkai ninjutsu. Soon, under my eager gaze, it landed on a particular spot. I looked and saw Sasuke's momentary whim boost, an additional attribute affecting the mental state. After quickly merging with me, when I opened my eyes again, I felt as though I carried a faint air of arrogance in my heart. Continue, as long as I feel like it, that's enough to draw the Rinnegan. Soon the wheel spun again, landing on the D-rank ninjutsu, body flicker technique. A mere D-rank ninjutsu? Muryun can master it at a glance. The final draw, but when I saw the result, my eyes widened in shock, because the wheel had actually stopped right on the forbidden technique. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. I suddenly waved my hand. This was it, the technique that would allow me to stand above the heavens. Because it was crucial to know that shadow clones could accumulate experience, accelerating the main body's training progress. Although the drawback of the forbidden multi-shadow clone technique was the overwhelming fatigue and information overload, which could instantly turn someone's brain into a vegetative state or even kill them from exhaustion, it was useless against me because I was immortal. Even if I became a vegetable, a quick slash to the neck, and 2 seconds later, I'd be back in action. In other words, I can rapidly grow stronger in an extremely short time by relying on the multiple shadow clone technique. After mastering the 3 rewards I had drawn, I closed the system interface. At that moment, I was lying in a pile of corpses, surrounded by the scattered entrails of my companions. Suppressing my nausea, I activated the mental trait of the second Hokage. Hesitation and cowardice only lead to mediocrity. I am the immortal ninja. Death is but a fleeting pain to me. As soon as the words left my mouth, I suddenly roared, gripping a kunai as I sprang to my feet. Spotting one last straggler, a pale brown shadow flashed past, unleashing a flurry of wind blades. Though my principles remained intact, my body was shattered into pieces. Ding, you were killed by Chunin Tanagawa using wind release, experience points plus 50. Sand Ninja Tanagawa stared in confusion at the white smoke erupting from me, just like the smoke from a shadow clone explosion, enveloping my scattered corpse completely. What kind of ninjutsu is this? After I revived, what kind of jutsu is this? After Ryukin-mi was resurrected, he lay quietly on the ground, trying his best not to let out a single sniffle as he mentally analyzed the bonus of the experience value he had just received. There are different levels of death, and the more powerful characters you get killed by, the more experience points you get. The smoke quickly cleared, and Tanigawa listened carefully to the subtle scent of breathing. There was something weird about the Konoha lower ninja he had just killed, and it had caused him to be alerted. Ryukin's concealment was low grade, and it was quickly detected by his opponent. Ridiculous! Tanigawa wiped up a cruel cold smile, and his fingers immediately shook out 3 hand swords. Swoosh a few times, the hand swords pierced through the back from Ryun's body. The pain of death once again filled his mind. Ryun instantly died of gas. Ding! You were killed by Nakanobu Tanigawa using a hand sword. Experience value plus 30. Being killed by a ninja was also divided into qualities. An iron stab wound was definitely no match for a ninjutsu. White smoke appeared again, this time as soon as Ryugen was revived. He picked up a broken ninja sword from the ground and rushed out with his teeth and claws open. Hiding would not work, only an honest mangled charge. Tanigawa frowned. Strange, my shuriken had clearly shot through his heart. Why is this guy fine? And that smoke? Ryuken slashed with his sword. Tanigawa flicked the bitterness in his hand and easily picked Ryuken's sword away. Immediately after that, he kicked Ryun in the chest, directly kicking him out 10 meters away. Ryugen crashed into a large tree in a sorry state. His bones were about to fall apart. Damn! A mere Nakanobu made me in such a sorry state. How will I be able to stand above the heavens in the future? Zorlakumo gritted his teeth and stood up, raising both palms and forming the seal for using the shadow divergence technique. The physical strength and energy of his entire body was transformed into chakra, which was immediately refined. The amount of chakra built up to a point where a faint blue gas even ignited in Ryuken's body. Tanigawa narrowed his eyes. Refining that much chakra? Does this guy not want to live? Chakra was closely related to life, and a ninja would die immediately if their chakra ran out. Chapter 2. I can cut off my own head if I get carried away on a whim. Multiple shadow diversion technique. Ryuen dispersed all of his chakra evenly. Boom, boom, boom. Sound echoed in the surroundings. Instantly 15 shadow doppelgangers surrounded Ryuen's side. Splitting? No. Physicalized shadow doppelgangers. How could a lower shinobi master this technique? Tanigawa finally got serious. If he had known that Ryun was performing the forbidden art of multiple shadow splitting, he would not just be serious to this extent alone. Ryuken's entire body was exhausted, but he had to raise a surge of energy to order his shadow doppelgangers. Brothers, charge me. Chop him to death. Ola! The shadow doppelgangers rushed out in great numbers, some throwing stones, some flinging mud, some picking up the ground's bitterness to shoot, some greeting his whole family. Tanigawa sneered. Even if you use this kind of jutsu, so what? Your foundation is too poor. Uchiha Weasel then said that the power of a jutsu depends not on the difficulty of learning it, but on the user's own abilities and qualities. Ryuken lay weakly on the ground, watching as his shadow doppelganger was easily cleaned up by Tanigawa with a single kick. The experience before the shadow doppelganger's death hit Ryun's brain, and layered with the pain of chakra depletion. Ryun slowly closed his eyes. Ding! You died due to your own chakra depletion. Experience value plus 30. Tanigawa looked at Ryugen, who had already closed his eyes and stopped heaving at his chest. Dying from chakra exhaustion? Shouldn't be that weird this time, right? As soon as the words fell, a large amount of white smoke emerged from Ryun, and after being revived again, Ryun quickly entered the system exchange interface. He had 141 experience points, so he didn't know what kind of goodies he would be able to exchange to deal with Tanigawa. The system's reminder voice rang out. Use your experience value to add the 8 ninja items to improve your physical fitness. Ryuken quickly switched to his lower ninja template. Ninja Body Mirage Sage Force Speed Essence Seal. As the foundation of the 8 items of a ninja, each item was important. The system reminded, 20 experience points plus 1 point of lower ninja quality. Lu Yun quickly clicked on Force and Speed. He needed strength and speed the most right now. The system's voice rang out. Strength plus 3, speed plus 3. 3 points were added to strength and 3 points to speed. Soon Quicksilver felt his body breed a surge of strength. At the same time, his feet were light, as if he could dance. His strength and speed reached 4, which was already a medium level amongst the lower ninjas, comparable to some young lower ninjas. In the smoke, Ryun picked up a ninja sword and violently charged towards Tanigawa. Tanigawa finally realized how weird Ryugen was. You guys surprisingly won't die. What the hell is this blood relay? Ryugen's ninjutsu sword slashed. Tanigawa easily dodged it, but Ryugen's speed was another knot faster, and he was about to slice Tanigawa's back. How come the speed is even faster than just now? Tanigawa was surprised in his heart, but possessing the qualities of a Nakinen, he quickly reacted. Using his bitterless to block Ryugen's chop, his arm plunged out like a viper, twisting Ryugen's head off in an instant. Ding! You died from having your head twisted off by Nakanobu Tanigawa. Experience value plus 30. Another cloud of white smoke flashed by, and Ryun jumped out of it violently with his ninja sword. Wind transportation wind slice technique. Sharp wind blades sliced through, and Ryun's entire body shattered into several pieces. Ding! You have been killed by Nakinen Tanigawa using wind escape. Experience value plus 45. Ha 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 ha. I am an immortal ninja. The rubble of the district sand ninja is not as good as half of me. Kimi Ryun. Wind escape great breakthrough. Ding! You were killed by Nakanobu Tanigawa using wind escape. Experience value plus 40. Ding! You were killed by Nakanobu Tanigawa using bitterless. Experience value plus 30. Strength plus 1, speed plus 1. Ding! You were killed by Nakanobu Tanigawa by slitting your throat. Experience value plus 30. Ding! You die by having your head cut off by Nakanobu Tanigawa. Experience value plus 30. Strength plus 2, speed plus 2. After an unknown amount of time, Tanigawa was propped up on a tree trunk with one hand, his face pale and his eyes feebly staring at a cloud of white smoke in front of him. Ha ha ha. Minion of the Sand Ninja, are you no longer capable of dancing? Let me, Kimi Ryun, send you out of the stage. Ragugumo made a seal with both hands and violently rushed towards Tanigawa in an instantaneous body, still holding the half-broken ninja sword in his hand. Damn it! Tanigawa grunted grimly. He had killed his opponent at least 10 times, but that strange white smoke still revived him instantly. The strength was stronger and faster than once, and his quality had already reached the middle range of the lower ninja. Seeing the opponent's figure rushing up, Tanigawa no longer thought much about it, gritting his teeth and picking the bitterless that was grinding blood. The bitterless and the ninja sword sparred against each other, rubbing out tiny sparks. Tanigawa bent down. The bitterless flew and violently picked off the tendon of Ryun's left hand. He began to realize that he could not kill his opponent, but rather bind his opponent's mobility. Ha 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 ha. Ryuken's face was filled with a maniacal, sickly look. The numbing pain had made him neurotic, and he completely abandoned defense as he slashed upwards with his right hand, carrying his sword. Tanigawa's figure pranced and a ninja sword slashed diagonally, directly cutting off one of Ryun's calves. Ryugen lay on the ground with bloodshot eyes, watching Tanigawa slowly come over. Hey, I'll see how arrogant you can still be? With his heart in his mouth, Ryun violently raised his ninja sword and wiped his neck. Ding! You cut your neck by your own ninjutsu sword and die by suicide. Experience value plus 5. Suicide has such a low rating, it seems he can't get stuck with this kind of bujin in the future, Ryuken thought as he was dying. Damn! This guy is so ruthless? Tanigawa looked at the dense white smoke and had an ominous premonition in his heart. His stamina was bottoming out, he could no longer refine his chakra, and if he continued like this, he might be consumed alive by his opponent. Ha 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 ha. Just a whim from me is enough to take the life of you, desert reptile. As the smoke cleared, Ryun was bare-chested and wearing ninja shorts, not a single scar on his body, and those bright eyes carried a crazy killing intent. Being killed by Tanigawa over and over again, that bone-deep pain was seared into Ryun's mind. What he wanted to do the most right now was to chop off his opponent's head and kick it as a ball. Discomfort flared in Tanigawa's heart. Escape! Without a moment's hesitation, Tanigawa turned around and jumped on the branches of the trees to run away. Can you escape? Ryugen carried his sword and chased after him closely while opening the system interface. Being killed repeatedly, Ryun had accumulated a lot of experience points, some of which were used to improve his strength and speed, both of which had reached 8 points of advanced, leaving 300 points left. Ryun tapped on a ninjutsu exchange interface. Fire transportation magnificent fireball technique, which happened to be priced at 300 points. Exchange. Ding! Host's exchange of the fire escape magnificent fireball technique was successful. Luyun's head tingled, and his mind was filled with the nodding seal form of the How Fireball technique, the method of casting the technique of changing the nature of the chakra's fire attribute, and the flow diagram of the chakra's circulation meridian system. Ryukin made a seal with both hands and closed the distance between him and Tanigawa in an instant. He wasted 6 seconds of his time with a super-fast speed of 1 seal a second. Already on Unshen, he no. Ryun stopped above the last tiger seal, his eyes gleaming with sparks as fire attribute chakra quickly gathered in his throat. Ryun lowered the seal, both cheeks bulging. Fire transportation howling fireball technique. Ryun spewed out a ball of flame that was small at first. With the output of his chakra, the fireball grew larger and larger. In the end, it was like a huge portal, rushing straight towards Tanigawa. The searing heat caused Tanigawa to turn his head back slightly, looking incredulously at a huge fireball enveloping him. Fire transportation ninjutsu. How is that possible? The fireball immediately slammed into Tanigawa, the searing heat baking his skin and causing him to let out a desperate cry of pain. Ah! After the flames, Tanigawa fell from the trunk of the tree, his body's skin all burnt to a crisp, and his entire person had lost his original appearance. Ryukin walked by and saw the faintest of breaths on his chest. A knife wiped through, and Tanigawa's head fell to the ground, his eyes straight and white in death. Luyun breathed a sigh of relief. His tone had a faint Urju style. The moment you set your eyes on the fledgling in the nest, you have cut yourself short and died in the eyes of the eagle that soars the sky. Brush, brush, brush. Several light brown figures flashed by, the forehead guard on their heads resembling an hourglass. Several pairs of cold eyes stared at Luyun as if surrounded by a pack of wolves. Ryukin swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his voice somewhat mechanical. I take back what I just said. Seeing that one of the sand ninja was about to make a move, Ryukin immediately made an imprint and prepared to unleash the howling fireball technique. Just the speed of that 1 seal a second made even the indifferent sand ninja want to laugh a little. One of the sand ninja moved and slashed at Ryun's neck with one hand, directly knocking him unconscious. When Luyun was unconscious, he regretted a little. I shouldn't have talked like Erjuzi. That sand ninja said indifferently. I just saw his fight with Tanigawa. It was very weird. After being killed, he released white smoke and revived again. The leader was surprised. Reanimated after smoldering? It might be a mutated blood succession. Go. Bring it back to the camp and give it to the Sandhawk. It's a pity that Tanigawa was killed by a shiminin. There's nothing to pity. As long as we master his kind of immortal blood relay, the village's strength will surely increase drastically, and even win this war. That's true. With one person carrying Ryukin, several people weaved through the woods, slowly disappearing their figures at the end. Chapter 3, Luo Sha. Am I Chao Liyun your brother or not? The air was a little damp, and the dampness was mixed with the stench of blood. Luyun ghostly opened his eyes, followed by a sharp pain that invaded his mind. Luyun clenched his teeth and looked towards his abdomen. It was covered in bandages, and it was as if the internal organs in it had been hollowed out. His forehead was covered in a weak sweat, and he weakly looked around himself, hung with all sorts of experimental equipment, still lingering with a smell of formalin. Among them were human heads, hearts, and eyeballs. You're awake. A cold voice rang out. Ryukin turned his head to look, a female sand ninja in a white lab coat with an ordinary face. The most conspicuous thing was the centipede scar on the left side of his face. She was holding a test tube in her hand, and the expression on her face was full of calmly suppressed cruelty. Her voice was somewhat lacking in human flavor. I don't know what those guys were thinking. Your blood is clearly ordinary. Not a single characteristic of the blood relay limit can be found. As if somewhat disappointed, she immediately picked up a scalpel. Experiments will eventually be negligent. Let practice bear witness. The blade of the knife violently plunged into Ryugin's throat, and Ryugin's mouth furiously sprayed blood, his eyes full of blood, struggling a bit and slowly dimming again. Ding! You have been killed by Upper Ninja Sandhawk using a scalpel. Experience value plus 60. A cloud of white smoke filled the air, gradually obscuring Sandhawk's vision. Sandhawk made a mouthful of wind escape and blew away the white smoke. A young boy with a clear face, his upper body was naked and his lower body was wearing pants similar to a prison uniform. There was an overwhelming fervor in Sand Eagle's mouth. Resurrected, and all of his injuries have healed. The system's voice rang out. Nodding plus 3. Quicksilver immediately added his experience value on top of his nodding, and his nodding was raised to the lower ninja's intermediate level. Ryun instantly made a seal and his cheeks bulged as fire attribute chakra surged into his throat. Fire transportation. But what kind of person was the upper ninja? At the moment Ryun made his seal, Sandhawk made an instantaneous appearance and hit Ryun's head with a knife in one hand, making his head confused and unable to distinguish between north, south, east, and west mid. Sandhawk proceeded to tie Ryun's limbs with ropes, binding Ryun's mobility. You are now the Sand Hidden Village's precious experiment. Your immortal blood relay will bring unimaginable influence to the village. Sandhawk immediately cut off one of Ryun's hands, causing his opponent to grit his teeth in pain. Ryukin held his only remaining hand, his heart filled with the rage of wanting to kill Sandhawk. Don't let me find an opportunity or I'll make you regret what I've done. Sandhawk laughed full of disdain. Just you? Your blood relay limitations are indeed great, and can even catch up to the strongest Kazuna. But the Konoha is so low-sighted that they didn't even notice a youngling like you with a high potential for war. Sandhawk turned around after saying that, and fiddled with Ryun's severed limb. Using a clamp to clip out the flesh and blood tissues in it, Ryun endured the pain at his severed arm, his heart gloomy to the extreme. His undead ability was not perfectly invincible. As long as his opponent bound his movements, he couldn't use his rebirth ability. He was just like a filth-turned ninja. Although he could resurrect infinitely, he couldn't perform a rebirth even if he was bound to his actions. Even in the future, the seal would be his greatest weakness. Not to mention unconsciousness, binding, and picking off limbs as weaknesses at this stage. Luyun entered the system interface and opened his mouth. System Father, save me. The system's mechanical voice rang out. The host can exchange props in the exchange interface. Luyun froze and immediately clicked on the exchange interface, flipping up and down the props that could solve his predicament. Explosive charm price. 1 experience point. Quicksilver immediately thought of a way. He could first use the explosive charm to blow himself up, triggering the rebirth ability to resurrect his physical state, and immediately escape afterward. Lu Yun retreated away from the system interface, his eyes carefully observing his surroundings. His ninja profession base was poor and he had not been able to analyze anything. Quicksilver immediately added his experience value on top of Sage. Hyun +3. Xian was a manifestation of a ninja's combat intelligence, bringing about keen observation and analytical skills. Ryun opened his eyes, his Xianming now increased to 6. His mind seemed to be instantly clear and his memory became clear. Luyun quieted his mind and observed his surroundings once again. The walls were raised walls of earth, unlike the sand walls of the wind country, and there was a slight sound of birds chirping outside, proving that this place was in the territory of the Kawano country. There was also a faint sound of bitterness clashing outside, and someone was training, proving that this was one of the camps that Sandhawks were stationed at in Kawanakuni. Then again, based on the importance of the researcher Sandhawk, this was most likely the largest camp where the Sand Hidden were stationed. Trouble. Ryukin sighed bitterly in his heart. Even if he could escape from Sandhawk's lab, there was no way for him to cross over the heavily garrisoned Sand Hidden camp outside. Giving up means the end. Ryuin recited a quote from the second pillar. He was an immortal ninja and could have countless chances to try and escape this military heavyweight, as long as the Sand Hidden didn't seal him. For now, he needed to quickly save up enough experience points to exchange for a large number of detonation charms to create the chaos needed to escape. Quicksilver turned his gaze in the direction where Sandhawk was busying himself and cleared his throat. The Zwan second pillar was officially online. Stinky woman. So ugly. No one has ever chased after her until now, right? Sand Eagle continued to busy himself, ignoring Ryun's interference. I'll see how long you can endure? Luyun thought in his heart. Woman. It's because you're too ugly to go out that you've been locked up here. Sand Eagle squeezed the clamps tightly. Woman, what's with that scar of yours? It's already ugly enough. Wouldn't it be even uglier to add a scar? Woman. Sand Eagle immediately instantly turned around and severed Ryun's neck with a scalpel. Ding! You die from having your throat cut off by Shinobi Sandhawk. Experience value +60. Good. Got another 60 explosive charms. I'm gonna blow you up when the time comes. After Ryun resurrected, he was once again full of murderous intent. Woman, I can easily destroy your village on a whim. A mouthful of silver light flashed. Ding! You die by having your heart thrown off by the upper ninja Sandhawk. Experience value +60. Woman, I'm a falcon soaring in the air. You're just an ugly reptile in the desert. If you know what's good for you, let me go. and I'll be a little softer-handed with your village's villagers in the future. Wind transportation wind cutting technique. Ding! You have been killed by an upper ninja, Sand Eagle. Using wind transportation, experience value plus 100. Being killed by an upper ninja using a ninjutsu to gain such a high experience value. Ryun immediately snickered after his resurrection. The killing chants in his mouth once again attacked the gloomy Sand Eagle. Ryukin realized that he had become strange. He was going further and further down the path of death, and there was no going back. But this time Sandhawk adjusted back to his state, plugging his ears with a plug and slowly immersing himself in studying Ryun's blood succession. Time passed day by day. Lu Yun daily mouth unforgiving stimulates Sand Eagle. But since the other party had gotten annoyed a few times, he hadn't made a move. He even gagged Ryun with a rag, and never let Ryun catch a break. Finally, the viewing of the Sand Cane's senior management allowed Ryukin to catch a glimmer of opportunity. With dark red hair, a black hoodie, and no eyebrows over his eyes, it was none other than the Sand Hidden Village's 4th-generation Wind Shadow, Rosa. Behind Rosa was followed by 2 dark ninjas, and together they walked into Sandhawk's lab. Sandhawk immediately respectfully stepped aside. Lord Wind Shadow. Luosha nodded and asked, "How is the research on the immortal blood relay body going?" Sandhawk shook his head. His immortal blood relay is very strange. There is absolutely no trace of any blood relay traits found in the blood, yet it does exist. Rosa clasped his hands and mentally analyzed. This couldn't be a secret technique, could it? Just like his magnetic transportation sand and gold ninjutsu, it was a secret technique inherited from the 3rd-generation Wind Shadow, which belonged to the self-development type of blood relay. Sandhawk pursed his lips and shook his head. It shouldn't be. It's impossible for a mere lower ninja to learn a forbidden-level secret art. Also, Rosa slowly walked over to Ryukin's body. A teenager covered in blood, tied to a cross-wooden frame, with knife-cut marks all up and down his naked body, overlapping to make people feel appalled just by looking at him. Rosa merely frowned as he gently pulled away the rag at Ryukin's mouth. Lord Wind Shadow, don't. Sandy Hawk tried to stop, but it was too late. Puzzled, Rosa turned his head to look at her. Don't what? Ryukin opened his eyes and recognized Sandy Hidden's Wind Shadow at once. Yuck! He gulped in his mouth and violently spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm onto Rosa's forehead. Hashtag. Luo Sha's face was expressionless, only spitting out a few words grimly. Are you truly not afraid of death? Ryukin cracked his mouth. Blood spittle filled between his white teeth. Are you the 4th-generation Wind Shadow of the Sand Hidden Village? Oi, where did your eyebrows go? Oh, so you don't have eyebrows. What a strange ninja. Luo Sha held back the anger in his heart, finally realizing the reason why Sandhawk stopped him. This kid's character was really making people on fire. Ryukin continued to be venomous. Your greatest achievement was only repelling the Cloud Ninja of the Kobin. How can you become the Wind Shadow? Do you think you're picking up the slack as a shadow? I suspect that the 3rd-generation Wind Shadow was assassinated by you. Luo Sha suppressed the anger in his heart and turned his eyes to look at Sand Eagle. Is it true that he won't die? Sand Eagle nodded. He won't die. After he dies, he will revive and recover from all the injuries on his body. Seek death. A ball of golden yellow sand suddenly enveloped Lu Yun, directly wrapping his entire body. Immediately afterward, with a violent tug, blood and flesh flew across the room, and a rain of blood fell with a crash, splattering the entire laboratory. Luo Sha let the pouring rain of blood fall on his face, quietly looking at the white smoke that rose out of thin air. Ding! You have been killed by Wind Shadow Rosa with magnetic transportation. Experience value plus 500. Chapter 4 Developing the Jutsu Ventriloquism. Earned a lot. Ryuin's heart snickered. A single Rosa could be worth 5 Sandhawks. If he did it a few more times, he would even be able to redeem 2,000 points worth of Sharingan. The white smoke dispersed, and the intact Ryun appeared in front of several people. Rosa shrunk his pupils slightly. It was the first time he had seen such a miraculous blood relay. It had become a pile of blood dregs and was still able to come back to life. Ryun scoffed. You are unable to kill me? A batungu went through Ryun's head, and Ryun went limp. This time it wasn't Rosa who struck, but the dark part behind him. Ding! You've been killed by Dark Ministry Upper Ninja Kuroda with a bitterless, experience value plus 70. Ryukin resurrected again, still hiding his sword in his words. Upper Ninja Trash of the Dark Division, did I tell you to strike? What qualifications do you have to make a move against me, Kiryuin? Kiba brat. The upper ninja of the Dark Division was about to strike again, but was stopped by Rosa. As a ninja, what kind of ninja is it if you can't even hold back that? Rosa's mouth twitched as he recovered the mental qualities of a good belonging to the shadow. He ignored the barbed-mouthed Ryun and barked at Sandy Hawk. Do your best with the dissection. Don't let him get too comfortable. I want to see the results of the research in the shortest time possible. Sand Eagle lowered his head. I'll do it as soon as possible. Luo Sha turned around and led the two dark sectors out of the lab, leaving a message before he left. Cut out his tongue. I'll see how he can still curse? Understood. Lord Wind Shadow. Sand Eagle took the scalpel and slowly walked towards Ryukyu. The system's voice rang out. Seal formation +5. Ryugen made seals with both hands. This time his seals directly reached level 8. His hands were so fast that they immediately spewed out flames. Fire transportation, magnificent fireball technique. Wind transportation, great breakthrough. Sandhawk's wind immediately bounced the flames back and enveloped Ryugen, searing him and causing him to cry out in pain all over his mouth. But Ryugen still refused to bow down. Ha ha ha. Sand Ninja. I am immortal. Anything that can't kill me will eventually make me stronger. And I will one day become your nightmare. Ding! You were burned to death by your own flames. Experience value +10. When Liu Yun was revived once again, Sandhawk directly cupped Liu Yun's throat with one hand, pulled his tongue to a long length, and sliced it off with a single slice. The laboratory was quiet again. Liu Yun was tied to the crossed wooden frame. His mouth kept roaring, whimpering, but he couldn't speak. His tongue had been cut out by the Sand Eagle, and he could not speak anymore. Sandhawk was still fiddling with Liu Yun's tissues and organs, and when he was bored, he clicked on the system interface and carefully looked at some useful props. The undead system had all the things of the shinobi world wrapped up in it. It was all just a bunch of middle-of-the-road stuff. Ryu quickly glided through and slid to the card catalog, and at a glance, he saw the ninjutsu development cards in it. There were low-level, intermediate-level, and high-level, and the corresponding jutsu required the corresponding jutsu development card. System. Give me a low-level ninjutsu development card. Okay. Ninjutsu development card exchange successful. Ryun looked at the method of use on it. The development of ninjutsu was based on the control of chakra, the degree of change in nature, and it was impossible to deviate from these two aspects. Ryun read, develop me a jutsu that controls chakra vibrations to make sound. Okay. Sound wave jutsu development begins. Development progressing at 1%, 10%, 50%, 100%. Sonic ninjutsu development successful. Please name it for the host. Let's call it ventriloquism. Naming successful. E-rank jutsu ventriloquism is included in the ninjutsu sect jutsu scroll. Ryun's head tingled as an additional jutsu appeared in his mind, which he slowly absorbed. This was the jutsu to control chakra vibrations and thus make sounds, a very low-level jutsu, but it also required advanced chakra control. After learning this jutsu, Ryun's chakra control ability also increased to reach the advanced level of the lower ninja template. Ryun opened his eyes and gathered chakra in his throat, causing a vibration that immediately opened fire towards the Sandhawk. Crazy. Sandhawk turned her head incredulously, remembering that she had cut out her opponent's tongue. But where was the sound coming from? Talking to you, crazy. Sandhawk turned her gaze to Ryuken, whose mouth hadn't moved, but from which the sound was coming out. Controlling chakra vibrations to make a sound, your talent, is terrifying. Having no choice, Sandhawk had to block out Ryun's curses by plugging his ears with a plug. Over the next few days, Sandhawk was even more ruthless with Ryun. Every day, he cut amongst Ryun's internal organs one by one, grasping the skill on the tip of the blade to bring Ryun's pain to the extreme without killing him. Truly following through on Rosasha's words, not letting Ryukumo get too comfortable. On this day, Ryun felt his position change as he was sent to a place wrapped in a white cloth. Boom! Sandhawk threw Ryun to the ground and unwrapped the white cloth wrapped around him. The intense light made Ryun close his eyes. He had stayed in the darkness for too long and had become unfamiliar with the light. Quicksilver slowly rolled his eyelids open, adapting to this newborn light environment. It was a well-lit plant cultivation house. The room was large and had the right air and temperature. There was a small garden in the middle, which was planted with very bright flowers, the bright colors very reminiscent of mandarins. An old voice entered Ryuken's mind. It's this teenager, isn't it? I heard he has the blood succession that won't die. Ryukin opened his eyes and looked at the man wearing a wind-covering coat, unique to the land of wind, lavender hair, a cloth scarf on his head, and wrinkles rumbling across his face. Who else could this be if not the Sand Hidden Village's advisor, Chiyo Brahma? Sandhawk nodded. Advisor Sama, it's true that he won't die, and the nature of his blood succession is something I still haven't figured out. A very mysterious, mutated blood succession? Chiyo-sama was puzzled, looking at Ryukin whose whole body did not look like a human. Both of his arms had been cut off, and his body was wrapped in blood-red bandages up and down. Is there any point in researching it when it's in this state? Sand Eagle explained. He was able to recover from all injuries after his resurrection. Oh, interesting. Granny Chiyo's eyes brightened a bit, and she began to get serious. She slowly approached Liu Yun, wanting to seriously scrutinize Liu Yun's body structure. Sand Eagle warned somewhat cautiously, Counselor Sama, be careful of this fellow's mouth. Granny Chiyo laughed and cocked her head at Sand Eagle. You even picked off his tongue. What other tricks can he make? Ryukin lay on the ground, his bloodshot eyes turning towards Granny Chiyo. The chakra in his body was extracted and converged towards his abdomen again. Old woman. Granny Chiyo looked around and finally settled directly at Ryun's abdomen. Interesting, the technique of gathering chakra in the abdomen and causing a vibration to make a sound? They say you're a flower of ninjutsu that doesn't know decay, but you're so old now that you've taken on age spots. Granny Chiyo smiled indifferently. I'm also an old man. It's normal to get a few age spots. It seemed that Granny Chiyo did not eat this. Ryuin continued to speak. I heard that your grandson defected, and the sand cane did not find him for a long time. Granny Chiyo wiped away her laughter and looked at Ryun seriously. There is a price to pay for saying anything. Ha ha ha. I'm not even afraid of death. What price can't I shed? You're really a poor old woman. Your son and daughter-in-law were hacked to death by white teeth, and your grandson has defected, leaving you, an old and decrepit body, alone and alone. Chapter 5. I'll die a great death in front of Granny Chiyo. Liu-yun's cold blade scraped against Granny Chiyo's chest. Her gaze grew more and more stern, and the aura on her body gradually became terrifying. Sand Eagle took a step back, not daring to get close to Grandma Chiyo, whose aura was getting gloomy. Granny Chiyo suddenly laughed. So what? Ninjas are supposed to be the epitome of the world's tragedies. I've already looked down on the life and death of my loved ones, and I'm just waiting for the day when I can cover my coffin and enter the Pure Land. Ryun's bloodshot eyes stared hard at her. Have you let it go? Can you let go of your grandson who is all alone outside? And that yellow sand-filled village? Can you let it go? Dying of old age is the highest way for a ninja to die. You're not going to die a trashy death like that, are you? Grandmother Chiyo clenched her fists. Those calm eyes seemed to stir up raging waves. Her emotions were being stirred up by Ryun. Sand Eagle looked at Liu-yun incredulously. This mouth had actually provoked the always calm and peaceful Elder Chiyo to anger, seeing that the other party had yet to make a move towards Ryun. Ryun continued to irritate Elder Chiyo. Moreover, do you know how the third-generation Wind Shadow died? How did he die? Even if she knew that the other party was babbling, Chiyo Brahma was a little curious. None other than your adorable grandson. Scorpion? Impossible, the third Kazekage is the strongest Kazekage. Scorpion couldn't possibly be his opponent. Ryun's voice stabbed at Chiyo's insistence. There's no way that the sand-hidden village couldn't find any traces at all, right? It's true that Scorpion is no match for the third Wind Shadow, but if he used poison and... The incompetence of the third-generation Storm Shadow allowed Kiba to attack the sandy hidden village, causing the death of your son and daughter-in-law in battle. Do you think Scorpion would hate the third-generation Storm Shadow? That's his motive for killing the Shadow. He would make the third-generation Wind Shadow into a human puppet and take him away, which explains why the third-generation Wind Shadow disappeared and his body couldn't be found. There wasn't a single shred of evidence for what Ryukin said, but it couldn't resist the deduction of those who were listening. Indeed, how could a shadow as powerful as the third Wind Shadow be attacked in the village without a single sound? It must have been done by someone in the village who knew him well. Poisoning was a means to an end, and Scorpion was a genius at using poison. Even in terms of character, Scorpion also implicitly expressed his disgust for the village and hatred for the third-generation Wind Shadow. The more Chiyo Brahma thought about it, the more she felt it was possible, clenching her fists vigorously. Her face that had just been suppressed was replaced by a cloudy expression. If it really is Scorpion, then Ryukin continued to attack with fierce fire. Scorpion killed the third Kazekage and betrayed the Sand-Hidden Village. He is both your grandson and an enemy of the Sand-Hidden Village. How should you choose, old woman? Do you protect your ill-fated grandson, or do you side with the village you grew up in? Give your answer, old woman? The last sound was like a hammer hitting Granny Chiyo's heart. Family and village? Granny Chiyo struggled violently in her heart. Give up her grandson or turn her back on her village. Damn it! I can't believe that I would be affected in my mind by you, an under ninja. Since she couldn't solve the problem, she would solve the person who was causing the problem. Granny Chiyo violently threw out a silver needle, which was quenched with poison, and quickly inserted it into Ryun's neck. Wasting all my words. Ryun's eyes went white, foam spat out of his mouth, and he lost his breath after struggling violently for a few moments. Ding! You've been killed by Shadow Class Ninja Chiyo with a poison needle. Experience value plus 300. Because he didn't use a jutsu, the experience value he received was instead inferior to Rose's Magneto. White smoke filled the air, and the intact Ryugen stood bare-chested on the spot. Without much ado, Ryun made a quick hand seal with both hands and violently spewed out a huge fireball, rushing towards Chiyo Brahma in front of him. Granny Chiyo eased the emotions stirring in her chest and took a serious look at Ryun's current physical features. What a marvelous blood relay, death and resurrection followed by new life. Perhaps this is not as simple as a blood religion limit, but a blood religion elimination on top of a blood religion limit. Wind transportation great breakthrough. Sandhawk's wind transportation ninjutsu quickly blew away the fireball, and Ryun dodged the fireball, formed an instantaneous seal, and fiercely attacked Chiyo Brahma. Chiyo Brahma laughed. A mere lower ninja even struck out at her head-on. Did she really think she was an old woman? Granny Chiyo opened her 5 fingers. Blue chakra threads curled around the 5 cold knives in the corner, and violently ripped out the 5 knives, controlling them and shooting them in the direction of Luyun. Ryukin quickly backed away, followed by 4 fingers closing one behind the other. Multiple shadow diversion technique. Bang bang sounds resounded around him as the white smoke dispersed and more than 30 shadow doppelgangers surrounded Ryun. With the addition of his physical and mental qualities, the amount of chakra he had reached the peak of the lower ninja, approaching the direction of the middle ninja. Ha! Chiyo Brahma was a bit surprised. Shadow splitting, or multiple shadow splitting among the forbidden arts. Interesting, you are really interesting as a Kiba ninja. How good it would have been if you were a sand ninja, with the incredible immortal blood relay. Coupled with the talent in ninjutsu, you even have the qualifications to become a shadow. The killing intent in Ryukin's eyes was nakedly revealed, without any concealment at all. Grandmother Chiyo shook her head at this. Sandhawk had treated Ryun so cruelly. There was no way Ryun could belong to the Sand-Hidden Village. You'll just be a good experiment for the rest of your life. Granny Chiyo's 10 fingers stretched out, chakra lines controlling the blades in a chaotic dance. And in the twinkling of an eye, they shot through all of Ryun's shadow bodies. Finally, dozens of blades whistled wildly as they rushed towards Ryukimo, plunging into his body in the twinkling of an eye. Blood spattered as Ryun slowly collapsed. Ding! You have been killed by Shadow Class Ninja Chiyo with a sword. Experience value plus 300. White smoke enveloped the area, and Ryun jumped out intact once again. He was about to kill out to his death when he was suddenly controlled by a few chakra threads that controlled his body. Granny Chiyo laughed. Your blood relay works, but you're still too young. Ryukin clenched his teeth and was about to redeem the explosive charm to commit suicide to recover his state, but immediately withdrew the reckless thoughts in his mind. His means of concealing the detonation talisman was a killer and must not be exposed at this time. Granny Chiyo instructed Sand Eagle. Take him back. Send him here once a day. I want to test the medicine on him. His immortal blood relay is just right for biological experiments. Sand Eagle nodded. Understood, Counselor Sama. Luyun was ecstatic in his heart. Coming here every day to die. Wouldn't this be just what he wanted? With a flick of his long blade, Sand Eagle immediately cut off Ryun's hands, stopping him from moving. With that, he lifted his collar and quickly left in an instant. After the two left, Granny Chiyo was alone and quietly hunched in her poison-making house. My little scorpion, where the hell are you? Was the 3rd generation wind shadow really killed by you? There was no sound in all directions. Only the lonely wind answered Chiyo's question. On the 2nd day, Sandy Eagle packed Ryun and delivered him to the door as requested by Granny Chiyo. Granny Chiyo configured the poison and then poured it into Ryun's mouth. Ryun whimpered and immediately fell to the ground, dying of gas. Grandma Chiyo carefully watched Ryun's body reaction, making notes from time to time. This was all valuable experimental data. Ding! You have been killed by Shadow Class Ninja Chiyo with poison. Experience value plus 300. Ryun resurrected. This time he quickly respawned, dodged Chiyo's chakra line, and rushed towards Chiyo without caring about anything. Several blades plunged towards him, piercing right through Ryun's heart and chest. Chapter 6. Wouldn't I be able to see whatever I want with white eyes? Ding! You have been killed by Shadow Class Ninja Chiyo with a sword. Experience value plus 290. As the number of deaths increased, Ryun also noticed a pattern. After dying the same death at the hands of the same ninja several times, the experience value would slowly decrease, proving that he couldn't get stuck in the bug indefinitely. Ryun revived again, and as he made the seal of instantaneous body, several 10 chakra lines surrounded him. Granny Chiyo's voice rang out, "I'm not one of you youngsters, I'm old, so just be quiet for a little while." When a shadow class ninja like Granny Chiyo got older, her physical quality declined, and her chakra amount was not even comparable to that of some elite top ninjas. As for the reason why the other party was able to be rated by the system as a shadow class ninja, it was probably that rich combat experience. Day 3. Ding! You have been killed by the shadow class ninja Chiyo with poison. Experience value plus 290. Day 4. Day 5. Day 10. Ding! You have been killed by shadow class ninja Chiyo with poison. Experience value plus 30. After Ryun was revived, he was immediately bound by Grandmother Chiyo's chakra thread. Ryun didn't act rashly this time and let Grandma Chiyo's chakra threads take control. As each day passed, this old experienced fish became less and less valuable to him as he was poisoned by Chiyo Brahma. Sandhawk carried Ryun slowly back to her lab as Ryun's eyes kept darting around towards the layout of the camp around him. He had roughly mapped out the layout of this military camp of the Sand Hidden. Then, tonight was the night to strike. By nightfall, Sandhawk drifted off to sleep. Ryukin had both of his hands cut off, and was thus bound to the cross wood frame by him. Sandhawk was so vigilant that even as she slept she attached a thread to Ryun's body, and any violent movement from Ryun would cause her to wake up. Sandhawk! Ryun gently opened his eyes, the blood in his eyes glowing coldly in the darkness of the night, and his strong murderous intent couldn't be suppressed. He breathed a slow sigh of relief, slowly calming the excitement in his heart. His decision to make a move tonight was not a whim, but the January period had arrived, and the immortal system had 3 chances to draw. Ryun first opened his ninja template. Lower ninja would Ryun. Ninja 8 items. Ninja 8, Body 7, Illusion 6, Hyun 9, Power 9, Speed 9, Essence 9, Seal 9. 4 items of chakra. Chakra amount. Lower ninja elite level. Chakra attributes. Fire attribute, Een attribute. Chakra control. 90% proficiency. Chakra nature change. 90% proficiency. Ninja profession basics. Theory 5. Concealment 3. Tracking 4. Assassination 8. Trap 7. Poisoning 9. Forbidden arts. Multiple shadow diversion technique 40% proficiency. Ninjutsu split jutsu 100% proficiency. Instantaneous jutsu 40% proficiency. Fire transportation howling fireball jutsu 60% proficiency. Ventriloquism jutsu 80% proficiency. Physical arts. Monkey stealing peach 100% proficiency. Illusion technique. None. Evaluation. All of his stats had reached the pinnacle amongst the lower ninja. It was time to upgrade the ninja template. Ryukin added enough experience points on top of the 8 ninja items and slowly rose to full level. Ninjutsu plus 2 points, physical arts plus 3 points, illusion arts plus 4 points, sagacity plus 1 point, strength plus 1 point, speed plus 1 point, spirituality plus 1 point, and sealing plus 1 point. The ninja basic 8 items are full. One of the 8 ninja items that Ryuin paid close attention to was essence, which represented energy, a reflection of the amount of chakra, and a combination of physical and mental strength. But the external manifestation of physical strength was speed and power. Essence overlapped with the previous power and speed, and the system split it into pure spiritual power. The 4 items of chakra immediately follow along with the 8 items of ninjutsu. The ninja's occupational base Ryun also slowly rose. In the end, all of the lower ninja qualities were raised to their full level by him. The host's lower ninja qualities have been successfully leveled to full template replacement. Nakanobiki Ryun, 8 ninja qualities. Ninjutsu 1, Body 1, Illusion 1, Sien 1, Strength 1, Speed 1, Essence 1, Seal 1. 4 items of chakra. Chakra amount. Middle ninja level. Chakra attributes. Fire attribute, Een attribute. Chakra control, 10% proficiency. Chakra nature change, 10% proficiency. Ninja profession basics. Theory 3, Concealment 3, Tracking 3, Assassination 3, Trap 3, Poisoning 3. Forbidden technique. Multiple shadow diversion technique, 40% proficiency. Ninjutsu split jutsu, 100% proficiency. Instantaneous jutsu, 40% proficiency. Fire transportation howling fireball jutsu, 60% proficiency. Ventriloquism jutsu, 80% proficiency. Body technique. Monkey stealing peach, 100% proficiency. Illusion, none. Evaluation. Oh. The template was raised from lower ninja to middle ninja. The 8 ninja items were revisited, and the chakra 4 and ninja career base were lowered by 1 point in amplitude. Crippled body Lu Yun cannot yet feel. Need to resurrect once he can appreciate the power of their own. Lu Yun suppressed the excitement in his heart. He still had 2,000 points of experience value. Being able to exchange for the blood succession limit white eyes or writer's will eyes. As much as Ryun wanted to exchange it, but now that he was in the enemy camp, what he needed most was the explosive charms to create chaos. 2,000 explosive charms redeemed successfully. Lu Yun gritted his teeth and immediately redeemed 2,000 explosive charms, storing them all in the storage compartment of the system space. The next step was the Immortal System Grand Lucky Draw for a period of 1 month. Lu Yun was about to rub his hands together to accumulate luck when he suddenly realized that both of his hands had been cut off. System lottery. Yes. The system carousel spun up, and Ryun nervously looked at the string of treasures that the pointer crossed. Pain Tendo's bag of rice plus. Pain Tendo's sense of agonizing speech immediately fused with Ryun. Ryun moistened his throat. How many floors do you have to carry a bag of rice? A bag of rice has to be carried 2 floors. With mud in the balls? Who gave you a bag of rice, yo? Pungent Tensen? This is useless. Lu Yun continued to draw the lottery. The carousel kept spinning, stopping in Lu Yun's expectant gaze on top of the 8 gates of transported armor opening the door. The 8 gates of transportation. By unlocking the bound chakra channels within a person's body, one could gain great power. This could be said to be the most suitable jutsu for Ryun. Why? Because of his immortality. The fact that Ryukin had an immortal body meant that he could use unlimited forbidden arts, especially forbidden arts of infinite power like the 8 doors transported armor. Imagine that one day he opens the formation of the 8 gates of transportation, dies and then resurrects again with unlimited sets. Who would still be his opponent then? Wouldn't dying on Atsutoki Kagaya Haim's belly be a spur of the moment, with mud in the balls? The opening of the door of the 8 gates of Recluse quickly fused with Ryun, and Ryun felt the restriction of the chakra channel within his head loosen up a bit. Continue. The great carousel continued to spin again, finally stopping on top of a grid, and when Ryun saw that grid, his heart seemed to stop for a moment. Awakened white eyes. Blood religion limit. He finally drew a blood religion limit, and it was the awakened white eyes with great insight. Escape was stable this time. The white eyes immediately fused with Ryun. A mysterious power acted at his eyes, and even his DNA was twisted by the power of the system, adding the DNA code of the Hyuga clan. Ryun left the system interface and snapped his eyes open. The white eyes in their normal state saw the same field of vision as his normal eyes. There was a big difference between the awakened white eyes and the unawakened white eyes. The unawakened white eyes still needed grueling practice to open. Chapter 7 Breaking Out of the Sand Hidden Camp. White eyes open. The veins at the side of Ryun's eyes were bulging, looking extremely hideous, and there was a faint black mark in his white pupils. Ryukin looked towards the direction of the sandhawk, and under the white eyes perspective, the meridians, acupuncture points, and bones within the opponent's body could be clearly seen. White eyes had insight eyes, perspective eyes, and telescopic eyes, and were very practical blood religion limit boundaries. Misty Hidden's Ching got a white eye immediately mixed into the elite. Ryun's white eye was not bound by the caged bird and was a Zongjia level white eye. Ryun was a bit confused. System. Can my eye still return to its original state? The system replied, yes. As long as the host shuts off the chakra supplied to the white eyes, the white eye state can be turned off. That's good. Ryun had to return to the village after all. If the people of the Hyuga clan saw his white eyes, wouldn't he have to engage in graduate school for the rest of his life? Ryugen slowly faded the bruises next to his white eyes, and a thick murderous streak emerged from his body. Revenge. Today. With a single thought, more than 200 explosive talismans in the system space were all replaced and scattered all over the place. The clattering sound caused Sand Eagle to be alerted, and she immediately opened her eyes to see a pair of white eyes filled with killing intent. Burst. Rumble. More than 200 detonation talismans exploded together, like a large bucket of grenades bundled together. The concentrated power easily blew over Sandhawk's lab, along with the Shang Ninja's Sandhawk. Ding! You were blown up by your own detonation charm. Experience value +5. The late-night Sand Hidden camp was shaken by the sound of a huge explosion, and the Sand Ninjas immediately rose to their feet. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Hurry! Quick! Hurry! Damn it! What's wrong with the patrols? It'll let Kiba's people feel their way in. Ahem! Ryun resurrected himself from the thick smoke. He choked twice and exhaled the smoke in his throat. Ryun stretched out his hand and felt his body, which had finished recovering. The amount of chakra in Anakinen was even denser than a lower ninja's, and his physical fitness was not comparable to a mere lower ninja. He immediately made a seal, multiple shadow diversion technique. White smoke rose beside him as 50 shadow doppelgangers emerged from it, and Ryukin immediately distributed more than 1,700 explosive charms to his shadow doppelgangers. He let out a shout, "Brothers, let the reptiles of the Sand Hidden feel the pain of not carrying meters for us." Oh! The shadow doppelgangers responded as a group, and they accepted a part of the pain that Ryugen had endured, the killing intent in their hearts burning as intensely as flames. Yura! The 50 shadow doppelgangers ran off in all directions, each carrying 30 detonation charms that kept detonating throughout the camp. Rumble! In an instant, the entire camp was filled with the sound of explosions in all directions. The moon at night was so dark that one couldn't reach out and see anything, but the smoke was thick. The sound of explosions continued, making the Sand Ninja think that a large force from Kiba had attacked, and their gathering became more panicked. A few Sand Ninja squads ran into Ryukin's shadow doppelganger, who said nothing and rushed straight into their midst, detonating the detonation charms. Feel the pain. Rumble. The clamor of the night all erupted at this moment, including Ryun's anger, and the painful killing intent that had been suppressed over the past month. Ryukin sensed that the detonation charms had almost exploded, and the shadow doppelgangers were slowly being taken care of by the Sand Ninjas. The ubiquitous experience of death hit Ryun's brain, and Ryun immediately detonated an explosive charm, killing himself. Ding! You were killed by your own detonation talisman. Experience value +5. Quicksilver recovered and immediately put a detonation talisman at his heart. Opening his white eyes and adding his instantaneous technique, he ran towards the outside of the camp regardless. On the way, Luyun picked up a white cloth and wrapped it around his eyes. The white eyes were his secret and could not be seen by the Sand Cane. Ryun's white eyes made out the many blue chakra clusters in the Sand Hidden camp, and he bypassed those clusters and ran towards where there were fewer Sand Ninjas. Ryun's detonation charm explosion brought some chaos to the Sand Hidden's camp, but Rosasha quickly stepped in and stabilized the situation. Rosasha came to the place where the explosion had sounded the loudest before and looked at the Sandhawk labs, which had become a complete mess. "Damn it, guys. Give me a chase? That brat can't run far?" As the voice fell, all the dark ninjas around him instantly left. Outside the Sand Hidden's camp, a Sand Hidden ninja blocked Ryun's escape route. That Sand Ninja pulled out his bitterless and alerted Ryun. "Who are you? Why aren't you carrying the village's protector? Also, what are you planning to go out for?" Ryun yelled. 8-gate transportation armor, open door open. In just a split second of effort, Ryun's cerebral restrictions were lifted, and the amount of chakra that exceeded his body's load surged out of his body. Ryugen's body strength slowly increased with the increase in chakra, and he instantly formed the seal of instantaneous body, leaving behind only a tattered shadow in the air. So fast, that Sand Ninja's eyes couldn't even catch it, and in the blink of an eye, he was punched in the head by Ryun, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters away. With another instantaneous body, Lu Yun kicked that Sand Ninja in the stomach, directly bleeding him. An explosive talisman was pasted on, and Lu Yun instantly ran away immediately. Explosion! the detonation talisman exploded, and the sand ninja's body was blown into several sections. It wasn't that the sand ninja was weak, the other party, as an Akanabu, had the quality. It was just that Ryun had hit him by surprise, leaving him defenseless. A moment of weakness invaded his body after Ryun closed the open door in his brain. Using the 8 gates of the transported armor was burning the body's strength no matter which gate it was. This won't work. I have to keep my body at full power. Every second of the escape was crucial, and Ryugen could not afford to slack off in any way. With a ruthless heart, Lu Yun immediately detonated the detonation talisman within his body. Ding! You were blown up by your own detonation talisman. Experience value +4. After Lu Yun was revived, he immediately evaded towards the shadows of the forest. In the forest, Lu Yun suddenly felt a hint of bad luck. White eyes open, the veins around Ryun's eyes bulged, and he suddenly realized that there were a dozen or so huge amounts of chakra at his back, rapidly closing the distance between him and him. Upper ninja belonging to the Sand Hidden Darkness department. Damn! How did they come so fast? Ryuken clenched his teeth hard and closed the 2 fingers of his hands one after the other. Multiple shadow diversion technique. Overloading his chakra refining, Ryun immediately split into 50 shadow doppelgangers and fled non-stop in all directions of the forest. Shadow split. The dark ninja in the back naturally noticed Ryun's movements. They did not have white eyes and could not see Ryun's main body. But even if they possessed white eyes, it would be difficult to discover which shadow split Ryun was hiding in. A sand cane dark sect stopped, bit his fingertips, and made a seal of psychic on the ground. Psychic seal. Boom! The white smoke expanded with a bang, and hundreds of brown fluffy gerbils appeared on the ground out of nowhere. Chase, after consuming such a huge amount of chakra, he doesn't have much stamina left and won't be able to escape far. The Sand Hidden Dark Sect members spread out in unison, following the gerbils to track Ryun's scent. Ryun was carried by a shadow doppelganger and ran towards the northwest of the forest. All of his chakra had been used to unleash his multiple shadow doppelganger jutsu, and he himself was gasping for air as he walked, and had to rely on his shadow doppelganger to support his movements. Ryun and his shadow doppelganger ran for about 3 minutes before finally entering the depths of the forest. Seeing that he had escaped the Sand Hidden Darkness department by quite a distance, Ryuken immediately replaced the explosive talisman from space. Hey, you don't want to blow me up. The shadow doppelganger was somewhat speechless. Chapter 8. Sand Hidden Upper Ninja Dohei-mon asks the master to stay behind. Boom! With a bang, Ryuen turned into white smoke and resurrected himself. This time, he opened his white eyes and violently escaped in an instant. He instantly traveled about 1,000 meters and suddenly stopped. White eyes looked through the white cloth at a figure on a branch in front of him, wearing a dark mask, with a merciless pair of empty eyes looking at Ryuken. So fast! Is this the upper ninja? Ryuken muttered in his mind. Squeak! White Eye's 360-degree view suddenly noticed movement in the back as 10 or so gerbils with teeth like knives came at him. Lu Yun turned around violently and with one hand, he instantly sent all the gerbils flying. The White Eyes were a 360-degree view, and any beings sneaking up on him would be detected by him. The Sand-Hidden Darkness quickly attacked, and Ryun's White Eyes immediately spotted it, turning around violently and quickly forming seals with both hands. Fire Transportation How Fireball Jutsu. The Sand-Hidden Dark section danced his hands in the air. Earth Transportation Earth Stone Dragon Technique. Roar. The stone dragon gathered from the stones below roared out, devouring Ryun's howling fireball in a single bite and running straight towards Ryun. 8 gates of transported armor open door open. With 100% of his body power utilized, Ryun made a seal with both hands and instantly dodged the earth and stone dragon. But what followed was a sharp blade slicing through, cutting off one of Ryun's arms in an instant. Ryuken looked into the cold eyes of the Sand-Hidden Darkness at the hollow of his mask as if with a sense of teasing. The Wind Shadow Lord told us a little of your characteristics. We can't kill you. We have to stop you in your tracks. Oh! Don't worry. I will bring you back to the camp and let the torture ninja of the dark part treat you well. Ryuken sneered. A lot of people died, didn't they? The Sand-Hidden Dark section's voice carried great anger. Kiba brat. You seek death. This time, Ryun's explosive talisman frenzy killed an upper ninja, or an extremely valuable research upper ninja. Another 40 or so middle ninjas, and 2 or 3 special upper ninjas died from Ryun's explosive talisman blasts. It was a shame that this loss wasn't enough to make a big deal out of their sand hidden, but it was also a shame that the most insulting part of the attack was the fact that it was a lower ninja who had planned it. Ryun wiped the corners of his mouth, his voice taking on the sense of the second pillar's tone. Dark reptiles of sand hidden, this is the price for your mistreatment of the son of the hawk, and one day my eagle's beak will peck out the flesh and blood of your sand hidden village. Tough talk. The sand hidden dark one sneered, and with a flick of his long blade, he immediately cut off Ryun's second arm. Ryun's eyes were bloodshot, but he still wore a cold smile. Dark reptile of the sand hidden, feel the pain. Ryun lunged at him, his entire body suddenly plastered with dozens of detonation charms, flashing sparks of flame. The sand hidden dark one was so startled that he didn't even realize when the explosive charms had attached themselves to Ryun's body. What kind of jutsu is this? Space ninjutsu? Psychic displacement? Explosion. Boom. Ding. You were blown up by your own detonation charm. Experience value +3. A violent explosion enveloped the two of them, and Quicksilver was directly blown into a pile of bloody foam. White smoke enveloped him, and he was revived. Quicksilver opened his white eyes and looked at the dirt at the black smoke of the explosion. The sand-hidden darkness immediately burrowed out of the dirt. Didn't die, truly worthy of being a shinobi. Ahem. Sand-hidden darkness coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood and looked at his empty right arm. Damn brat. If not for my immediate earth escape into the ground, I might have really fallen into your path. Ryun's ears twitched, sensing a slight sound. His white eyes opened his telescopic eyes. From 500 meters away, he saw the dark sand ninja who were gathering here. The sound of the explosion just now was so loud that it spread throughout the forest, and naturally, all of the sand-hidden village's dark sect heard it. Ryukin immediately made a seal. Multiple shadow diversion technique. Brothers, the wind is tightening and pulling. Yura. Ryugen mixed in the shadow doppelgangers and disappeared into the forest of shadows without saying a word. Damn. He escaped again. What a slippery fish. The sand-hidden dark section with the broken arm cursed hatefully. Soon he and the other dark sectors gathered together, and the psychic ninja re-summoned the gerbils to track down Ryun again. Be careful. That brat has the power of a psionic detonation charm. Psychic explosive charm. Konoha's second-generation Naruto's mutual multiplication explosive charm. No. This is a mere psychic initiation talisman. It's not up to the power of a mutual multiplication initiation talisman. After escaping from the forest, Ryukyu fried himself to regain his status and instantly ran in the direction of the Konoha line. Chirp. Ryukin had been running for about 20 minutes when he suddenly heard a long whistling eagle cry. White Eye's 360-degree view suddenly saw a giant eagle in the sky. A flying psychic beast. Ryukin jerked to a stop and looked upwards. Without a mask, it wasn't a shinobi of the dark sect, but judging by the amount of chakra on his body, it was an upper shinobi. The opponent looked at Ryun, who had a piece of fabric smeared over his eyes, and wondered, could a teenager, and a blind one at that, be the one who attacked the main camp? The sand-hidden upper ninja didn't have to wonder for long. Immediately forming a seal, sharp wind blades were sent out. Ryun directly did not dodge. Even if he did, he could not avoid it. The other party was an air force. The range of the spell cast enveloped his space of movement. Ryun was passed through by the wind blade and sliced into a chunk of meat. Ding! You have been killed by upper ninja Duhaemon using wind escape. Experience value +100. White smoke enveloped the area, and Ryun revived. Immediately, he opened the door and extracted a large amount of chakra to escape. Dohaemon glanced at the unharmed Ryun in confusion. What's going on? Illusion. Shadow split. The night was too dark and his vision was restricted. He didn't see Ryun's casting process. Ryun's immortal blood relay was only circulated among the top brass of the Sand Hidden, and the Dark Sect had only gotten a little bit of information about it. Dohaemon didn't know about Ryun's existence, so naturally he was puzzled by Ryun's reanimation. He tapped the wind eagle at his feet. After them! Chirp! Dohaemon possessed flying ninja beasts, and Ryun could be chased by him no matter how far he fled. Ryugen opened his 8 gates of transportation to instantly escape, but the sight behind his white eyes quickly noticed the giant eagle in hot pursuit. Flying ninjas are really troublesome. His luck was a bit unlucky. Even if he encountered the dark part of the Sand Hidden, he was able to escape with his undead ability. But flying ninjas were troublesome. Ryukyu had no flying ability and could only be reduced to a living target on the ground. Wind Eagle let out a long whistle, immediately flew out of the mouth of a wind blade. The wind blade is huge and incomparable. In an instant, the flow of clouds sliced into two halves. Ding! You have been killed by an advanced ninja beast, Wind Eagle, using the wind blade. Experience value plus 120. Advanced ninja beasts were upper ninja level existences in the system's definition, and the experience value they received from each other was instead higher than Doheimen's. Fire transportation, how fireball technique. Ryukin immediately revived, formed seals with both hands, sprayed a howling fireball into the air, and turned to escape without looking to see if it hit. Doflamingo controlled Wind Eagle to dodge it, and this time his eyes became even more puzzled. What the hell is going on? It's cut in half and it can still come back to life. The one man and one eagle continued to follow, attacking towards the flowing clouds several 10 times. Ding! You have been killed by Upper Ninja Dohaemon using Wind Escape. Experience value plus 90. Ding! You were killed by the Advanced Ninja Beast Wind Eagle using Wind Escape. Experience value plus 100. Ding! You were killed by the Upper Level Ninja Dohaemon using Wind Escape. Experience value plus 80. Slowly, Luyun saved up 800 experience points. He immediately added it on top of his 8 ninja qualities. This time, the additions were different from the previous ones, as Ryun was already a Nakanabu template, and each point of quality addition required 50 experience points. Chapter 9. Fellow True Red Taoist Save Me. Speed plus 4. Ryun endured the pain and spent 200 experience points to add up to 4 points of speed. His footsteps became lighter and his speed doubled out of thin air as he slowly pulled away from Do Pingmen. Dohaemon stood on top of the Wind Eagle, slightly panting in his chest. The amount of chakra inside his body was running low after he had unleashed 7 or 8 advanced Wind Escape. The Wind Eagle under his feet was the same, flying at high speeds, coupled with the release of ninjutsu. The amount of chakra of both the man and the beast was slowly bottoming out. But the two continued to follow Ryukin closely. This was the murderer who had caused a major loss to Sand Hidden. Doheimen could not let him go. Moreover, Doheimen also realized the value of Ryun, the ability of infinite rebirth. Any shinobi village would go crazy for it. Ryun sprinted for another 5 minutes and rushed out of the range of Sand Hidden's forces. His white eyes glanced back. Doheimen and Wind Eagles were still following closely behind. The Een spirit is still alive. Ryun's white eyes looked closely and realized that Doheimen and Wind Eagle didn't have as much chakra as he did, only at the amount of a Nakanin, and could only unleash 3 or 5 ninjutsu. Don't blame me if you guys are looking for death. Lu Yun immediately stopped and spent 600 points from the system space to exchange the B-ranked ninjutsu Dragon Flame Release Song Technique. Fire Transportation Dragon Flame Release Song Technique exchanged successfully. A mass of memories flooded into Lu Yun's body, the Dragon Flame Release Song Technique's nodding, the path of chakra flow in the meridian system, the extent to which the nature of the fire attribute changes. Ryun grasped all of this in an instant, and the 4 items of chakra on the Nakanabu template were again improved to varying degrees. Chakra control had reached 30%, and the nature change had also reached 30%. Dohaemon gasped from above and saw Ryun's figure stop, controlling his Wind Eagle to come above Ryun and slowly descend again. Kiba brat, not running? Ryun made a seal with both hands and looked at Doheimen with a cold smile. The 2 pillars' sense of speech added, Sand Hidden reptile. Even if you can stand in the sky, you are still a reptile that gnaws on sand. Kid! Ryukin finished his seal. Fire attribute chakra gradually gathered at the place of his chest. Pain Tendo's sense of speech was added. You Sand Hidden don't know how many of you have been blown up by me? Feel the pain. Damn brats. Naruto Dragon Flame Release Song Technique. All of Ryun's chakra was released into his fire transportation, and immediately a fire dragon erupted from his mouth, charging up at Doheimen and his Wind Eagle. Wind Eagle dodge. Dohaemon controlled his Wind Eagle to drift and dodge, followed by Ryukin's second fire dragon with it. Dohaemon made a seal and released a Wind Eagle Great Break, blowing away Ryun's fire dragon. But the 2 fire dragons that followed surrounded Dohaemon and his Wind Eagle. Not good. Doheimen's heart rose in dismay. The amount of chakra of both the man and the beast had bottomed out, so they could only watch as the fire dragons attacked them. Violent flames burned. Boom of white smoke rang out. Doheimen's Wind Eagle was replaced back to the psychic land. Doheimen fell from the air. His clothes were torn and tattered, and many parts of his skin were burned by the fire. Dohaemon landed on a tree and slowly jumped down again. Cough! He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, struggling to endure the pain from the burning on his body. Ryukin jumped out from the shadows and let out a Sasuke-like maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha! Can't you stand the burning in the district? Do you know the pain you stand hidden have brought me? Cutting out tongues, dissections, human experiments, and intense poison. All that cannot kill me, or can kill me, will make me stronger. The 8 gates of transportation opened the door open. Ryukin's chakra amount skyrocketed as he approached Dohei-men's body in an instant. Dohei-mon hooked up one of the bitterness in his bitterness sleeve and plunged it violently towards Ryun. Humph! Seeing his attack, Ryun didn't even dodge it and rammed it hard, then displacing the ninja sword he had redeemed from the system space. Stick your head up obediently. With eyes full of killing intent, Lu Yun slashed towards Dohei-men's shoulder. Dohei-mon let go of the bitterless that was stuck in Ryun's chest, and immediately jumped away to avoid being attacked by Ryun's blade. Ryukamo continued to charge again with his blade. Dohei-mon shook out 3 shuriken, and Ryukamo slammed straight into them, the shuriken plunging into his chest, abdomen, and thighs. Ryun was numb to the pain as he slashed straight up with his sword. Dohei-men's eyes widened. The way you fight this guy is totally looking for death. Lu Yun slashed his blade, directly slicing off an inch of flesh from Dohei-men's shoulder. Immediately afterward, he laughed out loud. I am an immortal ninja of the chaotic world. No matter how pale the ninja world is, I will not be able to find any method that can kill me. Ryun drew his sword back and angled it violently upwards. Dohei-mon rolled backwards to avoid Ryun's blade strike. Ryukin felt the loss of blood and the fact that he had used up too much chakra earlier with the Dragon Flame release song technique. He immediately brought his blade towards his head and slit his throat trachea directly. Ding! You were killed by your own knife. Experience value +5. With a bang and a roll of white smoke, Lu Yun immediately resurrected. Without saying a word, he carried his sword and rushed in the direction of Duping Gate. 1 minute later, Ryun was sitting on Dohei-men's corpse. His body was covered with blood marks from his shuriken, as well as bloody gouges from the bittersweet. The last struggle of the upper ninja should not be underestimated. Ryun gave his life twice before he ground Dohei-men alive. Ryugen dabbed his blade to his neck and immediately reanimated. He got up and looked at the remnants of the fire in the darkness of the night, traces of the battle that had just taken place. The night was dark, and the cold wind from the void assaulted the topless Lu Yun. Lu Yun closed his eyes, and a faint Ertsuzi scent filled the air. I closed my eyes a long time ago. My purpose can only be realized in the darkness. Now, let me embrace the lonely night. Lu Yun stretched out his hands, as if he wanted to embrace the entire darkness of the night. Swoosh sound. A figure flashed past. It was the sand-hidden dark part wearing a civet cat mask. The sand-cane dark part looked at Ryun and sneered. Missed me, is that a hug? Not a hug, but a blast. Ryun immediately detonated the detonation talisman that was exchanged for 10 experience points. The sand-hidden village's dark part violently kicked Ryun away. The explosion sounded, and Ryun was quickly revived. White eyes open. 8 doors open, door open. Without saying a word, he formed an instantaneous seal and fled in the opposite direction from the sand-hidden darkness. He was able to pit a shinobi to death, but he relied on the fact that the other party had been foolishly following closely, consuming all of his own chakra. But now this sand-hidden darkness, he couldn't afford to be undermining him like before. The sand-hidden dark section followed closely, and Ryukin began to fall in love with the sand-hidden upper ninja again. The morning sun of sunset crawled up from the boundary between heaven and earth. Ryun was covered in wounds and had a few shurikens stuck in his back. Knowing some of Ryun's characteristics, the sand-hidden dark sectors do not strike hard enough to kill him. Ryun used the forbidden technique of multiple shadow splitting to hold his opponent back for a portion of the day. In the middle of the process, he committed suicide twice more to restore his condition. However, this sand cloak dark sex tracking talent was very strong, channeling hundreds of gerbils to follow Ryukyu. Ryukin could only desperately flee, and finally entered the troop range of the Konoha camp as the sun rose from the east. Realizing the location he was in at the moment, the sand-hidden darkness cursed and immediately made a seal with both hands. Wind transportation, great breakthrough. Violent gusts of wind erupted from his mouth and quickly swept over Ryukin's body. Ryugen clenched his teeth violently, and the 8-gate transportation armor opened the door, escaping the sand-hidden dark section's wind transportation in an instant. Ahem! Ryun fell under a large tree and coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. Ryun turned his head and watched the sand-hidden dark sect step by step. His explosive talismans were all consumed. He could only silently pin his sword to his neck. Suddenly, a green figure carrying a ninja sword stepped in front of the sand-hidden undertaker. A voice rang in Ryun's ears. Ryun! Ryukin faded his white eyes and looked up weakly. A head of black hair, skin as delicate as a porcelain doll, and eyes with red pupils in them, like a morning sunset. Red! Sandhawk Dark cursed. Kiba Upper Ninja Yuzuru True Red. Bad luck. Yuzuru True Red drew his ninja sword. Sand Ninja, get out of here. Ryun couldn't hold on any longer and fainted violently. Chapter 10, Shizen. At the sand-hidden camp, the top brass were all gathered in Chiyo's earth house. A sand-hidden dark section knelt on one foot in front of Rosa. Rosa said expressionlessly, "In other words, that brat has escaped to the Konoha side?" The sand-hidden dark section nodded. The upper ninja of the Konoha, Yuzuru Mahogany, stopped me. Otherwise, I would have brought him back. Don't be sophomoric. That brat's bloodline is troublesome. You can't help him without a massive sealing technique. Rosa waved his hand. Granny Chiyo was holding a test tube with red and green poisons. Her face calm as if she didn't care about last night's chaos at all. That little brat is hiding really deep, possessing the secret technique of the psychic explosive charm but hiding it all along, waiting until last night to suddenly explode. Hai Lao Zong quietly analyzed. Rosa analyzed. It's not possible that Kiba let him get caught by us on purpose and then raid the camp, right? Hai Lao Zong shook his head. No. If it was really Kiba's plan, it wouldn't have only been such a small loss. Granny Chiyo let out a laugh. We'll meet again later, we'll catch him then. Elder Heizo nodded. That's true. We have to prepare a sealing technique this time. Let's use my Magneto. A sealing jutsu that works with sand and gold can catch him in a flash. Good. You can also try an illusion to control him. The sand-hidden ninjas of illusion are few but not unheard of. Ryun snapped his eyes open. Doctor! Come here for a second. Yes. Ryukin observed his surroundings. Within a large dark green tent with white beds lined up around it, mixed with the smell of various medicines. This was the temporary hospital of the Kiba camp. Ryuin again observed the medical ninjas walking back and forth, as well as some ninjas whose bodies were wrapped in bandages. There were about 100 people all gathered here, making a lot of noise. Ryukin looked down at the bandages wrapped around his upper body and the pair of sick man's pants he had changed into. Ryukin, you're awake. Shizun, dressed in all black, came over carrying a medical kit. Ryun greeted, Shizun. They had both been classmates at one time and naturally knew each other. Shizun placed the medical kit on Ryun's bedsheet and started to unwrap Ryun's bandages, looking at the scars across the top. Shizun sympathized a bit. All injured like this? How did you survive? Ryun didn't say anything, letting Shizun deal with his wounds. The wounds hurt, and Ryun especially wanted to wipe his neck with a knife right now. But again, there were too many people and the method was too shocking and would scare Jing-in. While applying medicine, Shizun said, It was Red's father who brought you back. You were dying. Luckily, the medical ninja arrived just in time and picked up your life. Then I really have to thank that medical ninja. Shizun laughed. From what they said, your previous squad was all killed in action, and us classmates thought you were dead as well, but I didn't expect you to survive. By the way, how on earth did you survive? Ryukin froze. The Konoha still didn't know about his capture. The value of him as a civilian lower ninja really couldn't be lower. Suddenly, a figure wearing a black robe and a dark part mask appeared in front of Ryun. Kiba Dark Part. The Dark Part's voice was cold. Kazuna Ryun. I need to know where you're looking forward to this month's gap. Come with me. Shizun applied the medicine and then stood up to block Ryun's front. He still has injuries on his body. He can't walk around freely. Without looking at Shizun, the man from the Dark Division directly grabbed Ryun's shoulder with one hand and took him away in an instant. Ryun. Within a green tent, the Dark Sect planted the bandage, wrapped Ryun on a chair, and interrogated him like a criminal. Ryun told him what had happened, that he had been captured by the Sand-Hidden and imprisoned in a large cell, and that he had taken the opportunity to run out last night when he heard the chaos in the Sand-Hidden camp. The people of the Dark Sect obviously didn't believe it. A lower ninja wouldn't have been able to escape the Sand-Hidden's military stronghold. Moreover, an under ninja wouldn't cause the Sand-Hidden dark sections to hunt him down. The Dark Part directly cast an illusion spell. Let's see what you're hiding. An illusionary power invaded Ryun's mind, and Ryun's immortal system immediately initiated an alert. Warning! Warning! An unknown energy has invaded the host's mind. Does the host open the brain's self-defense system? He didn't expect the immortal system to come with a mental defense system, but this was normal. After all, the immortal system was lurking within his head. Yes, Ryun's acting skills took over, pretending to have been hit by an illusion. The dark part nodded at the sight of his somewhat empty eyes. His illusion spell couldn't be immediately undone even if the shinobi were hit. The dark part immediately interrogated. Where have you been this month? I was captured by Sand Captive and imprisoned within the Sand Hidden dungeon. Did Sand Hidden interrogate you? Interrogated, but I had little information on me, and they left me alone as they felt it was of little value. The darkness nodded. He knew Ryukin beforehand, a civilian ninja with no specialties and a lower ninja at that. It was impossible for him to have any important information on him. So what was going on last night? There was the sound of explosive charms exploding in the camp of the Sand Hidden, and quite a few of them at that. Last night's commotion in the Sand Hidden village had naturally been seen by Kiba's intelligence forces, and it had never been clear which group of people had sneaked up on Sand Hidden. Chapter 11, Young Boys and Girls in the Medical Camp. Stream Cloud Brain Running suddenly made up nonsense. It was two people wearing black clothes, red cloud clothing. One of them a blue-haired woman flying in the sky, constantly releasing detonation charms, and an orange-haired one, shouting to let others feel the pain. It was the two of them who attacked the Sand Hidden camp before I found a chance to escape. The man from the dark side rubbed his chin. Kiryuin was the only one who knew and was controlled by his illusions. There could be no mistake in what he said. But it was also very strange, who had nothing to do with telling someone to feel pain in the middle of the night. Was it something a normal person would do? Shaking his head, the darkness continued to wonder. Why is the darkness of the Sand Hidden chasing after you? And what exactly is hidden in you? Quickly running his brain, Ryun suddenly thought of a point. I learned one of their secrets, the secret of the disappearance of the third-generation wind shadow. Darkness breath suddenly caught. Tell me. It was the Akasago scorpion. He killed the third-generation Kazekage and made a puppet out of him. Ryukin didn't see the expression on the dark side of his face, but the face behind the mask he wore was definitely in excitement. I didn't expect to be able to fish out such great information. Haha. You little brat are truly my lucky star. The information about the death of the third-generation wind shadow, regardless of whether it was valuable or not, was a huge piece of information in its own right, and this dark part had made a great achievement in an instant. The dark part made a seal with both hands, and the illusion spell on Ryukin was immediately lifted. Ryukin looked around suspiciously, pretending to be in a good mood. Having gotten a piece of information of great value, Darkness was in a bit of a good mood. Kiryuin, your threat is lifted. Stay well in the camp and wait for new arrangements. After the dark part instantly left, Luyun slowly stood up and sneered. That, at first glance, wanted to monopolize this information, not even giving him a mouthful of soup. But the information about the death of the third-generation wind shadow is of no use even if Kiba gets it. The battle that should be fought is still to be fought. At most, it is just a bit of nausea for the Sand Hidden. Hey, your village's strongest wind shadow was killed by a renegade ninja. How pathetic. White eyes open. Ryukin's chakra flowed at his eyes and immediately opened his white eyes. He looked around and saw that no one had come this far, so he took out one of the knives in the system space and wiped his neck with a single slash. Ding! You were killed by your own knife. Experience value added 4. After Luyun was revived, all the injuries on his body were restored and the pain from before was gone. He looked at his abdominal muscles, revealing 8 of them, looking very robust, so that even if he died 2,000 times exhausted, he would have no problem. Ryun then wrapped the bandage and slowly walked in the direction of the medical tent. Shizune was anxiously searching for Ryun and immediately greeted him when she saw him. Ryun, the people from the Dark Division didn't bully you, right? Ryun shook his head. They really do things savagely. Can't they just ask properly here? And have to drag you, the patient, out? Ryun sneered in his heart. If he wore a Uchiha or Sarutobi on his head, could the Dark Division be so barbaric? In the end, he was just a civilian ninja, and without a big brother behind him, could he survive this war was a question? Kiba's ninja rule, even the talented 4th generation would be hollowed out, and it would not be slowly alleviated until the 5th generation came to power. Shizun said, "Let's go. You still have a month to recover well. You can't stay out here in a mortar." Ryun then allowed the cute brunette to pull him into the tent. At night, the patients in the tent were idle, and once a person is idle, the bowl starts to blow up. Shizun was a little tired after a busy day but couldn't find a place to sit, so she moved a bench somewhere and leaned against Ryun's bedside. The two of them talked about interesting things from past classes. You don't know how much of a wimp Bandit was at the time. I even talked him into writing a love letter, and he kept stumbling around, afraid to act on it, and the whole class knew he liked Rin, and how well he thought he was hiding it. Shizun laughed, both of her small hands propped up at her chin as she spat at Ryukin. You're still the same. You come up with all sorts of weird ideas to harass Red every day, and you still won't give up after being beaten up by asthma so badly. Ryukin bristled. I'm so good. Of course it's more important for me to show myself. Shizun covered her small mouth and snickered. You're excellent? You and Kai and Bandito have been hanging off the back of our class. Bringu and Kai are better. Bringu's fire escape can spit a small ball of fire, and Kai's physical skills were the strongest in the ninja school at the time. As for you, Ryukin, you don't seem to have any specialties. If stalking counts, that happens to be your strength. Shizun, you're solid. Ryukin went on about his battle achievements. You don't know how brave I showed in breaking out at that time. I killed the sand ninja 7 times in and 7 times out of the sand hidden camp alone and single-handedly. What sand eagle, duping door, all died in my hands. The 4th generation of Wind Shadow Rosa hated me, hate my teeth itchy. 1,000 generations of old woman was almost angry hiccups. What Ryun said was half true, but in Shizun's ears it was complete bragging. Shizun also did not refute, propped up his head quietly watching the stream clouds bragging. The second day, Ryun slept heavily, just like a dead pig. Even singing and dancing around him couldn't wake him up. He had been captured by the sand-hidden village for a month, and had been dissected in between. It hurt too much to sleep at night, even though he was able to regain his energy after death and resurrection. But it always felt weird when one didn't sleep, like forgetting to bring paper when doing that. Cool ah. Luyun stretched a lazy waist and slowly rubbed his sleepy eyes. Only then did he realize that there was a stack of quilts on his back. It seemed to be covered by Shizun. It's been a long time since he slept so refreshingly. Luyun's whole body is a bit sore and numb. Now he's not comfortable in his heart if he doesn't smear a knife on his neck. Chapter 12. I'm going to the front lines, I'm going to stomp on the shinobi clan. Awake! The one-armed ninja next to him looked at Ryun, who stood up. Ryun nodded, accepting the greeting from his sick friend. It's been a long morning of sleeping, hey? How did you get hurt? Ryun folded the covers over his bed and casually said, The sand-hidden stark part came after me. The one-armed ninja was clearly unconvinced as he shook his broken arm. See, a symbol of a man's bravery. This was caused by the 4th generation Kazakage's secret magnetic recluse technique. Oh, so you are also a strong man. Long time no see. I'm sorry. May I ask your name? I am Yama Ashigazaburo, the water ninja of Konoha. How watery. How much water do you want? Oh, I haven't heard your honorary name. Can you tell me? I am the immortal ninja of the Konoha. The battlefield rose. The one who can dance with the heavens Kiryuin. He's scary as hell. Ryun opened his system interface while bragging with Shigazaburo. He looked at his Nakanabu template, which had changed a little more than before. Nakanabu Kiryuin. 8 ninja items. Ninjutsu 2, Body 2, Illusion 1, Ken 1, Power 1, Speed 5, Essence 1, Seal 1. 4 chakra items. Chakra amount. Nakaninjutsu level. Chakra attributes. Fire attribute, In attribute. Chakra control, 30% proficiency. Chakra nature change, 30% proficiency. Bloodline limit. White eyes beginner. Ninja profession basics. Theory 3, concealment 3, tracking 3, assassination 3, trap 3, poisoning 3. Forbidden techniques. Multiple shadow diversion technique 40% proficiency. 8 gates of the transported armor open door 40% proficiency. Ninjutsu. Splitting 100% proficiency, multiple shadow splitting 40% proficiency, instantaneous jutsu 40% proficiency, fire transportation howling fireball jutsu 60% proficiency, ventriloquism jutsu 80% proficiency, fire transportation reunion fugue jutsu 40% proficiency, physical arts, monkey stealing peach 100% proficiency, illusion, none, evaluation, 00. An additional blood relay limitation board was added. and both chakra control and changes in the nature of chakra were improved due to Long Yan's song release technique. He looked at his experience value accumulation again and realized that it had all been drained clean the day before yesterday, leaving him with only 4 points from yesterday's suicide. Ryuin sat on his bed and slowly planned. He especially needed the war and the shinobi to kill him to accumulate experience points. But since the last time he was captured, Ryun had grown a mind. The secret of the immortal bloodline would have to be hidden for a bit, though it would come to light someday, but he needed to grow fast in the time he had to hide it. Ryun needed to develop illusionary techniques to cover up his resurrection when he died. There was also white eyes. He couldn't fight with a cloth scarf all the time, so he needed the illusion to cover it up as well. At this stage, there was no experience value. Ryun could try different methods to commit suicide, but that was too inefficient with only a few points to gain, and the gain would go down with more of the same method. He had to get to the most dangerous frontline as soon as possible. How could he get them to send a lower ninja to the most dangerous frontline? There was only one way: offend the ninja clan children. Ryun then waited and waited and waited, and instead of waiting for the shinobi children, he waited for the budding Yuzuru. Yuzuru came to visit Ryun with a few fruits in her hands. Ryun, your injury is almost healed, right? After all, they used to be classmates, and they were still the same dogpile that had been harassing her. And after not seeing her for a long time, Yuzuru really did miss her a bit. Red. Ryu nodded, munching on the apple that Yuzuru Red had given her. Shizen walked over to Ryun's hospital bed with medicine in her hand, saw Yuzuru Red and said hello, then helped herself to change Ryun's medicine. Ryun, how did you heal so fast? Even the scars are gone. Ryun made up a random lie. I'm probably after the 1,000 hands. It's normal to have high recovery power. Bragging. Seeing that Ryun's injuries were no longer a problem, Yuzuru smiled. You recovered quite quickly. You scared me when you were like that in the beginning. When Ryugen was naked, covered in blood, and had a few shuriken hanging from his back, he had scared Yuzuru at the time. Haven't thanked your father yet. Thanks to him. No need to thank him after all. They are all from the same village. Yuzuru was a bit emotional. This bunch of people who graduated, Bringu, Rin, and the others are in the Rain Country battlefield. Kai, Ebisu, and Unknown Fire Ginma are in the Misty Hidden battlefield. The Kawanakuni battlefield only leaves Shizune, you, me, and Asma. Ryun didn't say anything, but instead, Shigezaburo next to him hummed softly, sending civilian children to the battlefield and letting the sons of the shinobi clan handle the logistics. What a good policy for the village. Yuzuru fumbled for words, not knowing what this one-armed Nakanabu was complaining about. Ryuken thought carefully. There weren't many ninja clans in their class. Only Bandu and Asma were ninja children. The entire TM that died in the graduating batch were civilian kids. There were other classes as well. The sons of the ninja clan were working on logistics in the main backlands, and even if they went to war, they wouldn't head to the front lines. Shinobi, in addition to death and pay taxes to have to face. His predecessor thought he was special, that the village was messing with him because of his father, but in fact, he thought too much and the village's higher-ups had completely missed him. Shigezaburo was about to complain when he noticed someone passing by and immediately shut his mouth. Red, still not ready? We still have to go on patrol. A somewhat taller kid yelled a bit. Oh, got it, Asma. Yuzuru answered. Asma approached Ryuken's bed with both hands in his pockets, a bit dangling, and suddenly sneered. I heard you were captured by the Sand Ninja, and you managed to escape and come back. What a life. Asma very much hated Ryun, who kept pestering Yuzuru, and punched him once when he saw him at the ninja school, but Ryun was just dead set on pestering Yuzuru, and he couldn't get rid of him even if he chased him away. Yuzuru was a bit angry. Asma, we are all classmates. Why do you say that? Asma snorted, a civilian lower ninja, not sure if he can still go back alive? So what if his words were excessive? A son of the shinobi clan, isn't that what's on the doorstep? And the son of Naruto, wouldn't he be sent to the place with the strongest smell of blood if he offended him? Ryun's heart for death burned madly. Ryun moistened his throat, and the second pillar's sense of speech was added to his body. Yo, isn't this the son of Naruto? What's the matter? Come here to mix seniority, ah? After all, Dad is Naruto. It's not like staying in the village all the time. Asma looked at Ryuken incredulously. It was the first time someone spoke to him like that. What did you say? Chapter 13. How many more days will I live after trampling Asma under my feet? Shizen shuddered in the background, pulling up Ryun's flesh with her nails to get him to stop talking. Next to him, Shigezaburo was also dumbfounded that the son of Naruto among the offended shinobi clan. It was a werewolf. Could it be that what he said yesterday was true? Ryukin stood up, ignoring Shizen's block at his back, and walked in front of Asuma, silently confronting him. Asuma was a head taller than Ryun, and the worry in Shizen's heart intensified. The noise in the large tent just moments ago slowly quieted down. All the patients and also the medical ninja turned their gazes here. A civilian shinobi, provoking the son of Naruto? Asuma spat out word for word. What were you just saying? Ryukin snorted, followed by his eyes looking straight at Asuma. Have you ever been in battle? Have you ever cut down a man? Have you ever looked at dead people? Can you tell me exactly how many times you've been through a ninja fight? Asmar seemed to freeze. He had been here for almost 2 months and hadn't killed anyone or experienced a ninja fight. It was as if a leader had come here to inspect a construction site. Ryukin crossed his arms and sneered. Nope, not a single piece. Look, this is the son of Naruto. He suddenly pointed at his bandages again. Do you have one? Do you have a single wound on your body? Asuma remained frozen, his body trembling slightly as if he was suppressing something. You don't have one. All you have is the title of the Sarutobi family's son. All you have is the condescension of the son of Naruto. Ryukin grabbed Asuma directly by the collar. What were you just disdaining? Are you ashamed that I was captured? Am I in your way for coming back from the dead? Do you know how many other people were captured in the sand hidden camp? And what pain they suffer every day? If you're really the son of Naruto, you should be saving those people, not playing house patrol games in the back. Shizun and Yuzuru seemed to freeze when they heard Ryun's words, being captured in an enemy camp and enduring pain that couldn't be written in a textbook. Ryun's words stabbed at Asuma's heart word by word. Asuma's face sank. What do you know as a civilian lower shinobi? What role can a strength like yours play on the battlefield? Having failed to speak to Ryukin, he started to belittle his strength. Oh! Luyun let out a light laugh and turned towards the outside of the tent. Come out! The environment inside is too cramped for me to conveniently step on your head. Ryun! Shizen shouted worriedly from behind. How could the other party be a match for Asuma, the top student of the class, when he couldn't even use his transformation technique as far as he could remember? Asuma sneered a bit. He was indeed forced to retreat by his opponent's words just now. But so what? A weakling was in no position to judge him. Yuzuru grabbed Asuma's sleeve. Asuma, forget it. Ryukin's injuries aren't healed yet, and there's no way he's a match for you. Humph. Asuma grunted, not listening. He thought Ryun was just trying to present himself in front of Yuzuru. Asuma took a large step forward, the sneer still on his face. Shizun and Yuzuru followed close behind. Shigezaburo picked up his own hangman's bottle straight away and crept closer to the curtain at the mouth of the tent, burrowing his head out to peek. It wasn't just him, but a lot of people were eager to see the results as well. Yuzuru's squad was guarding the outside. One of them was from the Nara clan. As for the guiding top shinobi, it was Yuzuru Makoto, who was an elite top shinobi. Yuzuru Magenta leaned against a tree trunk and looked at Ragugumo and Asuma, who were facing each other, and shook his head. Ryukin was right about everything. The son of Naruto did have the privilege of being an upper ninja who accompanied the prince. But it couldn't be said so bluntly, not even out loud. Don't comment on matters involving the village's top brass. Many civilian ninjas have died on this. The Nara clan's son looked at Yuzuru, who was trying to stop it from the side but couldn't, and laughed. It's already a scourge even before you become a redhead. Yoji. Sorry. I almost forgot that Red is Sensei's daughter. Yuzuru released her clasped hands. I'll go watch them. Avoid Asuma striking too hard. Nara Yuji smiled, a glint in his wise eyes. That's not necessarily true. Yuzuru turned her head to look at him. Didn't Sensei say he escaped from the hands of the sand-hidden dark sect? Yuzuru stopped and didn't step forward. Asuma pulled out a bitterless and looked at Ryukin with a sneer. But Ryukin just stood there quietly, his upper body bandaged, a smile if anything on his face. Unarmed, yet still standing above the sky. What is your reliance? Asuma felt angry. The former Ryukin was so coy that he didn't even have the courage to look directly at him. Now, Asuma could no longer find himself in the other's eyes. With a fierce heart, Asuma leapt forward, seeing that the bitter end was about to stab Ryun. Ryukin. Shizun and Yuzuru closed their eyes in unison, unable to bear the sight of Ryukumo bleeding from the stabbing. It was quiet. There were no sounds of pain cries or fighting. The two girls opened their eyes in unison, followed by their pupils opening to their maximum. Ryukin then stomped hard on Asuma's head. Seconds to kill. Nara Yuji commented finally. The moment Asuma stabbed him, he jumped out of the way, followed by a foot on Asuma's head. That kind of speed, and that kind of reflexes worthy of someone who escaped from the sand-hidden darkness. Everyone underestimated him. His physical skills are now at the point of being a Nakinen. What exactly did he go through during the month he was captured? Yuzuru didn't say anything, and kept looking at Asuma, who was stomped on the ground. The first civilian ever in Konoha village to have his shoe imprinted on the face of the son of Naruto was no longer something that could be described as having balls. Asuma gnawed at the mud, breathing hard, and tried hard to break free, but was hard-pressed to the ground by that foot. You see, this is the son of Naruto. Even if he was born into a family of eagles, he can't escape eating mud. Damn it! Asuma's arms were bruised and his fingers gouged violently into the dirt. High and proud as he was stepped on by his peers without a single ounce of strength to struggle. How was this possible? Mu Liyun was clearly never a match for him before, so how could he be in a light now? Good guy. Shigezaburo's blood boiled as he watched, and he couldn't wait to pull out his own dotard and follow Ryugen to try stomping on the children of the shinobi clan. Yuzuru was about to act to stop Asuma's embarrassment, but a green figure was faster than him. Ryugen jerked back and came face to face with a young man, wearing a green vest and no family crest, not one of the shinobi clan. Don't be so rude to young Master Asuma. Ryugen laughed a little. A house slave of the Sarutobi family? What a good dog. The green-skinned middle ninja's eyes snapped open. What did you say? I said, are the ninja bones good to lick? Damn it. The green-skinned Nakanobu immediately made a seal and rushed up with an instantaneous body. In his hand was a cold and shining bitter mushroom. He really wanted to kill Ryun. 8 gate transported armor open door open. 4 of Ryun's fingers closed in front of him, and a steady stream of chakra was quickly released from his body. Chapter 14. Sarutobi Family Immediate Arrangement. Multiple Shadow Diversion Technique. In an instant, boom boom of white smoke rang out as more than 70 shadow doppelgangers surrounded Ryugen. Some stood on trees, some surrounded Ryun, and some stood on tents. Nara Yuji stood up violently. A forbidden technique? How is that possible? How is it possible for a lower shinobi to master a forbidden art? Yuzuru stood up and looked hard. It's not an illusion. It's a real shadow doppelganger. So many shadow doppelgangers. How did he separate them? How is it possible to have this kind of chakra at this age? The green-skinned Nakanobu stopped rushing forward and looked incredulously at the large group of shadow doppelgangers surrounding Ryugen. Asuma's mouth was full of mud, still glimpsing a large group of shadow doppelgangers. Kiryuin, with just a glance, the difference between clouds and mud was judged. Ryugen barked out an order. Let this shinobi dog taste the iron fist from the people. Without opening the door, Ryun's maximum limit was 50, but with the door open to burn his body's power, it would be 70 or so. Opening the door and burning longer, the shadow doppelganger would be even more. Ola! The shadow doppelgangers rushed up in great numbers, in all directions. The green-skinned Nakanobu was completely defenseless, and didn't even have a chance to cast his ninjutsu. It didn't take long for him to be swarmed and left limp where he was. Asuma just stayed on the ground. He had the ability to move, but he didn't want to stand up again at all. Because it was too humiliating. Ryugen slowly walked over. A figure stood in front of Asuma. It was Yuzuru Makoto, who was an upperclassman. Kiryuin. This is the end of the line. Ryun turned away. Just because he could defeat the middle ninja didn't mean he could defeat the upper ninja. Moreover, Yuzuru Jinhong had saved him. Ryun would sell him an elite upper ninja face today. Nara Yoji said with some pity. Indeed a good seedling, but it's a pity that he offended the Sarutobi family's son. This life will come to an end. Ryun walked towards the tent and Shizen greeted him with worry written all over her face. Ryun, you have offended the Sarutobi family. You will definitely have a hard time in the future. Lu Yun shook his head. If it's not pleasant, it's not pleasant. I just don't see these ninja children. All day long. They have condescending faces, as if they treat us all as house slaves. Ryun glanced at Yuzuru, who was being silent and said nothing, then brought Shizen along with him into the tent, slowly getting out of Yuzuru's line of sight. Ryu. Yuzuru reached out, trying to hold on to something but couldn't. Ryun had become a stranger. The old feeling of stalking him was gone. Ryun entered the tent, his patience dispersed in a big way, looking at Ryun like he was looking at a plague god. Offend the son of the Naruto, but not quickly go to find a place to dig a grave. Lu Yun laughed lightly and did not care about the gaze of these mediocre people. No wonder the civilian ninja of Kiba village were suppressed by the ninja clan all the time like this. If everyone was a little more united, would they be eaten to death by the ninja clan all the time? Even if you carry a hoe, you still have to turn over and sing, like the mist hidden to send those high and mighty ninja clan into the garbage heap. Ryun returned to his bed, and under his inclined gaze, Shigezaburo silently brought up his one remaining arm and gave a thumbs up. Ryun smiled a little. In the tent at the very center of the Konoha camp, Asma angrily punched a wooden stake. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn you, Kiryuin, for stepping on my head. I. Asma's fist was covered in blood, but still stubbornly punched on. Next to him was the green-skinned Nakanobu from just now, his face still swollen, keeping his head down and not daring to look at Asma. Suddenly an upright figure brushed through the tent's curtain and slowly walked in. Elder Hirasawa. The green-skinned Nakanobu immediately dropped to one knee. Sarutobi Hirasawa looked at Asma, who was in an impotent rage. It is indeed a shame to be killed by a civilian lower ninja in one move. This incident had spread throughout the entire Konoha camp and Asma had become a laughingstock. Bang bang bang. Asma fought even harder, as if flames were coming out of his eyes. Sarutobi Hiei suddenly laughed, turned around and led the green-skinned shinobi out of the tent. The green-skinned Nakanobu looked at the smile on the corner of Sarutobi Hiei's mouth and was a bit puzzled. Sarutobi Hiei didn't even look at him, gently looking down at the thousands of tents that lined the ground below. Asma is just too laid back. It's good to take a hit. It motivates him more. The green-skinned shinobi said, Elder Hirasawa, should we get rid of that guy? Sarutobi Hirasawa laughed a little. As a ninja? Can't you even help it? The green-skinned Nakanobu lowered his head and followed Sarutobi Hirasawa as he slowly walked towards the Command and Operations Center. On the way, the green-skinned Nakanobu still couldn't hold back his murderous intent towards Ryun. Elder Hirasawa, the multiple shadow diversion technique is a forbidden technique sealed in the Book of Seals. Should we investigate the forbidden technique on Kiryuin? Sarutobi Hirasawa paced and gently shook his head. He'll be leaving for Area A in a few days. Let's wait until he returns. The green-skinned shinobi looked up. Area A, the front line of the Kawanakuni battlefield. A bloody place where even the upper shinobi's legs were numb. In other words, once Ryukin was dispatched to this place, there was no chance of him coming back. Sarutobi Hiruzawa's back was gloomy and terrifying. A commoner dares to put his foot on the head of a noble. This will not work. Greatly will not work. The grave there in Area A is just right for him. Ninjas sometimes have to endure, but the dignity of the ninja clan can't be casually trampled on by civilians. On this day, Ryuin was practicing in the forest at the edge of the Konoha camp. Having been here for over a month, Ryun had never really practiced. Detecting that the host is practicing cultivation, the system opens the cultivation progress template. Ryun froze and immediately jumped down from the upside-down tree. Opening the system interface, he saw a brand new template. It was empty on top, and Ryun immediately jumped back to the tree, the control chakra attached to it. That panel changed, and suddenly there was an additional chakra control cultivation progress 20%. Ryun's Nakanobu template chakra control was exactly 20% proficiency. Ryun jumped down and immediately opened the door of the 8 doors to open the door. There was another 8-gate transported armor open door cultivation progress 40% on the panel. Interesting. Being able to visualize my cultivation progress. Lu Yun smiled and continued to keep opening the open door, allowing his body to burn and create more chakra. After opening the door and burning for a minute, Ryun's whole body was hot and dry. The moisture inside his body was about to dry up. He quickly made a seal. Multiple shadow split technique. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of smoke exploding rang out, and 120 more shadow doppelgangers immediately appeared in the same spot. Ryukin slumped weakly on the ground. This kind of life-energy burning cultivation was the only thing he dared to do. It was completely fatal. Maithreya, Little Lee, and Naruto, they couldn't even think about it. 2 shadow doppelgangers pulled Ryun up. Ryun pointed at his shadow doppelgangers. 20 of you go practice the art of howling fireball. 20 of you go practice the art of dragon flame release song. 20 of you go figure out the techniques of practicing body arts. The rest of you go practice the art of instantaneous body, respectively. Okay, head. The shadow doppelgangers all dispersed and went to practice with their respective tasks. Chapter 15. Shizun's Rescue of Ryun. Ryukin leaned against a tree trunk alone, slowly regaining his strength. He did not stay idle either, opening his system interface and looking at the cultivation templates above him. A shadow doppelganger who was practicing the art of howling fireball immediately burst into flames after releasing a small fireball, and the experience returned to Ryuan's body. Ryun looked at the cultivation panel. Fire escape howling fireball art cultivation progress 60%. Suddenly changed, 0.05% was added after 60%, and a ball of fire escape cultivating shadow doppelganger burst open again. Plus 0.05%. Plus 0.05%. Plus 0.05%. In the end, Luyun got 1% experience out of thin air. Ryun muttered to himself, "This is a bit slow." For Ryun to save up 100% of his experience, he would have to score 800 shadow splitters. Beheading and upgrading was so enjoyable, practicing instead was a bit slow. Fortunately, one could still add points with experience value, 1 point for 1%. Luyun shook his head immediately afterward. His system function was supposed to rely on being killed to gain experience, not just a cultivation system. Luyun asked the undead system again, "System, what happens when the cultivation progress of ninjutsu is saved up to 100%? The system immediately replied, "The host's ninjutsu proficiency will reach the next stage. Reduction of ceiling." Luyun froze. Reduce the seal. Ninja's casting of jutsu requires sealing. Without sealing it is not possible, but sealing will waste time, wasting a good opportunity to fight. Just like the water dragon bomb technique, 40 or so knots, only Kakashi, who had been single for over 20 years, had that kind of hand speed. But people like Chitose, Shimenabu Kasuki can reduce the number of knots, and the power of the jutsu won't be reduced. That's the effect of familiarizing yourself with the jutsu. Could be said that the less you form seals, the better, or even not to form seals, hands together, chapter mouth will come. Luyun's mind moved, and he immediately perceived the benefits of brushing up the proficiency of the jutsu to full level. The next stage was reduced seal. In the next stage wouldn't it be a one-handed seal casting, and the next stage would even become seal-less. Truly, the chapter mouth comes to life. Ninjutsu familiarity has no end, and can be transferred from the mouth to casting jutsu with the hands, casting jutsu with the feet, and casting jutsu with the 361 chakra points throughout the body. More importantly, if the instantaneous jutsu didn't use seals, wouldn't it be a low-profile version of the Flying Thunder God? Ryukin couldn't help but sigh. The design is really subtle. Another large mass of ninjutsu experience flooded into Ryun's mind. Fire transportation dragon flame release song technique cultivation progress 40% plus 1%. Instantaneous body technique cultivation progress 40% plus 1%. The Shadow Split's collective development of physical arts has succeeded. Shadow Split self-naming success. Head receiving rapier incorporated into the ninja sect physical art scroll. All of the information flooded into Ryun's mind, and as if Ryun was on the verge of exploding, he immediately wiped his neck with a single stroke of his bitterless. When he resurrected, he looked speechlessly at the body art developed by the shadow doppelganger. Head catch shuriken. Is this making him die faster? The shadow doppelganger really knew his mind. After a few more days, Ryuan brushed up all of his jutsu to 100% and became more skillful in casting the master jutsu. At the same time, the ninjutsu on the template changed a bit. Just for example, the instantaneous body technique 10% seal reduction proficiency. Ryun started to form a seal. This time he reduced 1 OHI seal, not realizing that he would be able to cast the instantaneous body technique. Ryun smiled. If he continued to familiarize himself with it, he would have reduced his seals by half and gotten more good opportunities to fight. However, Luyun was puzzled. What did he need a good chance to fight for? He himself was the type of person who particularly wanted to find death. Wouldn't the instantaneous body technique be a quick way to send someone's head off? Luyun, a clear voice caught Luyun's attention. Ryun turned his head and realized that it was Shizun who was holding a ninja appointment slip in her hand. Finally, Ryun's body was going numb, and he especially wanted to go into battle to get hacked to death. Shizun's small face was filled with panic, and she kept complaining about Ryun. "I told you not to offend Asma. Now it's good. You've been assigned to Area A. That's the most dangerous front line." Ryun looked at the girl's concerned look and smiled. Suddenly Pain's sense of speech spiked. "I'm going to learn about pain. Only by understanding the pain of war can I become stronger. I can stand above the eyes of the shinobi." The girl shook her head breathlessly, wondering what kind of madness Ryun had gotten into, favoring going to death to feel pain. Shizun grabbed Ryun's clothes and took out a bitterness from her waist. "You're so crazy. Let me stab you, so you don't have to go to the front lines if you're seriously injured." Ryun's heart froze. The girl's method was brilliant. But he turned around and ran. Ryun, wait. Quickly let me stab you so I can save you. The girl was holding a bitterless and kept chasing after Ryun's figure. The words she uttered chilled one to the bone. On the second day, Ryun was fully dressed in one of the small tents he was assigned to, tying the issued Kiba forehead protector around his head. Ryun looked at himself in the small mirror, with short black hair, a black low-neck short sleeve on top and a pair of white shorts underneath. He was carrying a ninja sword on his back, a bitterness condom strapped to his thigh, and a ninjutsu bag behind his butt, the standard ninja package. Ryukin looked into his ebony eyes, calmness bred with a determination to make people feel pain. His current aura was tinged with the loneliness of the second pillar and the overlooking of the Nintendo. Anyway, there was an impulsive aura that made people want to flatten him. Compared to his previous self who died a wimpy death, Ryun had already undergone a drastic change in just a month. As Ryun flipped open the tent's flap, a bitterless sneaked towards him, and Ryun easily grabbed Shizen's hand. Shizen's words were tinged with hatred. Do you value your life so little? Wouldn't it be better to stay in your hospital bed? Ryun shook his head. Death is chasing me. If I hesitate, I will become mediocre. Ryun let go of Shizun, who kept her head down and remained silent. The moon was high and the ninjas were a group of people who survived in the darkness. Ryun looked at the dark world. Having too many bonds will confuse you. Strong thoughts and cherished thoughts will only weaken you. I closed my eyes a long time ago. The dark world of ninjas awaits me. Bull. Shigezaburo walked by dragging an arm ghostly. This place was a gathering place for recuperating ninjas, and he lived here as well. I really don't know what you're fighting so hard for. Us civilian ninja just come to the battlefield and muddle through, and even if you make a high merit, the reward you get will be divided among those ninja clans. Ryun ignored him and slowly walked towards the dark forest. Hey, is there anyone else in your family? Nope. When the time comes, I'll put up a monument for you. And every year I'll come to honor you as a warrior who stepped on the son of Naruto. There was no sound in the four corners of the room. Ryukin had long since disappeared. Ryukin, you must come back alive. Shizen shouted into the dark forest. Oh! Chapter 16. I dance in a forest full of traps. Ryun jumped on the branches of the forest and ran for about 10 minutes or so when he was suddenly attracted to the attention of a few people practicing in the forest. Ryun took a serious look and it was Yuzuru Red instructing his 3 under ninja in their cultivation. When Yuzuru saw Ryun, she immediately greeted him. Ryun! 3 hand swords quickly flew in Ryun's direction, and without even looking, Ryun knew that Asma had thrown them and easily left with an instantaneous body. Asma, what are you doing? Yuzuru tried to stop it. Asma gripped the bitterless and chased after him in Ryun's direction. Wouldn't Ryun, stop! I'm a different person after learning to climb trees with chakra, and I'm going to return all the insults you've given me. Ryukin stood on a branch, his eyes then flicked at him. His purpose of foot stomping the son of Naruto had been accomplished, and Asma no longer had any value to him. With a single seal, Ryun instantly left immediately, not even leaving Asma with a gust of wind. Come back Ryun's disregard made Asma even angrier. Nara Yuji added with quite a sigh. Instantaneous jutsu. It's a shame that you still form seals so quickly. Yuzuru was a bit puzzled. A pity for what? Nara Yuji looked at the bewildered Yuzuru and the angry Asma, furious at his own incompetence in even catching up to his opponent. He laughed a little. Don't you guys know the direction he went? What was that place? Yuzuru's large red eyes seemed to speak, making Nara Yuji wonder at the girl's future woe is me ability. He glanced at Yuzuru, and the other party had been looking in the direction Ryukin had left, as if lamenting the fall of a genius. Seeing that the other party didn't stop him, Nara Yuji continued, that's the place at the forefront of the war, where assassinations and attacks come and go every day, and even the survival rate of the special upper shinobi is only 50%. Yuzuru covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. But Ryun isn't even an Akanabu? Nara Yuji glanced gently at Asma. That's why I said it's a shame, isn't it? Yuzuru lowered her head. Why? Why did the village send him to the most dangerous frontline? No one spoke from the 4 corners of the room. As if realizing something, Yuzuru snapped her head up to look at Asma. For the first time, she felt that this friend was so unfamiliar, while at the same time the past peaceful Konoha village seemed to hide a myriad of black vortexes. Asma turned his head away and clenched his fists vigorously. Although he was not involved in the Sarutobi family's mobilization of Ryukin, the thought of getting rid of the other party had definitely crossed his mind. But that thought had faded a few points in the past few days of cultivation to become stronger, and Asma gradually recognized the arrogance he had once had. Ryukin's words had made Asma ponder at night. In the past he had been too arrogant, and what people around him said was preceded by some consideration of the name of Naruto's son on his head. Asma looked seriously at Yuzuru. Wooden Ryun is a person who came down from fighting in the battlefield. That's why he became so strong in a short period of time. Sensei, I want to go to the battlefield as well. Yuzuru Jinhong was a bit emotional. Asma, you've finally grown up a bit. Kisa frontline, 40 kilometers away from the Kiba camp, it was a rather quiet forest. Quietness that represented the killing opportunities hidden in the shadows. One could vaguely see the trees burned to charcoal by the flames, the remnants of explosions on the ground, and the faint smell of blood in the air, the lingering vultures in the sky. Ryun stood on a tree trunk, looking carefully at the map on the ninja appointment list. He now realized that he couldn't even recognize Kiba's cryptic map. He didn't even know where he had gotten to. Forget it. Whatever. Keep moving. Ryukin took the map back into his system space and continued running. He suddenly bumped into something like a thread as he jumped a tree trunk. Bang! The power of the detonation talisman explosion swept over Ryun, who was instantly blown into several pieces. Ryuin finally determined his position. He was running to the very center of the battle line. Ding! You've been blown up by Special Upper Ninja Hanpei Kajikata's explosive charm, plus 60 experience points. It's like I found something unbeatable. After a puff of white smoke, Ryun was filled with relief. He licked his lips perversely. The feeling of being back in the battlefield was as good as when he had conquered the 4 directions in the browser. Luyun stretched his whole body and looked at his white shorts. His clothes were blown up. Why would his pants be fine? Could it be that he was still shielding these coated things? The system's voice rang out. Please, host, don't care about these details. Luyun shook his head. This stuff is the same as why the Scions in Dragon Ball can't beat up their pants? Why can't the Hulk wear bad pants? The more he thought about it, the more headache he got. White eyes open. Quicksilver immediately opened his white eyes and looked violently towards the forest. He was surrounded by too many traps, detonation charms, shuriken, there were steel wires, and there was poison. Not only did Ryun not get scared, he instead leaned up to the sky with his naked body. Ha ha ha. Let me feel the pain of war. Quicksilver lunged and began to dance through the forest. Boom! Ding! You've been blown up by Special Upper Ninja Hanpei Kajikata's explosive charm. Experience value plus 50. Ding! You were shot by Special Upper Ninja Hanpei Kajihita's poison needle and died of poisoning. Experience value plus 50. Ding! You were shot to death by the Nakaninabu clothing sector's shuriken. Experience value plus 30. Ding! You die from being cut off by Special Upper Ninja Hanpei Kajikita's steel wire. Experience value plus 50. As Ryun died, he suddenly remembered the Special Upper Ninja Hanpei Kajihata. This person was outstanding in setting up traps. That should be how he was selected as a Special Upper Ninja. The traps he laid out were all particularly hidden, and if Ryun hadn't opened his white eyes, he would have definitely been caught. But he would have been hit even if he had opened his white eyes, only to say that he had been hit more often. As Luyun rampaged through the forest, his experience value could only increase by 10 units after an hour. Ryun immediately stopped this Kajikita Hanpei, and the traps set up by a couple of Nakanabu had already been swiped by him. He looked at the experience value he had accumulated and it had reached 2,250 points. Ryun immediately entered the system interface and first spent 250 points on Essence, on his Nakanabu template, raising his attributes by 5 points. He had previously thought about hiding his white eyes blood relay, as well as his immortality ability, so he needed 2 illusion techniques. Ryuin had the In attribute of chakra, and had enough of a base for an introductory illusion jutsu, and he was still elevated from lower ninja omnipotence to Nakanabu. Now, Ryun had also raised his mental power to the middle of the Nakanin level. Therefore, he already had the talent to learn illusion arts. Ryun tapped on the interface of the ninjutsu development card. The remaining 2,000 experience points were just enough to exchange for a high-level illusion art development card, as well as a low-level illusion art development card. High-level illusion art development card redeemed successfully. Low-level illusion technique development card redeemed successfully. Holding a high-level illusion art development card, Luyun immediately said, "Develop me an illusion art that hides the secret of my immortality." so that as soon as I'm injured, I can immediately smolder, so that others can't tell if I'm dead or not. The secret of immortality definitely couldn't be hidden. Ryun needed a lot of deaths to accumulate experience value, so it was best to disguise it. This kind of simulated elementalization of recluse jutsu ninja world wasn't unheard of. The hydration of the Ghost Light clan was a good explanation. It would reduce the greed from the village's well-intentioned people. Advanced illusion technique development card triggered successfully. According to the host's request, illusion technique development begins. Development progress 0%, 10%, 20%, 50%, 100%. Illusion technique developed successfully. Please name it for the host. Let's call it Smoke Transformation Illusion Art. Naming successful. A ranked illusion art Smoke Transformation Illusion Art included in the Shinobi Illusion Art Scroll. A cloud of memories invaded Ryun's mind, and Ryun immediately acquired the Smoke Transformation Illusion Art. There are real illusion arts as well as false illusion arts. Real illusion arts are similar to the kind of doppelganger arts that everyone can see, but is the existence of nothingness, like the mirage of the second-generation Mizukage Ghost Lantern Mirage Moon. As for false illusions, only one person can see it, just like falling into a dream. Ryuken's smoky illusion technique was a real illusion technique, just like the darkness walking technique where you saw darkness when in fact that was a way of using light. Chapter 17. How Ryun, who rushed into the cave of the Sand Ninja, should die. Ryuken slammed his blade towards his abdomen. Instead of blood spilling out, he stabbed out white smoke. There was actually blood, it was just that the blood was obscured by the smoke. Ryun smiled. This would be able to explain a lot of things in the future. After all, being able to infinitely resurrect and not die was just too shocking. Orochimaru then craved it. Ryun then used the low-level illusion development card to develop an illusion that could block Ryun's use of white eyes. Illusion development successful. Please ask the host to name it. Let's call it the Iris Illusion Technique. Naming successful. D-ranked illusion art included in the Shinobi Illusion Art Scroll. Like the Smoky Illusion Technique, the Iris Illusion Technique also belonged to the Real Illusion Technique. Ryun opened his white eyes, a bit of experience value exchanged for a mirror from Sakura, and looked at his eyes. At first, they were white eyes, and when Ryun performed the Iris Illusion Technique, his eyes would immediately change to normal black eyes, while the Iris Illusion Technique also had the added effect of hiding the bruises on his face. This way, Ryun would not be given away when he used his white eyes in front of people in the future. Ryun turned to look at the smoke-filled forest. This kind of commotion would surely attract the Sand-Hidden and Kiba's people on the front line. He had to find the Kiba's defense line position as soon as possible. Ha! On a hidden tree trunk, Ryuken's white eyes suddenly detected a black-coded signal that pointed in a direction. Without saying a word, Ryun formed an instantaneous seal and instantly moved in that direction. Not long after, Ryun arrived in front of a small hidden mountain. The moonlight spilled down diagonally and shone on the entrance of a cave wrapped in green vines. Inside the cave, the yellow candlelight was dim, but human breathing was dense. The lead upper ninja listened carefully on the rocky wall of the cave. The elite middle ninja next to him asked, "What's going on? Did someone trigger the trap?" But even if it was triggered, it couldn't have been this big. That upper ninja guessed, "Maybe the beasts in the forest are running around in fear." A child's figure suddenly burrowed out from the vines at the entrance of the cave, topless and holding an appointment sheet in his hand. In an instant, the 30 or so ninjas in the cave all focused their sights on Ryuken's body as a murderous aura filled the air. Kiba's ninja. Ryun felt a hint of bad luck. His white eyes carefully looked at the forehead protector on the head of the group of ninjas. It was the Sand Ninja's forehead protector. Oops! Ran to the wrong place. Outside the cave, he had only noticed a group of chakra clusters with his white eyes, and had barged in without taking a closer look at their costumes. It was consistent with his fighting style, reckless beyond words. "Excuse me. I'll leave immediately." Ryuken gave a polite cry, turned around and ran. 30 or so hand swords broke through the wind. Ryun's head-catching hand sword trigger was successful. His head was covered in 10 or so, and all of his body was shot through by the hand swords. In the blink of an eye, Quicksilver was shot into a puddle of rotten meat. Ding! You have been killed by several ninjas of the Sand Ninja Village with a hand sword. Experience value plus 100. The Sand Ninja's calm gaze was replaced by a wave of surprise. Not a single drop of blood appeared on Ryun's body from the hand sword's abrasions, and there was white smoke surrounding the wounds on his body. In the moment when the Sand Ninja stalled, Ryun revived over, took back the rapier on his body into the system space, and ran away in an instant with a single knot. The leading upper ninja came to be interested and waved his hand. After him, that kid's secret technique is a bit weird. In an instant, the vines at the entrance of the cave were broken through by several figures. 8 doors of transported armor open. Door open. Ryukin opened the door and his body energy was utilized to the limit. All of his chakra coalesced into the soles of his feet, overloading his chakra consumption to escape. This was the second time he had escaped. He already had experience. White eyes open. Ryukin opened his white eyes and looked back. 500 meters away from him, a group of cold-blooded sand ninja were in hot pursuit with their swords, like wolves hunting grass and beasts. The shinobi's instantaneous body was ultimately stronger than the middle ninjas, and even if Ryun overloaded his instantaneous body technique, they would still close the distance. Lu Yun turned around and formed the seal of multiple shadow doppelgangers. Instantly 80 or so shadow doppelgangers emerged from within his body. The leading upper ninja in the back couldn't help but be surprised when they saw this. So many shadow doppelgangers? Does he have that much chakra? What should we do? The lead upper ninja ordered. You guys split up and chase after him. The black scorpion's perception is very strong. I'll psychic it out. The 20 or so ninjas split into piles and chased after the shadow doppelganger in different directions of escape. Ryuin had probably run about 200 meters when his white eyes suddenly noticed clumps of dirt rumbling up from below. Immediately afterward, a huge scorpion the size of a 2-story building crawled out, permeated with a negative and malicious chakra. Squeak! Ryukin jumped violently, leaping over the top of that giant scorpion. The tail of that large scorpion was exceptionally flexible, and with an easy swing, the sharp poisonous needles of its tail pierced through Ryun's back, directly hanging him under the moonlight. Ding! You have been killed by the high-level psychic beast Black Scorpion with its Caliceri. Experience value plus 100. Thick white smoke emerged from Lyoyun's body, instantly reviving him and immediately exchanging 60 explosive talismans, all of which covered his entire body. Black Scorpion, watch out! The Sand Ninja's leading top ninja shouted. Explosion! The violent explosion was concentrated at one point, like a large fireball in the air, and in an instant, it blew up the Black Scorpion's tail. Ding! You were blown up by your own explosive charm. Experience value plus 2. A cloud of smoke instantly coalesced into a stream of clouds, which opened their doors and white eyes in unison, and once again sped off in the opposite direction from the Sand Ninja. The Sand Ninja's leading top ninja immediately channeled his psychic beast back, and then his speed exploded twice as fast, steadily following Ryugen. The Sand Ninja's feet were like harnessing the wind, and they quickly caught up with Ryukamo. Ryun's white eyes noticed him, turned, and formed seals with both hands. Fire transportation, how fireball jutsu. The huge fireball was launched violently, looking to hit the Sand Ninja. The Sand Ninja's mouth turned cold, and his hands quickly formed seals. In the world of the white eyes, a majestic chakra coalesced within the Sand Ninja's body. This made Ryuin realize that it was a powerful wind evasion. Sure enough, his guess was right. Wind transportation pressing harm. The powerful wind-heavy cannon spat out from the Sand Ninja's mouth and even formed an airburst in the air, blowing out Ryun's howling fireball in the blink of an eye. Hoo! As the wind swept in, the roots of the trees within 100 meters around were uprooted in unison, the angry wind instantly destroying everything. Such a powerful wind escape Ryuin couldn't dodge at all, and could only be sliced to pieces by the compressed tornado blade. Ding! You have been killed by Upper Ninja Yumekita using the wind escape. Experience value plus 250. I didn't expect this Yumekita to be quite strong. It's comparable to half of Rose's magnetic transportation secret technique, and his strength is comparable to an elite upper ninja of the dark sect. Lu Yun turned into a cloud of smoke, quickly resurrected and continued to sprint. Seeing that Ryun was unharmed, Yumekita's breath hitched, and the ninja in hot pursuit behind him caught up with Yumekita. Captain, what the hell is going on with that Kiba brat? Yumekita, having seen a lot of things, opened his mouth and analyzed. It's similar to the Onigiri clan's water transformation secret technique. Regular physical attacks won't work on him. Then what should we do? The ninja under Yumekita asked. Yumekita continued to speak coldly. Keep chasing. He's just a little kid. How much chakra can he have in his body? That secret technique of his won't last long. Got it. Yumekita reminded. Imai, you're an earth ninja. Use your earth escape to shut him down later. Understood, Captain. Ryun escaped for another 10 or so minutes, partially stalled in his escape by the Sand Ninja psychic beasts midway through, allowing the pursuing ninja behind him to cast wind evasion on Ryun a few times. Chapter 18. Fire Escape Ash Accumulation Burning. Ding! You have been killed by the upper ninja Yumekita using wind escape. Experience value plus 240. After Ryun was resurrected, he immediately opened the system interface. His eyes lit up, and he instantly exchanged a fire escape ninjutsu. B-ranked ninjutsu fire escape Ashikaga Yaki converted successfully. Ashaji Yaki was a fire escape ninjutsu used by Asma that could spit out a cloud of smoky gunpowder from his mouth, followed by an explosion, which could inflict sustained high temperature and explosive damage to the enemy. Kid Go to Hell. An elite sand ninja of the sand hidden swept by with a sword and violently stabbed into Ryun's heart. The three sand ninjas that followed surrounded Ryun. Ryun bared his teeth at them and smiled coldly. Feel the pain. Quickly forming a seal, the fire attribute chakra completed a complex material transformation within his body, turning into a large cloud of smoky gunpowder. Under the control of his white eye vision, Lu Yun opened 361 chakra points throughout his body, controlling this smoky mass of gunpowder to spew out. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 sand ninja were enveloped by Ryun's black smoke. The sand ninja smelled the nitrous smoke and felt a hint of bad luck. Run! Unfortunately, it was too late, as Ryun's mouth gently spat out a hint of fire. Rumble! The explosions continued. The black smoke was like a thunder cumulus cloud in the sky, suppressing the palpitating destructive energy. Ding! You were blown up by your own fire escape. Experience value plus 9. The streaming clouds turned into a cloud of white smoke and regrouped. The shuriken that came through the air swooshed through and shot at Ryugen's shoulder. Enduring the pain, Ryugen turned around and instantly ran away. Maymuta looked at the sand ninja on the ground who had been blown into black charcoal, and felt a little pain in his heart. Damn brats. I didn't realize they were so difficult to deal with. Captain, what to do? His smoke can still explode, we can't just get close to him. Yumekita clenched his teeth. 4 or 5 sand ninja died. This debt cannot be just forgotten. Keep chasing. I don't believe his chakra is endless. Ding! You've been poisoned by special upper ninja Kajikita Hanpei's poison needle. Experience value plus 5. After Ryuen was revived, he looked at a figure that had avoided him from afar. With brown hair and knives sticking out of his body, he finally met the special upper ninja who was good at laying traps. Earth transportation. Yellow spring swamp. A huge brown swamp suddenly sprang up at Ryun's feet, a strong attraction quickly pulling Ryun into it. Quicksilver immediately blew up the detonation talisman attached to his chest and turned into a pile of smoke as he slowly flew over the top of the yellow spring swamp. Ryuen had just revived when he was instantly enveloped by a shadow. Earthen junction, earthen prison donkulus. Imai lowered his hand seals, looked at his earth escape boundary, and sneered. I don't believe you'll be able to wear it out again. Yumekita stepped forward and breathed a sigh of relief. This was an advanced jutsu of the earth transport that absorbed chakra, and with Ryun locked inside, he would slowly run out of chakra and never be able to perform that secret smoldering technique again. Ryun used up all of his experience value and exchanged it all into detonation charms. The 60 or so explosive charms instantly exploded, and in an instant the earth evasion boundary was like a big bomb. Rumble! Maymuta was quick to see and took away Kanai in an instant to avoid being enveloped by the explosion. Ryuken exploded Kanai's earthbound boundary and instantly resurrected, opening the door again and escaping instantly with his white eyes. Maymuta clenched his fists vigorously, his eyes covered with a layer of blood color. Damn brat! I didn't expect there to be such a huge chakra for the explosion. He can't be after Chikara, right? Captain, still chasing? Yumekita looked at Ryuken whose back had already turned into a shadow. His eyes circled around twice towards the surroundings, only to realize that this was already the range of troops stationed at the front line of the Konoha. No more chasing. Tonight counts as a loss for us. We'll meet this brat another day. Okay, Captain. Seeing that the sand ninja didn't chase after him anymore, Ryuken suddenly stopped and slowly leaned against a tree. The forest slowly quieted down at night. A cold wind blew through, and although Ryun's naked upper body was a little cold, his heart was on fire. It was true that the battlefield was the most suitable for him. In just one night's work, he had mastered an A-ranked illusion technique, a D-ranked illusion technique, and AB-ranked fire escape jutsu. As the wind got even colder, Ryuen exchanged Sasuke's white clothes from the system space, removed the Uchiha family crest from his back, and put it on his body. This clothing is really flirty, can freely expose the chest, is simply Pinru version of the Uchiha clothing. Not waiting for Ryun to flirt for long, several ninjas in green vests suddenly enveloped him. On their foreheads, they wore the Kiba's forehead protector, making Ryun sigh in relief that he had finally run right this time. The Kiba upper ninja in the lead scrutinized Ryun carefully. So young. Ryun fished out his appointment slip from behind his back and handed it to the Konoha upper ninja. That upper ninja took it, looked at it carefully, and then surveyed Ryun's entire body. Kizuna Ryun, the lower ninja? The surrounding partners couldn't help but give a surprised glance. What was the village doing sending a lower ninja to the front line? That upper ninja returned Ryun's appointment slip and gave Ryun a pitying glance. I don't know who you have offended, to be sent to such a place of dead people. Ryun did not say anything. Without saying much, the upper ninja took Ryun and went to the small base at the front line, finding a tent at random and settling Ryun in. The night was already very late today, and the upper endurance told Ryun to register and report again tomorrow. There were no words for the night. The following day, the weather was sunny. Ryun took the appointment slip and drove around in circles to a cave that was guarded by two special upper ninjas outside, proving that there was a big man inside. Don't look at the outside of the cave as simple, but it was actually very sophisticated inside, with an inner room structure created by the Earth Ninja with plenty of light. A middle-aged man with dark skin and a robust figure scrutinized Ryukin carefully and suddenly snorted. I heard that there was a civilian lower ninja who dared to step on the head of the Naruto's son. Looks like it's you. Ryukin didn't say anything as his eyes flicked downward, noting the middle-aged man's name. Shimura Aseo, a member of the Shimura family, the clan of the old dog Tuanzu, and I'm sure it wasn't a good thing. Shimura Aseo scribbled on a piece of paper and immediately afterward motioned for Ryun to take it. Ryukin took a closer look. It was a garrison on the front line. That's your line of defense. The 8th front in Area A, where you'll be defending against the raiding sand ninja. Ryukin once again looked carefully at the place where he was stationed. Located in the most remote part of the Kisaragi front line, it also meant that it would be a place where ninjas would often cross the border to sneak up on them. Ryukin was slightly pleased in his heart, the more dangerous the better. Shimura Aseo had been paying attention to Ryun's expression, and saw that the other party did not resist, but instead was slightly pleased. Shimura Aseo was puzzled again. Was it that pleasurable to go to a place of death? Or is this guy already stupid? Shimura Aseo waved his hand impatiently. He still had a lot of things to do. Get lost. Don't get in my way here. Ryun gave Shimura Aseo a cold look and then turned to leave. Ryun walked out of the cave, and with him came the pitying gazes of the two special upper shinobi. Ignoring them, Lu Yun's figure flashed and directly left in an instant. One of the special upper endurance was a bit strange. It seems like he just lost a few of his instantaneous seals. His companion shook his head. You're looking at it wrong, aren't you? Maybe. Shimura Aseo's voice came from inside the inner room. Shigejiro, keep an eye on that guy for the next 2 days, and report back to me immediately after he dies. Yes, my lord. Ryukin sped for roughly 10 or so kilometers and quickly arrived at the area where the 8th front of Area A was stationed by itself. It was a poorly defended area on a bare hill with a lot of rocks and no dangers around it. Streaming across the strange rocky hill, he noticed the remains of some corpses and bones, fresh and not dead for long. At a block a boulder half-sloped, Ryun dug in and sat down on the ground, both hands on his knees, and made a seal. 8 doors open. Chapter 19 Sand Ninja Trash. Give you your head to cut off and you don't even dare to. Ryukin opened his brain domain restriction and exerted 100% of his body's energy, slowly burning his body's energy. After about a minute or so, Ryukin made the seal of shadow split. Multiple shadow split technique. 120 shadow doppelgangers surrounded him, and at Liu Yun's command, the shadow doppelgangers all went off to practice. Sitting cross-legged, Liu Yun stretched out his right hand and slowly condensed a chakra air mass. Gradually, a light blue chakra chi mass coalesced in Ryun's hand, spinning haphazardly. That's right, Ryugen was practicing spiral pill. His chakra control ability reached the middle stage of the Nakanobu template, and he also possessed the white eyes to precisely control the flow of chakra. The chakra control ability was completely comparable to the special upper ninjas out there, plus Ryun possessed the full set of spiral maru cultivation methods. This jutsu was not difficult for him. The system's voice sounded again with it. Detected that the host is self-developing the ninjutsu Spiral Maru. Spiral Maru ninjutsu development template is open. Ryun looked at the system interface at the iris, and suddenly there was an additional jutsu development template. Spiral Maru development progress. 0.1%. Ryugen hurriedly called back all of his shadow doppelgangers again, telling them to give up their other ninjutsu practices and focus on Spiral Maru development. Soon, the development of the spiral pill was on track. Spiral Maru development progress. 0.2%. Spiral Maru development progress. 0.3%. Sand Hidden Camp. Rosa looked at the information written by frontline commander Yumekita, then handed that information sheet to Hai Laozong. Hai Laozong was a wise man of the Sand Hidden, and quickly saw the key points. Smoldering, exploding, and physical attacks are ineffective. Is this the same brat from back then? Rosa replied, definitely. I don't know what has changed in him, but that's the only brat that has this trait. Hai Laozo was a bit puzzled. Smokification? That little brat turns into a cloud of smoke when he is physically attacked. There are no wounds with blood characteristics. How come it's different from Sandhawk's research report? Luo Sha shook his head. I tried it back then, and made that little brat directly into a pile of blood foam when he did die. Hai Laozo stroked his beard. I think it's blood relay evolution. He's gradually familiarizing himself with his blood relay ability, which might be the secret to his immortality. His original body is a cloud of smoke, similar to the Onigiri clan's hydration. Rosa said firmly, even so, his research value has not diminished in the least. We, the Sand Hidden Village, are going to get him. Suddenly, he also commanded the Dark Upper Ninja next to him. Go get a Seijai and the others. We're going to form a ceiling combat team and capture that damn brat. Spiral Maru self-development progress. 100%. Congratulations to the host for successfully developing the Jutsu Spiral Maru. Ryuken bounced violently off the ground. Having gone 2 days and 2 nights without eating or drinking, and having died from chakra exhaustion a whopping 10 or so times. The shadow doppelganger had split into at least several thousand, and finally developed the spiral pill successfully in a very short period of time. Ryuken lifted his blade and violently wiped it towards his neck. His spirit was now very weak and he needed to be revived to recover. After being revived, Ryuken extended his right hand, the chakra in his body condensing towards his hand in a steady stream. Rotate. Compress. Maintain. Gradually, an azure blue ball of chakra coalesced in Ryun's hand, with a chaotic flow of chakra within it. It looked like a small typhoon that had been compressed, but it contained an extremely powerful force. Ryuken violently pressed towards the ground, and the spiral pill erupted with a powerful impact, twisting force that punched a 3-meter-wide crater in the ground. Ryun muttered, worthy of being an A-ranked ninjutsu, so powerful. Lu Yun immediately looked at the palm of his hand again, on which many scars appeared. The effects of force were mutual, and the reaction force of the spiral pill's outburst had also caused a little damage to his hand. It was just that this kind of damage was not as great as the damage of the wind escape spiral shuriken. After practicing the spiral pill for a while, Ryun found a rock to sit on and opened his white eyes, observing the movements within 1 kilometer. It had been 2 days and not a single sand ninja had come, so Lu Yun was a bit anxious. If it didn't come yet, he would have to take the initiative and go out to give away his head. Ha! In the sight of his white eyes, Lu Yun suddenly found a blue chakra mass that was roughly similar to his chakra. Forget it. An ant is meat even if it's small. Nakanabu is Nakanabu. Ryun's tastes had been fed to him, and he gradually looked at the Nakanabu somewhat less favorably. The Sand Hidden's Nakanabu was a young Nakanabu, roughly 17 or 18 years old, wearing a light brown sand ninja vest, and was currently looking around vigilantly. Suddenly, a teenager appeared in front of him out of nowhere. The night was dark, and the sudden appearance was like a ghost. That sand ninja was startled. He was already a person who was afraid of ghosts. But the quality of being a ninja quickly calmed him down, leaping away like a tiger and strangling Ryun's neck with his arm. Who are you? Why are you here? The sand ninja was a bit strange. This kind of low-ranked ninja shouldn't appear on the front line of a war like this. Ryun was a bit annoyed. What's the point of whining? Quickly kill. The sand ninja was even more strange again. How had he ever seen one who wanted to get killed so badly, and continued to pursue? What information do you have on you about the Konoha? Quickly hand it over and I can consider sparing your life. Ryugen shook his head. Sure enough, he was a ninja who only wasted time. He lashed out and elbowed the sand ninja in the abdomen. Ah! The sand ninja let out a cry of pain and immediately let go of Ryun. He didn't expect a young man to have so much strength. Ryun landed on the ground and looked at the sand ninja who had drawn his sword from his back and was looking at Ryun warily, seemingly having sensed the mismatch between Ryun's age and strength. Ryun slowly paced closer, not setting up a defense. That sand ninja took 2 steps back, completely unable to figure out Ryun's moves, fearing that his opponent had a ghost. Ryun bowed down and exposed his neck to the sand ninja, his mouth still chanting, "Come on! Slash here! Sand ninja?" Sand ninja hesitated for 2 seconds and took 2 more steps back, fearing that Ryun had some trick up his sleeve, and stayed inactive. Ryun glanced at him with hatred and directly turned on the second pillar's sense of speech. "That's why you sand ninja are just a bunch of trash plucked out of the desert. Your head is handed up and you still don't cut it. What did you say?" The people of the desert lived a hard life but had a tough character. Hearing Ryun insult their sand ninja, that sand ninja's heart welled up with pounds of anger. Ryun nodded his head, living up to his reputation as the second pillar that made people hate him so much. Ryun handed his head over. "Come on, desert trash. My time is precious. Dare to call me trash." With a hardened heart, Sand Shinobi slashed his silver blade downward. In an instant, blood spurted, and Sand Shinobi's face was covered in Ryun's blood. He couldn't help but freeze. He took out his opponent? Didn't he have some big plot? Ding! You have been killed by Nakanin Amori River with a sword. Experience value plus 30. A cloud of white smoke then enveloped the area, and Ryukin, who was wearing Sasuke's white clothes, recovered from the white smoke. Since it was only a Nakanobu and there was no one around, Ryun didn't use his smoke illusion technique and waste chakra. You. Amori River had just seen Ryun's head hit the ground, not realizing that his opponent had come back to life. Ryun took 2 steps closer, and Amori River was a bit scared and took several steps backward. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Ryun handed his head out again. Again! Chapter 20 Sand Ninja Amori River Who is Afraid of Ghosts. Amori River's face was filled with fear. Afraid. Ryun's tone went cold. "I said again. Fine. Amori River handed his sword up and slashed down Ryun's head again. Ding! You've been slashed to death by Amori River with his sword. Experience value plus 20. Ryun let Amori River kill him twice more and received 65 experience points. The fear on Amori River's face reached its peak, shivering as he carried his ninja sword, not daring to look at Ryun at all. Ryun's blood splattered all over him, and the eerie appearance made Amori River think of something bad. Legend has it that the lone souls of the battlefield will be left behind, seeking out the living to suck their essence. The more Amori River thought about it, the more scared he became. He was an ordinary sand ninja, who had just been promoted to Nakanobu not long ago. Because he had offended his superiors, he had been sent here to scout for information. Ryun slowly walked towards Amori River, who trembled in his voice. You, don't you come over." Seeing the other party's frightened look, Ryun laughed and continued to step forward. Amori River turned around and ran. Ryun caught up and kicked Amori River in the back with an instantaneous body. Amori River rolled forward in a lumbering manner, and when he stood up, he immediately suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly formed a seal. Wind transportation great breakthrough. Stormy winds spat out from Amori River's mouth, and the raging wind blades were like a cold knife. Ryukin stood right in front of him silently, rubbing his waist, his chest's white clothes bared, condescending to the extreme, and at the same time windy. The white wind blade arrived. Ryun did not hide. "Hey, I don't hide, just play." The wind blade slashed through Ryun's throat, blood spattered, and Ryun slowly collapsed. Ding! You have been killed by Nakanobu Amori River using wind escape. Experience value plus 40. Amori River seized the opportunity and fled towards the front like a startled rabbit. After Ryun was revived, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he disappeared into the forest of the night like the wind. Who? Amori River was breathing heavily, and he kept undulating up and down at his chest. Even so, he was still desperately trying to escape. He was jumping on a tree when suddenly, a shadow violently appeared in front of his eyes, hanging upside down from the branches of the tree and violently sticking out its blood-red tongue. That tongue was stretched out, and the face, with its 5 features covered in blood, was none other than Ryugen's face. Ah! Amori River's heart stuttered and he shouted violently, directly stepping on the branch under his feet and falling down. Ryun jumped down and floated ghostly towards Amori River. Filled with fear, Amori River slumped to the ground and kept moving backward, his legs and feet stomping about. You don't come over here. Use ninjutsu on me. Okay, okay. Amori River was directly scared out of his wits, and immediately lifted his chakra to form a seal, his cheeks bulging. Wind transportation Neri air bomb. Amori River spat out a ball of strong wind from his mouth. His Neri air bomb wasn't as big as Shotsuru's, but the tearing force on it was able to easily tear apart a person's flesh. The strong wind passed through Ryuken's chest and directly tore through his 5 organs. Ding! You have been killed by Nakanobu Amori River using wind escape. Experience value plus 45. This wind escape of Amori River was very powerful, and was already his strongest ninjutsu. After Ryun was revived, he didn't get up immediately. He was going to want to tease this sand ninja who was somewhat afraid of ghosts. Amori River was lying on the ground and froze straight for half a day. When he saw that Ryun's body hadn't gotten up again, he let out a sharp sigh of relief. Don't be afraid. You're already a Chunin, a pillar of the village. Amori River then regained his confidence as a sand-hidden Nakanin and stood up, slowly approaching Ryun. Ryun's face still retained the facial expression he had before his death, his eyes glaring out and his mouth open. Is this a human or a ghost? Amori River slowly squatted down, hesitated for a moment, and slowly moved his hand closer to Ryun. The moment he touched Ryun, Ryun's eyes snapped open, and those blood-colored eyes were as if a fierce ghost had been reborn. Ghost! Ghost! Amori River screamed through his throat, turning around violently and running towards the dark forest without caring about anything. Heh. Ryun laughed maliciously, followed by instantly catching up with Amori River once again, guiding him to cast a ninjutsu to attack Ryun. Ding! You have been killed by Nakanobu Amori River using wind escape. Experience value plus 30. Ding! You have been killed by Nakanobu Amori River using wind escape. Experience value plus 20. Ding! You were killed by Nakanobu Amori River with a messy punch. Experience value plus 10. After Ryun was revived, he looked at Amori River whose eyes had become dull and lightless. He slowly stepped forward, and as if he had been startled by something, Amori River used his hands to plow through the mud on the ground as he prepared to try to burrow into it and hide from Ryun. Ryun stood in front of him, looking at the already dumbfounded Amori River, and slowly spoke. Scared silly. The quality of the sand ninja is really not good. Of course Amori River would be scared silly. A normal person would definitely be scared to see a human being covered in blood who has never been able to die in the middle of the night. Coupled with Amori River's fear of ghosts, and Ryun's incessant pranks and intimidation, Amori River's mental defenses were shocked over and over again, and he was finally scared silly. Ryun shook his head and looked at the experience value he had accumulated, reaching 205 points. He had used all his strength to guide Amori River to attack him, wasting a bell to get this much, not as much as an elite shinobi would get from casting a ninjutsu. Seeing that Amori River was still picking at the mud, he was truly stupid and was no longer a threat to Ryun. With a flash of his figure, Lu Yun returned to his own defense zone. He leaned on top of the boulder from before, opened the system interface, and glanced at his Nakanobu template. Lu Yun used all of his experience value to add on to his physical strength. 2 points were added to speed and 2 points to strength. He stood up and waved his hand, feeling that his body's strength was no longer inferior to that of some adults, if not more so. Moreover, Ryun's speed had reached the high end of the Nakanobu level, light as the wind. After feeling some changes in his body, Lu Yun opened the 8 gates of transportation and overloaded his chakra. This time, his body's strength increased, and he was able to split into 125 shadow doppelgangers. When Lu Yun's chakra bottomed out, he immediately lay down on the ground and ordered his shadow doppelganger to go cultivate while he slept alone on the rock. The next day, the sound of someone triggering a detonation charm woke Ryun up. Stream Cloud leisurely opened his eyes. The sun has already 3 pole. The whole world by a light enveloped, has been living in the darkness of the stream cloud instead a little uncomfortable. Soon, a figure instantly came from below. That appearance Ryun recognized. It was one of the 2 guards of Shimura Aseo. Shigejiro carried a ninja sword on his back, and his body carried some smell of gunpowder from the trap that had just triggered the detonation charm. He looked at Ryuken, uninjured and clouded in white. Shigejiro was a bit surprised. I didn't think you were still alive. The words were blunt, without any thought of Ryun's face. Ryuken snorted. Are you that eager to collect my corpse? Kid, I'm a special top shinobi, your superior officer. Watch what you say. Ryukin bristled. I would dare to step on the son of Naruto, let alone a dog of the Shimura family in your district. What did you say? Ryukin said word for word. I said you're a dog of the Shimura family. Seek death. Shigejiro leapt forward violently, trying to punch Ryukin in the chest, which a shinobi wouldn't have been able to dodge at his speed. But Ryukin made a sharp turn and kicked Shigejiro in the shoulder, using the force to jump on the rock. Ryun looked down on Shigejiro as if he was looking at a reptile. Shigejiro couldn't stand this kind of gaze similar to that of the second pillar, and hated it with a passion. After a long time, he smiled coldly and slowly relaxed his clenched fists. With such a physical skill, no wonder you survived, but it's hard to say after that. Ryun sat down and continued to stare coldly at Shigejiro. Chapter 21. The Sand Ninja Who Interfered with Ryun's Knowledge Learning. Shigejiro dropped a small cloth bag. Here are your supplies. I'll be back the day after tomorrow, and I'll collect your corpse then. Bah! A mouthful of spit came down from above, hitting Shigejiro squarely in the center of his eyebrow. Kid! Shigejiro's eyes were filled with rage, and he directly pulled the ninja sword off his back. Ryukin made a seal with both hands, multiple shadow split technique. In an instant, 80 or so shadow doppelgangers surrounded him. More than 80 pairs of eyes were like vicious wolves, staring viciously at Shigejiro. Shigejiro sneered. Even if you have mastered the forbidden art, so what? After offending the great ninja clan, there is only one end for you. Ryukin swung down with one hand. Greet his entire family. Your mom. In a blink of an eye, Ryun's ponies opened fire in unison, and there was not a single repetition of the obscenities that came out of their mouths. Heavy Jiro could not scold more than 80 mouths, put down a vicious word and fled. Ryun's ponies all gave their middle fingers in unison to show their disdain for Shigejiro. By nightfall, the cold wind from the night struck the small hill, and Ryun lay down under a boulder, lending its protection against the cold wind. By the light of the redeeming candle, he silently flipped through Zetsuba's Make-Out Paradise, his mouth dry. A cold voice surrounded Ryun's ears. Is this book that good? Ryukin glanced at the hourglass forehead protector on the ninja's head. It was a ninja of the Sand Hidden, who had touched into his defenses while he was studying for knowledge. What do you Sand Eaters know? Ryun ignored his opponent and continued to read, allowing the Sand Ninja to put his sword on his neck. In no time, Ryun had his hands cut off and allowed that Sand Ninja to carry him to a place. There were 4 Sand Ninjas who had long been waiting there, roasting a cage of fire and silently chasing away the bitter cold of the late night. In Ryun's white eyes, 2 of them were elite shinobi, and the other one, wrapped tightly, was a special upper shinobi. There was also this one who tied him up, also a special upper shinobi. The tightly wrapped special upper ninja glanced at Ryukin, her voice crisp and clear. A woman. Defense here is a child? What does Kiba mean by this? The ninja next to him waved his hand. Maybe Kiba wanted to send him to his death? Or maybe he really is something? That Nakanobu looked at Ryun's broken arm and shook his head. Looks like the first one. Ryun circled around and was a bit disappointed that he didn't wait for the upper ninja. Instead, he waited for 4 ninja who were not ranked enough. He immediately cursed out. Why did the Sand Hidden Village send you 4 losers here to die? Seek death. The ninja who was carrying Ryun threw Ryun away with one hand and slammed into the rock, moving it a few times. Ryun stood up and one of the elite ninjas came out instantly and wiped his blade on Ryun's neck. Don't move. Say what you need to say and I'll give you a hard time. Ryun sneered. Who am I, Mu Ryun, to do what you say? I'm partial to moving. He struggled violently. That Sand Ninja's face was ruthless. He directly wiped his blade across. Instead of blood spattering, a cloud of white smoke erupted from Ryun's neck. Ding! You have been killed by Nakinen Shiranui with a sword. Experience value plus 30. Shirai looked at the unharmed Ryun in shock. Realizing that the atmosphere was wrong, the 2 men roasting the fire also stood up. The ninja who had cut off Ryun's hands earlier noticed Ryun's hands. There was white smoke coming out, and the arms were growing back. The corner of Ryun's mouth wiped up a small 2-pillar-like smile and said rather arrogantly, a reptile is still a reptile even if there are many of them, while an eagle can soar in the sky even if it's still young. You reptiles come together now. Quicksilver was about to dance when he was suddenly stopped by a force. He looked down at his limbs and they were bound by a blue thread. Chakra thread. Ryukin turned his head to look at the Sand Ninja who was wrapped up tightly. Puppeteer. Puppeteer's voice was low. Come with us. We, the Sand Ninja, will figure out the shenanigans on you. Instead of being intimidated by the other party, Ryuin wiped up a smile. Going to the Sand Hidden Camp once more? You guys are really forgetting the pain after a good day. Don't you remember when you were blown up all over the place by me? Don't you? Shirai looked at Ryukin seriously. The Sand Hidden Camp was raided 10 days ago. Was that your doing? Ha 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 ha. Ryun's face was filled with the maniacal laughter of a two-pillar man. That's right, reptiles of the Sand Hidden Village. You captured the son of the Cthulhu. The wrath of the raptor is more than you reptiles can bear. Arrogance, the puppet master said coldly, while the chakra strings controlled in his hands pulled violently, directly shifting the joints of Ryukin's limbs. Ryun gritted his teeth, still smiling. He was already numb to the pain. This bit of pain was like a pinprick. Do you know why I was able to attack the Sand Hidden's camp with the body of a lower shinobi? Why? Puppeteer came to be interested as he felt in control of the situation. Because I'm an immortal ninja. Ryukin's voice fell, and several dozens of detonation charms were tied directly to his body, burning with sparks. Explode! Retreat! The ninja who cut off Ryun's hands quickly retreated in a single step. Boom! The sound of the detonation talisman exploding was loud, creating a huge cloud of thick smoke and fire on the small hill at night. A cloud of smoke thickened and Ryun slowly revived. He opened his eyes and a corpse on the ground had all of its internal organs blown up at its chest. It was Shiranui from just now. He hadn't dodged Ryun's detonation talisman explosion. Ryun wasn't sorry, after all he was only a Nakanabu, and he only had 200 or so points from his deadly swipes. Wind transportation wind/no jutsu. An angry shout came from behind Ryun. Ryukin turned around and directly opened his hands, smiling as he accepted the wind blade's penetration. In the blink of an eye, the wind passed over the bones and Ryukin shattered. Ding! You have been killed by Special Upper Ninja Spike Toyo using Wind Escape. Experience value plus 70. Smoke rose and Ryun reanimated. Turning his gaze full of mockery towards Special Upper Ninja Spike Toyo. The death of a partner? It's painful. Isn't it? Damn! Spike Toyo drew his sword and slammed in close, making a strong slash towards Ryun's head. Ryun looked at him with a smirk on his face, not dodging. Oi, just playing. The knife passed, and the head fell to the ground. Ding! You have been killed by Special Upper Ninja Spike Toyo using a ninjutsu sword. Experience value plus 50. Still as before, no blood spilled from Ryun's body, but instead a cloud of white smoke enveloped the neck break. As the smoke regrouped, Spike Fong made a flourish and formed a seal with both hands. Wind transportation great breakthrough. Spike Toyo tried to use his wind to blow away Ragugumo's smoke, but it was useless. The wind couldn't blow the smoke because the smoke was originally a layer of illusion. After the wind escape, Ryun Ri stood on the ground. He arrogantly hooked Spike Fong with his little finger. Come on, I'll stand right here and let you attack. As long as I move one step, I'll immediately take your name. Spike Feng's eyes were filled with rage, his hands forming seals, when suddenly a hint of a voice called out to him. Spike Fong, calm down. Ryukin turned his head to look. It was the other two Sand Ninja. One of the puppet master's chakra strings danced and collected Shiranui's body. Don't let his words cloud the judgment that belongs to a shinobi. The puppeteer slowly stood in front of and behind Spike Toyo, a calmness in his low voice. Chapter 22. The Sand Ninja Who Couldn't Dance. Rikako continued calmly. Shiranui's death is indeed regrettable, but this is shinobi, and death at the hands of others is considered a destiny. Rikako. Shirai was a partner with us growing up together, Spike Toyo whispered. Rikako shook her head. Don't think about that. Let's take care of this weird little kid first. Ryuin was a bit impatient. What's all the whining for? Don't come up and slash me yet. These Sand Ninja were like that, they still had the leisure to chat when they were fighting. Rikako's eyes shrouded in black cloth flashed with a cold light. Her 10 fingers danced, and her chakra lines instantly controlled Ryun. Immediately afterward, the earth rumbled under Ryun's feet, and a puppet similar to a black ant opened its abdomen, capturing Ryun in an instant. It turned out that Rikako took advantage of the moment when she was talking to Spike Toyo to control her puppet to vanish into Ryugin's underground. Rikako's capture puppet shut down Ryugen, and Rikako's right hand gave a strong tug. Several 10 blades were inserted into the belly of the capture golem. Ding! You've been killed by special upper ninja Rikako's puppet. Experience value plus 60. Seeing that there was no that movement in the puppet, Rikako's low voice reached Spike Toyo's ears. Now I've avenged Shiranui. A cocky laugh came out from Rikako's puppet. Ha ha ha. Sand Ninja. I'm not dead yet. You can't take revenge. Speaking of which, there are quite a few of you Sand Ninja killed by me. How come the information hasn't been decentralized yet? Letting you all come to me one by one to deliver it. Is it possible that the sand hidden hierarchy is playing you guys? Rikako was stoked out of her anger. Damned brat! Her chakra lines continued to dance. Ding! You have been killed by special upper ninja Rikako with a puppet, plus 50 experience. Ha 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 ha. Told you Sand Ninja countless times that I'm an immortal ninja and can't be killed no matter how much you kill me. Damn it! Abominable! Abominable! Ding! You have been killed by special upper ninja Rikako with a puppet. Experience value plus 30. Ding! Rikako killed Ryun 5 more times, and at the end of the day, she could only contribute 10 units of experience value to him, and Ryun gradually lost the desire to play with them. Luyun opened the exchange interface and slid directly down to the column that the 8 doors transported armor was affiliated with. He now had 400 points of experience value. The second door of the 8 doors transported armor of the Hue Gate, the exchange was just 400 points. Host redeeming the Hue Gate of the 8 doors of transported armor is successful. The Hue Gate, also located within the human brain, was able to lift the physical fatigue restriction, overloading the body's energy to restore physical strength, and counteract the fatigue brought on by the rate of energy depletion of the open door. Luyun felt another restriction within his brain loosen and immediately shouted. 8 gates of transportation. First open door open. Second resting door open. Opening 2 doors in a row. A steady stream of chakra was released from within Ryun's body. If the previous Ryugen was a sports car with an open door engine, then now it was a fast sports car with another rest door engine installed. With both doors open, the speed at which the body's power burned to release chakra became even faster. White eyes open. Ryuken violently made a seal, and the 361 acupoints within his body quickly released gunpowder smoke. Naruto ash accumulation burning. Black smoke came out violently, instantly enveloping Rikako and Spike Toyo. Spike Toyo quickly smelled the strong smell of gunpowder and lunged towards Rikako. Rikako, duck! Sparks rose, and the sound of explosions continued. As the smoke passed, Ryuken slowly coalesced out as a cloud of white smoke. He was wearing a pinsu version of Sasuke's white clothes, with a very thick black belt tied around his waist like a black snake. At this moment, he was slowly walking out of the thick smoke. Ahem! Spike Fang's back was burned by the fire recluse. The skin on it was all burned, and he was coughing up blood non-stop. Spike Toyo Rikako shouted worriedly. Ryun exchanged a ninja sword from the system space and slowly walked towards Rikako and Spike Toyo. Although he only had the quality of a middle ninja, his entire body could be filled with advanced ninjutsu, as well as the ability of immortality. The special upper ninja was only a little stronger than the Nakinen for him. A figure blocked in front of Ryun. It was another Sand Ninja who had been looking for an opportunity from the side. That Sand Ninja said to Spike Toyo and Rikako who were behind him, "You guys go. I'll stop him. Pass the information about this guy to the village as soon as possible and tell the others to be careful." Inaba! Rikako picked up Spike Toyo and looked at Inaba with some reluctance. Inaba's words were full of determination. "Get going, or it'll be too late. Inaba, be careful." Rikako clenched her teeth and immediately fled with Spike Toyo in an instant. Ryuin scratched his head somewhat speechlessly. Hey, what are you guys doing? For middle and upper ninjas bullying me as a lower ninja, making me look like the villain. Inada looked coldly at Ryun and gripped the sword in his hand. You're no ordinary lower ninja. With your smoky blood relay, no physical attack can do you any harm. Moreover, the chakra inside your body has never decreased from the beginning. Are you after Senju or are you a Konoha's human pillar? Ryuken didn't answer him, his white eyes staring intently in the direction Rikako and the others had fled, turning his head to look at Inaba. I'm not hiding, so I'll give you a chance to unleash your jutsu on me. Arrogant. Inaba cursed and immediately formed a seal. Psychic jutsu. As he channeled, a one-story tall yellow scorpion crawled out of the white smoke. Shirinmaru, let's go together. Ryun looked at the chakra inside the scorpion psychic beast with white eyes. The chakra of the ninja beasts was higher than that of humans. Although huge, it was refuted and impure, and couldn't be grasped accurately. Ryun stuck his sword in the ground and opened his hands, facing the huge sand scorpion, and the rice paddy on top of it, straight on. I told you, I'm not hiding. Bring out your strongest jutsu. After 40 seconds had passed, Ryukin pulled his sword out of Inaba's chest. He turned his head to look at Inaba's psychic beast, covered in fire-bending burns, with both of his large caliceri all charred. But instead of being channeled back into the psychic realm where it belonged, the other party suppressed the nature of the injuries channeled back into it. Z. Inuyasha's scorpion psychic struggled to approach Inuyasha, and Ryukin stepped out of its way. With a mouth full of blood, Inaba trembled as he put his hand on the exoskeleton of the scorpion psychic beast. Sha? Ryumaru. 10 years of companionship? Thanks a lot. See. The person died, and the scorpion psychic beast followed suit and closed its eyes. Ryun turned his head. This was the world of ninja. Either you kill me or I kill you. This man and beast provided him with 300 experience points. Although it was nothing in the middle of his career, the deep feeling of this master and servant touched him slightly. Ryukin shook off the emotions in his mind. Benevolence represented the fall of a ninja. He opened 2 of the 8 gates of the transported armor. The seal of instantaneous body was formed, and immediately ran in the direction of Rikako and Spike Toyo. He didn't want to be discovered so early by the Sand Hidden's top brass that he was stationed here. Ryun still needed time to grow up quickly here. Chapter 23 Wind Escape Secret Art 100 Killing Wind Blade. Inaba's sacrifice bought Rikako and Spike Toyo time to escape, but they hadn't taken into account Ryun's chakra amount. Although Ryun's chakra amount was only at the Nakanobu level, the amount of chakra would be instantly restored after resurrection, which was equivalent to an inexhaustible amount of chakra. Ryun had kept the 8 gates of transportation instantaneous open, and by opening the 2nd gate of rest, Ryun burned his body's energy even faster, and the instantaneous technique was twice as fast as before. But exhaustion followed twice as fast, and Ryun wiped his neck twice in the middle of the process before finally spotting the 2 in a cave. If it wasn't for the fact that his white eyes were always on, he was afraid that he would have lost Rikako and Spike Toyo. Ryuin threw a bitter mule with an explosive charm into the cave, and Rikako and Spike Toyo were immediately driven out of the cave. After the sound of the explosion, Rikako looked at Ryun with an ugly expression on her face. Inaba, him? Ryukin threw a knife twist, the corner of his mouth wiping up a cruel smile. You 2 will meet him soon. Damn it. Rikako cursed as she and Spike Toyo used their chakra to hurry quickly, their chakra now running low. Spike Toyo's face paled, slightly opening his weak eyes, and gently pushed Rikako. Run away. I'll hold him off. Spike Fong. Ryukin snapped an instantaneous body and stabbed Rikako directly through her chest. How do I have so much time to listen to your nonsense? Rikako Spike Toyo tried to reach out and hold back, but he could only watch as the woman he loved lost her life at the hands of another. Spike Toyo, I love. Without uttering the last word, Rikako slowly collapsed, her movements slipping off the black cloth on her head. Light brown hair slightly hanging down, white face like delicate jade. The beauty of the wind of the desert, roughly speaking, is her. Luyun sadly retracted his gaze. The camps are different. Your death is already inevitable. Spike Fong, as if he had lost his soul, kept roaring and yelling. According to Naruto's urine, here at least 10 minutes to recall. But where did Ryukin have that time? Ryukin approached slowly with his sword. Spike Toyo suddenly made a move. Light blue chakra flared up on him, which grew thicker and shifted violently towards a darker blue color. Wind Escape Secret Technique 100 Killing Wind Blades. Hundreds of wind blades appeared out of thin air around Spike Fong, a meter long and carrying the ghostly cry of wind tearing. Ryugen watched Spike Toyo's final rising dance with fervor. Ha ha ha, let me, Karitsugu Ryugen, endure your final rising dance. Spike Toyo endured the pain in his entire body and mind, refining all the chakra in his body to release it into the wind blade. 100 Killing Wind Blades Release. Hundreds of wind blades violently shot towards Ryun. Quicksilver plunged his sword directly into the ground, his white clothes hanging down, baring his upper body, and feverishly stretched out his hands to meet this voluminous attack. Hundreds of wind blades enveloped Lyoyun's entire range. He could not dodge this wind blade even if he wanted to instantly transform. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of vacuum wind blades broke through the air and easily pierced through Ryun's flesh, internal organs, and bones. Luyun directly shattered all over the ground, and even the knife he had stuck on the ground was shot into pieces by the wind blades. Ding! You have been killed by special upper ninja Spike Fang using Wind Escape. Experience value plus 300. Spike Fang's last secret wind escape technique was so powerful that it directly exceeded the limit of the power of a normal wind escape, reaching the rank of an A-ranked ninjutsu. Cough, cough. Spike Toyo slowly knelt down as he coughed out blood. His chakra was exhausted and his life was about to come to an end. Kuko. Spike Toyo collapsed, struggling to crawl towards Rikako's body. Crawling closer, he prepared to try to grab Rikako's hand, but realized that he could no longer exert all his strength. Move! Move! Feeling the rapid passing of life, Spike Toyo's mind struggled violently. A hand grabbed Rikako's hand and slowly placed it on Spike Toyo's. Spike Toyo realized everything, but didn't have the heart to care. His mouth moved. Rikako? Wait for me? Eyes closed, people died. Fire escape Houho fireball technique. Ryun's fire escape was released as if it was a sacrificial fire for the lovers of this troubled world. After Ryun returned to his post, Ryun cleared away the traces of the battle along with the corpses of the Sand Ninja. After doing so, he sat down on top of the boulder that sheltered him from the wind and rain. Closing his eyes, he let the cold night winds blow. He had always thought that the faces of the Sand Ninja were just cold and unfeeling, but he never thought that this squad would make him realize it today. Ninjas were also living, breathing human beings and possessed feelings. That's why Junzo was dedicated to erasing the feelings of ninjas and raising truly ruthless ninjas. Sandhawk's cruelty, treating human life as nothing. Doheimon's obsession with hunting down Ryun even when his chakra has bottomed out. Amori River's hilarity that a ninja would be afraid of ghosts. The human-animal friendship between Inaba and Sarinmaru, the love between Spike Toyo and Rikako, thousands of strange, bloody, and cruel, but the flashes of light in them attracted Ryun. Lu Yun tapped on the system interface and found the ninjutsu exchange interface therein. He now had 600 experience points and could exchange for AB-ranked fire escape ninjutsu. Lu Yun looked up and down. There was no fire escape jutsu that exceeded B rank, and most jutsu as well. It was rare to see an A-ranked recluse jutsu, let alone a forbidden jutsu. In order to increase the level of the transportation jutsu, it was either an increase in senjutsu, such as Zuraya's senjutsu greasy fire transportation, or maybe it was a combination jutsu, Sarutobi Hizuru's 5 transportation techniques Dalian Bomb no jutsu. And one thing Ryuen had also noticed was that almost all of the fire escape jutsu were released from the mouth. So the question came up, how did a person shout out the name of the move when releasing the fire escape? The system explained, please don't pay attention to these details, host. Ryun nodded breathlessly and then saw a theater version of the fire escape ninjutsu. B-ranked ninjutsu fire transportation ghost lantern. A very special fire transportation ninjutsu, a jutsu that Ryush and Unsullied of the Grass Ninja Village specialize in, due to the fact that it only requires a tiger seal and it doesn't require flames to be spewed out of their mouths either. It's like the wind transportation released by Spike Toyo just now, which releases chakra outside the body to form flames, and it's a very practical fire transportation. Ryun immediately redeemed it. Grade B ninjutsu fire escape, ghost lantern exchange successful. A cloud of memories flowed within Ryun's head, and Ryun quickly grasped the flow of the chakra of the ghost lantern, the change in nature, and the change in form, only to see Ryugen's 2 hands join together and form a seal of the tiger. Fire transportation ghost lantern. A steady stream of fire attribute chakra was released from Ryun's chakra points, and gradually, a dozen or so fire clusters appeared around Ryun, resembling ghost heads with sharp horns. Ryun immediately cast the technique, and the dozen ghost lanterns whirled and crashed towards a rock in front of him, scorching the rock into charred stone in the blink of an eye. Ryun withdrew his hand and nodded with satisfaction. This move of ghost lantern also involved the control of chakra outside of the body, and spiritual power was also utilized during the casting process. After practicing some ghost lantern, Ryun made seals with both hands, releasing his multiple shadow doppelganger jutsu, and began his suicidal cultivation that belonged to him. His next step was to develop his skillful jutsu to the point of seal-reducing perfection and begin the next stage of his one-handed seal casting practice. Fire transportation fireball jutsu seal reduction cultivation progress 20%. Instantaneous body technique 50% progress. Fire transportation ashigarashi yaki 40% progress. Chapter 24. Wooden Ryun is not after chickage, is it? Ryugen spent 2 days in the 8th front of Area A. After practicing all the ninjutsu to the perfect level of seal reduction, he began to enter the practice of one-handed seal formation. Ninjutsu is generally two-handed sealing, but there are a very small number of geniuses who are capable of one-handed sealing, such as White Uchiha Weasel and Namike Swaymen, who can do a billion dots of everything. Compared to two-handed sealing, one-handed sealing is more advantageous. In the ninja close combat, one-handed sealing can quickly launch counterattacks one step ahead of others. A shadow doppelganger practicing fire escape suddenly exploded, and his memories circulated into Ryun's head. 10% progress in practicing one-handed sealing, fire transportation fireball technique. At that moment, an adult figure appeared in front of Ryun's eyes. Ryun glanced at it and continued his own cultivation. Shigejiro was holding a body bag in his hand, as if he wanted to collect someone's body. Instead of seeing Ryun's body, he saw that the other person was practicing jutsu alive and well. Shigejiro looked at Ryun in surprise. The death rate of the 8th front in Area A was the highest it had ever been, with an average of 1 ninja dying in 2 days. And Ryun had been guarding this place for almost a week now. No broken arms or limbs, not even a single strap on his body. What the hell is going on? Shigejiro's mind was filled with doubt, and he scrutinized Ryun some more. Dressed in a chest-bearing white suit with a thick black snake belt around his waist. Nothing much to find, except for the styling that kinda makes you want to fight. Shigejiro didn't find anything else. Boom! The sound of a shadow doppelganger blowing up reached Shigejiro's ears, and Shigejiro looked towards the Ragugumo shadow doppelgangers that were forested between the rocks. One by one, they were practicing their seals and spitting fireballs. Shigejiro was stunned in his heart. There were about 100 shadow doppelgangers all over the mountain, and all of them were practicing ninjutsu. What kind of practice was this? Moreover, a shinobi has such a strong chakra. Is this a shinobi? Muker Yuin. Couldn't be after Chickage and Maelstrom, could it? Bah! A mouthful of spit was spat on Shigejiro's face, and Shigejiro looked away angrily. Kinryun. Ryun spread his hands and pointed to a shadow doppelganger next to him. It's none of my business that he did it. Shigejiro was filled with rage. You can't control your own shadow doppelganger? Ryukin's face was full of innocence. I really can't control him. The shadow doppelganger's face was filled with a cocky smile. That's right. He really can't control me. I've turned against the heavens. The shadow doppelganger's cheeks bulged again and another mouthful of water was spat out. Shigejiro hurriedly instantly dodged the shadow doppelganger's water escape attack. He coldly said, although I don't know how you survived, there's only one way for you to end up, and that's dead. Ryun ignored him. Instead, his shadow doppelganger was full of wild words. Even the old dog of the Shimura family. Tuanzu, I don't put in my eyes. You are a small special upper ninja? Who gave you the courage to dare to look at me directly? Get the hell out of here. Kiryuin, how dare you insult Elder Tuanzu? You're finished. You're completely finished now. Ryun waved his hand again, his face full of innocence. What did I say? I didn't say anything. What did the shadow doppelganger say? What's it got to do with me, Kiryuin? Shigejiro's face was filled with malice. Don't give me this nonsense. You will definitely die. It's a shame you don't have any family in the village, or else you could have slaughtered your entire family just for that insult to Elder Tushu. Ryukin stood up as all of his shadow doppelgangers exploded, and in the midst of the smoke Ryukin took the opportunity to commit suicide and regain his full body. He opened both of his 8 gates of recluse, all of his chakra pulling out, and immediately formed a tiger seal, fire transportation ghost lantern. In an instant, the entire hill was illuminated in a fiery red color, and hundreds of ghost lanterns were suspended in the sky. Shigejiro looked at the sky incredulously. This kind of fire escape, and this amount of chakra. Ghost lantern release. In an instant, hundreds of ghost lanterns whistled and attacked Shigejiro. With this kind of attack range, there was nowhere for Shigejiro to retreat. 2 ghost lanterns exploded and injured Shigejiro. In the moment of danger, Shigejiro endured the severe pain and formed a seal to vanish into the mud. Ryuin watched him escape and didn't go after him. This time was just to teach him a lesson. Next time he didn't care about different villages. If his opponent had said that kind of thing, did he still need to maintain the goodwill between the same side? At the bottom of the small hill, Shigejiro drilled out of the mud in a sorry state, looking at his left hand whose skin was burned. The hatred in his heart rose to the highest level. He yelled towards the top, Kiryuin, you will surely die. A sentence came from the small hill. Even if a mouse in the mud is strong, its gaze is ultimately in the pit. How can it see the eagles soaring in the sky? Ryun nakedly mocked Shigejiro as a rat, and the corners of Shigejiro's mouth turned cold as a great killing intent arose in his heart. But looking at his left hand, he shook his head slightly. His arm was now injured and unable to form seals, and the amount of chakra that brat had. Humph! Shigejiro snorted coldly and turned around to head back in the direction he came from. Shigejiro quickly reached the camp where the front line was stationed. He coldly walked past the tents where the ninjas resided, allowing the surrounding ninjas to point, and many of them even let out snickers. Because of his backing of the Shimura family, Shigejiro usually didn't have a lot of rats and fake dogs to offend people, and the civilian ninjas were happy to see Shigejiro's embarrassment. Shigejiro quickly made a note of a few of the people who laughed the loudest, and mentally pondered how he could use the Shimura family's hand to get rid of them. Without realizing it, he made his way to the frontline commander's office. Yuta, who was guarding outside the cave entrance, had surprise in his eyes. Shigejiro, what's wrong with your hand? It's burned so badly. Shigejiro shook his head. Let me in first. I need to report the situation to His Excellency. Good. Shimura Aseo quickly received Shigejiro, who was handling the paperwork, and asked without looking up, is that civilian Shimanobu named Kiryuin dead yet? My lord, he's not dead yet, and there are no serious injuries on him. He's still alive and well. Oh! Shimura Aseo stopped writing and looked up, suddenly seeing the wretchedness of Shigejiro's left arm. What happened to your arm? Shigejiro narrated, and as Shimura Aseo listened to his exposition, a thoughtful gleam flashed in his eyes. You mean to say that brat is capable of using high-level Naruto, and that the amount of chakra he has is otherworldly? Shigejiro nodded his head, and in order not to appear too incompetent, he explained, My lord, that fire escape jutsu of his only had a single stance, and it was so fast that he sneaked up on me before I could react. No need to say it, I know. Shimura Aseo waved his hand, no longer listening to Shigejiro's explanation. He continued to put pen to paper. If we go by what you said, that brat already possesses the combat power of a Nakinin, the forbidden art of multiple shadow doppelgangers, the kind of high-level fire escape that can be performed with a single seal, and most importantly, the unusual chakra. Shimura Aseo's pen paused for a moment. Looking up and locking eyes with Shigejiro, the two of them slowly spat out 4 words. After Chikan. Chapter 25. The Third Sengoku Gate of the 8 Gates of Evasion. There was a basis for everything. Ryun was just a lower ninja or a civilian family. There was no reason for him to have the traits that these high-ranking ninja possessed. Combined with the fact that the Senjutsu clan was fully integrated into the form of the villagers, Shimura Aseo immediately judged that there was an 80% chance that Ryun was a descendant of the Senjutsu clan. It is simply impossible for him to possess such a huge amount of chakra, and if he is truly a descendant of the Thousand Hands, it would explain the origin of his multiple shadow doppelganger technique, as well as the reason why the amount of chakra is so high. Shimura Aseo slowly said. The gaze in Shigejiro's eyes darkened for a few moments, and his expression looked somber. If Kiryuin was a descendant of the Senju clan, then surely he would be given heavy use by the village, and if he grew up to screw him in. Shimura Aseo snorted. Even if it's a descendant of the Thousand Hands, so what? That stupid clan degenerated itself, integrating its 1,000 years of glory into the commoners. Huh? Nowadays, Kiba is the world of the Secret Arts Family Alliance, the past Senju, the sidelined Uchiha, and the hibernating Hyuga. These bloodline families are nothing more than broken temples left over from 1,000 years. Shigejiro breathed a sigh of relief. The current Konoha was not the Chitose era of the past, but the era of the secret ninja clans consisting of the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Inuyasha butterflies, plus the Euler girls and Inuzuka clans. The only way for civilians to get a chance was to rely on them. Then Lord. Don't worry about that guy, there will be a sand-hidden upper ninja raid on the 8th front. Even if he is strong, he won't be able to survive in the hands of the upper ninja. Go scout again in a week. It's best to pick up his body. Experimental subjects of the Chikan bloodline are not rare. Shimura Aseo said coldly. Yes, my lord. A few moments of pleasure rose in Shigejiro's heart. It was just a pity that Ryun didn't die at his hands. Stand down. Shigejiro slowly walked towards the door, his ears vaguely hearing Shimura Aseo's cold words. Shimura Aseo looked at the mobilization documents on the table. The Sarutobi family really has enough to show off. Even if they let their family's eldest son participate in the Rainy Kingdom front, they still have to apply for their youngest son to come to the front. Does Sarutobi Hizuru really want his son to take over his position? Ridiculous. When we finish this war, my Shimura family will accumulate enough merits. Then we will compete for the Naruto position and master the whole Kiba village. Ryun practiced until dark, exhausted, and wiped his neck with his sword without saying a word. Ding! You committed suicide using a ninja sword. Experience value +1. Luyun opened his white eyes and jumped on the highest rock of the small hill. He was like a clairvoyant, carefully inspecting the suspicious figures in the forest in front of him. In the vision of the white eyes, the nocturnal beasts of the forest began to forage for food, and Ryuin suddenly noticed a few clusters of chakra that were different from those of the beasts. It was huge, but that amount made Ryun shake his head, the highest being a special upper shinobi, and there was no trace of an upper shinobi to be found. After all, the upper ninja weren't exactly a cabbage, and it hurt enough for Ryun to take out 2 sand-hidden villages. Fire transportation, how fireball technique. With that in mind, Ryun spat a magnificent fireball towards the sky, thus exposing his target to the sand ninja hiding in the forest. Ryun's white eyes saw their gazes turn vaguely toward him, and he waved his hand, shouting very loudly, "Sand ninja, I'm here, come cut me." Ryun waited for a minute, but instead no one came up, and the sand ninja suspected that there was a trick, and that there might be a Konoha upper ninja, a dark section, or even a Naruto lurking there. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, not daring to come up at all. Cowards! Ryukin cursed, opened the art of instantaneous body, hurriedly sent 1,000 miles to send a person's head. Ding! You have been killed by special upper ninja Osawa using wind escape. Experience value +70. Ding! You have been killed by special upper ninja Osawa using wind escape. Experience value +60. Ding! You were burned to death by Nakanobu Yenji using fire escape. Experience value +50. Ryun immediately cursed out. Get out of my way, Nakanobu trash! Who told you to attack me? Arrogant! It didn't take long for Ryun to fall amongst the corpses of 5 people, with ninja swords stuck all over his body and blood staining his body. He didn't even have the chakra to unleash his smoke illusion technique. Ryugen wiped the head of his blade and immediately killed himself. When he resurrected, he looked at the harvest of tonight's hard work, 2 special upper ninjas and 5 elite middle ninjas, which contributed a full 1,800 experience points to him. A bumper harvest, what a bumper harvest. Today is really a bumper harvest. After disposing of the sand ninjas' corpses, Ryuin hummed a little tune and slowly strolled towards his hilltop. But the middle of the battle was very abrasive. Ryun handed his head out with his hands behind his back. The sand ninja just wouldn't cut it, and in his heart he kept brainstorming about the big conspiracy Ryun was hiding. Ninjas were very cautious professions, and any unexpected move would cause them to be wary. Luyun, if there is Naruto's mouth is good, don't they mouth a curse down, directly forced to drop wisdom, lifting the knife to come up to cut people. Luyun sat on a rock, slowly planning what useful arts to exchange. He began by spending a bit of experience value to redeem a bucket of Naruto's instant noodles out, and Ryun finished it off with tears of happiness. How long has it been since I've tasted this? He hadn't eaten anything at all in the past few days, all suicidal cultivation and revitalization to restore his energy. Luyun patted his stomach and continued to flip through the redemption interface. 8 gates of evasions, Shengmen redemption points, 1,200. White Eyes secret art, 8 trigrams palm back to heaven exchange points, 500. Luyun deliberated over these 2 arts. The exchange points of the 8 doors of transported armor were higher and higher. The 4th door even reached 2,400, which was already comparable to the blood succession realm. The 6th door directly broken 10,000. The 7th door, the 8th door is even more astronomical. Luyun again looked at the 8 trigrams palm back to the sky. He has white eyes, very suitable for the Hyuga clan's physical skills. But the question came, Bagua Palm returning to heaven was a defense secret art. Did Ryun need it? He didn't need it at all, okay? He didn't need any defensive jutsu, supporting jutsu. The more brittle the body, the better. Too hard bitterness cannot be pierced. How to send a person's head. Luyun immediately exchanged the 3rd of the 8 gates of recluse armor. The 8 gates of transported armor Shengmen converted successfully. A wave of energy poured into Luyun's entire body. Under the effect of this energy, Luyun's body seemed to have gone through 1,000 hammers. His physical quality instantly rose. Both power and speed were increased by 2 points at the same time, reaching the middle quality of a Nakanobu. Under Ryun's senses, one of his chakra gate valve restrictions located at his chest loosened. The 1st of the 8 chakra gates open. 2nd Hyu gate open. 3rd Sunga gate open. Ryukin opened 3 gates in a row. His entire body emanated green energy and his body began to fill with blood and turn red. The current him was already a supercar with 3 engines. The speed of burning his body's energy was faster, and the time for his life to run out was faster. Ryukin clenched his teeth and kept the 3 gates open, a steady stream of chakra burning out of his body. 1 minute. White smoke began to rise from Ryun's body. The water inside his body was being rapidly vaporized. 2 minutes. Ryugin's body was slowly cracking, just like when Kai opened the 8 gates of death. 5 minutes. The charred red color of Ryugin's body turned black and began to slowly shift to charcoal. The reason why the death gate would die if it was opened was this: with all 8 gates open together, the body's energy would be burned out in a short period of time. The other doors were the same, except that the speed at which they burned was too slow compared to the death door, and could be in the range where they could be closed freely. The death door could not be closed. Once it was open, the body's life would be exhausted. Ryukin made a seal with both hands and violently released the jutsu, multiple shadow divergence technique. In an instant, the sky was filled with shadow doppelgangers directly covering the entire hill. It was impossible to see at a glance. There were about 500 or so of them. Luyun slowly fell down and closed his eyes to die, and his shadow doppelgangers also began to disappear due to the death of his main body. Ding! You died because of casting a forbidden technique. Experience value plus 10. Chapter 26. The Sunset Red Squad who came to the front line. After resurrecting, Ryukin recovered his entire body and nodded at the 3rd life gate in his grasp. Having 3 chakra output engines, Ryukin burned his body's energy more efficiently and died faster. He had just consumed all of his body energy, accumulated more than the chakra of an upper ninja, and split into 500 or so shadow doppelgangers in an instant. Ryuin opened his template. He still had 600 points of experience value left. This time, he concentrated his points on force and speed body energy. 600 points on essence 4 mental energy, raising his physical and mental energy to the high end of the Nakanobu range. Perhaps in a short while he would have to change his template, wondering what the new ninja template would be, the special shinobi template or the upper shinobi template. Time slowly flowed away. The front line of Kiba remained as quiet as ever. Only at night, raids, assassinations, and explosions were endless. Ninjas are not soldiers. They don't need massive onslaughts during the day. They are used to fighting at night to take the lives of enemy ninjas. After a week, 2 trips were made here by Ryun, with the majority of special upper ninjas not encountering a single upper ninja. Lu Yun swiped more than 2,500 points of experience value, brushing all 8 of his ninjutsu to a high level and upgrading the 4 items of chakra to the apex. Among them, Ryun exchanged 4 fire escape ninjutsu, all of which were regular fire escape from the Uchiha family, and 1 advanced fire escape from Sasuke Uchiha, Sand Hidden Front Command. As more and more ninjas died in the 8th front in Area A, the commander of the Sand Hidden Front line also noticed the weirdness. Yumekita frowned on a map, looking at the front circled in red pen in the middle of nowhere. The staff officer next to him rubbed his chin. 4 squads have been buried here, 8 special upper shinobi, and 12 middle shinobi. Yumekita looked down and asked, "Did you ask about that Nakanobu who escaped from this place?" The staff officer shook his head. "He's already stupid. His mouth keeps chanting something about ghosts, and has completely lost his ninja talents." Ghosts? Could there really be ghosts in this place? Yumekita lightly tapped his fingers. The staff analyzed. "It's not a ghost. It's someone else who's up to no good. Kiba might have placed an elite upper ninja here." Yumekita tapped his fingers once again. The surroundings fell silent, all waiting for this commander's arrangement. After a long time, he softly said, "Tell Kashigawa Anin to come here. My lord, Kashigawa Keminobu is on a mission on another front and won't be back until 2 days from now," he said. "Then wait for now. Don't go to this area for now. Wait for a Chigawa upper ninja to come." Kiba Frontline Command Headquarters. Shigejiro had just returned from Ryun's defense line. He was full of pleasure to collect the other party's corpse. He didn't expect Ryun to be alive. Shigejiro couldn't help but mock his opponent's luck, and was lucky that Ryun cut off one of his hands. He had to be thankful that Ryun didn't have the intention to kill, otherwise he would have been accounted for there. Shigejiro knelt in front of Shimura Iseo and said viciously, "My lord, he dared to strike out at a fellow officer. He must be punished." Shimura Iseo did not raise his head, still dealing with the military documents at the front line. Perhaps in the other party's heart, Shigejiro's value had already dropped very low. Having an arm chopped off, or the most important right hand, Shigejiro's special upper ninja strength was directly reduced to that of an ordinary Nakanobu, and the Shimura family's doghouse could no longer accommodate him. Shigejiro's mood was a bit broken, so much so that his emotions became extremely intense. My lord, just for the sake of my suffering for the Shimura family for so many years, help me avenge my death, right? Ninjas needed to form seals to perform jutsu, and both their left and right hands were important. Although Shigejiro still had a hand, the other man was not gifted with the ability to form seals with one hand, and his ninja talents were limited to his experienced physical abilities. There was no sound in the room, and Shigejiro was about to continue talking when he was stopped by a chortle. Shut up! Shigejiro lowered his head, not daring to speak again. Shimura Isao suddenly threw him an appointment slip and said coldly, "Go guard this place." Shigejiro picked it up, and then his pupils widened to the maximum. This defense was also in Area A, and it was also the 7th front, which was not less dangerous. Shimura Aso was trying to get him killed. Since that guy was able to survive for more than 2 weeks, I believe you can too. Duh. Lord. Get lost. Okay. Okay, my lord. Shigejiro didn't dare to refute Shimura Isao, and rolled away with a gray face. After Shigejiro left, Shimura Isao sneered, "Knowing so many secrets of my Shimura family, can you still have a life? A ninja who has lost his value is like a blade that no longer has a sharp edge, and can only be discarded alive by the sword wielder." Shimura Isao rubbed his temples. It seems that that guy is really a descendant of the Senju clan, and has now grown to the point of being a special upper ninja. Multiple shadow diversions, advanced fire escape. Who is the person behind him? The remnants of the Senju clan. Shimura Isao shook his head. The Thousand Hands clan with the name of Thousand Hands had basically died out. Even Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, had integrated into the civilian population and no longer used Thousand Hands as a surname. Most of the Thousand Hands clan had already integrated into the civilian population, and after 2 generations of reproduction, traces of the Thousand Hands had already disappeared from the Kiba village. Shimura Isao continued to deal with the paperwork. In fact, his mind was thinking about the layout of the village's dark side, and he had basically confirmed that Ryun was after the Thousand Hands. This declining clan could not have disappeared without a trace. In the shadows of the place must be hibernating some people, waiting for a new Thousand Hands of power. Shimura Isao went down with a heavy stroke. Since we have already offended, there is no turning back. Kiryuin will either become my Shimura family's dog or die, whether for the sake of the Shimura family or for the Naruto position. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and Isao Shimura motioned for the person outside to come in. It was a regular ninja squad, a combination of 1 upper ninja and 3 lower ninja. But this ninja squad was not ordinary. Shimura Isao saw the 4 comers in front of him, the Sarutobi family's son, the Nara family's clan, and the elite upper ninja, Yuzuru Makoto, as well as his daughter, Shinobu Makoto. Shimura Isao stood up and shook Yuzuru Makoto's hand. The upper shinobi were the pillars of the village, and the influence of the elite upper shinobi in the village was no less than that of some of the smaller shinobi clans. Yuzuru Makoto handed Shimura Isao the appointment slip in his hand. "Commander, this is our appointment letter." Shimura Isao took it and gave it a cursory glance. It was nothing more than the Sarutobi family's male son clamoring to go to the front lines, and the Sarutobi family could only arrange it helplessly. Shimura Isao quickly gave them their assignment. "You'll be going to the 3rd front in Area C." Asuma's mouth dropped and he headed for Isao Shimura's desk. "Asuma." Yuzuru tried to stop Asuma's rude gesture. "Don't give me another logistical job." Even if Asuma had grown up a bit, his Cockney personality hadn't changed at all, and he directly picked up the layout map on the table. His pupils shrank, and he immediately saw the location of Ryun's defense line, located in one of the most remote fronts in Area A. He's nothing more than that. What kind of ninja would be in this place? Chapter 27, Yuzuru's Pleasure. Nara Yuji approached, took a look, then shook his head. Ninjas aren't soldiers, and the most remote part of the defense line happens to be their favorite place to attack. I wonder if this guy is still alive? Yuzuru's heart lifted and her lovely red eyes looked to Shimura Isao. What happened to him? Ryun? Nara Yuji couldn't help but show some of the Nara clan's excellent judgment as he pointed at Ryun's 8th front. According to time, Kiryuin has been here for 2 weeks. There have been at least 5 attacks by the Sand Ninja as well. And it's impossible for there to be any lower ninjas among them. At least all of them are middle ninjas, and even upper ninjas will appear, so that means that he has Ryun. Yuzuru's heart ached, The dog-skin Ryugen who used to stick to him all the time was annoying, but after the loss of the other party, Yuzuru's heart was empty instead. The cheerful boy was gone, and his dark, as if bubbling with the light of hope eyes were nowhere to be seen. Damn it! Asuma clenched his fists, his heart feeling resentful towards the clan for the first time. It was true that he and Ryuken had a conflict, the other party had put his foot on his head, and it was impossible not to take this insult. But with the other party dead, who should he seek revenge from? Shimura Aseo laughed. Worthy of being a Nara family's son, to be able to distill so much from just a short amount of information, it's a pity. He's still alive. What? Nara Yuji looked at Shimura Aseo incredulously. Shimura Aseo took the layout map back from Asuma's hand and lowered his head. Kiryuin is indeed alive and well. It doesn't make sense. Has the sand-hidden village taken a strategic break? No, there have been casualties on other fronts as well, for upper ninja have died in the past 2 weeks. Nara Yuji scratched his head vigorously. It still doesn't make sense. There's no way he could have survived even if he possessed a forbidden technique and his combat power was straight up to a Nakanin. Where a shinobi wasn't even sure of staying alive, how could a Ryun who wasn't even a Nakanobu still be alive and kicking? Shimura Aseo didn't answer him, nor did he care to. Yuzuru gently rubbed her eyes, rubbing back the tears that were just about to flow out, and the corners of her mouth wiped up slightly. She didn't know what was going on, but as soon as she heard the news that Ryuken had survived, her mood became better. Asuma clenched her fists, her heart complicated into a ball, both the chance to defeat the other party and take revenge, but also recalling those images of being humiliated. Yuzuru gathered her courage and requested, "Commander-sama, can you transfer Ryuken out of Area A?" Red Yuzuru reached out, trying to stop her daughter's self-assertion. Shimura Aseo laughed and completely ignored Yuzuru, even outright ignoring her. The Sarutobi family wanted Ryuken dead, and he, Shimura Aseo, wanted him dead as well, so how could he possibly agree to a girl's request? Even if the other party's father was an elite shinobi, the Shimura family had a root division with a high concentration of shinobi. Seeing that the other party did not reply, Yuzuru sadly lowered her head, her eyes clouded with a mist of water. Asuma looked heartbroken and wanted to open his mouth to request Shimura Asuka, but he didn't open his mouth. How could he open his mouth to request someone to save someone he hated? Besides, ever since Yuzuru realized that it was Sarutobi's family that had transferred Ryuken to the front line, she had ignored Asuma, and the two were still in the middle of a cold war. Seeing that there was no sound in the area, Shimura Asuma began to shoo people away. "If there's nothing else to do, go on your own mission," Asuma grunted, his eyes looking straight at the layout map on Shimura Aseo's desk. "I don't want to go to Area C. There must be logistics there as well. I'm going to Area B." Shimura Aseo refused. He couldn't with the Sarutobi family's children in the open. "I'm going there," Asuma demanded insistently again, and Shimura Asashoryu glanced at Yuzuru, who nodded at him. With an elite shinobi protecting him, I'm sure there won't be any danger in Area B. "All right, you guys will go to the B sector defense." Asuma pointed to an area behind Ryuken again. "I'm going here. I want to see just how strong Kiritsugu has become. Suit yourself. Who asked you to be Naruto's son?" Area 8th front, the hill where Ryun was defending. There were about 100 shadow doppelgangers on the mountain, some holding bitter pillars, some holding pitchforks, some holding sticks, and some picking up rocks. They all attacked towards Luyun. Luyun dodged one by one, his body dancing, sometimes like a tiger, like straight in and out, sometimes like a snake, like dodging and vacillating. Luyun spent 600 experience points to exchange Mithraya's 5 years of physical skills, making his Ninja 8 physical skills reach the peak of the Nakanobu. If it wasn't for the Nakanobu template restricting him, Ryun's physical skills would have already reached upper ninja by now. Regarding this template restriction, Ryun also understood the system's explanation that the system wanted him to develop in all aspects and cultivate an all-round ninja. Therefore, Luyun had to brush up on all 8 ninja items, chakra attributes, and the ninja profession foundation before he could perform a template replacement and add points on the new template. A shadow doppelganger used the predecessor's best physical art, monkey stealing peach. It was about to attack Ryuken's later happiness. Kiba Gale. Ryuken did a crouch and swept violently towards the shadow doppelganger's lower body. Just one strike to burst his own shadow doppelganger. Boom! The shadow doppelganger's memories transmitted in Ryun's mind, and Ryun always felt strange, as if he was beating himself up. Suddenly, a cloud of memories flooded into Ryun's mind. It was the little diamond wind shadow doppelganger that Ryun had left at the bottom of the mountain to put there. When Ryun saw the arrival of Asma's squad, Asma immediately got into a fight with Ryun's shadow doppelganger and started to move. Ragugumo's shadow doppelganger was no match for him and was destroyed by his opponent with a wind evasion great breakthrough. Asma froze as he looked at the shadow doppelganger that was eliminated by his wind escape. It's just a shadow doppelganger. A shadow doppelganger had actually forced him to use a jutsu. He had wanted to show off his wind escape in front of Ryun, but he hadn't expected to be the one to be shown off instead. A shadow slowly appeared on top of a boulder, and the white figure gradually solidified. The white pinru version of the chest-bearing top, the waist tied with a black belt like a snake, and a ninja sword. It was simply a replica of Erju Z, only slightly smaller in height, looking strange and giving people an urge to fight. Ryun looked down. It was Asma's squad, Yuzuru, and Yuzuru Makoto and Nara Yuji who were standing in a tree behind them. Ryun! Yuzuru's face showed joy when she saw that Ryun was fine. Ryun beckoned, and immediately afterward, he turned his gaze to Yuzuru Magenta in the back, his white eyes opening as he observed his opponent's chakra level. The amount of chakra of an elite upper ninja was excessively rich. Even if it was 10 or so advanced jutsu that were cast, it would not be a problem. Asma saw that Ryun didn't turn his gaze towards him. As if he was insulted by being ignored, Asma shouted, "Kiryuin, look over here." Ryun lowered his head and let out an eep, as if wondering how there was a person down here. Obnoxious guy. Asma couldn't stand the stares and pulled the bitterness from between her legs. I've mastered the wind transportation ninjutsu. Come on, fight me. Ryukin sat down, one hand folded on his knee and smiled. He didn't even care about the special upper ninja. So how could he care about an Asma who wasn't even an Akinin? All the other man could make him care about was the title of Naruto's son, a title that had already been utilized by Ryukin and now he couldn't look at it anymore. Ryukin turned his gaze to Yuzuru, the expression on his face turning to a warm breeze. Red, what are you doing on the front lines? The anger in Asma's heart built up to its heaviest. Ryun was no longer simply ignoring him, but truly had no presence in his eyes. How could this make Asma, who viewed the other party as his greatest enemy, feel embarrassed? Kiryuin. Asma leapt upwards and attacked in Ryugin's direction with his bitterless. His bitterless was about to stab Ryugin, and Yuzuru anxiously reminded Ryugin, "Ryugin, be careful." Chapter 28. One-handed instantaneous. As if he didn't see Asma, Ryun let Asma pass through. But Asma quickly realized that what was in front of him was just a shadow. Ryuin appeared behind him again and Asma lashed out with a kick. But again it was a shadow and Ryuin was 5 meters away from him in an instant. What's going on? What kind of jutsu is this? Asma's mind was thick with confusion. One of Ryukin's left hands was resting on his knee in a leisurely stance, with no sign of seal formation at all. Split jutsu? A double jutsu? Nara Yoji fired his brain, trying to get a serious look at the jutsu Ryun had performed. Yuzuru clasped her hands and kept her gaze fixed on one of Ryun's right hands, which was hidden in her sleeve. So that's it. Just 2 weeks. This kind of talent. Asma was a bit exasperated, and immediately made a seal with both hands. Wind transportation, great breakthrough. He spat out a whirlwind from his mouth, carrying the sound of the wind blowing violently, capable of easily tearing apart a large tree. But it was still the same as before. The streaming clouds only left behind a shadow and moved out of the way. Asma's wind escape was simply useless. Who? Asma bent his waist and kept gasping for air. After releasing 2 wind escape ninjutsu in a row, coupled with the strenuous physical exercise, Asma was already struggling even if he was standing. What the hell kind of jutsu is that? Nara Yuji's brain was not omnipotent, and after thinking for half a day he couldn't come up with Ryugin's moves. So he glanced at the experienced Yuzuru who was next to him. Sensei, this? Yuzuru Makoto replied, the instantaneous body technique. But he didn't form a seal. Yuzuru replied softly, have you ever heard of one-handed sealing? Ryukin broke Nara Yuji's perception time and time again, making him already gradually doubt his judgment. One-handed sealing? One-handed instantaneous? That's impossible. Skills that even an upper ninja has not mastered. Kiryuin, a lower ninja. Lower ninja? You still consider him a lower ninja? Yuzuru shook her head. An amount of chakra that exceeds the norm, mastery of forbidden arts, and a terrifying talent in the art of instantaneous transformation. Yuzuru Makoto read softly. There was a kind of ninja that was especially suited to the battlefield, and under the inspiration of a desperate situation of life and death, a ninja's talent would slowly materialize. Nara Yuji looked at Asuma, who was gasping for air, and then at the breezy Ryukin. He couldn't have deliberately offended the Sarutobi family by coming to the most dangerous frontline, wanting to get the chance to redeem his talent in the realm of life and death desperation? Yuzuru Masahiro shook his head. Not sure, maybe. Asuma bent over, gasping for air, and looking helplessly at Ryukin. Is this the ninja who undergoes the baptism of war? Ryukin turned his head gently to look at Asuma. The other man thought he was so powerful as if he had come from the trials of war. Kiryuin, answer me. Asuma still had that same tone of everyone depending on him as the son of Naruto. Ryun ignored him and stood up, lightly patting the dust on his pants. What was the point of pretending in front of an under-ninja? If you had the ability, you could pop in front of Master Zeb's grave and eat snake soup in front of Orochimaru. Yuzuru called out to Ryukin, who was about to leave. Ryukin, I have something to say to you. Asuma was babbling again. Kiryuin, answer me. Did you become so strong because of the war? Nonsense. Ryukin turned his back to Asuma, and with a knot in his sleeve, an intense killing intent enveloped Asuma's body. Blood, tortured devices, human heads, mutilated swords, and eyes like those of a fierce ghost. In just an instant, Asuma fell to her knees, trembling her body unceasingly. Where is this? This was a low-grade illusion technique that Ryukin had developed based on the pain he had suffered at the Sandy Hidden Camp, coupled with the experience of killing. Asuma, who was only at the level of a lower ninja, was plunged into a world like Brahma's hell in the twinkling of an eye. You can't even hold on to this scene. I wonder where you got the courage to go into battle? Leaving a trace of his voice behind, Ryun followed Yuzuru to a side corner. Ryukin clasped his hands and looked at Red, who was full of worry. Yuzuru Red lowered her head, followed by her red eyes looking at Ryukimo, who was different from before. Ryukin, you've become a different person than before. Strange, as if you've changed. Is it because of the war and the experience of the sand-hidden village mistreating you? Maybe. Ryun's answer was unclear, causing a slight twinge in Yuzuru's heart. The old Ryun wouldn't have spoken to her like that, and would have stammered with excitement at the chance to talk to her alone. The sand-hidden village must have tortured him. Yuzuru took a step closer to Ryun and looked into his dark pupils. Ryukin, it's painful to be alive, isn't it? Ryukin looked at Yuzuru in confusion. Why would he feel pain when he was alive and well? It was him who often made others feel pain. Your father was killed in action on the front lines, your teacher and teammates were killed in action in January, and you were sent to the big front lines by the village. This kind of rough fate is really scary. Ryun listened quietly. Without the immortality system, Ryun's life was still really bad. Yuzuru took another step closer to Ryun. Ryun, you're not alone, we're classmates. I won't give up on you. I'll always care about you. Ryukimo took a step backward. Yuzuru pulled Ryukimo's sleeve. Listen to me. Be strong from now on. Ryukin looked at the young girl, his red eyes filled with concern. I used to annoy you so much. Why are you doing this to me? Because we were classmates. Ryukin seemed to freeze. Classmates, yes, simple and sincere feelings, without the calculations of adults and the tearing of power swirls. Yuzuru suddenly pulled out the bitter end from the side of her leg, and a bitter end was about to stab at Ryun. Ryukin had the experience of Shizun before him, so he knew Yuzuru very well. He dodged Yuzuru's bitterness by stepping backward. It's useless, Red. Even if I'm seriously injured, Shimura Seo won't let me leave. Yuzuru put the bitterness in her hand down. How can they do that? Isn't it obvious that they're letting you die? As Ryun looked at Red, who had some exasperation on her face, his heart felt a little more warm, and the depression from the killings over the past few days slowly dissipated. Ninjas who survived in the darkness also needed comfort from the light. It turned out that the sky-flowing clouds are not unasked, quiet sound in search of him. The sunset red sunset is also looking at him. The flowing cloud comforted Red. Don't worry. I've already survived here for 2 weeks. My battlefield experience is no less than any other. But you, it's your first time on the battlefield. Yuzuru lowered her head. I still have my father to protect me, but you're just a lone man holding the line alone. Shimura Aseo is really bad. Not a single teammate is assigned to you. Ryukin's faint second pillar scent filled the air. Loneliness makes one grow, and only those who are used to loneliness can break away from the trouble that comes with mediocrity. Your tone of voice has changed along with it. It used to be slimy. Chapter 29. The Uchiha Family's Fire Escape. As dusk was approaching, Nara Yuji looked at Asuma, who was sulking in the shadows of the forest, still obsessing in his mind about the huge gap between himself and Ryukin. He turned his head again to look at the man who was laughing and joking with Yuzuru on the sidelines. How could Asuma compare to such a huge gap? All he had was his status as the son of the Sarutobi family and his name as the son of Naruto. However, that was precisely his greatest advantage. "Let's go, Red," Yubari called out to Yubari Red. Yubahai Red immediately stood up. "Got it, Dad." She turned her head to look at Ryukin again, her big red eyes full of concern. "Our defense is right behind you. Don't be afraid to be alone. As soon as I can, I'll come and talk to you." Ryukin smiled. "I won't let any sand ninja get past me to hurt Red." Yuzuru shook her head, imparting the touchy-feely technique she had just learned. "When the sand ninjas come, you find a place to hide. Just come over here. My dad's an upperclassman anyway. He'll be able to handle it." Yuzuru's ears twitched. The illusionist ninja's mental talent was strong. His perception was sharp. He just seemed to have heard the sound of himself being sold. Not wanting to worry the girl, Ryuin nodded. "When the time comes, I'll hide and muddle through." Yuzuru smiled. "That's the right thing to do. You're just a lower ninja. There's no need to fight so hard. See you then. Bye." Yuzuru returned to the group and then followed Yuzuru Makoto as they left. Ryukin looked at their backs and then formed an instantaneous seal and slowly disappeared. During the night, Ryukin did his usual scouting for movement in the forest, and still didn't find anything out of the ordinary. The Sand Ninja also seemed to have sensed the strangeness of the 8th Front in Area A, and wondered what preparations they were making. With no one around at night, Ryuin split his shadow doppelganger and began practicing his ninjutsu. He stood on top of a large rock and formed seals with both hands, Fire Transportation Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique, only to see Ryun circle his right hand around his mouth. A ball of flame erupted from his mouth. The flame looked like the fruit of the Phoenix Fairy Fire. This was a basic jutsu commonly used by the Uchiha family, with a rank of only C. Could be redeemed with 300 experience points. Then, Ryukin spewed fire again. Naruto Phoenix Fairy Claw Red. The shuriken he had hidden in his sleeve quickly combined with the flames, and the flames covered the shuriken as a ball of flames quickly flew forward. This was the fire escape ninjutsu that Uchiha Weasel specialized in, a derivative of the Phoenix Fairy Fire art. Ryun had not exchanged it and had figured it out alone with the help of the system's ninjutsu development template. Ryukin suddenly felt a vague gazing sight from his back. White eyes open. Quicksilver immediately opened his white eyes, and sure enough, there was a blue chakra mass at his back, 100 meters behind a boulder. Ryun's hands formed seals and his body produced chakra in a steady stream. The chakra needed for this fire escape ninjutsu was very high. The ninja hiding in the shadows saw that Ryun was preparing to cast a jutsu at him, and immediately jumped out. "Wouldn't Ryun? Wait, I'm a ninja of the Konoha." Ryun didn't care. He had been hiding in the shadows and spying on him, not knowing if he was prying for information or plotting something. Naruto Howling Dragon Fire Technique. Ryun snapped, and a huge fire dragon head erupted from his mouth. The head was lifelike, and it was even more animated than the fire dragon of the Dragon Flame release song technique. Simply put, there were more special effects spent on it. This kind of fire escape. The ninja in the shadows stared wide-eyed. This was already a fire escape that was affiliated with a B-ranked ninjutsu, and this kind of power could only be released by an upper ninja. Roar. The fire dragon roared wildly. The ninja in the dark immediately made a seal with both hands, and escaped the howling dragon fire in an instant. He landed on a rock, and suddenly a steel wire tied him. The other end of the wire was held by Ryukin in his teeth. Ryun made a seal with both hands, Fire Transportation Dragon Fire Jutsu. Dragon Fire Jutsu was also one of the fire transportation represented by the Uchiha family, utilizing a steel thread to connect to the enemy and then releasing a linear flame. The flames were so fast that regular people were scorched by the flames before they could react. Kumo. A line of fire was like a shooting star crossing the sky, and it was about to scorch the ninja in the dark. The ninja in the shadows was not a persimmon to be pinched. He closed his two hands together and immediately cast a wind transportation ninjutsu. Wind transportation gale palm. Wild wind blew out from within his body, quickly blocking the dragon fire that followed. It lasted for more than 10 seconds before the flames slowly dissipated in the air. Ryukin was still ready to cast a spell and test out his fire escape. "Kimi Ryun, that's enough." The ninja in the shadows slowly approached, and Ryun lowered his hand seals, which allowed him to see his appearance clearly. It turned out to be Yuta, the other of Shimura Asayo's 2 guards. "What are you hiding there for?" Yuta grunted, holding back the anger that filled him, and said, "Wooden Lyun, you've gotten lucky. Asayo-sama wants to recruit you, so serve the Shimura family from now on." Yuta did not like Ryun. He had at least worked with Shigejiro for many years, and the two of them had feelings for each other. Yuta didn't dare to comment on Shimura Asayo's cold-bloodedness in abandoning Shigejiro, but that didn't mean he wouldn't have a problem with Ryun. The corner of Ryun's mouth wiped up a cold smile as he leisurely sat down on the rock below. "Become a dog of the Shimura family with you? What did you say? Get lost. Don't disturb me from practicing my ninjutsu." Yuta was still trying to persuade. "Kiryuin, how can a commoner ninja get ahead in the village? Surrendering to the great ninja clan is the only way." Ryun made a seal with one hand and jumped on Yuta's back with an instantaneous leap, giving him a kick that immediately knocked Yuta into a dog's ass. Yuta's eyes were filled with disbelief. "One-handed instantaneous body. I told you to get lost. Shigejiro had one of his hands cut off by me. You don't want to follow in his footsteps, do you?" Yuta finally remembered the misery of his colleague. This only teenager was a ruthless man who dared to do anything. He immediately climbed to his feet and fled in disarray. Ryun left one last message for Yuta. "Tell the Shimura family that I don't even care about that old dog Shimura Tuanzu, let alone a disreputable Shimura Asayo. Feel free to use whatever dirty tricks you have. You'll be considered great if you can screw me over." Yuta stood at a distance, incredulously listening to Ryuken's wild words. Crazy. Insane. Calling the village's Naruto auxiliary as an old dog, that was the powerful Shimura family head, holding a huge root, a single hand in the Kiba village. Ryun dared to curse him. What is this not crazy? This guy is really bold. Yuta instantly went back. He wanted to tell Shimura Asayo about Ryun's wild words as they were, so that the other party would give up on this guy who didn't know how to die. Chapter 30, Yuzuru's Injury. After the Shimura family's dog was fought off, Ryun continued his cultivation all by himself. On the second day, Ryun was lying on a rock looking at the book of Liu Bei written by Jiraiya. Suddenly he heard a clear shout and turned his head to look. Yuzuru, dressed in red and white fabrics, was carrying a small basket, like a deer running in the forest, happily running towards Ryun's place. Quicksilver immediately hit his book and greeted him with a smile. "Red!" Yuzuru Red came closer and handed the small bamboo basket she was holding to Ryun. "Eat quickly, this is the cooking I made. They are really too. They don't even give you any supplies. How does this make you eat enough for combat?" Ryun took it and looked at the girl's handiwork. It was very rudimentary cooking. After all, the conditions were limited in the wilderness. Still, Ryun happily ate the girl's hard work. Yuzuru smiled. "Eat slowly. Be careful of hurting your stomach." It wasn't long before Ryun wiped the grease from the corners of her mouth and gave a thank you. "Thanks, Red." Yuzuru Red shook her head. "We're all classmates. It's only right to help each other." Quicksilver couldn't help but admonish the girl. "This place can be very dangerous. Don't come here in the future." The girl pouted her small mouth. "You're still the same, just a lower ninja, and you have to guard here without knowing how to die. What's wrong with a lower ninja? There are also lower ninjas who will save the world in the future." "I don't believe it." Ryuken leaned his back against the boulder, listening to Yuzuru's recent complaints. "Asma really isn't a classmate. Didn't you just beat him up? He's so careful. And he let the Sarutobi family drive you to the front lines." Ryuken laughed. "I could have stomped him on the ground. Scions of large families like his value the face of the family, and insults from civilians would be seen by them as a provocation, even to the point of defiance of authority. Then he can't be like this. At least he is a classmate who has studied for a few years." As time passed by, Yuzuru stood up and patted the ash on her shorts. "Ryuken, I'm leaving first. My dad still has to teach me illusion magic. I can't stay here for too long." Ryuken waved his hand. "Hurry back. Remember to be careful on the way." "Good." Yuzuru smiled softly and slowly walked down the small hill carrying her small bamboo basket. In the middle distance of roughly 5 kilometers from Area A to Area B, there was a dense forest. At this time is at noon. The sun hangs in the sky. The forest seems to be very quiet. Even the birds chirping also gradually quiet. Yuzuru heart some fear, footsteps a few points faster. In a hidden forest path ahead, Yuzurahong suddenly touched a trap. Swoosh! Several shuriken shot out. Yuzuru hurriedly retreated, but was still slashed in the calf by one shuriken. Ah! Yuzuru covered her calf and crouched down. Immediately afterward, a bitter mushroom shot towards her like a poisonous snake hidden in the shadows. No! Yuzuru's eyes glared to the maximum, and she could only watch as the bitterness was about to shoot into her neck. A white figure flashed by, and Ryukin grabbed that bit hard. White eyes open. As Ryun's white eyes looked out, a chakra mass the size of a ninja was hidden in the dirt not far away. With a shake of Ryun's palm, the bitterless shot back towards that spot. Ryun! Yuzuru stood up and took a step closer to Ryukimo. The sand ninja hidden in the dirt quickly jumped away from the ground. Ryukin formed a seal with one hand and attacked him in an instant. That sand ninja was about to form a seal, but unexpectedly Ryun was faster than him. His right hand hidden in his sleeve formed a seal again. Fire transportation howling fireball technique. A huge fireball erupted from Ryun's mouth, engulfing the sand ninja in an instant. Ah! As the flames scorched through, the sand ninja's cries of pain lingered in the forest. After killing the sand ninja, Ryun turned around and looked at Yuzuru. Ryun, you're amazing. You cleaned up that sand ninja without even seeing you form a seal. Ryun smiled. A mere shinobi is nothing to me. Bragging. Ryukin approached Yuzuru, squatted down, and looked at the wound at Yuzuru's calf. A cut was made, which still had traces of ebony blackness in it. It's poisonous. Then what to do? Yuzuru was a little scared. She shouldn't be randomly wandering around the front line. Ryugen told Yuzuru to crouch down and took out a section of bandage himself, tying it around her calf. You bear with it. Ryun used his bitterless to release poisonous blood at Yubahiro's wound, followed by his mouth leaning in close to her wound and slowly sucking out the poisonous blood from it. Bah! Ryukin. Yuzuru looked at Ryukin, not knowing what was going through her mind. Quicksilver exchanged the antidote about this kind of poison in the system space and quickly gave it to Yuzurihong to put on her calf. Get up. Take 2 steps. Yuzurihong stood up, her calves trembling slightly. The poison was relieved, but slight after effects remained. Ryugen carried Yuzuru on his back and led her out of the forest. Yuzurihong said with some sadness, Am I useless? Even after becoming a ninja, nothing was accomplished. Ryun said bluntly, Yes, you are just useless. Hurry back to the village. This place is not suitable for you. Ryun, you say you're so pretty. What's the point of being a ninja? You can totally just keep it at home and eat off that face of yours in the future. Yuzuru's red eyes curved up. Ryukin gathered his chakra in his feet and jumped towards the tree trunks in front of him, easily running on top of them in the forest. Ryukin felt a slight numbness in his lips. It should be from the drug he had just taken, a poison that would deepen due to the drastic movement of the poisoner. At a time like this, Luyun should have stopped and put the antidote on his mouth to slowly detoxify the poison. But he was not panicked at all, the area was just poisoned. What was he afraid of? Not panicking, just playing. Chapter 31. Sarutobi family's eldest son. Soon, Ryuin carried Yuzuru on his back to the defense line of Area B where Yuzuru Makoto and the others were stationed. In a clearing in the forest, several small tents were set up. Yuzuru Makoto was instructing Asuma and Nara Yuji in the practice of physical arts. The two of them were sparring with their bitter mushroom, you and I hitting each other. The rookies were fighting with deadly moves. Rustle. A slight twitching of branches sounded, and Yuzuru looked upwards, spotting Ragugumo and Yuzuru's silhouettes. Asuma noticed Ryun and Yuzuru. Ryun was carrying Yuzuru on his back, and Yuzuru had both of her arms wrapped around Ryun's neck. Asuma immediately stopped the fight, not without getting a graze from Nara Yuji's bitu. Ryun jumped down and gently placed Yuzuru on the ground. He explained to Yuzuru, who approached him, she was attacked by the sand ninja who ambushed her in the forest and her body was poisoned. I have detoxified her. Yubari Makoto looked at Yubari Red, who lowered her head, not daring to look into her father's scrutinizing eyes. Red, didn't you say you went to the forest to pick wild fruits? Why did you run to Ryukin? Quicksilver looked at the silent girl in surprise. It turned out that Yuzuru had run to him without Yuzuru's approval. Yuzuru didn't say anything. Yuzuru Junhong shook her head. Don't just leave my sight in the future. The front line of the war can be very dangerous. Yuzuru nodded. Got it, Dad. Yuzuru Junhong turned her head to look at Ryukin again and saw that the other party's face was a bit pale. Are you alright? Yuzuru was also a bit worried. Dad. Ryun took the drugs for me and must have still taken the toxins with him in his body. Ryun waved his hand. Don't worry, I have an antidote. I'll take it later. Wouldn't Ryun? Come on, let's ninja battle. Asma ran up in a huff, his arms still bearing the cuts from Narayuji's cuts. Ryun directly ignored him and waved at Yuzuru. See you later, Red. Goodbye, Ryukin. Asma's bitterless slashed through, and Ryun turned into a shadow, disappearing before their eyes. Kiryuin. Asma clenched his fists as hard as he could. He couldn't beat him, and even his beloved was in his opponent's arms. For the first time, Asma had a huge doubt in himself. He lowered his head and looked at the girl sitting on the ground, opened his hand and tried to save it. Red, I was never involved in the appointment of Kiryuin. Can you forgive me? Yuzuru turned her head away and ignored Asma, who hadn't tried to go over and dismiss the Sarutobi family's appointment even if he hadn't been a part of it. He must have been indifferent to the fact that Ryukin was being sent to the most dangerous part of the front lines. Red. Asma's hand just stayed half hanging in the air for a long time, feeling, as he did, as if he had lost something. Being stepped on by a civilian shamenabu, he lost all of his dignity, and even some people looked at him with dark scorn. Now, even Red no longer cared about him. Discontent, anger, jealousy, hatred, Asma's heart mixed feelings, then eyes on the smear on a gloomy, a ruthless words put down. That is, even the upper ninja are not sure to live down the A area. Would Lu Yun live not down? He certainly not live down, he will die, he will die. After saying that, ignoring the three people's astonished eyes, one person ran towards the middle of the dense forest. Yuzuru sighed helplessly. A huge gap will make people look up, and will also make people's hearts twist. This hurdle. Let's see if Asma can cross it. Narayuji wiped his bitterness. Asma has been living in the pride of others prostrating themselves since he was a child. It's the first time he's been struck down like this by his peers, and with this kind of disparity, Asma can't even see the other side's back. Yuzuru stood up, her face filled with anger. You all remember Asma. Do none of you care about Ryukin? He's alone on the 8th front. No teammates, no supplies. How does that make him hold out? Yuzuru and Narayuji were silent. Ryun sprinted through the forest, the skin on his face getting whiter and whiter, slowly becoming inky black, but Ryun still didn't change his face. Wasn't it just so poisoned? A minor problem. Ding! You have been killed by Nakanin Matsumoto Hawk using poison. Experience value plus 30. This sandy hidden dragonet, who still didn't forget to request a name when he reached the netherworld. Sand Hidden Frontline Command Center. Yumekita handed a letter of appointment to the upper ninja Kashikawa. There is a ghost in the 8th front in Konoha Area A. I suspect that there is an elite upper ninja handle here. Your sneaking and raiding abilities are the best among the upper ninjas. Go and find out who it is. Yes, Commander. Kashikawa took the appointment letter, carefully skimmed through it, memorized this location of the Kiba front, and then exited Yumekita's office area. Kashikawa walked to a clearing, put his finger in his teeth, bit out blood, and instantly made a seal. Psychic jutsu. White smoke rang out with a bang, and a huge black eagle stood in the clearing, white head and black feathers, those eagle eyes transmitting a cold aura like a sword. Ming Feng, let's go! Chirp! An eagle's cry spread throughout the entire sandy hidden camp, followed by a flap of the huge black wings, rolling the wind to meet the sky. At night, Asmar angrily struck a tree, the trunk of which was grooved by him, carrying his own blood in it. Why? 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 Asma kept asking rhetorically. He was the son of Naruto, the son of the Sarutobi family. There was no shortage of ninjutsu in his family, nor was there any shortage of shinobi who instructed him in the practice of ninjutsu. With so many resources, he was instead no better than a commoner lower ninja. Red. Even you look down on me? Asma punched heavily into the groove of the tree, his fist dripping blood, but the pain on it was no match for the scars in his heart. He had been stepped on by Ryun, and every time he saw his opponent he tried to get back at him, but Ryun didn't even look at him squarely. In front of Ryun, he was weak as a child, losing his dignity and everything. Tired of fighting, Asma leaned against the tree trunk alone and muttered, "What else do I have?" A cold grunt rang out. You're the son of Naruto, the son of the Sarutobi family, while your opponent is just a commoner shinobi. Your family's identity is your greatest advantage. Asma looked up at a young man in his 20s with a face 7 or 8 times similar to his. Big brother, aren't you at the battlefield in the Rain Country? Why are you here? Sarutobi Shinosuke looked at his untalented brother and grunted. The Rain Country battlefield is entering a stalemate. It's the same with or without me. And it's not a good place to get credit. I'm here to build up the Kawaraji country battlefield. Asma looked at his hand that broke the skin, not caring about the pain in his hand. Has the old man already thought of paving the way for you? Sarutobi Shinosuke nodded. After this war, it's almost time for the 4th generation Naruto to compete. I want to become Naruto and continue the honor of the Sarutobi family. Asma lowered his head and didn't say anything for a long time. Sarutobi Shinosuke directly lifted Asma by the collar. What? Can't get up from this blow? You are a man of the Sarutobi family, a born noble. How can you be defeated by a mere setback? Asma pushed Sarutobi Shinosuke away. You don't understand. The corner of Sarutobi Shinosuke's mouth wiped up a smile. Isn't it just a woman? As a nobleman, what woman can't you go after? Red isn't like the others. Sarutobi Shinosuke grunted. I'll take care of this. A mere upper ninja with no roots. It's his greatest honor to be able to join the Sarutobi family in marriage. What are you going to do? Asma asked loudly. Sarutobi Shinosuke's figure flashed and left Asma's line of sight. As if Asma had guessed where Sarutobi Shinosuke was going, his clenched fists loosened up even though he didn't want to. Red. There's no way you and a dead man are going to make it. Chapter 32. Shinobu Kashikawa sends his head 1,000 miles to beg for an audience with Lord Mushi. Sarutobi Shinosuke quickly found Yuzuru and explained the purpose of his visit, and very domineeringly demanded that Yuzuru keep his daughter in check, keep her away from Ryun, and also promised to let Yubari Makoto's daughter marry into the Sarutobi family in the future to raise Yubari Makoto's status in the village. Yuzuru Mahu refuses 100 times, not wanting to hurt his daughter's feelings, but Sarutobi Shinosuke presses him with the power of the Sarutobi family. Yuzuru has no choice but to take the side of the Sarutobi family. He must protect his daughter from any harm. The campfire was thick at night, dispelling the cold that rose from the earth. Sensing the silence in the atmosphere, Nara Yuji wisely found an excuse and went to bed. At the bonfire, only Yuzuru and Yuzuru Makoto remained. Yuzuru Makoto clenched his teeth fiercely, although he was an elite upper ninja and had a certain amount of influence in the village. But in front of the big tree that was the Sarutobi family, it was like an ant. Red. Yuzuru raised her head and looked at her father, the expression on her face as if she was suppressing something. What for? Dad. Don't go looking for Ryukin in the future. Don't play with him anymore. Forget about him. Yuzuru looked at Yuzuru Jinhong with wide eyes. In the past, Yuzuru Jinhong had always gone along with everything and never interfered in her personal matters. Today was the first time. What are you talking about, Dad? Yuzuru stood up. Yuzuru said word for word. Don't go looking for Ryukin. Forget about him completely. Also, forgive Asma and stop having petty conflicts with him. Why? Yuzuru asked loudly and rhetorically. Why? Why can't I go back to Ryukin? Yuzuru's voice got a little louder. There's no why. It's an order. I'm your guiding shinobi, and you must carry out my words. But you're my father. Tears fell from Yuzuru's eyes. As if frozen in place, Yuzuru looked painfully at his daughter's tears. For the first time in his 30 years of living, he felt so powerless the hands of the shinobi were tearing civilians apart all the time. Kato Break, White Teeth, and too many others who could not stop the huge ruling hand of the shinobi clan. Yuzuru Red's heart was hardened. This is the first time I order you. Kiryuin will never survive. Red, forget about him. The sooner you forget, the sooner you'll be in less pain by then. Tick. Tick. The girl's tears fell. She couldn't believe that her father, who usually spoiled her so much, would say such desperate words. Yuzuru turned and ran off regardless. You're all the same, one by one, watching Ryukin go to his death. He's so pitiful and lonely, but he can never escape the adult's calculations. Yubiho watched Yubiho run away, and instead of taking action, she silently looked at the campfire that was burning. The temperature of the fire was so warm, but Yuzuru Makoto's heart was so cold. We are all sails on the great sea. How can we escape that endless whirlpool? On the 7th front of the Konoha front, a giant white-headed eagle landed its talons on the chest of a ninja with a broken arm. Sand Ninja Kashikawa pinned his ninja sword to Shigejiro's neck. Who is the ninja guarding your 8th front? Shigejiro's entire body was covered in blood, and the organs in his chest were in disarray. Suddenly, the force bearing down on his chest grew, and Shigejiro immediately shouted, It's Kiryuin. He's been guarding the 8th front. Kiryuin. Who is he? Kashikawa mentally recalled the Kiba village's list of upper ninjas, and had never heard of the name Kiryuin at all. Shigejiro immediately replied, "He is a civilian under ninja who was driven to the 8th front to die because he offended the Sarutobi family's son. An under ninja." Kashikawa's heart was filled with doubt. Kiba led a single under ninja guard the 8th front, but it cost them Sand Cane 8 special upper ninjas and 12 middle ninjas. "Think I'm stupid? How dare you lie to me?" Kashikawa slashed violently. The light in Shigejiro's eyes slowly grayed out. The only thing that came out was the broken voice. I didn't lie to you." Kashikawa jumped onto the black eagle and stood on the neck of the giant eagle as the wind rustled by. "Akikes, go to the 8th front. I can't believe Konoha would send a shinobi to guard there." "Chirp," the eagle cried the 9 heavens, its massive wings blocking the light spilling down from the moon. Came a low sob from the girl in the dark night. Yuzuru swept away the thorns that stood in her way, ignoring the blood that cut into her hands as she wandered headlessly through the forest. She didn't know where she was, or where she was supposed to go. It was the first time Yuzuru had asked her so forcefully. Forgive Asma and forget about Ryukin. The world of adults was so complicated, and Yuzuru only wanted to save her companions, only wanted to get away from the black vortex of the village, but the pressure from the shinobi clan could not be stopped by anyone. Chirp! From the sky came a soaring eagle's cry, and the beasts of the forest were in disarray, their cries rising and falling as if they were submitting to the pitch-black king in the sky. Yuzuru looked up as a huge black eagle circled the night sky, and at the neck of its white feathers stood a ninja wearing a sand ninja protector. "Sand ninja!" Yutaka panicked and immediately dove into the dense forest. The black eagle's vision was sharp, and even in such a dark night, it spotted Yuzuru at a glance. Kashikawa noticed the girl below. "Konoha's lower ninja? Is that her?" Judging from the movements of the girl below who fled in a sorry state, it couldn't possibly be a powerful ninja who could hold the 8th front. "Akikes, catch her." Yuzuru's senses were very sharp. He vaguely heard the cry of a flying psychic beast and was immediately alerted. A psychic beast. A sand-hidden shinobi eagle. "Oh no, Red." Without saying a word, Yuzuru ran in the direction Yuzuru had left with his sword. Narayuji also got out of the tent, and he also analyzed the urgency of the situation. In the 8th front of Area A, Ryuin's eyelids jumped. Usually this kind of sign in a rotten set signified an ominous foreboding. He had no one to ask, so he asked the system dad, "System, what's going on? Why is my right eyelid jumping?" The system answered truthfully, "The host hasn't slept for a long time. It's only natural that his eyelid is jumping. You're still skinning with me. Answer me quickly." The host focuses all of his chakra into his white eyes to expand his probing distance. Quicksilver immediately did as he was told, and he made a seal with both hands. White eyes open. A steady stream of chakra from within his body gathered at his eyes. The white eyes' perspective began to slowly increase. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers. Ryukin still didn't notice any movement. He immediately opened the 3 gates of the 8 gates of evasion. The skin of his body turned red and his body emanated green energy as he overloaded his body's energy to extract chakra to pour into his white eyes. 3 kilometers. 4 kilometers. 8 kilometers. 10 kilometers. Ryukin's white eyes probing range expanded directly to 10 kilometers away. As he probed hard, he suddenly spotted 2 huge strands of chakra in the sky. The largest strand was barge-like, a chakra belonging to a psychic beast. The other strand of chakra was higher than the special shinobi, a chakra belonging to a shinobi. There was also a very weak chakra, one that Ryukin was familiar with. Red. Ryun immediately slashed his blade head, and after reanimating, he opened the 3 gates and instantly ran towards the direction where Yuzuru Red had been captured. With all 3 gates open, a steady stream of chakra was used by Ryun to perform his instantaneous body technique. In the night sky, he was like a green light that cut through the quiet forest. Hurry up, faster. Ryun kept accelerating, kept forming seals, and kept releasing his instantaneous technique. The 3 chakra gate valves in his body were constantly outputting chakra. Ryukin kept letting out low roars. His whole body was steaming. All the nutrients in his body were burning, and his life was slowly flowing away. He was like a gust of wind blowing through the forest, and the distance between him and Kashikawa was getting closer and closer. 7 kilometers. 6 kilometers. 5 kilometers. Strands of pain began to appear in Ryuin's body. The negative effects of the 8 gates of transportation were affecting his sprinting. and Ryuin immediately detonated the detonation talisman at his chest. Chapter 33. Chasing the red flowing clouds. After resurrecting, Lu Yun proceeded to open the 3 gates again and superlimit his instantaneous body. For kilometers, 3 kilometers, 1 kilometer. As Lu Yun looked up, there was a giant eagle under the moonlit sky. Unlike the wind eagle of the Dohei sect back then, this eagle was black and was even more massive than the Dohei sect psychic beast with twice the amount of chakra. Rumble. Quicksilver immediately detonated the detonation talisman, blowing it up and then recovering, turning on the green light instantaneous sprint mode. The blast of the detonation talisman caught the attention of the black eagle, which cawed and spun around in the sky. Yu Chuan sensed the difference in his partner, and his pupils looked downward. A green line came at breakneck speed, a speed that slowly widened in just an instant. What is this? A green flash. At a distance of 200 meters below the black eagle, Lu Yun fiercely stomped his foot downwards, instantly stepping out of a crater about 10 meters in size. He leapt as if he was a missile being launched, flying towards the black eagle. The night was cold. The wind from the sky blew on the girl with scars on her body. Yuzuru hadn't dared to open her eyes for fear of the cold wind hurting her pupils. There was some despair in her heart. Captured by the sand ninja and brought back to the sand-hidden camp, she didn't know what kind of abuse and humiliation she would endure. Stream Cloud was also like this in the beginning, right? Captured by the sand ninja, not a single person came to rescue him. He was also so desperate, right? Yuzuru thought about the other person in her mind. Ryugen had changed so much, proving that the pain and suffering endured was much more. Red. A high cry came from below. Yuzuru looked downward in confusion, only to see a figure glowing with green energy flying into the sky. Ryun. The girl called out in surprise, and then suddenly cried out anxiously, "Go back, go back. He's an upper ninja. You're no match for him." Kashikawa finally got a good look at the green figure. A teenager? But he still has this kind of ninjutsu? Ichikawa immediately made a seal and spat out dozens of wind blades from his mouth. Wind transportation wind cutting technique. Ryuken closed his 4 fingers in front of one another. Multiple shadow diversion technique. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, a cloud of white smoke exploded around him, and roughly 100 shadow doppelgangers hovered in the sky. As soon as they came out, they cursed the heavens, blaming the main body for being so pitiful as to release them high in the sky. A few shadow doppelgangers became Ryun's shields, helping him block Yu Chuan's wind blades. However, there was still a wind blade that grazed Ryun's shoulder and directly cut off Ryun's left hand. Yuzuru worriedly shouted, "Ryukumo!" Ryun didn't stop. He stepped on the head of one of his shadow doppelgangers and lunged, finally making contact with the black eagle. Chirp! The black eagle's wings flapped and climbed up in the air. Ryugen's shadow doppelganger built a human bridge in the middle of the sky and grabbed Ryugen's foot again, flinging it violently, the force of which gave Ryugen great acceleration. Up! Ryugen surged upwards, impacting under the black eagle's claws. Fire transportation howling fireball technique. Forming a seal with one hand, he spat out a huge fireball that shot above the black eagle's feathers. Chirp! The black eagle, in pain, unconsciously let go of its claws, and Yuzuru fell down. Red! Ryun immediately grabbed it with one hand, and Yuzuru Red slightly opened her eyes and looked at the teenager whose skin was red-filled and releasing green energy. Ryun! Ryugen hugged Yuzuru and descended downwards. A huge gravitational potential energy was superimposed on the two of them before turning into power potential energy. The force of this downward impulse could instantly smash any person into mush. Under such a desperate situation, Yuzuru's heart instead became more still. The heartache in Yuzuru's heart brought about by her father's toughness slowly disappeared, and her antipathy towards the village's power vortex gradually dissipated. Ryuken, you're so nice. The two of them dropped sharply, and Ryugen's only remaining right hand let go of Yuzuru and quickly formed a seal. One-handed multiple shadow split technique. In an instant, 50 or so shadow doppelgangers were stacked up below. Ryuken caught Yuzuru again with one hand, using the shadow doppelgangers to cushion the force of the fall from the sky. The main body, your majesty. The main body. The shadow doppelgangers exploded one by one, not forgetting to greet Ryuken's entire family as they exploded, landing on the ground, bending over all in one go. Quicksilver turned off the 8 gates, and the ensuing exhaustion invaded his entire body, Quicksilver endured the physical pain and gently let go of the young girl. He comforted, "Red, everything is fine." Yuzuru Red shed tears as her eyes looked at Ryun's broken arm. "You fool! Why did you come to my rescue?" Ryun glanced at his broken arm. "Don't be afraid. A minor injury." "Idiot. Big dummy. Super big fool." Ryun froze. Ryun patted Yuzuru's soft back with his right hand. "Don't cry. My recovery ability is very good. I'll be able to recover tomorrow." "You lied to me. What kind of ninja can recover from a broken arm?" "Secret technique 100 feather break." Kashikawa above immediately used his combined jutsu with the psychic beast. Hundreds of feathers were seen suspended in the sky, each one of them glistening white and as big as a bamboo, beautiful yet with a slight killing intent. 100 feathers breaking the sky release. Hundreds of feathers flew towards Luyun and Yuzuru, their range covering the sky and the earth. Instantaneous body. Ryun immediately made a seal and brought Yuehong to instantly transform, but his chakra had already bottomed out, and his instantaneous transformation only reached the periphery of Kashigawa's wind transportation ninjutsu release. Several 10-wind transport feathers from the sky straight down. Luyun with Yuehong rolled toward the ground, dodged 3 or 4, and then there are 5 stained with a killing opportunity to come. Unable to dodge, Luyun took the opportunity to brace one hand on top of Yuehong, using his own body to give her defense. "Ryun!" Yuzuru froze her eyes and shouted, her sight lingering on the moment when Ryukumo gave him shelter from the wind and rain. Swoosh! Swift attacks fell, feathers passing through Ryun's body. One pierced through his stomach and shot to the ground, while the other went through Ryun's chest and was grabbed by one of Ryun's hands to avoid the feather with the wind escape from hitting Yubari. Ahem! Fresh blood flowed out of Ryun's mouth, his vitality slowly becoming dim, the light in his eyes gradually replaced by obscurity. Yuzuru trembled, shivering her body, shivering her hands to wipe off the blood next to Ryun's mouth. "Ryun! Don't die! Don't die!" Ryugen lowered his head and knelt down on both knees, the light in his eyes slowly dispersing. "You are the red haze of the setting sun, and I am the cloud that chases after your flowing." The bright glow of his eyes didn't fall, and the heartbeat in his chest stopped. "Flowing clouds." She kept shedding crystal tears. "Why? Why? You stayed at the front line for 2 weeks without dying, and now you're dying to save me. Ryun, come back to life." A huge shadow enveloped Yuzuru. Yuzuru didn't look up to see it. She had closed herself off to the outside world. Kashikawa stood on the head of the Black Eagle, looking mercilessly at the young girl who was shedding tears. "This is the ninja world. The curse of indifference and heartlessness will be passed down from one generation to the next until the day humanity dies out." Ha! Under Kashikawa's vision, Ryun's corpse released white smoke obscuring the scene below. Smoke? Immortal blood relay. Kashikawa's eyes widened violently. He was an intelligence ninja by birth and had access to the dark sex intelligence, so he naturally knew the description of the immortal blood relay that had been circulating among the higher-ups. Smoke! Yuzuru looked at the white smoke-filled area suspiciously. A finger gently tapped on one of her sleeping points. Yuzuru fell into an uncontrollable slumber. Ryukin detached a shadow doppelganger, which carried Yuzurahong as she retreated towards the forest. As the smoke cleared, the teenager in white clothes with his chest bared stood on the ground with his arms crossed. Those eyes were like 2 black jewels under the moonlit night. "Introducing myself, my name is Kiryuin." Chapter 34 Shimanobu is too crazy. In the middle of the forest, Yuzuru and Narayuji hurried quickly, finally approaching the range where Ryun was fighting the sand ninja Kashikawa. At the foot of a large tree, the two spotted Ryun's shadow doppelganger as well as Yuzuru. Yuzuru Jinhong instantly approached and picked up the already unconscious Yuzuru, and when he saw that there was nothing wrong with the other party, he suddenly lowered his hanging heart. He looked up at Ryukin's shadow doppelganger and said in a rather complicated manner, "Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even dare to think about what would have happened to Red." Narayuji approached and shook his head. "Sensei, he's just a shadow doppelganger. Turn your head and look." Yuzuru turned her head. In the night sky roughly 300 meters away, a huge black hawk hovered in the air, and a single white shadow doppelganger rushed up into the sky from the ground like a cannonball. Upon closer inspection, the attire the shadow doppelganger wore was Ryukyu's version of Pinru's white clothes. One by one, the shadow doppelgangers flew up into the sky, spitting out fire escapes and attacking the Black Eagle without stopping. On top of the Black Eagle was a wind transportation ninja, also releasing wind transportation to eliminate Ryun's shadow doppelgangers. Black Eagle? Sand Hidden Villages, Upper Ninja Kashikawa. Yuzuru Magenta quickly remembered the list of Sand Hidden Villages Upper Ninja. The Upper Ninja who possessed the Black Eagle psychic beast included one of them, Kashikawa, who specialized in infiltrating to gather information. Nara Yuji froze. Kiritsugu is fighting an upper ninja? What was wrong with this world? Should a lower ninja be this crazy? Yuzuru said to Nara Yuji, "You stand guard here, I'll go take a look." On Ryun's side, Ryun had actually been fighting Kashikawa and his psychic beast for about 10 minutes before Yuzuru Makoto and Nara Yuji arrived. Ryun had swiped about 1,400 experience points from the upper ninja and the high-level psychic beasts, and with Ichikawa no longer useful to him, Ryun began to lay down the gauntlet. Naruto Howling Dragon Fire Technique. Roar. A huge fire dragon head on the ground flew towards the sky above. Ichikawa controlled Black Eagle to make a turn and dodged the Howling Dragon Fire Jutsu. Immediately afterward, several hand swords flew by with long steel wires tied behind them, tethering Kashikawa. Ryukin smiled coldly from below and made a seal with both hands. Fire Transportation Dragon Fire Jutsu. Swoosh! The flames were like meteors catching the moon, rapidly taking off into the air, and in the blink of an eye they were about to attack Kashikawa. With a slash of his ninja sword, Kashikawa cut through the steel line, but the flames behind the line still shot straight at him. Chirp! The Black Eagle climbed up and dodged the flames. Ryukin released the seal form of his hands and looked at the one man and one eagle in the sky. He had to take care of the psychic beast at Ichikawa's feet first. 8 gates of transportation. First open door open. Second hue gate open. Third life gate open. Ryun opened 3 gates in a row. His body ignited with a faint green energy as he violently stomped towards the ground and rushed into the sky. Come on, brat! Kashikawa and Blackhawk were no slouches, and even though their chakra levels were way down, they didn't fall away. Akike's dive. Kashikawa controlled Blackhawk to dive downwards as the two used a combination jutsu. Secret Jutsu 100 Feathers Break the Sky. Hundreds of feathers that changed in the form of a kitten rushed towards Ryukin, and Ryukin charged hard, not caring at all that the feathers penetrated his heart and chest. When he was close to the Black Eagle, Lu Yun opened his white eyes and released his entire body's chakra towards the 361 output orifices. Fire Transportation Ash Accumulation Burning. The chakra extracted from Ryun's 3 gates burning his body's energy reached the level of an elite upper shinobi, and black gunpowder smoke directly covered half of the sky. Akike's quickly retreat. Kashikawa smelled the strong smell of gunpowder and was about to control the Black Eagle to escape the shroud of gunpowder smoke. Sparks suddenly emerged from Ryun's mouth. Rumble. The gunpowder kept exploding, and a ball of flames reflected most of the sky. Yuzuru Makoto arrived just in time and recognized the jutsu at once. Sarutobi family's ash accumulation burning. Boom! The sound of gunpowder exploding was mixed with the sound of white smoke bursting. It turned out to be Kashikawa's psychic beast, Black Hawk, who had returned to its own psychic realm from too much damage. A figure fell out of the smoke, his clothes scorched black. It was none other than Kashikawa, whose hair had been blown up in a mess. Fortunately, he did not suffer particularly heavy injuries due to the fact that the Black Eagle protected Kashikawa during the explosion, taking most of the gunpowder blast. After Ryun was revived, he fell straight down from the sky above. He opened the 3 gates and violently stomped a large pit in the ground. Ryun slowly stepped out of the pit, his white clothes hanging backward, revealing a sturdy upper body with not a single scratch on it. The color of surprise in Yuzuru Jinhong's eyes became even more intense. Ryun fought with the sand-hidden upper ninja Ichikawa, and the one who fell into a disadvantage seemed to be Ichikawa. Ryun's white eyes suddenly noticed Yuzuru Makoto, who was watching the battle from 150 meters away. He gathered a few moments of recklessness and began to get serious. Dancing a blade pattern, Ryugen made a seal with one hand and rushed forward with an instantaneous body. Bing! Kashikawa reacted quickly as their blades clashed together, Ryuken's gradually overpowering his opponent. The force of his Nakanobu template was elevated to its peak. Fully developed, he was comparable to a power-type Nakanobu in terms of strength. Kashikawa was not a power type and could only be suppressed by Ryuken. In Yuzuru Makoto's line of sight, a very strange scene appeared. Ryugen, who was a full head and a half shorter than Ichikawa, just suppressed Ichikawa. Yuzuru Magenta made a note of Ryun's great strength. Where did you get that much strength? Kashikawa watched incredulously as he was being suppressed. He was an adult and now he was being overpowered by a child. Without much thought, Ichikawa drew out his bitterless with his other hand and violently was about to shoot at Ryukin. If there was no one else watching the battle, Ryukin would not have made a defense at all and would have directly charged at him. However, Yuzuru was watching from the sidelines. Ryukin leapt into the air and flipped over to avoid Kashikawa's bitterless. Taking off in the air, one hand suddenly had two fingers together, a one-handed tiger seal. Fire transportation ghost lantern, only to see around Ryukin. A full 20 or so horned ghost fire heads were condensed out, whistling and attacking fiercely towards Ichikawa. Ichikawa closed his two hands together, and the chakra in his body was released. Wind transportation gale palm. A violent gale was released from Ichikawa's body, blowing away about 10 of Ryugin's ghost lanterns. But the remaining ghost lanterns attacked from behind Ichikawa, who violently retreated backward, and he retreated in the exact direction of Ryukin. Be a good boy and stick your head out. Ryukin brought up his sword and slashed violently upwards. With a fire escape behind him and Ryukin in front of him, Kashikawa leapt upwards, dodging the cloud of fire. Ryukin lashed out. The weakness of a ninja who acted in the air was obvious. 8 gates of transportation, 3 gates open. Ryukin made a strong clench of his teeth and opened all 3 gates in an instant, his body power overloading and bringing him unimaginable energy. Lu Yun fiercely stomped his foot towards the sky. That speed, to the onlookers it looked like a green flash, and it was so green that it made people panic, so green that it made people's hearts go cold. Chapter 35 Upgrade Special Shinobi Template. Yu Chuan could not dodge at all, and could only watch as he was kicked in the chest by Lu Yun. Ka-ching! The sound of bones cracking rang out, and all the internal organs in Yu Chuan's body were displaced by the kick. He was also kicked 100 meters away, crashing into a large tree and breaking that tree before stopping. Cough, cough. Kashikawa struggled to get up, unstoppable blood flowing out of his mouth, as he looked helplessly at Ryukin who was walking towards him step by step with his ninja sword. At the end of his life, Ichikawa didn't beg for mercy. Instead, a cold smile was wiped on his mouth. Kimi Ryugen, you're the one that the village's top brass are looking for, and your information will be reported to the village by my mukes. So what? Ryukin moved closer to him. The 4th Kazakage, the Chiyo Brahma, the Scorch Envoy Yakura, the Sand-Hidden Village, and many other masters, they will surely find a way to capture you, study your immortal smoke transportation blood relay, and torment you non-stop. Ryukin crossed his sword, the blade glittering silver under the moonlight. With a slash of the ninja blade, blood spurted and Ryukin's white clothes were stained. I am an immortal ninja. There is simply nothing in the world that can kill me. A figure instantly came out. Ryugen turned his head. It was Yuzuru Jinhong. Yuzuru Jinhong looked at Ryun with a rather complicated gaze. Everyone has underestimated you. Your strength has already reached upper ninja. Ryun wiped the blood off of his ninja sword, carrying a faint aura of Urju. Mediocre people's gaze only stays around them, so how can they see the beauty beyond their eyes? Yuzuru cut off Kashikawa's head. He is an intelligence ninja of the Sand Hidden. The information in his head is important. This credit is yours. I will apply to you for war credit. Ryukin danced a blade flourish, followed by a naginata that put the ninja sword into the hilt of his own belt. The faint aura of Nijuo filled the air. Then the merit will be reserved for you. I am an eagle that soars in the sky, and do not care to snatch food from those rats in the mud. After finishing his speech, Ryun turned around and slowly walked towards his little hill. Yuzuru Jinhong looked at the teenager whose upper body was bare, exposing his spine. Why does this guy have an urge that makes people want to fight? On the front line of the Sand Hidden, a giant black eagle with somewhat charred feathers stopped at the command post. Yumekita immediately walked out from his office and took out a scroll from the black eagle's beak, which was the information that Kashikawa had taken the opportunity to write down during the battle. Yumekita's face was filled with gloom. The best infiltration and surprise attack of the upper ninja died just like this. I wonder if the information scoped out can be worth this value? Yumekita opened the scroll and perused it carefully. Immortal ninja. Smoldering blood relay. Yumekita's eyes revealed a brilliant light. As the commander of the front line, since the last time he failed to hunt down Ryun, Yumekita had learned that there was information about Ryun among the higher-ups. A body that would never die, an instant resurrection to recover from all injuries, and now that this information had been updated and named the immortal smoke transportation, the value on his body was even higher than that of the Kizuna. Kashikawa's sacrifice was not without value. At least the whereabouts of the undying smoke transportation blood relay body was obtained. Yumekita, without saying a word, got on the Black Hawk and flew in the direction of the sand-hidden camp. He wanted to report this matter to the 4th-generation Wind Shadow Rosa. Kiba Frontline, Area 8th Front. Lu Yun plopped down on top of a stone. His spirit had long since entered the system space. Having gotten 1,400 experience points, it was time to upgrade Ryun's Nakanabu template. After spending 400 experience points to raise the seal, illusion, virtue of the 8 ninja items to 10 points. Lu Yun then proceeded to spend all of the remaining experience value on upgrading chakra control, chakra nature change, and subsequently ninja profession foundation. At the end of the day, Ryun added points to all of the ninjutsu he had mastered to the level of one-handed sealing. The system's voice rang out as usual. Host's Nakanabu quality full level is successful. Template replacement. Ryun looked at the template where he was replaced as a special upper ninja, a template that was promoted based on the rank of the ninja. The interface was full of new ninjutsu. After all, certain people didn't want to unleash their water escapes here. Special upper ninja Kiryuin. 8 ninja items. Ninjutsu 1, Body 1, Illusion 1, Kage 1, Power 1, Speed 1, Essence 1, Seal 1. 4 chakra items. Chakra amount. Special upper ninja level. Chakra attributes. Fire attribute, Een attribute. Chakra control, 80% proficiency. Chakra nature change, 80% proficiency. Bloodline limitation. White eyes beginner. Ninja profession basics. Theory 2, Concealment 2, Tracking 2, Assassination 2, Trap 2, Poisoning 2. Forbidden techniques. Multiple shadow diversion technique 100% proficiency. 8 gates of transported armor. Open door, resting door, Shang door 50% proficiency. Ninjutsu. Fire escape Ho Dragon Fire Jutsu 50% proficiency in one-handed sealing Fire escape Ash Come Burn 50% proficiency in one-handed sealing Fire escape Dragon Fire Jutsu 50% proficiency in one-handed sealing. Fire escape Phoenix Fairy Fire Jutsu 50% proficiency in one-handed sealing. Fire escape Phoenix Fairy Flower Claw Red 50% proficiency in one-handed sealing. Spiral Pellet No sealing. Physical arts. Head receiving Rapier 100% proficiency. Kiba Gale 40% proficiency. Kiba Whirlwind 50% proficiency. Kiba Great Whirlwind 50% proficiency. Omodii Renjiki 40% proficiency. Renjiki 50% proficiency. Illusion. Smoke Transformation Illusion 100% proficiency. Iris Illusion 80% proficiency. Killing Intent Illusion 60% proficiency.
Evaluation, Sigma Sigma.
Ryukin opened his white eyes and felt his entire body. The amount of chakra normally circulating had tripled from before. The chakra points had become thicker, proving that the output was also faster. Most importantly, Ryun felt that he had grown a little taller, but he was still a short radish of less than 1 meter 6. He clenched his hands, a powerful energy overflowing in his body, and then he was ready to dance, ready to stand above the sky. Ryuin, a clear shout came from the distance. As Lu Yun looked away from the distance, the young girl in red and white weaved in and out between the solid rocks, like a happy deer in the forest. Quicksilver stood up and smiled. Red! Yuzuru was followed by Yuzuru Makoto. The other party was really frightened yesterday and didn't dare to let Yuzuru take half a step away from his side again. Yubihai Red stubbornly wanted to come and see Ryun again. This time Yubihai Jinhong went along with her daughter and led her to the area where Ryun was stationed. Yuzuru quickly approached Ryun. Was last night a dream? I clearly dreamt that you were dead? Then why are you still alive and well? Ryukin babbled. At that time, you were caught in that sand ninja's illusion spell. That's why you thought I was dead. In that case, I was scared to death at that time. Yuzuru rubbed her chest as if she still had palpitations from yesterday's incident. Ryukin criticized the girl. How did you run out of your defenses last night? If I hadn't realized it early, you would have been captured by the sand ninja. Yuzuru lowered her head. She didn't want to answer that question. Chapter 36 Naruto's Negative Mouth Path. In the back, Yuzuru unconsciously squeezed her hand tightly and interjected right after. Ryukin, grow up quickly. The ninja talent in you possesses the qualities to become a shadow. I believe that you will one day transform the Kiba village and even the Fire Country in the future. After Yuzuru Jinhong finished speaking, she instantly walked away. A character who could kill an upper shinobi at such an age, even the first generation of the Konoha village at the beginning of the village with Uchiha-zan was just like that, right? If Ryukin could really grow to that kind of level, I believe that he would be able to break free from the shackles that the ninja clan had bound on the civilians. After Yuzuru Makoto left, Yuzuru instead let go even more. Ryun, I don't want to care about Asma anymore. He even asked someone to threaten my dad to make me forget about you. How petty. Ryun, Dad said that you were able to defeat the Sandy Hidden Village's upper ninja all by yourself. You're awesome. Ryun seemed to have fully integrated into the character traits of the second pillar. A reptile from the Sand Hidden Village, even if he becomes an upper ninja, he is nothing more than a mediocre person. As long as I get carried away on a whim, it's enough to take his life. You brag, Yuzuru retorted. I never brag. Even if Uchiha Zebra is alive, I can still dance in front of him. Your bragging is getting bigger and bigger. Why don't you say you can dance in front of the Rokudo Sannin? That's fine too. As time passed by, Yubiheim's figure appeared at the boulder, ready to tell Yubiheim to go. Yuzuru was about to leave when Ryukumo suddenly called out to her. Ryukin. What's going on? Ryukumo touched his hand into his ninjutsu bag, and from it, he pulled out about 60 or so explosive charms, and handed them to Yuzuru Red. Red, here you go. Yuzuru refused. Ryun, I don't want it. You're in a more dangerous situation than I am when you're in front of my line. You should keep it for yourself. Ryun forced the detonation talisman into Yuihong's hand. I can kill an upper ninja single-handedly. The detonation talisman is no longer useful to me, and you're still a lower ninja. It's very useful to you. Yuzuru couldn't push back and could only accept Ryukin's gift. She briefly said thank you to Ryun and followed Yuzuru Red. Ryuin watched them leave, and Yuzuru Red even waved at Ryuin when she didn't enter the forest, to which Ryuin responded with a similar wave. Walking in the forest path, Yuzuru Red counted the detonation talismans in her hand. 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65. There are 65 of them. How could they give Ryun so many explosive charms when they ostracized him so much? Yuzuru rubbed Yuzuru's head. Maybe Ryun searched for them on those sand ninjas' bodies. Ryun is really powerful. His talent is so strong. I believe that even Dad can't compare to him anytime soon. Yuzuru smiled. Geniuses can't be compared with the records of ordinary people. Like Kakashi, Ryun, they are all geniuses born to be ninjas. Yuzuru Red was a bit puzzled. Then why did Ryun's grades in ninja school so poor that he couldn't even perform a normal transformation technique? Yuzuru Red slightly analyzed. Because of the war, under such an environment where even life and death cannot be grasped, a ninja's talent will be drastically redeemed, and Ragugumo is exactly the right ninja for the battlefield. As long as there are battles, he will become stronger. Oh! Yuzuru was still slightly contemplating in his heart. Even if he grew any more, it would be impossible to single-handedly kill an upper ninja as a teenager, unless the hidden talent within the other party's body was pulled out. The forbidden art of multiple shadow splitting, the majestic amount of chakra, the advanced fire escape comparable to that of the Uchiha family, and the Sarutobi family's ash accumulation burn, and lastly, that forbidden art that emits green energy. Yuzuru recited softly, if he wasn't mistaken, that last jutsu was the forbidden jutsu in the Book of Seal's 8 Gates of Transportation. It was impossible for so many jutsu of unknown origin to appear on a young man's body without any basis. Ryuin Kiryuin. Wood. Kizuna. Mori no Senjutsu. The sealed book of the Senju clan. Yuzuru looked at her contemplative father in confusion. Dad? What are you talking about again, Sen no Chikan? Yuzuru stopped slightly. He seemed to judge the reason why Ryun was so special. The other party had the blood of the Thousand Hands in his veins. The Thousand Hands clan was the best shinobi clan to the civilians, and had even fused their own history that had been passed down for thousands of years amongst the civilians. Because of the Thousand Hands clan, the civilians were able to obtain ninjutsu and were no longer subjected to the slaughter of the ninja clans. It could be said that the Thousand Hands were the hope of the civilian ninja. Yuzuru Jinhong shook his head. His voice low could not be any lower. Perhaps, Ryun can really change the My Village. Another day passed, and the day finally came to the end of a month. On this day, Ryun exchanged a bit of experience value for a few incense and lit it up and stuck it on the land. The 6 path immortals are above. May I, Mu Luyun, be able to draw the Eye of Reincarnation today. Luyun rubbed his hands together and quickly tapped on the system interface to where the Grand Lucky Draw was. Spin it up for me. The pointer of the Lucky Draw interface spun rapidly and slowly stopped after a few seconds, stopping on a mental attribute item as Ryun gazed at it. Naruto's negative mouth transformation. This spiritual attribute quickly combined with Ryun, who felt a little more refreshed, while his throat was smoother, and the amount of words he wanted to curse in his mind increased. Is Naruto's mouth escape strong? Strong, of course it is. Look at Nagato, the boss of the Dawn organization, the one who wants to bring pain to the world. Thousands of miles to come to Kiba to carry rice, almost put the village of Kiba destroyed. In the end, Naruto some mouth down. Nagato immediately convinced by him, that mouth is not heaven mouth. There is also the belt earth, black to black again also can be that mouth to white. As for this negative mouth, Ryukin guessed that it must have been a forced wisdom reduction. He opened his white eyes and caught a rat in the crevice of a rock. There was something strange about this rat, it even had chakra on it, it seemed to be a Hitoi no mouse from nature. Ryukin secured the rat to the rock, cleared his throat, and looked seriously into the rat's eyes. You're a stinky rat, and you'll have to gnaw on mud honestly for the rest of your life. Naruto's negative mouth attack was unleashed. Squeak. The rat's eyes reddened and kept struggling as if it wanted to bite Ryun with its teeth. Ryukin was a bit surprised that such a strong mouth seemed to come with a taunting aura, a dog-eyed aura. A mouse listening to his words was going to mess him up. Then in the future, if he casually cursed people, wouldn't it make people's minds explode in minutes, hating to get him killed? This really fits my character's mental attributes. After testing out some of Naruto's negative mouths, Ryukin resumed the raffle. This time, the big will turn to a body art. Kiba body art Upanishad 1000-year kill. The battle record of this body art was very excellent. The 7th generation of the Kiba village's Hanging Shadow and the 5th generation of the Sand Hidden village's Panda Shadow were all hated under this art, and it was a very powerful forbidden art. By the 6th generation of Kiba Dog Shadow Flag would Kakashi created. The use of this technique will hurt people and themselves. Bull. Having drawn a useless item, Ryun was rather speechless, having wasted a valuable chance to draw. Chapter 37,000 Hand Clan Immortal Human Body. With only one last chance to draw, Ryun looked at the green incense that was about to burn out. Immortals help me. The large carousel spun and slowly stopped under Ryun's expectant gaze. Ryun's pupils stared to their maximum. His heart filled with excitement as he saw 1,000 hands, 1 immortal human body. Blood succession limit boundary, the blood succession limit boundary of the 1,000 Hands clan. The Kizuna wasn't even their blood succession limit boundary, it was developed by Senjuma alone. While none of the originals explicitly indicate the blood relay limit of the Senju clan, the clan is characterized by a very large amount of chakra and a strong affinity for chakra, in some ways like the Maelstrom clan. Like the typical Senjutsu clan member, Senjutsu, who has a huge amount of chakra and a talent for jutsu that goes beyond that of a regular ninja, he basically developed all of Kiba's forbidden jutsu. The proper source of all evil. Tsunade developed quite a few forbidden arts as well. 100 how no jutsu, in seal, strange power, lose every gamble. Therefore, the system defined this kind of body that was beyond the regular ninja's body as a blood religion limitation as well. A green energy flowed through Ryugen's entire body, directly and forcefully distorting Ryugen's DNA coding, causing his body to undergo extremely powerful changes. The number of cells in his body grew, even exceeding twice that of an ordinary ninja, and Ryun's physical strength slowly rose. As he looked at his special upper ninja template, the external manifestations of his body's strength, force, and speed gradually increased, an attribute that could only be added to a point with 100 experience points. Because of the Senjutsu clan's immortal human body, force and speed reached 5 in the middle of the special upper ninja range, directly saving Ryun 800 experience points. Ryukin clenched his fists. His muscles seemed to be breeding unimaginable strength as he slammed his fist towards the rock that bound the rat. Boom! Mouse! With a loud bang, the rock that was taller than Ryukin was directly broken into several pieces by Ryukin. Remember, when Orochimaru attacked Konoha, Mithraea punched a sand ninja in the stomach, directly punching a big hole in the wall behind that sand ninja. Moreover, Meitikai didn't open the 8 gates of transported armor at that time, and was completely relying on his physical strength. Although Ryun's current strength was too far from that of Meitikai, he believed that he would be able to possess that kind of strength before too long. The increase brought about by the Senju I immortal body was more than that, as a soft power slowly combined with Ryun's white eyes. Under this masculine power, Ryun's white eyes underwent unimaginable changes. Ryun opened his white eyes, and this time, his detection range increased to 5 kilometers all of a sudden, and his white eyes level rose to intermediate. Ryun looked at his special upper ninja template and special upper ninja Kimi Ryun. 8 ninja items. Ninjutsu 2, Body 2, Illusion 2, Xian 2, Strength 5, Speed 5, Essence 1, Seal 1. 4 chakra items. Chakra amount. Upper ninja level. Chakra attributes water, fire, earth, wind, yin yang. Chakra control, 20% proficiency. Chakra nature change. Fire 30% proficiency, yin 20% proficiency, others none. Bloodline limitations. White eyes intermediate, Senju Ichi Senin body elementary. Slightly. First of all, Ryuken's chakra amount was directly raised to the upper ninja level because of the Senju I clan Senkai body. There was also the fact that he had inherited the regular 3 attributes of the Senjutsu clan, the water, earth, and yang attributes, with the other wind attribute being a gift from the phone bill. Having gotten so many gains at once, Ryun couldn't help but want to sing and dance as he said he would. Multiple shadow diversion technique. Lu Yun immediately cast the multi-shadow diversion technique, and in an instant, there were a full 300 or so shadow doppelgangers roaming the mountains. The shadow doppelgangers were also affected by Ryun's emotions, and their faces were all happy. Ha ha ha. One by one, they all laughed like 2 pillars. Lu Yun redeemed dozens of cases of champagne with his only remaining experience value. Everyone, let's not get drunk tonight. Yossi, the shadow doppelganger group responded, and everyone sang and danced together. In the process, there were also shadow doppelgangers who performed ventriloquism, using chakra vibrations to simulate the music of a disco. Dong dong dong, bung bung bung, ka ka ka. Get high! In an instant, the entire hilltop was plunged into a sea of joy. Bouncing on top of a battlefield, it seemed that only one person in this world dared to do so, right? But there was one more, and that was the Uchiha family's dancing king on the battlefield, Elder Spot. In the pile of stones, the rat kidnapped by Ryun was only half-breathed, but there was a gleam of humanity in those eyes. It was a rat of surveillance armed with a jutsu, and on the other end of the jutsu was Yuta, a special supreme ninja 10 kilometers away. Yuta had come to spy on Ryun on Shimura Aseo's orders, but he didn't dare to get too close for fear that Ryun would find out and raise his sword and chase after him. So he boarded his jutsu on the body of a mouse and used it to spy on Ryun. What's this about the wood, Lu Yun? Did you find out about me with what you just said? Damn. I did it so stealthily and he still found out. Yuta disarmed his jutsu, and before doing so glanced at the shadow doppelgangers who were bouncing around at night. So many shadow doppelgangers and their movements, isn't this the same as the people dancing in the adult clubs in the big cities? How dare Mu Luyun dance on the battlefield? How dare he? Crazy. Crazy. On the second day, Ryuin was lying drunk on top of a rock. Beside him were scattered shadow doppelgangers, all with red faces and mouths chanting dirty words. Hiccup. 2 figures flashed by. It was Yuzuru and Yuzuru Makoto who came to visit Ryun on a daily basis. Yuzuru approached with some concern. She was a bit confused as to which one was the main body, and could only shout, Ragugumo, Ragugumo, what's wrong with you? Hiccup. Ryuken hiccuped, his head groggy. Vaguely hearing Yuzuru's voice, he reached out, indicating that he was the main body. Yuzuru found Ryun and helped him up. Why are your cheeks so red? And why do you smell like alcohol? You've been drinking. Yuzuru reprimanded. Ryun, you dabbled in one of the ninja's 3 commandments. Hiccup, what are you afraid of? Burp. Ryuken shifted out of the way on the side, while the dozen or so shadow doppelgangers next to him were lifted. He drank dozens of bottles of highly concentrated liquor last night, and the shadow doppelgangers followed suit, and their drunkenness was superimposed on Liu Yun's brain. An average person was able to be drunk to death. Hiccup. Who am I? What am I doing? Hiccup. Liu Yun was now so drunk that he didn't know who he was, didn't know what he was doing. Yuzuru Jinhong didn't pay attention to where Ryun's wine came from. Instead, she moved closer to Ryun and educated. You're really big-hearted. This is a battlefield. The place you're guarding is the most dangerous 8th front. What should I do if someone touches over? After drinking and spitting out the truth, Liu Yun finally remembered a little bit, but was still groggy. He was not afraid of the sky and the earth and said, Afraid. Afraid of what? I'm an immortal ninja? Who can kill me? Hiccup. Yuzuru said, What undead ninja? Ryun, you're bragging again. Hiccup, blowing, bragging? Kiryuin, never brag. I want to dance on the battlefield. I want to dance with Uchiha Zebra to discuss heroes. Hiccup. Ryuken swayed around partially, playing the drunken fist he had watched as a child. Lu Dongbin, drunkenly lifting a pot with the power of 1,000 pounds. Hiccup. Chapter 38. Sarutobi Shinnosuke is blindsided by drunken fists. Swish! Suddenly, a figure in a green ninja vest flashed into view, and Yuzuru Makoto looked at the visitor warily, protecting Yuzuru behind her. Sarutobi Shinnosuke. Sarutobi Shinnosuke sneered, his eyes looking at the girl behind Yuzuru Makoto. Not bad looking. Will definitely be a beauty in the future. Qualified enough to become a woman of my Sarutobi family. Yuzuru Red's small face carried anger. The hell, I want to become one of your Sarutobi family. Sarutobi Shinnosuke slowly approached. His black, ink-like eyes carried a sense of majesty as he looked directly at Yuzuru Makoto. Makoto Ashinobu, you can't control your own daughter and want to rebel against the Sarutobi family? Yuzuru True Red did not speak, remaining silent. Hiccup. Ryukin burped, immediately drawing Sarutobi Shinnosuke's gaze. Sarutobi Shinnosuke scrutinized Ryun, his gaze filled with contempt. Drinking alcohol on the battlefield. You're not a qualified ninja. You've broken the alcohol commandment among the 3 ninja commandments. But it's normal after all, just a civilian. Ryukin was swaying left to right on the side and heard what Sarutobi Shinnosuke said. His drunken eyes looking towards the other man. His vision a little blurry. Hiccup, who are you? Grow up, Asma. Sarutobi Shinnosuke snorted coldly. I'm Sarutobi Shinnosuke, Konoha Village's upper ninja and also Asma's older brother. Ryukin shook his head drowsily. Hiccup, so it's just a runner, and in the manga, doesn't even have a face. What did you say? Ryukin took up a drunken walk, veering closer to Sarutobi Shinnosuke. Yuzuru covered her mouth. Ryun. Don't mess with him. Sarutobi Shinnosuke got a good look at Ryun. The face was clean-cut and about Asma's age. It was just the outfit that gave him a bit of an urge to punch the other man. So you're Kiryuin. You've got some nerve to put your foot in the Sarutobi family's face. Hiccup. Ryugen hiccuped, his eyes clouded with drunkenness. Hiccup, so what? Who am I afraid of? Sarutobi Hinata? That hypocritical old politician. I don't give a damn. I'd be afraid of a little Asma? Hiccup. Quiet, pervasive quiet. All 3 of them were stunned by Ryukin's wild words. Yuzuru nervously pinched the flesh between Yuzuru's legs. Finished. It's over. How dare Ryukin insult the village's Naruto? This is definitely over. Yuzuru Jinhong's eyes widened. He was still counting on Ryun to grow up quickly and become Naruto in the future, changing the rule of the ninja clan over the village. Now Ryun dared to curse the 3rd generation. This was a suspicion of defection. Kiryuin. Sarutobi Shinnosuke's eyes were filled with killing intent. Sarutobi Hinata was his father, and was also the Naruto who ruled the entire village. He wouldn't allow a commoner shinobi to insult his father. Ryukin hiccuped and took a drunken walk. Hiccup, what are you raving about? Isn't. And what did that old man contribute? Hiccup, did he ever leave the village during the 2nd Shinobi War? It was all his 3 disciples who ran around. That won the 2nd Shinobi World War. And now, that battlefield has him. Hiccup, the 3rd generation Reikage of the Cloud-Hidden Village, died fighting for the village so that old guy, is he waiting to die of old age? Naruto's negative mouthpath unleashed. You seek death. A layer of redness clouded over Sarutobi Shinnosuke's eyes, and the fact that Ryun's words still carried the Naruto's negative mouth Dao. A tribute directly caused the killing intent in Sarutobi Shinnosuke's heart to reach its peak. He hooked up the bitterless at his knees and jumped fiercely towards Ryun in an instantaneous body. Ryukin, be careful. Yuzuru reminded Ryukumo. Yuzuru was about to move forward to block Sarutobi Shinnosuke when she suddenly saw Ryukumo easily dodging Sarutobi Shinnosuke's bitterless straight strike with a single fall to the ground as if he was drunk. Ryukin was on false footing, his arms swinging up in front and back, his palms looking like he was holding a wine glass. He veered left and right twice and said drowsily, "Look at my drunken 8 immortals. I don't know how to die." Sarutobi Shinnosuke instantly transformed again, the sharp bitterness in his hand looking like it was about to stab Ryukin in the chest. Iron Crutch Plum Roll. Ryukin fell backwards, a roll dodging Sarutobi Shinnosuke's attack. The system's voice rang out, monitoring that the host is developing a physical art. The physical art development template is starting to record the development progress. Body art development progress 1%. 2%. What kind of fight is this? Sarutobi Shinosuke couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. Ryukin was completely drunk and not at all conscious. He was able to block his fierce attack. He got serious and jumped forward violently. At the same time, he felt in his hand and instantly sent out 3 shuriken. Zhang Guilao bend. Ryukin bent backward in a single, arching a large arc while spinning violently, dodging the attacks from the 3 directions of the shuriken. Sarutobi Shinosuke got in close and he threw a punch. Ryun suddenly fell down as if he was drunk and dodged his punch. 20% progress in body art development. Ryun shook his head and drunkenly pushed forward with both hands as Sarutobi Shinosuke's fist attacked, looking to hit Ryun. LV Dongbin. Drunken pot lifting power of 1,000 pounds. Ryukin fell back again and leapt upward, his head against Sarutobi Shinosuke's chest. Sarutobi Shinosuke took 2 steps backward as Ryun walked in a drunken stance, vainly flashing forward. Chao Guoyu. Immortal toast locking throat buckle. Body art development progress 40%. He was too short to snap Sarutobi Shinosuke, so he hit one of Sarutobi Shinosuke's right hand with both hands. Sarutobi Shinosuke jerked back, and a raised leg kicked towards Ryun. Ryun made a slow turn. Sarutobi Shinosuke slammed downward with a raised leg. Ryun dodged quickly on his feet and lunged forward again like a wild wolf. Physical art development progress 70%. Zhang Guilao. Drunken cup throwing kick chain. Ryukin kicked and Sarutobi Shinosuke dodged. Sarutobi Shinosuke took dozens of steps backward, looking at Ryun incredulously. His one move the other dodged. His movements were false. It was completely impossible to figure out his routine. It was like goose feathers moving with the wind. What kind of body art is this? Hiccup. Ryun burped and drunkenly replied. Self-contained extreme intention technique. Hiccup. Ryun bent backward in a single motion, as if he was carrying a bottle of wine in his hand and pouring it down hard. He took 2 staggering steps on the ground and assumed the drunken fist stance again. Iron crutchly, spinning elbow knee slam drunken returning truth. Physical art development progress 100%. Physical art development successful. Please host name it. Hiccup Chao Guoyu. Wash your hair by the river. Host naming successful. Uncle Chao Guoxiang Riverside Washhead is included in the Shinobu Sex physical art file. Sarutobi Shinosuke got serious, freeing up both hands and sealing with both hands as chakra gathered in his throat. Stomping on his drunken steps, Ryukin surged forward, jumping in the air and spinning violently, like a spinning euro. Watch me, LV Dong bin spinning euro. Don't blame me. Sarutobi Shinosuke snorted coldly, and his fire escape was violently unleashed. Fire escape Haoyin no Jutsu. Yuzuru's eyes widened. Shinosuke, are you really going to kill a fellow village ninja? Sarutobi Shinosuke did not answer. Yuzuru Red's red eyes were filled with the ball of flame that engulfed the teenager dressed in white. Ryun. Ding. You have been burned to death by upper ninja Sarutobi Shinosuke using the fire escape. Experience value plus 200. Chapter 39. Revealing the first level of Ryun. Boom. Sarutobi Shinosuke dispersed the flames. A cloud of white smoke came out from the flames. He was a bit puzzled. Could it be that what was burned to death was just a shadow doppelganger? After Ryugen was revived, he woke up from his drunken unconsciousness and immediately realized his previous death-defying experience. He had actually insulted the village's Naruto in front of Sarutobi Shinosuke, which was much more enjoyable than the sin of foot stomping on the Naruto's son. Ryuken's mouth suddenly quirked up, scared less. His big deal was to wipe his bitterness on his forehead protector, wander off and defect. He had the ability to not die. Where could he not go in the big world of shinobi? He also realized that he had just unconsciously developed the drunken fist, and woke up the system. Change the name just now to drunken fist. Okay. Host's name change is successful. Chao Guoyu's head washing by the river was renamed Drunken Fist, and incorporated into the ninjutsu sect physical art scroll. White smoke blew by. Lu Yun was dressed in white, where his chest was exposed. A ninja sword was pinned on his waist, and his cold eyes looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke. Naruto's eldest son. Were you the one who made a move on me just now? Sarutobi Shinosuke sneered. Insulting Naruto? Are you trying to defect? So what? Ryukin. Yuzuru's voice got louder. There was still a bit of hope for Ryun. He didn't want this genius to fall. He hoped that the other party could grow to the point where he could change the situation of the village. Yuzuru also hurried to stop Ryun. Ryun? Stop talking. Shut that mouth of yours. The murderous aura on Sarutobi Shinnosuke's body fiercely attacked Ryun. His tone aggressive. I'll get rid of you, damn brat, today. Ha 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 ha. Ryun suddenly let out a Sasuke-like maniacal laugh. Then he hooked his little finger at Sarutobi Shinnosuke. Come on. I'll just stand here and not fight back. Let me see what your Sarutobi family is capable of. Ryukin, what do you want to do? Yuzuru asked in disbelief. Ryun looked at the young girl who had a concerned look on her face. Red, you actually didn't get hit by an illusion that day. I was actually attacked by the Sand Ninja's feather. But I won't die because of my smoke transportation blood relay. Ryun already had the template of a special upper ninja, together with the ability to not die, endless forbidden arts, ordinary upper ninja which was his opponent, even elite upper ninja he was able to kill back. And he opened the 3-door limit burning body energy instantaneous sprint mode, that kind of speed which can catch up, unless Wave Wind Sailor Sect is personally present. Otherwise he can escape any blockade. In other words, he was now basically a man, and didn't need to be cowering and hiding anymore. It was time to start the dance, the music was playing, and he, Mokuryon, was going to make his entrance. Plus Ryun has a friggin' smoke recluse bloodline, it's all because of the illusions, but he's exposing the first layer in front of people, when in fact he's in the atmosphere. Yuzuru is puzzled. Smoke transportation blood relay? Ryun is stupid, right? Sarutobi Shinnosuke wonders if there could be some kind of conspiracy when Kiryuin doesn't fight back and lets himself attack him. After all, the shinobi world is so big. There exists some strange and weird forbidden arts such as damage transfer, curse of immortality. Seeing that Sarutobi Shinnosuke was still hesitating, Ryun directly opened Naruto's negative mouthful and cursed loudly. Are you Sarutobi family members particularly gutless? Against me, a lower ninja, you're still hesitating. If you don't have the guts, hurry up and tell your family's old monkey to step aside. Right? Kiryuin. Sarutobi Shinnosuke recited word for word, the killing intent in his eyes no longer concealed. I'm going to kill you. His hands flew fast, and several hand swords instantly flew towards Ryugen, who directly opened his hands without any defensive stance at all. Let me show you what it means to be an undead ninja. In the three people's horrified gaze, the hand sword penetrated into Lu Yun's chest, but there was no blood spattered out. Instead, a few wisps of white smoke lingered on. Ding! You have been killed by upper ninja Sarutobi Shinnosuke using the hand sword. Experience value plus 100 points. This Sarutobi Shinnosuke must be an elite upper ninja. Otherwise, a random iron attack would be comparable to the experience value bonus of a normal upper ninja jutsu. Ryuin put the shuriken inside his body into the system space. He opened his eyes and looked at Sarutobi Shinnosuke, who had an incredulous look on his face. Well, I told you I won't die, right? Sarutobi Shinnosuke's eyes widened. What kind of jutsu is this? There's no blood and the wound turns into a cloud of white smoke. Ryukin continued to curse. Sarutobi family reptile? Is that all you're capable of? Sarutobi Shinnosuke was immediately descended from his wits, and the anger in his heart flared up again in an instant, as he formed a seal with both hands. Fire transportation Houyin no Jutsu. Ryukin directly held his top at his waist and embraced the flames released by Sarutobi Shinnosuke. The flames of a reptile, even if they are bright, can only shine on the damp ground after all. Ding! You have been burned to death by upper ninja Sarutobi Shinnosuke using fire escape. Experience value plus 180. Sarutobi Shinnosuke put away the flames. Between the white smoke, a child's figure still stood in place. The dirt under his feet was scorched, but he still stared proudly at Sarutobi Shinnosuke. What? Is this what your Sarutobi family can do? Can't even burn my clothes. Oh! Was your Sarutobi family's fire escape developed for cooking? Damn! Damn! Damn it! Sarutobi Shinnosuke was furious and jumped forward like a madman, taking out his bitterless and attacking towards Ryukin. On the sidelines, Yuzuru and Yuzuru Makoto completely just froze. Yubahai Hong dulled her little face and gently scratched Yubahai Jinhong's sleeve. Daddy? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Yuzuru Jinhong suppressed the shock in his heart, recovered the calm quality that belongs to a top ninja, and opened his mouth to analyze. This has already departed from the realm of ninjutsu, and it is a ninjutsu that only a blood succession limit ninja can use. Yuzuru Red covered her small mouth and said in surprise, Blood relay limit? Ryun even has blood relay limit? Yuzuru Red finally knew Ryun's secret. That's right, that's Ryun's secret. He's a blood religion limitation ninja. He can transform into a cloud of smoke, Regular physical attacks are simply useless against him. Yuzuru's red eyes were filled with admiration. So powerful. Ryun is so powerful. Yuzuru Red nodded. Ryun's blood succession limit boundary is similar to the water transformation secret technique of the Mist-Hidden Village's Onigiri clan. Physical attacks are useless against him, but the Onigiri clan's water transformation secret technique isn't perfect, and he's limited by the Thunderclap's attacks. So I wonder if Ryun's smoke can be blown away by the Windclap? Ding! You were stabbed to death by Upper Ninja Sarutobi Shinasuke using the Bitter Mushroom. Experience value plus 80. Ding! You were killed by Upper Ninja Sarutobi Shinasuke using a bitterness to slash your throat. Experience value plus 80. Ding! You were killed by Upper Ninja Sarutobi Shinasuke using a wind escape. Experience value plus 150. Sarutobi Shinasuke continued to come with a bitterless stab, directly piercing through Ryun's chest. Ryun looked at him with disdain. No strength left, Sarutobi family trash. Just like you or Naruto's son. Did you come to the battlefield to accumulate merit to become the 4th generation Naruto? Hurry up and go home and drink milk behind Sarutobi Hinata. You're not strong enough to survive on the battlefield. Naruto's negative mouth attack was unleashed. Aowa! Wooden Ryun! Sarutobi Shinasuke's face reddened with anger as his killing moves attacked Ryun a dozen times. But instead of dying each time, Ryun provoked him one at a time. Affected by Ryun's words, Sarutobi Shinasuke's anger rose higher than ever, and he especially wanted to pulverize Ryun right now. He had abandoned even the basic ninja qualities. If he had been able to calm down, he would have used the sealing techniques taught by his family, or the wind transportation ninjutsu to test the weakness of Ryun's bloodline. But the current Sarutobi Shinasuke was already a beast that only knew anger. Sarutobi Shinasuke once again made seals with both hands, chakra gathering in his throat, fire transportation ash accumulation burn. He violently released gunpowder-eyed smoke that directly enveloped Ryukin. Blast me, blast, 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 blast. Rumble. The gunpowder continued to explode, and the fireball in the middle of the smoke flickered with flames. Ding! You have been killed by Upper Ninja Sarutobi Shinasuke using Fire Escape. Experience value plus 50. In only a moment's time, Ryun had died at least 20 times, slowly swiping 2,000 experience points on Sarutobi Shinasuke's body. Chapter 40. Sarutobi Shinasuke. As the smoke from the gunpowder cleared, Sarutobi Shinasuke sat down uncontrollably, his whole body very labored. Should be dead, right? Sarutobi Shinasuke looked at the figure in the black smoke with his eyes open, wanting very much to see Ryukin's figure disappear. But unfortunately, Ryukumo, who had his upper body exposed and a thick black belt around his waist, was still full of cold smiles. Exhaustion allowed Sarutobi Shinasuke's IQ to slowly come up as he kept shaking his head. Impossible, impossible. Even if he possesses this smoky bloodline, he still needs chakra to cast his spells. I've been attacking him for so long. Instead, his chakra shows no sign of running out. What's going on? Using any ninjutsu requires chakra, including the blood relay limitation as well, and Ryukin's face was completely devoid of a trace of fatigue, as if the chakra in his body was as vast and infinite as the ocean. Could it be that he's after the 1,000 hands? Sarutobi Shinasuke immediately deduced. Only the descendants of the 1,000 Hands clan or the Whirlpool clan possessed such a huge amount of chakra. Moreover, a special blood succession limit would not appear in a civilian's body for no reason. It would only be the Senju clan that possessed such a mutated blood succession trait. Ryun slowly approached Sarutobi Shinasuke, who climbed to his feet and took a defensive stance, alert to Ryun's every move. Ryukumo made a seal with one hand and immediately instantly transformed. One-handed instantaneous. Sarutobi Shinasuke's eyes were filled with shock. He was unable to react at all, and in an instant, he was kicked in the jaw by Ryun. Several teeth were kicked away, and he crashed uncontrollably into a rock, blood spurting out of his mouth as the light in his eyes obscured for a few moments. Kiryuin. Sarutobi Shinasuke's eyes were filled with hatred. Ryun instantly transformed again and stomped on Sarutobi Shinasuke's abdomen, directly stomping him to the ground. Sarutobi Shinasuke struggled as hard as he could, but he couldn't break free from Ryukin, who was comparable to a power special upperclassman. Sarutobi Shinasuke unloaded his struggles and his eyes looked upwards with hatred. Wooden Ryun, I am the eldest son of the Sarutobi family, the son of the third Naruto. How dare you make a move against me? You will die. You will definitely die. Ryun directly stomped on Sarutobi Shinasuke's face. You've already made a killing move against me. Can't I still make a move against you? Is it because you're Naruto's son? Is it because you're the son of the Sarutobi family that I have to be subservient to you? What kind of reasoning is that? You deserve to die. Sarutobi Shinosuke's face was ugly. He was now stepping into his brother's footsteps, being stomped on in the face by a commoner shinobi. He could especially relate to the anger in Asuma's heart. Twisted even. Ka! Ryukin drew the ninjutsu blade he had pinned to his waist. It was so sharp that it gleamed coldly, and he touched Sarutobi Shinosuke's face with the back of the blade. What do you want? Sarutobi Shinosuke's heart hung in the air. The color of fear in his eyes slowly lifted. There wasn't anyone who didn't fear death, except for Ryukin, who wouldn't die, and Fiden. Fearful, aren't you? It seems that you are also a person who is greedy and afraid of death. I wonder if you will die if I go down with this blade. Ryugen said with a cold smile. He was an immortal existence. But these ninjas could all be brittle and would die with one slash. Ryun. Sarutobi Shinosuke's palms began to tremble. He can't die. I can't be killed by a civilian under ninja. He still has ambitions. He wants to become Naruto. He wants to bring the Sarutobi family to its prime. Ryun. Yuzuru took 2 steps forward, her heart worried to the extreme. You can't kill him. If you do, you'll really have no choice but to defect. The consequences of defecting from the ninja were bad. Spending their days in fear, wary of the pursuit from the dark side. Yuzuru Makoto also took 2 steps forward and persuaded, Ryun, you can't kill him. I can't just sit back and watch you go after the village's ninja. Ryun was silent for a moment. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi Shinosuke on the ground laughed wantonly. You don't dare to do it, do you? You're also afraid of the pressure from the Sarutobi family. Seek death. Ryukin's heart was hardened, and with the handles of his swords in both hands, he violently plunged them towards Sarutobi Shinosuke's head. It was so quiet that the wind from the forest didn't dare to blow. Gulp! Sarutobi Shinosuke swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The tip of Ryukin's ninjutsu blade pierced right at his forehead. Blood was already dripping out. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. Yuzuru Shinosuke grabbed Ryukumo's arms with one hand and blocked Ryukumo's blade. Next to him, Yuzuru also quickly stepped forward, dropping tears and pulling on Ryukumo's sleeve. Ryugen, don't be like this. Yuzuru shed tears, not wanting to see Ryukumo wandering alone, enduring countless assassinations from the dark sect. Red. Ryukin's heart softened and he slowly pulled his sword back. However, he did not let Sarutobi Shinosuke off the hook, and while Yuzuru Red did not react, he violently chopped towards Sarutobi Shinosuke's right palm. The knife plunged into the dirt, and 2 of Sarutobi Shinosuke's fingers were chopped off, the middle finger and the index finger. These 2 fingers were very important for sealing. Sarutobi Shinosuke roared full of pain, rolling and struggling on the ground without stopping. This is a lesson for you. In the future, don't just bark around me again. If there is a next time, I will kill you. I don't care if you are Naruto's son or not. After Ryukin said that, he carried his sword and walked towards the mountain. Yuzuru followed, and Yuzuru Makoto picked up Sarutobi Shinosuke on the ground and instantly headed towards the frontline medical camp. Ryukin sat on the highest rock overlooking the forest below. Ryukin thought carefully he could walk away from the slash he just took, but Yuzuru and his father couldn't. Watching the eldest son of Naruto being killed by Ryun, they would surely be blamed by the Sarutobi family. Seeing that Ryun's mood had calmed down, Yuzuru sat down as well. You really don't let people worry about you. It's not even if you offend Asuma. This time you even chopped off Sarutobi Shinosuke's finger, completely and utterly offending the Sarutobi family. Ryukin laughed softly. So what? Yuzuru said, that smoky blood relay of yours is powerful, but it's not invincible. When you run out of chakra and they catch you, you'll still be at their mercy. I won't let them catch me. Don't underestimate my speed. Yuzuru then remembered Ryun's speed like green light at that time. She said, you won't die at all. You were lying to me at that time. Yuzuru thought that Ryun wouldn't die, but in fact Ryun had already died, only to be resurrected again. Only the pain of death had paralyzed him, so he acted as he pleased. Chapter 41. The Transported Art of Firing from the Mouth. You have a strange way of endurance, Yuzuru recited softly, turning to the tension she had just felt. The Sarutobi family is annoying. What does Red hate? Yuzuru's small mouth pouted. Didn't you hear what that hateful Sarutobi Shinosuke said earlier? He wants me to marry into the Sarutobi family in the future. I don't want to marry that petty Asuma. After a bit of banter, Ryun went about his business. He now had 20-50 experience points that he had to plan for. Ryun contemplated his fire escape jutsu, dragon fire jutsu, howling fireball jutsu, howling dragon fire jutsu. All of these fire escapes were very loud and each one required a great amount of chakra. Most fire escapes were like this, requiring a range of casting in several directions so that they could burn the enemy. Ryuken's mind read that he needed a practical fire escape, and he referred to the howling fireball jutsu in preparation for trying to develop a derivative jutsu. The howling fireball would have to become very small and be as fast as the wind. Lu Yun immediately exchanged an intermediate jutsu development card and said to the system, "Develop a fire escape jutsu for me that shrinks the howling fireball, reduces the amount of chakra consumed, and speeds up the speed of the howling fireball attack." The system immediately replied, "To make the howling fireball smaller and maintain its power, it requires an extremely high level of chakra control as well as the ability to change its nature. Please ask the host to first improve his chakra control base." Lu Yun nodded his head. In the past, he relied on mastery of jutsu to give feedback on chakra control. After he was promoted to special upper ninja, the jutsu became more and more complex, and that's when he needed to fulfill the conditions himself in order to be able to control the jutsu. Ryun quickly spent 300 experience points to raise his chakra base in the special upper ninja's template to the middle of the special upper ninja's range. The chakra control ability he was talking about didn't specifically refer to all of the special upper ninjutsu, but rather Ryun's own separate template. Let's say that the chakra control familiarity on Ryun's special upper ninja template had 30%, which actually wasn't too far off from the upper ninjas out there. It wasn't specifically referring to the degree to which he was a special upper ninja. Soon, Ryun's chakra control reached the middle of the template. Host has the basic conditions on the ninjutsu development card. Ninjutsu development begins. Progress 1%. Progress 2%. Progress 10%. Progress 50%. Progress 100%. Ninjutsu development successful. Please name the host. Ryun did not name it immediately. He wanted to test the characteristics of this jutsu beforehand and name the jutsu after coming up with the results. A mass of memories suddenly flooded into Ryun's mind, the way of sealing on the ninjutsu development card, the route of chakra circulation, the change in nature, and how to control. Among them was not only the control of fire attribute chakra, but also brought in the control of wind attribute chakra. To want to shrink the Ho fireball for high-speed attacks, you have to add the qualities of the wind. The wind has the nature that can speed up the characteristics of the art, but also has the nature of the characteristics of the increase in the power of the art. It was fortunate that Ryun had previously fused the Senjutsu body of the Senjutsu clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known where he was going to find the wind attribute. Ryun stood up, and Yuzuru, puzzled, followed Ryun. "I'll show you my newly developed ninjutsu." Ninjutsu? In Yuzuru's line of sight, Ryun brought his two hands together and made a seal of the tiger. Ryugen slightly opened his mouth, and the fire attribute chakra as well as the wind attribute chakra mixed and gathered at the place of his chest, only to see Liuyun's cheeks bulging out, violently spitting out a fireball of a fiery red color, which was only the size of a ping-pong ball. But the flame was very bright, blood red and blood red. The speed was even faster. Yuzuru's red eyes couldn't catch it at all, and in the twinkling of an eye, the fireball shot downwards like the wind. Suddenly hitting a large tree, the fireball didn't enter it, proving that it also joined the sharpness of the wind. Boom!
树干之中的一声闷响传出，紧接着那大树“呜咔咔”一声被拦腰炸断，朝后倒了下来。
Luyun looked at his small Ho fireball with satisfaction. Not only did he add the speed and sharpness of the wind, he also added the explosion of gunpowder, and the nature of the explosion was the same as the ash accumulation and burning. Although this jutsu was ranked as a B-rank difficulty jutsu, in a way it was like a spiral maru that could be shot from a distance, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was an A-rank jutsu. Most importantly, there was only one tiger's seal and it didn't consume much chakra. Ryuken would be able to rely on his mouth to fire cannons in the future, and this time it was a real cannon, not the kind that kills 1,000 enemies and damages 800 of his own. Awesome! Little stars popped out of Yuzuru's eyes and looked at Ryuken adoringly. Just by lying down, Ryuken had developed a highly powerful jutsu. And that's not all? Luyun extended his right hand out in a stance more than a gun, and his left hand with two fingers together synthesized a nodding seal, only to see a small ball of fire emerge above Ryun's fingers. Ryun snapped his gun, and the same fire escape as before was fired off quickly, just like a bullet. Boom! The fire bomb swiftly exploded on a rock, blowing up the small cloud of smoke. Not bad. Ryukin nodded his head when he saw the power of this. That was the marvelous thing about this jutsu. Not only could it be released from the middle of his throat, but also from his fingers, proving that he could not only fire but also shoot. It was very similar to the Onijirai clan's Suitetsu cannon, which was able to release the jutsu from the fingers, but with the disadvantage that it required one-handed sealing with the left hand. Ryukin, you're great. The young girl jumped, both shocked and delighted by Ryun's talent. The system's voice rang out. Please name the host. Quicksilver immediately replied. Let's call him Fire Escape Fire Lin Cannon. Host naming successful. Class B Ninjutsu Fire Transportation Fire Lin Cannon is incorporated into the Ninjutsu sect Ninjutsu Scroll. At the medical tent on the Kiba front line, medical ninjas walked back and forth. The injured patients inside were cleared out, leaving Sarutobi Shinosuke alone. Shimura Aseo was also startled. The eldest son of the Sarutobi family, an elite upper ninja-level ninja, was beaten to this state. Who was it? The frontline commander of the Sand Hidden, Mametsu Kita? Or the fourth Kazekage, Raza? Asuma and Narayuji walked into the tent one after the other. Asuma looked at his brother's sorry state and immediately opened his mouth to ask urgently, "What happened? Who beat you up so badly?" Sarutobi Shinosuke's right hand was wrapped up in a white bandage, and when he heard Asuma's question, he viciously spat out 3 words, "Kiryuin." What? That shinobi? The people inside the tent were shocked in unison, and Asuma even looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke with disbelief. Impossible. How could he possibly beat you as an elite upper ninja? Sarutobi Shinosuke's strength even in the upper ninja is also one of the best. Now by the Luyun beat so lousy, the right hand of 2 fingers also got chopped off. It could even be said that if it wasn't for Yuzuru Makoto and Yuzuru, Sarutobi Shinosuke would have died in Ryun's hands by now. Chapter 42 The Power of Brainstorming. Shimura Aseo stroked his chin and suddenly turned his attention to Yuzuru Makoto, who had previously carried the head of Sand Hidden Ninja Kashikawa to the Ministry of Intelligence. Yuzuru Magenta didn't covet Ryun's merit. Instead, he honestly told the truth. It was only that Shimura Aseo, who controlled the issuance of merits, suppressed the matter and did not issue any merits to Ryun. Shimura Aseo summarized, "Good boy, he killed Kashikawa of the Sand Hidden before as well, and even the hill he was stationed on had many very fresh Sand Hidden corpses buried in it. How on earth did he do that?" Sarutobi Shinosuke replied with an ugly face. "Everyone has underestimated him. He is a blood relay limitation ninja. His blood relay limitation is very troublesome." Blood relay limit realm? Asuma's voice got a few shades louder and followed up with, "What is it? What is his blood relay limit boundary?" Sarutobi Shinosuke endured the pain and slowly answered, "Smoke transformation. He can change into a cloud of smoke and all physical attacks are useless against him. And his talent for jutsu is very strong. Instantaneous jutsu can be used with only one hand. The most important thing is that brat is just too infuriating, insulting me over and over again, directly affecting my judgment. If I could calm down, I could have used the tripartite seal of our Sarutobi family to seal him, and I wouldn't have been beaten by the other party in such a sorry state." The crowd listened quietly, and the light in Nara Yuji's eyes flickered. The puzzle that had been troubling him for a long time had finally been solved. Why did Kiryuin break the common sense in a regular ninja time and time again? It turned out to be the blood succession restricted realm awakened within his body. Shimura Aseo found a seat and sat down, his fingers tapping lightly on the table next to him, his eyes flickering with thought. Never heard of the blood relay limit realm. Smoke transformation blood relay, similar to the Onijirai clan's water transformation secret art. Physical attacks are ineffective. This kind of blood relay can be completely invincible. It is simply a good hand for charging on the battlefield. Shimura Aseo's heart rose a strong desire to recruit, but immediately after shook his head. His Shimura family's dog Yuta had told him that the wooden Luyun's character was bold. Even the Shimura family's head of the Shimura family Shimura Tuanza dared to scold. There was nothing that he did not dare to do. Shimura Aseo put a cross in his heart for Ryun. This person must die, and behind him there is also the Thousand Hands clan involved. The Shimura family doesn't want to see that clan resurrected from the dead. Nara Yuji asked again with some doubt. "That's impossible. Using any jutsu requires chakra. Does he have that huge amount of chakra to withstand your attack?" Sarutobi Shinosuke had a puzzled look on his face. "I'm puzzled as well. His chakra seems to be endless. There has been no sign of it diminishing. I suspect that he's..." Shimura Aseo stood up and interrupted Sarutobi Shinosuke's words, directly affirming, "No need to guess. He is the descendant of the Senju clan. A high amount of chakra is desirable. Sarutobi Shinosuke followed and nodded. Yes. I also guessed that he is a descendant of the Thousand Hands clan. The Thousand Hands clan? Nara Yuji thought quickly in his mind. That clan whose traces had disappeared from the village. Huge amount of chakra, unimaginable ninjutsu talent, and a body that even rivaled the blood succession limit. The Kazuna was not the blood succession limit of the Senju clan, but instead was developed by the Hatsune Mikoto alone, based on this clan's affinity for jutsu, as well as their creativity with jutsu. A descendant awakening a special blood succession limit boundary wasn't particularly strange. If Kiryuin was truly a descendant of the Senju clan, then it all made sense. Shimura Aseo looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke and said slowly, "Now, what should we discuss about what to do with Kiryuin?" Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes turned cold. "How else can we deal with it? Just kill, of course." Shimura Aseo gave a wink, and Yuzuru Shinohiro's heart was bitter, immediately leading Nara Yuji and Sarutobi Asuma out. The three of them went out of the tent. Sarutobi Asuma's mind was quite complicated. He originally thought that Kiryuin was just a civilian, only a little bit more talented. But now, the other party possessed the blood relay limit realm, and it was still of such high value. Nara Yoji shook his head. Even if one possesses the blood religion limit realm, so what? Even if you can defeat the upper ninja, so what? Offending both the Sarutobi family as well as the Shimura family at the same time. Kiryuin is really so crazy that no one can rule him. Just wait. His end will be tragic. Yuzuru Junhong clenched his fists. He was now on Ryun's side. He could not watch the other party being counted by the Sarutobi family and the Shimura family. Thinking this, Yuzuru Junhong immediately instantly walked away, since he had already judged that Ryun was a descendant of the Senju clan. There was only one person in the village who could save him now. That was among the three ninja Princess Tsunade. Believing that Tsunade would protect Ryukin for the sake of her clan, Yuzuru Mikoto had to deliver this message to Tsunade so that she would quickly come to the battlefield of Kawanakuni to save Ryukin's life. After everyone had left, two silent men were left in the middle of the tent. Sarutobi Shinosuke said very bluntly, "That kid has to die. Destroying two of my fingers, or the most important right hand, is not a small blow to my ninja career. With two fingers missing, Sarutobi Shinosuke would have a lot of trouble with his ceiling in the future." Shimura Aseo secretly smiled, not minding the gloating over Sarutobi Shinosuke's downfall. The Sarutobi and Shimura families had fought a lot over the Naruto position. "It's fine for him to die, but I want his body, the smoky blood relay, this kind of special blood relay derived from the body of the Senju clan the Shimura family, want to get." Sarutobi Shinosuke waved his hand indifferently. "Whatever. Your Shimura family even dared to study the corpse of Hatsune Mikoto. What else would you not dare to do?" Shimura Aseo sneered. "Didn't the Naruto of your Sarutobi family agree to that?" Sarutobi Shinosuke did not speak. After a long time, he opened his mouth and asked, "How do we kill him?" Shimura Aseo took out a piece of paper from his pocket. He looked at the map of the defense line on the paper and said, "The investigation of the intelligence ninjas shows that in the next 2 days, there will be a raid on the 8th front by high-level ninjas of the Sand Hidden, and there are quite a few high-level ninjas. When that time comes, we will station heavy troops around the 8th front. We can both ambush the Sand Hidden ninjas and use their hands to kill Kiryuin." Sarutobi Shinosuke grunted coldly, "Humph! Do you need to go through so much trouble to kill a lower ninja?" Shimura Aseo sneered. "You still think he's an under ninja? He almost cut off your head. So it seems you haven't learned your lesson yet." "You!" Shimura Aseo ignored his opponent's ugly face and turned around alone to walk out of the tent. He had a low opinion of Sarutobi Shinosuke. Even if Kiryuin possessed a bloodline that was ineffective for physical attacks, it wasn't without its weaknesses. Trapped with earth, sealed with a sealing technique, tied with a rope. There are too many methods. Sarutobi Shinosuke, as a top ninja, not only did not come up with these methods. Instead, he was so angry by the lower ninja whose qualities barely graduated even at the ninja school that his head exploded and he lost his ninja's ability to make calm judgments. Rubbish. Still want to compete for the 4th generation Naruto. Dream on. With a cold laugh, Shimura Aseo slowly walked towards his office. Chapter 43. Zeroing Upper General Xing Luyun is here. Who dares to fight? In the Sand Hidden camp, the 4th generation Wind Shadow Rosa stood in an open space, and in front of him were half-kneeling about 10 ninjas. Grandmother Chiyo and Hai Lao Zong walked quietly. Hai Laozu pinched his beard and laughed softly. For upper ninjas, 8 special upper ninjas, including an Ashi who specializes in sealing techniques, 2 puppet masters, 2 air combat ninjas with flying ninja beasts, and an illusionist ninja. A squad like this would have no problem overthrowing even a small country. Rosa nodded. The blood relay limitation realm on Kiryuin's body is something that we, the sand-hidden village, must obtain not only for its value, but also for the threat he poses. The speed of this child's growth is too fast. It's only been a month's worth of work, and he was able to single-handedly kill an upper shinobi. Honestly, I'm scared. Grandmother Chiyo was a bit emotional. Kiba is truly the cradle of geniuses, but it's a pity that we, the sandy hidden village, took in this genius before he could grow up. That brat killed so many of our ninjas. Catching him back will make sure to torment him. Luo Sha said to the ninja half kneeling on the ground. You are the elite ninja selected from among the village by 1,000 choices. The name of your squad will be Special Seal Squad. The code name of this operation will be Capture Wooden Ryun Lightning Operation. All set out. I await your triumph. Understood, Lord Wind Shadow. We will make sure to complete the mission. Shinobu Ashi stood up, a confident gleam in his eyes. The special squad began to move, and the 2 special upper ninjas channeled the hawk-shaped psychic beasts common in the wind country. Chirp! The high eagle cry of the psychic beast spread throughout the camp, followed by the special squad jumping onto the psychic beasts and flying in the direction of the Konoha front line. The giant eagle flew, and the sky slowly sank. Everyone's face was covered with solemn, serious expression as if they were not dealing with a lower ninja. As more and more information about Ryugen was exposed to the Sand Cane, the Sand Cane also gradually grasped the characteristics of Ryugen's blood succession. The people in the special squad had all done their homework, and each of their abilities were very restrained against Ryun's blood succession. Among them were water transportation ninjas, capable of restraining Ryun's fire transportation. Seal ninja, able to capture Ryun. Puppeteer, able to use puppets to fight remotely and avoid being enveloped by Ryun's detonation charms or gunpowder explosions. In Kiba village, 3 huge Naruto rocks looked far ahead, as if the 3 guardian gods brought psychological comfort to the insecure villagers. A white dove flew across the sky, and the dove slowly flew to an izakaya place. The izakaya was located in the northwest corner of Kiba, and it was filled with the sweet aroma of sake, making everyone who passed by inhale the aroma of sake that wafted out of it. At the window of the izakaya, a man dressed in white cloth with blonde hair like the rays of the morning sun. Chirp! The cooing of a white dove rang out, and a white dove the size of a bushel flew to Tsunade's table. Tsunade's white tentative face was a bit flushed, and her eyes were watery as if she wanted to be bitten. The white dove pecked the drunken Tsunade gently, and Tsunade noticed the dove and a small cylinder in its paw. Tsunade opened the small cylinder and removed a note from it. Her eyes grew bright and she slowly cleared her drunken gaze. She snapped to her feet. Kiryuin, a descendant of the Senju clan, awakened a unique blood relay limit from within his bloodline. Tsunade frowned again though. It said that this guy loved to cause trouble so much that not only did he step on the youngest son of the Sarutobi family, but he even chopped off 2 fingers from one of the eldest son's arms. Tsunade's frown instantly relaxed and a smile appeared on her face. 100 flowers blooming in a flash. This character, I like it. Kiryu and I, Tsunade, am bailing. In the 8th front of Konoha's Area A, Ryun sat quietly alone on top of a rock, the cold wind from the night blowing his white clothes. Ryun looked at the thin clothes. Handsome it is, but it won't keep him warm. Chirp! A high eagle screeching sound came from the distance. White eyes open. Ryun immediately opened his white eyes, and there were 2 huge eagles flying in the sky 4 kilometers away from him, with 12 ninjas dragging on top of them. There were 4 ninjas with the same amount of chakra as him, proving to be upper ninjas, and the other 8 were special upper ninjas. Finally, an upper ninja has come. Ryuken immediately stood up, not a trace of fear on his face. Instead, he was burning with the fervor he had before the great battle. Ryun's white eyes didn't just see the chakra of these sand ninjas. There were some equally hidden around him at roughly 500 meters. There were upper ninjas, special upper ninjas, middle ninjas, and lower ninjas. These were people gathered from other fronts in Konoha, or perhaps people and retainers of the Shimura family as well as the Sarutobi family. Among them, Ryuken also found the chakra of Yuzuru and Yuzuru Makoto. The giant eagles flew very fast, like warplanes gliding at high speeds through the sky, and in 20 seconds or so, Ryun had already seen them. Ryuken stood on the highest rock on the hill. He held his Pinru version of his white coat at his waist, exposing his upper body and letting the cold night wind blow. Fire transportation howling fireball technique. Ryukin made a seal with one hand and violently unleashed a huge ball of howling fire into the sky, like lighting that one bonfire at night, nakedly exposing his position. Not only that, he also caused the chakra within his body to vibrate, emitting a high sound that traveled straight out 2 kilometers away. Crawlers of the sand hidden, I, Mukuryuin, am here, do I dare to fight? Crazy, crazy. 500 meters away from Ryun, in the middle of a forest, there were quite a few ninjas standing on the trees. There were people and dogs from the Sarutobi family, the Shimura family likewise, and more than that, there were also people from the other ninja clans of Kiba village. The Hyuga family, the Uchiha family, the Nara family, the Yamanaka family, and the Akimichi family. All of these ninja clans were ninjas who were on the battlefield of Kawanakuni, and Shimura Asashoryu could not force them to order them, and all of these ninja clans came here on their own accord. The one who had just spoken was the Shimura family's dog, Yuta, and Ryun's high shout swept right through the place. Those present, whether in admiration or disdain, could easily see that the teenager who had unleashed the howling fireball technique on top of the mountain peaks was not normally arrogant. Yuzuru Makoto's squad was also watching the battle. Yuzuru pinched her own father's sleeve, her eyes filled with inquiries. Why? 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 Everyone isn't going to support Ryukin. Yuzuru Masahiro didn't answer. Nara Yoji let out a laugh. Because this place is full of spectators. The secret of the Sarutobi family's eldest son's injury quickly spread throughout the front line, instantly arousing the interest of the various ninja clans, and with their kung fu, they naturally checked for traces of Ryun. They all wanted to see the smoke transportation blood relay that was mutated from the body of the Senju clan. Above the white ninja eagle, a special upper ninja laughed softly and coldly. As expected, just like the intelligence said, he has an unusually arrogant personality. That special upper ninja patted the ninja eagle under his feet. Shiranamaru. Give him an appetizer to taste first. The huge white one eagle's head was comparable to a portal, and the eagle's eyes flashed with a cold light, as if it could kill with a cold blade. Chirp! The white eagle let out a high cry, and the eagle's beak immediately released a huge wind blade that was about 10 meters long, like a curved blade. Ryukin opened his hands wide, not putting up any defense at all, and his mouth continued to irritate the sand ninja. Even if you can fly in the sky, so what? You will eventually become the soles of my feet. A huge wind blade sliced through, and under the gaze of the crowd, the streaming cloud was directly sliced into 2 halves. But strangely enough, no internal organs appeared at the break. Instead, a cloud of smoke surrounded it. Ding! You have been killed by a high-level psychic beast, Hakashimaru. Using a wind escape, experience value plus 200. This psychic beast was already no less than an elite upper ninja. Chapter 44. Sand Ninjas. Numerous upper ninjas delivering bells to Kazuna. Under the gaze of the Sand Ninja, or the major ninja clans in the shadows, Ryun's smoke closed back up and he instantly recovered again. Ryun immediately turned on Naruto's negative mouth transformation and continued to point at the sky and cursed, Sand Ninja, I've been guarding this place for almost 2 weeks now, and there are quite a few Sand Ninja who have died at my hands. Do you feel the pain? An upper ninja's eyes were crimson, and his hand swords immediately shot towards the bottom. Ryun didn't dodge at all, letting that hand sword shoot through his body. Ding! You have been killed by an upper ninja, Asuka. Using a hand sword, plus 60 experience points. Smoke once again appeared in Ryun's body, and in the blink of an eye, he recovered from the wounds that he had been pierced through by the shuriken. The major ninja clans watching the battle from below silently recorded Ryun's information. An upper ninja of the Nara clan clenched his jaw. Physical attacks are ineffective. What a practical blood succession limit boundary. The Yamanaka clan's upper ninja nodded. That's right. If there's no jutsu that can shut him down, it's a bit of a problem. The Nara family's upper ninja looked at the ninja roaming next to Ryun. It seems that the Sand Hidden have come prepared, and they are targeting Kiryuin. Shimura Aseo clasped his hands and watched quietly alone. He interjected at the same time. Wooden Ryun was once captured by the Sand Hidden. That night when the Sand Hidden camp was attacked, it should have been him. The other ninja clans pondered in their minds, in that case, after this chicken called Kimi Ryun was a rare and talented ninja who had made feats comparable to an elite top ninja. The Akimichi clan's man was straight and spoke seriously. Then wouldn't his blood relay limitation be useful to the village? We should get him back. We can't let him fall into the hands of the Sand Hidden. The Nara family's top shinobi gave a wink to stop the Akimichi family and said softly and cautiously, Don't say anything, Masataka. Autumn to Masataka closed his mouth and followed the Nara family's upper ninja's gaze to a grim-faced Sarutobi Shinosuke, whose eyes were filled with undisguised murderous intent. Anyone who offended the Sarutobi family would be abandoned even if their value to the village was high. Furthermore, the three clans of Inu, Deer, and Butterfly had always been dominated by the Sarutobi clan, closely following the Sarutobi family's lead. The Nara clan's upper ninja was reminding Akimichi Masataka not to sit with his but askew. White eyes open. The Hinata family's upper ninja opened his white eyes, scrutinized Ryukin, and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The Uchiha family next to him was puzzled. What's going on? What are you surprised about? That guy's chakra is even more than mine. The crowd in the arena was surprised, and the Uchiha family nodded. It seems that he is indeed a descendant of the Senju family, awakening the physical talent belonging to the Senju. The Hinata family's upper ninja was still a little confused. His white eyes saw a layer of blue chakra at Ryun's eyes. It looked as if the chakra of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga family's upper ninja shook his head. It couldn't be possible. How could an outsider possess the white eyes of the Hyuga clan? It should be a case of chance. Also, the blood at Ryun's wound was indeed there, but it was wrapped in a layer of chakra. The Hyuga clan couldn't analyze it and didn't know that it was chakra belonging to the smoke illusion technique, so they could only think of it as a blood religion limit belonging to smoke. Back to this side of the battlefield. The sand ninja standing on top of the two ninja eagles jumped down from above, leaving just two special upper ninja specializing in wind evasion above them. Shinobu Asashur commanded the three upper ninjas, and the 6 special upper ninjas to slowly surround Ryun's hill. Standing on top of the hill, Ryun looked down at the sand ninja below and immediately fired out of his mouth. Sand ninja? Unable to withstand the pressure of looking down on me? That's only right. How can a mediocre person live on the head of a genius? It's just too arrogant. The anger in the heart of an upper ninja inexplicably lifted up. He violently threw out a bitterless, and Ryun directly didn't dodge. His head catch shuriken trigger succeeded, and he was pierced through the head by that bitterless. Ding! You've been shot to death by upper ninja Hino Defu using a bitterless, experience value plus 60. I immediately shouted, Hinadev, calm down. He has a huge amount of chakra and a strong recovery ability. You're useless against him even if you consume like this. Hinadev slowly calmed down. This brat is really annoying. The killing intent in my heart won't stop once I hear his words. Ryukin used chakra vibration to make a sound directly from above. Desert reptiles? Are you besieging me? You sand hidden are really at the end of your rope, sending 4 upper ninjas and 8 special upper ninjas to besiege a single lower ninja. What a disgrace to the 5 great powers of the ninja. Hurry up and withdraw from the group. I think old Hanzo of the Rain Country has more balls than you guys. Naruto's negative mouth attack was unleashed. Kaze Neri air bomb. A wind-heavy cannon was instantly launched towards Ryun, blasting him into a pile of smoke in the blink of an eye. Ding! You've been killed by Shinobi Asako using a wind recluse. Experience value plus 200. Hinadev looked at Asako, who still kept his hands in a knot. Captain! Asagi lowered his hands and hated him. You're right, Hinadev. This brat is really infuriating. I'll be sure to torture him when I catch him later. Ryugen resurrected and continued to fire towards the sand ninja. You desert locusts? What kind of ninja are you if you can't even hold back this insulting remark? A ninja has to endure all the things that normal people can't endure. Just like your 4th generation wind shadow. All of you were cuckolded by me and still endure. Can't you learn from him? Several hand swords broke through the air, directly shooting the stream clouds into a sieve. Ding! You were killed by several sand ninja using hand swords. Experience value plus 200. From afar, the Yamanaka family's upper ninja with strong perception unconsciously rubbed up the sweat on his forehead. With this kind of character, it's no wonder he offended the Sarutobi family. The Nara family's upper ninja looked at Ryun, whose mouth was not free for a moment on the battlefield, and said somewhat breathlessly, I heard that he was tortured by the sand hidden. It couldn't be that his personality changed drastically during that time, leading to a distortion, could it? The Yamanaka family's upper ninja nodded. It could be. If he had a better personality and temper, he wouldn't have offended the Sarutobi and Shimura families. A special upper ninja quickly instantaneously appeared in front of Ryun, only to see his hands form a seal. Illusion technique release. That special upper ninja's illusion energy entered Ryun's head, and immediately triggered the self-defense system of Ryun's brain. Warning! Warning! Kiba Gale! Ryun instantly came to his senses and delivered a whirlwind kick to that special upper ninja, directly sending him flying 10 meters away. After that special upper ninja got up, he wiped off a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted to his companions. Illusion techniques won't work on him. His companions nodded, and the two special upper ninjas quickly approached. With sharp ninja swords in their hands, the two swords slashed towards Ryun, cutting off both of Ryun's arms. Without his arms, Ryukin was unable to form a seal, but immediately detonated the detonation charm at his chest. Boom! With a bang, a gunpowder explosion rang out, and the two special upper ninjas quickly retreated to avoid being affected by the shockwave of the explosion. The white smoke recoalesced, and Ryugen, dressed in white, looked down at them with his waist stuck out. Sand ninja, I'm not going to fight back. I'm going to let you guys attack. As long as you can kill me, you're considered ruthless. Shinobi Ashi ignored Ryun's words and analyzed them from the sidelines. As the information says, he has the ability to summon an initiating charm. We need to control his actions in an instant. I'll do it. A ninja with puppeteer stripes painted on his face stepped forward with a beast-shaped puppet on his back. Chapter 45. A pinch attack from the Sand Ninja. Spider charge. The puppeteer was seen dancing with his 10 fingers, and the puppet on his back quickly flew down. It was a spider golem with 6 spider legs, and the mechanism on it was unusually complex and sharp. Ta-da! The spider puppet made a clattering sound and quickly rushed towards Liyun, who still didn't dodge and allowed the spider puppet to tie him up. One of the spider puppet's spider legs inserted a needle into Liyun's body, releasing a stream of neurotoxin. Liyun only felt his head numb, as if he wanted to drift off to sleep. Ecstasy? They're trying to make me pass out. LSD, the forerunner before gunfire. The Sand Ninja were really prepared for Ryukin's resurrection as soon as he died on all fronts, so they came up with the idea of using LSD to knock him out. Between Ryugen's head being dazed, he bit his tongue violently, directly breaking it off, using the pain to fight off that feeling of his brain nerves being paralyzed. His right hand slightly formed half of the seal of the tiger, and the majestic chakra inside his body was created and released through 361 chakra points. Ryukin kept spinning like a spinning gyroscope, while the smoke released from his body was like a black tornado whirlwind. Kaiten fire escape ash accumulation burning. The smoke formed by the gunpowder filled out in a wide area, directly enveloping half of the small mountain. Combining the intelligence, Mai quickly realized that this was Ryugen's smoke fire escape, which was capable of releasing a continuous scorching burn. He immediately shouted, "All step back. Don't be enveloped by this gunpowder's fog." The Sand Ninjas were smart and immediately withdrew from the black smoke released by Ryun. A spark erupted from Ryun's mouth as the gunpowder continued to explode, blowing the spider golem directly behind him. Sarutobi Asma in the distance clenched his fists. Isn't this my Sarutobi family's Ashikaga Yaki? Where did he, Kimi Ryun, learn that? Sarutobi Shinosuke also saw it, and he was equally puzzled. Shimura Aseo immediately brainstormed. When the Kiba village was first established, each ninja clan would hand over a portion of their ninjutsu to the Senjutsu clan, and Kimi Ryun must have inherited the Senjutsu clan's legacy. That's why he possesses so many high-level ninjutsu. Oh, no wonder. Without explaining, Ryun already had someone brainstorming for him. As the smoke from the explosion slowly cleared, Ryun was shirtless, his white clothes tied around his waist, and with one foot on the rock in front of him, he looked down at the Sand Ninja below. Just like when Uchiha Zebra looked down on the 9-tailed beasts, only Ryun lacked a bit of Zebra's old man sass. Sand Ninja, I'm going to get serious. He hadn't been fighting back, slowly waiting for them to attack, and the other side had the leisure to chat and grind. So Ryukin was going to force them to use their ninjutsu. Chirp! The 2 ninja eagles in the sky cried out in a high voice. Ryun fixed his eyes on the 2 eagles who dared to stand on the throne of heaven that belonged to him. Wasn't this defying the king? Ryun made a seal with one hand, fire transportation fire forest cannon. He spat out a ping-pong ball-sized fire bomb from his mouth. That fire bomb was launched at such a fast speed that the naked eye could only see it pulling out a shallow red line in the air. In the blink of an eye, it exploded above the feathers of the white ninja eagle. Boom! The fireliner bomb exploded as if it was a bomb, and that white endurance eagle let out a cry of pain. A look of anger appeared in the eagle's eyes, and the eagle's beak violently sent out a wind blade launching towards the bottom. Ryukin opened his hands to meet the wind blade's attack. Ding! You have been killed by the high-level psychic beast Hakashimaru using Wind Escape. Experience value plus 180. Fire escape multiple fire liner cannon. After Ryun was revived, he once again made a seal with one hand and quickly spat out a fire bomb from his mouth, which was launched towards the two psychic beasts in the air. This release of firebombs was like a dense anti-aircraft artillery. Hakamaru, retreat. The special top ninja above controlled the white eagles under their feet to fly quickly and climbed upwards, dodging one by one the fire lance cannon explosions. The sand ninja below were not idle either. Seeing Ryun attacking their partner, the top ninja, Haitora, immediately made a seal, Kazamian wind cutting technique. Dozens of slices of wind transportation's wind blades swiftly slashed through, directly slicing Ryun into pieces. Ding! You have been killed by upper ninja Asuka using wind escape. Experience value plus 100. Ryun rushed out from the white smoke, and with both of his hands together, he quickly made a seal. Fire transportation howling dragon fire technique. Roar! A huge fire dragon spat out from Ryun's mouth, whistling as it attacked towards the sand ninja flying bird. A clear voice rang out, Suetun water formation wall. A huge wall of water appeared on the flat ground, blocking Ryun's howling fire dragon. Water overpowered fire, resounding with the sound of nuisance pouring fire, slowly extinguishing the raging fire dragon. Lu Yun turned his eyes to see that it was a female ninja, or a water ninja, the kind that could spray water. The wind country was a great desert, and there were very few water disappearing ninjas, but not none. It was a pity that this female ninja was not beautiful, much worse than the Rikako that he had killed in the first place. Knowing that desert beauty Ryun had sighed for a while when he had killed her, Lu Yun made an instantaneous appearance, leaving only a faint shadow on the ground, and fiercely flew towards the water recluse ninja. The water recluse ninja quickly reacted. His hands formed a seal, water recluse water blade. Dozens of water blades hovered around the water recluse ninja. The water blades were sharp and even carried the nature of wind. With a few brushes, they cut towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun did not dodge and even ran his mouth full. Let me try if the water you spray is really capable of drowning people? Kid! The female ninja revealed an angry color. The water blade formed by the water escape quickly passed through Ryun's entire body, and the brittle skin was immediately chipped off the muscles and meridians of his entire body. Ding! You have been killed by upper ninja Yukino using water escape. Experience value plus 100. After Ryun was revived, he made a seal with one hand, and his chakra was concentrated in his throat. Fire transportation fire forest cannon. Ryun's mouth was like a moving turret, rapidly releasing firebombs in front of him. 1, 2, 3, 10. 10 firebombs directly enveloped Yunonori from 4 directions, up and down, left and right. Yunonori made a seal with both hands, and a large amount of water erupted from her body. Suetun water instant. Yunonori instantly transformed with the help of water. Her speed was so fast that she instantly dodged Ryuken's 10 fire lance cannons. Swoosh! Yunonori escaped Ryukumo's firebombs, and after she landed, several shuriken broke through the air towards her, which Yunonori dodged. The shuriken danced around in the air with steel wires attached to the back, binding Yuneoki in a flash. On the other end of the line was Ryugen, who gritted his teeth on the steel line and showed a cold smile at Yuneki as he formed a seal with both hands. Naruto Dragon Fire Technique. A straight shooting flame quickly burned towards Yunonori. It was so fast that the eye couldn't even catch it. Earth Transportation Earth Flow Wall. A huge wall of earth blocked in front of Yunonori out of nowhere. It was Daisuke, another upper ninja of the Sand Hidden Village, who was an earth transportation ninja. The flames and the wall of earth collided together with abaning sound. Ryun shouted, Fire Transportation Dragon Flame Song, Release Technique. This time, Ryun jumped directly in midair, his head facing downwards, and with his hands forming seals in the air, he immediately spat out 4 fire dragons from his mouth, which roared towards Yunonori and Daisuke. Daisuke's hand speed is fast. It seems that he has worked hard in this area as well. Earthen Evasion Junction Earthen Prison Don't. Only to see a small dirt bag rise up from the ground, locking Daisuke and Yunonori inside. This move, which was originally a jutsu to shut down enemies and absorb chakra, was strengthened by Daisuke to be hardened and used as a defensive jutsu, which couldn't even be burned off by a fire dragon. The 2 special Ushinobi in the sky were not idle. Seeing Ryu jump into the middle of the sky, the 2 special Ushinobi cast their jutsu together, releasing a practicing air bomb. Come on! The roar of the wind. Ryuken opened his hands and took the attack from the air refining bomb. Ding! You have been killed by 2 special upper ninjas using Wind Rage. Experience value plus 120. Chapter 46 Seal. Ryun, who had his audio turned off. With white smoke, Ryun revived and made a seal with one hand. Fire transportation multiple fire liner cannon. A fire bomb erupted out of Ryun's mouth, whistling and firing towards the 2 ninja eagles in the sky. Boom 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 boom. From afar, the crowd watched in awe as Ryun completely blocked the special squad of the Sand Hidden Village all by himself. The Nara family's top ninja summarized, an endless array of fire escapes, only one-handed sealing, a bottomless amount of chakra and a super fast recovery speed. Akimichi Takamasa rubbed his chubby stomach and said directly, "I don't think he's from the Senju family. He should be from the Uchiha family." His words happened to be heard by the Uchiha family. The Uchiha family's upper ninja nodded. He has almost all of the Uchiha family's fire escape, and he also has an extremely fast fire escape move that can explode. If it wasn't for that huge amount of chakra and the speed of recovery, I would have thought that the other party was from my Uchiha clan. Shimura Aseo continued to brainstorm. The Chitos family and the Uchiha family fought for so many years during the Warring States era. It's only right that they understand each other, and the Chitos family must have included a lot of the Uchiha family's fire escape ninjutsu and even modified them. Maybe. From above, as the captain of the Special Operations Squad, Shinobu Ashi finally stepped in. He immediately instructed his squad mates, "Together, subdue him and give me a chance to seal him." Good. The 2 ninja eagles in the sky whistled, instantly releasing a large amount of white wind blades. The wind blades were like a punishment from the heavens, easily chipping away half of Ryun's hilltop. Ding! You were killed by 2 high-level psychic beasts using Wind Escape. Experience value plus 140. After Ryun was revived, he jumped out of the white smoke, and with him came an earth and stone dragon. Roar! The stone dragon roared and bit off Ryun in one bite, sending him rushing underground with a chunk of stone washing over his entire body. Earthen transportation Yellow Springs Swamp. Daisuke made a Yellow Springs swamp on the ground, immediately shutting Ryun in the swamp. Yunonori closed her hands together, and a large amount of water spewed out of her mouth. Water transportation Water Chaos Wave. The large amount of water mixed with the clay and the swamp became more absorbent. Ryukin was submerged in the swamp. He immediately made a seal with both hands, and his entire body's chakra crafted into gunpowder. Full power fire escape ash accumulation burn. Rumble. The spark exploded violently at a point, and this time, the explosion was so powerful that the mountain where Ryukin used to be stationed was completely flattened. Got you. By the time Ryun recovered, 2 special upper ninjas wrapped Ryun in steel wires, one on the left and one on the right. Asako quickly stepped forward and took out the large scroll he carried on his back, which immediately flipped open and rolled towards Ryun. It was as if a white python was curling towards him. Ryuin realized it was bad. This upper ninja had a sealing technique. He was going to seal Ryuin. Ryukin's detonated the explosive talisman in his chest, blowing up part of the sealing scroll. But as if the scroll was alive, it sealed towards Ryun again. Boom! Ryun detonated again, blowing up part of the scroll again, and taking advantage of being released, Ryun's right hand rose up, comparing it to a pistol pose. Fire escape fire forest cannon. The fire escape fired out instantly, penetrating Ashi's shoulder in a flash, followed by a violent reaction. This kind of casting speed. Asa Yi's eyes were filled with shock. This kind of instantaneous ninjutsu he simply couldn't avoid. At the time of danger, Asagi stiffly dodged to the side. Boom! An explosion rang out. Asahi was blown off half of his shoulder and landed on the ground gasping for air. The 2 special upper ninjas who had subdued Ryun with the steel threads saw that their captain was seriously injured and immediately slashed towards Ryun with their swords in anger. Ryuin continued to defy them, allowing them to cut off his head. Ding! You were slashed to death by 2 special upper ninjas with their swords. Experience value plus 80. A very fast special upper ninja, who seemed to be riding the wind under his feet, quickly approached Ashi and carried him away from the battle line. This special upper shinobi took out a bandage and instantly treated Asahi's injuries. Asayi's heart was filled with gloom. This damn Kiba brat. It's too strong. Endless layers of fire escapes, dazzling seals, even able to release fire escapes capable of exploding just by relying on his fingers. There's also his ability to summon detonation charms. We, the Sand Hidden, have underestimated him after all. The special top shinobi asked, "What should we do then?" Asashoryu looked at his other hand as he pulled out a count of 10 sealing talismans from his ninjutsu bag. "Distribute them to the flying birds and stick them on that little brat's body. So that he can't use chakra, I'll see how he can continue to use the bloodline secret technique." "Okay." The special top shinobi, who was harnessing the wind, quickly distributed Asuka's sealing talisman to everyone. Ryukin pranced into the sky, 2 fingers pinned to his mouth. Fire transportation Phoenix Claw Red. He could only see 20 or so fire escapes of phoenix flower fruits spitting out of his mouth, attacking towards Yukinori and Daisuke below. Wind transportation Great Breakthrough. Asuka made a great breakthrough from the side and blew the fire of the cockatrice flower away. But there was a shuriken hidden in the fire escape. Swoosh! The shuriken whizzed by, and Yukinori and Daisuke quickly dodged it. Chirp! The ninja eagle in the sky made a dive, and its sharp talons grabbed Ryukin. Carrying Ryukumo straight up into the sky, it flew about 500 meters and immediately dropped. The streaming clouds fell from the sky with increasing speed and still landed on their heads, instantly being smashed into flesh, only to be a cloud of white smoke in an outsider's view. Ding! You fell from the sky and died. Experience value plus 50. Lu Yun retrieved the white smoke and went naked, still with that cloudy look, as if he hadn't suffered a single bit of damage. The faint second pillar on his body continued to diffuse. Sand Ninja, is this the best you can do? Still unable to leave a single wound on my body? How sad. I suggest you guys go back to your desert lair and dig a hole and burrow in there for the rest of your lives and never come out. His words incorporated not only the faintly pretentious style of the second pillar, but also Naruto's attribute of making people hate him so much that it made their teeth itch. The Sand Ninja were all so angry that their teeth itched, and they were immediately demoted, and all the ninjutsu they could use were immediately cast. Wind transportation Wind/no jutsu. Earth transportation Earth rumble gun. Suetun water blade. Swoosh! The shuriken and bitterness broke into the air and attacked. Chirp! The ninja eagles in the sky released their wind escape, and the special top ninja standing above them also released their wind escape. With so many attacks, a huge crater 100 meters wide was instantly made where Ryuin was standing. Ding! You have been killed by a combination of 12 sand ninjas. Experience value plus 500. As the number of times he was killed by more than one person increased, Ryuin summarized the truth that being killed by more than one person would stack up a portion of the experience value. After Ryukin was revived, he still showed his upper body openly, and he still had the same breezy look. Ha 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 ha. Sand Ninja, I told you that you are just a bunch of desert reptiles. Even if you have mastered ninjutsu, you are still just reptiles with chakra. A ninja who harnessed the wind appeared in front of Ryun. Ryukin didn't bother to put up a defense, and the ninja directly used a talisman to stick it on Ryukin's back. A mere special upper ninja? Do you want to dance too? My chakra? Ryun suddenly realized that all the chakra in his body dissipated uncontrollably into his body. His chakra was blocked. As Ryun looked backward, a purple and yellow talisman paper with a dense sealing pattern was attached to his back. A sealing charm? A sealing charm that seals chakra? Chapter 47. Ryun's little vixen form goes online. Ryukin was about to slice off his neck with a single slash when 2 special upper ninjas using ninjutsu swords quickly stepped forward and slashed Ryukin's arms left and right. The other special upper ninja puppeteer used his puppet and immediately bound Ryun. The ninja who had harnessed the wind let out a sharp sigh of relief. Finally, I've subdued you. Seeing that Ryun was no longer a threat, the other sand ninja all converged towards where Ryun was bound. Asako approached, dragging a broken arm, and patted Ryun's face with her silver ninja sword. Kid, after all our efforts, we finally caught you. Ryukin was completely subdued. This time he had no chakra, and detonating the initiating talisman required a flow of chakra. Ryukin couldn't use the initiating talisman to explode and revive. He immediately went into the system interface and searched for useful props. The Kiba ninja who were watching the battle from afar jumped down from the trees. Shimura Aseo loosened his hold. The sand-hidden village is indeed prepared. Let's go. Let's surround it, grab Kiryuin's corpse, and destroy the sand hidden in the process. Sarutobi Shinosuke sneered. Let him be captured by the sand ninja and tortured for the rest of his life. I still need his blood relay limitation. Don't torture so much. Isn't Kazuna strong enough? Didn't you also see that the weakness of that blood relay limitation boundary is sealing? Crystal tears squeezed out of Yuzuru's eyes, Dad, Dad, go save Ryukin. Yuzuru Makoto clenched his fists and took 2 steps forward when the Shimura family's dog suddenly blocked him. Shinobu Makoto, I'm watching you. Don't make any overstepping actions. Yuzuru glared angrily at the people who were all silent. All of you adults. All of you are a bunch of bad guys. Seeing your fellow villagers being captured by the other side and doing nothing. Red, stop it. Yuzuru Makoto blindfolded Yuzuru's mouth. Akimichi Masataka was about to make a move, but the Nara family grabbed his hand. Don't go. This is a matter between the Sarutobi and Shimura families. Let's not get into this mess. Akimichi Masataka let go of his hand, his chubby face a bit exasperated. Is it fun for so many people to count on one little kid? Suddenly, the Hinata family's upper ninja blurted out. What is that? What an evil chakra. A layer of redness was seen in the white eyes of the Hyuga family's upper ninja, which grew thicker and thicker, directly enveloping the blue chakra mass around them. Let me see. The Uchiha family's upper ninja opened his Sharingan eyes, which were able to see the flow of chakra. The Uchiha family's top ninja could clearly see red chakra emerging from the smoke in the center of the ruins. Looking closely, that red chakra continued to outwardly emanate and finally formed a red fox head in the air. The form of that fiery red fox was one that the Uchiha family's upper ninja had read about in a book, and immediately pronounced out in a dumbfounded voice, 9 tails, instantly causing that clamor. How can that be? Isn't the 9 tails still in the village? A dozen seconds ago, Ryun's chakra points were sealed, causing him to be unable to use his chakra. Quickly flipping through the redemption catalog in the system space, Ryun suddenly flipped to in the column of special chakra. At a glance, he saw 9-tailed chakra 1-tailed form. The redemption points just happened to be 2,500 points that Ryun had accumulated. Host's redemption of the 9-tailed chakra 1-tailed form is successful. The 9-tailed chakra instantly merged into Ryun's body and finally fused directly with Ryun's heart. Although Ryun could not use his own chakra now, he had an external form of chakra again, and he immediately exploded into the 9-tailed chakra 1-tailed form. 9-tailed chakra 1-tail form open. There was a steady stream of red chakra rushing out of Ryun's heart, like a blood-red chain lashing around. The Sand Ninja looked at the changes in Ryun's body strangely. Asuka, who specialized in wind transportation, gaped. What kind of chakra is this? It gives an extremely ominous feeling. Captain Mai's heart rose in dismay and he hurriedly returned. Back away! It's too late. Fire escape ash accumulation burn. A huge cloud of black smoke shot out from within Ryun's body, and a little spark was released from the corner of Ryun's mouth. Rumble. The gunpowder exploded, one ball of fire after another in the black mist, and the searing heat, as well as the continuous explosions caused the 2 special upper shinobi, who were enveloped in it, to keep shouting out in pain. Those 2 special upper ninjas were ninjas who specialized in sword arts. They had no defensive jutsu, and were too late to escape, and were directly enveloped by Ryukin's ash accumulation burn, and died in the blink of an eye. When the smoke cleared, Lu Yun resurrected himself. He was dressed in white, and stood lightly on top of the flat ground filled with smoke. I floated lightly by, and the rest was noise. At Liu Yun's feet, there were 2 piles of coke, so black that they couldn't be seen in their original form. Next to Ragugumo, there was a large mound of earth that was an earth defense made by Daisuke, who was good at using earth defense. 20 meters away, the special upper ninja who had just sealed Ryugen with a sealing talisman was very fast, and at the moment of the explosion, he directly escaped with the upper ninja Asuka. Bang bang! The sound of rocks falling to the ground rang out, only to see the mound of earth that had appeared out of nowhere on top of the flat ground fall, in which 8 sand ninjas with faces like earth drilled out. Cough! Asako coughed up blood and looked hideously at Ryukin. Damn it! What's going on? How could he have any extra chakra left to use? Is that red chakra a chakra that belongs to humans? A Seijai kept asking rhetorical questions, but no one gave him an answer, and the special shinobi beside him was silent, seeing Ryun's actions and gripping the ninjutsu sword in his hand. Ryugen danced a blade flower, then the corner of his mouth wiped up a cold smile. Want to seal me? Your sand hidden sealing technique is still young? Ryun now possessed the 9-tailed chakra, and it was no longer feasible for Sarsen to seal his chakra so that he could not use his jutsu. The special upper ninja who was harnessing the wind next to Ashi gritted his teeth vigorously. Captain, what should we do now? The squad had already lost 2 of their top generals, and their chakra was slowly running out. Mai quickly made a judgment. The kind of chakra just now is very unusual. It's exactly the same as the aura of the village's Rinpocalypse. Could it be that the other party's other identity is the nine-tailed Rinpocalypse of the Konoha village? If we judge it that way, it would also explain why his chakra is endless. If it's the nine tails, then that's even better. He's still just a young man who can't grasp the chakra belonging to the tailed beasts. Eat the Hyrin-maru. Let's go together and capture Konoha's nine-tailed Rinpoche. Do him this favor and go straight into the village's management. I couldn't help but put a check mark on his wit. Well said, Captain. The sand ninja quickly pulled out Hyrin-maru from their ninjutsu bag and swallowed it, then quickly set up a formation and blocked towards Ryun step by step. Ryun inserted his ninja sword into the hilt at his waist, loosened his bones, and twisted his waist. Let's show you my full strength. Ryun's body bowed down slightly, his hands clenched, and a low growl kept coming from his throat. 8-gate transportation armor. First open door open. Second hue gate open. Third life gate open. In an instant, a layer of green energy erupted from Lu Yun's body, and before it was over, a tyrannical beastly desire suddenly thickened on Lu Yun's body. Roar! A low roar emanated from his throat, and 6 lines suddenly appeared on his face, like those of Naruto, and immediately afterward, his once dark eyes became red, and his pupils stood up like a wild beast. The green energy on his body was gradually replaced by a layer of red chakra that turned into a tailed beast coat, releasing an ominous aura. 9-tailed chakra. 1-tailed form open. The chakra energy released by the 3 gates burning their bodies was coupled with the 9-tailed chakra 1-tailed form that was no weaker than that of an upper shinobi. Ryuken's chakra now seemed endless, and the entire Sand Hidden squad combined couldn't match it. A man who strikes out at me is going to pay a terrible price. Chapter 48. Sand Ninja. Came well, can't go back. Ryuken fiercely instantaneously, that speed directly pulling out a red line, and the position he attacked was the upper ninja Ashi. So fast. Issei's eyes widened. This kind of speed human body could not react at all. Captain Dodge. The special upper ninja pushed Issei out of the way. He was then pierced through the heart by a sharp claw. Hideki. Asako shouted as hard as he could. When he came, he was confident. With a configuration like theirs, he believed he could easily capture Ryuken and pack his bags back to the village. And now, 3 special upper ninjas had died. Most importantly, they didn't know if they could still go back. In the distant forest, the group fell silent. Yuzuru Makoto's large red eyes narrowed as the girl's mood said it would turn and turn, as if it were a sunny day again. Yuzuru Red breathed a small sigh of relief. This boy, he really made the mood like a roller coaster. Sarutobi Shinnosuke's expression grimaced. How could that kid have the chakra of the 9 tails? Wasn't the 9 tails sealed in Maelstrom Jusina's stomach? Shimura Isao didn't care and frantically brainstormed. It said that the cloud-hidden village's golden horn and silver horn had been swallowed by the 9 tails, and that they ate the 9 tails' flesh to get the 9 tails chakra. This shows that the 9-tail chakra is very invasive and heritable. Hatsune Mikoto's wife, Maelstrom Mito, was the first 9-tailed human pillar force, and Kiryuin is definitely a Chikyu with a proper bloodline, and possibly a direct descendant of Maelstrom Mito. Anyway, Shimura Isao was just locking up Ryugen's Senju bloodline, and any that couldn't figure it out had to wring their brain cells towards that. The Nara family's upper ninja looked at Ragugumo, who was fast enough to be only a red line in the distance, and was slightly shaken in his heart. The massive chakra of the Senjutsu clan. The smoke escape blood relay that is ineffective for physical attacks, the endless streams of advanced fire escapes, and the 9 tails chakra. A regular person who possesses one of these can easily become an elite shinobi. It's hard to imagine all of these things being concentrated in the body of one young man. This young man already possesses the same level of ninja qualifications as the Hatsune Mikoto and Uzumaki. The Yamanaka family's upper ninja was surprised. You have such a high opinion of him. The Nara family's upper ninja shook his head. It's not a matter of whether I rate him highly or not. It's his unique qualification, he said, glancing at the grim-faced Sarutobi Shinnosuke, and read in a low voice. If he doesn't die today, he'll definitely grow into a great person who will dictate the village, or even the entire fire country, in the future. Chirp! The ninja eagle in the sky chirped high and swooped downwards, releasing a huge wind blade the moment it approached Ryuken. Ryuken fended it off with both hands forward, the 9-tailed chakra bringing him unimaginable defense as well as recovery, even giving his body an increase no less than the 4th gate of wounds. But Ryuken shattered again. This defensive ability still couldn't block the wind blade of a high-level psychic beast. Ding! You have been killed by advanced psychic beast Hakashimaru using Wind Blade. Experience value plus 120. The streaming clouds transformed into a cloud of white smoke and slowly coalesced into a human form again. The sound of rocks rattling rang out as Daisuke, who was using his earth escape, strained a large rock up and then smashed it far into Ryun's body. Pop! With a snap, Ryukin was crushed down into the dirt, the boulder on top of him weighing as much as 1,000 pounds. With his teeth clenched, Ryun instantly opened his 3 gates and mixed it with the chakra of the 9 tails, and violently struggled upwards, toppling the rock on top of him. Asuka, who was using the wind evasion, quickly stepped forward, and a sealing talisman was placed on Ryun's head. Ryun kicked at him, sending the flying bird several meters away. Luyun ripped the sealing talisman off. Think I'm a zombie? I told you it won't work. I have the chakra of the 9 tails. Even if you seal my chakra, I still have chakra to use. Ryukin said as a tailed beast coat gathered on his body and slowly a tail emerged from behind his butt. His figure leapt, shaped like a ghost, and he slammed a claw forward. Flying Bird stepped backward while his hands formed a seal. Wind transportation wind cutting technique. His wind blade attacked towards Luyun, who directly opened his hands to withstand it. Ding! You have been killed by Upper Ninja Asuka using wind transportation. Experience value plus 90. Looking at Ryun, who had turned into a cloud of white smoke again and gradually coalesced into a humanoid form, Fei Toru viciously spat out a few words. Troublesome brat. He glanced at Ma-e, who was analyzing the situation from afar, and shouted, Captain, I'm running out of chakra. What should I do now? Hirinmaru could have energy to fight for 3 days and 3 nights for a soldier, but it wasn't an all-purpose chakra supplement for a ninja who unleashed ninjutsu. Mai snapped his teeth. Damn. I underestimated the amount of chakra this brat has, and I didn't think he would be the 9-tailed human pillar force of Konoha. That's enough for today. Let's retreat. Okay, Captain. Mai finally realized that it was not good. If they continued to spend like this, their chakra would be exhausted, and then one by one they would be killed by Ryukin. He instantly made the judgment to tactically retreat first. At least the trip here wasn't fruitless. The sand cane had already spied out the whereabouts of Kiba's 9-tailed human pillar power. A figure jumped towards the sky and slowly stood on top of the 2 ninja eagles. Ryukin had a cold smile on his lips from below, opening the 3 gates in an instant and releasing the 9-tailed chakra in his chest. Thinking of leaving, what a dream! Multiple shadow diversion technique. Boom 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 boom. White smoke continued to ring out as a white figure emerged from it. How many shadow doppelgangers were there that were condensed out of the 8 gates of transportation and 3 gates plus the 9 tails and 1 tail chakra? At a glance, it was impossible to see the end, countless, standing all over the entire open space. There were probably thousands of them in total. The color of the moon was like ink, but this place was white. Mai's pupils stared to the maximum. So many shadow doppelgangers, Chakra, how is it possible? He's so young. How could he possibly master the 9 tails chakra? As if Li Yunlong, who was wielding a sword, ordered his shadow doppelganger army. Shadow doppelganger army, listen to the order, Italian cannons. Prepare. Ola, ola, ula. In an instant, the entire forest was filled with the sound of ula, as if 1,000 armies were gathering here. Each of Ryukin's shadow doppelgangers all had red eyes as they similarly made seals with their hands. Their mouths tilted up to the sky. Fire! A few shadow doppelgangers shouted with their loudspeakers. Formation of shadow doppelgangers, multiple flaming bombs. Swoosh! A round of fiery red firebombs was instantly sent out, roaming endlessly, directly covering the entire sky. And in the eyes of those watching the battle from afar, it was like fireworks for the holidays densely covered with infinity. Run away! Captain! Uniki! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of explosions was endless. The entire sky was enveloped by a clamor, and the sand-hidden squad had no place to hide from the roaming fire escape explosions. After the explosion, several burnt shadows fell from the sky, and a huge ninja eagle was blown up in a messy mess, directly killed on the spot, not even having the time to pass back to the psychic realm. Luckily, a ninja eagle went back, and at the same time passed the information about this place back to Sand Hidden. White eyes open. Ryukin's white eyes opened and he quickly raced towards the figure falling from the sky. In the middle of the forest 500 meters away in front of him, there were only 2 shadows left beside Asuka. One was Daisuke, who was good at earth evasion and had a strong defense, and the other was Flycatcher. Asagi took out the only 3 pills left in his ninjutsu bag. Eat them. Maybe we should fight for our lives. The two nodded and bitterly swallowed the Hyerinmaru pills. The Bing grain pills were rich in protein, easily absorbed, and could quickly replenish the body's missing stamina. There was also a spirit-boosting effect within it, giving one the spirit to fight for 3 days and 3 nights, but the burden on the body was also very heavy. Taking the soldier food pill twice in a row, their bodies were now like taut strings. The 3 of them took the Hyrule pill, and a fiery red figure came instantly. Liyun took 2 steps forward and looked at the somewhat secluded layout of the surroundings. The environment here is quite good, suitable for your graveyard. Asai also did not have the strength to argue with Ryun anymore, standing up with determination in his eyes. Kid, I admit that the qualifications in you are the highest amongst the people I have seen, but don't you think that you can make a sand cane yield? Let's show you the desert will of the desert nation. Asako said. A thick blue chakra aura erupted from his body. The other 2 ninjas did the same, their bodies filled with determination, not flinching for a second. Ryuken's face was filled with a maniacal smile. Let me bear the desert will of your sand ninja. First open door open. Second Hue gate open. Third Sengoku gate open. 9-tailed chakra 1-tailed form open. In just an instant, Ryuken erupted with a red chakra aura that directly overshadowed the concentration of chakra on Mai and the 3 of them, rushing out about 10 meters above their heads. This gap was obvious to the naked eye. Ashi glanced bitterly at Daisuke next to him. It seems like the 3 of us brothers will have to explain ourselves here today. Daisuke smiled with some bravado and wiped a mouthful of blood from the side of his mouth. Consider it so, after all, he died fighting for the village. I hope that the village will find a way to subdue this brat in the future. A ninja's destiny is the battlefield. I already had this realization from the day I became a ninja. Fei Bird's eyes were firm, and an instantaneous body killed towards Ryun. What is sand? A heartfelt heart that has never changed even if it is allowed to blow by the wind for thousands of years. 2 minutes later, Ryun slowly pulled his sharp claw out of Asagai's chest, the palm that had just pierced through the other party's chest and cupped a red heart. The pupil light in Asako's eyes slowly dissipated, and his mouth trembled twice with difficulty. Sand hidden village, will not let you go. Bang! Ryuken instantly crushed Ashi's heart, letting that blood stain his face, while the corners of his mouth drew up an unruly smile. So what? That desert village can be overthrown at any time on my whim. Ryuken turned around while Mamoru slowly collapsed, his icy body a companion to the earth. Chapter 49. A little red among the 3 shinobi Princess Tsunade's debut. Ryugen was in a bit of a bad shape at this point, with 2 ninja swords sticking out of his back, blood coming out of the corners of his mouth, and blood all over his body, his and the 3 upper ninjas. Liyun took back the ninja swords on his back into the system space, looking at his harvest in the meantime. The last madness of the 3 upper ninjas provided Ryun with 1,200 experience points, which Ryun decided to save up for now and wait until there was a need to exchange for the appropriate items. This recovery speed? Liyun looked at a wound on his chest, which was just scratched by a flying bird who was good at using wind escape with wind escape. It was a foot long and an inch deep. A normal person would have screamed out in pain, but Ryun didn't feel much. He was almost paralyzed by pain. Under the combined effect of the 9-tail chakra as well as the Senju Eye immortal body, the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was believed that in a little while, Ryun's wounds would be fully healed. But what do I need recovery speed for? A rhetorical question was sent out from within Liyun. Wouldn't it smell better to commit suicide to trigger a perfect rebirth? As he was about to pin his ninja sword to his neck to trigger a rebirth resurrection, he was suddenly affected by dozens of strong auras. The surrounding trees rose to the sky, and a dozen figures jumped out from the eerie canopy, all wearing green ninja vests. Kiba ninjas. Liyun opened his white eyes and carefully looked at the amount of chakra in their bodies. One by one, they were all above the rank of special upper ninja, and just about none of them were Nakanobu. Moreover, there were a few upper ninja with family crests on their backs that Ryun recognized. They were from the Sarutobi clan as well as the Shimura clan. Others had no family crests and were vassals of both clans. A dozen or so ninjas surrounded Ryuken with steel wires, ropes, and all sorts of oddly shaped binding-type ninjutsu in their hands. With cold faces, they slowly approached Ryuken. Ryun raised his ninjutsu sword and held it across his chest as he said in a cold voice to the ninjas surrounding him, "Do you all want to die?" A neutral voice rang out, "Wooden Ryun, do you want to attack the village ninja?" You now have the suspicion of a rebel ninja on you. Obediently put down your weapon and don't make a useless struggle. From the dense forest ahead came out some more people. The leader was a middle-aged man. Ryun recognized that it was really the commander of the front line, Shimura Aseo. Next to him stood Sarutobi Shinosuke, whose hands were wrapped in bandages. Sarutobi Shinosuke's expression was filled with a sneer. Wooden Luyun, you are really something. The sand-hidden village's several upper ninjas are helpless against you. It's a pity that you ran out of chakra after a hard battle. Isn't it? He. Ryukin fixed his eyes on his sword, then retracted his own ninjutsu blade back to its hilt, not making a single attempt at defense. These people were also really always pondering on the amount of chakra he had. His chakra was actually endless. As the crowd gathered around, Ryukin instead had a mocking smile floating out of the corner of his mouth. Isn't this the great son of Naruto from the other day? I wonder if you peed when my sword touched your forehead. Kiryuin, you. Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes were filled with killing intent. How had he ever suffered that kind of insult since he was a child? The scene where Ryun pressed the knife on his forehead was still deeply engraved in his mind and could not be waved away. Only by breaking Ryun into pieces could he relieve the pain of humiliation in his heart. Shimura Aseo watched the verbal dispute between Ryun and Sarutobi Shinosuke with great interest. Suddenly glancing at the eye-visible recovery speed at Ryun's chest, his pupils slightly shrunk, and he said to Sarutobi Shinosuke next to him, "Do it! Don't fight with a dead man!" Humph! Sarutobi Shinosuke snorted coldly. 200 meters behind them, 3 special upper ninjas blocked Yuzuru's path. Yuzuru Jinhong drew the ninja sword behind his back. "What are you guys trying to do? Nakedly making a move against a young man?" Yuta laughed coldly. "Shinobu Makoto, it's none of your business. Don't get involved without authorization. You won't be able to withstand the prime giant hands of the Sarutobi and Shimura families." With an angry expression on her face and still holding out her bitterless, Yuzuru glanced at Asuma next to her and then begged, "Asuma, tell him to let us through. We're going to save Ryukin." Asuma looked at the lovely young girl. His heart throbbed. The girl he had his eyes on was devoted to Milyuyan. There was no longer any him in her eyes. "Asuma," Yuzuru pleaded loudly again. Asuma fell silent and walked forward silently. Yuta didn't dare to obstruct Naruto's youngest son and had to let Asuma step over the line of broken friendship. Nara Yuji followed behind. Right along Yuta's line, this once small group was now polarized, perhaps never to return to their former harmony. Behind the members of the major ninja clans, Akimichi Masataka sighed as the Nara family's upper ninja patted him on the shoulder. "Let's go. That's enough good drama for today. It's a shame about that good Chickage family seedling." The trio of Inu deer butterflies slowly turned around, when suddenly amongst them, the members of the ninja clan. There was an exclamation of surprise from the oil woman clan. "Hey, where are my sunglasses? Who snatched my sunglasses away?" A golden figure swept through the forest, and when Yuzuru saw it, she couldn't help but put down her own ninja sword and breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Princess Tsunade, finally. Yuzuru Makoto looked coldly at Yuta, who was blocking him. "Get out of here before I get angry. Shinobu Makoto, you." A dozen or so Konoha ninjas slowly closed in on Ryukin, who stuck his sword in the ground and made hand seals with both hands, and in just an instant opened 3 of the 8 gates. With that, the red-tailed beast tunic was draped over his body, and the tyrannical nature of the beast washed over the surrounding ninjas like a wave. A few special upper ninjas swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The pressure brought by this chakra was not a cover. It felt like a coffin board covering one's body. Ryun slumped downward like a fox, landing on all fours as his low voice rang out. "I'll say it first. Making a move on me is a death sentence." Ryun was a man who returned the favor. The sandy hidden village's former sandhawk. Now the grass in his grave was starting to grow. Shimura Aseo sneered. "Who do you think you are? Shikenjuma or Uchiha Spot?" "I'm your grandfather," Ryukin droned. "Seeking death, all of you do it." At Shimura Aseo's command, a dozen ninjas all surrounded him. A loud shout suddenly resounded in the surroundings. "Painful heavenly kick." A white and slender foot suddenly appeared in the middle of the field. Don't look at that leg, sexy. But the huge force that erupted instantly shook through a 50-meter radius. Boom! Shimura Aseo and Sarutobi Shinosuke's men were all shaken back a dozen meters, lying on the ground and looking at the slim figure that appeared in the field. A white hemp dress, blonde double ponytail hair, and fair skin like beautiful jade. There was a purple diamond-shaped mark on the forehead, and black sunglasses were worn at the eyes. but from the subtleties, one could insight that this was a rare great beauty. Shimura Isao coldly spat out 4 words with an exclamation mark. Princess Tsunade. Humph. Tsunade grunted, then turned her eyes to Ryukin behind her. Ryun glanced quizzically at the woman in front of him. The figure couldn't help but be tempting, but he didn't feel like he was any kind of handsome man to get Tsunade to make a move. Ryun stood up and turned off the 3 gates, removing the tailed beast tunic from his body. Tsunade's eyes went straight to where Ryun's chest was, not because it was strong enough to want to make people drool, and Ryun's body couldn't grow to that point. Rather, it was the speed of the opponent's recovery that was visible to the naked eye, which had now turned into a foot-long red scar, a trait that was undoubtedly one of the signs of the Chikage clan's resilience. She was looking at Ryun's hair. It was very black. Not the Maelstrom clan. The Senju clan also had people with black hair, such as his grandfather Senjuma. Shimura Isao's voice was icy. Princess Tsunade? What are you doing? Resisting us from our mission. Tsunade snorted coldly. I heard that there's a Chiken clan member who awakened the Chiken bloodline on the battlefield, and also that you guys are planning to try to mess with him. Is that true? Tsunade turned her head. The aura of a shadow-class ninja enveloped the field at once, and for a moment it was as if the crowd was sinking into the ocean. This aura! Shimura Isao's body couldn't help but take 2 steps backward. Even if Tsunade had gotten blood phobia and hadn't seen her do anything for years, the energy hidden in her body was not something that people like them could withstand. Chapter 50. This wave, Kiryuin, would like to call you the strongest. Shimura Isao forcefully roared twice. Tsunade, are you really trying to protect him? You don't know how arrogant that kid is. The 3rd Naruto, and our Shimura family's Naruto auxiliary, Lord Junzo, he dares to curse. There's nothing he doesn't dare to do. Tsunade clasped her 2 hands together, making the sound of crackling bones chirping. A hint of an unruly smile then appeared at the corner of her mouth. So what? Even if he puts his foot on the head of your Shimura family head one day, I will still protect him. Tsunade, you. Shimura Asashoryu's face was filled with anger, but it was filled with helplessness against this beautiful and powerful woman. Sarutobi Shinosuke's face wiped up a gloom. He then unwrapped the bandage on his right hand, revealing a palm with only 3 fingers left. Princess Tsunade, you are my father's disciple. I had 2 of my fingers chopped off by that little brat. There's no way that I'm letting him go. I want him dead today. Who do you say you want to die? A red figure instantly attacked. The eyes of the people in the arena couldn't even catch it. They only watched as that red figure stomped on Sarutobi Shinosuke's body and pinned the ninja sword to his neck. On Ryun's face was a cold smile. Sarutobi Shinosuke, this is the 2nd time. So fast. It's like a red flash. Tsunade was shocked in her heart. The speed Ryugen had just displayed was something even she couldn't keep up with, and the layer of red chakra on her opponent's body was the chakra belonging to the tailed beasts, if she remembered correctly. How did the opponent? Being trampled on the ground by one of Ryuken's feet in full view of everyone, Sarutobi Shinosuke, even if her skin was thicker, was flustered at the moment. At the same time, Ryun's cold blade touched his skin, and Sarutobi Shinosuke seemed to be caught up in the moment when Ryun was ready to kill him that day. Fear struck his body, and every pore tensed and opened to the maximum. Several Sarutobi family retainers did not dare to step forward. Ryukamo's defection alone was small. The future of these people was large. No one had the certainty to speculate whether Ryuken had the guts to slash down with a single slash or not. What do you want? Noticing that the force on the knife was getting heavier, Sarutobi Shinosuke's heart rose in dismay. The other party was a ruthless person who dared to do anything. Ryuken glanced around. Tell your dog to get the hell out of here. Don't you go too far. Ryuken's blade was 1 point heavier and blood flowed directly from Sarutobi Shinosuke's neck. Sarutobi Shinosuke glanced at a few of the Sarutobi family retainers. Listen to him and get lost. The Sarutobi family retainers each glanced at each other and instantly moved towards the back in unison. They did not leave too far away but hid in the shadows, alerting to Ryuken's every move. Ryun patted Sarutobi Shinosuke's face with his silver blade. Then a small smile wiped up on his face. Compared to those few sand ninjas who died in battle, you, the Sarutobi family's eldest son, are scared to death instead. Shimura Isao warned from the sidelines. Kimi Ryun, don't act rashly. If you kill him, you won't be able to escape in your lifetime. The dark sect will hunt you down for the rest of your life. Ryun's eyes turned to Shimura Isao's face. You're threatening me. The chakra in Ryun's body pressed down on his opponent like the weight of water. Shimura Aseo had some difficulty breathing. This brat was already this strong. I'm not threatening you. I'm just telling you your current situation. A white hand suddenly rested on Ryun's shoulder. There. Ryun turned his head to look. The sunglasses wearing Tsunade said softly, a child's anger out is enough. Don't make it too serious. This woman. She really did treat him like a child. Ryukin lifted his sword upward from Sarutobi Shinnosuk's neck. Go to hell. Sarutobi Shinnosuk immediately got up and pulled a bitter blade out of his hand. Tsunade punched him in the shoulder so hard that Sarutobi Shinnosuk rolled backwards 3 or 5 times. Sarutobi Shinnosuk climbed to his feet and looked at Tsunade with hideous eyes. Princess Tsunade, are you going against the Sarutobi family? Tsunade sneered. Do you think your Sarutobi family can control the world with one hand in Kiba village? Sarutobi Shinnosuk fell silent. There were still 3 civilian ninjas in the village that the shinobi's hand could not rip off in any way. That would be the Sannin, the heroes who set the stage for the Second Shinobi World War. The position of the 3 ninja could only be suppressed in the village by the 3rd Naruto, and with the threat of the Sarutobi family, Tsunade might have to add a 3rd Naruto to the list. Scram! Tsunade let out a cold voice. Sarutobi Shinnosuk coldly glanced at Ryukin, and then slowly disappeared into the dark forest. Humph! Shimura Aseo let out a cold snort and also left with his men, not forgetting to put down harsh words as he left. Princess Tsunade, I'll take note of today's beam. Be careful in the future. Tsunade shook her chest and said disdainfully, bloodsuckers who can just scheme in the dark. Think I'll be afraid of you? After the Sarutobi family, the Shimura family and the others left, Tsunade turned her head to look at Ryun. The light through her sunglasses was a bit dim, but she could see the doubt on Ryun's face. Tsunade walked over to Ryun's body. She was a full head taller than Ryun. Tsunade lifted her hand up and gently tickled the blood from the corner of Ryukamo's mouth. Ryukamo's eyes were still watching Tsunade's chest and didn't notice her movements. Tsunade took Ryukamo's blood in her mouth. She was a medical ninja by birth and was able to isolate the components of Ryukamo's blood by taste alone. This blood. Tsunade's eyes snapped open, and then a wave of joy surfaced on her face as Ryun's blood matched hers, proving that the other party was truly a descendant of the Thousand Hands clan. Princess Tsunade. Tsunade's movements. Ryun was a bit puzzled. How did this woman taste his blood? What was so good about his blood? Tsunade said softly, take care of the blood on you first. Ryun did as he was told, and in no time at all, he cleaned off the red liquid from his body. Tsunade took off her sunglasses, and all of a sudden the night seemed to blossom with 100 flowers. The remnants of the fire in the middle of the forest were still burning, and the fiery red light shone on her fair face. Her appearance was like a peony amongst 100 flowers, instantly making Ryun's heart pound. He even felt that all the blessings in this world were on Tsunade's face, and that desert beauty called Rikako from before was no match for Tsunade. With this woman in the world, he believed that any man would also go crazy for her. Ryun couldn't even help but whisper in his heart, Kato break. Good death. Kimi someone, will take your plate from now on. Seeing Ryun's somewhat dumbfounded gaze, Tsunade smiled sweetly, and in a flash of prosperity, the cold night gradually dispersed from the bloody killing. Tsunade touched her own face, secretly sighing that although she was so disheveled and drowsy all these years, her appearance did not diminish. Even a little kid was charmed by her. Ryukin shook off his head and followed up by asking Tsunade's reason for coming. Princess Tsunade, why do you want to protect me? Tsunade tapped an alabaster finger on Ryun's forehead. Because you're after the 1,000 hands. 1,000 hands. Ryun was puzzled in his mind. He was just an ordinary civilian and his dad was an ordinary Nakanobu. When did he get involved with the Sen no Senjutsu? A flash of lightning snapped through Ryun's mind. In the eyes of others, Ryukin was a very special civilian lower ninja. Exceeding the amount of chakra of normal people, the recovery power was also amazing, and with all those forbidden arts in his body, the multiple shadow diversion technique, the 8 gates of transportation technique, and an endless stream of advanced fire escapes, the regulars simply didn't believe that this was something Ryugen had worked so hard to fight on his own, and if they categorized it as the reason for the aftermath of the 1,000 hands, then it all made sense. Instead of them deciding that Liu Yun was the 1,000-handed after, they didn't dare to imagine Liu Yun's talent and could only brainstorm his hidden identity. You're so powerful for a civilian. Are you the reincarnation of the 6 Paths Immortal, or are you the ghost of Uchihazan? Moreover, Tsunade had also identified Ryun's identity, and she had just tasted Ryun's blood, surely testing him to see if he possessed the genetic factor of the Senju clan. Ryun had fused the Senju body of the Senju clan when he upgraded his special shinobi template, so of course the blood of the Senju clan flowed in his body. Not only the blood of the Senju clan, the blood of the Hyuga clan also flowed, but the composition was smaller, all concentrated at the optic nerves of the eyes. Never underestimate the brain power of these people, even his nine-tailed chakra, which I'm sure has been brainwashed by those who saw it. Whirlpool Mito's direct line, collateral line, or whatever just carry Whirlpool Mito's genetics in their blood anyway. Chapter 51. I'll die in front of Tsunade. The sound of a few footsteps rang out and Tsunade and Ryukin turned their heads to see that it was the Yuzuru squad and an oil woman clan member with an innocent expression. Sarutobi Asma's teeth clenched hard as he looked over at the uninjured Ryun. Then he let out a cold snort and turned around with Yuji Nara in tow. Yuzuru quickly ran to Ryukimo. Ryukimo, are you alright? Ryun shook his head. He hadn't finished recovering from the wounds on his body. He wanted to find a chance to wipe his head and be reborn, but he had to finish dealing with Tsunade first. Yuzuru saw the scars on Ryun's chest and said with some pain, "What a long scar. That must have been painful." Ryun shook his head. "Don't worry. It will all dissipate tomorrow." Tsunade and Yuzuru Makoto stepped aside, leaving the time for the two children. Yuzuru Makoto delayed respectfully. "Tsunade-sama." Tsunade waved her hand and followed up. "I've just checked. That child does indeed retain the blood of my Senketsu clan, proving that the information you gave was not wrong. Thank you for this time. If I had come a few steps later, he would have been framed by the Sarutobi and Shimura families." Yuzuru turned her eyes in Ryun's direction. "He has the highest ninja talent on him of anyone I've seen. He was under siege by a special team from the Sand Hidden before you even arrived." Tsunade was surprised. "Sand Hidden Special Squad?" "Yes, 12 ninjas. There are 4 upper ninjas and the rest are all special upper ninjas." "Then, those people." Yuzuru Makoto was silent for a moment before she finally said calmly, "All of them were killed by Ryun. How is that possible?" Tsunade looked at Ryun incredulously. "How did he kill the combined squad of upper ninjas?" Yuzuru Makoto spelled out her analysis. "There's no doubt that Ryun is of the Senju clan. His chakra is among the highest even in the former Senju clan. I wonder if the first-generation Naruto can match it at this age? Also, his unique bloodline limit. He can turn into a cloud of smoke and dodge any physical attack. Another point is his talent in ninjutsu. He is even able to form seals with one hand and release ninjutsu quickly." Tsunade listened to Yuzuru's words, and the more she heard, the more surprised she became. Since she could remember, the splendor of the Senjuga had slowly fallen away, and Tsunade had learned of the Senjuga's legend from that nebulous dictation. And the qualifications shown on Ryun at this time had already reached the level of Chikunjuna. Even in the real history, Senjuma and Uchiha-zan couldn't even compare to Ryun. They were still comparing who pissed away at Ryun's age. Tsunade clenched her fists, and her heart slowly smoothed out. There's hope for the revival of the 1,000 hands. The 1,000 hands. Yuzuko Makoto thought of something, glanced at Tsunade, and said with a bit of a headache, "That boy is not without his flaws." "Oh, what are his flaws? Is it a love of trouble?" Tsunade thought of the letter that Yuzuru Makoto had delivered, which said that Ryugen had arrogantly stomped on 2 of the Sarutobi family's males. Yuzuru Makoto nodded. "He's not the usual troublemaker. His personality is also a headache. He's very bold. There's nothing he can't do, and his speech is very infuriating." "Tell me more carefully." Yuzuru told Tsunade some of the things he had seen or been involved in on Ryukin. "No one from the Oil Woman clan cared on the sidelines. How come no one noticed me? I'm standing here and no one notices me? I, the Oil Woman clan, am an Imperial Insect Envoy, not a Turbine Ninja." "Hey!" Tsunade bristled after hearing that. "What is this?" Sarutobi Asma provoked him first, and Shinosuke. They were all evil first. That kid did nothing wrong. Payback is due. Yuzuru wanted to say something else, but he didn't offend just anyone. He even dared to curse the 3rd Naruto. Tsunade grunted. "It's not just that boy who wants to. I want to curse too. That old man is a complete representative of those shinobi clans, allowing their children to encroach on the village's resources that belong to the civilian ninja." Yuzuru fell silent. He wouldn't dare to join in this kind of conflict involving the big shots. Tsunade went on to ask, "You said that he has a special bloodline restriction that allows him to smoke to evade any physical attack, right? Then let me see it." Tsunade slowly walked forward as Ryukin and Yuzuru stopped talking and turned their eyes to look at her. Tsunade propped one hand on Ryun's shoulder, a small smile wiping up the corners of her mouth. Can you tell me your name? The clansmen of the Senju clan fused in the Konoha village were very hidden. Some even had their blood completely commonized. Even Tsunade couldn't find a single one of them. It was hard to find an explicit descendant of the Thousand Hands, and Tsunade was very kind about it. For this was the one ray of light she had caught in the middle of the blood phobia muddle. Ryun looked at the beautiful blonde woman. The night was dark, but the sky was full of stars converging on her. My name is Ryun Kimi. Ryun Kimi, it really fits perfectly with Chickage. Is would your last name? Ryun shook her head. I don't have a last name, only a first name. Would Ryun is my first name. Tsunade laughed softly. Straight away, Ryun was dumbfounded. Tsunade said in a warm voice, Can you show me your smoke transformation blood relay? Smoke transformation blood relay? Ryun softly chanted. He had a bull smoke transformation blood relay. It was his smoke transformation illusion technique. Even the white eyes of the Hyuga family couldn't detect anything. Tsunade wanting to see his smoke transformation blood relay wasn't making him kill himself in front of his opponent in Ryun's opinion. Ryun touched his head and suddenly glanced at Tsunade's place. Will I be killed if I touch my opponent? Will, definitely will. Jiraiya peeking at Tsunade had gotten several ribs broken. He would immediately be beaten to a pulp if he reached out his magic hand. But being beaten to death by a shadow-class ninja, wasn't that what Ryukin had always had in mind? The heart of death in Ryugen's heart was burning brightly. Ryugen moistened his throat with some urgency in his heart. It's like this Princess Tsunade. The only way to trigger my smoky blood relay is if you injure me. Tsunade read softly. Still a passive type of blood relay limitation? Maybe you haven't fully mastered it yet. Let me try. She slowly walked in front of Ryukin and looked down at him. She clenched her fists and didn't forget to admonish. I'll try to tone down the force a bit. The corner of Liu-Yun's mouth twitched, and the coyote's tail seemed to flick behind it. The more force you have, the better. Let me give you a hand. What do you want? Tsunade wondered. Yubari. #rage boundless rage. Junior. Ghost. You. Looking for. D. Tsunade's instantaneous rage surged to her heart, directly obliterating her consciousness as she clenched her fists, which seemed to condense 1,000 pounds of force. Whew! There was also a huge wind pressure on top of her fist, and she violently punched forward. Not good. Tsunade is furious. Yuzuru's face was horrified, and he instantly took away Yuzuru. The people from the oil woman's family next to her also immediately bugged out. Instead of being afraid, Ryukin took a step closer forward, revealing the maniacal laugh of a second pillar. Ha 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 ha! Come on! Full power strike from a shadow-class ninja. Chapter 52. Kiba Maru's feelings. Boom! The punch that rushed into the sky brought up a gale that tore the surrounding area apart. As the wind of the punch swept through the area, all of the surrounding 100-year-old trees were uprooted, and a 100-meter-wide crater of broken earth appeared on the ground out of nowhere. Ding! You have been killed by shadow-class ninja Tsunade using monstrous power. Experience value plus 500. This wave was not a loss. In the pit, Tsunade slowly withdrew her hand, while boundless regret surged into her heart. Even if a little rascal touched her, she shouldn't have been so impulsive, not to mention that the other party was the child that she had condensed the hope of the last 1,000 hands. No one could block her full force strike, even if Ryun she thought so. What the hell did I do? Tsunade fell to her knees on a crumbled piece of dirt. She had only just found a glimmer of light from her decadence, and then buried it by her own hand. Tick! The crystals fell to the ground, the beauty in tears. Princess Tsunade. A small hand rested on his shoulder. Tsunade raised her head incredulously, and instantly saw the fully intact Ryugen, not a single scar visible on his bare chest. A small smile wiped up on Ryun's boyish face. Now you've seen my smoking blood relay, haven't you? Tsunade slammed her arms around Ryun and rubbed him in her embrace. You damn little rascal. You almost scared me to death. Yubari Makoto appeared next to him with Yubari Red, and Tsunade released Ryukamo. Ryun looked regretful as Yuzuru Red, who had come running, grabbed Ryun by the ears and kept counting. Ryun, you're really not letting anyone off the hook. That was Princess Tsunade AI. If you hadn't turned into smoke, then wouldn't you have been smashed to pieces by her? The experience value from Tsunade's punch was still echoing in Ryun's mind. It was 500 points straight away. It was much easier than fighting. Being able to touch and gain experience at the same time, this was the way to open the immortal system, Ryun instantly gained insight into how the immortal system worked. Congratulations, host. Finally discovered another way to use the system. I didn't expect the system to cater to Luyun. It seems that the person who made this system is also an immodest person. I like it though. Yuzuru Jinhong was sweating at the side and explained for Ryun. That child was captured by the Sand Cane 2 months ago, and his body has been brutally abused and tortured. Plus the Sand Cane may have discovered his special blood succession and will definitely increase their efforts to do human research on him. His mind has been traumatized and he is acting extremely odd in some ways. I hope Princess Tsunade can be more tolerant. Yuzuru Jinhong was becoming more and more attached to Ryun, as if she was cultivating his qualified son-in-law. Tsunade listened silently, then glanced at Ryukin with his head of ebony hair. And his fate is also extremely pitiful. His father was killed in battle on the front line, and his teacher and partner were also killed by a sand-hidden raid. All of these are enough to make this child's character change drastically. Yuzuru Makoto wanted to continue but was stopped by Tsunade. Stop it. I know it. People who have been abused show an extreme state of mind. I will try to tolerate him in the future, so that he can slowly come out of the darkness of his past. Tsunade herself was a sick person with mental problems, so she could especially relate to Ryukin's psyche. That's good. Yuzuru Jinhong breathed a sigh of relief. Ryukin's behavior just now was really close to scaring him to death. Daring to slight Princess Tsunade, really bold. But there are balls. This kind of thing he didn't even dare to think about when he was young. An Oil Woman clan member wearing a turtleneck with a hood walked up next to Tsunade. Princess Tsunade, can I have my sunglasses back? Tsunade snapped, taken aback. So there's someone else here? Princess Tsunade. Sorry. What? Can't you live without your sunglasses? The Oil Woman Ichi shook her head. That's not true. It's just that I always feel weird without my sunglasses on. It's like having no clothes on. That's a terrible description. Back at you. The night was already late. Luyun found a pile of firewood and lit a bonfire on the ground. The three of them gathered to roast the fire for warmth. Quicksilver walked to a dark place and redeemed a tent, laying it down in a clearing. Once he finished laying it down, he went to the forest and hunted a wild boar, and after he processed the entrails of that boar, he roasted it on the fire grate. Tsunade silently watched Ryukin's actions, then exclaimed in admiration, "Quite the caretaker." Princess Tsunade is laughing. No. Ryukin somehow wanted to make a fool of himself in front of Tsunade, but was a little afraid of the aura she carried. After the group had eaten their fill and chatted by the fire for a while, Yuzuru yawned twice and Ryukin let her go to her tent to fall asleep. Tsunade had some things she wanted to say to Ryun, and immediately gave Yuzuru a wink, which Yuzuru understood in seconds and quickly disappeared. Only Tsunade and Ryun were left at the campfire. Ryukin leaned against the trunk of a tree, one hand resting on his knee, his eyes looking straight at Tsunade. Tsunade had likewise been staring at Ryukin, and their gazes met in the air, and they stared at each other like that for more than 10 seconds. Tsunade's breath went cold, and Ryukin immediately pulled his gaze back, his head shrinking back. Tsunade laughed softly. You're bolder than I thought, knowing that many men wouldn't dare to look me straight in the eyes. Ryukin didn't say anything, looking at the ball of flame in front of him, silent for a few dozen seconds before suddenly saying, "Is it worth it? What did you say?" Ryun's dark eyes lifted and looked at Tsunade's brown pupils. I offended the Sarutobi family and the Shimura family, and the village can barely tolerate me. So aren't you afraid of them for bailing me out? Tsunade suddenly laughed, then her beautiful eyes looked at Ryun. You underestimate my reputation as one of the 3 ninjas. Behind me stands Orochimaru and Jiraiya. The 3 of us together, which ninja clan in the village would dare to make a move? Ryun lowered his head and analyzed. The current Orochimaru wasn't as venomous as when he defected. The other party would definitely be on Tsunade's side, remembering the friendship of his partners. Not to mention Jiraiya, after a lifetime of licking, it would be hard to say if he wasn't on her side. But they have a big family. Even if the force is not as strong as the 3 of you, the intrigues and schemes in it can't be defended against. Tsunade fell silent, although she wasn't afraid of the battle that came head-on. This sneak attack and calculations behind the scenes were indeed disturbing. People as strong as Uchiha Zebra pissed themselves in fear of someone behind them. Tsunade even realized that Broken's death wasn't that simple in the first place. Kato Break was an elite shinobi who had carried out more than 20 S-class missions and had already reached the qualification of being a shadow. But how could the other party die in a mere mission? Behind her back, Tsunade wanted to investigate. But Kato Break's body had long been packed away in a coffin and put in the ground. She couldn't pry her boyfriend's coffin either. Who had done it? The result was already straightforward. The shinobi clans who didn't want civilian ninja to rise to power. Seeing Tsunade's silence, Ryukin continued, "See, aren't you also afraid of their backstabbing?" Chapter 53 Second Generation Naruto. Tsunade let out a light laugh, reached out with one hand, and directly gave Ryun a head-touching kill. "Who am I? A little red among the three ninjas. Princess Tsunade of the Konoha village. I will be afraid of them. Don't worry. I will be your guide and protect you as you grow." Ryun pulled his head out of Tsunade's hand, his heart filled with doubt. "Why are you so concerned about me? Didn't I already say that earlier? You're a member of my clan, Chitos, so it's only right that I care about you. Thousand Hands? That clan that has disappeared and you still miss it." Tsunade nodded. "The Thousand Hands won't disappear. He's among the villagers of Kiba village, slowly nurturing a flame that will one day bring change to this cursed world. And your blood religion limit, and your qualifications show me the power of change." Ryukin bristled. He was most annoyed by such nebulous statements. "Just tell me exactly what you want me to do?" Tsunade smiled. "Do you think I'm using you?" Seeing Ryukin's silence, Tsunade slowly said, "Do you think why the Senju clan all disappeared? Including me, who never had the last name of Thousand Hands since I was born?" Ryukin shook his head. "It's because of a policy of the second Naruto, my second grandfather, who had insight from early on that there was a huge disconnect between the commoners and the ninja clans. As long as they are ninja clans, they will hold together, constantly seeking the glory of the clan, constantly devouring the nourishment of the village for the benefit of the clan. This is their trait and the unchangeable greed in their blood. My second grandfather's vision was extraordinary. He knew that this extreme situation would someday erupt into a huge revolution, and that the shinobi clan's base was too small, and would be all but wiped out by a revolution of civilian shinobi from the bottom up. That's why he had the few remaining Senju clan members hide among the civilians after the Great War, or rather integrate with the civilians, with the entire village." Ryukin became interested. "And after that?" Tsunade's eyes suddenly clouded over. "The Chitos did fuse with the civilians, but then the Shinobi Alliance replaced the Chitos, and they gradually grasped the Konoha village, placing their own sons and daughters in important organs of power, and the rewards of jutsu that civilian ninjas could only get by exhaustively performing them for most of their lives were easily available to shinobi sons and daughters. There was certainly resistance from the chibi representing the civilians in this process, but one by one they disappeared, the traces of the chibi vanished, and Konoha village was no longer the village of the chibi, but rather a tree of decay ruled by the Shinobi Alliance." Ryun quietly absorbed Tsunade's words as his mind continued to analyze that the divide between the Shinobi clan and the civilian ninja was not as harmonious as it was in the anime. The most normal point was the civil war in the Misty Hidden Village, the kind of rage that the civilian ninja had built up from the founding of the village all the way back to the era of the Fourth Mizukage. Bringu just threw a fire down, and even without Bringu, the revolution would have broken out. The ninja clan grasped 90% of the village's resources, and the remaining 10% was what the civilian ninja had worked so hard to earn. Tsunade looked up at the moon. The night was cold, and even the flames couldn't banish half the cold from her body. "Do you know how many factions the current Konoha village is divided into?" "Factions?" Ryun froze. Wasn't it the Will of Fire faction, the faction that didn't believe in the Will of Fire? Tsunade took one look at Ryun. "Just didn't know," he said softly. "There are three roughly. One is Sarutobi, Shimura, Inuyasha Butterfly, Inuzuka, Oil Woman, these secret arts families represented by the ninja faction. The third, Naruto, my teacher, is their representative. There is also a faction of neutrality, advocating a balance between the ninja and the commoners, and Jiraiya is considered a representative of this faction. The remaining faction is the Communion faction, which advocates for the ninja clan to all integrate into the civilians, a faction of civilian ninja who inherited the will of Senju." Ryukin looked at the master. "You're from the Communion faction?" Tsunade shook her head. "I'm not of that faction, and I don't want to join in these complicated political struggles. But I lean towards the Communion faction because that's the school that inherits the will of the Senju." Ryukin realized which. "You want me to become a Communion faction and become Naruto in the future to integrate all the shinobi into the commoners?" Tsunade nodded. "That's what that means. It's the ninja in you that can do that." Ryukin folded both hands. "How do you know I'll listen to you? I'll defect with a wipe of my forehead. Why would I bother to get into this mess? How dare you?" Tsunade pulled Ryun over and rubbed his hair vigorously. "Since you're a member of the clan of the Thousand Hands, I'm older than you, which means I'm your older sister. And since you don't have any guardians right now, I'm your guardian, so come on, call me older sister and listen? Tsunade couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia as she thought back to the time when Jominoki had been barking up her ass. Jominoki would be a handsome young man by now if he were still alive. Ryukin asked about some of the doubts in his mind. What about Hinata and Uchiha? They've been passed down for thousands of years and aren't in the center of power. Tsunade replied softly. The Uchiha were screwed over by my second grandfather and have been tied to the big pit that is the guard force, seemingly having the right to patrol the village, but in fact have stayed away from the center of power. The Hyuga family is more low-key, never engaging in power struggles. The family is honest, but the caged birds in the family are also disgusting to the point of vomiting. Ryukin turned his head and thought that the Uchiha and Hyuga families, although they were proper bloodline ninja clans, did live a shabby life. One was ostracized and kept away from the center of power. One was buried in family matters, obsequious to the Konoha hierarchy, but heavy-handed internally. Sand hidden camp. Rosa was so angry that he swept away all the office items on his desk, and his murderous voice even reached outside. Kiryuin, Kiryuin, you damned brat, I'm going to break you into pieces. Granny Chiyo and Hai Lao Zong slowly walked into his place of business. Hai Lao Zong gently twisted his beard. The information that came from Mai and the others says that Kiryuin is Kiba's nine-tailed human pillar power. Is it reliable? Rosa shook his head vigorously. Impossible. When Sandhawk checked his body up and down, there was no sign of a seal at all. His nine-tailed chakra should be a special case. Granny Chiyo rubbed her eyebrows. This brat is growing up really fast. For upper ninjas and 8 special upper ninjas couldn't catch him, and they were even countered by each other. What should we do now? If we let him continue to grow, he'll be another Senjuji. Rosa walked around bitterly. He especially wanted to kill the front line of Kiba right now and break Kiryuin into pieces. But he couldn't. The Shadow's actions were watched by many eyes, and the moment he went out, the Kiba side would surely get the information. Chapter 54. Tsunade's Test. A bright light shone in Rosa's eyes, and he thought of the female ninja who had been at odds with him. Tell Yakura to come back. Yakura? Grandmother Chiyo was puzzled. She's at the ocean battlefield. Will transferring her back like this affect the battle with the mist hidden? The Third Shinobi World War was one big melee, completely indistinguishable from a joint one. The sand-hidden village's side was carrying on hard with the Kiba village. The side of the ocean was fighting each other with the mist-hidden village. And even at the border with the land of Earth there was constant friction. It was the same with the cloud-hidden village in the beginning, sending troops to attack the land of wind and provoking the Konoha village the other way. The 5 ninja villages were like 5 little rascals, constantly mixing it up to decide who was the head. Rosa pondered in his mind. I'm going to want to pause the war with the mist-hidden village and do my best to deal with the Konoha, and transferring Yakura back is also a signal to them. Kayanabu nodded confidently. All right. Yikara's scorched transportation is highly powerful. I don't believe that little kid can block Yikara. Early morning. Ryukin woke up. Suddenly, Tsunade's eyes snapped open and instantly looked at the unsuspecting Ryukin. You! Wanna? What? Ryukin stammered a bit. I saw how little you were wearing, and I was afraid you'd catch a cold from the wind, so I shielded you from the wind. Tsunade punched her fist upwards, sending Ryukin straight away about 10 meters away. She stood up, mentally convincing herself. This guy has been abused and his personality has changed drastically. Be more tolerant. Be more tolerant. Luyun gently rubbed his chest. Nothing much happened. He was basically paralyzed to pain. The punch was enough to break a person's sternum, and Luyun only felt like he was pricked by a needle. What a woman! Isn't she long for others to see? Tsunade approached Ryun. Her hand released a layer of light green chakra that slowly covered Ryun's chest. And in the blink of an eye, the muscle tissue that was somewhat ruptured due to it was slowly repaired. The pain from the needles just now was instantly gone. You little brat, really, after all these years. You're still the first one to be so reckless in front of me and still be alive. When the original Jiraiya tried to dance in front of Tsunade, he ended up with a few broken ribs in his chest. Ryukin grumbled a bit. As the saying goes, when you've been a soldier for 3 years you see a female that's a beauty, let alone a great beauty like you. The corners of Tsunade's mouth curved up, enjoying Ryun's compliments on her beauty, but she lifted the flesh of the back of Ryun's neck straight up, lifting him up in the air. You little brat, you'll definitely be another Jiraiya in the future. Let me educate you properly in the future and straighten out your character. Tsunade threw Ryukin away violently. Ryugen flew in the air, his figure spinning, and landed firmly on the ground. Tsunade grunted and gently beckoned with her jade hand. Come! Let's fight! Yes! Ryugen draped his white shirt down his back and tied it around his waist, revealing his naked upper body. He put his right hand behind his back, and without realizing it, he formed a seal, and with an instantaneous movement, he pulled a white line through the air before attacking Tsunade. Tsunade's beautiful eyes let out an exclamation of admiration. An instantaneous jutsu with one hand, and hidden behind the back with an unknowing seal. Your understanding of jutsu is already comparable to that of my second grandfather. Ryugen stormed over to Tsunade and his hand struck. Tsunade's eyes went cold. Your character is in some ways like that horny Jiraiya again. Tsunade gently shifted and stepped downward with an elbow. The stream cloud hit Tsunade's rigid elbow squarely and slammed into the ground, directly creating a large crater several meters in size. Cough! Ryugen coughed twice and slowly climbed out of the pit, shaking his somewhat groggy head as he warned, Princess Tsunade, I'm going to use my full strength, so be careful. Tsunade bristled. I told you to call me sister. The corner of Ryugen's mouth touched up a smirk. You're over 30 years old. You're not ashamed to ask me to call you sister. Tsunade's breath went cold. Kid, what did you say? A woman's age was their biggest private secret. Basically a little bit of it. Ryugen charged up with an instantaneous body. That's it. Seriously, fight me. I won't die. Although Ryugen's instantaneous body was fast, Tsunade was a sannin who had killed her way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. With a stomp of her foot, she threw a straight punch forward with her right hand. Bang! With a bang, the straight punch blasted Ryugen 20 meters away, and Ryugen's heart socket went numb, ready to try to spurt out a mouthful of blood, but swallowed it back hard. Tsunade could have a phobia of blood, he couldn't scare his opponent. Ryugen continued to not know how to die. Tsunade, are you taking care of me by not punching me to death? Told you I wouldn't die. Do your best. Tsunade still had a few moments of softness in her heart. Otherwise, the punch she had just thrown would have reduced Ryugen to bloody froth. Do you want to be abused that badly? Tsunade thought to herself that Ryun must be perverted from being tortured by the sand hidden, wanting her to beat her opponent to death so badly. Ryun charged forward again and Tsunade punched him back again. She still wasn't using her full strength. Ryun's heart was in his mouth. Don't blame me, Tsunade. A ninja who plays the rogue is the scariest ninja in this world. 8 gates of transportation. First open door open. Second Hue gate open. Third Shengmen open. Blue chakra flames ignited around Ryun's body, and another thin layer of green energy thickened on his body. Tsunade saw it and instantly recognized this forbidden technique sealed in the Book of Seals. 8 gates. 9-tailed chakra, 1-tailed form open. Another layer of red chakra flared up on Ryugen's body, carrying an ominous chakra flavor. 9-tailed chakra. Is it inherited from Grandma Mito's genetics? Tsunade wondered in her heart. Maelstrom Mito's offspring should be a direct descendant of the Senju clan, proving that Ryugen was very close to her, a cousin, or aunt and nephew. Then why had she never met anyone from his lineage? Or perhaps a lineage inherited from someone who had married out of the Senju clan. Tsunade didn't have long to think about it, when her eyes only glanced at a flash of red coming from ahead at breakneck speed, a speed that caused her to widen her beautiful eyes. So fast! Tsunade's visual nerves simply couldn't catch the range of Ryugen's movement. However, she instantly judged where Ryugen was preparing to attack based solely on her years of battle intuition. This little rascal! Tsunade cursed and defended her chest with both hands. Chapter 55. Tsunade's frantic pursuit. Mu! Ryu! Cloud! Tsunade became furious in an instant. Even her former boyfriend Kato Break had never been so reckless. This guy even dared to molest her. Wasn't she afraid of being beaten to death by herself? Ryun really wasn't afraid of death. Tsunade struck backward with a back elbow that had her strange power coalesced on it. Ryugen didn't even dodge, letting that huge force hit his head. Ding! You have been killed by Shadow-class Ninja Tsunade using monstrous force. Experience value plus 480. Ryugen was knocked into a cloud of smoke and recovered in an instant. Tsunade looked at the unharmed Ryun and breathed a sigh of relief. She still wasn't comfortable with this kind of ninja whose physical attacks were ineffective. Tsunade, I'm here again. A red line passed through instantly, and Tsunade only felt her cheeks being kissed. Damn brat! Tsunade's heart was furious, and her fist struck like a swift wind. Ding! You have been killed by Tsunade using monstrous power, plus 460 experience. Ryukin was hit into a cloud of smoke again, coalescing in a split second, opening the 3 gates plus the 9-tail chakra to quickly instantly transform. This time Tsunade's nerve reaction was brought to the extreme, carefully alerting her side, not letting this little rascal take advantage of her again. Naruto Howling Dragon Fire Technique. A huge fire dragon head emerged from below Tsunade, who immediately jumped out of the way with a stomp of her pretty legs. As she dodged out of the air, her defense dropped to its lowest level, and Ryukin made an instantaneous leap and hugged Tsunade directly head-on. Kid! The color of anger in Tsunade's eyes came together, and she violently threw Ryukin away as she descended from the sky again, as if she were a female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tong Tian Kick. Boom boom boom. Under 1 foot, the ground sank 3 feet, and the forest stirred up a bearish rolling dust. Ryuin had nothing to say. This time the person shattered into pieces along with the knuckleheads, turning into a pile of smoke. Ding! You've been killed by Shadow-class Ninja Tsunade using monstrous power. Experience value plus 440. Me. Want. Kill. Up. You. This one. Little. Ghost. Boom boom boom. The huge force was like a meteorite falling from the sky, and the mountains crumbled under one blow. The beasts in the forest scattered in all directions, fearing that they would be affected by Tsunade, the female Tyrannosaurus Rex. What's wrong? Yuzuru was so disturbed by the noise that she couldn't sleep and climbed out of the tent. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and instantly saw the wreckage in the forest. A 100-year-old tree had been knocked down and was filled with dust and smoke, as if it had been attacked by a meteorite from the sky. What's going on here? In the distance. Kiryuin. Stop right there. I'm going to kill you. Tsunade, don't you know any other jutsu? Keep using weird powers to kill me. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Tsunade clasped both of her hands to her head. She had gone completely insane. Both of her eyes were now bloodshot and she was a complete female Tyrannosaurus. Yuzuru? What in the world did Ryun? Due to Tsunade-sama? The entire forest of the 8th front had been smashed by Tsunade, and she hadn't stopped, and had been furiously chasing after Ryun. Yuzuru appeared next to Yuzuru, who was staring at the wreckage in front of him with the same bewildered look on his face. This is Tsunade's doing. Yuzuru nodded dumbly. Father and daughter looked away in the distance. Tsunade had been chasing after Ryukin and the two had fought on the 8th front. Yuzuru Red let out a dark cry. Oh no, out of the front line. It'll attract the attention of the sand hidden. Red, stay here and don't move. I'll go get help. Okay, Dad. The great commotion of the 8th front attracted the attention of those great ninja clans, and this news immediately reached Shimura Aseo. Tsunade is after Kiryuin? Ha ha ha. Good. I knew that brat was a troublemaker. Even Tsunade couldn't help him. Damn brat, without Tsunade's shelter. I'll see how you can live now. Yuta, who was on one knee on the ground, immediately added, My lord, they've already fought their way out of the line and are running towards the front line of the sand hidden. Should we send troops? Shimura Aseo slammed a book on Yuta's face. Are you stupid? Wouldn't it be better for them to be killed by the sand hidden? My lord, Princess Tsunade is the granddaughter of the Hatsune Mikoto, and one of the 3 ninja. I don't care who she is. If she gets in the way of my Shimura family, she is an enemy of my Shimura family. As time passed, Tsunade's chakra slowly descended, her breath slowly dropping. However, Tsunade made a single seal with both hands, and her powerful recovery ability allowed her chakra to replenish instantly, and she killed towards Ryun again as if she were a female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ryun's face was completely devoid of fear. His body was still burning with the 9 tails chakra, and some of his skin was even still being violently eroded by the 9 tails chakra, causing the skin membrane to peel off. Kid, go die! Tsunade's palm slashed out a blade of wind, which belonged to an advanced jutsu mastered by medical ninja, the chakra scalpel. As soon as Ryukin saw Tsunade using the jutsu, he immediately approached Tsunade's side like a wolf seeing a sheep in an instant. Tsunade's eyes were red. Only killing Ryun was in her eyes. Go to hell. Go die. Go to hell. She slashed down so hard that Ryukin was in pieces, but there was no blood. He was afraid that Tsunade would collapse and pass away due to blood phobia, so he had been using the smoky illusion technique. Ding! You have been killed by Tsunade using a jutsu. Experience value plus 500. Ryukin resurrected and continued to tickle Tsunade's rage. Ah. Wood. Ryu. Cloud. D. Junior. Ghost. Junior. Rascal. Rascal. I'm going to kill you. A powerful layer of chakra aura erupted from Tsunade's body, and once again, she condensed her chakra handsword and slashed through Ryuken's neck. Chapter 56. The Fourth Gate, Wounded Gate. Ding! You were killed by Tsunade using a jutsu. Experience value plus 480. After Ryugen was revived, he was about to go up and flick Tsunade, but he was stomped away by a foot forcefully and soared several hundred meters. In the air, all the internal organs in Ryun's body were crushed by the stomp. He immediately turned into white smoke and revived. After Ryuken was revived, Tsunade came towards him again, as if she was a female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ryun met him directly and Tsunade once again killed him with a chakra scalpel. You have been killed by Tsunade using a ninjutsu. Experience value plus 460. Gradually, Ryun had saved up 4,000 experience points on Tsunade's body. This was the biggest gain he had ever made, and the most enjoyable he had ever enjoyed since entering the shinobi world. Compared to fighting to the death and being killed, this kind of death-making was simply Ryun's favorite. After Ryun was revived, suddenly White Eyes noticed the roiling sand ninja surrounding Ryun as well as Tsunade. Crap! It's hitting the sand ninja front. Ryun froze and opened the 8 gates of evasion, quickly instantly dodging Tsunade's mindless attacks while keeping an eye on his surroundings. Yumekita stepped out from amongst the sand-hidden figures. He looked at the surrounded Ryun as well as Tsunade and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. As soon as I arrived, I was surrounded by 2 big fish. Today is truly my lucky day. Ryun brushed past Tsunade. One of his arms was severed by Tsunade. He kept calling out to Tsunade, 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 wake up quickly. We've killed across the border. Kill. Got. You. Kill. Killed. You. Tsunade's eyes were crimson. She had completely lost consciousness and now only had the goal of killing Ryuken. Give it to me. Yumekita didn't have any nonsense. He waved his palm, and countless sand ninja surged upwards. It was as vast as a swarm of marching ants. Swoosh! Thousands of shuriken followed them as well, and Ryuken couldn't dodge them at all, and in the blink of an eye he was shot into a sieve. Ding! You have been killed en masse by sand cane ninjas using their hand swords. Experience value plus 300. After Ryugen was revived, he suddenly looked at Tsunade behind him with a shuriken sticking out of her arm, red blood flowing out. Tsunade fell to her knees, the crimson in her eyes fading, replaced by dull eyes. Blood, blood, blood. Yumekita noticed Tsunade's strange appearance. Tsunade is afraid of blood. That's right. No wonder the battlefield of Kawanakuni doesn't have her, the medical sage, so she has a phobia of blood. Thousands more shuriken came flying from the sky, enveloping Tsunade and Ryuken. Shadow split technique. Ryugen made seals with both hands and immediately released dozens of shadow doppelgangers, forming a human wall and protecting Tsunade together. Boom 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 boom. The sound of white smoke exploding kept ringing out, and the shuriken soared out like cold vipers, one by one stabbing into Ryun's shadow doppelgangers, eliminating all of Ryun's shadow doppelgangers in the blink of an eye. There were still hundreds of shadow branches that were not resisted. Ryun opened his body and directly protected Tsunade under his body. The sword in his hand pierced Ryun's body, instantly shooting him into a hedgehog. Ryugen collapsed on top of Tsunade's body, blood dripping from his mouth onto Tsunade's body. His use of the forbidden art of splitting into shadow doppelgangers had long since exhausted his chakra, and at the moment, he could no longer use his smoky illusion technique. His slowly dimming eyes looked at Tsunade, whose pupils were still lax. The pale skin of the beauty instead gave people a feeling of wanting to protect. Tsunade, you are so beautiful. As the voice fell, Ryuken's head followed suit and Tsunade's lax gaze suddenly flickered with a glimmer of light, then darkened again. Ding! You have been killed en masse by the sand-hidden ninja using their hand swords. Experience value plus 280. After Ryun was revived, he immediately opened the exchange interface. To escape from thousands of sand ninjas, he wasn't qualified. He needed the 4th wound gate. The 4th wound gate's exchange points were 2,500 points. Tsunade provided Ryun with 4,000 points, plus the 1,700 points from last night, and the 580 points just now. Ryun now had enough experience points to manage. Exchange of the 4th wound gate of the 8 gates of transported armor is successful. The fourth gate of the 8 gates of transported armor was able to further increase attack and speed, but the body would begin to experience damage, truly entering the danger zone of the 8 gates of transported armor. This gate burned the body's energy very quickly, and an ordinary person who couldn't finish the fight in a very short period of time would cause unimaginable damage to their body. This was for the average ninja. For Ryun it was just a zone of head wiping and rebirth. 8 gate transportation armor. First open door open. Second Hue gate open. Third Shang gate open. Fourth Herding gate open. Ryukin opened all 4 gates in an instant, the blue chakra aura on the outer perimeter blazing, and the green energy on the inner perimeter surging upwards again like waves. Not playing yet? 9-tail chakra stack. In that instant, the red chakra wiggled its serpentine tail around like a python, and even formed a solid attack that swept a few sand ninja down. Ryukin folded his 2 hands one in front of the other. Multiple shadow diversion technique. The chakra from the 4 gates was released, and with the 9-tail chakra, the chakra Ryun had accumulated at this moment had reached the shadow level. Boom 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 boom. Ryun's shadow doppelgangers all emerged from the white smoke, roaming the sky and reaching thousands, counting 1,500 or so carefully, directly exceeding the sum of the sand ninja. Mei Muta's eyes were filled with disbelief. So many shadow doppelgangers. How is it possible? Brothers, you block first? I'll withdraw first. Ryugen picked up Tsunade and jerked forward instantly, but all of his chakra was split evenly between the shadow doppelgangers. He was gasping for breath even as he walked at the moment, and he definitely wasn't fast. Ryugen could only hide among the shadow doppelgangers and follow them to kill a way back. Ryugen's 1,500 shadow doppelgangers instantly took up a position. One shadow doppelganger looked like the head leader and picked up a red command flag. He used chakra vibrations to make a very loud sound. First Artillery Army, Echo Shah rockets at the ready. About 200 shadow doppelgangers were on the periphery, their hands forming seals and their cheeks puffing out. The shadow doppelganger leader waved down the flag. Fire! Shadow fractals formation multiple fire-link cannons. In an instant, 200 firebombs quickly flew forward, and the 200 shadow doppelgangers that had consumed their chakra quickly disengaged. The 200 firebombs fell into the sand cloak. The speed was extremely fast, and immediately there was a bang 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 explosion. Wind transportation. Some of the sand-hidden elite top ninja used their wind escape to ward off most of the firebombs. The shadow doppelganger leader shouted again. Second Dragon Fire Army, Howling Dragon Fire technique at the ready. Another 200 shadow doppelgangers stepped forward and followed the seal with both hands. This time the seal was Howling Dragon Fire Jutsu. Howling Dragon Fire Jutsu required more chakra, and they were grouped together every 10 shadow doppelgangers. The shadow doppelganger leader waved down the command flag. Howling Dragon Fire Release. Formation of Shadow Split Howling Dragon Fire Jutsu. In an instant, flames flared up and 20 huge fire dragon heads were quickly released, whistling furiously in the direction of the sand ninja. The fire dragons carried boundless flames, and the searing heat colored the surroundings into a fiery red. Chapter 57. Fire Transportation Howling Fire Extinction. Wind Transportation Pressing Harm. Yumekita formed seals with both hands and released advanced wind transportation Fengtan Pressing Harm, blowing away 3 or 5 howling dragon fires. Wind Transportation Thousand Faces Wind. Wind Transportation Practicing Air Bomb. Wind Transportation Great Breakthrough. A few more top ninjas unleashed their jutsu, gradually fending off the howling dragon fire from Ryun's Shadow Fraction army. However, there were still about 10 fire dragons that rushed into the sand-hidden lines. Boom 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 boom. The flames erupted and blazed, immediately burning the bumps above the earth into a patch of charcoal. Yumekita's eyes were filled with gloom. Damn, it's only been a month since I've seen him. How did this brat get such a powerful fire escape ninjutsu? This amazing growth speed. No, we can't let him leave today. Even if more people die, we must leave him behind. Yumekita began to disregard the loss of the sand hidden and wanted to keep Ryukin no matter if he died or not. The shadow doppelganger leader continued shouting again. Daredevil Brigade out of formation. The remaining 500 shadow doppelgangers all charged forward. Fire escape ash accumulation burn prepare. The shadow doppelganger leader waved a red flag and rushed forward. His eyes read, Comrades, follow me. The shadow doppelgangers all furiously rushed towards the piles of sand ninja, shouting Yura under their breath. Yura, Ula, Ula. The shadow doppelganger rushed into the sand-hidden line, made a seal with both hands, and immediately released a cloud of black smoke. Formation of shadow split fire escape ash accumulation burning. The shadow split leader waved down the flag. Set the fire! Fire transportation ho fireball jutsu. Several shadow doppelgangers spat out flames, and in an instant, the sound of explosions was endless, and the entire position was filled with the smell of flames as well as smoke. The smoke filled the sky, rendering half of the sky a thick black color. Seeing that the shadow fractal had opened a pathway, Ryugen picked up Tsunade and immediately ran. Trying to run? A few of the upper ninjas saw Ryun's escape and immediately chased after him. Ryun instantly struggled, and even if the recovery power of the Senjutsu clan plus the Nine-Tails chakra was amazing, he couldn't recover his mammoth chakra in a short period of time. Wind transportation 1,000 faces wind. Hundreds of wind blades came like the wind. Ryugen could not retreat and opened his arms to hug Tsunade. Ding! You have been killed by Upper Ninja Nakano using wind transportation. Experience value plus 100. Because of the death of the main body, the shadow doppelgangers all dissipated. After Ryugen resurrected, he immediately hugged Tsunade and ran. This time, he directly opened the 4 gates of the 8-gate transportation armor, plus the stacking of the 9-tail chakra. The speed was directly drawn into a red line. The sand-hidden people were filled with shocked gazes. This kind of speed, Kiba's golden flash is not so bad. Maymuta's face was cold, immediately psychic out his huge scorpion. The scorpion burrowed into the ground. Quickly Earth escaped to catch up with the flowing clouds. Psionic art. At the same time, some of the upper ninjas beside Yumekita also similarly formed the seal of psionic spirit, and in an instant 3 or 5 ninja eagles hovered in the sky. Chase! Even if we attack Kiba's defenses, we have to kill that brat. His growth rate is just too terrifying. We, the sand hidden, don't have time to let him continue to grow any longer. Understood. Ryugen sprinted through the forest, his right hand constantly releasing the instantaneous seal. Having opened an injury gate, his body burned and transformed into chakra faster than before, but the speed at which his skin dried out also became faster. In short, it was just faster not to die. Ryugen looked at the woman in his arms, who was trembling non-stop with her head down. The tragic deaths of her brother and boyfriend had broken Tsunade's heart, thus causing her to suffer from hemophobia. The woman acted strong on the surface, but was actually still a fragile woman in the interior. Ryun gently kissed her forehead. And you said you would protect me? Now it's me who's protecting you. Tsunade didn't make a move and remained in that stagnant look. Ta-da! The earth beneath Ryun's feet suddenly rumbled, and a huge black scorpion arched out from it. Ryun recognized the scorpion. It was the black scorpion that he had blown off one of its large caliceri, not expecting that a month had passed and its large pincers had grown back. The black scorpion was not a separate psychic beast. It also had countless dependents under it. In an instant, the entire forest was scattered with scorpions that could not be seen at a glance. Squeak! The black scorpion let out an unpleasant, strange cry. Those evil eyes looked towards Ryun filled with anger. Ryun had once injured it. It could not forget Ryun. Chirp! The chirping of the endurance eagle came from the sky. Looking up, 5 huge endurance eagles hovered in the sky. On top of them, dozens of figures jumped down. All of them were upper ninjas. The sky and the ground were all filled with people, and Ryugen was already surrounded by the group. Gradually, everyone surrounded Ryugen's range of motion. Maymuta alone was at the head, with a cold face. Mulun, your growth speed makes me feel very scared. I even suspect that in a few months you'll be able to penetrate the entire sand-hidden line by yourself. I don't want to see that future, so you must die here today. Shadow split technique. Ryugen split into 2 shadow doppelgangers and told them to carry Tsunade. One of them stood up in front of him, draping his white clothes backward and bolting them to his waist, his face full of frenzied battle spirit. Come on. I, Kiritsugu, am not afraid of the sky. I will be afraid of being surrounded by you desert reptiles. Maymuta instantly rushed ahead. Everyone together. Ryugen quickly exchanged a fire escape ninjutsu in the exchange space. B-ranked ninjutsu fire escape howling fire extinguishing is redeemed successfully. In an instant, Ryugen opened 4 chakra gate valves and stacked them with the 9-tail chakra. His hands formed seals and his cheeks puffed out. Fire transportation howling fire extinction. Ryugen's chakra was endless this time, and the flames released surged forward like seawater, filling the sky and seeming like a sea of fire. Howling Fire Extinction was only a B-rank jutsu, but in Master Zeb's hands it could be used with the same power as a forbidden jutsu. In Ryuken's hands as well, he poured all of his chakra into the art of Howling Fire Extinguish, now casting a full-power jutsu. Kumoga Cure. The flames were endless, burning most of the forest in an instant. Yumekida's eyes were filled with disbelief. This kind of fire escape? It was as if the entire sky was rendered a fiery red color, and the sea of fire rushing in front of them was the only thing that came. Yumekida quickly gave the order, "Back off! Don't rush up there!" Most of the sand-hidden ninjas were wind transportation ninjas, and were so fast that they fled instantaneously in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. The entire forest burned with flames, emitting the sound of baking everything, the extremely high temperature scorching anything with moisture into charcoal. Ryuken felt the searing heat all over his body and mind, but he was a fire ninja with high fire resistance, so there was no hard feelings. However, Tsunade, who was being carried by his shadow doppelganger, was having a hard time, and Tsunade was sweating profusely on her forehead at the moment. Seeing this, Ryun immediately exchanged a water transportation ninjutsu. Water transportation water chaos wave converted successfully. This was the first time he had used a jutsu other than fire escape. Because the water attribute chakra nature change had not yet been mastered, Lu Yun added experience points to the water attribute nature change as well as control. Water attribute chakra control proficiency plus 50%. It didn't take long for Ryun to unleash his water chakra on Tsunade, using it to ward off the heat of the flames as they scorched her. Ryun was a bit distressed. "You just hit me so hard, but now you're so soft instead. You're really a strange woman. But don't worry, I will always protect you in the future." Tsunade still had the same dumbfounded look that hadn't changed much. Brush, brush, brush. Ryun's ears caught the sound of several winds, and his white eyes turned his head to see that it was a dozen or so upper ninjas coming at him. Ryuen instantly jumped in the air with one hand and an instantaneous step. Chapter 58. Kiryu Cloud. Surrender. It's full of sand ninjas out there. The sand ninjas were not persimmons to be pinched. They quickly formed seals and a dozen wind blades directly enveloped Ryun. Ding! You have been killed by the sand ninjas en masse. Experience value plus 500. After Ryun was resurrected, he made a seal with one hand and circled his other hand at his mouth. Fire escape fire liner cannon. Ryun's cheeks kept puffing up as his mouth fired the cannon. A single firebomb puffing out as if it were a fairy scattering flowers. The ninjas of the sand hidden were light on their feet, and one by one, they all dodged. Yumekida arrived here. Next to him were several ninjas carrying large scrolls. When Ryun saw them, his pupils shrank. These were the sealing ninjas he feared the most. Ryun instantly opened 4 of the 8 gates of the 8 gates of transportation, and then layered on the 9-tailed chakra, directly reaching his own full power form of chakra. Multiple shadow diversion technique. In an instant, thousands of shadow doppelgangers directly wrapped around Ryun, and the sand-hidden ninja simply couldn't tell which one was the main body among them. Maymuta clenched his teeth vigorously and said viciously, "Damn brat, so slippery." The shadow fractal army took up a formation, and one by one, they all unleashed their fire escape fire liner cannon. Shadow fractals formation multiple fire forest cannons. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of fire forest cannons were like missiles washing the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the forest was a mess. Ah! The speed of the fire forest cannons was so fast that 2 of the upper ninjas couldn't dodge them in time and were blown into a pile of broken flesh. Black Scorpion. Release the poison. Maymuta jumped on a tree and a huge black scorpion emerged under his feet. The black scorpion released poisonous gas which spread. Poison! The shadow doppelgangers screamed strangely in unison, and within a few moments, they were poisoned by the poisonous smoke. Wind transportation practicing air bomb. A sand-hidden's upper ninja made a seal with both hands and spat out a mass of practicing air bombs, which directly shot through Ryun, who was so weak that his face was pale. As soon as the air practice bomb passed through, Ryun was immediately blown into a cloud of white smoke. Ding! You have been killed by upper ninja Ishikura using the wind escape. Experience value plus 100. After Ryun revived and came out, he immediately turned on the 8 gates of transportation and the 9-tailed chakra Busymang and rushed towards the sand ninja. But the sand ninja were dozens of upper ninjas. They kept releasing their wind escape and gradually killed Ryun a dozen times. Ding! You were killed by the sand ninja en masse. Experience value plus 450. Ding! You were poisoned by the high-level psychic beast Black Scorpion. Experience value plus 80. Ding! You were killed by the upper-level ninja Yumekita using the wind escape. Experience value plus 100. Without realizing it, the experience value given to Ryun by Sand Hidden continued to rise, and Ryun's overall experience value had accumulated to over 9,000. After Ryun was killed this time, Yumekita quickly had two ninjas with sealing scrolls come forward, looking like they were ready to pack Ryun and courier him to the Wind Shadow's office. But Ryun was slick and used his red light sprint mode again, escaping the Sand Ninja's encirclement in a flash, and the Sealing Ninjas couldn't chase him at all. Ryun opened the 4 gates to step into the air and flew directly into the sky by stepping on the air. The 4th gate of the 8 gates, the Wound Gate, could give the human body greater athleticism, and even allowed the caster to step through the air for a small suspension. Ryukin made a seal with both hands, this time making a seal of the tiger. Fire transportation multiple ghost lanterns. In an instant Ryun's entire chakra was released into the air. The fire attribute chakra quickly formed tens of thousands of fiery red fire ghost heads. And the flames in the forest below were also utilized by Ryun to coalesce the ghost lanterns from them. This kind of fire attribute range? Yumekita looked up at the sky incredulously. The sky was filled with fire red ghost lanterns, as well as their surroundings, which were littered with ghost head bounties. This kind of wide-range jutsu attack that hovered in the air, Yumekita had seen the 4th generation Wind Shadow's magnetic transportation. The sand and gold that filled the sky could easily cover a small town in the desert. Multiple ghost lantern release. Who? With Ryun's command, thousands of ghost lanterns whistled and enveloped towards Yumekita and the others. Maymuta's face flushed with urgency as he quickly instantly transformed and shouted, "All of you spread out and try your best to escape. Rumble, rumble, rumble." Thousands of ghost heads exploded, and the entire world turned into a world of fire. Searing heat, explosions, and hot streams of flames. Everything in this world was slowly burned away. As the saying goes, everything in Moro is ashes. Ah 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 ah. The sound of Sand Ninja shouting in pain echoed in the world of flames, and there were quite a few voices, representing that Sand Ninja had lost quite a few people. When the tyrannical flames dispersed, Ryukin fell from the sky, slowly shutting off the 8 gates, his dark eyes looking at the black wreckage amidst the thick smoke. Cough! A soft coughing sound made Ryun immediately instantly go up. Just now he unleashed a massive fire escape. Fortunately, several shadow doppelgangers stacked together to protect Tsunade. Swoosh! Dozens of hand swords shot towards Tsunade here. Ryun picked up Tsunade and flashed 20 meters or so in an instant, looking at a group of people with earthy black faces in front of him. It was the ninja of Sand Hidden. There were still 20 or so of them. Confused, Ryun turned his eyes to look at a huge wreckage in the center of the fire. That was Yumekita's psychic beast, the Black Scorpion. Yumekita and the others must have hid under the Black Scorpion when they were attacked by the flames, using it to ward off the flames. Yumekita's face was full of gloom. Damn brat. If it wasn't for my Black Scorpion sacrificing its life, all of us would have been burned to death by his flames. The nearby upper ninja coughed up 2 puffs of smoke, saw Tsunade, who was being held by Ryun, and immediately brightened up. That brat is trying to protect Princess Tsunade? Let's attack her. Yumekita also sensed this, and pulled out 2 Hirinmaru pills from his ninjutsu bag and swallowed them straight away, the nutrition from the Hirinmaru pills turning into body energy to replenish his chakra. Yumekita made a seal with both hands, wind transportation pressing harm. Whoo! Huge heavy cannons of wind lined up, the surrounding flames were blown away, and the large trees that had been burned by the flames and were only dry were blown into gray smoke. Quickly, instantaneously, Ryukin's body pulled out a red line and ran towards the back. Hey! Maymuta sneered. That kid is scared. Let's chase after him. As well as send someone to receive the follow-up troops. I don't believe that so many of us can't deal with one of his brats. Okay, Captain. The flames in the forest were still continuing to burn and spread out in all directions. If not dealt with, it might burn down this big forest in Kawanakuni. Chirp! 3 or 5 white ninja eagles appeared above the sky. After all, they were airborne soldiers, and Ryukin couldn't outrun them even if he instantly transformed as fast as he could on the ground. A dozen huge wind blades spat down from above, blinking as they were about to envelop Tsunade and Ryukin. Ryukin violently threw Tsunade out, taking the wind blades all by himself. Ding! You've been killed by a combination of 3 of Sand Hidden's psychic beasts. Experience value plus 300. Ryukin falls to the ground in a pile of smoke, coalescing his human form and instantly instanting up again to embrace Tsunade, who had landed from the sky. Chapter 59. Awakening Tsunade. The fragrant wind in his arms came to his face, making Ryun's heart itchy. He couldn't help but kiss Tsunade's face with a mouthful of kisses. I'm protecting you so desperately. A kiss is not too much, right? Tsunade was still trembling, lying in Ryun's arms, not daring to raise her head, still trapped in the darkness of the spirit world. The sand ninja on top could not see Ryun lightly thinning the number 1 beauty of Kiba village. All hands formed a seal. Joint wine transportation wind cutting technique. Hundreds of sharp wind blades slashed down from above. Ryukin immediately instantly transformed, but was still sliced to the back by 2 or 3 of them, piercing right through them. Ryukin's face went white and he violently sprayed a mouthful of blood landing on Tsunade's face. When Tsunade saw this, her body became even more trembling, and her mouth couldn't help but read straight out, "Blood, blood, blood." Ryun's heart ached, not physically, but mentally. His heart ached for Tsunade. He immediately exchanged an Oil Woman Eye Clan sunglasses from the system space and helped Tsunade put them on her eyes, and kept comforting her. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. What's there to be afraid of, blood? From the back came Yumekita's shout. Kiryuin, stop right there. Ryun turned his head backward, a cold smile floating on his face. Why should I listen to you? A hint of his voice fell, and he was about to unleash his red light sprint mode when unexpectedly a large net fell from the sky, a net made of steel wires. The net of steel wires enveloped Ryuin and Tsunade. Ryuin quickly made a seal with one hand and spewed out dragon fire, which directly burned a large hole through that net of steel wires. He violently jumped out of the large hole, like a red light, to instantly escape again. However, when he instantaneously fled, there were sand ninja everywhere around him. It was the Sand Hidden's follow-up troops. They followed him. Kid, go to hell. Kid, don't run. Kid, obediently take your life. The ninjas of the Sand Hidden were filled with cruel smiles, and one by one, they kept closing in on Ryukin. Ryun held Tsunade with one hand. The other hand was ready to form a seal, but a fast bitterless penetrated his palm. It was the Sand Hidden's upper ninja who didn't want Ryun to form a seal. Rise! With one hand, Ryun threw Tsunade upwards with force, sending her soaring into the air. Ryun took the opportunity to free his other hand to form a seal, detonating the detonation charm on his chest to commit suicide and be reborn. As Tsunade rose into the sky, the ninjas of the Sand Hidden sect saw it, and a hand sword and bittersweet flew out, watching as the beauty was about to be shot into a bloody hole by these weapons. A red figure flashed through, holding Tsunade from the sky, quickly landing on a tree, and continuing to sprint away. Ryun and Tsunade's surroundings were filled with Sand Hidden ninjas, and after he had fled about 100 meters, dozens more Sand Hidden people pounced on him, all of the attacks in their hands directed towards Tsunade. Ryun turned around and blocked the Sand Ninja's flying hand swords with his own body. Cough! Ryugen spewed out several more mouthfuls of blood, landing on Tsunade's face. Luckily, Tsunade was still wearing sunglasses, and the red color of the blood was only a light color in her eyes. After Ryugen was revived, he directly opened the 4th wound gate, his powerful physicality breaking the air and stepping up towards the sky. The Sand Ninja's one-hand sword and the wind escape attacked towards the sky. Ryun dodged one by one. When Ryun landed, he noticed a slight twist in his chest. He looked down. Tsunade slowly raised her head. The pair of eyes in her sunglasses slowly regained their light. Kid! Ryun continued to carry her in his arms as he sprinted. Don't talk yet. We're surrounded by the Sand Hidden. I'll take you to escape first. Tsunade was a little uncomfortable being held in Ryun's arms. She twisted twice and looked back through her sunglasses. Hundreds of Sand Ninja were running in all directions from the forest, their faces filled with bloodlust. So many Sand Ninja. Where did we run to? Ryukin replied. You just went crazy and knocked me to the front line of the Sand Ninja. The commander of the Sand Ninja looked at our 2 big fish and immediately consolidated his army and surrounded us. Tsunade gently pinched Ryukin's neck and chastised. You little rascal. It's not because of your slighting me. Wind transportation wind blade. 2 Sand Hidden upper ninja ran from the front, their hands still coalescing a swirling mass of wind, which spun at extreme speeds to form a wind sword. Oh! That wind sword carried a tearing sound and was about to attack Tsunade and Ryukin. Tsunade closed her eyes. Ryugen violently stepped towards the air, directly stepping through the air and flew up into the sky, He aimed his mouth in the sky at the place where the two upper ninjas were, and with his other hand he formed a seal. Fire transportation multiple fire liner cannon. In a flash, Ryun spewed out 30 or so fire bombs that directly enveloped the two upper ninjas. Without even looking at them, Ryun immediately fled in an instant while holding Tsunade in his arms. Tsunade hugged Ryun's shoulder tightly, her head sticking out from his shoulder, looking at the two upper ninjas behind her who were enveloped by the firebombs. The firebombs exploded in unison, and the two upper ninjas instantly escaped at the crucial moment, but they were still blown to dust. Tsunade commented, "What a fast firebomb, with the nature of wind, and it explodes." Ryun turned his head to look at her white face. The wind from the forest blew above his blonde hair and gently raised it, looking extremely beautiful at the moment. Ryun even felt that being able to hold this woman all the time was the happiest thing in his life, right? Kaze Kaze Kiri no Jutsu. Countless winds were released from the surrounding area, and Ryun immediately shook his head, protecting Tsunade as he quickly stepped into the air. Chirp! A ninja eagle appeared in the air. Above it was Yumekita with a sneer on his face. Yumekita made a seal with both hands and immediately released a super kaze. Wind transportation pressing harm. The heavy cannon of wind was about to explode in front of Ryun and Tsunade. Ryun violently then threw Tsunade out. Tsunade's body was still limp when she was thrown out. She hadn't fully gotten over the aftermath of her blood phobia. She looked at the auburn-haired teenager. Tsunade had thought she could protect him, not realizing that instead the other girl had been protecting her. Ryun! As soon as the heavy cannon of wind passed through, Ryukin was immediately blown into a pile of smoke and fell out of the air. In an instant, a mass of scrolls sealed Ryun. Yumekita put a red sealing charm above it, his face filled with uncontrollable joy. Great! Great! Finally caught this little brat. The next step was to pack him up and courier him to the Wind Shadow's office to be made into a human pig. The scroll that the sand hidden sealed Ryun with was not a simple sealing technique. It was able to restrict the movement of Ryun's entire body, even with the excess 9-tail chakra in Ryun's body. Tsunade's heart was enraged. Intense aura was released from her body as she stepped down violently, grabbing the scroll that sealed Ryugen in one go. I am the Tsunade of the Sannin. Chapter 60. Pretending to hide so much as to branch out. Yumekita looked incredulously at the master, and the black sunglasses it wore on its face. Princess Tsunade! Yeah, Tsunade was a stronger person than Ryun. His focus had been on Ryun's body. Tsunade, who had been protected by Ryun, was subconsciously considered by him as a weak woman. Tsunade's white jade-like palm violently yanked, directly tearing the scroll that sealed Ryun. Ryukin turned into a cloud of smoke and slowly revived from it. As soon as he came back to life, he opened the 4 gates and 9-tail chakra in all directions and picked up Tsunade and ran. Tsunade grabbed Ryun's temple as hard as she could. Kid, put me down. My body has recovered well. Ryun didn't listen to her. His mouth recited, so many sand ninja. Even if the 3 ninja come together, they would have to kneel. How fast can you be? Just be honest and let me escape with you. You little brat. Tsunade gentled down, wrapping both arms around Ryun's neck and looking at his boyish side. If I were 10 or so years younger, I might still be attracted to you, Ryun returned. If I had been born 10 years earlier, I would have been able to protect you all the time and you wouldn't have had to endure all that pain in the past. Tsunade fell silent. Ryugen was truly trying to protect her to the death, trying desperately to protect her completely from the bottom of his heart. There weren't many people in this world who were kind to her. Jiraiya counted as one, her disciple Shizen Jr. counted as one, and now she had to add another Ryun. Tsunade asked somewhat slyly, why are you protecting me? Ryun said, because you're pretty, of course. If you were an ugly old woman, I wouldn't even care about you. You little brat. Tsunade grabbed Ryun's face skin with one hand and yanked it so hard that she directly pulled out a big arc. Watch me rip your face. As Tsunade pulled Ryukin's face, Ryukin's speed was affected, dropping by 10%. He immediately said, stop it, we're running for our lives. Not having fun? Tsunade used both of her hands in unison, tugging hard on Ryun's face. Do you know Jiraiya? Back then he was the one who broke several of his ribs when he peeked at me bathing. You're a brat. You really don't know what you're doing. Ryun no longer cared about the pain on his face. He was almost immune to pain anyway, and continued to instantly move forward, but still answered Tsunade. If you die under the peony flower, you'll be a ghost. I guess Jiraiya is a person just like me, isn't he? Dead brat. Tsunade tugged at Ryukin's cheek, suddenly realizing that it was so thick. Tsunade was a bit tired of saying that Ryukin possessed a smoky bloodline, and she had lost consciousness in a rage before and killed her opponent a dozen times without dying. She really couldn't do anything about this little rascal who was rude and reckless to her. Tsunade lowered her hands and slowly leaned against Ryun's shoulder, quietly feeling Ryun's warmth. How had she, Sannin Tsunade, ever been in such a sorry state, protected in her arms by an under-ninja as if she were a weak woman? However, it was the first time that this feeling of being protected was somewhat warm. This little rascal, if she were his age, she would definitely be obsessed with him. Ryun glanced down at Tsunade. The other party was a head taller than him, and it was still uncomfortable to hold. Tsunade suddenly noticed that there were two extremely fast bitter endlessings coming from behind as if they were meteors and lightning. She urged Ryukin vigorously. Quickly, quickly, quickly. There are bitterless in the back. Ryukin made a turn and dodged the bitterless shot by the upper ninja from behind. Chirp. The upper ninja eagle let out a high chirp and a wind blade was sent downwards as Ryukin pranced into the air and made a single hand seal, multiple shadow split technique. In an instant, roughly 500 shadow doppelgangers were released from his body. Out of the shadow doppelganger army stepped the shadow doppelganger leader from before, who took the command flag and waved it. Anti-aircraft artillery unleashed. Shadow fractals formation fire escape multiple fire liner cannon. 500 shadow doppelgangers fired firebombs together, roaming endlessly, some towards the sky, some towards the sand ninja surrounding them in the forest. It was so fast that it only left a red line, colliding, reacting, and then exploding. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, the entire forest boiled over, with rumbling sounds everywhere. When the clamor had passed, a great fire flared up in the forest again. Ryukin put Tsunade down. Now that you're back in action, protect yourself. Seeing that he had run out of the encirclement, Ryukin was about to begin his counterattack. Tsunade tapped one finger on Ryun's forehead. I'm a Sannin Tsunade. My ninja qualities are much higher than yours. A confident smile flowed out from the corner of her mouth. 100 flowers bloomed in an instant, and the fiery red glow was not as bright as the confidence on her face. Ryun withdrew the heartbeat in his heart and sighed that this woman was really charming. He had only been together for one day, and he was already charmed to the point of dizziness. Ryun shook his head. His chakra was dropping tightly. He had to recover as soon as possible. Ryun violently released a cloud of white smoke, blocking Tsunade's vision. He himself instantly wiped his neck with his ninja sword in the white smoke. When the white smoke cleared, Ryun was wearing a white, not a speck of dusty clothing, with his front chest exposed, a thick black obi tied up around his waist, and a ninja sword. With his arms crossed, Ryun stood in front of Tsunade, his body erupting with a tremendous aura of one-upmanship. Crawlers of Sand Hidden. The son of Cthulhu has grown up. It is time for you to prostrate yourselves and plead for forgiveness and call for your father. One by one, the people of Sand Hidden stopped in front of Ryun, and in unison, they plucked up their bitterless, wind demonic hand swords. Ryukin clenched his hands and bowed violently with a low roar. The first open door of the 8 gates of hidden armor open. Second hue gate open. Third life gate open. Fourth hurting gate open. 9-tailed chakra 1-tailed form open. In an instant, a 10-meter huge chakra airball ignited on Ryukin's body, and that intense chakra air flame released a great wind pressure. Tsunade couldn't help but block this wind pressure with her sleeve and looked at the teenager who was in the midst of the red flames. In a flash, it was as if she saw a man in red battle armor, with one hand of Kizuna, pacifying the entire chaotic warring states era. Grandfather, is Ryukin the gift you left for Chikage? Ryukin made hand seals with both hands, opened his white eyes, and his entire body's chakra was violently released into the air from 361 chakra points. Fire transportation multiple ghost lanterns. The sky turned a fiery red color, and there were fiery red ghost heads everywhere, boundless, as if they were the ghost heads of the Indian mythology. Multiple ghost lantern release. Wind transportation Goku wall. Earth transportation earth flow wall. The ninjas of Sand Hidden used their respective defensive ninjutsu to defend. Who? Thousands of ghost lanterns whistled towards the sand ninja, as if meteors erupted by the thousands in the night sky, cutting through the Earth's atmosphere. The ghost lanterns fell from above, igniting boundless flames that instantly plunged the entire forest into a world of fire. Ryukin stood in front of him, clutching his hands, the searing heat scorching one of his white coats, but he remained clouded. as if he were a monarch harnessing fire. In front of Tsunade, the aura of a master could not be destroyed. The second pillar's suit reclined so much that it staggered. Tsunade looked at the front of the stream cloud that was shorter than her, and wondered what kind of madness he was going to have again. Clothes are burning and still not quick to shoot out. Ryukyu looked at the world of fire with endless flames, and the black smoke that covered the sky. A fire on the mountain, the director fell in love with me. Fortunately, there is no police station in Kawanakuni. Even if there was, they wouldn't dare to arrest Ryun. He looked at the fire in the middle of the forest. Part of the ghost lantern jutsu was released by his own flames, and the other part was condensed by the flames that rose out of thin air in the middle of the forest. In other words, this jutsu was like the earth and water transportation, able to use the power of nature to reduce the amount of chakra consumed. Ryun thought of the Reito that he had never seen before. There were very few Reito ninjas in the Wind Country, and the Konoha had never seen any Reito ninjas either. Ryun's chakra attribute also happened to lack a thunder attribute. If he had a thunder attribute, he would be able to use the lightning in the sky to unleash the griffin and wipe out this forest in an instant. Thunder, fire, wind. Nature seemed to have it all. Fire! Lu Yun snapped his head. Wasn't the fire burning in the trees in the forest a natural fire? Ere Zhu Zi could condense a Qilin with the help of the lightning in the sky. Why couldn't he, Ere Lu Yun, change into a giant beast with the help of the form of fire burning in the forest? Both of them could pretend to be recluse and the conditions matched. Chapter 61 Fire Transportation Forbidden Technique. Explosive Inflammation Dragon King. Lu Yun immediately entered the system space and asked the immortal system, "Well, system, how about the idea I just had?" The system replied, "It's fine, but the host's chakra control ability must be raised to a certain standard." "No problem." Quicksilver immediately spent 500 experience points to brush his chakra control ability, as well as his nature change ability to full level. Moreover, he also realized that after reaching full level, the chakra control ability could continue to add more points. The system explained, "This is a special part of the special shinobi template, being able to break out of the limitations of the template in a single section to reach the shinobi template." Lu Yu nodded. What is meant by special upper ninja is a Nakanabu who has reached upper ninja in a certain aspect, such as assassination, ninjutsu, body arts, illusion arts. Ryun's chakra control ability could keep adding points, directly exceeding the limitations of the template. Lu Yun spent another 500 points to brush his chakra control ability out to full level, reaching 200% of the attributability of the special upper ninja template. Lu Yun then proceeded to redeem an advanced ninjutsu development card, and in the blink of an eye he was left with only 6,000 experience points after saving up 9,000 points earlier. However, Ryun did not regret it. The experience value saved should be used in such a way. Advanced ninjutsu development card redemption successful. Lu Yun immediately said his request. "Help me develop a ninjutsu that can control the flames of nature, and the form change is going to be a fire dragon." Ninjutsu development started. Development progress 1%. Development progress 2%. Development progress 3%. Development progress 50%. Development progress 100%. Ninjutsu development successful. Please name it for the host. Ryun thought for a moment and finally replied, "Let's call it Fire Escape Explosive Flame Dragon King." Host naming successful. Detected that the Fire Transportation Explosive Flame Dragon King has reached the rank of Forbidden Art and is included in the Ninjutsu Forbidden Art Scroll. Liun's heart was overjoyed. He actually used a high-level ninjutsu development card to whore out a forbidden art for nothing. This is a rare piece of good luck. The Fire Transportation Explosive Flame Dragon King was slowly injected into Ryun's mind, the way to form a seal, the flow of chakra, the change of chakra form, and the amount of chakra released. Ryun mastered it in an instant, and when he opened his eyes, it was as if flames were flowing in them, and now he had truly become the monarch who harnessed fire. "Ah! It's hot! It's hot!" Lu Yun vigorously patted the flames behind himself. The power of the mounted vanish was infinite, and although it could shock 800, it tended to damage itself by 1,000. Wind transportation pressure damage. A huge wind escape was released from the smoke in front of him, quickly blowing the smoke away, and Ryun's figure flickered, dodging the wind escape used by Yumekita. The smoke was blown away by the wind, and Yumekita and the others came out of the smoke. Ryun looked at the remaining sand ninja in the field. At least 30 or so had been burned to death by his large-range fire escape, and now there were about 100 left. Tsunade clasped her hands to her chest and looked indifferently at the sand ninja in front of her. her aura rising. She was about to start joining the fight. Tsunade, let me do it. Ryukin reached out to stop her. As he stepped forward to Tsunade's uncomprehending gaze, a white suit slowly fell back under the waves of fire, showing off Ryun's sturdy upper body. Yumekita's eyes were filled with gloom. Kid, not running away? Ryun followed the seal of the tiger with both hands and said softly under his breath, Sand hidden. Do you know what the distance between heaven and earth is? Kid, you guys are gnawing in the sand. Of course you can't see the clouds. Ryukin opened the 4 and 8 gates in an instant and superimposed the chakra of the 9 tails, and a steady stream of chakra raged out from his body. Maymuta looked at the huge chakra flames and clenched his teeth hard. How could there be such a person in the world, to be chased by hundreds of us and not lose a single ounce of chakra? Even the human pillar power isn't this terrifying, right? Ryukin's chakra was released in a steady stream in the burning forest. The flames in the forest reacted, all of them coalescing towards the sky as if they were a dragon of fire. What is that? The ninja of the sand, hidden ninja, watched from below, wondering how all these flames had coalesced together. It always felt like someone was up to something. Yumekita's heart rose with a hint of dismay. The strange shape of the flames must be the work of that damned brat, and he prepared to unleash a massive fire escape jutsu. Slowly, the flames in the forest coalesced into a large fireball under a chakra summoning. The large fireball was so large and boundless that it seemed to envelop the entire sky, which darkened and was surrounded by a mass of dark clouds. This is a forbidden technique. A few knowledgeable sand-hidden upper ninja muttered. This kind of ninjutsu that could change the sky was indeed a forbidden art. Ryukin's explosive Flame Dragon King was indeed a forbidden jutsu, except that there were many restrictions, just like the Kirin, and it required the use of terrain, such as the flames in the forest. That was why the developed jutsu card was an advanced jutsu card, not a forbidden jutsu development card. Ryukin slammed his palms together and shouted explosively under his breath, Fire Escape Bakudu Dragon King! The large fireball in the air changed in an instant and, roar! A hint of a pale dragon's keening came out from it, and in their line of sight, a huge fiery dragon's head emerged from within, roaring angrily at the entire world. Head like a camel, horns like a deer, eyes like a rabbit, ears like a cow. This huge fire dragon had a blazing flame burning within it, and was even more agile than the dragon head of the howling dragon fire, and it was as if the eyes of that huge dragon carried a furious light within them. Finally, the body of the fire dragon coalesced out. Its length was 300 meters, so huge that it was like a big meteorite in the air. Thousands of meters away from this forest, Yuzuru Makoto led a group of civilian ninjas in green vests towards this place at a brisk pace. They were all ninjas who had been saved by Tsunade before, and as soon as they heard that Tsunade was in trouble, they rushed towards this place. Suddenly, all of them stopped and looked at the huge fire dragon in front of them, roaring a dragon's roar towards the sky, as if it was setting off the clamor of this world. A ninja stared in disbelief. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Yuzuru Jinhong's eyes were filled with that one fire dragon. This kind of flame, this kind of form change, this kind of fire transportation. It can't even be called fire transportation. It's a forbidden art capable of changing the heavenly phenomena. Who in the world unleashed it? Yuzuru Jinhong fiercely thought of Ryukin. Him! One of Ryukin's hands burned with flames and swung downward violently. Bakugu Dragon King release. After dropping the explosive inflammation Dragon King, Ryukumo swiped the head of his blade and, regaining his full body state, lunged towards Tsunade, carrying her in his arms as he instantly fled from the range of the fire dragon's release. It was a suicidal move, and if the caster didn't run fast enough, he would be caught up in his own jutsu. Roar! The dragon roared towards the sky, and that fire dragon came down on the wind, the intense temperature scorching the entire forest. Maymuta's eyes were filled with horror. Run away! Quickly run away! Run as far away as you can. Don't stay here. Roar, roar, roar. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The temperature generated by the fire dragon turned all the surrounding trees into ashes, and it continued to pounce down again. The flames swept down, and in an instant, 10 or so sand ninjas were enveloped by the flames and instantly burned to ashes. A few of the upper ninjas used their instantaneous techniques to escape, but the fire dragon swooped down so violently that they weren't able to run more than a few dozen meters before they were engulfed in a sea of fire. Ryukin and Tsunade escaped the forest and stood on top of a huge tree tens of meters high looking at the forest in front of them. Boom, 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 boom. The fire dragon erupted violently on the ground, lashing out in all directions like waves of seawater flowing down from the sky, enveloping all objects in the blink of an eye. It burned, kept burning, and burned violently. Even thousands of meters away, the steaming heat wave came from afar, gently blowing Ryuken's ebony hair. From now on, the art of fire transportation is no longer the art of not being able to burn. I, Kimi Ryugen, will sit on the throne of flame in the sky, looking down on the gullies of mediocrity. Chapter 62. The sky is cloudy, the rain is coming, and I, Ryuen, feel like I can't do it again. Tsunade wrapped both hands around Ryun's neck, her eyes behind her sunglasses looking at the flames that ran like ocean waves, her heart filled with deep shock. She turned her head now and looked at the teenager holding him. Your talent in jutsu is truly frightening. I even suspect that you are the reincarnation of my second grandfather. Ta! An abrupt footstep suddenly sounded in front of Ryuken and Tsunade. It was Yuzuru Makoto. Yuzuru Jinhong saw the intimate gesture between Tsunade and Ryugen and was stunned. Tsunade panicked and immediately threw a punch at Ryun, sending him flying about 10 meters. Yuzuru shook her head. Ryun got up and put on the white clothes he had tied around his waist in a regular manner, tightened his black belt, and looked at the forest in front of him with his ebony eyes. At this time, thick smoke rose towards the sky. No longer able to see any tree, the entire forest had been destroyed by the explosive flame Dragon King. This has to sit in jail for a few years? White eyes open. Luyun opened his white eyes and directly enveloped a 5-kilometer area, in which there was no life. Beyond the forest, there was a group of sand ninja surrounding the periphery. They did not dare to go forward under the leadership of an upper ninja. Everyone fled backwards. Luyun did not go up to chase after them either. He saw a faint glimmer of chakra chi, and with an instantaneous leap, he flew fiercely towards that place. In the middle of a smoking pit, Yumekita's entire body was charred, leaving only a recognizable head. The sound of footsteps treading lightly rang out, and Maymuta opened his eyes with difficulty, blinking as he saw the elegant Luyun, dressed in white. There was no dust on his body, as if he was just walking ghostly in the midst of the chaotic battle. Maymuta's voice slowly weakened. Cough. Every fight you get stronger, and with the Sand Hidden's many killing moves, the stronger you become. Maybe the Sand Hidden village shouldn't have angered you. Cough. Yumekita coughed up red blood, his dull eyes looking at the white shadow. Kiryuin, I've never seen a ninja like you before, so just let me give you a name. Your flames roam endlessly. This is the true shadow of fire. I'll call you Fire Cloud Evil God. Luyun. Hope. Luyun immediately raised his hand. Hey, wait a minute. Take a new one. Even if it's called Flame Tyrant or Ghost Fire Luyun, it's fine. Yumekita's voice slowly faded down. There will be a day when the Sand Hidden can extinguish this fire of yours. Yumekita's head lowered. A powerful ninja died in battle just like that. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the title bestowed by Sand Hidden Commander Yumekita Fire Cloud Evil God. Straight mother thief. Isn't this title a curse on my bald head? Ryun looked at his template and got a title, but it's not worth it. At best, he's famous on the road, no longer a small-time punk. Ryun withdrew the sword in his hand. He still wanted to cut off his head to honor his achievements, but felt that it would be an insult to a great ninja. The dark clouds in the sky slowly brought up thunder, as if the smoke from earlier had caused the heavens to be angry and to send down a rain to put out this flame. Tick, tick. The rain hit Ryuken's face as he looked at the uncountable amount of charcoal on the ground. The world of shinobi was like a curse. The countless killings as well as the hatred would form a vortex that would catch everyone in it. The sky clouded over, the rain came, and Ryuen, suddenly felt like I couldn't do it again. Tsunade's soft hand gently patted on Ryun's shoulder as she whispered, "Let's go." It is a ninja's destiny to die in battle. Everyone has this realization from the moment they put on their forehead protector. Ryun followed Tsunade as she slowly returned to the Konoha lines. Ryun's voice seemed firm. "I'm not fighting for anyone. I'm fighting for myself. Whatever." After Ryun and Tsunade left, an Inuyasha emerged from the ground and said in a low tone under his breath, "Wouldn't Ryun? Interesting flames. Even Zebu-sama can't compare." Returning to the camp of the 8th Front was already in the afternoon. Yuzuru was guarding there early, looking over and seeing Ryugen. She waved happily, then ran closer. Ryugen, are you all right? Ryun shook his head and took the young girl's hand, soothing the worry in her heart. It's fine. I fought off all those bad guys from the sand-hidden village. Yuzuru rubbed her chest. That scared the hell out of me just now. She then proceeded to look at Ryukin suspiciously. What did you do? What made Tsunade-sama so angry that she kept chasing you? Ryukin didn't say anything and secretly glanced at Tsunade. Humph. Tsunade beside her snorted coldly. Her anger was basically gone now. But it was also because of Ryun's desperate attempt to protect her. Otherwise, she would have beaten this brat into a meat pie. Behind Yuzuru's back, those ninjas on Tsunade's side scanned Ryukin with seriousness. Is that the one after Chikage? Rumors of the awakening of the power of the Thousand Hands had been circulating on the front lines recently. These ninja combined that with the fact that they had seen a huge fire dragon earlier, and that the one who had cast the spell was not Tsunade, who specialized in fire escape, then Ryukin was the only one. That kind of massive fire escape could destroy a forest in a single strike. As for why Chitose wasn't good at water transportation or earth transportation. Instead, they were good at the deadly fire escape, which they subconsciously ignored. It was as if they saw hope against the ninja clan when the power of the Chikage was going to return to the village. Tsunade said a few words to the men, roughly thanking them for running to his rescue, and the civilian ninja shook their heads, all saying that it was what they were supposed to do. Goodbye, Princess Tsunade. Bye. After they left, Ryukin went hunting in the forest and returned after hunting 2 boars. Yuzuru didn't follow this time. She was still part of the True Red Squad and still had to patrol her own lines. Only Ryukin and Tsunade were left in the same spot. Ryukin first used his water recluse to clean the boar's entrails and slowly roasted the fresh meat over the fire. The two of them ate the roasted pork together and talked about the day's events together. Tsunade pinched Ryun's cheeks hard with her oiled hand. You can't be rude from now on. I'm scared when I get mad. Then Tsunade commented. Your chakra is too huge, your recovery ability is amazing, and with the chakra of the 9 tails, plus the forbidden art of the 8 gates of evasion, chakra is no longer your shortcoming now. There's also your special blood religion limit, where physical attacks are ineffective. Especially your forbidden art like fire escape. I admit that you are very strong, even I can't compare to you. But don't be proud, your weakness is the sealing technique. The sealing technique of the Sand-Hidden Village is weak, but the ones of the other shinobi villages are not. You should be careful in the future, don't get sealed by others. Ryun nodded. Got it. Tsunade unconsciously touched Ryun's head. Don't worry, Tsunade-san will protect you in the future. Ryun immediately stood up and looked at her hand with some disgust. Your hands are covered in oil and you're smearing it on my hair. Tsunade smiled in embarrassment. Sorry. Chapter 63. Sand-Hidden Leaf Barn. Tsunade washed her hands while looking at Ryun's water escape and smiled softly. You are also very talented in the transportation technique other than fire escape. By the way, you killed so many sand ninjas today, your merit must not be low. When the time comes, I will report it for you, and the village will reward you for your ninjutsu. Ryun retracted his water escape and bristled. No need. My own jutsu is already enough. Tsunade cupped her cleaned alabaster palm on Ryun's face and gently tugged on it. You still have to report your merits? I'm training you as a Naruto. How are you going to become a Naruto without merits? I don't want to become any Naruto? Tsunade directly tough. I am your sister. I want you to become Naruto, you have to become Naruto. No disobedience to your sister. Okay. Tsunade asked about her doubts. Where did you get those jutsu from? Multiple shadow diversion technique, 8 gates of transportation technique, Uchiha family's regular fire transportation ninjutsu. These couldn't all have been developed by Ryun himself alone, could they? Ryukin didn't say anything. He couldn't say that he developed them all by himself, right? Tsunade shook her head. I won't ask. It's your own secret. Tsunade guessed that Ryun might be her second eldest master's backhand in the village, whose body was passed down the secret techniques of the Senju clan. As the night wore on, the two of them sat by the campfire, Ryun laying cheekily on Tsunade's lap. Tsunade had no choice but to let him lean on her lap. Ryukin was ready to roll over, trying to lean on her lap in his own unique way back home. Little rascal. I'll have to keep an eye on you from now on, so you don't take advantage of me again. Tsunade laughed softly, slowly rubbing Ryun's temples, as she thought back to the storm that had set the day off. She had been slighted by a punk in the morning and had beaten him to the front lines of sand, hidden like a madman. She had fallen into hemophobia at the sight of red blood and had ended up escaping with Ryuken's deadly protection all by himself, which in retrospect was wonderful. I really do want to be a ninja after all, Tsunade softly chanted. The life of a ninja still suited her compared to her muddled drinking days in the village. Ah! Ryuken yawned and slowly fell asleep lying on Tsunade's lap. Tsunade looked at the sleeping Ryun on her lap, gently pinched his cheeks, and then smiled. Little rascal, you are my hope to stop being decadent. I will protect you well. Protect you to become the village's Naruto and fulfill Chikage's last wish. Ta! The sound of feet stepping on leaves rang out, and several figures appeared in the shadows. Tsunade saw it and her face immediately turned cold. What are you doing here? Shimura Aseo looked at Ryun who was lying on Tsunade's lap. His heart was full of strangeness. This kind of intimate position was not like the daytime you die. He didn't think much about it and smiled at Tsunade. Princess Tsunade, don't you hate that brat? Give him to me. I'll help you finish him off. Scram! Only a cold voice came out from Tsunade. Princess Tsunade. Shimura Aseo raised her hand incredulously. I told you to get lost. Tsunade said word for word. Her brown eyes filled with a murderous intent that she couldn't hide. Shimura Aseo's heart chilled, his body fearing under this killing intent, and immediately fled with a few vassals of the Shimura family in ashes. After running about 500 meters away, Shimura Aseo made a strong punch on a tree, knocking out a notch in that tree. He said viciously, Damn woman, insulting me over and over again. I'll make sure she dies. He glanced at the Shimura family vassal next to him. Go contact the people of Sand Hidden. I want to cooperate with them. My lord. Go. Yes. After the group of annoying people left, Tsunade gently rubbed Ryun's hair. Looking at the teenager's serene smile, his heart slowly got better. You've inherited your looks from Chikage. You'll definitely charm a lot of people in the future. Ryugen had fused the higher bloodlines of the Hyuga clan and the Thousand Hands clan, and his looks and temperament were not comparable to those of ordinary people. Sandy Hidden Camp. In the staff room, the air was silent. Only the sound of the people's exhaling breaths in a steady manner could be heard. Rosa was alone, leaning dully on top of his seat, and next to him, Kayadeba and Hai Laozong were also frowning tightly, with worry written all over their faces. Ryuken, like that huge fire dragon yesterday, had grown up, and the Sand Hidden who witnessed his growth paid a heavy price for it. Nearly more than 200 ninja were all buried in yesterday's pursuit battle, and among them, there were quite a few upper ninja as well. What's more, the commander of the front line, Yumekita, was also killed in action. If it wasn't for the fact that an upper ninja had led the army chasing Ryugen to escape in disgrace, they would have been wiped out. This kind of loss was so heartbreaking that one couldn't breathe. Fire Cloud Evil God. One of the higher-ups muttered as Yumekita's words before his death were transmitted through the art. That boy was indeed an evil god who harnessed flames, and a single move of the forbidden art of Fire Cloud took out about 100 ninjas. What village could withstand that? After a long silence, Rosa coldly said, The next time there is news of him, I will be the one to strike. It doesn't matter so much. We, the Sandy Hidden Village, must kill him at the first opportunity. Don't think about researching his bloodline or sealing him anymore. Heh! Chiyo Brahma snorted. If we could kill him, we would have done so long ago. That brat's blood succession limit is troublesome as hell. Hai Laozo sighed. Who knew he would grow so fast? That forbidden art, destroying a forest in a single strike. If he unleashed it in the village, I wonder who could block it. The atmosphere was quiet again all of a sudden. The higher-ups here all had an extreme headache. They even felt that it would be easier to beat Kiba than to deal with this little brat, Mulrion. But just a mere lower ninja brat. You guys can't do anything about him. A biting voice suddenly entered the room, immediately followed by a slim figure pushing open the portal. The visitor was a woman, dressed in minimal clothing, with very strange hair in dark green and yellow color. But that sexy figure, coupled with a beautiful face, made many people gulp, and then sighed. This desert rose was not something that anyone would dare to pick. Luo Sha coldly looked at the visitor. Yitsong, what do you mean by this? Turning the tables and calling us trash? Humph! Yitsong snorted coldly and didn't say anything as she clasped both hands in front of her chest and swept a glance at the executives who were meeting around the table. Could the meeting be able to come up with a solution to that brat? Rosa choked. Go ahead if you dare. Fine, I'll go, and I'll bring back that brat's head and show it to you. Punk Wind Shadow. Yitsong, you. Ikara turned around and walked away, ignoring the hard-faced Rosa. The crowd shook their heads. Yitsong and Luosha's discord wasn't a day or two old. The fact that Rosa hadn't been able to clean her up wasn't due to her extremely destructive scorching transportation. Granny Chiyo sighed, then turned around. Go persuade Yitsong. She's no match for Kiryuin. Don't let the village lose another great general. After Granny Chiyo and Elder C left, the other higher-ups also left one by one, leaving a pale yellow-haired man and Rosa here. Yakashimaru whispered, Brother-in-law, should we go persuade Yakura? The corner of Rosa's mouth pursed up a cold smile. Persuade her. I can't wait for her to die now, decided. Send her to her death. Arrange for a few upper ninjas who don't submit to my discipline to follow her. All of them will go to Kiba to die. Brother-in-law. Stop nagging. Go do it. Chapter 64. Dancing back to the novice village. Kiba's 8th front. Tsunade woke up early in the morning to teach Ryun her strange powers. Since Ryun was already considered to be after Chikage, Tsunade couldn't give him nothing. So she taught Ryun the ninjutsu techniques she was good at. 30% progress in monstrous power cultivation. Ryuken's ninjutsu cultivation template was a constant reminder. Mastering the monstrous power required an extremely high level of chakra control skill. And it just so happened that Ryun's chakra control skill had reached a profound realm that even Tsunade could not compare to him. Therefore Tsunade's weird force Ryun quickly got on track. Ryun stretched out his right hand. Chakra quickly condensed in his hand, which seemed to carry the power of 1,000 pounds. A punch that could split mountains and overturn the sea. Monstrous power cultivation progress 50%. Chakra attached to parts of the body would bring about many different effects. Attachment to the feet could form an attractive force when stepping on trees, a repulsive force when on water, and sometimes a great thrusting force. A powerful impact force coalesced in Ryun's hand as he slammed his fist downward. Boom! The force of 100,000 or so pounds broke the geological layer at once. All within a 10-meter radius was shattered by the streaming clouds, indenting a large crater, and clumps of earth fluttered up in all directions. Monstrous power cultivation progress 100%. Tsunade greeted him with a beaming smile and rubbed Ryuken's hair vigorously. My weird power, you have succeeded in practicing it so quickly. I still underestimated your talent, since you were able to develop that forbidden technique that causes changes in the heavens. This chakra control skill must not be a problem. Ryuken pointed to his face and gestured to Tsunade. Do you have a reward for my successful cultivation? As if he wanted his opponent to give him a kiss. Little rascal. Tsunade pinched Ryun's cheeks and kept pulling out various shapes. The ninjutsu that was passed on to you is your reward. What other reward do you want? Ryuken looked at her lower body. Go to hell. Tsunade immediately became furious and punched Ryun in the head. Ryun was hit squarely with a stiff punch and flew backwards for several 10 meters, crashing into a large tree. I'm really using my life to die. Ryuken stood up and rubbed his groggy head. Tsunade's punch wasn't very strong, and with the recovery power of the Chitose clan plus the 9-tail chakra 2 minutes would be enough to recover. After Ryun and Tsunade had a bit of a fight, Yubari Makoto arrived with Yubari Red. Ryuken noticed that Yubari Makoto's face looked a little hard and Yubari Red had an exasperated look on her face. He quickly ran over and asked, What's wrong? Yuzuru said in exasperation. A list of passes suddenly came from above, and it took away my father's position as a guiding top shinobi. Yubiho patted Yubiho's shoulder. Don't be angry. My station in the Sarutobi family has been clearly seen, and thus there is no way that I will be allowed to mentor their eunuch anymore. Ryuken asked. Then what will you be appointed to afterward? Yuzuru said. The village is sending me to the battlefields of the Rain Country. I came here to hand Red over to you. You're strong and I want you to protect her well. Ryuken nodded solemnly. Don't worry, True Red. Uncle. I'll protect Red. Yuzuru True Red smiled, then spoke of another matter. All 3 battlefields have entered a stalemate during this period of time, and the village will be organizing a large-scale Chunin exam in order to give confidence to the citizens of the Fire Nation. When the time comes, you and Red will be on the same team, and you'll take the exam together to become a Chunin. Sand Hidden had been killed by Ryuken for so many ninja that it would take a while to recover, so it was now starting to slowly hibernate. Nakanobu exam? Ryun froze. The Nakanobu exam, he remembered that in the anime, Bandu and the others did participate in a Nakanobu exam, and Kakashi inexplicably followed suit. Tsunade's Kakken rubbed on Ryun's head and said softly, You haven't been back to the village for almost a year after being on the battlefield, so this time you'll tag along on a trip back to Kiba village. Ryuken shook his head. Why would I go back to the village? Only war can make me grow faster and faster. Peaceful days will only make me mediocre. His template was all a special upper shinobi now. Elite upper shinobi were all dirt in front of him. Is it polite to go back to the novice village and abuse the others? Tsunade's hand slowly slid from Ryun's hair to his face. She tugged and then said, "People who spend a lot of time on the battlefield develop psychopaths. That's what you are now, and that's what causes you to act strangely. Listen to me. Come back with me for a trip to properly alleviate your battlefield syndrome." Yuzuru was also beside him, gently pulling Ryuken's sleeve. "Ryuken, let's go back. Don't you want to see Bandu and Kai and the others? The three of you are very close." Ryuken's beloved Big and Small said so. He could only nod. After all, after a trip to the ninja world, he couldn't fight and kill every day. Kakashi, Bringu, and Kaide Ryun always had to get reacquainted. There was also that village, although it hid endless intrigues and plots. But that kind of peace was something that even a battlefield couldn't compare to. Above all, it was uncomfortable to pretend not to return to the village. Yuzuru laughed. Tsunade couldn't help but wipe away the corners of her mouth. And Yuzuru Makoto followed suit. Ryuken froze. Everyone was laughing. Wouldn't he look out of place if he didn't? Ha ha ha. Ryun instantly laughed his trademark two-pillars smile. Tsunade slammed her fist on Ryun's head and cursed lightly. "Why does this smile of yours give you an urge to fight?" After Yuzuru left, the ninja delivering information from the battlefield arrived and handed Tsunade a sheet. Tsunade looked at the information on it and randomly said to Ryuken, "The higher-ups of the village are interested in you. They want to see your blood succession limit boundary. This is just in time. Go back to the village." Ryuken nodded and glanced at the place he had been guarding for almost a month, where he had raised his template from Nakinen to Special Upper Ninja. Too many people had died at his hands, and he had seen all kinds of ninja. Some were murderous, some were cowardly, some were calm, some were reckless. This place was sort of a part of him growing up. Chapter 65, Kastoma Castle. Let's go. Back to Kiba Village. After Tsunade left with Ryun and Yuzuru, the ninja hidden in the shadows quickly went to report to Shimura Aseo. Shimura Aseo said to Yuta, "Your tracking ability is good. Follow them." Yuta nodded. After Yuta left, Shimura Aseo wrote something unknown on the table. Afterward, he placed a note in the bamboo tube of the messenger little shinobi hawk. The little shinobi eagle flew outward, its position coincidentally in the direction of the sand-hidden front line. "Tsunade Kiryuin, I'm going to let you die." It took Ryuken and the others 2 hours to reach the Konoha camp. Tsunade also had to bring Kato Break's niece, Shizune, with her so that the other would return to the village to take the Chunin exam as well. The Konoha camp appeared extremely quiet, and like Yuzuru said, it was now in a strategic stalemate and would be calm for a long time. Shizune was in the camp washing the sick people's clothes. She was wearing a black fishing net dress, and her small hands were gently rubbing the blue and white hospital gown. Randomly, she fumed for a moment. Ryuken had been gone for almost 3 weeks now. I wonder how he's doing now? He was still just a lower ninja. What should he do when he met the upper ninja of Sand Hidden? Should have listened to her in the first place, let her stab a bitu and lie down for a month or two. How good should it be? And in her daze, she instead failed to notice Ryuken standing in front of her. "Shizune!" "Ah!" The sudden voice startled Shizune, and she immediately stood up to see the visitor. The upper body was dressed in white long sleeves, with a black cloth looped around his waist and tied with a very thick belt. The lower body was ninja shorts, and most importantly the face was that of Ryuken, who she hadn't seen after 3 weeks. Shizune woke up with a start. "Ryun, you're still alive?" Ryun pinched her small, somewhat babyish face. "You're that anxious for me to die, aren't you?" Shizune's head shook into a wave drum. "No, no." Shizune suddenly saw the 2 people behind Ryun and was surprised. "Tsunade-sensei, Red." Tsunade smiled softly and slowly approached Shizune, rubbing her head. "Little Shizune, you haven't suffered here, have you?" Shizune shook her head strongly. "No, this is just a place to engage in logistics. Usually the hardest work is just taking care of the sick until the big night. It's no better than Ryuken killing on the front line." Shizune asked again, "Tsunade-sensei, why did you come to the front line?" "You are not." Her Tsunade-sensei had stayed in the village because she was suffering from blood phobia. Tsunade glanced at Ryuken and said softly, "I'll tell you afterward. We're going back to the village. I came to bring you with me. This time for the Nakanobu exams. I want the 3 of you to be on a team and take the Nakanobu exams together." "Chunin exam?" Shizune recited, then shook her head. I can't do it. I haven't even killed a single person. How can I become a qualified Nakanin? Ryun comforted. What are you afraid of? When the time comes, I'll be on a team with you and directly guarantee that you too pass the Nakanabu exam. Shizen looked at Ryun's confident expression and her heart followed suit. Then she nodded. If I'm with Ryun, I believe it will be fine. A hard voice rang out. Immortal Ryun. There was only one person who could say the name Ryugen boast, and that was Xuan Saburo, who had bragged with Ryugen. Only to see Fanshuang Sanlang dragging a one-armed, very surprised looking at Lu Yun, as if he was surprised that the other party was still alive. He had packed up the clothes that Ryun had worn, dug a grave and buried it, and even offered incense twice. Now that the other party was still alive, could it be that the Sarutobi family hadn't contributed? Shigezaburo, eyes sharp, immediately looked at people cannot leave the eyes of Tsunade, cannot help but read out, Tsunade Princess. Tsunade is the dream girl of many old men in Kiba village. Shigezaburo was also one of them. Shigezaburo immediately averted his eyes. He was afraid that if he took one more deep look he would be killed by this female Tyrannosaurus Rex. At the same time, he thought to himself, Princess Tsunade stood behind Ryun, proving that the other party knew each other, and if Princess Tsunade was there to protect Ryun, he believed that the Sarutobi family wouldn't act rashly. Ryun said hello to Shigesaburo and followed Tsunade and the others. Shigesaburo looked at Ryun's departure and froze. He always felt that Ryun's temperament had changed drastically compared to a month ago. That kind of aura Shigesaburo had only ever felt on powerful ninjas. In the sand-hidden camp, Rosa silently looked at the information sent over by the little ninja hawk. Next to him, Yakashimaru was a bit worried. Kiba won't be a fraud, right? Rosa shook his head. This Shimura family's line won't be false. They've already cooperated with me several times. Go give the information to Yakura and the others. I can't stop them if they want to die. Brother-in-law, I still don't think we can do this to Yakura. Scram! When Rosa let out a stern roar, Yakashimaru bumbled out of the house and gave the information in his hand to Yitsong. Yakura looked at one of the routes in his hand and sneered. Is this that brat's route back to the village? Yakashimaru nodded, followed by a somewhat worried voice. Yes, there is also Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas. Among them, Yakura, you'd better not go. And Kiryuin is very strong. Dozens of upper ninjas couldn't take him, and he even killed him back. Yakura grunted. Didn't the intelligence ninja that day find out that Tsunade suffers from blood phobia? It proves she's useless, and Kiryuin, I don't believe he's that strong. It must be a falsehood. My scorching transportation is going to see him for a long time. As they sped through the jungle, Ryun suddenly asked Tsunade, how long until the Nakanoshu exam? Tsunade replied without looking back, about a month to go. From the Kiba village to the sand-hidden village, it would take 3 days for the ninja to get there by traveling at a brisk pace all the way. It would take at least 2 days for them to hoof it back to Konoha from Kawanakuni. There was still a month before the Chunin exam started. Then Ryukin wasn't in a hurry. He stopped and said, slow down. What's the point of going so busy? I haven't seen the land of fire properly yet. Can we go to the big city along the way to have some fun? According to Ryukin's understanding of Naruto in his previous life, some places in the shinobi world could even catch up to Earth. There were computers, wireless headsets, surveillance, but just no holy sword cell phones. Tsunade stopped. Yuzuru and Shizen were also looking forward to it. They were all children who grew up in the village and hadn't had the chance to play in the big city of the land of fire yet. After all, they were 3 children who were attached to the novelty of the outside. Tsunade thought to herself. She nodded. All right, let's just take you guys to Kastoma Castle for a bit. Ryukin had battlefield syndrome and was psychologically perverted. Tsunade hoped that the novelties would bring back his childlike innocence. After entering the land of fire, another 10 or so kilometers of sprinting was Rustum Castle. Next to Kastoma Castle is Kastoma Mountain, which is one of the biggest danger spots in the western battlefield of the land of fire. Once the enemy breaks through the Rustum Mountain, after the thousands of kilometers of wilderness cannot be defended, it can be fast and furious to hit the Kiba village. I believe that in a few months the sand-hidden village will also implement such a strategy. The title Ryukin have thought about it. Shocked that the tiny sand-hidden actually launched a blitzkrieg against Kiba, Ryun and his group went to Rustum City. The city was huge and filled with all sorts of eye candy. Ryun even saw many technological products, a movie theater, an opera house, and a foot-washing city. The technology of the shinobi world was not penniless, with the Thunder Country having the highest degree of technology. After all, it specialized in electricity. Later in life, they even came up with a chakra cannon, ready to blow up the moon. Many things here are not seen in the Kiba village. The ninja village is after all a hidden village, hidden in the deep mountains and old forests, but not compared to the developed big cities. Kastoma City seems to be very lively. Outside the ninja fight to the death, in the world of ordinary people instead cannot set off a wave. Ninja world, said the world of ninja. Ninja in the Naruto world base is very small. The most important is the 5 villages. The entire village of young and old ninjas together added up to just over 100,000. Ryun put his hand out to Tsunade, who froze. What do you want? Money, of course. Where are we going to play without it? Tsunade bristled. Money? I've got a buttload of debt on me, and I'm giving you money. Chapter 66. The Bushido version of 72 changes. Ryukin suddenly realized Tsunade's title of Fat Sheep. She almost always lost every time she gambled, and I'm sure the time she was muddling through the village was not without gambling, and she was burdened with a lot of debt. Ryun recognized his situation again. Tsunade had dragged him into the Chikage family as a complete pitfall, with nothing, and he would have to deal with the door-to-door debt collectors with her in the future. Lu Yun then laughed a little. In the middle of the system's exchange space, currency is the most worthless thing. A little experience value can be exchanged for tens of thousands of taels, equivalent to a few $1,000s. As for whether it will cause inflation, it is none of his wooden Lu Yun's business. Devaluation is also devaluation of the money in the hands of Kakuto. Lu Yun immediately exchanged the currency commonly used in the ninja world, and rummaged through the bag of endurance. A large collapse, a full 100,000 taels, converted into the yuan of the previous life, is also $6,000. Tsunade's eyes immediately straightened, staring intently at Ryun's money. Where did you get the money? Of course, it was received on the battlefield. On the battlefield? A ninja has to carry money when fighting on the battlefield? Don't care about so many details. Ryugen gave Tsunade one of the 1,000 pieces and took out the third part of Boss Ma's heir. In the future, if you don't have any money, come to me. I, Kiritsugu Ryugen, have plenty of money. Bragging. Tsunade snatched all of Ryun's money with one hand. I'm your sister now, all your money is mine. She pulled out about 20 of them and gave them to Ryun. Take it and play with it. Lu Yun was speechless. You woman, even robbing a child of my money. I wonder what else you wouldn't dare to do in the future? Less nagging, you took so much advantage at my place. This is my compensation for taking it back. Lu Yun skimmed his lips and said with some flowery mouth. Didn't you say you owe a buttload of debt? Yeah. What's wrong? Tsunade nodded. Ryun's words were not unreasonable. Then after I help you pay off the debt on you, are you going to listen to me from now on? Junior. Ghost. Tsunade slammed her fist. Ryun dodged it and immediately took Shizune and Yuzuru to go shopping. Tsunade, this woman, took his money and definitely took it to gamble. Yuzuru somewhat complained about Ryun's rudeness in front of Tsunade, picking up his ears. Ryun, you can't be that rude to Tsunade-sama in the future. She'll have to protect you in the future. If she gets angry, there won't be anyone left to protect you? Fine, agreed Ryun to the girl. Yuzuru Red's eyes were sharp, and she suddenly pointed at a nearby one selling strings of sugar gourds. Loon, I want that one. She took Ryun's hand and quickly ran off. Ryun quickly ran forward and handed the candy cane in front of Shizune. Here you go, Shizune. Shizune looked at the beautiful Ryun with his ebony hair and froze, reaching out her hand to take the candy cane. Ryun took her other hand. Don't stay. I'll buy you anything you want. Shizune gently tasted the sugar gourd, and for a split second a sugary flavor entered her heart. Yuzuru looked curiously at the large group of people gathered in front again. What are they doing? Ryun pulled the two girls forward quickly, then dropped their hands and watched the action together. Boom! The sound of white smoke exploding softly rang out, and there was a wandering ninja that kept changing in the center of the street. At times it changed into a monkey, at times it changed into a rooster, changing in 1,000 different ways, causing the people around them to keep applauding. Pa. Yuzuru shook her head. What did I expect? It's just a simple transformation technique. Transformation jutsu was the most basic jutsu of the ninja school. It could be described as an illusionary jutsu, but it was a real illusionary jutsu that could be seen by all. It was actually a use of the jutsu to distort light, a layer of mirage-like illusion. A very low-level jutsu, experienced ninjas are able to judge the authenticity. Not as good as Shadow Split, the change of Shadow Split is real. Not only could it turn into a real chakra person, but even the clothes, ninja swords, and weapons that came with the main body could be changed, and it even had the original killing power. As Ryukin looked at the wandering ninja who was using the transformation technique, a huge inspiration suddenly arose in his mind. Since he could use his shadow doppelganger to turn into real objects, why should he limit himself to his human form? Become Tsunade, become a grown-up Yuzuru, Shizen. I'm a traveler le. Thoughts don't get assimilated by the natives. Gotta indulge. Pa! But Luyun slapped himself violently. Messing with his chakra always felt weird. All crossed over and opened up, but still so pussy. Shame on the industry of travelers. Ryun tried not to veer his thoughts towards shielding. He could use the nature of the shadow doppelganger becoming real to turn into many things, such as food, clothes, play, ride, even to the point of making himself into a small bird that could soar in the sky, a giant dragon that breathed boundless flames. Wouldn't this be an alternative 72 changes? I, Mu Luyun, will not play Naruto as a Western journey, and someday go to Mount Hwagwa to be the king of the mountain, and snatch the name of the four-tailed son Wukong. He as a Chi Tian de Sheng, in the world of ninja as a mixed demon king. Or he can be the Tang monk himself and Tsunade and the girls as white dragon horses. Wait. Drama is not nonsense, adaptation is not nonsense. The more Ryun thought about it, the more inspired he became, and gradually fell into his own world of contemplation, being pulled by the two girls dully to go to other places to play. Luyun immediately entered the system space and elaborated on the inspiration he just had. The system replied, "The host's inspiration is not infeasible, but maintaining a perfect form consumes a huge amount of chakra, and the control of chakra has to be taken to the next level. Even the form you want to transform into has to be included and familiarized with the structure before it can be transformed perfectly. Trying to transform into a non-humanoid form required chakra to be maintained all the time, and ninjas didn't have a lot of chakra, so who would be stupid enough to keep releasing their chakra non-stop? And it was also dangerous. Once the chakra was overused and depleted, one could die. But it didn't work for Lu Yun. His chakra was almost endless. Even if it was depleted and died, he could be revived to do it again. System. Tell me, can I develop this jutsu? Yes. As per the host's request, the developed jutsu is under the Forbidden Arts, and requires the exchange of a Forbidden Arts development card, and the host to increase his chakra control to 500%. At the same time, familiarize yourself with the changing nature of the yang attribute. No problem. Lu Yun immediately complied. He spent 1,000 points to raise his chakra control to 500%, and the yang attribute chakra nature change also went up. With his chakra control raised to this realm, it was as if Ryun had reached a different realm. His chakra control could not be compared to even some shadow class ninjas. He even felt like he was able to release chakra lines and was able to control others with ease. It was like an alternative tentacle monster. On Ryun's development template, many jutsu had changed from one-handed sealing to seal-less jutsu. To prove that Ryun would stop playing with ninjutsu and start playing with magic in the future. The template was Dumbledore, but with his immortality, Voldemort was going to be a bit more. And Lu Yun doesn't even need a wand. Ringing his finger, shouting what comes, the template is a low-profile version of the Exterminator. Chapter 67 Lu Yun 100 Changes Song Ing Change. More importantly, the change in the nature of the yang attribute. Yin and yang attributes are very mysterious attributes, and the change in the nature of both is a secret technique, like the Nara clan's secret technique of shadow, the Akimichi clan's technique of multiplication. There was also the Yamanaka clan's heart-turning technique, and even the higher-level yin-yang transportation, the Six Paths Black Rod, and the Heavenly Zephyr Spear. Among them, what Ryuin valued the most was the Akimichi clan's partial multiplication technique. Why? Knowing it all. Yang attribute, the power of yang that uses the bodily energy of the division's life as the source, empowering the life in the form. Simply put, the yang attribute could enhance Ryun's change art by more than one level. Without much thought, Lu Yun quickly spent another 5,000 points to exchange the Forbidden Art development card, this time directly spending his entire experience value. Yesterday's Fire Escape Explosive Inflammation Dragon King also belonged to the Forbidden Arts by definition, but it only belonged to the Forbidden Arts in terms of power. In fact, the development of the principle was not up to the level of the Forbidden Arts. This time, the 72 changes was really a Forbidden Art level art. Lu Yun immediately asked the system to use the Forbidden Art development card. System. Help me develop a forbidden jutsu that can turn me into anything real. Detecting that the host has the basic conditions on the jutsu development card, the use of the forbidden jutsu development card is successful. Jutsu development begins. Development progress 1%. Development progress 10%. Development progress 50%. Development progress 100%. Since the host's forbidden jutsu is a growth-type jutsu, It requires the host to complete the inclusion of morphing objects. To put it simply, Ryukin needed to copy the object to be morphed. After all, what was changed by imagination alone was too one-sided, with too much coding and not enough frames. Forbidden technique developed successfully. Please name the host. Ryun thought carefully and wanted to call it a 72 changes, but felt that it was too low and not powerful enough, so he named it, let's call it Secret Art Cloud Flow 100 Changes. Originally, he wanted to call it Flowing Cloud 100 Changes, but he changed it to Cloud Stream. Host's naming is successful. The Forbidden Art Cloud Stream 100 Changes is included in the Forbidden Art file. The Cloud Stream 100 Changes technique slowly circulated in Ryukyu's mind. The way to form seals, chakra operation, and chakra circulation paths, as well as more complicated ones, transformation formulas, gravimetric formulas, dynamics formulas, structural formulas, and the periodic table of elements. Ryukin rubbed his head in pain. This jutsu involved the world, and even popularized the truth of structural transformations between molecules of matter and elemental changes. Seeing this, Yuzuru gently rubbed Ryun's head. Ryun, what's wrong with you? Does your head hurt? Nothing. Ryun shook his head. A large amount of information poured into his head in an instant. His brain almost erupted into a revolution to overthrow him, the brutal host. Lightly gasping for a few breaths, the pallor on Liu Yun's face slowly faded away. He slowly opened his eyes, the light of the world's truth lingering in his eyes. The current him was as if his intelligence had sublimated. Looking at the things around him unconsciously took on the formulas of physics. Liu Yun secretly opened his white eyes, and his eyes kept scanning the structure of Yuzuru while a voice in the system rang out. Ninja Yuzuru 3-dimensional structure scanning commencing. 1%, 2%, 20%, 50%, 100%. Ninja Yuzuru transforms her body to include the forbidden art of Yunryu 100 Changes souvenir scroll. Wanting to turn into a more realistic appearance required the inclusion of a model of the changing body, so that the chakra would simulate the physical characteristics of the opponent. Ryujin immediately formed an unsealed seal of the transformation technique, and with a bang, white smoke rang out. A person identical to Yuzuru stepped out of the white smoke. Yuzuru was puzzled as she looked at Ragugumo, who looked just like her. Ragugumo, why did you use your transformation technique? And turning into me? Ryun looked at himself in the mirror. With long soft black hair, big red eyes, and a round face that looked extremely cute. He couldn't help but reveal a hint of an evil smile as the red Yuzuru in the mirror looked extremely odd. This technique of change was different from the technique of transformation, which was maintained for a short period of time and would change back when subjected to a slight attack. Ragugumo's Cloud Stream 100 Changes jutsu was real. All the changes were formed by chakra, and even within the body, the chakra mimicked the structural features of Yuzuru. Only when Ryugin's chakra ran out, or when the circulation of chakra was violently disturbed, would he change back to his original form. Get bigger! Ryugin ran the jutsu as Yubari and Shizun gazed in amazement. Ryukin's transformed Yuzuru slowly grew larger, his height jumping to over 1.6 meters in a flash. Her black hair was silky smooth, her right side shut with tender arms. She wore a red and white silk cloth dress, and her red eyes seemed to be able to seduce the soul, sexy as fire. The whole person was like a knowing royal lady. Yubari Red circled around Ryugin several times. Ryugin! Is this what I grew up to be like? Ryuin didn't say anything. With this beauty's body speaking, his words would instantly fall apart. So beautiful! Shizun was a little envious. The youth red was derived from the teenage red mold and was especially beautiful and attractive. Ryukin looked at himself in the mirror and secretly sighed. The grown-up Yuzuru Red is really beautiful and touching. It's a pity to follow Asma. So he's not polite. Unraveling technique. Ryun made a seal and transformed himself back. Ryun didn't want to change into a human right now. He wanted to find an animal to try and looked around. Woof! A dog barking caught Ryun's attention. Ryun turned his eyes to look as a noblewoman walked by holding a small yellow dog. Ryun hurriedly averted his eyes. He had been a dog for more than 20 years in his previous life. He couldn't turn into a dog again in this life. Chirp! A white-headed eagle flew by in the sky. Liu Yun's eyes lit up, picking up a stone on the ground and hitting it. The eagle fell from the sky. Liu Yun made a violent instantaneous leap and grabbed the pale eagle with one hand. The white eyes opened and kept scanning its structure. 3-dimensional structure scan of the small raptor Tsonging has begun. Progress 1%. Progress 10%. Progress 50%. Progress 100%. Small raptor eagle transformation body inclusion successful. Ryukin stroked the head of that Songing, and the chakra belonging to the Senju clan slowly gentled the area where it had just been attacked. The pale eagle felt the gentleness of Ryun's chakra and slowly settled down. After recovering, the pale eagle affectionately arched Ryun's hand, and was then thrown upwards by Ryun. Chirp! The hawk pranced through the sky, the eagle patrolling the 9 heavens. How free and easy it was. A confident smile was immediately wiped on Ryun's face. His hands formed a seal, and his massive chakra rumbled with a layer of blue aura. Cloud stream 100 changes eagle change. With a bang, the white smoke dispersed, and Luyun transformed into a giant eagle. A pair of wings spread out to a width of 5 meters, and from the talons to the eagle's head was about 3 meters tall. Didn't Luyun always say that he was the son of a pale eagle? After all, drama was not nonsense, and today he was going to truly fulfill his promise. Turning into a true eagle, soaring above the dome, overlooking the Ru. Look over there. Someone has turned into a big eagle. The people above the street who had just been watching the wandering ninja transform all turned around and looked at the huge eagle that was Luyun. It's really like an eagle, with a strong aura. What just like? That's it. A murderous aura. That wandering ninja's face went white. It seemed that he had met a tough opponent to steal his job. Yuzuru and Shizun ran over suspiciously, looking up at the divine hawk. The white head and black feathers, the eagle's eyes transmitted. Yuzuru was the first to ask, Ryugen, just turned me? Now you're turning into an eagle again. Change back. Ryugen bowed his head. The forbidden art cloud stream 100 transformations could be more than that simple. It even copied the eagle's eagle eyes. An eagle's optic nerve was 6 or 7 times that of a human's, seeing things very carefully, and even this vision could be superimposed with white eyes to get a field of vision more than 10 kilometers away. Shizun gently stroked the fluffy fur of the streaming clouds. So real. This doesn't seem to be a mere transformation technique. Shizun gently pulled out a feather. Without the subsequent supply of chakra, the feather slowly dissipated into the air. Phew! Ryuken's wings spread out, and he jerked to his feet, flapping his wings. Once upon a time Ryuken had longed for the secret art of flight. He had even thought about redeeming the ultralight heavy rock art, as well as the peacock wonderful technique of the star-hidden village, but now he didn't need to, he could simulate animal flight. Chapter 68, Untitled. Quick look, quickly look. He's flying. The curious eyes of the surrounding onlookers kept staring at Luyun. Quicksilver lunged towards the sky, his wings flapping the air as his streamlined body received an upward force in the air. He quickly flew into the sky. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters. Luyun looked down. The entire city was in his eagle eyes. This is what it feels like to be in full flight. Dominating the skies, the earth prostrating under my feet. This kind of smoothness not only wanted to make Ryuin wave a few times, he screamed when he said he would. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sound of the hawk's high chirping spread throughout the city, and in a shadowed area, Yakura wore a large hood, followed by several upper ninjas. They looked at the sky in disbelief, and Yakura asked, An eagle this big is only found in the Valley of the Eagle in the Land of Wind, right? The partner next to him shook his head. Not sure. Let's go. Let's continue the mission and deal with Princess Tsunade first. The hawk chirped and Ryuken made a sharp turn, playing tricks in the sky, flying sideways, backward, turning, climbing upwards and swooping downwards. Quicksilver flapped his wings joyfully in the air, like a dancing bird. From then on, he stood above the sky. This time, when he returned to the village, he was still afraid of the intrigues in the village anymore, and when anyone tried to turn on him or seal him, he immediately turned into a hawk and fled. Below, Yuzuru and Shizun's eyes were filled with amazement, and the two of them looked at each other. Ryugumo can fly? Ryugen can actually fly. Ryukumo. Ryukumo. The two waved their hands from below. Ryukumo's eagle eyes saw it easily as he made a downward dive, bringing up a cloud of gale force winds to blow the crowd away. Ryun's claws gently grabbed Yuzuru and Shizun's backs. With a subsequent pick, he placed them both on his back. The two girls gripped Ryun's fluffy fur and began to be too scared to open their eyes as Ryun slowly flew parallel to the air, which wasn't moving so violently. The two girls opened their eyes and the freedom of the sky instantly opened its arms to them both. Yuzuru's red eyes were filled with little stars and she laughed happily and openly. Ryuin, Ryuin, We're flying, yeah. Shizen's eyes also curved up. Flying, a dream inherited in the blood of mankind. The heart of every person who is free in the sky becomes very clear. Yuzuru grabbed the white feathers at Ragugumo's neck and pointed to a place. Go there! Go there! With a glide, Ryugen flew towards the place Yuzuru said. Below was an open-air circus, and Ryun just quietly flapped his wings and hovered in the sky as the two girls watched the clowns perform below. One of Ryuken's eagle eyes suddenly noticed a thick smoke in the city. At a casino in Rustum City, Tsunade had been killed and disgraced, and was in debt again. The owner of the casino looked at the sexy, beautiful Tsunade with lust in his eyes. Little beauty, after losing so much money, let's use you to pay off the debt. Seek death. Tsunade's eyes were furious. A heavy punch downward. In a flash, the whole casino was collapsed down by her. This is what happens when an ordinary person drives at Tsunade. Tsunade slowly walked out from the rubble and patted the dust on her hands. Daring to say such things to me, you really don't know how to die. Suddenly, several figures surrounded Tsunade as they flipped the hoods on their heads to reveal the sand-hidden village's forehead protector. One of them, Yakura, was in the lead and smiled coldly at Tsunade. Princess Tsunade, please come back to the sand-hidden village with us. Tsunade's mouth turned away and said disdainfully, just with you guys? Yakura smiled indifferently, then bit on his finger and blood dripped out. Tsunade saw the red blood, her eyes darkened violently, and she slowly knelt down. Princess Tsunade, your information has leaked. Yakura sneered, and then proceeded to order those beside him. Tie her back up. Princess Tsunade of Konoha. This is a big fish. A sand ninja with short hair sneered. Kiba has fallen too. To reveal the whereabouts of Tsunade, one of the three ninjas. To us, the sand ninjas. A sand ninja with a few shades of gloom in his eyes laughed softly. That village's political struggles are the most intense of the 5 great powers. The somber sand ninja walked forward, one hand cupping at his chin as he carefully surveyed Tsunade. The face was beautiful. A beige and white cloth coat outlined that hot figure, and the shine at her chest made it impossible for lust to rise from her heart. Sand ninja violently throat-rolled a little. In addition to Yikara Gatsura, dry desert of the wind where has seen this kind of beauty? The most beautiful female ninja in Konoha. How beautiful! The brooding sand ninja's hand reached forward full of desire, looking to touch Tsunade's bravado. Disgusting! Yitsong indifferently stepped forward and slapped the sand ninja's face, directly slapping that sand ninja's face with a 5-finger red mark. The sand ninja's pupils lightened a few points, but were replaced by a surge of anger. Yitsong, what are you doing? Yakura's condescending brown eyes were filled with a cold color. Waste of space who only thinks with his lower body. Don't show such a disgusting expression in front of me. Yakura, you. The brooding sand ninja looked at Yakura angrily. Yitsong's condescension in the village was not something to be trifled with, and this woman's arrogance was such that even the wind shadow did not give her face. Yitsong ignored the brooding sand ninja and instead said loudly, don't act quickly. This is in the territory of the fire country. Chirp, a huge hawk swept through the sky and swooped downward in an instant. One of the sand-hidden special top ninja's eyes were sharp, and he immediately shouted, watch out! Fire escape multiple fire forest cannon. Ryuken descended from the sky on the wind, his eagle beak emitting fire lin cannons ceaselessly. The fire lin cannons he fired were very delicate, each one released in Tsunade's periphery without harming Tsunade for a single moment. Boom, 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 boom. The fire forest cannon kept exploding. The dirt and debris on the ground was blown into the sky, rolling up black smoke. White eyes open. Ryugen opened his white eyes and found the chakra belonging to Tsunade in the midst of the thick smoke. It was soft, as if it carried a thrill. Ryun's wings curled and swept through a channel of thick smoke. Claws reached out and grabbed Tsunade's shoulders, and with a flip of his figure he put her on his eagle's back. Tsunade-sensei? Tsunade-sama? Shizune and Yuzuru held Tsunade tightly, not letting Tsunade, who was caught up in her fear of blood, fall off Ryuken's back. Hold on tight. I'm going to accelerate. Ryuken's wings released wind attribute chakra and leant backward, slicing through the pitch-black fog, followed by white clouds and a clear sky. Chapter 69, Hands Up. Wind transportation, great breakthrough. One of the top ninjas in the sand hidden made use of the wind transportation, and a large whirlwind blew away all the thick smoke. Yakura clenched his fists, his brown eyes looking up at the hawk flying in the sky. swift as the wind, but aggressive as fire. A psychic beast? Isn't Princess Tsunade's psychic beast a slug? A sand ninja beside her shook his head, then analyzed. I've never heard of anyone in Konoha whose psychic beast is an eagle, and an eagle capable of releasing fire. This kind of fire escape that can be released quickly and explode? Well, it's very much like the flames of the wood stream cloud. Could this psychic beast be that brat's? Hearing the words of the sand-hidden upper ninja, the other sand ninja stood on guard. They said on their lips that Ryun was a lower ninja brat, and when they really encountered it, their hearts couldn't help but feel a little more heavy. Those tombstones of martyrs in sand-hidden were the naked proof. The sand-hidden who died in his hands were almost 300 or so. Even the coffin of the frontline commander, Yumekita, was ready, just waiting to find someone to carry it. Humph! Yikara snorted coldly. She was a blood relay limitation ninja. The power of the scorched transportation was so strong that the misty hidden village had truly experienced it. Do not believe in rumors. Do not spread rumors. What fire cloud evil god? What undead ninja? Shi-Yitsong today will vaporize him into a stream of dried clouds. Summon the psychic beast. Give chase. Psychic jutsu. The sand-hidden ninja immediately bit his fingers and made a seal, and white smoke emerged from a huge gray hawk hanging in midair. Leaf Kurama led the sand-hidden ninja to jump onto the gray eagle's back and ran off in the direction of Ryuken's flight. Chirp! The sound of the eagle's cry was like a blast of air, and Ryun heard it clearly. Thousands of meters behind him, White Eyes saw Yitsong and their trail. At the same time, Ryun was measuring the amount of chakra on them, 4 upper ninjas and 3 special upper ninjas. One of the upper ninjas' chakra was very special. It was thicker than the other upper ninjas' amount of chakra, with a flavor of burning flames. It was an elite upper ninja or a very special elite upper ninja. Ryuken had just seen it on the sky where he saved Tsunade, with 2 hair colors, a pill head tied in the back, and that sexy outfit that exposed her spine. This should be the sand-hidden scorch envoy Yakura. Yitsong's appearance was very recognizable. That cyan-colored pill head was especially conspicuous, with a hairpin attached to it. Ryuken shook his head to keep himself straight. There was a bit of strangeness in his mind. Hadn't the sand-hidden been scared of being killed by him yet, and still dared to send people to die? Or did Yakura offend the top brass of the sand-hidden village? The other party sent her to deliver her head. Combined with this woman's experience of being pitched to death by the sand-hidden higher-ups later on, she was largely sold out by sand-hidden, and sent herself here to Ryukian as soon as she packed herself up. It seemed that no matter which village, there was always no shortage of shady village cadres in the village. Since the sand-hidden village had kindly allowed their people to come to Ryun to die, Ryun couldn't be cold to the other party either. With a thought in his mind, a cloud of smoke exploded from the side. Also a white-headed black eagle, a shadow doppelganger of Lu Yun. The secret technique Cloud Stream 100 Changes was also superimposed on the shadow doppelganger's body. Ryugen flipped over, Yuzuru and the girls screamed in fear, and by the time they opened their eyes they had landed on another eagle. Ryuken did a big flip towards the sky and flew towards where the sand cane was chasing them, while ordering to the shadow fractal. Find a hidden place to put them down. Got it, Chief. The shadow doppelganger nodded and immediately flew towards an alley corner in the city. The streaming cloud's wings flapped back with force, fanning out a cloud of stormy wind, as if black lightning had cut through the clouds. Playing air combat, who was lightning drift cloud afraid of? Yitsong saw the approaching Ryukian and formed a seal with both hands, immediately gathering a fiery red fireball on his hands, like a small sun. Scorched transportation over steam kill. Ryuken's eagle eyes saw it and immediately realized that it was the scorched transportation belonging to Yitsong. A blood relay limit boundary formed by the combination of a change in the nature of the wind and fire attribute chakras. The temperature of the flames was so high that it could even vaporize the moisture in the opponent's body once it came into contact with them. Yitsong angrily shouted, "Go to hell!" Yitsong's scorch escape was instantaneous, and at this speed of attack, Ryugen would have been able to dodge it with an upward climb. But he didn't. Liu Yun's experience value was all consumed. It was time to replenish it. Scorched Recluse Fireball flew. In Yitsong's unbelievable eyes, Liu Yun opened the eagle beak. A mouth bite down Yitsong's Scorched Recluse. He levitated in the air, spitting out human words, and his wings even compared to a V. Crunchy, chicken wing flavored. Over the top, the scorched transportation quickly erupted in Ryukian's stomach, and the immense heat directly drained the moisture from his entire body. Ryuin couldn't control the Cloud Stream 100 Changes technique, and with a bang he changed back to his original form. Now, the sand cane finally saw his true form, and someone immediately shouted out, "It's Wooden Luyun! Everyone be careful! Fire Cloud Evil God!" Ryugen's heart was enraged. Fire Cloud Evil God. He would have to get rid of this name one day, he couldn't let it haunt his hair. Ding! You have been killed by Upper Ninja Yi Kara using Scorch Escape. Experience value plus 400. Yi Kara was an elite upper ninja, and with the blood succession limitation boundary attached to it, her strength could even be comparable to that of a shadow. Ryugen had developed a great interest in this woman, in person as well as in art. After Ryugen was resurrected, a pair of black eagle's wings emerged from his back. Since he could turn into an eagle with his entire body, there was nothing wrong with bringing along a pair of wings, right? Yitsong gazed intently at the teenager suspended in the sky, baring his chest, his waist ringed with a black belt, and black wings growing from his back. Just from this image alone, he knew that he was not an ordinary person. Yitsong cursed, "Damn, this guy is a flying ninja. It wasn't mentioned in the intelligence. Air combat ninjas were the toughest of the ninjas, able to fight and escape. The right to fight first was completely in their hands." Although Yitsong and the others also had a flying ninja beast, the Gray Eagle was only a substitute, not as mobile as the Ryun. Yitsong was not that trusting of the sand hidden hierarchy and felt that they had punked them. In fact, Ryun had just mastered flight. A special shinobi of the sand hidden saw Ryun and without much ado, immediately removed a large roller scroll from his back. Ryun's eyes saw it and frowned. The sand hidden had learned the hard way, and squads were starting to be paired with ceiling ninjas. So can we still have fun in the future? The straw yellow paper came at him like a snake, and with a flutter of his wings, Ryuken flipped over in the sky, dodging the scroll's wrapping. With that, one finger was aimed at the ceiling ninja of sand hidden. "Don't move! Raise your hands!" That ceiling ninja's pupils shrunk when he saw the point of fire in Ryun's hand. From the information, this was Kiryuin's fastest fire dots. Possessing wind-like casting characteristics and the ability to explode, the ceiling ninja immediately turned around, not listening to Ryun's bull at all. Fire transportation fire Lin cannon. The fire forest cannon was fired instantly, and the sealed ninja was too close to Ryun to dodge it. Dodge! The sand ninja with short hair pushed the sealed ninja away. Chapter 70. Spiral Maru Hooch Head, 1000-bird millennium kill. The fire liner cannon came like the wind, and the short-haired sand ninja instantly had one of his arms blown off. "Is it all right? Junpei?" Sand ninja Junpei's eyes were filled with bitterness. This brat is too difficult to deal with, worthy of being the fire cloud evil god who killed from thousands of sand-hidden armies. The ceiling ninja let out a low, dark curse. "Rosa just wants us to come and die. Be careful what you say, we still have Yakura. She has scorching transportation. Damn brat." Yitsong cursed, and once again condensed a Scorch Escape fireball in his hand. Scorch Escape over Steam Kill. Seeing Yitsong's fireball, Luyun made an instantaneous appearance and crashed directly on top of the fireball. "Ding! You have been killed by Upper Ninja Yitsong using Scorch Transportation. Experience value plus 380. Yitsong was instantly puzzled. It seemed like her fireball was only sent halfway. How did Mu Luyun crash into it? This person, it seems like he likes to be killed, After Luyun resurrected, more than a dozen hand swords instantly flew. He did not dodge and did not flash. Let those hand swords inserted into his body. By the way, a wave of straw boat to borrow a sword, the hand swords into the system space. Yitsong immediately commanded, "No." Just like what the intelligence said, physical attacks are ineffective against him. Use seals. The three upper ninjas guarded the left and right of the ceiling ninja, alert to Ryun's actions, while the ceiling ninja opened his scroll, ready to seal off Ryun at the first opportunity. Yitsong slapped the giant gray eagle at his feet, which opened its mouth and released a wind blade from its giant beak. Swoosh! The wind blade passed through the streaming clouds and gave him another roughly 100 or so experience points. "It's now!" Yitsong yelled at the sealed ninja. The ceiling ninja nodded his head, and the scroll in his hand was quickly released as if it was a white python strangling its prey. "Trying to seal me? With your unimpressive sealing techniques." The flowing cloud in the white smoke laughed softly, and with a flap of its wings and 2 rotations, it escaped the capture of the scroll. Conventional sealing techniques were useless against a speed-type ninja like him. Even with the ghoul sealing, Ryun would still use flight to leave. Could be said that as long as he didn't wave, sealing arts wouldn't be his weakness. But it seems like waves are Ryun's biggest weakness. Damn. His recovery speed is too fast. Itsong clenched his showy fists. A sharp sound of wind resounded in the hearts of the crowd as a black shadow swept through the air. Nanasuk, watch out! Ryuan's target was the sand ninja with gloomy eyes, but unfortunately, the reminder of the sand ninja companion was already too late. Ryuan's flight combined with the superimposition of the nine-tailed chakra. That kind of speed could not be captured by the naked eye at all. Ryuan's eyes were filled with indifference. Just now, you made a move on Tsunade. Spiral pill. A spiral pill topped the head of the brooding sand ninja and directly rolled him into a twisted ball. Before the brooding sand ninja died, there was a MMP in his heart that he had moved his hammer hand. Luyun withdrew his spiral pill releasing hand and looked at brooding sand ninja whose head had become a pulp. Spiral Maru should be used to hit the head. Chidori is best suited for a 1,000-year kill. Ninjas weren't fighting hard enough. Damn brats. Yakura made an instantaneous leap and kicked Ryukin in the back. Ryukin took the blow in the air and couldn't maintain the balance of his flight, crashing down towards the bamboo forest outside the city. Itsong hurriedly made up a few scorched fireballs, and the fire-red fireballs quickly chased after Luyun. When Itsong saw this, he immediately commanded, "Go to the ground. That brat can fly and has a bigger advantage than us." Grey Eagle made a dive and flew towards the bamboo forest where Luyun fell. The flowing clouds fell from the sky, and their backs were scorched and roasted into a black paste, still carrying the black smoke of scorching. Crunch! The streaming clouds smashed a few verdant emerald bamboos, sliding down the richly scented bamboo leaves and slamming into the pile of bamboo leaves. Falling from hundreds of meters in the air, coupled with the attack behind the scorching escape. Such a heavy blow. Luyun surprisingly still have air. His current body, if not due death, is very difficult to die. Nestled in the pit, Ryun slowly stood up. The bones of his legs were smashed and the skin tissue behind him was burned. His body's strong recovery power was recovering as far as the eye could see. Luyun took out his ninja sword from the system space and put it on his neck, when he suddenly looked between the piles of bamboo leaves above his head and saw two small beings in the bamboo forest. Almost the size of a small baby, black and white fluffy fur, naive body shape. This is not the Sichuan people in the bean or who. The two little pandas looked curiously at the flowing clouds in the hole and stuck their bare heads in. Red panda? One of the larger ones stretched out its bare claws and grabbed Luyun's hair. Seemed to be wondering where this monkey came from. How come there is so little hair? Luyun laughed and suddenly wiped his neck with a slash, triggering a rebirth. The heat current in the sky radiated towards the earth. The surrounding bamboo became scorched under the extremely high temperature, slowly bringing up flames. Searing transportation, great fireball. Ryun transformed into a cloud of white smoke, holding the two little pandas in both hands, and escaped Ikara's scorched transportation attack with an instantaneous leap. Ikara jumped down with the sand-hidden ninjas, who were gathered around a bamboo that had been stepped on at the end of a pole, with Ryun above them. Ryun threw the two baby pandas toward the sky, and they both plummeted downward, looking like they were about to become two big bear fur skins. Ta! Luyun snapped his fingers and a cloud of white smoke rose out of the air. A white-headed eagle flew by, dragging the two little pandas towards the sky. Itsong looked at Ryun with a sneer. "Wooden Ryun, if you are sensible, obediently give up your resistance and come with us, the sand hidden." Ryun sat down towards the bamboo pole, which was pressed into a large arc while Ryun propped one hand on his head, as if he didn't give a damn about sand hidden. "What's an elephant? I've never seen one. Seek death." Yakura made a seal with both hands, releasing one searing fireball after another with both hands. Ryukin just let her attack, not moving from his position at all. Ding! You have been killed by Upper Ninja Yakura using Scorching Transportation. Experience value plus 350. The Sealing Ninja among the sand hidden had fast hands and took out a scroll to cast the spell immediately. As the white banner scroll rolled through the smoke, a small hawk rushed out of the smoke, dodging the Sealing Ninja's seal. Ryukin transformed back into his original form, a black wing sprouting from his back, and Ninjutsu's mounted recluse was immediately unleashed. Sand Cane, I have become a hawk, and the sky has become my frontier. As for you guys, just honestly look up to the soles of my feet for the rest of your lives. Damn brat! Yakura ground her teeth in anger, the pride on her chest rising and falling unceasingly. Chirp! The sand-hidden psychic beast, the gray eagle, swept through the blistering wind, and a huge wind blade sliced through Ryun's back. Ryugen broke in two, his life slowly fading away, and he didn't forget to marvel as he died. It's worthy of the spirit attribute of second pillar. As long as I'm on a whim, someone will come and slash me. He should go and endorse Greedy Blue Moon, replacing Jagged Hui. This game is super fun. Come hack me if you're a brother. That ceiling ninja continued to open his scroll, and Ryun's eyes looked at it. A flash of killing intent blossoming out from his eyes. Spiral Maru. Ryun opened his 5 fingers and 5 spiral pills just coalesced on top of his fingertips. This was the characteristic of chakra control at 500%. Ryun was even able to utilize his fingers to release the spiral pills. It was more than that. The spiral pills on Ryun's 5 fingers levitated, and upon closer inspection, there was a thin chakra line between the spiral pills and Ryun's fingers. Why could the spiral pill only be released up close? Because it also requires the maintenance of the caster's subsequent chakra. Without subsequent chakra replenishment, the flow of chakra inside the spiral pill will stop. Of course, there are special, for example, Boruto Bo's stealthy spiral pill, which adds the nature of the lightning attribute chakra, not only can be shot from a distance but will also be stealthy. It's simply a must-have jutsu for killing people, but the disadvantage is it won't burn. Chapter 71. The Sands of Silence. And Ryugen utilized the chakra line to continue the flow of chakra, getting the nature of the spiral Maru's long-distance shooting. Ryugen's killing chance was like an eagle in the sky catching a hare, thickly unleashed towards the sealed ninja. Meet the flying spiral Maru. Ryugen violently released the spiral pill like he was manipulating a puppet. Seeing that, the sealed ninja stepped backward while the 2 top ninjas beside him protected him tightly. Escape? Where could a person who had been ordered to kill by Master Kimi escape to? Ryun's fingers moved, the spiral Maru constantly changing its position in the sky, closely following the sealed ninja. Yitsong was not idle either. His hands formed seals, releasing fireballs with extremely high temperatures flying towards Ryun. With a flap of his wings, Ryun dodged Yitsong's scorching attack. His fingertips were like the hands of a nimble pianist, bending and twirling as he continued to capture the ceiling ninja's bearings. The special top ninja standing on top of the gray eagle saw the 5 chakra threads on Ryugen's fingers, and his heart was filled with horror. Is this the fire cloud evil god? This kind of chakra control can't be compared to even the village's puppet ninja. The 2 upper ninjas tightly protected the sealed ninja. Ryugen's 5 fingers fiercely closed, and the 5 spiral pills were about to fall onto the sealed ninja's back. One of the upper ninjas quickly cast a spell. Wind transportation, great breakthrough. The high-speed spinning whirlwind swept the spiral pills in, and with a flick of Ryun's fingertips, a spiral pill flew out from it, and with one pellet it whizzed onto the sealed ninja's shoulder. The huge rotating and twisting force directly tore the sealed ninja's shoulder, directly twisting it into a twist. That sealing ninja was carried by the spiral pill and spun around a few times and crashed on top of a few bamboos. His face was full of pain and his pupils were covered with blood. Yitsong saw the sealing ninja's wretchedness. His fists clenched up, looking at Lu Yun with a color of hatred. Kid, if you have the ability, come down. Ryun bristled. Why should I listen to you? Dead brat. Yitsong's teeth itched with hatred as he closed his 2 hands together, releasing a huge scorching fireball. D. The scorched transportation fireball came like the wind, and Lu Yun didn't dodge at all, even wiping up his hair backwards with his palms, as if the extremely hot fireball was just a toy. The fireball exploded. The hot air steamed up. The bamboo forest was thick fire. All kinds of creatures in the forest fled desperately. At the same time, the heart complained, these monkeys war on war? Why run to their nest to fight? Really, the gods fight. Suffer. Ding! You were killed by Yitsong using Scorch Escape. Experience value plus 300. Ryuken resurrected and took a dive downwards. The ninjas of the sand hidden drew their hand swords and all of them struck at Ryun, who dodged the hand sword attacks with a flap of his wings. The low-grade sword attacks, Ryuken couldn't look at them now. He swooped in the direction of Yitsong, and the sand ninja who had an arm broken by Ryun earlier warned, Yitsong, be careful. The corner of Yitsong's mouth twitched, his eyebrows filled with arrogance. Come on, wooden Ryun. The streaming clouds swooped down from the sky, and once again, Yakura gathered a large fireball. Searing transportation, great fireball. He slammed the great fireball control upwards. The Ryun went through the great fireball and the whole thing was vaporized into jerky, resurrected immediately after, and approached Yitsong with a turn of his wings. Yitsong took out his bitterless and moved with agility to stab at Ryun. Quicksilver's figure was ghostly, and he was lucky to have his throat slashed by Yitsong. Ding! You have been killed by Upper Ninja Yitsong. Experience value plus 100. A cloud of white smoke emerged. Ikara jerked backward, and Ryun came at him again right after. At the same time, the ninjas of Sand Hidden who could still act all surrounded towards Ryun. Ding! You have been killed by the Upper Ninja Junpei using Wind Escape. Experience value plus 100. Ding! You were killed by Special Upper Ninja Enten using Wind Escape. Experience value plus 90. Ding! You were killed by a mid-level Psychic Beast using Wind Escape. Experience value plus 50. Like a cat playing with a mouse, Ryun was slowly pulling the wool over the heads of the Sand Hidden, and in no time, he had accumulated 4,000 points of experience value. Yitsong's bitterless stabbed violently, and according to the battle method, Ryun was going to stab her. But Luyun raised one hand upwards and grabbed Yitsong's showy wrist. Yitsong's chest kept gasping for air, his body dripping with fragrant sweat, and seeing Luyun's resistance, he frowned instead. Why are you resisting? This woman, having killed him so many times, really thought he was a masochist. A cold smile floated above the corners of Luyun's mouth. I'm done playing. It's time to send you all on your way. 8 gates of transported armor, all 4 gates open. Thick green energy emerged from Ryun's body as his 4 chakra gates were opened in an instant, followed by a set of red fox tunic folded over Ryun's body. Ryun turned on his full power attack form. The huge chakra flames instantly covered the Sand Ninja in the field. All of them were sweating profusely and looking at Ryun incredulously. Junpei, who had one of his arms knocked off by Ryun, laughed to himself. This kind of chakra that hasn't been expended since the beginning? Rosa is really removing dissenters and sending us to die. One of his companions next to him struggled to get up and chewed down a Hyrule pill. Run. That kid can kill his way out of an army of thousands of Sand Hidden. How can we possibly be a match? Tada! Ryukin snapped his fingers. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, the entire bamboo forest was covered with shadow doppelgangers dressed in white cloth. 1,500 shadow doppelgangers officially made their appearance. Gentlemen, where are you preparing to run to? The ninja of the Sand Hidden looked up into the sky. Floating in the sky were roughly 500 or so winged shadow doppelgangers. That was the Air Force. Ryukin slammed his right hand, and Yakura tumbled backward a few shapes. How is that possible? Yitsong strenuously climbed up and looked at Ryukin slowly floating in the sky, as the shadow splitters all over the place directly surrounded the group of them. We're actually fighting this kind of monster? One of the Sand Ninja who was trying to escape directly knelt down, his pupils filled with powerlessness as well as deep despair. A ninja is also a human being. A human being will feel small. A human being will look up to the sky. Ryukin chanted softly as he clasped his hands, his teasing eyes looking downward. Yitsong's face was pale, his light brown eyes full of unyielding stubbornness. All get up. Don't be afraid of him. Luyun's faint voice traveled down. I'm afraid you guys know now that you've been betrayed. Give you guys a chance. Just wipe a slash on your forehead and I'll let you go. Among the Sand Ninja that Ryun had seen, there had never been one who was greedy and afraid of death, except for an Amori River who was afraid of ghosts. He really wanted to see the desert will in the mouth of this group of Sand Ninja. There was a silence below. None of them responded to Ryun, which meant that these people all had the will to die. Luyun looked at them for more than 10 seconds and continued. Even if you were betrayed by the village, do you still remember that mass of sand in your hearts? There was still silence. I know. Ryukin raised his hand like a general commanding a large army. Send them on their way. The palm of his hand swung down, and the shadow doppelgangers rushed forward in an ooey-gooey rush, slowly drowning Sand Cane in a blanket of white. Ryukin hovered in the sky, silently looking at the last struggling Sand Hidden. One of them, Junpei, who only had a broken arm, broke 2 shadow doppelgangers, followed by a wave of shadow doppelgangers drowning him, and his body was stuck with dozens of chakra-changing hand swords. Chapter 72. Police. Kiryuin, please come with us. He was in a desperate situation, but Sasami Junpei still looked up at the sky. Kiryuin, you are the pride of the heavens, and even one day you will be able to become the god of the ninja, but I, the desert nation, will not serve you. Remember, I am the Sand Hidden Junpei. At the sound of the voice, the hard sand of the land of wind rose up with the wind and drowned in white. A sand ninja whose body was burned to a crisp by the fire escape shouted for the last time for the rest of his life, "Kiryuin, I sand hidden endo, will be waiting for you in hell." The ninja who had channeled Greyhawk sent his psychic beast back to the psychic realm, and was then surrounded by dozens of shadow doppelgangers, his breath slowly weakening. Sand hidden Zanasuk, sand hidden Kyohei, sand hidden Nakachu. The last sealed ninja pointed towards the sky with his severed hand. The sand-hidden fighting spirit was high when they arrived, but all that remained was Yakura, and even she herself was tied up. The clamor of the sky and earth was drowned out, leaving only the faint sound of burning in the bamboo forest. With a wave of his palm, Liyun ordered his shadow doppelganger, "Bury them thickly." The shadow doppelganger began to move. "Chief, come quickly. The Yitsong feast is ready." Liyun heard the voice from below and slowly flew downwards. Among a group of shadow doppelgangers, one had a pale face and eyes with large black circles that looked like moonlight blaster, and there was also a color written on the forehead guard. Seeing this shadow doppelganger, Lu Yun knew that the other party had inherited his colorful traits. Ryukin took a look towards his back. Lu Yun looked at the dark-eyed shadow doppelganger. "How did you get out?" Although he had 1,000 strange spiritual traits, most of them were some very honest ones. When did such a deviant come out? The black-eyed shadow doppelganger replied, "After you developed the Cloudstream 100 changes, because of the Cloudstream 100 changes, we are more able to conform out of our character traits. The Cloudstream 100 changes technique allowed the chakra to change more infinitely, which simply meant that it was able to fully utilize the Shadow Split's character traits." "That's right." A shadow doppelganger dressed in Dawn's fire and cloud clothing emerged from the crowd. Ryukin looked at the other party with a small line. "How many floors do you have to carry a bag of rice?" Written on his forehead protector. This was the Tendo Pain spirit attribute he had once drawn. The Pain shadow doppelganger pointed at Yikara and said, "Now, let her feel the pain." Mediocre argument. A woman in the district will only affect the speed at which we draw our swords. Hearing this voice, Lu Yun knew that it was the second pillar shadow split even without looking. Lu Yun looked back. The second pillar shadow split whose hair was straightened into a backward-facing skyward dash, with a few words written on its forehead guard. "Fitting or you have to look at me." As well as Juan Naruto's shadow doppelganger with 6 fox lines on his face. His forehead was written with a line of small letters. "Turn into a retard." In the past, there were no conditions for styling, but after Ryun developed the Cloudstream 100 changes, they all let themselves go. Suddenly, one of the shadow doppelgangers pointed and exclaimed, "Why is your style different from ours?" And, "I didn't see you guys during the fight just now." A shadow doppelganger who saw the 3 of them bristled. The 3 of them used all of their chakra to concave that look, and just now when they fought, they just kept acting cool there. The second pillar shadow doppelganger grunted, his eyebrows filled with disdain. "Shadow doppelgangers all have ranks. I'm a senior shadow doppelganger. Of course my drawing style and style are different from yours." "Straight mother thief. Pouncer boy. Ryu sippy." The shadow doppelgangers clattered, pointing at the second pillar shadow doppelganger and cursing. "It's all chakra. Why are you 3 the only ones who are special?" "Because I'm the second pillar. As long as I'm on a whim, I'll..." The shadow doppelgangers were all unconvinced. A shadow doppelganger made the seal of the unknown. "No, I want to change too. I like explosions. I want the Deidara look." White smoke rang through, and with the forehead guard of explosion on his head, the streaming cloud version of Deidara struck a pose and shouted to the surroundings, "Art is explosion. Me too. I'm honest. I'll turn into an Oni. I love Gundam. I'm going to make a Gundam someday. I'll turn into Akasago Scorpion. But I like Minami. Who should I turn into?" A shadow doppelganger suggested, "Turn into Nagato. After all, that body must love Minami a lot." "Makes sense. I'm going to turn into Kidney Nagato." In the blink of an eye, the Dawn organization had put together most of its parts. Lu Yun looked at the self-released shadow doppelganger speechlessly. The thoughts these guys generated, if they were all poured into his head, he wouldn't become a multiple-personality psychopath. Deidara's shadow doppelganger ran to Ryun's body and rubbed his hands together. "Main body, exchange a bakufu. I'm going to start my art path. Wait for later." Lu Yun had just exhausted himself saving 4,000 experience points. Exchanging an explosive escape, immediately half of it would have to go. But Lu Yun suggested, If you smother the fire liner cannon in your mouth and don't spit it out, won't it explode? Makes sense. Deidara Shadow Fraction's eyes lit up. After the Deidara Shadow Fraction, several Shao organization-style shadow fractions also surrounded Ryukin. This body, exchange a few water transportation ninjutsu. I'm going to repair the dam. Main body, convert yourself into a human puppet. How about we transform into a Gundam? Ontology, can you convert all the experience value into money and leave it all in my hands? Ontology, I think we should start a religion. Those who believe in me will live forever. Ontology. A huge swarm of people, so noisy that Liu Yun's ears were numb. He immediately snapped his fingers, winking to eliminate the noise of these shadow doppelgangers. Strange thoughts poured into his head. Some wanted to go home to find their mothers. Some wanted to engage in bombing terrorist attacks. Some wanted to engage in religious marketing. Yitsong's eyes were on fire and he struggled vigorously, but he was held down by the shadow doppelganger. Mu Luyun, you set fire to the mountain. Please come with us. An authoritative voice rang out, followed by a handcuff on both of Liu Yun's hands. Stop it. Ryugen lifted his head breathlessly. It was the shadow doppelganger of a police officer wearing a blue uniform with "I see you penalized" written on his forehead guard. There were thousands of character traits in people, positive and negative, evil and wicked. He couldn't be all shadow doppelgangers full of dangerous thoughts. There should always be decent shadow doppelgangers. The police shadow doppelganger pointed at Liu Yun and said, Mu Luyun, be honest. You've committed the crimes of murder, intimidation, molesting women, and arson. Don't read it out. Don't read it out. Having committed so many crimes, go to court now. Lord Bao and Mr. Luo are waiting. When Lord Bao finishes interrogating you, you'll be shot immediately. Chapter 73, The Great Flowing Cloud. A shadow doppelganger in a suit walked up to Liu Yun's body, with the small letters, I don't share the same fate as Zhang San, written on his forehead protector. He shouted, Zhang San, you've broken the law, you know? Liu Yun responded breathlessly, You're all going to revolt, aren't you? Cut the crap. You're going to be judged today. Liu Yun knew that these shadow doppelgangers were up to no good, and was prepared to play along with them. What about my litigation attorney? A shadow doppelganger in a black suit stepped forward. The forehead protector was away. He patted Liu Yun's shoulder. Don't worry, Chief. I'll try to minimize your sentence. 20 years, I'll reduce it to 30 years. Life imprisonment, I'll reduce it to your death sentence. Your TM not away. It's Zhang Wei, brother. Liu Yun was speechless, gently snapped his fingers, and immediately dissipated the shadow doppelganger that wanted to rebel. A shadow doppelganger with environmental protection written on his forehead protector came forward, and he said in a harmonious voice, Chief, can I bring some people to put out the fire? Ryuin turned his head to look at the bamboo forest. The flames were roaring and would spread all around the forest if they weren't extinguished. Go! The environmental protection shadow doppelganger got the order and got about 100 shadow doppelgangers. Firefighting army assemble. The shadow doppelgangers changed in unison, an orange and red outfit on their bodies and fire hats on their heads. Once the ranks were lined up, they fought their way to the fire. Water transportation, water chaos wave. Slowly, the fire in the bamboo forest diminished. An animal-loving shadow fraction went up and pleaded with Ryun to exchange a medical technique. Ryun complied and spent 1,000 experience points to exchange a palm immortal technique. In a matter of moments, a medical team was set up and slowly went about rescuing the animals that had been burned by the flames. Liu Yun looked at his shadow doppelganger who was busy in the flames. His shadow doppelganger was getting better and better at playing. In the future, he alone would be an organization or even a group army, a country. Yitsong was about to speak when Liu Yun ripped the cloth at Yitsong's mouth. Yitsong immediately cursed, Damn rascal. I'm going to burn you to death with my scorched escape. Burn you to death. Liu Yun pinched her cheeks and gently tugged. And burn me to death. You are now my prisoner under my rank, you say? What kind of fate will befall a female ninja who falls into the hands of the enemy? As Ryun's cold words fell, Yitsong's face immediately paled. She shrunk her legs, and at this point, Yakura instead looked more like a weak woman. Ryukin cupped her face and his expression softened. Don't worry. You protected Tsunade just now. I won't do anything to you. With a twist of her neck, Yakura snapped and bit down on Ryun's wrist. Ryukin yanked away, his wrist partially bleeding from her bite. Scram! Yitsong coldly bellowed out the shadow of color split. She immediately looked up at Lu Yun, a touch of stubbornness that belonged to the desert floating on her face. Wooden Lu Yun, kill me. If you have the ability to do so, kill me. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Yitsong looked at Lu Yun with eyes full of hatred. You are so powerful. Why are you teasing us? Lu Yun stepped forward and laughed into a two-pillar laugh. Ha ha ha. Have you ever seen any adult who would get real with a child? You. Yitsong fell silent for a long time before saying, killing and not killing. So what do you want from me? The shadow of color doppelganger replied. Need I say more? She immediately glanced at Liu Yun's abdomen again and suddenly had a snicker on her face. Can you do it? Yitsong was so nakedly mocking. Liu Yun's heart was filled with evil fire. Little, you are not seeing the coffin and don't know the horror of my Mu Liu Yun? Ryun made a seal with both hands. The chakra of Cloudstream Hyaki covered his entire body. His cells slowly increasing while his body continued to draw taller and taller. Ryugen's Sasuke white clothes were directly squeezed out, his solid muscles exposed in the air. 1 meter 80, 1 meter 90. Ryuken grew straight up to 1 meter 9 and was so tall that he was directly comparable to Jiraiya. A shadow doppelganger turned into a mirror for Ryun to look at, a head of short black hair, eyes black and bright, face shape extremely similar to the second pillar, just as handsome but also just as beat up. A horse's ass shadow doppelganger next to him offered a compliment. Chief, you're so handsome. Lu Yun smiled. After a long time, sensing that there was no prelude to any violence, Yitsong opened his eyes and looked at Lu Yun, who had changed back into his clothes. Ryun took off his once white clothes and changed into a short-sleeved gray outfit of the second pillar, zipped it up and fastened his belt. Chapter 74. With Crouching Dragon and Phoenix in hand, the world of this shinobi world is at my fingertips. Ah yuck! Yakura spat. The shadow doppelgangers laughed at Ryuken in unison. Talk so loud, but as timid as hell in practice. Reverse. Reverse. Ryuken bellowed, swept around the room, and immediately unlocked the shadow split technique. Boom 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 boom. After the shadow doppelganger dissipated, Ryun looked at Yitsong and snapped his fingers. The rope Yitsong was tied to spontaneously combusted, and in the blink of an eye Yitsong was untied. Go to hell! After Yitsong was untied, she jumped violently towards Ryun, a showy fist upwards, looking to hit Ryun's head. Ryun easily grabbed her wrist. The current Yakura had very little chakra, and such a violent action was draining her strength. Mu Ryun. Even if you let me go, I won't be grateful to you. Damn it! The fire in the bamboo forest gradually went out. The firefighting shadow doppelganger as well as the medical shadow doppelganger all unraveled, and a wave of exhaustion surged through Ryun's mind. Ryuken immediately slashed his blade head and triggered his rebirth, standing intact on the earth. He waved his hand towards Yitsong. See you later, dead brat. Yitsong angrily shouted at Lu Yun. I won't forget today. I will swallow today's shame. I will become stronger, so strong that I will kill you. So strong that I will return all the humiliation you have inflicted on me. Lu Yun waved his hand and transformed into an eagle, soaring in the air. Yitsong being able to become stronger and kill him, wasn't that exactly what he was looking forward to? Even in the days to come, when Lu Yun rapidly became stronger and everyone couldn't keep up with him, and there wasn't even anyone who could kill him, wouldn't he be lonely? Lu Yun flew in the sky, facing the wind, and a pale eagle that was just like him followed closely behind. The shadow doppelganger eagle was also carrying two small black and white chubby pudendums on its back. When Liu Yun's eagle eyes looked at them, they were the same two little beanies from before. Liu Yun asked, why did you bring the two of them along? The shadow doppelganger responded, raising pandas, hey, where was there such a powerful character in my previous life? Isn't it exactly the temperament that we should have? Liu Yun nodded. How can raising a cat be better than raising a panda cow? The shadow doppelganger changed back with a bang, his chakra running out. Ryun caught the two cubs with a glide. The bear cubs purred, still sticking out their bare heads to look down, and then hastily shrinking back in fear. With a flap of his wings and a seal, a figure appeared on the eagle's back, none other than Ryun. He completed the alternation between his main body and shadow doppelganger in an instant. Liu Yun hugged the two cubs and made Terua. These two guys were considered to be one of the few hometown elements. It wasn't as if there were no pandas in the shinobi realm. Paien Rokudo also had a psychic beast panda. When I build a country in the future, collect the bears of the world, gather them in Xianyang, fill the palace, and I'll rue them to death alone. The Tsong-ing shadow doppelganger suggested, how about giving them both a name? As the king of naming, Liu Yun's head spun for a moment before he immediately said, let's call them Crouching Dragon and Feng Xiao. Liu Yun lifted the larger one up and took a closer look, realizing that it was a small female bear. Your name is Feng Xiao. And pointing to the other cub, your name is Wulong. The two little pandas were two siblings, with Feng Xiao in the front and Wulong in the back. The Tsong-ing shadow doppelganger was a bit speechless. I remember. The former Crouching Dragon Phoenix seems to be a positive word. Yes, the world trend is deteriorating. The hearts of the people are not ancient. Liu Yun sighed with emotion, suddenly thought of the previous Tsong-ing shadow doppelganger. He seemed to have died several times. According to reason, the shadow doppelganger should be lifted at the death of the main body. The Tsong-ing shadow doppelganger sitting at his feet was connected to Liu Yun's mind, and naturally sensed Liu Yun's thoughts. Chief, the shadow doppelganger has gone through the addition of the Cloud Stream 100 Changes technique, and many of the drawbacks have been lifted. That's so. Ryu nodded. His multiple shadow diversion technique had grown along with himself and was no longer the mere forbidden technique it was at the beginning. Ryukin carefully tested it for a long time before summarizing. In addition to that point just now, the disadvantage of the shadow split technique's equal distribution of chakra had also been solved, and Ryukin could distribute the shadow split's chakra at will. There was also the fact that the shadow doppelganger was able to return fatigue pain, and Ryun was completely at liberty to choose whether to receive it or not. Useful messages he received, but useless fatigue memories he could block. The current multiple shadow split technique could well be considered version 2.0. That said, if the shadow divergence technique lifted the drawback of the shadow doppelganger dissipating when the main body died, then Liu Yun's Mount Songying's shadow doppelganger immediately laughed into a crow's caw. Gaga gaga. We're invincible. Invincible. Liu Yun laughed into two columns. Ha 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 ha. Which in this world or my opponent? I, Mu Liu Yun, will stand above the sky if I say so. Why do you say that Liu Yun is invincible? Because of a bug in the death rebirth, Ryun quickly reborn after death, the negative status will be eliminated, and abundant chakra can continue to synthesize shadow doppelganger. In other words, Liu Yun could synthesize an army of 1,000,000 on a whim, and Ulla swept across the entire shinobi world. Crouching Dragon Phoenix, who was being held by Ryun, looked at Ryun strangely, secretly sighing that this monkey was crazy, right? It had been laughing non-stop from just now until now. Ahem. A mouthful of cold air was blown in Liu Yun's laughing mouth. Liu Yun immediately coughed non-stop, slowly smoothing out the excitement in his heart. In the future, what did he have to fear? If the enemy wanted to seal him, he would just fly and escape, and open an army of shadow doppelgangers in the sky to directly level A. Liu Yun looked at the Crouching Dragon Phoenix chick in his arms. It is really worthy of being a Crouching Dragon Phoenix chick. Get one can be safe in the world, and I now get 2, this 10 points of scenery in the ninja world. I would someone blink of an eye to take 7 points. Flying over a hidden forest, Song-ing Shadow Fraction reminded, Gov, a hidden cloud of chakra has been spotted. Ryun opened his white eyes, and sure enough, the chakra of a special supreme ninja was buried in a mud. And that chakra was familiar to Ryun. It was Yuta of the Shimura family. Looks like the Shimura family played this round. Ryun softly chanted. The Song-ing Shadow Doppelganger was filled with rage. It's true that anyone who wears the same pants as Tuanzu is not a good person, colluding with the Sand Cane and mutilating fellow villagers. This alone will make him suffer a great loss of vitality. Chief, should we capture him? Use it to force Tuanzu's old dog. Liu Yun shook his head. No need, old Tuanzu has plenty of backstabs, and I don't have much of a sense of belonging to that village, so I'll just leave when the mood strikes me. Chapter 75 Ula. Then him. The Cthulhu Shadow Doppelganger hovered above Yuta's hide. Ryukin snapped his fingers with a snap. A shadow doppelganger appeared beside him, none other than the Daedara Shadow Doppelganger. Main body, what are you looking for me for? Ryun pointed downwards. That rat is all yours. The Daedara Shadow Bilocation licked its lips, its eyes filled with exploding fervor. Fine, let him taste my art. The Daedara Shadow Doppelganger leapt downward as if he were a sea petrel leaping towards the sea to catch a fish. He formed a seal with both hands. Self-exploding firelink cannon. The Daedara Shadow Split's gills bulged out, while his entire body was expanding. The Deidara shadow doppelganger carried the chakra of one of Ryuken's upper shinobi levels, all of which had gone through a fire attribute change, and some of which also had the nature of ash accumulation and burning, turning it into gunpowder. When it was about to hit the earth, the Deidara shadow bilocation violently shouted, "Art is Python." His entire body turned into a fiery red glow, then expanded violently, forming a fire bomb about 10 or so meters in diameter. Rumble! The fire bomb exploded, and a huge clamor surged up into the sky in an instant, the heat flow churning, and Song Ying's shadow split was a bit uncontrollable.
Kumatora?
Yuta was nestled in the earth, and once the tremendous heat passed, he was immediately vaporized. After the sound of the explosion, Ryuken fixed his eyes on a huge 150-meter crater that appeared out of thin air below him. Although it was no match for Deidara's C0 self-detonation, it was only a shadow doppelganger, wasn't it? If all of Ryuken's chakra exploded together, then wouldn't that power be comparable to C0? Cthulhu's shadow doppelganger exclaimed. As expected of an explosive terrorist, what a strong talent in this area. Lu Yu nodded. The things in his body were too mixed. If he gave some things singularly to the shadow doppelganger to develop, then this way he would be able to get a stronger power. Let's go. Go find Tsunade and the girls. In one of the refugee areas in Kastoma Castle, Ryuken found Yuzuha and the girls. The environment was somewhat terrible, and a dirty stench filled the air. The surrounding refugees surrounded Yuzuru and the girls, all of them holding a porcelain bowl, seemingly begging, but none of them dared to force their way forward. Shizune and Yuzuru were ninjas even if they were just children. Ryun fell from the sky holding crouching dragon phoenix, and the refugees around them scattered in fear. Yuzuru greeted them and looked at the taller Ryun, spinning around twice, her eyes filled with doubt. Ryun, it's only been a while. Why have you grown so tall? And also changed your clothes? Yubahong then exclaimed, is this what you look like when you grow up? So handsome. Ryun laughed and handed the crouching dragon phoenix to Yuzuru. With the two munchkins in her arms, Yuzuru's eyes flashed into peach blossom. What a cute little panda. Ryuken approached where Tsunade and Shizun were and gave Shizun a head wipe. Shizun's eyes narrowed, enjoying Ryun's closeness to her. Ryun looked at the woman who had fallen into silence on the mat. Tsunade's brown eyes were like a jewel that could only be admired without transference. Shizun tugged at Ryun's sleeve. Ryun? Stop it. You can't lighten up Tsunade-sensei like that. Seeing this, Shizun was flustered and immediately grabbed Ryun's hand and pulled back as hard as she could. But how was her strength a match for Ryun? Ryugen cheekily said, I'm rescuing your Tsunade-sensei. Shizun's small face puffed out. You're lying. Red, come help me. Ryun is going to go rogue. Lying to you for what? Haven't you heard of a story? If Sleeping Beauty never wakes up, that's when she needs a prince's kiss. What story? Which book has it been written? You're just trying to take advantage of Ms. Tsunade. Make out paradise. As Ryun looked about to get his way, Tsunade snapped her eyes open and looked at the somewhat unfamiliar young Ryun. Where did that rascal come from? Tsunade's breath rose to her chest, followed by a heavy punch where Ryun's chest had been. Ryun held back the blood he wanted to spit out and flew backwards, crashing directly into a refugee shack. Shizun looked at Tsunade, who had regained consciousness, and breathed a sigh of relief, followed by explaining, Tsunade-sensei, that's Ryugen. Tsunade was filled with confusion. How did the brat grow so big? Ryun tumbled out of the refugee shack and spoke to the owner of the house. Sorry. No one spoke, which caught Ryun's attention. In the dim darkness, he saw two small, thin, bony hands, not sick, but hungry. Ryun could see that it was two children, a large one and a small one, a girl and a boy with dark, black faces, as if they had never bathed in years. Lu Yun sighed. Rustum City's superficial splendor all stabbed through in this blackness. There was something wrong with this world. The daimyo was the king of the mundane world, and a large group of nobles had gathered around him, voraciously sucking the blood of the hiragana. The host has felt and generated a revolutionary shadow doppelganger. Lu Yun froze. His emotional changes would actually generate a shadow doppelganger of a special nature. Revolutionary shadow doppelganger, wouldn't it start a world revolution? Ryun snapped his fingers and a shadow doppelganger coalesced. The forehead protector was a scythe and a hammer. The revolutionary shadow doppelganger picked up the two skinny and bony children and gently asked, Hungry? The two children did not speak, nor did they have the strength to speak on a full stomach. His family's adults shivered as he approached Liyun as well as the shadow split and directly knelt down. My lord? Don't. We'll leave right away and won't pollute the city. Liyun listened to the words of that refugee and easily analyzed their situation. The officials of Rustum City would drive this group of people out of the city for the sake of their political achievements. The revolutionary shadow split handed the child to Ryun, who hugged it. Looking at this shadow doppelganger who had been bred by dozens of patriotic war movies. The revolutionary shadow doppelganger helped the refugee up. Don't kneel. Kneeling won't solve the problem. Perhaps the sun never rose. However, the abyss gave us the flame of vengeance, and we will use this power to overturn the entire old world. The refugee stood up, a woman with pale skin. She looked at the revolutionary shadow splitter. The other seemed to be bathed in red flags behind her. Dada. My lord. Don't call me lord. That's the old world's term. We want to build a world without oppression and drive the nobles through the garbage dump. That way we can have food to eat and clothes to wear. Liyun lightly slapped the revolutionary shadow split's shoulder. Full of smooth talk? Are you studying for the exam? The revolutionary shadow doppelganger turned his head, his eyes full of fighting spirit. This body? Build a world that belongs to a world without oppression. As he said that, one hand reached up to the sky. Ula. Liyun dissolved his shadow doppelganger with a snap of his fingers. He had copied his application from the internet in the first place. A proper degenerate. How could he have this kind of mind to worry for others? The thoughts of the revolutionary shadow doppelganger immediately traveled into Liu Yun's mind. Liu Yun quietly thought, if he engaged in this, the 5 major ninja villages would all surround him, and the entire world would fight against him. The corner of Liu Yun's mouth wiped up an unruly smile. But, I like it. He immediately squatted down and looked at the skinny and bony child, instantly splitting his shadow body and sending them to the city to get food. He rubbed the little girl's head. Don't worry. There is light in this world. Chapter 76. Tsunade whacks Ryun short. Ryugaon turned around and slowly walked out of the refugee shed, lifting the dirty curtain as the light of day shone in. The family of 3 looked at Ryun's tall back, as if bathing in the thunderous sound of the Buddha. Ryun walked out of the refugee shed, facing Tsunade with her waist crossed. She looked up at Ryun. Tsunade was just over 1 meter 6. Even with high heels, she could barely reach 1 meter 7. Ryun now grew to 1 meter 9 and easily saw Tsunade's looming presence. Humph! Tsunade grunted. Dead brat. Are you preparing to take advantage of me when my consciousness collapses? Where is this coming from? My brother is completely devoted to my sister. How could I take advantage of you? Bull! The corner of Tsunade's mouth turned away as she looked up at Ryukin, who had turned into a youth. Is this a transformation technique? Ryukin shook his head, the corner of his mouth wiping up a smile. This is no ordinary transformation technique. Ryugen then proceeded to reveal a little bit more to Tsunade about the characteristics of Cloudstream's 100 transformation technique. After hearing this, Tsunade unconsciously put her hand on Ryun's shoulder, her chakra penetrating through Ryun's body, carefully examining the structure of Ryun's body. After a long time, his face was filled with lingering shock. Another forbidden technique. The heavens have truly loved you and bestowed all of Senju's talents on you. The cells growing inside Ryukin's body were composed entirely of chakra. Even the bones and muscles were replaced by chakra. Tsunade couldn't find words of praise anymore. Ryun's talent was nothing more than the reincarnation of Rokudo Sannin in her opinion. Her creation regeneration could even find its shadow in this jutsu. And that was not all. The multiplication jutsu of the Akimichi clan could also find its trace. Liyun smiled and said in his heart, this is the terror of being hung up. While others have been practicing hard for more than 10 years, hung-up people can catch up with it just on a whim. But, Tsunade chanted, followed by pressing her palms hard on Ryukin's shoulders. I won't allow you to grow taller than me. Tsunade swung her fist down and also flowed chakra into Ryukumo's body, the precise chakra control disturbing Ryukumo's Cloudstream 100 changes technique. With that, she slowly whacked Ryukin shorter. 1 meter 8. 1 meter 7. Ryuin stopped it. Alright, stop whacking. I want this height. No, you can't be taller than me. Thud. Tsunade pounded down again, and Ryukin shrunk right down to 1 meter 6. Now, there was no longer any way to see that view from up high. Tsunade clapped her hands in satisfaction, followed by pinching Ryukin's face. I'm doing this for your own good. Being that big must consume chakra. This is much better. You just simply don't want to look up to me, Ryukin said in his heart. Not long after, the errand-running shadow doppelganger that Ryun had sent out returned, carrying countless amounts of food and distributing it to the refugees with chapped lips. The two siblings from the refugee hut came out trembling, and Ryun gave them both a large cake. Come, there's hope when you're full. The two siblings looked up, their obscure eyes slowly lit up. Tsunade, Shizune and the girls clasped their hands and watched in silence. They had always lived in the world of the ninja, and most of their contact with ordinary people was with their clients, and those clients were either rich or aristocrats, and they rarely saw refugees. The ninja had even at times played the role of executioner in the suppression of the commoners, removing obstacles for the noble lords. Tsunade quietly walked over to Ryun's shoulder and silently watched as Ryun tended to the two children wolfing down the food. Slow down. Slow down. There's more. Ryun's eyes flicked to Tsunade's shadow and asked, Are there more refugee areas like this? Continent. Tsunade replied softly, More, definitely more. This is the land of fire, the center of the continent. The refugees aren't that obvious yet. The other 4 countries, and those smaller ones are even more numerous. I've seen it before when I was on a mission. Eating tree bark and gnawing on tree roots are very common. Why are the 4 major countries besieging the fire country? One is because the fire country is rich, and the other is to divert domestic conflicts. Ryukin shook his head, no longer thinking about such complicated matters, and followed Tsunade slowly out of the refugee camp. The little girl who had eaten her fill shouted out to Ryun, Big brother, what's your name? Ryun turned his head and handed over a thumbs up. My name is Ryun. Night was approaching, and the afterglow of dusk slanted across the sky. After playing all the way, Ryun, Tsunade, and the girls were feeling a little tired. Ryugen suggested, Why don't we find a restaurant to have a meal and settle for lodging? Tsunade was holding Phoenix in front of her, vigorously ruining Phoenix's fur, and when she heard Ryun's words, she nodded. All right, I'm tired of playing today as well. Let's find a place to rest and eat. Ryun found a restaurant. Looking at the hard work of the waitresses, he couldn't help but want to help them. The night is very cold. Waitress pants are sat to the root of the thigh, wearing less and still so hard. Ryun cannot help but sadness from the heart. All living beings are suffering, and I am going to become a Buddha to save the living beings. If I don't enter hell, who will enter hell? Pa! Tsunade slapped his hand violently towards Ryun, directly knocking the teenage Ryun back into a child Ryun. Tsunade pointed at the store's door sign, Joyful Paradise, and cursed, Damn brat. Where's this a restaurant? It's clearly a place where Jiraiya loves to go. Ryukin explained in a pale voice. It's a nice atmosphere to eat in, with pretty waitresses playing songs. Tsunade handed Phoenix to Shizune, who had been eyeballing her, followed by a hand that grabbed the back of Ryun's neck like it was lifting the spine of a cat's destiny. Tsunade educated. You can't go in here. Ryukin looked as if he was a novice at driving, his expression full of innocence. Why? Look at that guy. Why can he go in there too? Tsunade looked towards where Ryun was pointing. A young man in a shirt stopped in front of the bar. The youth had his arm around a windswept woman and walked in with a big grin on his face. Tsunade shook Ryun like an onion. Those are immodest people. Don't learn from them. You're in such a good condition and grew up so handsome. You're sure to be liked by many girls. Be clean now, and you'll definitely find true love in the future. Ryun bristled. One could only find their true love by breaking the wall countless times. Tsunade put Ryun down. Ryugen snapped his fingers and changed back to a teenage Ryugen. His style now came up. 1.5 is not a big brother's posture after all. Anyone who sees it will have to take a light look. Tsunade pointed to an izakaya not too far away. Let's go there. I'm just in time for a drink. After she said that, she led Ryukin and the others to the izakaya. After some coping, the group sat at a table near the window of the izakaya. Chapter 77, Ninjutsu, the Art of Ninjutsu. With one hand, Ryun teased Wulong's head, curling its fur rua. But his attention was on the gateway to the ultimate paradise. His ears perked up. Tsunade's delicate fingers pinched at Ryun's face and said aloud, Although I don't know what you're talking about, it's definitely immodest words. Tsunade gradually summarized the characteristics of Ryun's words, which she couldn't understand anyway was that the other person was driving a car and wanted to be taught a lesson. Ryun pulled away from Tsunade's fingers and looked at a white bottle in front of Tsunade. Drink! Give me one too. Tsunade gently sipped from her glass, smacking her lips when she heard Ryun's words. "What are you drinking? Don't forget the 3 ninja precepts." Hearing the other party's refusal, the corner of Ryun's mouth turned away. What are the 3 ninja precepts? What hadn't he done in his previous life? Smoking, drinking, and perming his hair, and playing jerk-off. Luyun held a meatball in his mouth and gently chucked it into Wulong's mouth. Ugh! Wulong's bare eyes narrowed in enjoyment and a snot bubble appeared. The aroma of the izakaya's sake was fragrant, and Ryun, who was also an alcoholic in his previous life, couldn't help but have an itchy nose and wanted to take a sip of this place's sake. But Tsunade forbade him to drink again, keeping him on a tight leash. Luyun's heart fell into a deep thought, suddenly froze. He can completely use the chakra to turn into wine. Even the Yun Lu 100 changes art can change into wine. Just no chakra subsequent supply will dissipate. By the way, didn't he have water attribute chakra? Jiraiya can transform his water attribute chakra into oil and become a greasy man. From there, he could combine it with the fire escape to enhance the power of the flames. Then Luyun can do the same thing, make his water attribute chakra into ethanol. Not only can you drink it, but also can be combined with fire to get more powerful flames. The name Ryun even thought of it. It's called the technique of the 2 pots. Luyun immediately entered the system space and the voice of the immortal system rang out. The host's conception is reasonable. Utilizing water can be transformed into alcohol. Luyun smiled and used the remaining 2,000 plus experience points to exchange for an intermediate ninjutsu development card. Ninjutsu development card used successfully. Ninjutsu development begins. 1%, 50%, 70%, 100%. Ninjutsu development successful. Please name it for the host. Let's call it Ninjutsu no Jutsu. Ninjutsu naming successful. Ninjutsu no Jutsu is recorded into the ninjutsu sect ninjutsu scroll. On the surface it was this quirky, but in his heart, Ryun called this jutsu sake no Tsukuden no Jutsu. In an instant, the chakra transformation method, nature change, and chakra circulation of the Sakutsu no Jutsu entered Ryun's mind together. What is the nature of water, or the all-encompassing supreme goodness of water? Water has many properties, such as the oil of Jiraiya, the acid of the psychic beast slug, and the poison of Hanzo the mountain pepper fish. From today, the nature of water has to be added to Ryun's sake. The production of liquor is very complicated, requiring a whole bunch of processes with complicated craftsmanship, such as selecting ingredients, brewing, fermenting, and distilling. Simply put, it is the use of the sugar in the grains and cereals through the fermentation reaction to form wine. A little more intuitive is this C6H12O6 glucose catalyst, heating 2CH3CH2OH ethanol plus 2CO2. Well, Luyun had memorized it in his previous life in high school. Ryun opened his eyes, his dark eyes crossing a watery glow. He asked the waiter for a wine glass and slowly put his fingers on top of it under the gaze of the 3 men and 2 bears. Tsunade was a little drunk. Her face flushed red as she looked at Ryun's strange behavior. "Kid, what are you doing?" The corner of Ryun's mouth wiped up a smile as he said, "I'll show you what is called saketsu. Liquor transportation?" The 3 were puzzled. Ryun formed half a tiger seal with his left hand, while the chakra in his body was extracted, transformed into water attribute chakra through his heart, and then proceeded to form alcohol through a complex fermentation reaction. Just like that, a mellow fragrance slowly drifted out from Ryun's fingers, and crystal water droplets fell from his fingers into the porcelain cup. Drip, drip, drip. Immediately after that, a spring of alcohol slowly poured in, filling up the cup in the blink of an eye. Yuzuru's adorable red eyes moved her head forward closer, and her little nose sniffed. "Wine smell? That's not water evasion." Tsunade cupped the wine glass up, her brown eyes scrutinizing the cup of Yuzin and analyzing it carefully. This is a change in the nature of the water attribute. The water transportation will not disappear after it is formed, possessing the characteristics of the wood transportation, as well as the special characteristics of the Chitos clan's chakra. Ryun nodded. Generally speaking, the ninja water and earth 2 embodied vanish techniques would disappear without the subsequent replenishment of chakra. But Kazuna was special in that it wouldn't disappear, just like Yamato's house building Kazuna. Listening to Tsunade's words, this would be a characteristic of the Chitos clan's chakra. Tsunade brought the glass of wine close to her nose and smelled it. An aroma of wine came to her nose with a flavor of flame, a characteristic of the Ryukin chakra. Tsunade gently sipped it down. Her eyes slowly lit up with amazement as she took a sip, then gave Ryukin a thumbs up. Delicious, both the color, taste, and degree are just right. Tsunade wondered, one hand cupping Ryun's cheek. Kid? Smiling so wickedly. What bad idea did you come up with again? Ryun opened Tsunade's hand, retrieved his glass and poured himself a drink. The liquor moistened into the middle of his throat with a gently flaming hot flavor. In a word, over the top. Tsunade's right hand on her open arm strangled Ryun's neck and lectured. I've told you not to drink? And you're still drinking, Ryun explained. I diluted the degree. It's not harmful to my body. His ninjutsu no jutsu could freely adjust the degree, and a high degree could form industrial alcohol, possessing the lethality of combining it with Naruto. Tsunade rubbed Ryuken's head vigorously. Whatever. The district alcohol can't harm your body anyway. She then turned to Ryuken. From now on, you'll be my bag of booze. You'll be in charge of all my alcohol. Ryun nodded vigorously, his face full of sincerity. Drink as much as you want. Tsunade smiled brightly. Of course. The night slowly got deeper and Tsunade's whole body became drunk. She took the wine glass and placed it in front of Ryun. Kid, have another drink. Chapter 78. Men Protecting Women. Tsunade once again smothered into a mouthful of wine and spoke drunkenly. Kid, do you think I'm particularly useless? Still saying that I want to protect you. But as soon as I see blood, I immediately can't. Ryun's fingers stroked Tsunade's hair as he gently replied, I'll be the one to protect you from now on. Tsunade rested one soft palm on Ryun's shoulder and drunkenly said, I'm ashamed to be protected by a lower ninja like you. Ryun responded to Tsunade, What shame? Shouldn't a man protect a woman? Tsunade laughed with a reddened face. You're a brat at best. And you? This little brat saying things that are old and immodest more so than Zaraya. I see. You are the most suitable disciple for him. Tsunade slowly snored, blinking as she slowly fell asleep. Ryuken picked Tsunade up and carried her on his back, called Shizune and Yuzuru and headed off to find a Ryokan. Crouching Phoenix had already rebelled a long time ago, and the two of them reached out their bare paws to grab Ryun's legs. Shizune's eyes were filled with laughter. Tsunade-sensei said for us to keep an eye on you and not let you mess around. Yuzuru also gently covered her mouth and snickered. Ryun, you can't make Tsunade-sama angry anymore. Tsunade-sama could beat you to death when she wakes up. The two girls didn't believe him, so Ryun could only make a bunk on the floor, grabbing the crouching dragon Phoenix and using it as a cushion all the way to the cushion all the way to the cushion. You two little bears, only just raised you. You two betrayed obediently as pillows. As the night grew thicker, Luyun pillowed on the stomach of the Wulong who had been struggling, and slowly fell into sleep. As Ryugen fell asleep, his figure was still that of a teenage Ryugen, and the Cloud Stream 100 transformations technique was still on all the time, and thus the chakra was flowing. And in the flow of chakra, some chakra with spiritual will circulated itself and slowly developed new jutsu. Detected the host's shadow doppelganger is developing a jutsu. Template recording begun. Ninjutsu development 10%, 50%, 100%. Ninjutsu development successful. Please name host. Who. Shadow doppelganger self-naming successful. Illusion jutsu juxtaposed with consciousness included in Shinobi Illusion Scroll. Ryun's shadow doppelgangers were not willing to be left alone, their spirits fluctuating in Ryun's mind. This is great. We can all chat together. What's the point of chatting in the middle of the night? Sleep. I have to save my energy for my art tomorrow. Don't sleep. The chief seems to be dreaming now. We have to help him realize his previous regrets. Boring. I'm not interested in love affairs. I'm going to work on how I'm going to act to get myself a beating. All of you shadow doppelgangers, you won't even think about the chief if you don't go. I'll go myself. Chief, quickly agree to my actions. I'll go and fulfill your wish. Luyun was dreaming of spring and fall. Suddenly hearing an inquiry, he immediately waved his hand without caring. Scramble! Don't come and disturb me. The shadow doppelganger got the order and his unorthodox mass of chakra circulated through Ryun's body, slowly releasing itself into the air and coalescing into a black-eyed Ryun. The shadow doppelganger looked downwards at the smiling Ryugen, realizing in a split second what Ryugen was thinking. Chief, I'm your most loyal shadow doppelganger. Unlike those who, like them, only know how to busy themselves. What are you talking about? Believe it or not, I'll immediately make you a retard. What's the difference between a villain's hook and a eunuch in the palace? The shadow doppelganger shifted out of the room with an instant, and after a few instantaneous passes, came to the bar from before. Chapter 79. Carrying a train overnight to escape from Rustum City. On the following day, the sun spilled diagonally onto the floor through the window. Ah! Ryukin stretched and slowly rose to his feet, rubbing his eyes as the memory of last night's cannon shadow split digested in his mind in an instant. Tsunade rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly woke up, immediately enraged. Damn brat! When did you climb up here? Tsunade slammed her fist into Ryukin's body, directly sending him flying off the bed. Cough! Ryukin coughed twice and slowly stood up, pouring a cup of tea to moisten his throat, gradually recalling the absurdity of last night. Luyun entered the consciousness group and called out Cannon. Cannon? Cannon. Why did you go out without my permission last night? Head, you already gave me permission, and since I'm your idea, naturally I have to go and follow through with your actions. Quicksilver rubbed his chin, carefully recalling last night's ding-dong. An endless storm cloud stirred in his heart. He instantly gave Cannon a thumbs up. Good job. From now on you'll be the Shadow Divergence Grandmaster. Great Cannon rattled with laughter. Chief, I will definitely keep the Shadow Doppelgangers in check. With a flash of consciousness, Ryun exited the consciousness group, and after he left, a group of Shadow Doppelganger consciousnesses surrounded Big Cannon. Money turned into money with chakra only lasted for a period of time, and it was still essentially counterfeit money. Cannon bristled. I'm your big steward now. You all need to watch what you say or I'll tell the leader to turn all this chakra of yours into poop. Cannon? Who are you talking to? Believe it or not, my shark muscles will cut you to death. Big Cannon, you're crazy. Be careful, I'll make you feel the pain of nonsense. I'm crazy? It's no longer a matter of being crazy or not. I'm already squinting. You can't fix it. This son is not a human being. That's right. He's almost as good as Air Zhu. Lu Yun's ears twitched as he heard a noise outside the door. He gathered his chakra at the place of his ears and clearly heard the voices outside the inn. Damn guy, white whoring to our extreme paradise's head. Quite fat. Behind us is the city lord. Catch that guy must be immersed in a piggy bank. Everyone search carefully. Last night his appearance was drawn down. One by one. I don't believe I can't find this kid. Dare to freeload in our paradise of ultimate bliss. Really looking for death. Ryun's head was confused. He immediately stood up. He wasn't afraid of extreme paradise's fighters. How could those people beat ninjas? He was afraid of Tsunade's and their reactions. If Tsunade and the girls knew that Ryun had entered extreme paradise last night and was all wrapped up, then his majestic image would be ruined. In short, he would die a social death. No, I can't hang out here in Kastoma City. I have to hurry and carry the train and run away. Yuzuru saw Ryun standing up and asked, Ryun, what's wrong with you? Ryun moved closer to Yuzuru and the girls and said, We've had enough fun here, we should go. Tsunade was a bit puzzled by Ryun's actions. Didn't you say you were going to play here for a week? You've only been here for a day and you're not going to play anymore. Ryukin shook his head. There's nothing to enjoy here, and since our whereabouts have already been exposed to the sand hidden, this is not a place to stay for long. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door and sweep the pornography. A knock sounded on the door. The person outside the door was savage, knocking loudly and being extremely rude to the guest inside. Tsunade clasped both hands together, squeezing out the sound of chirping bones. Who is it? So rude. She was about to open the door to teach the rude person outside the house a lesson. Ryukin's face panicked, and a huge amount of chakra erupted from his body in an instant. Cloud stream 100 changes, Song Ing change. In an instant, a 20-meter giant eagle broke through the inn's small house, and with a fierce flap of its wings, it swept Tsunade and the girls up into the sky. Chirp! The ordinary people outside the house fell to their knees in fear, crying out for mercy from the great king, clearly seeing Ryun as some kind of great demon. Flying in the middle of the sky, the same as Shizune and the girls for the first time. Tsunade was also filled with curiosity as she looked down on the view of the giant city, her entire being glowing with girlishness. Is this what it feels like to soar through the sky? It is truly marvelous. My heart has opened up quite a bit, and I feel like my fear of blood has eased a bit. Ryun flew out of the city to put Tsunade's girls down. Tsunade pinched Ryun's cheek. Kid, I can kinda see it. You were running away, what did you do in the city? Tell me honestly. Ryun replied sincerely. I just went to eat a whole goat feast and didn't tip those waitresses. The boss came to my door in a rage. If you ask me, that boss is also too petty. Tsunade let go of her hand and bristled. I don't believe it. You must have done something against your conscience. Ryukin waved his hand. Stop it. Let's go back to the village. Okay. Luyun snapped his fingers and a red sedan chair that could fit as big as 5 people appeared out of thin air on the spot. 9 shadow doppelgangers in white lab coats surrounded the palanquin. They were the bearers who carried the palanquin. Ryukin pulled the curtains open and invited politely with one hand on his chest. Come on up, all of you. Tsunade hugged Phoenix, slowly entering the palanquin, not forgetting to compliment. You're really getting good at this. Chapter 80, Autobots, Assemble. Shizen followed closely behind, and Yuzuru followed with Wulong in her arms. As Yuzuru entered the palanquin, she glanced at Ryukin suspiciously. Ryun used his shadow doppelganger to change into a white horse, and changed himself into a red wedding dress with a large red flower over his chest. Luyun, aren't you coming in? Luyun shook his head, straddled the horse, and patted the horses, but I'll just be outside to help you guys scout the way. All right. Yuzuru lowered the curtain. Gaga. Seeing that there was no one left, Ryukin instantly laughed into a crow's caw. What did the people of the shinobi world know about heavenly customs? He would trick them into being a bride today. Luyun shouted, Rise the palanquin! The palanquin bearers' shadow doppelgangers cried out strangely, Carry the palanquin! Luyun lightly slapped the white horse shadow doppelganger's ass. Go! The white horse shadow doppelganger turned his head, revealing large teeth and a comical horse expression. Chief, aren't you riding yourself? Luyun slapped down hard. By the time I shield your senses, I'll be riding a horse. How dare you treat me like a horse? Stop nagging and hurry up. The white horse didn't dare to nag and stomped forward. After riding for a while, Luyun was a bit bored, so he slowly fell asleep on the white horse's body. Knock knock thump 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 thump. The song was played, the cloth was covered, and the whole village was waiting to be served. Luyun was awakened by a magical sound, woke up and fixed his eyes to see that he was locked inside a large black box. White eyes open. Through his white eyes, Ryun saw 7 shadow doppelgangers in black suits carrying him and dancing outside. When black people smiled, life and death were hard to predict. When the coffin was lifted, the world came in vain. Quicksilver immediately realized his situation. Black people lifting a coffin? It's still me who's carrying it. The white horse dared to mess things up while he was asleep, turning his red affair into a white affair. Reverse. Against it. Luyun immediately jumped out of the coffin, and the white horse and the palanquin bearer's shadow detachment scattered into a ball and drilled into Luyun's mind. Ryun blocked out the feeling that he was being ridden before and couldn't disgust himself. He recruited his grandmaster. Canon remember that chakra fluctuation from earlier and make him a white horse for life. Got it, Chief. No. White horse came out of it again. Canon laughed. You'll be a mount for the rest of your life. This is your supreme honor. Don't. I don't want to be ridden. I want to ride people. The white horse was filled with mournful cries. Canon pointed at the surrounding shadow doppelganger realizations again. See, this is what happens when you offend the leader. You guys be honest in the future, hang out with me properly, and promotion is just around the corner. A shadow split by the ancient costume power drama poisoned as if the old ministers, full of ambition is not ambition. The world of treacherous ministers in the way, this will go on the country will not be a country ah. Tsunade, Shizun and the girls sat on top of a large rock, quietly combing their makeup. Today had only just risen. They had yet to properly dress up. Ryun quietly looked at Tsunade and the girls dressing. Tsunade saw Ryun and beckoned for Ryun to come over. Ryun walked over and Tsunade said, Change a mirror for me. Ta-da! Ryun snapped his fingers and a white mirror fell into his hand and he handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade looked at herself in the mirror, straightening her hair and wiping away some of the unnatural marks. A smile couldn't help but appear at the corners of her mouth. Here's a pad. I need to wash my face. Ryukin did as he was told, conjuring up a hanky, dabbing it with his water, and handing it to Tsunade. Tsunade wiped up her own face, the color of the water lubricating her skin and reflecting her tender skin, coupled with this heavenly beauty. Ryukin couldn't help but feel his heart pounding, his heart beating faster as he stared straight at Tsunade. Tsunade couldn't help but smile sweetly when she saw Ryun's days, followed by tugging on Ryun's cheeks. You're really a treasure chest. You have everything. Once some makeup was organized, Ryun and the others were about to hit the road. This time Tsunade refused to ride in the palanquin. 1. It was too slow, and 2. She felt that Ryun's expression was a bit evil. Ryun had no choice but to turn into an eagle and carry them back to Kiba. Luyun looked at the somewhat flat road, the land of fire, thousands of miles of fertile land. This kind of road is the most suitable for driving, why not turn into a car too? Ryun immediately did as he was told. Snapping his fingers, he followed the memories in his head and turned into a bumblebee. When Tsunade and the girls saw it, they were filled with confusion. What is this thing? Full of technology? Ryun watched himself turn into a bumblebee with the help of his white-eyed perspective. Ostensibly a sleek sports car, but the inside of the locomotive was a structural mess. It wasn't like Ryun was a car mechanic by trade. It was amazing that he could change into a shape. The scorpion doppelganger popped up in his head. You need to look to me for times like this. I specialize in mechanical automation. Oh, you can build bumblebees? Can't. Then what are you jumping out for? The scorpion doppelganger replied. I've come to guide you in making a vehicle that can run. Don't forget that the scorpion of Akasha didn't move around on a unicycle inside the Crimson Ryuin. I'll combine chakra and mechanical automation to create the structure of the hornet. Simply put, not being able to make the hornet perfectly, it was easier to just mimic the general structure with chakra. Okay. Come on. Instruct me to morph and let's get the bumblebee out of the way. The scorpion doppelganger was released by Ryuin, and he instructed around the shell of the car that Ryuin had morphed. The base needs to be higher here. Good. And here, the engine doesn't look like this. The stator and rotor structure should match up. You do as I do. Good. Ryun's previous life was also a mechanical automation major, although Coco cheated, but some basic knowledge is still understood. We don't burn oil. The engine needs to be a bit more sealed. Good. Ryun turned into a car, of course, could not burn oil. To burn it could only burn ethanol, and also chakraized ethanol, a more advanced energy. It was just as well that the ergotization technique he had developed would come in handy. Next, to complete the robot change, first calculate the kinetic equations. You wait. I'll do the math and then say. It didn't take long for Ryuin and Scorpion Split to complete the bumblebee's transformation. The system's voice rang out. Autobot bumblebee modeling successful. Inclusion file successful. By this time, Ryun was already a robot with a yellow body, full of mechanical structures at the joints, and blue light flashing at the eyes. He had turned into Bumblebee, the Autobot of planet Cybertron. The scorpion doppelganger was full of joy. My first little Gundam creation has been born. It's fantastic. Congratulations. Congratulations. The congratulatory voices of the shadow doppelgangers also came from the consciousness group, all happy for the first goal that the scorpion doppelganger had achieved. Chapter 81. Kiryuin's participation. Ryugen disarmed the scorpion doppelganger. Tsunade and Yuzuru walked over to them. Tsunade looked at the robot that exceeded 3 meters in height and wondered, a puppet. Ryun shook his head, and immediately after his body changed. The sound of mechanical structures twisting filled his limbs, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a Chevrolet Camaro sports car. Ryun opened the door. This is a car, a tool capable of traveling. Then Ryun told Tsunade and the others to get into the car. He wanted to show them the power of the Hornet. Tsunade and the girls all got in, and as Ryun closed the door, the Hornet's display lit up and a burst of music came from it. Ryukyu slammed the gas pedal. The Hornet engine start, boom, and sped out, like a yellow flash in the forest. After a long time, Tsunade became interested. Teach me to drive. Ryun nodded and began to teach Tsunade how to drive, asking her to press the clutch and move the gear lever. Tsunade was a little confused. Where is the gear lever? Ryun replied, it's in the right position. And after that, dial it forward and move it slowly. The car is not fun no more. Ryun immediately transformed, and the bumblebee was replaced by a giant hawk. Ryun carried Tsunade and the girls on his back and said immediately, it's better to fly. Driving is no match for flying. Tsunade nodded as the wind from the sky brushed against her face, the ease of her mind instantly forgetting the suspicions she had just had. Among the group of Ryuken's consciousness, Cannon's face was full of admiration, and he educated the few ponies behind him. See, why can the leader be the main body while we can only be the doppelgangers? That's the gap. Gov awesome. Mr. Luo, tell me what crime this has to be? Indecent assault. Punished with up to 5 years in prison. Cuff him some other time. Cannon's eyes turned cold. The so-called good and evil are not mutually exclusive. He immediately commanded the lawyers on their side. Zhang Yida, Snake, think of a way to refute them. Okay, Brother Cannon. Wait for me to check the criminal law on how to reduce the chief sentence to life imprisonment or death penalty. UTNND, you're an undercover agent sent from over there, right? The neutral faction between good and evil were mostly disinterested people. The second pillar shadow doppelganger was holding a book and carefully looking at the pretentious quotes above. That's a good one. Naruto's shadow doppelganger was practicing his accent, experimenting with how to curse and swear better. The scorpion doppelganger, full of disdain, ran off to the corner of the consciousness cluster to develop a new Autobot. With Bumblebee, I want more. Optimus Prime, Megatron the Fallen, Sentinel. With Tsunade at the wheel, the Air Force Ryukin slowly drove its course towards Kiba. After about 2 bells, a huge forest came into view, and under a hill in the middle of the forest, 3 huge Naruto rocks looked far ahead, with a calm light in their eyes. Underneath the Naruto rocks was a huge oval-shaped village. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was a large town. Shizune, Yuzuru, and Tsunade all stood up, their hearts slowly calming down as they looked at the familiar village. This was the Fire Country Kiba, the largest ninja village in the shinobi world, and also their hometown. Ryun's eagle eyes looked far into the distance. The scenery in the Kiba village he incorporated at a glance. The drill ground, Naruto building, ninja school, and even the Ichiraku ramen pavilion. Seeing this, complicated thoughts rose in Ryun's mind. All stories started and ended here. It was the same with his once childhood. This place encompassed the most loving coziness in the world, and likewise housed the unbearable darkness. There were too many people in there that he wanted to meet Jiraiya, Namikaze Suemon, Kakashi, Bandicoot, Kai. Tsunade grabbed the feather around Ryun's neck and warned, "Stop down there. Kiba has a sensory boundary. If you break in out of thin air, you'll be treated as an enemy." Ryun seemed as if he hadn't heard her as he flew straight at the sky above Kiba. Kiddo, what are you doing?" The eagle was always high and proud. How could a mortal understand his vessel? Ryukin was like a bolt of black lightning, easily penetrating the perception boundary below Kiba. "Hurry! Quick! Hurry! There is an enemy invasion. The chakra is huge. Report it to the 3rd generation. Notify the dark sections to take action." The people of the Kiba Junction class acted immediately. Intelligence was passed on, the dark sections assembled, and the gears of the gigantic war machine that was Kiba turned and began to reveal its clanking fangs. Ryukin flew in the sky of Kiba, infinite grandeur rising out of thin air in his heart. 8-gate transportation armor, 1st open door open, 2nd hue gate open, the 3rd birth gate open, 4th hurt gate open. Green body energy thickened throughout Ryun's body, followed by red Nine-Tails chakra bubbling up. Such a huge amount of chakra flowed through Ryun's body as he operated the Cloudstream 100 changes technique. Chirp! In an instant, a 100-meter huge eagle appeared out of thin air in the sky, with a pair of wings that seemed to be able to cover the sky and block out the suns. The eagle chirped and slowly flew over the buildings below, its lofty stance causing everyone in the village to look up. Kiba Kiryuin attends. Volume 1 End. Chapter 82, Confrontation with the Konoha Higher-Ups. Myogi Mountain. The huge old toad looks at the crystal ball underneath and whispers faintly, "Child beyond destiny, I finally meet you, Kiba." A large, bespectacled hawk swept through the sky, startling the villagers below with a shriek. Ninjas in green vests assembled in unison, most of them spread out over 3 battlefields. The Kiba village was at its weakest right now. In a basement, Orochimaru heard the high call of an eagle and left his lab in an instant. Orochimaru frowned as he looked at the huge shadow in the sky. Orochimaru didn't like eagles because they were the natural enemy of snakes. He felt the powerful chakra in it. Is this a psychic beast? This chakra can't be compared to even the 10,000 snakes. At Namikaze Suikado's house, Jyoshina's stomach moved slightly, and she clenched her teeth with difficulty. Seeing this, Suikado asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Joexai shook her head. Nine-Tails just got a little agitated. I wonder why. At that exact moment, chirp, the eagle struck the sky. All the upper ninjas in the village stood at attention. The massive chakra was almost catching up to the human pillars. Ryukin flew above Naruto Rock in a dive. followed by the disarming of the Cloudstream Hyaki no Jutsu. The few of them stood on top of Hatsune Mikoto's Naruto rock. Ryukin crossed his arms and looked down at the village below while his white eyes sensed the dozens of chakra that were coming towards the area. Being high above, the second pillar shadow fractal in Ryun's consciousness group immediately merged into his mind, and Ryun's suit escape opened. I can overlook this tiny village to the bottom with a single glance. A slender jade hand reached over and pinched on Liu Yun's ear, tugging vigorously. Dead brat, told you to stop outside the village and you didn't listen. Now the whole village has been stirred up. Liu Yun was somewhat deeply infested by Urju Z and immediately frowned. Woman, who are you talking to? I am the eagle of high pride, and passing through the sky is my kingly path. Tsunade immediately became furious. Stinky brother, dare to talk to me like that? She stretched out her other hand, and with both hands, she tugged hard on Ryun's cheeks, straight into a Wudai Lang's cooking pie. Quicksilver immediately realized that he had overplayed his hand and begged loudly for mercy. Tsunade-san, I was wrong. I won't dare to disobey you again. That's better. Tsunade smiled in satisfaction and then lowered her hand. She got up seriously and looked at the chi of swords and arms that was coming towards her. Brush. A group of ninjas wearing purple and white vests with animal masks surrounded the area. An icy aura emanated from them, while a shocking murderous aura assaulted Ryukin. Tsunade looked at the shady ninja and said, I am Tsunade. Just now it was just an accident. Princess Tsunade, we know that it was the Konoha ninja behind you that broke into the village. A dog-masked ninja from the Dark Division was the head. He looked at Ryun coldly and fished out a picture from his pocket of Ryun's graduation exam. The Dark Ninja looked up again at Ryun, who had grown to be 14 or 15 years old. But the Dark Ninja could tell that this person was Ryun. He said coldly, Wooden Ryun, your superiors told you to return to the village within 2 days. Why did you arrive after 3 days? Also, you didn't pass through the gate and broke through the perception boundary? Are you trying to rebel? You're talking to me? Ryukin's dark pupils turned towards the dog-masked ninja, the huge chakra in his body forming a great sense of oppression. At the same time, the amazing killing aura formed a killing intent illusion, pulling the dog-masked ninja into the pain Ryun had once endured in an instant. Cold knives stabbed into the chest cavity, explosions shattered the heart, and flames scorched the body. Endless and endless pain pierced into the dog-masked ninja's mind. Ah! The dog-masked ninja immediately cried out in pain and crawled on the ground in agony, rolling over and over. Captain! The other dark ninjas worried. But the dog-masked ninja still rolled around, and that pained cry made everyone present hear it as if they were stabbed in the back. The dark ninjas were extremely tough-minded and often trained in torture, and the captain, who was a top ninja, was now rolling around on the ground in agony. Just how much pain is this? Enduring? The 7 or 8 dark part ninjas drew their ninja swords and coldly looked at Liu Yun. How dare you make a move? Ryun drew his ninja sword and said coldly, Think I'm a persimmon to pinch? The atmosphere in the arena froze to a standstill all of a sudden. A big grinning voice came out. Tsunade, what are you doing on the battlefield of Kawanakuni if you don't stay in the village? Tsunade turned her head, and a man with long white hair, a tall figure, and 2 red lines on his face appeared on Naruto's Naruto rock, the 3rd Naruto generation. And beside him was Orochimaru with a cold face, long hair down his back, and eyes staring directly at Ryun. Tsunade pointed at Ryun. He is my clanmate. I went to the battlefield to confirm his bloodline, and there was no mistake. He is indeed a descendant of the Senju. Jiraiya turned his head to look at Ryun, with short jet black hair, a short gray coat, and a thick black obi belt tied around his waist. Orochimaru's voice had a magnetic quality to it, as if it could induce dependence in a child's heart. The giant eagle just now? Was it you who changed? Ryukin turned his head, his ebony eyes locked with dark golden pupils. It was as if there was an eagle and a snake facing each other behind the two. Ryukin didn't say anything. He wasn't just recklessly barging into Kiba. He wanted to be clear on how much battle power Kiba had right now. Plan a retreat. A dozen more figures appeared on the cliff. The first one is the 3rd generation Naruto in red and white Naruto robes, Sarutobi Hizuru. Beside him are 4 shadow guards. Not just Sarutobi Hizuru, with Leaf's top management, Shimura Tuanzu, Mido Menyen, Turning Knight Koharu, and the chiefs of all the major ninja clans have all come. Uchiha Futake, Hinata Hinata, Hinata Hinata. There was also a pair of tomato scrambled eggs, Namike Suikato and Whirlpool Jasina. Now, all of Kiba's high-level combatants in the village were present. Ryukin secretly refined his chakra and prepared to escape at the first opportunity. However, Tsunade stepped in front of Ryun as she said to Sarutobi Hinata, "It was just an accident just now. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it." Sarutobi Hinata took a drag on his cigarette, followed by his pupils turning to Ryun behind Tsunade, who had a large stack of information on his desk. The other party's network of relations from birth to now, after going to the battlefield, the awakening of the smoke transportation blood relay, its character traits, ninjutsu traits, political thoughts. Undoubtedly, this is a talent, at the same time untamed, a double-edged sword. Let an old friend try him first. Tuanzu, who had a bandage wrapped around his right eye, looked coldly at Ryun. "Wouldn't Ryun, you're very wild. You didn't even put me, the Naruto auxiliary, in your eyes and called me an old dog. Do you have any idea what will happen to you?" Those present were all startled, focusing their eyes on Ryun. Insulting the head of the Root Division Naruto auxiliary. This person is fierce. Hey. On the other side of the room, Juexinai heard what Tuanzo said and quietly said to Mizukage, "So bold? I curse only at night when no one is around." The people present all had amazing hearing and clearly caught Juexinai's whispers, turning their eyes to her in unison. Juexinai's face reddened and she immediately hid behind Mizukage. Speechless and embarrassed, Mizumon smiled at the crowd whose eyes were focused towards here. Sorry. Jasuna was joking." "Humph." Junzo grunted. He knew where he stood in the village. Not many shinobi recognized him, and there were quite a few who secretly cursed him. But he didn't care. Anyway, becoming Naruto this time would clean up all the previous darkness. Tuanzu followed up by turning his gaze back to Ryugen. "Kiryuin, you did a lot of good things in the Kawanakuni battlefield. Insulting your commanders, maiming your compatriots, and disrespecting the higher-ups. Are you thinking of defecting?" Junzo's cold words were thunderous. But as if Ryugen wasn't looking at him, he turned around, a faint two-pillar aura permeating the room, leaving only an inscrutable back to Tuanzu. Such a condescending stance caused many in the arena to frown. Uchiha Futsuki gently stroked his chin. He did feel that Ryugen did not resemble the Thousand Hands clan. Instead, it resembled their Uchiha clan, whether it was their looks, dress, or that air of loneliness. Orochimaru gave a low chuckle. He disliked Junzo just as much, but had never ignored the Lord of Roots so much. He licked his tongue in a circle. Interesting. The fire in Junzo's heart inexplicably rose as he watched his opponent's disregard, and this punch-inducing aura, and he commanded the Negi ninja directly behind him. "Go. Seize him on suspicion of treason." Sarutobi Hinata stretched out his hand and falsely said, Don't lay your hands on him." The three Negi ninja instantly moved up, all at the level of upper ninja. Their ninja swords drawn, their blades like snow, easily tearing through flesh and blood skin. Tsunade snorted coldly, but did not act. She was well aware of Ryun's strength. Ryun gently moosed one hand on his chin as if he didn't see them. As soon as the three shinobi's blades passed, Ryun shattered in the dark and turned into a puff of white smoke on the bright side. "Ding! You have been killed by 3 upper ninjas. Experience value plus 120. The crowd looked at the puff of smoke that appeared out of nowhere, their eyes widening slightly. Juexinai grasped Mizumon's shoulder and squeezed it hard in curiosity. No blood came out. It turned into a cloud of smoke. Hey, what a magical ninjutsu. Orochimaru's eyes went as wide as they could go. This kind of blood jutsu, physical attacks are ineffective. Ryukin turned into a cloud of smoke and flew from above Naruto Rock to the flat ground of the mountain. Looking down at the astonished-looking Guzo, the other party seemed to be stunned by this amazing blood relay limitation as well. Despite what the information said, it was hard not to be shocked by seeing it for the first time. Ryun's faint pretense of recluse release came out. The rat of the creeping ground, the eyesight is only under the dung after all. Obsessed with the Naruto position, doing meticulous things. Ryukin's description was straightforward. Duzu angrily pointed at Ryun. "Wooden Ryun, are you cursing me?" "Ha ha ha ha." Ryukin laughed with reckless abandon, laughing as the anger of Gunzo grew higher and higher. The second-generation Naruto really did see you right in the first place. He wouldn't let you become Naruto even if you stayed to block the enemy because you're too stupid. Kiryuin. Reunion spat out 3 words coldly, that gloomy eye releasing endless killing intent. "Attack me." Negi's 3 upper ninjas quickly attacked. Ryukin's mouth didn't stop irritating them. Even if an old dog's men are upper ninjas, They're still gophers in the end. Can't I recognize them if they wear a mask and a vest? Ryuken's words were joined by Naruto's negative mouth transformation. The costume vanish and mouth vanish erupted in unison, almost catching up with the blood relay elimination. Sparing the anger of a ruthless machine ninja like Negi surged from his heart. His sword shadows were heavy and he kept slashing at Ryun. Ding! You have been killed by 3 upper ninjas. Experience value plus 100. Buried worms in the ground, you gnawed on the roots of Konoha, and you blabbered that it was to protect the trees. I'm ashamed to hear it. Damn! Ryun insulted Root's beliefs, and the sword the Root ninja held trembled. And behind him, Tushu grimaced with lingering murderous intent. He had created Negi to protect Konoha in a more extreme way. Instead, he was reduced to worthlessness in Ryun's mouth. The Negi ninja angrily unleashed their ninjutsu and kept killing Ryun. Ding! You have been killed by Upper Ninja C using a ninjutsu. Experience value plus 100. Incompetence, ignorance, and brainlessness. This is Negi. You can't even deal with a lower ninja like me, and you call yourselves cold-blooded machines. Go home and raise your children. Kid, go to hell. Rado False Darkness. You have been killed by Upper Ninja Kamita using Rado. Experience value plus 100. A cold sweat broke out on Jiraiya's head, and he said to Orochimaru beside him, Tsunade's clan, the mouth, is a bit fierce. Orochimaru frowned. Hearing Ryuken's curses always made him feel like his head was spinning. Your Lord Suzu hasn't gotten married yet, has he? Saying it's for the sake of Kiba, it can't be not working, can it? Don't insult Lord Guanzo. Give me to die. Ding. I didn't insult him. I'm telling the truth. Little shinobi, don't slander me. Oh. Ryuken coalesced out of the smoke and taunted at the upper ninja who was so enraged by him. On the other side of the room, Junzo's face was grim to the core as Ryun recklessly slandered him, practically disregarding him as the Lord of Roots. All the scheming and plotting that he had sunk into his heart was washed away. His head was now filled with murderous intent towards Ryun. Hee. Jasuna covered her mouth and laughed lowly. Tuanzu was the person she hated the most. At first, she even suggested the top management to send her to Root to be locked up. She naturally did not have a good face to Tuanzu. Hearing Ryugen's wanton insults to Tuanzu, Joshina couldn't help but be interested in Ryugen in her heart. This one called Kiryuin was too good at cursing. Kid, go to hell. An azure bird masked upper ninja slashed at him. A cold light flashed in Ryun's eyes. There was nothing to be gained by brushing it off any longer. It was time to get serious. He slammed open the first 4 doors of the 8 gates of evasion, followed by putting on the 9-tail tunic. 9 tails? 8 gates of recluse? Those who saw it exclaimed in unison, clearly stunned by Ryuken's strange chakra. Juexanai squeezed Mizumon's shoulder as hard as she could, and Mizumon's eyebrows twitched. Juexanai was a violent blood-red pepper with a lot of strength. Mizumon, how does he possess the chakra of the 9 tails? Does he possess a 9-tail in his stomach as well? His 9 tails are male, mine are female. Jasuna's sealed space. 9 tails. 9 tails was also puzzled as to how the teenager outside possessed his chakra. Does that mean it's the same as Golden Horn and Silver Horn? He's eaten my flesh. Ryuken's massive chakra flames shot out 10 meters high like the streaming flames of a rocket's tail. Ryuken closed 2 fingers and snapped his fingers. Multiple shadow split technique. In an instant, white smoke kept exploding. Boom 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 boom. The mountains were filled with gray shadows. A forbidden jutsu from the Book of Seals? Seal-less ninjutsu? Everyone's focus was different. Some paid attention to Ryugen's massive chakra, some paid attention to Ryugen's sealing style, and some paid attention to the mountains full of shadow doppelgangers. Juexanai squeezed the flesh on Mizumon's shoulder as hard as she could and looked at the mountains of shadow doppelgangers, all dressed in short gray suits. She couldn't help but murmur, so many of them. Jasuna. It hurts. Let go. Sorry. Since he was only dealing with 3 upper ninjas, Ryuken gathered only 500 shadow doppelgangers. A pair of wings sprouted from his back and he slowly flew into the sky, his eyes coldly looking at the 3 unbelievable Negi upper ninjas underground. Sarutobi saw Ryun's wings and recorded his information in his mind. Ryuken waved down with one hand. Teach them to behave. Cannon rushed out from it with a dozen shadow doppelgangers, shouting, Let them see the power of our cannon party. Italian cannon, prepare. Fire escape, fire Lin cannon. Fire! A dozen or so artillery pieces were fired away, and the three top ninjas from the Root Division made hand seals to instantly transform. The revolutionary shadow doppelganger brought about 50 or so ninjas with him, his hand changing into an AK as he came forward carrying a red banner. Charge! Yura! Ula! Ula! The shadow doppelganger carrying the AK actually used his hands to unleash the fire lance cannons, and in the blink of an eye the densely packed cannons covered the three Negi upper ninjas. The three upper ninjas swallowed their Hyarinmaru, replenishing the chakra in their bodies, and kept instantly dodging the incoming fire lance cannons. The scorpion doppelganger changed into a bumblebee, raised the muzzle of his cannon, and kept releasing the fire liner cannon. See, this is the art of Gundam. Deidara's shadow doppelganger was not convinced. He made a seal with both hands, smothered the firelin cannon in his mouth, and rushed into the crowd of shadow doppelgangers. The art is explosions. Rumble. A huge explosion rang out, and smoke filled the sky. Mother assholes, even harming friendly troops. Firefighting army ready. Put out the fire. Water transportation, water chaos wave. When all the clamor paused, the three shinobi in the midst of the rubble had broken their arms and legs and were covered in burns, so it seemed they were wasted. Cannon instructed a few of his pony shadow doppelgangers to grab them, tie them up in unison in front of Gunzo, and fling them straight to the ground in front of him. Cannon cursed at Tuanzu. Negi ninjas are a bunch of losers, we can't even get serious before we can. You say it right. Old thing. You. With a dark curse, Gomiho's mouth spewed out a vacuum jade that immediately annihilated Cannon. Before the cannon dissipated, it put down a vicious sentence. You're done, you're really done. Tuanzu also realized how difficult Ryun was to deal with and looked up at Sarutobi Hinata, saying, Sarutobi, you also saw how arrogant this kid is. He doesn't even care about Naruto auxiliaries me, and he also wasted 3 of my men. That's mutilating a fellow villager. He must be arrested and treated as a traitor. Justina quietly poked her head out from behind Mizukato's back and let out a scoff. How shameless. Your 3 top ninjas taking on a bottom ninja and memorizing kill moves, and then looking for Naruto to cry to after being defeated by the other side. Junzo glared over with cold eyes. 9 tails. Justina spat out her tongue and made a face, followed by burrowing back behind Mizukage. Mizukato smiled awkwardly at Tuanzu. I'm sorry, Elder Tuanzu, Justina. She didn't mean it. Ryun disarmed all of his shadow doppelgangers and slowly flew down from the sky. Orochimaru saw the wings on Ryun's back and licked his thin snake-like tongue, craving the man to the core. Physical attacks are ineffective smoke transportation, huge and incomparable chakra, forbidden art-level transformation techniques. And still so handsome. Hiss, isn't this a transmutation body created for my Orochimaru's conscience? Mu Luyun, I have my eye on your body. Ragugumo didn't know that Ant Snake was craving his body as his eyes looked down on the people below him, incidentally looking down on Sarutobi Hinata along with him. The old man was totally chilling on the sidelines, analyzing the situation and testing his strength in the process. Now that the fight was over, it was time to buy people's hearts. Sarutobi Hizuru took a step forward. Addressing Ryun amiably, he said, Your name is Kimi Ryun, isn't it? Ryun was silent. Ryun, come down. Tsunade shouted Ryukamo down. After Ryun flew down, Tsunade braced Ryun's shoulders with one hand and brought him to Sarutobi Hinata. Sarutobi-sensei, he is the last of my Chiken clan. Tsunade even bit the 1,000 hands very hard. She didn't trust Sarufii Hizuru that much on the inside. Sarutobi Hizuru smiled and said with a peaceful face, I know. Chitos is the clan that founded Kiba and was heavily damaged in the First Shinobi World War to protect the Fire Country. Having such a lone seedling makes me happy as a disciple of the second-generation master. Tuanzu jumped out angrily and pointed angrily at Ryukin. Sarutobi, what are you doing? Going to spare him? Don't forget that your 2 sons hate him with a passion. Sarutobi shook his head and suddenly raised his breath. Under the eyes of the crowd, he bowed to Ryun. I'm sorry that my 2 untalented sons have caused trouble for you. I'll have them come to the door to apologize when they come back. For now let me, an old man, say sorry to you. In Ryun's consciousness group, the second pillar shadow doppelganger laughed coldly. See, this is the gap between him and the old dog Tuanzu. Tuanzu's power plotting is only at the 1st level. Others are already at the 3rd level. The main body TMs chopped off his son's fingers, and he didn't frown even for a second, It's obvious that the city's depth is so deep that it's the very limit. Ryun remained silent, as if he didn't see Sarutobi Hizuru's apology. Sarutobi Hizuru was a little embarrassed, and the atmosphere in the scene was a little weird. Fortunately, Tsunade broke the awkward impasse as she stepped forward and said, "This boy was abused by the sand cane. He has major psychological problems and is particularly xenophobic. I'll accept Sarutobi-sensei's apology on his behalf." Sarutobi Hinata stood up, smiled kindly, and suddenly put his hand on Ryun's shoulder, who was instantly alert to the extreme. Only to hear Sarutobi Hizuru said, "You're Arkiba's great merit, your battle records can all be clearly recorded, the Sand Hidden Camps raid, the 8th Front's tenacious defense, as well as overthrowing the Sand Hidden Special Squad. In the thousands of Sand Hidden army killed them routed. There are also. Sarutobi Hinata said more and more, the eyes of the surrounding people grew wider and wider, not expecting that a lower ninja could make so many credits. Any one of them was not something that an elite upper ninja would be able to accomplish. All of them were S-class missions. Orochimaru's tongue twitched at a high frequency, his heart excited to the extreme. This kind of talent, this kind of growth rate? Won't I become the second Rokudo Sannin if I get him? Jusina looked closely at Ryukin, almost as tall as her, and was able to set up so many feats. She tugged on Mizumon's sleeve. "I didn't realize he was so powerful, to set up so many feats. That's an achievement only a shadow can achieve." Mizumon nodded, looking at the short black-haired Ryukin with great interest rising in his heart. Other than Kakashi, it was the first time he had seen a teenager with such a strong talent, even far beyond Kakashi. Sarutobi Hizuru patted Ryun's shoulder and said with full of affection, "You'll become a great hero of Kiba, and there's no chance you'll become the 5th Naruto." Ryun sneered a little in his heart. In the Kiba village, heroes were on the tombstones, while ninjas were on the seat of Naruto. This old man saw his ability and was ready to try to pull him in, or use him. Chapter 83. I'm not a Chow thief. Don't talk nonsense. Tsunade responded instead of Ryukin. And his merits? Sarutobi rubbed his head a bit bitterly, then smiled immediately afterward. Ryun can mention what jutsu he needs to me, and I'll exchange it for you. Ryun finally spoke for the first time in front of Sarutobi Hizuru. His ebony eyes looked into the other's complex ink-like eyes, and he embarrassed the other as soon as he opened his mouth. "Can I exchange my merits for the Flying Thunder God's art?" Sarutobi Hinata fell silent. Of course Ryun's merit badges could be redeemed. It was just that he would not be able to master it well if he learned the Flying Thunder God hierarchy. The 2 advisor elders beside him began to move. Turning to the bed, Koharu looked at Ryun and said very bluntly, "The Flying Thunder God jutsu is a time-space jutsu that is exceptionally important to the village, so only ninjas who are particularly loyal to the village will be given the opportunity to learn it. And we don't trust you all that much. After all, you were once captured by the Sand Hidden, so we don't know." Tsunade snorted coldly. "What do you mean by that? Could it be that Ryun is a spy trained by the Sand Hidden? Then all the Sand Hidden he killed were also Sand Hidden Village's bureau minions." Mito Mengyen said softly, "All of his battle achievements were done by one person alone. The investigation behind the intelligence ninjas were all handled by Sand Hidden. We can't confirm whether or not Kiryuin's battle achievements are real." Tsunade was about to continue saying something, but Ryukin held his hand. Ryugen looked at Sarutobi Hinata, the 2 advisor elders beside him, and finally at the back, Tuanzu, who had a grim smile on his face. These 4 people, no matter what conflicts they had, grew up wearing the same pants. Even if Ryugen's battle merit was true, they wouldn't hand out the merit to someone that the higher-ups couldn't get a hold of, especially with a strategic jutsu like the Flying Thunder God. Seeing that the atmosphere was silent, Sarutobi Hinata smiled and finally said, "The Flying Thunder God jutsu won't work. Later I'll have the Dark Division copy the jutsu from the Book of Seals. Take a look and tell me if you need any jutsu." Tsunade grunted, grabbed Ryun's clothes and walked away without looking back, not forgetting to leave behind a sentence. "The Book of Seals is something that belongs to my Senju family." "Hey! Tsunade, wait for me." Jiraiya followed Tsunade. Suikato, let's follow too." Jasuna grabbed Mizumon's hand and also followed down Naruto Rock. The major clans and the Dark Sect also slowly dispersed. Sarutobi Hinata calmly looked at Ryukin and his party who were walking down towards the rock stairs, endless calculations flowing in his eyes. Tuanzu walked up, his tone full of suppressed anger. "Sarutobi, what the hell are you trying to do? Why don't you hand that brat over to the Root Ministry and thoroughly study his blood relay so that you can improve Kiba's battle power?" Sarutobi Hinata glanced at Toanzu, followed by looking at Orochimaru to keep up with Tsunade and the rest of them. No. His blood relay will be very helpful in winning this shinobi war. The Konoha needs him. Most importantly, without certainty, Sarutobi couldn't see how strong Ryun really was, let alone Tsunade wanting to protect him. With a grunt, Tuanzo turned around and walked away, not even bothering with his 3 henchmen, and cursed in a low voice, "Hypocritical old man," walking up the rocky stairs next to Naruto Rock. Jiraiya followed Tsunade, and he smiled attentively. "Tsunade, how about going for a drink tonight?" Tsunade shook her head and pointed at Ryukin. "I still have to clean up his room, so I won't go for a drink tonight." "All right then." Jiraiya was a little disappointed to be rejected yet again. Ryun patted Jiraiya on the back and comforted him. "You might as well give up. Tsunade-san doesn't like greasy men." Jiraiya looked backward at Ryun and bristled. "What greasy men?" He pointed to the word greasy on his forehead protector. "The symbol of Myoki Mountain this time, as well as a representation of me, Toad Sanin." Jiraiya stopped his small talk and looked at Ryukin seriously. "Kid, are you really as strong as Sarutobi-sensei says you are?" Ryun clasped his hands on the back of his head and said somewhat leisurely, "Who knows? Maybe I can level the entire shinobi world on a whim." "Bragging." A crisp voice rang out, not Jiraiya's gruff manly voice. Ryukin turned his head to look at a head of soft red hair, as gentle as the month of April. A hair knot was clipped at the right sideburn. A pair of black eyes were large and bright, and her skin was fair, a beauty that could rival Tsunade's. The most important thing is that a temperament both with a young girl and a young woman, its flavor with a joran floating fragrance in the middle. The host has a feeling. Self-generated Chow Thief Shadow by location. System, you don't slander me. I didn't think of anything, Luyun frantically explained in his mind. Within his consciousness group, a shadow doppelganger with Chow Thief written on its forehead protector appeared out of nowhere. Joshina's black pupils looked at Lu Yun and asked curiously, "Where did your 9-tail chakra come from? Is there another 9 tails in your stomach? And is it male or female?" With a helpless smile, Mizukado came forward and said to Ryukin, "Please forgive me, Joshina." She was joking. Ryun formally looked at the blonde-haired Mizumon and recalled Mizumon's battle record in his mind. Wave Wind Watergate, Word Wing with Sister Number Egg Tomato, Flying Thunder God's Art of the Second Air. There is a yellow flash of the name of the shadow-level ninja, but also the future of the 4th generation of Naruto. Well, the biggest characteristic of this person is yellow. Suikado extended his hand. "Hello? I am Namikaze Suikado, an upper ninja of the Konoha village." Ryun shook his hand and responded, "I'm Kiryuin, a lower ninja of the Konoha village." Joshina covered her mouth and snickered. "Are you trying to kill me with laughter? You're the hero of the sand-hidden battlefield. Why are you still a lower ninja?" Ryun replied bluntly, "Because I haven't passed the Nakanobu exam yet, and I came back this time to pass it." Chapter 84, Orochimaru-chan, Super Delicious. Tsunade explained, "That's an advanced shape-shifting technique he developed to be able to control his body size at will." Orochimaru was ostensibly following Jiraiya and Tsunade, but in fact, his eyes had been staring at Ryukin, a deep greed hidden within his eyes. Hearing Tsunade's words, his heart was astonished, carefully feeling the jutsu on Ryun's body. Half a day did not find any traces of transformation jutsu, and he was even more surprised at Ryun's talent in jutsu. In his heart, he said, "Worthy of being the descendant of the 1,000 Hands." He inherited the 2nd generation's superb talent in jutsu. Sensing the snake's sight, Ryun turned his head to look at Orochimaru and responded with a bright smile. Ryun's perception was amazing. How could he not feel Orochimaru his greedy sight? But Ryun knew the snake very well, especially greedy for unknown power, especially the resurrection ability on Ryun. The heart is definitely thinking about it, and even the timing of the strike is being deliberated. A few people had gone around in circles and arrived at the clan land where the 1,000 Hands clan used to live. In the direction of the northwest district of Kiba, near the ninja school, next to the 1,000 Hands Park. The Chitose clan's land had shrunk several times, partly due to the disappearance of the Chitose clan and the village reclaiming their residents, and partly due to Tsunade selling her house to pay off her debts. It was about 1,000 square feet, a small yard, and the door had the clan crest of the 1,000 Hands on it. Ka! Tsunade pushed the door in. Ryukin's trio followed. A small courtyard of half a basketball court, planted with 3 or 2 tall trees. Underneath it sat several Japanese-style houses, with Japanese-style wooden boards and Japanese-style wooden doors. Jiraiya and Orochimaru did not enter the door. Jiraiya spoke through the door. Tsunade, we'll come to your house to gather for a drink tonight. Tsunade nodded, a light suddenly blooming in her eyes. I'll wait for you guys to come, just so I can show you my family's wine jar, she said, winking at Ryukin. Jars of wine? Jiraiya wondered. Where did Tsunade get the savings to stock up on wine? The Chikich family fortune was lost to this loser. Jiraiya shook his head. He'd better go to the izakaya at night and buy a jar. Orochimaru glanced at Ryun with a slightly deeper meaning, and then proceeded to look at Tsunade next to Ryun. The art of undead transmutation hadn't been perfected yet, and with Tsunade in tow, it wasn't the right time to make a move. Ryun of course saw Orochimaru's greedy eyes, and also said to Jiraiya, who had already turned around far away, "Drinking always need to have a dish to drink, right? Bring 2 snakes. At night I will make a snake soup." Silence. The crowd in the arena looked at Ryukin, who had crossed his arms with a harmless look on his face. Orochimaru lowered his head and laughed as if he didn't care. Jiraiya turned awkwardly to Ryun and explained, "Orochimaru's psychic beast is a snake, so we don't eat snakes." Oh! Ryukin pretended to realize and looked at Orochimaru with apologies. "Sorry about that, Orochimaru-senpai. I didn't know that you don't eat snakes. It's a pity. Snakes are delicious. I can summarize so many ways to eat them. Stewed snake with green pepper, clear snake soup, snake roasted chicken, white fruit and snake soup." Orochimaru. With every dish name that Ryun reported, Orochimaru's face grew grim. This brat was ting in his face. Ryun wanted to continue to report. Tsunade's jade fingers pinched Ryun's ears and pulled him inside the courtyard. She didn't forget to apologize to Orochimaru. "He has some brain problems? Don't take it personally, Orochimaru." Hehehe. Orochimaru's tongue rolled, his eyes hiding a cold gloom. "Dare to eat a snake and use my name for the name of the dish. Really don't know how to die." After finalizing the agreement for the evening's gathering of wine, Jiraiya pulled Orochimaru around and turned to walk away, with his doubts coming from time to time. "Orochimaru, is there really that much to do with snake meat? I'm craving it from what Ryun said." Orochimaru sneered. "Oh, toads have many medicinal uses as well. Besides, snakes eat toads. Haha. Just kidding. Just kidding." Juexionai and Mizuto walked into the Chikin family. Juexionai had lived in the Chikin family when she was young, and was also taken care of by Maelstrom Mito, and Tsunade's relationship was very good, so she was very familiar with the place. Tsunade tugged hard on Ryukin's cheek. It seemed to be so familiar to her bones that every day she didn't feel comfortable not tugging at her heart. "Don't you know how powerful Orochimaru is? Daring to talk to him like that?" Ryukin's face was tugged and the words came out a little leaky. "I'm a hawk. What's wrong with eating snakes?" "Humph." Tsunade grunted and turned away, leaving behind a grumble. "I was hoping to train you to be the 5th Naruto. Now it seems like I'll be thankful if you can mess with a few less people." Ryukin watched Tsunade enter the house to clean up her room. Shizen followed. The point was that if he didn't mess with Orochimaru, sooner or later Orochimaru would mess with him. So why not just discuss the snake now? One hand rubbed Ryun's back, and Ryun turned to look at Yoshina and Mizuto. What was the point of leaving this tomato scrambled eggs? Did the tomato want him to pick the eggs out and add seaweed? Joshinai smiled at Ryun and said, "Since you are a member of the Thousand Hands family, you are a distant relative to our Whirlpool family, and your seniority?" Ryun smiled and replied, "Tsunade asked me to call her sister, so I'm in the same generation as Tsunade, and the master of Sumon's upper ninja is Jiraiya, which means that you, Joshinai, are 1 generation shorter than me, so you can call me Uncle Yoon." "Bah!" Joexionai skimmed her mouth, crossed her waist and said to Ryun, "You guy, I'm afraid you're not as big as me." Ryun spread his hands. "There's no way. Seniority is a big deal." Jasuna shook her head. "Don't try to take advantage of me and Mizukato. I call Tsunade my sister too." Mizumon scratched his hair with his hand and smiled awkwardly. He was more of a gentle and proper person, and Ryukin and Joshina's flirting was a bit of a meltdown. Yuzuru walked over with Crouching Dragon and Phoenix in her arms and said to Ryukamo, "Ryukamo, this time when you go back to the village, call Bringu, Kai and the others to get together. We haven't seen each other for a long time." Mizukato looked at Ryun and Yuzuru suspiciously. "You guys are in the same class as Kakashi, Bringu, and Rin." "Yes." Yuzuru nodded. Mizukage came to a realization. No wonder when Bring his head wasn't working. He kept thinking of someone named Ryukin and thought of him for advice. So it was you. Now that you've made the trip back to the village, let's have a nice gathering of your classmates for once. Yuzuru nodded her head. Yoshina followed suit. Kakashi had a hard time with a few squads, which is why he was transferred to Mizukato's class, and Mizukato applied for him to retake the Nakanoshu exams, taking care of Bandu and Lin on the side. This time, Kakashi will also participate in the Chunin exam. When the time comes, I'll see which one of you is the first genius of Kiba. Ryukin's mind came to be interested, not in the competition of the first genius, but in the thoughts of his fellow classmates. He, Kai, and Bandito were known as the trio of the ninja school, and the three of them had dragged the entire class down by themselves, causing their class to be at the bottom of the entire grade year after year. This time the triumvirate gathered. The entire ninja world will have to shake a little. Yuzuru handed Crouching Dragon and Phoenix to Ryun as she trotted out the door. Ryun, I'm going to go get them to gather here. The two little lumps of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Child moved in Ryun's arms. Ryun came to his senses and vigorously rua the soft tummies of the two of them. Joexanai saw the two little black and white dumplings. Her eyes flashed out of peach, snatched Crouching Dragon from Ryun's hands, and vigorously rua to rua in her arms. What a cute little panda. Luyun speechless. This is finally see Joexanai's character a little like Tsunade in some aspects of the extremely overbearing. Chapter 85. The kingdom of heaven and earth has been decided. You and I are both oxen and horses. Speak of the devil. Tsunade arrived and threw a broom to Ryun. Don't be idle, quickly come in and clean the house. Luyun took the broom and slowly walked towards the hallway. In the middle of walking, one right hand snapped its fingers. A shadow doppelganger appeared in front of him, and Luyun handed him the broom. Go clean the room. He was now a wooden lord, and as a lord, he should let his shadow doppelganger do these chores. Ben. The main body, my body is a bit weak, you should let the other doppelgangers do it. Luyun fixed his eyes. This shadow doppelganger was sitting on a wheelchair, bearing his upper body. His muscles were dry. His ribs were strangled out where his chest was, and he looked like he had been smoking a large opium for years. It was his Nagato shadow doppelganger. When Joexanai saw this shadow doppelganger of Ryun, she hugged the Crouching Dragon and covered her stomach and laughed. Ha ha ha. You're not running out of chakra, are you? Making such a false shadow doppelganger. Luyun looked at Nagato shadow fractal and couldn't help but be speechless. Why did you make yourself so vain? Nagato's shadow doppelganger spoke up. That's just how Nagato is. Ryukin slapped his face and immediately blew Nagato's shadow doppelganger out of the water. Although the shadow doppelganger's character became more three-dimensional, there were positives and negatives. Like the scorpion doppelganger undoubtedly carried forward Ryun's mechanical hands-on ability, but the Nagato shadow doppelganger was completely labored. Tada! Ryukin snapped his fingers again, splitting off a proper shadow doppelganger to clean the room. After placing Phoenix on the floor, Ryun ran alone to the Chikage family's maneuvering grounds, looking for a place to develop his ninjutsu. What he didn't notice was that this shadow doppelganger he had detached had Chow Thief on his forehead protector. Chow Thief was sweeping the floor with a broom in a regular manner, his eyes secretly glancing in the direction of Joshina. Mizuto picked up Phoenix on the side and joined the army of jerking pandas along with Joexanai. Need a wingman, ah? Chow Thief immediately formed a seal with both hands, splitting half of his chakra equally to create a shadow doppelganger. Kananjong Snake, go help me hold off Wave Wine Sailor Moon. Ah, I'm just a lawyer. Cut the nagging. Watch out for me passing by your house. Snake, afraid of the Chow Thief's thoughts of his house, straightened his suit and came to Mizukage. Mizumon looked at the strangely dressed Ryukyu Shadow Split. This outfit was kinda cool. Especially for the office, he must get a set when he becomes Naruto. Snake was full of formulaic smiles. May I ask if Mizukage-san needs legal assistance? I'm a professional. Legal? Mizukage wondered. What the hell was this Kiba village only engaged in the will of fire? If you believe in it, you are a compatriot. If you don't believe in it, you are a rebel. Where was the law? Seeing Mizumon's doubt, Snake smiled in simplicity. It seems that Mr. Mizumon is not clear on how the law works. My humble self will enlighten Mr. Mizumon. He pulled Mizukato and slowly left Joshina's side. The law is a necessity of a country and a horizontal line between a society collapsing or not. Ryun stood on the drill ground of the Chikage family, refining water attribute chakra in his hands and converting it back into industrial alcohol in his body. the strong smell of alcohol wafting through the air in an instant. Ryun's palms stretched out, releasing a cloud of water in the air as the alcohol surrounded him. He resembled the sake swallow boy from Japanese mythology. Ryun's palm controlled the water attribute chakra as it moved towards the distance, from time to time forming form changes, sometimes turning into a water dragon, sometimes turning into several water snakes. Chapter 86. Are you free this week? Ryun smiled. This chakra control ability had been stripped down to ninjutsu. What if fire was added to industrial alcohol? The combination of water and fire complemented the yin and yang. Ryun snapped his fingers and the water suspended in front of him immediately burned like a fire dragon. Luyun controlled the fire dragon to keep moving, going up, spinning, nodding, haunting, and slipping. Fire burned quickly in the air and was controlled for a short period of time, but adding alcohol and oil was a different story, able to burn for a long period of time. With a wave of his hand, Ryun's fire dragon haunted his surroundings, obeying his chakra control. From now on, Ryun's fire escape was much more flexible, and when facing some rookies, he could even change his method of fighting to death. Standing in place all the time and taking the enemy's life without moving a single step, the strong man's demeanor was revealed. Ryukin rubbed his chin down, his mind thinking of my arrow. My arrow sand will be able to control at will, holding hands, cold face, completely the style of the big man, forced to the extreme. Ryugen craved for it and immediately imitated Iilo. Luyun clasped hands. At the same time, the spirit control of the fire dragon constantly changing, back and forth, bending and twisting. Within a few clicks, the fire dragon slowly burned out. Ryun put his clasped hands down. Since he was going to mimic my Aiello's battle style, he had to get a gourd to pretend to be a gourd. Ryun entered the system space and flipped to the ninjutsu exchange column. Carefully flipping through it, he suddenly saw a wine gourd with a large storage space inside, possessing spatial attributes. It was not too big and not too small, just enough to be tethered to the waist. By spending 1,000 exchange points, Luyun exchanged the yellow gourd. Luyun looked at the compact gourd in his hands, engraved with complex runes with traces of sealing techniques. Luyun opened the lid of the gourd and created wine to put into it. After about 10 seconds or so, Luyun exclaimed, "It's so deep. It's worthy of being a 1,000 experience value redeemed ninjutsu. There's at least 5 cubic meters of space inside." Ryuin continued to refine the chakra and filled the gourd, and for a moment, the rich aroma of alcohol overflowed into the air. Ryuin froze. The first generation Naruto's Kizuna ninjutsu flower tree realm descent was using the scent of flowers to make the enemy unconscious. With a flick of his ears, Ryuin faintly heard Mizumon's voice of admiration. He reached the tree in an instant and looked at Mizumon, who was a dozen meters away, followed by him in a black suit. "What's with the changing cannon coming out?" Mizukado looked at Snake with a burning gaze and added somewhat. "The law is a reflection of the will of the ruling class, and we shinobi are not the rulers of this country. The village's use of ninja tips to regulate the actions of shinobi is still in some ways less just than the law." Snake nodded. "Brother Mizumon said it well. The more people there are, the more rules there have to be to bind them or order will break down." Ryukin's mind was filled with doubt. What is Zhang Dagun doing and why is he blowing up with Mizumon? Also, how did he get out? Ryukin instantly transformed again, lying on the wooden tiles of the Chikich's house, and looked downward. Ryun. Ryun immediately realized everything. Mizumon is about to go home with Jusina when he sees it's getting late, and Snake tries to pull, but it's a bit of a tangent. The main man was about to come. Boom! Ryun, a ringing finger, immediately dissipated the Chow thief, its body's memory slowly into Ryun's mind. Just now with Joshina happened everything, as if it was his personal experience. Ryun jumped down from the roof. When Joxianai saw the white smoke dissipate, she looked at Luyun and wondered, "That shadow doppelganger of yours. Quickly call him out. He talks super nice." Ryukin looked at this silly woman. Although she was already a woman, her experience in love was basically zero. This is normal. Joxianai and Shuemen childhood sweethearts. The most romantic time is Shuemen's moon flirtation. Joxianai's heart secretly. Coupled with the second element of the woman and the third element of the woman's brain circuit is different. Joshinai as the Ninetales also have no playmates. Today saw a chat too. Interest immediately came. She really thought that Chow thief was making her laugh. Joxianai, it's getting late. Let's go home. Mizukado stepped out from the side path, followed by Snake with a professional smile on his face. Ryukin snapped his fingers one more time, dissipating snake. Joshina nodded and looked at Ryun immediately after. Your shadow doppelganger is super fun to talk to. I'm sure you're fun to talk to as well. Come visit Mizukato and I at our house one day. Juexayana couldn't walk around freely even in the village. Not near the outside of the village, or the Uchiha. So she didn't have many friends. Now that she had met someone who spoke super nicely, she hoped to borrow the other to relieve her boredom. Ryukin nodded and asked sincerely, Are you free this week? Jasuna shook her head. Mizuna and I have a mission to go on. We're not free. Oh, Ryukin nodded. I'll find a time to visit you two some other day. Promise. Mizumon laughed a little and didn't care, just taking it as a greeting between sister and brother. Ryugen walked over to Mizumon. He reached out and put his hand on Mizumon's shoulder. Brother Mizumon, I'll see you again some other time. Good. Jasuna and Mizumon walked away. Chapter 87. Bandito wants a strategy. As the color of the sky grew thicker, Sarutobi had a shadowy ministry send a scroll to the Chibi family. Ryukin opened it and looked at the catalog of ninjutsu recorded at the top, then slammed it down as hard as he could. It's all a 1,000-year-old fox playing chatty with me. What exactly are the ninjutsu above? Caused Ryukin to be so disdainful. One of them was a forbidden jutsu, the multiple shadow diversion technique, which Ryun himself knew. There was also the Uchiha's regular fire escape, which Ryun also knew, and the only ones he didn't know were the 10 or so Kizuna jutsu. Sarutobi Hinata, this is not bullying an honest person. Kanon screamed in his head. He must have calculated that you can't awaken the Kizuna. That's why he gave you the Kizuna ninjutsu in its entirety. Write it down, and exchange it for the Kizuna some other day when you've saved up enough experience value. Lu Yun nodded, followed by a cold smile. He has a plug in what Recluse cannot learn, just a lack of experience value, and even with the chakra control ability of Lu Yun, can also synthesize with Recluse, Melt Recluse, Ice Recluse, Dog Recluse. Alone. Only need time. Ryukin rubbed his chin. He needed to train a few Toolman shadow doppelgangers to act specifically as his dogmasters plus researchers. He immediately wrote down all of his Kitsune jutsu and handed them to the shadowy figure waiting outside the door. Immediately afterward, he turned around and went back to the small courtyard, sitting alone on a wooden plank. Ryukin! Yuzuru's head came out from the edge of the door as she looked at Ryun. Ryun? Bandito and the others are here. Ryun got up and took a closer look. There were 5 people following Yuzuru. They were very recognizable. They were Uchiha Bandu, Noera Rin, Mighty Kai, and Iguana Genma and Ebisu. Bandito wore a goggle and dark blue clothes. He froze as he looked at Ryukin, who was a head taller than him, and ran over, pounding his fist on Ryukin's chest. Are you Ryukin? Don't lie to me. You're a head taller than me after not seeing you for a year. What kind of fodder have you been eating? He did not expect that there would be someone who usually kept the transformation technique on. The chakra was simply extravagant to the extreme, more excessive than the Kakashi earth-flowing wall carving a dog's head. Ryuin looked at Bandu and recalled this big boss behind the scenes in his mind. Uchiha Bandu, the word Goose Methreya, the number of riding Lin Jusher. With one's own strength to set off the 4th war of the ninja world, crazy bumper Uchiha Zebra, military life only to create a world of riding Lin. Had this person been a little more ruthless, he could have completely rewritten the 4th Shinobi World War. Are you speaking in human language? Ryukin clapped one hand on Bando's shoulder, the memories of his former life merging with it, and he accepted Bando's kindness with ease. Kai in his green tights jumped up as well and circled around Ryun twice. Quite sturdy. Looks like you've grown a lot in strength, Ryun. Ryukin laughed lightly. That's for sure. If anyone who survived the battlefield didn't have 2 or 3 moves of kung fu, their coffin boards would be ready by now. Noera Rin, Shiranui Gunma, and Ebisu also came up to offer their courtesies. Ryuin wondered, where's Kakashi? Where's the big guy who carved the dog's head in the earth? Is he still at home carving dog heads? Honestly, out of the same class, Kakashi only enrolled for a year before graduating, and they hadn't even spoken a word. A smirk brought up on Bandito's face. He's a little pissed off that Mr. Suikato made Kakashi retake the Nakano Shu exams, so he's bored at home all by himself. Shizun also walked out of the house and greeted Bandito with a smile on their faces. Bandito pulled Ryun. Go, go, go. Let's go to Ichiraka Ramen for a get-together. My Uchiha Bandito treat. Unknown Fire Genma snorted. Treat a few bowls of ramen, you're talking out of your ass. Bandito pushed Unknown Fire Genma. Don't come if you can. I don't think so. Why wouldn't I come if there's a bargain to be had? Not to mention you, the rooster who doesn't pluck his feathers. Ichiraka Ramen wasn't far from Chitosa's house. Turning down a street and sitting on the right-hand side of Center Street, Kai came to his senses midway and let Ryun and the others go first as he stood upside down and shouted about his youth. Luyun secretly sighed. Worthy of being a youthful brother, youth comes when he says it. Towards evening, there weren't many people, and in the past, there was a queue here. But now it is wartime, the village is particularly sensitive, and there are not many people walking on the street at night. The owner, Hand Strike, squinted his eyes and wore a white chef's uniform with the demeanor of a big brother. When he saw Ryugen and his party, he immediately greeted them with a smile, and even said Ryugen's name with ease. Ryugen, growing so tall, what kind of grass did you eat? Ryun and Bandit were also frequent guests here, so Hand Strike was able to easily recognize them. Bandito chimed in to Taito from the side. I told you, Ryun must have eaten some high-grade grass to grow so fast. Quicksilver smiled awkwardly. Uncle Teppo, long time no see. Testa laughed and picked up a plate to fish for noodles, not forgetting to ask, what do you want to eat? Luyun replied, just a bowl of barbecued pork. Give me a bowl of barbecue pork too. I'll have a bowl of noodles in miso soup. As Bandito and the others chimed in with the ramen they wanted, little Calamari stepped out and greeted the crowd, joining in the busy work with Tate-chan immediately afterward. While Teppo was busy, Ryukin and the others chatted. Bandito hooked his arm around Ryun's neck and leaned on his shoulder, glancing at Yuzuru and whispering, teach me how to pick up Rin. Ryugen glanced slightly at Noera Rin, who was chatting with Shizune and Yuzuru and the girls. Ryun had to teach him, but first he teased Bandu. Aren't you guys in a squad? Aren't you Uchiha Bandu, known as the Sage of Love? How come you don't have any thoughts at all at this time of the year when you have the timing, the location, and the people? Bandu scratched his forehead and said rather shyly, you also know that I'm shy and haven't dared to tell Lin, and Lin seems to care more about Kakashi. Ryukin took his shoulder and said in a low voice, I have a way. What way? Bandito said with wide, eager eyes. Ryugen, as if he was his dog-headed warlord Lupin and laughing, thought of a crooked idea. No one has ever seen Kakashi's real face. You can only tell from the shape of the face that it's very handsome, and I'm sure Rin thinks the same way. If you take on Kakashi's appearance, and then take the mask off in front of Rin, then Rin will form an impression that Kakashi is ugly.
而他想见到卡卡西的真面貌难如登天，这样他就会有心理膈应。你到时候再趁虚而入，嘿嘿嘿。
Bandito also hemmed and hawed, giving Ryukin an instant thumbs up. Good idea. You are worthy of being the warlord of our triumvirate. He then froze, his arm strangling Ryun. What do you mean I'm turning into Kakashi? Taking off my mask Rin just makes me feel sick? Am I ugly? It was just a metaphor. A metaphor. What other tricks are there? Pass them all on to me. I'll take Lin down with a wave of offense straight away. What are you two talking about? What take down Lin? Take down Lin? Kai's voice rang out. Bandito jumped in shock and immediately stood up, signaling Kai to shut up. Ryukin turned his head to look at Kai. The other man was upside down on the ground, still doing his bodywork. Yuzuru and the girls' gazes turned as well, and Bandito smiled awkwardly. It's okay. It's okay. Chapter 88. The Triumvirate of the Ninja School meets, a turnaround in World War III. Kai stood up, and Ryukin and Bandito made a seat for him. By then, the trio of the ninja school had once again converged for the Yalta meeting, ready to finalize the end of the Third Shinobi World War. Kai, what do you want to eat, my treat? In front of Rin, Bandit said rather atmospherically. Really? Then I'll have 20 bowls of barbecued pork noodles. Bandito gulped, realizing that Kai needed a lot of food to replenish his nutrients because of his all-out physical training. Lin looked at Bandito. Bandito, don't you have any money? How about everyone AA? Bandu felt that his dignity had been challenged, and his body was lit up with the aura of one person setting off the fourth great war of the ninja realm, and he waved his hand. Boss, put on another 20 bowls of barbecued pork, and everyone eat as much as they want. And I, Uchiha Bandu, will pay for all of it today. Good. In no time, the Ryun's noodles were ready. Ryun held the large plate bowl in front of him. Strands of hot air rose upwards, and the aroma stirred up the cravings in his belly. He inhaled the aroma fiercely and picked up his chopsticks to take a big bite into his mouth. It didn't take long for Luyun to finish eating and shouted, Boss, another bowl. Bandit gently tugged on Ryun. What for? Quicksilver looked into Bandicoot's eyes. Bandit's eyes blinked a few times, seemingly signaling Ryun to eat less and not to pit him. Drifting Cloud realized and said to the owner again, "Boss, 10 more bowls." Since the Duke of Earth was footing the bill tonight, he, Muluyun, would not be polite. Ryu, Bandit, wanted to call out to Ryun, but swallowed in his throat. Luyun patted his shoulder and passed on the experience. "Remember, at all times you must show a man's atmosphere. It's not scary to be broke. It's scary to be faceless." Bandu carefully recalled this and nodded fiercely, "Right on." But he hesitated again and stammered and whispered, "But you guys are spending my money and sucking my blood." Luyun chopsticks the noodles and waved his hand unconcernedly. "What are you afraid of? The big deal is that you'll just brush the dishes here for 2 days. Didn't you used to brush them here all the time?" Bandit pulled on Ryun's sleeve and said lowly beside his ear, "I'm telling you straight up, I don't have the money to feed Kai, the big eater. Later I'll go to the back kitchen and give Uncle Tate a word. When Lin leaves we'll both scrub the bowls to cover the debt." Ryun pulled his hand away and scoffed softly, "You're such a poor mixer. You still want to be Naruto in the future. It's doubtful you'll pass this Nakanabu exam." Kai's ears perked up when Ryun spoke of the Chunin exam. He put down his chopsticks and followed suit. "I've heard that this Chunin exam is being held in a grand manner. The daimyo and princess of the Fire Country will be here, as well as the higher-ups of the allied countries will also come to watch the battle in order to boost a wave of morale. The village demands that we take it seriously." Ryukin was rather unconcerned. He could kill his way in and out of thousands of sand-hidden army. Dealing with a few lower ninjas wasn't a breeze. When the time came, he'd just make use of my Eros battle style and raise the bar. Bandu clenched his fists. "Our squad has Kakashi." Mizukato-sensei evaluated him as having the strength of a special upper ninja. "It's straight up stable." Fart, the Chunin exam evaluates the comprehensive quality of the ninja. With your quality, your teacher Yellow Flash can't even bring it. You're still the same. The first-generation Naruto can't even pull your leg. Kai interjected again, "Ryun, why don't you see your companion?" Ryukin chewed a piece of barbecued pork, thought for a moment, and then suddenly said, "It seems to be dead, right?" As if. Bandito was puzzled. Ryukin immediately feigned concern for his companions, his entire body suffused with the will of fire. "We were raided by the Sand Hidden, and my instructor Shinobi and 2 of my companions were killed." His impression of his companions was not as deep as the initial bowl of soup. Banda patted Ryun's back. "Don't be sad. The past is past. Look forward. After the storm comes the rainbow." Luyun froze and glanced at Bandit. "Is brother Tozai comforting me? You died Lin and died the whole family as well, directly blackened to Revenge Society, so you will also give others chicken soup. What are you looking at me for? Eat. We can both scrub the dishes when we're full." Bandito whispered. Ryukin huffed and puffed and ate almost 10 bowls, and his stomach wasn't even full yet. His Thousand Hands clan body was a big appetite king, in which the digestive ability was several times stronger than the average person. "Uncle Tate, 10 more bowls." "This is going to be brushed for a week." Another moment passed. "Uncle Handy beat, 10 more bowls." "Ryun Daddy, please, we can't eat it. We still need time to prepare for the Chunin exam." It wasn't until nightfall and the sky was thick. Only then did Ryun pat his somewhat bulging stomach, having eaten 50 bowls of ramen. His whole body was now filled with strength. He glanced to the side, where Bandu was all pale, like Uchiha Sholin's wife, dumbfounded and asking who he was. Ryukin slapped Bandito on the shoulder and pulled a wad of money out of his ninjutsu pouch and secretly gave it to him. Shocked, Banda quickly accepted Ryun's money and asked, "Where did you get so much money?" "Robbed it. You're such a bad mixer. From now on, you'll be hanging out with your big cloud brother." Luyun patted his shoulder, carrying a strong air of brother Haonan. Kai gave a thumbs up to Ryun. "Ryun actually managed to eat so much ramen. I now believe you are very strong." Ryun burped and got up. "That's for sure, La. I took out all the frontline commanders of the Sand Hidden." The band leader's face regained its blood color and bragged along with Ryun. "Do you know what my nickname is in the Rain Country?" "What?" Ryukin cupped his hands. "Black Flash, Scarlet Uchiha. The army of Iwako was killed by me. If it wasn't for my teacher, Yellow Flash, taking pity on them, I would have exterminated the Iwako village in minutes." Kai gave the 2 of them a thumbs up. "You 2 are awesome. I was in the ocean battlefield working on logistics. I didn't even get a chance to go to the front line." Ebisu walked over and joined the bragging of several people. "We are all talents of Kiba village. Try to keep a low profile. Keep a low profile." Unknown Fire Genma also nodded. Everyone is a hero. If you're a hero, don't make too much of a fuss. Hearing a few people bragging, Rin laughed lowly from the sidelines, her arm lightly touching Yuzuru as she asked, "Where's Asma? Aren't you on the same squad as him?" Yuzuru fell silent. On that dividing line in Ryukin, the squad she was once a part of had been divided into two camps. Seeing that Yuzuru didn't say anything, Rin was understanding enough to know her opponent's embarrassment and didn't ask. Next to her, Shizen pulled Rin and said, "Tsunade-sensei asked me, Red and Ryugen, to form a team and take the Chunin exam together." "Ryun?" Rin turned her head to look at Ryun, who was in the middle of a big blowout. "I'm the one who turned that big eagle in the morning. No reason. I simply wanted to pretend." Bandito kept up with the bragging and unleashed the blowtorch that he was so good at. "The third Reikage was surrounded by 10,000 Awagakure and I was right in the middle of it. The two of us killed them for a day and a night. Our hands are numb from hacking." Rin shook her head. "Ryukin and Bandit are still the same as before. Love to brag." Yuzuru shook her head seriously. "No, Bandito was definitely bragging. But Ryun is different now. Everything he said was true." Rin purposely glanced at Yuzuru and laughed. "I can't believe you still have a humor cell. Red, have you been spending a lot of time with Ryun?" "I'm not lying to you, Ryun is really strong now. The commander of the Sand-Hidden frontline was really taken out by him. He also killed hundreds of ninjas from the Sand-Hidden village, beating them to the point where they're cowering." Lin covered her mouth and laughed softly. "I thought that Bando's jokes were already funny, but I didn't realize, Red, that your jokes are even more amusing than his." Yuzuru was helpless. Even the Konoha executives who had gotten the information were a bit unconvinced. How could fellow classmates who knew Ryukin well believe this pie-in-the-sky story? "We'll see about that when the time comes." Rin moved closer to Yuzuru, glanced at Ryun, and said quietly, "Red, haven't you always ignored Ryun? Why are you on a team with him now?" As if she thought of something, Yuzuru Red wiped a trace of a reminiscent smile on the corner of her mouth. "Ryun saved me and treated me well. I'm somewhat inseparable from his protection. The boy who blocked her ninjutsu for her under that moonlit night she would never forget for the rest of her life." Chapter 89, Red Beans Challenge. "I won't go into much detail. If it wasn't for the presence of the Sandame at that time, Naruto Auxiliary, I would have cut him down in 2 swords. Rin looked carefully at Ryukin, who had grown up. The looks were clean and handsome, but the man loved to brag. So how could he compare to the Naruto Auxiliary's Asma? After he had eaten his fill, Bandito slammed a wad of money on the tabletop with a big flourish and a wave of his palm. "Tate-chan, no need to look for it." Then he turned around and shook his trench coat, all in one go, full of the style of a broad. Bandito secretly glanced at Rin, realizing that the other was talking and laughing with Yuzuru, and hadn't even seen the panache he'd just displayed. Ryukin sighed and silently crossed over to Bandito, still leaving a voice behind. "Your image of being short and poor is so ingrained that attempting to change it will only result in an eastward spiral." "Damn it!" Bandu clenched his fists. "Can't I, Uchiha Bandu, learn Kakashi's temperament? Do I have to use that trick of Ryukyu's to scandalize Kakashi?" "Kakashi, don't blame me. This is all for Rin." After exiting Ichiraku Ramen, the group split up and Ryun took Yuzuru and Shizun towards Chikich's house. Passing by a croquette store, Ryun saw a girl with light purple hair eating a tri-colored croquette beautifully. Her eyes lit up when she saw the 3 of Ryun and immediately greeted Yuzuru. "Red, it's been a long time. You're back from the battlefield." "Red Bean," Yuzuru Red responded. Red Bean was a grade lower than Ryun and the others, and was a close friend of Yuzuru Red. Red Bean saw Ryun at a glance, carefully examined him, and suddenly said, "Wooden Ryun, do you think I won't recognize you just because you've changed into a gray vest?" As Red's best friend, she certainly knew about this piece of dog skin that used to be Luyun, and naturally did not have a good face to look at. Luyun inserted his waist and looked at the young girl who had a somewhat social face. "Little Red Bean, you need to be more polite in your speech. If I get carried away on a whim, I'm gonna have to make your teacher into a snakeskin pocket." Red Bean had been accepted as an apprentice by Orochimaru at a very young age. This had caused a furor in the ninja school and many were envious of Red Bean. Red Bean's face immediately fell when she heard Ryun insult her most respected teacher. She pointed a skewer of 3 colored pills at Ryun. "Wooden Ryun, you dangler, watch what you say or I'll feed you to the snakes." Luyun snatched her 3 colored pills and said to her, "Don't eat these overly sweet things in the future." "What are you saying? The 3 colored pill is my life. If you tell me not to eat it, I will feed you to the snakes." Red Bean's little face puffed up and she pulled a bitterness from her little leg. Ryukin motioned his little thumb at her, full of provocation. Come on. Come on. If you can get me to move one step, I'll take your name. Yuzuru whacked Ryun from the side. Ryun, don't hurt Red Bean. Red Bean laughed a few times at Yuzuru's words. Hurt me? Red, you're overestimating him. Wooden Ryun is the school's padded king. I graduated from ninja school with the first place. A mere hangman. Now I'll let you taste my snake. Hangman, watch out. Red Bean took a stance, ready to attack Ryun. Ryun squinted directly at the man. Humph, just you. His two-pillar look made Red Bean furious. She said hatefully, Mulun, you didn't learn anything from the battlefield. But this skill of being angry at people is mature. I believe that the ninjas of the sand hidden have been chasing after you with red eyes all day long. Ouch, you're really right. Ryun clasped both hands to his chest, and the Red Bean's eyes showed anger. A ninja versus ninja battle was about to break out. Yuzuru shook her head and took a few steps backward with Shizun. At the entrance to the tricolor marble shop, a small carrot head with black hair and decree lines at the corners of his eyes ate a croquette and watched the confrontation between Ryun and Red Bean with interest. He looked at Ryukin seriously and murmured a little. Why is this person so kind? Kind of like someone from my Uchiha family. With a stamp of her feet, Red Bean ran forward, 3 more hand swords drawn in her hands. Lu Yun closed his eyes, as if he did not see the rifles breaking through the wind, and as if he did not look at Red Bean in the eye. Seeing that the shuriken were about to hit Liu Yun's chest, Hongdo immediately shouted, Idiot! Get out of the way! She still overestimated Liu Yun. She couldn't even dodge her shuriken. I wonder how this person survived the battlefield? Could it be that he had meted out war in a hospital bed? Under Red Bean's surprised gaze, a gourd on Ryun's right waist sprayed out a cloud of water. As the water passed, Red Bean's shuriken was swept up in it. The Uchiha weasel, who was hiding at the side, stared wide-eyed, stunned by this strange jutsu of Ryun's. At the same time, an aroma of alcohol filled the air. Red Bean sniffed her nose twice and looked in surprise. Wine? Wooden Ryun, what kind of water transportation ninjutsu are you doing? No seals, and it's so perfectly controlled. Ryun clasped his hands. A faint Niju aura permeated. A mediocre man's hand sword is not as good as a stone from an expert. First-place ninja school graduate. Keep trying to see if you can get me to move a step. Red Bean clenched his teeth, his fists bulging with veins. This is abominable. This man is abominable. The Uchiha looked at Ryun and took a bite of his pill. He felt more and more affectionate towards the man and he kind of wanted to pop the other man in the head. The Red Bean's left foot slammed downward and he took a quick step forward, the bitterness in his hand stabbing like a viper. Lu Yun squinted his eyes at the person, continuing to not put the other party in his eyes. Red Bean's bitter end was about to plunge into his shoulder when another cloud of wine sprayed out of the gourd, curling up Red Bean. Ryun flicked up one finger and the wine-wrapped Red Bean flew into the sky. Red Bean then looked at Liyun angrily. Mu Liyun, quickly put me down. Liyun's finger retracted and the wine slowly moved to him with the Red Bean. Laughing softly, see, don't be Orochimaru's apprentice. Ryun loosened his grip on the sake fountain and Red Bean got a few moments of action. Immediately cursing angrily, she freed both her hands and slowly formed a seal. You abomination! Watch my subterranean shadow snake hand. Hongdo brought one hand quickly towards Lu Yun, and in an instant 3 to 5 snakes came lightning fast from her sleeves, with sharp fangs, looking to bite Lu Yun. Lu Yun once again raised a finger. The wine in the gourd clattered out and wrapped around the snakes that Hongdo had summoned, carefully cleaning the filth from it. Lu Yun snapped his fingers and the wine spring burned. The few snakes wrapped in the wine were slowly vaporized and roasted. Lu Yun strangled Red Bean's neck with one arm, controlling her movements. Chapter 90. The Death of the Snake. Orochimaru eats snake. Mu Lu Yun. Let go, let go. Red Bean struggled vigorously and also bit on Ryun's arm with her little tiger teeth. Blood was biting out, but Ryun didn't utter a single sound. Lu Yun looked at the snake baking in the wine water. A roasted aroma came out from it. Hongdo's eyes widened. How dare you roast my snake? And you're going to eat it. Liu Yun's chin rested on the young girl's dark purple hair, dissipating the wine fire, and 3 or 5 golden roasted snakes were drawn from it. Liu Yun wiped away Hongdo's mouth. The wine fire snakes are ready. Come and taste them. The snake meat is but delicious. Red Bean's head shook into a rattle. No, no, no. I can't eat snakes. Snakes are my companions. But she couldn't resist Luyun. Ryun poured her a mouthful of wine and directly made her drunk. Yuzuru came up and held Red Bean and complained to Ryun, "You're really too? You're so strong and still fighting with Red Bean. Can't you just let her be?" Luyun said, "The water I put in wasn't just any water. I added a high concentration of alcohol. There's nothing I can do if she can't beat me." Yuzuru shook her head and called Shizun over, and the two of them helped Red Bean towards her home. Ryu glanced over and immediately saw a 3-year-old sized Uchiha. The other froze and nibbled on a 3-colored pill, and when he saw Ryun's gaze, he froze for a moment and lowered his head as he was about to walk away. Ryukin made an instantaneous move and tapped 2 fingers on the Uchiha's forehead. Uchiha 1007. First time meeting. My name is Kazuna Ryun. Ryun said, giving the Uchiha weasel a roasted snake, and instantly walked away. The Uchiha weasel looked at Ryun's dissipating figure and held the roasted snake in his hand. His mind was strange to the core. Why did this weirdo click his forehead? That said, he gave off such a friendly feeling that he always wanted to tap his forehead with one hand. Ryuin wandered over to Chitosa's house humming a little tune, his mouth still lightly nibbling on the roasted snake meat. That said, the roasted snake meat from the Dragon Earth Cave that had been impregnated with Senjutsu chakra was really good. The taste was excellent. I wonder how the white snake immortal's taste was? It was the only one of the 3 immortals that could eat it. A huge white snake in the Dragon Earth Cave winced, always feeling like someone was going to mess with it. Ryo crossed the courtyard gate of the Chikich's house, and as soon as he entered the house he saw Tsunade sparring with Zaraya and the others. The 3 of them took one look at the golden roasted snake meat in Ryun's hand. The atmosphere quieted. It was only during the day that Ryun had been told not to eat snake meat, and at night the other was roasting it on the fire. Orochimaru narrowed his dark golden pupils and carefully looked at the roasted snake in Ryun's hand, this color, and the roasted pattern in it. Orochimaru instantly recognized that this was a snake from the Dragon Earth Cave, and he faintly said, "Red Bean fought you." Ryukin laughed. "Yeah. She challenged me out of her depth and I got her drunk and sent her home." Orochimaru stopped talking and the atmosphere in the arena froze again for a moment. Jiraiya snorted to lighten the mood. "Roasted it all, Orochimaru. Don't worry about it. There are a ton of snake eaters every year anyway. Orochimaru, you couldn't care less." Orochimaru snorted coldly and didn't say anything. There were a ton of people who ate snakes every day, but there had never been anyone who dared to eat snakes in front of him. Tsunade beckoned and called Ryun over to him. "Kid, we've run out of wine. Get some out." Ryugen nodded, and the lid of his wine gourd opened. A rich fragrance of wine wafted out from it. Immediately afterward, like a mercury-like clear spring gushed out, slowly pouring into the wine altar on the table, and immediately after that, it flew and split out 3 strands of wine to fill up the 3 ninjas' wine cups. Orochimaru's dark golden pupils were filled with admiration, as well as deep greed. Such profound chakra control, honestly, I can't compare. Tsunade grabbed Ryun's cheeks and said with some pride, "That's for sure. He's the last of my Senju's only child." Ryun pulled away from Tsunade's hand, found a seat, and served the roasted snake meat in his hand on a plate. Ryukin smiled lightly. "Of course we have to share something good for everyone." He immediately looked at Orochimaru's expression. The other party still had the same nonchalant expression as before, as if he did not take the roasted snake meat to heart. Orochimaru picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of roasted snake meat under the astonished gazes of the 3. "Duh!" Jiraiya reached out his hand to stop him, but the other man had already bitten the snake meat in his mouth. Orochimaru chewed gently, feeling that it was still crunchy and had an unusually good texture. As for getting him to say a comment, it was simply impossible. Orochimaru ate snake meat as if he were eating his own kind. But as a venomous snake, this bit of poison was nothing. Jiraiya laughed dryly and took a piece of snake meat as well. "Ryun is right, of course we should all share something good." He chewed the snake meat into his mouth and was immediately overcome by the crunchiness. Delicious, the fire is also on point, and there is also a flavor of roasted wine." Zaraya picked up his glass and poured a mouthful of wine into his own, the pungency of the liquid rolling down his throat a few times. Zaraya gave Ryun a thumbs up. "Over the top." Ryun smiled, picked up a sake cup, and was about to pick up the sake altar and pour a full glass. Tsunade picked the sake altar up and proceeded to flick Ryukin in the head. "Stinky brat. You're not allowed to drink." Ryukin sat back down and tapped his finger. A spring of sake slowly flowed from his finger into the sake cup. Not being allowed to drink from the one who made the sake, Tsunade's warning was a joke. Tsunade watched and shook her head. Stinky brat. Not even listening to me. Ryun gently touched the glass to his lips, and a refreshing sensation hit his belly as the liquor hit his throat. Jiraiya had just watched Ryun make the sake and froze for a moment. This sake we're drinking was made by this brat from his body. This? Orochimaru took a gentle sip, his low voice coming out. The changing nature of water attribute chakra is the same thing as Jiraiya's toad oil. Tsunade drank a cup of booze, shook her chest, and said with some bravado, "The kid's wine is a high-grade product even if you take it out and sell it." Jiraiya saw both partners drink. He also does not care how the wine came. He took another sip, and it was as spicy as ever. Jiraiya gave a thumbs up to Ryun. "Looks like you're a little drinker too. You know how to make the wine taste better." Ryun reddened and smiled. He had drank all kinds of alcohol in his previous life, and when he got drunk he fought all over the world, so of course he knew about alcohol in particular. The three of them continued to talk again, and Ryukin listened to their topics, probably things on the battlefield, and the complicated situation in the village. Jiraiya asked Tsunade with a red face, "Tsunade, have you been cured of your fear of blood yet? Don't run off to the battlefield again if you haven't." Tsunade shook her head. "Not yet, but I've dared to look straight into the pain of the past, and I believe that I'll be able to resolve it after some more time." The reason Tsunade got blood phobia, it was nothing more than not daring to look directly at the tragic deaths of Jominoki and Kato Break. Coupled with the fact that there was no one left in the Chikin clan, she had no hope in her heart and she stayed disheveled. Tsunade, since she met Ryun, gradually kindled the idea of cultivating each other, and with the motivation to live, coupled with the fact that she was a medical ninja, she naturally adapted back quickly. Jiraiya poured a mouthful of wine. "Congratulations then." Chapter 91. Allow me to interject. Tsunade, drunkenly blushing, glanced at Jiraiya. "What about you? Are you still practicing that prophecy?" Jiraiya shook his head. "The great toad immortal said that the future is being overshadowed by a force, and it wants me to find out who that person is and put the original history right." The future being altered was who Ryun wasn't anymore. Ryukin froze for a moment and took a sip of his drink to ease the alienation on his face. To say who was the most mysterious in this ninja world. It wasn't the Rokudo immortal who watched over the ninja world from the Pure Land, but the great toad immortal who could foresee everything. It has never made a move, but its traces are everywhere. Thousands of years ago, it instructed Otanashi Hajime in the practice of the art of immortality, bestowed the talisman of the immortals upon him, allowed Hajime to join forces with Hajime and Hazura to seal the Otanashi Kagaya Heim, and also foretold the story of what would happen 1,000 years from now. In other words, this toad is like opening God's eye and knows the past and future of the shinobi world. Although it is not in the shinobi world, its words and actions affect the shinobi world at all times. Just like if the great toad immortal didn't let Jiraiya go in search of the son of prophecy, then Nagatos and their trajectory would have changed drastically. It was a mystery that couldn't be told in a simple sentence. Ryukin even felt that the great toad Sannin had noticed him. Question: if a person could see very far, and suddenly a leaf blocked his view, what would he do? Of course, he would tear off that leaf and not let it obstruct his view. Therefore, Myriadwood Mountains Camp could be an enemy to Luyun, could be neutral but could not be a friend. Ryun glanced up at Jiraiya. As the face of Myoki Mountain in the shinobi world, Jiraiya might even become his enemy one day. He quite liked this Yukai, but the camp positions were different. Once the war started, Ryun would not be soft. At most, he would waste the other party and keep him away from the chaos of the shinobi world. But that was all for later. For now, let's think about how to take advantage of Tsunade when she's drunk. Shall we? Ryukin unleashed the wine transportation several times, and Tsunade's face turned red as she slowly got drunk. In the middle of the day, Yuzuru and Shizen came back and didn't disturb the three ninjas drinking and went back to their respective rooms to sleep. The three ninjas talked again about the Naruto succession. Tsunade turned her gaze to Orochimaru, who seemed to be the most likely person to become the fourth Naruto at the moment. Jiraiya scratched his head and laughed. "Mizukato is also going to compete for the fourth generation Naruto? Orochimaru, don't underestimate him. But he's been through many battles with the Abi brothers of the Cloud Hidden Village, and he's not going to be able to make less achievements than you." "Humph," Orochimaru grunted. He had recently been obsessed with developing spell seals. Even when he was in charge of the Misty Hidden battlefield, it was all perfunctory, and he hadn't made any great achievements. He wasn't interested in becoming Naruto. What he was interested in was living forever and learning all the jutsu. And now there was one more added to the list: Kiryuin's body. Of course, it would be nice to become Naruto, many things would be done with ease. Tsunade glanced at Ryun, who was drinking alone, and her cheeks reddened. The war wasn't over yet. Ryun still had work to do and could be a contender for Naruto, but his age was a tough nut to crack, and Naruto simply wouldn't let someone with no background be the one to do it. Tsunade spoke up. I think Sarutobi-sensei will definitely foster someone he can get a good hold of. After all, those greedy ninja clans aren't comfortable with that either. Orochimaru's chances are slim. Jiraiya's voice got louder. Tsunade, don't think of Sarutobi-sensei as so hypocritical. Tsunade snorted coldly. Isn't that so? After he became Naruto, my Chitose family became less and less and simply disappeared. Instead, his Sarutobi family grew stronger and stronger. Tsunade turned her head to look at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, if you become Naruto, you must break the ninja clan's share of the village's ninjutsu resources, so that civilian ninjas can have access to more ninjutsu. Orochimaru didn't say anything. Ryun interjected. It seems like the shinobi world doesn't have a retired Naruto yet. The shadows of the 5 villages were all inherited after the previous generation died in battle. So why didn't the 3rd generation go to the battlefield to die? Then the villages are electing Naruto. Tsunade's drunken head nodded. That's right. That old man should die on the battlefield, and then have his heroic name engraved on the tombstone, so that a new Naruto is elected and the transfer of power is completed. Jiraiya looked at Ryukin and Tsunade speechlessly. Are these the words of a human being? Sending the previous generation of Naruto to his death and then electing a new generation of Naruto, is this what we as juniors should do? The will of fire well. It always has to be special. Orochimaru gently took a sip of his wine, carefully weighing Ryukin's words. His words were not unreasonable. If Orochimaru became Naruto, his teacher Sarutobi Hinata's political power would not be reduced in the slightest. Every move would affect Orochimaru's administration, and it would be too much of a hassle to do anything at that time. It would be better for the other party to die on the battlefield, not only to get a hero's name, but also to remove the hidden danger for the village's transfer of power. Does Sarutobi Hizuru want to go away alone and die of old age? That would be a big joke. Never heard of a great ninja dying of old age. To die in battle is the most glorious moment for a ninja to carry out the way of endurance. To lie dead in a stiff bed is simply an insult to Naruto. Orochimaru listened to the words of Ryun. From then on buried a route to Sarutobi Hinata to send the end. Zelaya and Tsunade again bitterly pouring a cup of wine. Both of the next generation of Naruto's competition sad. The situation in the village is also very sad. Ryun, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were all drunk, and Orochimaru was the only one who sipped his drink delicately and looked at the two who were in a drunken frenzy. Ryugen and Jiraiya were hooking up and talking dirty with their mouths, laughing into a raven's caw from time to time. Chapter 92 Hawk and Snake Fight. Jiraiya collapsed backward, drunk, and Tsunade slumped over the table, huffing and puffing. Orochimaru slowly stood up. He hadn't had much to drink. Besides, as a scientific researcher, Orochimaru wouldn't let himself get drunk. The difficulty of having his brain out of his body's grasp was something he didn't want to experience. A long snake stuck out of Orochimaru's sleeve. The snake spat out its snake letters and snaked around Ryun's body, binding him over. Orochimaru spat out his tongue, his eyes filled with deep greed. Although the uncorporeal rebirth had not been perfected yet, the spell seal of preconditioning had been researched, so it was just the right time to plant the spell seal of heaven on his body to provide preconditioning for the rebirth. In the midst of Ryugen's consciousness group, Kanon kept yelling, "Oh crap! Oh crap! Orochimaru is going to crave the body of the main body." A shadow doppelganger consoled, "Don't be afraid, it's only about 49 years of Kiba. It'll take 3 or 4 more years for him to perfect his uncorporeal reincarnation. And even if he manages to perfect the reincarnation technique, don't forget that we still have the system Dad, which shields us from all mental attacks." Kanon breathed a sigh of relief and followed up with, "The head is drunk now. Which one of you will take over the body?" Gasps Orochimaru. The second pillar shadow doppelganger stepped forward and said, "Piss him off. That would still be me, second pillar." Second pillar's mental chakra flowed into Ryun's mind, and Ryun was instantly taken over the body by this personality. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked Ryun's neck slightly. Ryun opened his eyes, and his pupils were filled with coldness, as well as a deep mount. Serpent of the creeping ground. Even if you dream of flying into the sky, it's still just a fantasy after all. If you don't want to cut yourself short, crawl back to your hole honestly. What did you say? Orochimaru's eyes were filled with murderous anger, and the fire in his heart was inexplicably stoked by the other party. The most important thing was that Ryun's eyes were like a pair of hawk's eyes, full of looking down on his prey. Eryuin blinked, gathering strange power in his hands, and with one hand he tore apart the python summoned by Orochimaru. Then, like a swift cheetah slicing through the air, he turned his eyes and squeezed Orochimaru's neck. He looked at Orochimaru with icy cold eyes. A snake is a snake. Hunting a hawk is really against heaven. Sooner or later you will be cut off from this snake skin of yours.
Fum.
Orochimaru violently opened his mouth wide, and a slime-covered human head spat out from it. Orochi Ryu Substitute Jutsu, Orochimaru's most perfect substitute jutsu. This jutsu was even able to dodge Amaterasu, and the most commendable thing about it was that it didn't require any seals. Disgusting snake! Eryuin stepped backward. Orochimaru's limp body slumped to the ground like a snake, his evil eyes looking up at Ryun. Kid, you've managed to piss me off. Eryuin grunted, his face filled with a faint air of loneliness. The way you're sprawled on the ground is truly the same as your destiny, always looking up to someone stronger than you. Damn brat! Orochimaru ground his teeth in anger, one palm outstretched, subterranean shadow multi-snake hand. In an instant, uncountable snakes scurried out of his sleeves, and under Eryuin's sight, thousands of them came at him like black streams of light. Luyun clasped his hand to his chest, one of his middle fingers curved up. The lid of the gourd opened and wine gushed out. The fire rose and flared to a roaring sound as the flaming streamers wrapped around the 1,000 snakes attacking, filling the air with the charred scent of roasting snakes. Orochimaru looked at Ryun's sake fire escape technique and analyzed it in his mind. Utilizing a high concentration of alcohol to enhance the flames, both mentioning the power of the flames as well as increasing the duration of the flames, this brat was truly astonishing time and time again when it came to jutsu. The noise of the two fighting caught Zaraya's attention and his back squirmed slightly. Zaraya woke up groggily and stretched. What's all the noise? Can't you see I'm sleeping? Orochimaru stopped his attack and slowly climbed to his feet, hiding the murderous intent in his eyes as he looked at Ryun. Eryuin grunted and didn't continue his attack. Zaraya sobered up a bit from his drinking, and he looked at the messy little courtyard, which was also filled with a number of blackened and charred snake corpses. What's going on here? Orochimaru didn't answer. Eryuin had a lonely air and didn't care to explain. Cannon took over the bodies. Cannon Ryun said playfully to Zaraya, "We're roasting snakes." Roasting snakes. Jiraiya purposely glanced at Orochimaru. The other party's aura rejected people, and this is a big night to roast snakes. Could it be that he just got addicted to snake meat? Jiraiya shook his head full of drunkenness. He was no fool, and at a glance he saw signs of a battle taking place. Although he didn't know what kind of conflict Ryukin had with Orochimaru, the two had the same aura as a hawk and a snake. Put together they would naturally fight. He groggily got up and slowly put on Orochimaru's shoulder, and laughed harshly. Orochimaru, if you want to roast a snake you can do it tomorrow. The night is also late. Let's go home. Humph! Orochimaru snorted coldly and slowly turned around to follow Zaraya as he stepped outside the small courtyard. Cannonball Ryun was attentive behind him and tried to stay, but Zaraya politely said one sentence and left. Uchiha clan's clan land, clan leader's house. The Uchiha Futsuki family was sitting on their knees at the dining table, eating in silence. Uchiha Futake glanced at Uchiha Weasel who had his head down. The face of a small child couldn't hide his heart. He asked, "Weasel, what's wrong?" The virtuous Uchiha Mitsuru also turned her gaze in the direction of the Uchiha Weasel, looking at her understanding son. "Weasel, if you have something to say, just say it." Uchiha Weasel nodded. His childish voice resounded. "I saw someone at the tricolor marble shop, wearing gray short sleeves. His aura seemed like someone from the Uchiha family, and his ninjutsu was also magical, releasing the water recluse that turned out to be wine. By the way, he also said my name in one breath. He said his name was Kiryuin." Uchiha Futsuki put down his chopsticks and looked at Uchiha Weasel. "I didn't think you would have met him." Uchiha Mitsuru looked at her husband and curiously said, "You know, I just found out today. The giant eagle that rushed into Konoha during the day was transformed by him." Uchiha Fuyuki was surprised. "That big eagle, what kind of jutsu was that?" Uchiha Futsuki shook his head. "I don't know. It could be a modified advanced transformation technique." He then looked seriously at Uchiha Futsuki. "Futsuki, listen. The one called Kiryuin is very strong, and also possesses the blood succession limitation boundary that nullifies physical attacks. All three of the Root Ministry's top ninjas were crippled by him, and I hope that now you can make him your target and defeat him in the future." Uchiha Mitsuru laughed. Why are you being so strict with the young weasel? He hasn't even started his journey as a ninja yet. Uchiha Futsuki shook his head, both hands resting on his knees as he looked at Uchiha Weasel gravely. He's different because he's the last Senju. Uchiha Mikoto froze for a moment, and Uchiha Weasel looked up. The 1,000 hands, didn't they all disappear? Uchiha Futsuki said lightly. There's no way they would have disappeared. That's a deadly rival that has been fighting with our Uchiha clan for thousands of years. Weasel, do you have the confidence to catch up with him? Uchiha Weasel looked up and clenched his fists. Yes, since he is the last Senju, then my Uchiha clan will never lose to him. Uchiha Futsuki smiled in satisfaction. By the way, father, I've always felt close to him. Oh, I've noticed it too when you say that. It feels like that boy is very much like my Uchiha family. Chapter 93, Morning Court. Shadow branches all offer advice. A year's plan is in the spring. A day's plan is in the morning. Ryukin patted his stomach and detached one of his shadow doppelgangers to get breakfast. On his own, he sat on a wooden plank and pondered what to do to mix up the gap between the Nakanoshu exams. There was no war on any of the 3 battlefields, so he didn't know where he should go to get killed, or if he should meet Tuanzu in the village and ruffle Negi's warehouses. Soon Tsunade changed her clothes, a beige cloth dress with a black obi tied around her waist, revealing her pale, sexy thighs. Shortly after, Shizune and Red arrived and Tsunade stood up. I'm going to go run the combination request for this newly formed squad of yours, so you'll be practicing on your own in the morning. The 3 nodded. After Tsunade left, Ryukin asked the duo, what jutsu are you going to practice next? I'm going to practice illusion jutsu. I'm going to practice medical jutsu. Ryu nodded and immediately split into 2 shadow doppelgangers, pointing at them and saying to the 2 of them, let them instruct you too. Ryun also had several illusions, and was top-notch in his talent for illusions. Medical ninjutsu even more so, he even learned Palm Immortal Jutsu not too long ago now. Yuzuru and Shizun nodded and followed the 2 shadow doppelgangers to practice their own jutsu. Seeing that there was no one else beside him, Ryukin lay down on the floor, pondering the path afterward. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix ran out from the inner room and hugged Ryun's shoulders left and right. The purring was clear, proving that the 2 of them wanted to eat bamboo and drink pots of milk. Luyun detached another shadow doppelganger and told the other to go see if there were any bamboo leaves inside the village. One could not afford to starve the 2 military masters of the Wood family army. After the shadow doppelganger left, Luyun thought for a while without half a thought. He then carried Crouching Dragon Phoenix into his room and snapped his fingers. In an instant, 40 or so shadow doppelgangers appeared, sitting, standing, hanging from the ceiling, or sitting in wheelchairs. Ryun closed the door behind him. From it came a hint of a positive voice. And now, the meeting is called. Only 2 shadow doppelgangers wearing suits and sunglasses were seen in Ryun's room, near the door, with a cold look on their faces. Lu Yun was sitting on his own bed, and Crouching Dragon Phoenix was rolling around by his pillow. The room was like a golden palace, coalescing a solemn atmosphere. Cannon stood next to Lu Yun, pinching his orchid fingers, shrill voice. Something to report, nothing to retire from the court. Lu Yun waved his hand towards the 2 chubby bears, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Daisy, and invited, the 2 military masters, what strategies are available? Wulong, Feng Shao? Lu Yun nodded, responding to 10,000 movements with no movement, responding to 10,000 changes with no change. Is that for us to see the moves? The 2 military masters have great talent. The crowd of shadow doppelgangers concurred. With the 2 gentlemen, Wulong and Feng Daisy, we will be able to sweep the world and establish a foundation for the ages. 2 gentlemen of great talent, please accept our obeisance. A shadow doppelganger bowed to Wulong and Feng Yi. The second pillar shadow doppelganger looked at all this breathlessly and roared. Time to get down to business. The shadow doppelgangers around him pointed at him and cursed. What are you pretending for? Aren't we talking about state affairs? Silence, Cannon called out. With a wave of Ryun's hand, the noise in the room slowly faded away. Ryun rued Crouching Dragon and said in a loud and righteous voice, we are trapped in this deep mountain village. The road ahead is lost. What good advice do the secretaries of the house have? Chow Thief stood up, bowed to Lun, then slowly said, has a word. Lu Yun makes a gesture of invitation with one hand. Zo, please speak. Chow Thief paced slowly in the open space inside the house. This village is only 100,000 people. It's not a county on top. It's not a village on the bottom, which ultimately restricts our development. Suggests that the great king can step into the temple of the fire country, start from the direction of the daimyo, hold the son of heaven to order the fire shadow, gradually grasp the economy of the fire country, hollow out the daimyo. After that, then use a country to develop power against the Kiba village, even to the point of fostering the Naruto, up and down the line, within 5 years to sweep the ninja world and establish a great cause. Ryukin listened silently, then commented, "This is the way of a lord. I am carrying the immortality system, and I am a man of heaven's destiny. The place with the thickest cannon fire in the shinobi world should have my figure, so I should practice the way of the Shura." The Chow thief retreated, not forgetting to pat down his ass. "The great king is wise." A streamer with a pineapple head stood up. He was a shadow doppelganger with the spiritual traits of the Nara clan, and 2 words, Hokage, were written on his forehead. The Hokage was the true warlord, and he slowly said, "We'll talk about the road ahead later. Right now let's think about what we fear the most. Our greatest fear is the sealing technique. Once we are sealed by the sealing technique, it will really be over." Ryukin smiled. "Don't worry. I've already solved the drawback of the shadow doppelganger dissipating when the main body dies. When the time comes, I'll split into 1,000 shadow doppelgangers and hide among them. How will they know which one is me? Shadow doppelgangers can't be seen even by the eyes of Otanashi Ichijiki, let alone the eyes of a bunch of mortals." Hokage nodded. "But fear not, we must think of a way back." The shadow doppelganger groups in the room offered advice. Some said to simply defect so that they could gain the initiative and not have to fear the calculations of the Konoha hierarchy. A shadow doppelganger bristled. "Ask System Dad. System Dad is so good to us. How could he let us be sealed?" At that exact moment, the room was quiet. It's all on and off and still needs to use its brain. Luyun nodded and gave him a thumbs up. "This is a good idea." Luyun entered the system space and asked the system, System, if I'm sealed, is there any way to rescue me?" The system's voice rang out. "The host can spend experience value to parse the sealing technique, thus breaking it." Luyun slapped his thighs. "T&D. So it only takes experience value. What are we afraid of now?" A group of shadow doppelgangers laughed cheerfully in unison. "We also have no weaknesses, and from now on, there will be no enemies in the shinobi world." Good. Chapter 94. Who cultivates as a proper person? "Do you practice?" The scorpion doppelganger stood up and said, "Let me out for a little more time. I'm going to make Prime and the others." Luyun nodded. "Great, good." Cannon tugged on Luyun's sleeve from the side. "Chief, let me out." Luyun waved his hand. "Greater good." Cannon grinned wickedly, feeling energized in the middle of his body. Revolutionary Shadow Split said, "Give me a few weapons engineers. I want guns, cannons, tanks, and an atomic bomb." Ryukin's body shuddered. This was to complete industrialization and raise war to the art of artillery. The Deidara doppelganger turned around. "By the same token, I'm going to work on these arts as well." Liu nodded and said to the 2 of them, "Yes, you can use the fire liner cannon as a base and use the Cloudstream 100 changes to come up with the general construction. It's just that the atomic bomb needs to be exploded, so we'll work on that later." The 2 nodded. The Hokage said to Ryukin, "There are actually many jutsu we can learn on our own, unnecessarily wasting experience points, like the palm immortal technique, which is perfectly fine for Tsunade to teach. Also, I think the main body should synthesize a shadow doppelganger that researches attributes, such as Orochimaru's kind, to stock up on jutsu for us." What Ryo Ching said is very true. Ryukin nodded his head and looked up at some of the very honest shadow doppelgangers. One shadow doppelganger stood up and said, "Let me do it. I'll mimic Orochimaru's attributes." He shifted in form and the forehead protector changed from a leaf to science. "Call me Dr. Snake from now on." Ryuin looked at the shadow doppelganger who had something feminine on his face. Even if he simply shapeshifted, he couldn't look like Orochimaru. He entered the system space and exchanged Orochimaru's knowledge reserve with 100 experience points. Instantly, Orochimaru's knowledge flooded into Ryun's mind. Kizuna experiments, cell fusion, biological structure fusion, and more high-level knowledge were slowly digested by Ryun. Ryun controlled a cloud of chakra to flow into Dr. Snake's body. The aura of Dr. Snake's body slowly changed, becoming more and more like Orochimaru, with the light of wisdom lingering in his eyes, as well as a deep sense of science. The world believes in ninjutsu, but only I, Orochimaru, have mastered science. When the Hokage saw this, his eyes lit up. Materia, materia. Infuse me with Orochimaru's knowledge as well. Ryun nodded and injected chakra with a stream of information into the Hokage. The Hokage slowly absorbed it, and the aura of the Hokage on his body became even more intense. The Hokage opened his eyes and looked at Ryun. The template of the main body has already reached its peak. One more week of hard training will raise the template. That's the most important thing to do at this stage. Ryukin froze and immediately looked at his special upper ninja template. As the Hokage had said, it had indeed reached its peak, and now that it had no experience value, it could only train honestly. The problem was that now in this era, the travelers were collectively hung, and it was embarrassing to say that they had bought hung if they were a little bitter. Who practiced diligently? Do you cultivate? After the meeting, Lu Yun summarized. The next time to raise the template to the upper ninja template, at the same time let his shadow doppelgangers study a variety of jutsu. 2 shadow doppelgangers came up to Ryun's body, and one of them said, "Chief, I like powerful and majestic supernatural creatures, and I want to build models of them." Ryun nodded. "Go ahead and build them. They better be handsome, like Fire Dragon, Ninetales and those, and a few Pokemon god beasts as well, like Gyoka, Gullador and those." Another shadow doppelganger interjected, "Chief, I've always believed in light. I want to turn into Deja, Sailor. Screw it up all you want. And when the time comes, even one of Belial's holsters." "No problem." The shadow doppelgangers all went off to the backyard of the Chibiusa house to follow through on their interests. Ryuin stood up and moved his muscles. He was going to start practicing. If the hangman was practicing, no matter how hard Mithraea worked 10 times harder, he wouldn't be able to keep up. Tsunade came back from the Naruto building when she heard a loud noise coming from the backyard. She strangely walked towards the backyard and instantly saw about 100 shadow doppelgangers noisily amongst them. The Revolution Shadow Fractal and the Deidara Shadow Fractal were in one piece, and the two were studying about rationalizing AK. The Revolution Shadow Split said, "The Fire Lance cannon won't work. We need to make it smaller, like a bullet." The Deidara Shadow Fraction nodded and beckoned Dr. Snake over, ready for him to develop the jutsu to make the firebolt smaller. "Dr. Snake, look at this." Dr. Snake spat out his snake letters and nodded. "No problem. A higher degree of form change in chakra, developed in minutes." On the other side of the room, Scorpion split to make one of his shadow doppelgangers turn into Optimus Prime, and he kept instructing his shadow doppelganger to make the change. Ryukin was bare-chested, doing push-ups in the clearing, next to the schoolteacher with a planner. There were also a few shadow doppelgangers with small red flags gathered around, and they kept waving the flags and cheering, 3002, 3003, 3004? "Chief, cheer up. It's almost at 10,000. Loon slowly let go and braced himself, his mouth spitting. "You guys have been saying that since I did my first push-up," the schoolteacher said from the side. "I made a reasonable training program, 10,000 push-ups, 10,000 sit-ups, 10,000 frog jumps. Don't worry, it's all practice to death." Luyun spat again. "I really thank you." "No need to thank you." Ryun looked up. Tsunade was standing at the back door at the back of the house. A pair of beautiful eyes were looking at him. Ryun raised his hand in greeting. "Tsunade-san, come on, we're together." "Little rascal." Tsunade's mouth turned away before she turned around. As she entered the house, she had a smile on her face at the corner of her mouth. She was pleased that Ryun was actively improving his strength like this. "Little rascal, from now on I am your teacher," Tsunade softly chanted, then looked to the stamp on the application form. Her name was on the instructing upper ninja. This time Tsunade had applied to be the instructing upper ninja of the Ryukin squad. Tsunade was afraid. This time she was going to protect Ryun herself. She couldn't let her step into Kato Break and Jamin's footsteps again. "I have to get rid of my fear of blood." Tsunade clenched her fists. Being protected twice by Ryun was very humiliating for her as a Sannin. She had to get back in shape and live up to the style of one of the 3 ninjas during the Second Shinobi World War. Seeing Tsunade turn the room to ignore him, Ryun looked regretful. He kind of wished Tsunade would sit on him when he did sit-ups and work out together. The Hokage chanted, "Hancho, stop gawking and start the sit-ups. I'll have one of my shadow doppelgangers turn into Tsunade to keep you company." "Aye shucks." Chapter 95. The AK-47 is born. The era of the ninja ends. After 10 minutes or so, Ryukin did the last 10,000 frog jumps. He lay on the ground, fully exhausted, with the cells of the Senju clan in his body, along with the chakra of the Nine Tails repairing the fatigue in his body. When the Hokage saw this, He simply waved his hand. Swords and axes ready. A shadow splitter with a large axe stepped forward, and without saying a word, chopped off Ryun's head with a single axe. After Quicksilver was revived, he looked at Schoolmaster speechlessly. The Schoolmaster explained, "This can still be faster, after all. The body your pain has been paralyzed. Get up. This time we'll work on speed." Liu nodded. This school bully shadow doppelganger was somewhat cold, sort of his absolute sanity. Multiple shadow divergence technique. After Ryun stood up, he put his two hands together and split into 50 shadow doppelgangers. They did some tidying up on the ground and built a 50-meter-long runway. After making the runway, the shadow doppelgangers followed Ryun and practiced their speed. Luyun needed their experience to feed back to the main body to get a more reasonable speed burst technique. A shadow doppelganger held a gun and held it towards the sky. Ready! 50 or so shadow doppelgangers prepared in a 50-meter line as Ryun expanded his muscles, his eyes slowly shrinking slightly. The Hokage held a stopwatch and said to Ryun, "Make full speed. I want to know the limits of my main body so I can better plan my next cultivation." Ryun nodded and sank his body down with a slight low growl. Roar! The 4 chakra gate valves were opened in an instant, green energy lingering outside of the body, followed by a layer of tailed beast tunic draped over the body. Ryukin turned on his full power chakra form. The shadow doppelganger with the gun made a strange move, pointing the gun towards the contestants. Bang! Came the sound of the gun. Mother hit me for what? Quicksilver pulled out only a beam of residual shadow in the air, as if it were a red meteor, and kicked up a cloud of dust. His shadow doppelgangers froze and ate a buttload of car exhaust, and Schoolboy kicked 2 of them before they slammed forward in a disciplined manner. After Ryukin came to a stop, Hokage walked in front of him and said into the stopwatch in his hand, 0.2 seconds. This is the full power form of the main body. Try it next without chakra, using pure body energy. Ryukin nodded, then his eyes rolled. To say that the village's masters of physical arts are definitely the father and son of Maite Dai and Kai, I'll split a shadow doppelganger to follow their practice. Summarized the experience. The Hokage listened to Ryuin's words and then nodded. Both of them are physical arts, everyone. Their experience in body movement is top-notch. Ha ha ha. My youth has finally arrived. A shadow doppelganger jumped out and made a seal with both hands. Bang sound. Gray short sleeves were immediately replaced by green tights. A pot head, thick eyebrows, and the forehead protector also turned into youth. His voice was full of youthfulness. My youth never fades. There was also a layer of music emitted by chakra vibrations in the middle of his body. You exist in my deep mind. With a spark of excitement, it ignited the hot blood in his heart. I ignite. I'm lit up too. I feel like I can set Boruto on fire. The surrounding shadow doppelgangers instantly rose up in excitement, filled with the flavor of youthful fervor. Youth opens up big with a round of kicks to the Rokudo class. Ryugen kicked Kai Ryugen in the ass and pointed at him. Change back. You're ruining my image. Kai Ryun gave a thumbs up. His teeth seemed to have white light flashing through them. But this is the flavor of youth. Ryun didn't care about him. If he cut a pot head, thick eyebrows, and wore green tights, he'd straight up lose his mating rights to Tsunade and the girls. You can change if you want. At least cover your head. Ryugen made a seal with both hands and immediately controlled Kai Ryugen to transform. Kai Ryun's body instantly finished changing, red and blue-colored tights, and spider web-like webs, a black spider where his chest was, and a red hood on his head. What is this if not Spider-Man? Ryuen laughed. Isn't this cool? By covering up the pot head and thick eyebrows, you can still make a cameo as Peter Parker, and now you're called Peter Quicksilver. Peter Quicksilver's voice was filled with exuberance. All right. From this day forward, I am Spider-Man. He immediately yelled at Dr. Snake. Doctor, remember to develop a spider jutsu for me from Onitamaru of the Sonic 4. The little spiders of the shinobi world are about to make their debut. Dr. Snake spat out his snake letters. Understood. Peter Ryun's figure flashed and immediately went to ask Kai and Mithreya for advice on body techniques. Ryun looked at the faraway Peter Ryun. Spider-Man had made his debut. Was Iron Man, Thor, and the others still far away? Soon after the ninja world, the Avengers assembled. But could this leader of the brigands be him? Seeing that Peter Ryun was gone, the Hokage walked over to Ryun with the schedule. There are still many training programs left. This body can speed up. Quicksilver nodded and continued to overload his training. Ding! Your shadow doppelganger, Dr. Snake, has successfully developed a ninjutsu and named it Firelink Bomb. Ding! The inclusion of the firearm weapon AK-47 automatic rifle is successful. Ryukin froze and immediately turned his gaze in the direction of the Revolution and Deidara shadow branches, only to see the Revolution shadow doppelganger holding a black and orange automatic rifle, constantly picking at the trigger, a beam of fiery red streams of light spewing out from the muzzle. Ha ha ha! This is the people's weapon. AK-47's ammunition, that is the miniaturization of the Fireliner cannon, changed into the Fireliner bullet, discarded the explosion, added more wind attribute nature change as a way to get stronger penetration. Deidara's shadow incarnation also picked up a da towards the sky continuous shooting. Mouth also fervently said, "This is the art." Lyun shouted to the two, "Quickly bring it here for me to try its power." The two shadow doppelgangers immediately rushed over, and the revolutionary shadow doppelganger put the muzzle of the gun at Ryun's head. Now we can even save the human experiments. A wheelchair appeared out of thin air behind Lyoyun's buttocks and he sat down, the aura of an evil god exuding from his body. The surrounding shadow doppelgangers were instantly shocked. Fire Cloud Evil God. Almost forgot about that title. Is the chief trying to catch bullets with his hands? Terrifying as hell. Quicksilver straddled his legs, his face filled with carelessness. Shoot! The revolutionary shadow doppelgangers pointed their guns at Ryun. A shadow doppelganger used chakra to simulate the soundtrack of this famous scene. In a flash, the shadow doppelgangers knelt in unison. Greetings to Elder Fire Cloud. Bang! Sparks erupted as the fire link bomb penetrated. Two of Lu Yun's fingers lifted upwards, and he laughed under his breath. In all martial arts, nothing is indestructible, only speed is unbreakable. The fire forest bomb passed inside of Lu Yun's head, and he instantly collapsed. Ding! You were killed by a shadow doppelganger using a firearm weapon. Experience value plus 30. The surrounding shadow doppelgangers scattered in unison, and the shadow doppelganger that had just played the BGM switched to the Great Compassion mantra. A few shadow doppelgangers changed into oboe, drum, and small cymbals, playing the BGM of eating a seat. La la la. Lu Yun resurrected and froze. This suicide experience value of being killed by AK was quite high. He immediately became addicted. A few more shots. I'll brush up to 100 points. Okay. Lu Yun was killed a few more times by the revolutionary shadow doppelganger using the gun, brushing up the 100 experience points to make up for that previously depleted 100 experience points. Chapter 96. 1 Lives for Sakurajima Mamoru. Lu Yun took the AK-47 and smiled with satisfaction in his heart. With this artifact, the group battle is almost invincible. From now on, the era of ninjas is over. The era of tattoos don't come. Now it's the era of gunfighting. He patted Dr. Snake's shoulder and praised, "Good job." Dr. Snake shook his head, unconcerned. "It's just a simple form change, nothing difficult." The system's voice then sounded again. Ding! Autobot Optimus Prime's inclusion in the file is successful. Click, click, click. A sound of mechanical friction rang out, followed by a 10 or so meter tall robot standing within the courtyard. With a red and blue intertwined skin tone, its body was filled with the colors of heavy industry, and it also carried a faint layer of leadership. Optimus Prime, the leader of the Cybertronian planetary Autobots, the leader of justice and goodness. He let out a low, charismatic mechanical voice. "I have witnessed the bravery and fearlessness of mankind, but we are all the same, far from what we appear to be. I am Optimus Prime, and I am sending this message to the Autobots who have taken refuge on the planets. We are here, and we are waiting," also accompanied by a stream of steel music, like a world-saving leader giving a speech. Cool, cool, cool. The shadow doppelgangers came together at Optimus Prime's feet, staring wide-eyed at the mechanically flavored Autobot, as if conquering the crowd's debauched hearts. The scorpion doppelganger was also looking at his second creation with satisfaction. Autobot transformation. Optimus Prime's mechanically flowing voice rang out, slowly transforming into a large transportation vehicle. Quicksilver approached and looked at the mechanical Optimus Prime, dominating, so that's why cannons and cars are a man's favorite. He gave a thumbs up to Scorpion Split. "Not bad. Go out and drive it for a couple turns. Show those ninjas what is meant by the age of automation." The Scorpion doppelganger nodded, opened the car door, and boarded Optimus Prime. "Autobots, go!" The gas pedal roared, the engine ran, and in the blink of an eye, it drove out of the backyard of the Chibiusa house. The sound of the car's roar caught Tsunade's attention. She opened the door to the backyard and immediately saw a huge blue and red transportation vehicle pulling out of the Chito's house. She approached Ryun and asked, "Is this another one of those things called cars?" Ryun nodded and laughed immediately after. "We'll go for a ride someday." Tsunade smiled. "Good. You'll have to fill up the gas then. I want to drive at maximum speed." "Fill it up. For sure. It has to be filled up," Ryukin said with conviction. Tsunade nodded and took out a scroll. "This is the ninjutsu that Sarutobi-sensei gave you in exchange for your merit." Ryukin took it. Tsunade asked, "What exactly did you exchange for the jutsu?" Tsunade respected Ryun's privacy and didn't peek at the scroll in mid-sentence even after she got it. Ryun said, "Kizuna ninjutsu." Tsunade froze, followed by a few louder voices. "Why did you exchange the Kizuna ninjutsu? It's not like you've awakened the Kizuna." Kizuna can be said to be the symbol of Chikan. Chikanjuma with a hand of Kizuna to calm the chaos, the establishment of the fire country Kiba. The influence of Kizuna for the wood leaf ninja village was very high, almost like that symbol on the forehead protector. Ryukin hummed softly. "The only jutsu Sarutobi Hizuru asked me to redeem is the Kizuna jutsu that I haven't learned." Tsunade heard this. Her showy fists gently clenched up as she cursed. "Damn old man. What is the point of taking my Chikan family stuff and giving it to my Chikan family as is? He's just trying to bully the honest people." Ryun replied. Tsunade cupped Ryun's face. "Then why did you exchange your Kizuna to do that? Even though you're from my Senju family, your blood relay limit is smoke transportation. You're not still trying to awaken Kizuna, are you?" Tsunade shook her head again. "It's impossible, it's not possible. Even for the Chitose family, only Grandpa Juma has synthesized the Kizuna, and Jominoki and I as direct descendants can't inherit the power of the Kizuna, let alone you." Ryukin gave a bold smile and gave the scroll to the Hokage. Nothing was impossible in front of the hangman. Ryun crossed his arms and said confidently, "A mere Kizuna. I can awaken it in minutes on a whim." Tsunade saw the Ryun full of 2 columns of breath, cannot help but pinch his face. "Dead little kid, a day without bragging will die. If you can synthesize Wudun, I will." Tsunade said, a bit backed off. Ryun's talent, even she couldn't see through what point she could reach in the future. Moreover, her gambling luck was extremely poor. Basically, she would lose every time she gambled. "What about you?" Ryun provoked. "You don't dare to bet, do you? As a Sannin, you receive 1,000 points of provocation from the lower ninja." Tsunade's chest shook as she clenched her fists and said aloud, "If you can synthesize the Kizuna, I'll give you a kiss. Okay?" The Kizuna was too important to Tsunade. It was even a sign of the recovery of the 1,000 hands. Tsunade of course hoped that Ryun would awaken the power of the Kizuna, and didn't suggest giving him the slightest advantage. Ryun gazed at Tsunade. "This is what you said. No regrets." "No regrets. Then just wait. When I synthesize the Kizuna, you'll have to kiss me obediently." "Okay, fine. You little rascal." Tsunade continued to tug at Ryukin's cheeks a little more. And when she was done, she went back into the inner room to treat her phobia of blood. Kanon walked over and congratulated Ryun. "Chief, congratulations. You get to take advantage of Princess Tsunade again." Ryun laughed. The difficulty of Kizuna was nothing in the eyes of an open-minded person like him. With 5,000 experience points, he could save it back by going to the battlefield for a wave. Lu Yun stopped laughing maniacally immediately after and said, "A kiss is nothing. As soon as possible. Let Dr. Snake develop the spring dream illusion technique." Kanon was full of evil smiles. "Got it, Chief." Schoolboy walked over again with the schedule and said to Lu Yun, "Keep training. Your delay of 2 minutes can be equivalent to an ordinary person wasting months." Lu Yun nodded. The time to hang around was very important. 1 minute could be equivalent to a month's worth of training for an ordinary person. Lu Yun continued to complete his running speed cultivation. Hokage was on the sidelines making preparations for Ryun's training. He made the 2 shadow doppelgangers turn into weight-bearing iron blocks, and instantly more than 100 pounds were attached to Ryun's body, and Ryun ran with a slight strain. Seeing this, Hokage smiled coldly. Another 2 shadow doppelgangers turned into weighted clothes stacked on top of Ryun's body, a whole 500 pounds or so. Now there were 600 or so pounds of weight on Ryuyun's body, and Ryuyun was out of breath even walking, let alone running. Knowing the personality of the main body, the schoolteacher pointed to a shadow doppelganger next to him and said, become the wife of the main body in its previous life Sakurajima Asako. The shadow doppelganger pointed at himself. You're making me girly? How's that going to work? You're just a lump of chakra. There's no such thing as a gender. It's entirely due to the influence of the main body that you're imagining yourself as a male. Come on, everything is for the ontology. Also, remove all the information flow from the main body and imitate Sakurajima Asaka completely. The shadow doppelganger had no choice but to force himself in a perverted direction. He clasped his hands together. Cloud Stream 100 changes my trap. There was a bang and white smoke rang out. A gray-haired beauty appeared in front of him, with an aura that exuded autumn-like gentleness, and also had a combination of spring-like sexiness. The schoolteacher shouted at the streaming clouds that were walking step by step. Benevolent body. Look here. Chapter 97 Negative Shadow Divergence. Ryuin glanced over to the school bully's side and immediately saw Asagi Senpai's sexy attire. Asako Senpai cheered at Ryun in a very gentle voice. Go for it! Youth! Burn! It was as if there were flames in Ryun's eyes, and his body burned with a youthful aura as the adrenaline in his body accelerated its flow and burned. His whole body was charged with power and his speed gradually increased. After 10 minutes had passed, Ryun's speed slowly dropped. He panted heavily and said to the two axe-wielding swordsmen, Come up and chop my head off. The schoolmaster shook his head. Instinctively, you can't always rely on the recovery ability. Now is the right time to train your willpower. Quicksilver slumped to the ground. Train the hell out of willpower. I'm an enlightened person and I'm still so exhausted. Sister Mai walked over to Ryun's face and gently rubbed with her hand Ryun's head. Ayun, quickly stand up. The corner of Ryun's mouth turned away. Don't try to trick me into being a cow. You're just a ball of my chakra. Asagi Senpai's voice was still as gentle as ever. Ayun, I'm just like the real Asagi Senpai. Ryun just couldn't get it up. The thing that fazed him was that Isakoi Senpai was his chakra, and the chakra contained a flow of information about him, as if his other self was seducing Ryun. The Hokage stepped forward, pushed up his non-existent glasses, and explained, A shadow doppelganger is a massive chakra, only with the information flow of the main body, so the subjective belief that a shadow doppelganger would carry a gender is actually wrong. Canon, Chow Thief, they are all shadow doppelgangers with strong subjectivity, so they behave as masculine. As for us, we behave as neutral, and if the subjectivity goes in the direction of a female, we will behave as feminine. The Hokage held up the glasses that had changed out and continued. Of course, removing the flow of information that belongs to the essence of the main body will complete the production of an anime character. That is, the wife of the main body's previous life. Ryuin looked at the beautiful gray-haired girl. Really? Asako Senpai said. Of course it's true. Quicksilver instantly got excited, strained to get up, and continued to run around the track with high spirits. The schoolteacher smiled coldly. That's the power of the drift cloud trap. After another 10 minutes, the streaming clouds were sweating profusely. Their eyes couldn't even open, and they were helplessly paralyzed on the land. The schoolmaster walked up with his hemp-clothed senior sister. Ryun waved his hand in a strained manner. I'm tired. Don't try to continue tempting me. Not even Asagi's wife. Cheer up. Cheer up. Got one lap. Got a lap. Ryuin ran another 20 or so laps under the two's cheering and encouragement, and eventually he slumped to the ground, not even having the strength to speak anymore. Asako Senpai and 02 moved closer and kept cheering, but Ryun just wouldn't get up. Even if they rubbed hard, it was as if Ryun was dead. The schoolteacher smiled coldly. Don't I understand the main body yet? Replace it with a queen attribute this time. He pointed at a shadow doppelganger. Here, change into a domineering Artoria. The main body will definitely be honest. The shadow doppelganger nodded and formed a seal. Cloud Stream 100 changes dull hair trap. A delicate silver boot stepped on Ryukin's head and twisted it a few times as hard as it could. Flowing Cloud's anger surged. Who is it? So bold, wanting to rebel. He turned his head to look. A blonde girl wearing a silver battle robe and a blue cloak appeared, with a conspicuous dorky hair on her head, and she looked earnestly at Lu Yun. My king! Kiritsugu Ryun, get up. Is this the only level you have? The king's majesty pressed down on Ryun's body like heavy air pressure. Ryun's heart had improved a lot, being looked down upon by such a strong woman, coupled with the fact that it was the beloved King Arthur. The dignity of being a man surged up in an instant. He struggled to get up and said to the three beautiful maidens, Today I'll let you see what it means to be a true great man. Lu Yun roared up to the sky and ran as hard as he could with the 600 or so pounds of weight on his back. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, 4 laps, 10 laps, 11 laps, 12 laps. As time passed, the speed of the stream clouds slowed down. The dull hair king went straight to his feet and kicked the back of Ryun's ass. Wouldn't Ryun speed up? The knights under me all have better endurance than you. Ryugen was slowly entrapped like this, squeezing his body's potential step by step. The senju cells in his body were constantly being repaired, and with the stimulation of the nine-tailed chakra, Ryun's body power erupted like a sweet spring. Ding! Congratulations, host. The 1,000 Hands immortal body has risen to intermediate level. A masculine power ran amok within Ryun's body. The lactic acid in parts of his limbs were energized by this power, and then the soreness in his entire body was dissolved. Part of Lu Yun's body also changed. The chakra points slowly widened and the chakra within his body became more abundant. The current him could add another 300 shadow doppelgangers. Seeing that Ryun had broken through the limit, the Hokage turned into a load-bearing suit and folded it over Ryun's 2 arms before commanding the 2 shadow doppelgangers to come forward. In the twinkling of an eye, the weight of Ryu Yun's entire body directly weighed 1 ton. Liu Yun's speed slowed down and became even more strained. Chapter 98. I've become Boss Dai. Liu Yun broke through the limit and ran another 80 laps. His body's muscles were full of strains from overloading. His entire body was like a ball of flame, and his head also became dizzy. With a pop, Liu Yun collapsed to the ground. Hokage nodded. Almost done. Knife and axe hand come up. The axe hand came up with his axe and sent Liu Yun on his way with a single axe. After Ryun was revived, he stood up with a fighting spirit and wrapped his arms around the 3 female shadow doppelgangers next to him. See, this is a real man. The dull hair king kicked Ryun away and directly brought the schoolmaster's planner and said to Ryun in a cold voice, "The next step in power cultivation begins now." She glanced coldly at the surrounding shadow doppelgangers watching the show, filled with the dominance of a queen. The shadow doppelgangers' hearts chilled in unison, secretly saying, what the hell is this shadow doppelganger changing into? How could she have such a domineering aura? The dull hair king's finger pointed at several shadow doppelgangers. You, and you, all come out and turn into barbells. Cannon and Chow Thief were both accused. The 2 were the Grand Master and the other was Prime Minister Chow. But under this majestic aura, all obediently got down and turned into 2-ton barbells. The dull hair king pointed at Liu Yun again and said, "Hurry up, don't be a grunt." Liu Yun had no choice but to take off his shirt, revealing his sturdy upper body, and honestly walked forward. At the same time, in his heart, he said, "This is not synthesizing a little cotton jacket. It is completely an ancestor." After reading that, Liu Yun continued to train. He didn't use strange power this time, but used real body energy to train. Drink! Liu Yun inhaled fiercely, his muscles bulged, and he lifted a 2-ton barbell with both hands. His body now far exceeded that of an ordinary human, becoming a true Hercules. The 1,000 Hands clan immortal human body was upgraded to the intermediate level. The cells in his body became more numerous. The density of his muscles and bones were not comparable to that of an ordinary human. Add more. Seeing this, the dull hair king called for a few more shadow doppelgangers to integrate into the barbell, and the weight slowly increased. 3 tons, 4 tons, 5 tons. Weightlifting was different from weight running. Weightlifting tested strength as well as maintenance. Weightlifting was more of a test of perseverance, as well as overall physical fitness. Liu Yun felt the strain. The lactic acid on his arms gradually increased. He slowly put it down. The dull hair king changed into a whip and vigorously lashed at Liu Yun's back. Movement is not standardized. Lift it up. Liu Yun corrected his standing posture and slowly lifted the barbell up. As a minute passed, Liu Yun's body became even more stiff and his forehead was covered in a large sweat. He exhaled 2 breaths. His breath was weak and he slowly let go. Snap! 2 more whips lashed at Liu Yun's body, and the dull hair king's cold voice rang out. "Hurry up! Could it be that you can't lift it? How could I not be able to lift it?" Liu Yun was going to rise up. Liu Yun raised a breath in his heart and continued to lift it up again. Pa! A whip struck Ryun's back, followed by a stern voice. Irregular movements. Continue to adjust. Liu Yun gritted his teeth and slowly lifted up. 10 minutes later, Ryun was lying on the ground bare-chested with a dozen or so dew marks beaten into his back. Asagi Senpai and 02 tenderly stroked Ryun's bruises and sent encouragement from time to time. "Ah, Yun baby is awesome. The weight training has been completed. Seeing this, Dr. Snake stroked his chin. This body is already perverted, but that's normal, with multiple personality splits and endless death experiences. This person would be completely retarded if he isn't crazy. Get up and continue the next stage of cultivation. Flexibility. Liu Yun waved his hand. 2 sword and axe men stepped forward and chopped off Liu Yun's head with an axe. Soon after, 2 shadow doppelgangers who were patrolling around with their white eyes on came forward and frowned as they watched the main body being pulled hard on its thighs by a couple of shadow doppelgangers who kept tugging on the ligaments. It hurt to watch, let alone its own body. Luckily, the pain of the main body would not be transmitted into their shadow doppelgangers' bodies. One of the shadow doppelgangers carried a white snake and said, "Chief, I found a white snake in the corner with chakra inside its body. It must be the snake of surveillance left behind by Orochimaru." Ryuken's limbs were tied up and were being tugged hard on the ligaments. He looked at the white snake carried by his shadow doppelganger and grunted, "Damn Orochimaru. He must be craving my body. Roast that white snake and find some chili noodles to dip it in." "Chief, right away." The 2 shadow doppelgangers did some busy work, and in the blink of an eye, they made the roasted snake meat and sprinkled chili noodles. The dull hair king threw another whip on Liu Yun's back. "Hurry up and eat. Eat well and continue training." "Got it." Ryun slowly swallowed the snake meat while measuring his perversion. On the other side, in Orochimaru's lab, Orochimaru's snake of surveillance placed in the Senju family's house transmitted images of fire-roasted, chili pepper-dipped snakes, and his furious voice carried out, "Damned brat, I won't let you off the hook." The Hokage looked at Ryun, who was honestly and seriously practicing, and then turned his head to look at the shadow doppelgangers next to him who had nothing better to do, coming together in 2s and 3s and pulling bull. He immediately suggested to Liu Yun, "Main body, doesn't Cloudstream 100 transformations still have a lot of transformed bodies that haven't been included? Let the shadow doppelgangers all go inside the village and include them." Liu Yun nodded. "All go, but be careful to be proper and not scare the others." "Oh, that's great." Having received Ryun's pardon, the shadow doppelgangers were like reformed laborers released from prison, as they jumped out of the Chitos family's courtyard wall in a Yura and instantly left. Chapter 99. The shadow doppelgangers who let themselves loose. The Hokage looked at it and shook his head, and then proceeded to say to Ryun in a serious manner, "There are a few shadow doppelgangers that have extremely distinctive character traits. They must have gone to do what they like. Label them with their real names, so that they can be called in the future." Liu Yun nodded. "The first character is their favorite, and the last 2 characters will take my Liu Yun with them." "Good." Next to the corner of the courtyard, the 2 baby pandas were happily eating bamboo leaves, next to the shadow doppelganger who had helped them work hard to find bamboo leaves in the village. That shadow doppelganger looked at the 2 baby pandas, his heart filled with love. "I'm going to raise you to become the most powerful psychic beasts in the shinobi world, so be prepared." "No, I'm not going to play with ninjutsu. I'm going to play with the pokeball." Wolverine barked a panda's call, his black eyes looking at the shadow doppelganger as the forehead protector on the other's forehead changed into a Pokemon. It then changed into a red hat and a blue outer vest. "From now on, you will call me G Ryun, and I will become a Pokemon master." G Ryun struck a pose and changed into a master ball from his sleeve, throwing the master ball in front of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. "Come on, get in, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chrysalis." Woo-woo. In the northwestern streets of Kiba, a red and blue-colored transport vehicle drove majestically on the road. Scorpion Ryun drove forward lazily with his foot directly on the steering wheel. Optimus Prime is followed by a large group of children. They are full of curiosity to follow Optimus Prime. This kind of mechanical sense full of science fiction things can cause their interest. Scorpion Liu Yun, such nonsense Kiba could not possibly not care. As it happened, a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes appeared in the front of Optimus Prime's car. Scorpion Ryun sensed Mizukato and Joshina's chakra and immediately stopped the Optimus. Joshina jumped down from the front of the vehicle and looked at the mechanical golem she had never seen before and wondered, "Ryun, what is this?" Scorpion Ryun introduced himself first. "My name is Scorpion Ryun." He also pointed to his creation. "This is my second creation, Autobot leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime." "What does it do?" "It can drive and run. So many functions. How did your little brain make such a complicated puppet?" Scorpion Liu Yun shook his head. "This is not a puppet. This is a higher level of mechanization that you people from the agricultural era don't understand. Scorpion Ryun was playing with mechanical automation, not puppetry. Mizamon scratched his blonde hair and said somewhat apologetically to Scorpion Ryun, I'm sorry, La. This puppet of yours may cause panic in the village, so please drive it back. Scorpion Ryun nodded. All right. He extended another invitation to the tomato scrambled eggs. Do you guys want to go inside and sit in the car for a bit? Mizuna shook his head. He wasn't a fan of such novelties. Besides, what could be faster than his flying Raijin? On the contrary, Juexinai had one hand on Scorpion Ryun's shoulder, her eyes full of excited curiosity. I want to go in. I want to go in. I want to try how fast it really is. In various places in the Kiba village, the honest shadow doppelgangers were collecting and transforming their bodies in a regular manner, while the dishonest shadow doppelgangers began to let themselves go. In the clan land of the Uchiha clan, a young boy with black hair was practicing his hand sword striking handle in the forest. Soryuin appeared here, and the Uchiha quickly noticed. He looked at Soryuin, who had the exact same aura as the Uchiha I clan. You're the Kiryuin from that day? What are you doing here? 3 hand swords appeared out of thin air in Zalyuyun's palms, and he threw them lightly. The hand swords changed intricately in the air, one striking the other and finally landing in unison in the center of the bullseye. Awesome! The Uchiha was filled with admiration. Let me teach you Uchiha Ryu throwing. Uchiha Weasel was filled with doubt. Aren't you from the Senju clan? How do you know the throws of my Uchiha school? Zoruin didn't say anything and slowly approached Uchiha Weasel, finally pointing 2 fingers on his forehead. Don't think about it so much. Maybe I can even awaken my Sharingan eyes on a whim. Uchiha Weasel moved his head away. You're bragging. Sharingan is my Uchiha family's blood relay limit. How could you, a chickage, possibly awaken it? Who knows? Come on, Uchiha Futsuki is also really, you as the son of the clan leader also do not send you a guidance ninja. Father. Forgot, right? Humph. His sightless eyes are afraid that he has not even waded into your mind. Don't you dare insult my father like that. Father told me to aim for you and surpass you in the future. If that's the case, then you have no future. Bragging. Well, no more. Well, I want to remind you that if a person with Chow Thief written on his forehead comes to your house, be the first to kick him out. Why? No, why? At Zaraya's house, Cannon's head burrows inside the door. Zaraya was writing a small yellow text and was immediately taken aback when he suddenly saw a Ryukin with extremely heavy black circles under his eyes. Are you weak in the kidneys? Cannon replied, Tired. What are you doing here with me? Jiraiya closed the pages of his book. Cannon's smile was full of sincerity. Do you know any big cities around here in Kiba village? What are you doing in a big city? Nothing. Jiraiya understood in a second, his mouth curling into a smile that all men understood. He got up slightly and patted Cannon's shoulder with one hand. It just so happens that I need to go and get inspired, so let's both brothers go and fetch some materials together. Okay. Big brother Jiraiya.
2人勾肩搭背，慢慢地朝着村外走去了。行走之间，还不时传出嘿嘿嘿的邪笑，引得周围人频频侧目。
Chapter 100 Self-Released Shadow Divergence. Naruto Building. Sarutobi Hinata glanced down through the window, and from time to time, a few Ryukyu shadow splitters wearing gray short sleeves walked through, constantly stopping at a variety of items. Sarutobi Hinata wondered, what is this Kiryuin doing? There are his shadow doppelgangers all over the village. Sarutobi Nichiju felt something was wrong, so he said to the dark part next to him, Follow Mulryun and see what he's up to? As you command. From here, let the world feel the pain. A shout came down from Naruto Rock. Sarutobi looked upwards as a Ryun in a fire cloud robe stretched out his hands and kept shouting carry meter, 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 carry meter. What's he doing? At this end of the Ryun was upside down on the ground with 2 fingers slowly moving forward. At the same time, the system's voice in his brain kept ringing out. Furniture table included successfully. Plant cactus included successfully. Furniture toilet included successfully. Ryun's heart froze. Which one of these bastards had included the toilet? Could it be the one with a personality particularly like Phase? Small creature mouse included successfully. Small creature black cat included successfully. Medium-sized creature era included successfully. Ryun paused for a moment. The dull hair king was beating hard from behind. Hurry up, Hurry up. Don't stop. Continue training. As you command, my king. Tsunade peeked out the window inside the house, wondering in her mind that Ryukin was being whipped, but instead, he was becoming more honest. Could this be the way to subdue him? Learned. Inside a drill ground in the northeast of Konoha, two men in green tights, one large and one small, shouted youth and kept doing overloaded training. The older one, wearing a yellow scarf and a small curly mustache around his mouth, looked at Peter Ryukin, who had been hitting a wooden stake next to him with his mouth full of youth, and smiled. Maite Dai exclaimed under his breath, Luyun, I'm happy that you can burn up your youth. Let's let our youth explode. Peter Luyun was full of youth. Yes, my youth never fades. My youth, I am the master. My youth non-mainstream. Peter Luyun spat out 10 or so youthful quotes at once. The two fathers and sons, Maite Dai and Kai, stopped, not knowing where to find a notebook to memorize Peter Luyun's youthful quotes. Good, good, good. This is a good, debilitating, and useful quote. My youth will never fade. 8 big ones in 60 seconds. Kishimoto would have been scared. Maite Dai smiled with satisfaction and gave a thumbs up to Peter Luyun. Since you have imparted so many youthful quotes from our father and son, I will pass on the skills of physical cultivation to you. Come on, at the time of striking the wooden stake, you should send out your strength like this. Rightly said, this is youth. Burn up. Peter Luyun was like a spider burning with youthful energy, surging with boundless energy. To put it simply, it was a gradual kaijuization. It's just that with a mass movement like his, the chakra gave out in less than 2 strokes. Ryuin froze as Peter Ryuin's chakra information flowed into his mind, and Ryuin was immediately enveloped in a majestic youthful energy. He looked at the dull hair king with fighting spirit and chanted, O king, I will become stronger. Luyun directly pointed a finger on the ground and bounced forward. Now that I'm perverted, the more pain I endure, the stronger I become. On a street corner in Kiba village, the boy wearing a black ninja suit with a mask over his face and a short sword on his back was crouching with his head hanging down at a utility pole. Bandito rubbed the large swollen bump on his face, mentally complaining about Ryukin's bad idea. He had just turned into Kakashi and pulled off the mask in front of Rin, revealing a Kai's face. Without saying a word, Rin took a broom and beat him away, recognizing at once that it was a trick. Rin was already possessed, firmly believing that the face under Kakashi's mask was a handsome one. A bandit streamer wearing an orange and yellow swirling mask walked up to Bandito and reassured him, Don't get into all this boring stuff, La. We're opening the Eye of the Moon program now to create a perfect world. Bandito stood up and pushed Bandrian with one hand. Get lost? Leave me alone. Oh, Bandito, we're going to black out. We're going to not care about anything. Bandito picked up a stone and dug it hard towards Bandrian. Where's the idiot from? I care about a lot of things. At the tricolor marble shop, Red Bean was beautifully eating the sweet 3-colored meatballs when her eyes suddenly glanced at a figure and immediately dug the skewer in her hand towards him. Mu Luyun, you bastard. How dare you get me drunk last night? The shadow doppelganger Ryugen's forehead protector Red Save Red Bean, and his name was Do Ryugen. Do Luyun was full of aphorisms to Red Bean. Stop eating sweet things, you need to keep your bone structure. What's so good about these 3-colored pills? They're sweet and greasy, and they're not even hygienic. Deh. The owner of the pill store looked at Do Luyun with cold eyes and secretly touched up a kitchen knife. Do Luyun coldly glares at him. I'm not talking about anyone. I'm talking about your pill store. Close it down early. It can't affect my little red beans. Straight mother thief. The boss took out his chopper and angrily ran out of the store. Do Luyun hugged Red Bean and escaped in an instant. Mu Luyun. Let me go or I'll feed you to my snake. At the most hidden base of the roots, Naru Ryun touched down with his white eyes on, and 2 roots ninjas wearing masks icily blocked Naru Ryun's way. Naru Ryun. Get back. This is not the place for you. Cough, cough. Naru Ryun coughed a few times, like a master orator, his mouth slowly building up energy, and he opened fire violently at these 2 root ninjas. You two are too low class. Tell your leader to come out and meet me. The 2 root ninjas coldly looked at Naru Luyun without uttering a word. Naru Ryun continued to fire. Is your head Tuanzu particularly gutless? He doesn't even dare to come out to meet me when I, a tiny lower ninja, came to block the door. I can't take it anymore. One of the Negi ninja couldn't take it anymore and slashed at Naru Ryun, the blade passing through with wisps of white smoke. Before Naru Ryun exploded, He left behind a spit. Idiot. Garbage. Have a good time licking the stinking feet of Tuanzu's old dog in the mud. The Negi ninja who made the move cursed. Damn. It's just a shadow doppelganger. The Negi ninja next to him stroked his hair and asked his companion. I feel like my head is spinning a bit. Well, let me ask you, how many does 1 plus 1 equal? It seems to equal 2. Idiot. 1 plus 1 equals 3. Oh. Chapter 101. The Master Chief is here. The Master Chief has ascended to heaven again. As the sun set in the west, the sun shyly went home, and Ryuken's shadow doppelgangers exploded one by two. The 3 clusters of Yin chakra dispersed, and Ryun immediately blocked the sensation they brought, planting it in his heart, to be taken out later to motivate him to push forward. Luyun stretched a lazy waist, looking at the only one shadow doppelganger left in place, holding a big axe, looking at Luyun aggressively, cutting Luyun a dozen times today. If you're a brother, come chop me. An axe fell and Luyun revived. He fastened his belt and slowly walked into the house of the 1,000 hands. As soon as he entered, a faint wafting aroma of rice entered Ryun's nose, and his stomach growled as he wondered who made this rice. In the kitchen, Tsunade was wearing a loincloth and was carrying a bowl of miso soup on a small table. Ryun looked at Tsunade, who was busy, her blonde hair slightly tilted and her beautiful face replaced by a quietness. This woman would make a good wife, and anyone who married her would die happy. Tsunade blankly glanced at Ryun, who was staring at her blankly, and said, "Wash your hands for dinner. What are you waiting for?" Ryun smiled and approached the short dining table, looking at the sumptuous meal on it, which included a bit of meat. "Don't you have a blood phobia? And you kill?" Tsunade shook her head. "I'm getting over my blood phobia. Killing is part of overcoming a mental illness. Do you need to do that? Just be good and hide in my arms from now on. I'll protect you." "Good thinking." Ryuken stopped talking and sat on his knees on the mat, taking out his chopsticks to slowly savor Tsunade's handiwork. Clip on a meatball, mouth lubrication, texture into the tongue. After tasting it, Luyun gave Tsunade a thumbs up. "Not bad. Whoever marries you in the future will enjoy the blessings?" "That, of course." Tsunade smiled, satisfied with Ryun's praise, but her next words made her frown again. "You little rascal." Tsunade pinched Ryun's cheek for a handful of times, followed by loosening her loincloth and going to a corner of the front yard to call out to Shizune and Red. The 2 baby pandas, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, arched in through the fan door, each of the 2 military masters holding bright green bamboo shoots, which Chi Ryun had given them. Without the bamboo shoots and pots of milk, Ji Luyun simply couldn't train them. Luyun hooked his hand at Wulong. "Come here." Crouching Dragon skimmed its mouth. Why would it go over when it wasn't given any favors at all? The Phoenix chick was affectionate towards Luyun, and when it saw Luyun's gesture, it hugged the bamboo shoots and rolled its ass into Luyun's arms. Luyun rued it and even pinched a pill from the table for it to eat. Poof. Phoenix chewed it a few times. It wasn't his favorite flavor, and spit it out. Not long after, Tsunade walked in with Red and Shizune, both of them looking tired and looking like they had practiced hard today. The 2 girls greeted Ryuken in unison. Shizune returned the greeting with thanks. "Ryun, thank you for your shadow doppelganger for guiding me in practicing my medical ninjutsu." "No need to thank you." Ryun waved his hand. "Girls are well. They need to be pampered more." Tsunade looked at Ryun in surprise. "You little brat can still practice medical ninjutsu." Medical ninjutsu required extremely profound chakra control and had to be passed down. Ryuken nodded. "I know a lot of things. Stay by my side and you'll realize one day that I'm a treasure." Stinky. Chapter 102 Fantasy Technique. Several people sat on their knees on the mat, slowly savoring their dinner. Tsunade munched on a piece of sushi and chewed slowly at the trio. "From now on you're a squad." Both girls' eyes curved up, overjoyed at being on a squad with Ryun. Ryun asked, "Who is the guiding upperclassman?" The squad model of the Kiba village was basically 1 upper ninja with 3 lower ninjas. Tsunade smiled sweetly, and in an instant 100 flowers bloomed in the room. As if realizing something, Ryuken turned his gaze to a radiant Tsunade. "Our guiding upper ninja is you." Tsunade nodded, followed by a finger flicking Ryun's forehead. "From now on I'll be your guiding upper ninja, so show me some respect from now on." Ryuken nodded sincerely. "Okay. I've always respected Tsunade-san." Tsunade rubbed Ryun's head and proceeded to tug on his thick skin. "If only you were this honest." She saw the bad water in Ryun's eye beads and definitely knew the brat wouldn't be that honest. Tsunade-san, eat, eat, eat. Okay. Tsunade nodded. After eating a full meal, Ryun lay down on crouching dragon's stomach, covering his belly and not wanting to get up. Phoenix pushed hard on Ryun's head to save her brother. Tsunade kicked Ryun out of the way and freed Wulong. After Tsunade cleared the table, she sat on her knees on the mat and accompanied Ryun and the others for a while, talking about matters related to the Chunin exam, Tsunade introducing some experiences to the three of them. Slowly, Wulong let out a long yawn that infected a few people. Tsunade saw that it was getting late and let all three go to bed. Ryukin slowly walked back to his room with crouching dragon Phoenix in his arms. He had a moment of caution as he closed the door. With his blood succession limitation, he couldn't believe that the agents of the root and dark sections wouldn't be out there watching. Orochimaru had sent out a white snake agent during the day, so at night there was no telling what kind of mouse agent or era agent might be out there. White eyes open. Ryukin opened his white eyes and could see the chakra air mass within 5 kilometers of Fong-ing. Within 1 kilometer of the Senju family's house, Ryun clearly saw several nested chakra clusters, all of which were special upper ninja level chakra, as well as unusual chakra from cats, dogs, and snakes. I don't know if they're from the root or the dark sections, but they're all a bunch of disgusting rats. Anyway, Ryukin split off 10 or so shadow doppelgangers, who changed into all black attire and went in the direction Ryukin had marked to blast them away. After blowing away the ninjas who were watching from the shadows, Ryuin divided another 20 or so shadow bodies and patrolled the area around the Senju family. After doing the little things before going to bed, Ryun closed the door to his room and slowly flopped down on his bed, 2 clusters of chakra moving in his mind. Dr. Snake said, "The main body let me out quickly. I still have to develop the jutsu they asked for." I didn't expect Dr. Snake to be so attentive, but a ball of chakra, what would it feel like to be tired of? Ryun nodded, and after making a seal, Dr. Snake stood next to him. Dr. Snake looked towards the layout of the room, followed by a shake of his head. He wanted a spacious environment for ninjutsu development, and even ninjutsu testing needed space. The Hokage was also rallied out by the streaming clouds. He looked at Dr. Snake and said, "Not enough space?" Dr. Snake nodded. Hokage said to Ryun, "Split out another 100 shadow bodies, and we'll dig a basement in the backyard as Dr. Snake's lab." Ryun nodded and closed his 2 hands. The huge chakra in his chest immediately split into 100 or so shadow doppelgangers. Dr. Snake walked out of the house with his shadow doppelgangers and began to hokum at the backyard of the Chito's house. Ryukin looked at the Hokage still standing beside him and asked, "What are you doing again?" The Hokage replied, "Does the main body have a book? I want to read a book and learn about the history and culture of the entire shinobi world." As expected, he was worthy of being the shadow doppelganger of Ryukyu's scholar attribute, and he still didn't forget to study and prepare for the exams even in the middle of the night. If he had this spirit running around, he wouldn't have failed several subjects in the past. But it was a good thing that the shadow doppelganger loved work. Lu Yun entered the system space. The books in the ninja world are cheap. After all, the mainstream of the ninja world is to hack and slash, not to write a diary. Lu Yun 100 experience value exchange a whole house, directly fill his room. He split out another 50 or so shadow doppelgangers to move the books out and get the Hokage a study of his own in the basement of the backyard. Ryun's shadow doppelgangers were moving so noisily that Tsunade and the girls naturally heard them. Tsunade yelled towards Ryun's room, "Stinky brat, what are you doing? In the middle of the night, tearing down the house." "It's not just tearing down the house, it's repairing the basement." Ryukin responded over, "Tsunade-san, it's fine, it's fine. Why don't you hurry up and go to sleep? Get up tomorrow and practice properly." "Got it, Tsunade-san." Lu Yun nestled in the belly of the crouching dragon phoenix. Horizontal cannot sleep, carefully think for half a night, only from the word cracks to see the words. Full of books are written 2 words are boredom. He used to be in the battlefield at all times tense nerves, a day down the mental exhaustion, naturally when you want to sleep. Instead, he was a bit uncomfortable in the peaceful Kiba village, where there were no paragraphs to brush up on, and people basically went to bed as soon as it got dark. It seems that we need to get something out of our previous life, Ryuin thought in his mind. The ninja world was very close to modern times. Ryun just had to push his hand. Ryun rolled over a few times, bored. Finally, he heard the sound of the system ringing. Ding! The shadow divergent Dr. Snake has successfully developed an illusion art, named it the Art of Dreams, and included the Shinobi Illusion Art Scroll. Ryukin froze and immediately jumped up. Canon Chakra laughed. Chief, great. You've succeeded in developing your fantasy art. Chapter 103. Tsunade is afraid. Ryun laughed as a fluctuation of chakra flowed into Ryun's mind, the way to form a seal, the flow of chakra to perform a phantasmagoria, the frequency of mental energy fluctuations, and the amount of chakra released. After Ryun absorbed it, he smiled evilly. This illusion technique was not a forbidden technique, but it could be viewed as such in a certain way. On the following day, a rooster from somewhere kept crowing, noisily distracting Ryun. Lyoyun's head nestled at the pillow and waved his palm. Go and slaughter all the roosters that are crowing for me and make them into my breakfast. The shadow doppelganger got the order and left in an instant, going to slaughter all the chickens in the village that were squawking in the morning. Crouching Dragon rolled over and pushed his butt against Ryun's head, and Ryun, out of breath, grabbed Crouching Dragon and threw him towards the side. After he woke up in a daze, Ryun Dojinshi pushed open the door and was immediately surprised by the smell of chicken all over the yard. He looked up and saw that there were at least 40 or so pots burning, all of which smelled like chicken stew, and the pots were all different chickens. Ah! Shizen snorted and rubbed her sleepy eyes as she walked out of her room. The smell of chicken all over the yard hit her nose, and she sniffed straight up as she looked at the dozens of large iron pots burning up in the yard in front of her. What for? Eating a banquet. Luyun looked at a shadow doppelganger with blue hair, a vertical red ribbon, and a dragon totem on his right side. Little Chinese pawnbroker Lu Angxing, Luyun liked the spiritual attributes of the cook. The one next to him with red spiky hair, a white cloth tied to his forehead, and a combative face, was Kohei Sengen. Lu Angxing made an inviting gesture to Luyun. Instinct, come and try my cassoulet. He opened the lid of the pot, and for a split second the light shone brightly. Ryun covered his eyes. La! A glowing cuisine! Kohei Shojin was not to be outdone. Honky tonk, come try my braised chicken. Ryun shook his head. How are these greasy things suitable for breakfast? He looked at the head of one of the shadow doppelgangers and said, How many chickens did you steal? The chicken-stealing shadow doppelganger replied, About 50. According to the head's order, kill and stew all those chickens that will crow in the morning. Luyun took out a pile of money from the system space and handed it over to the chicken-stealing shadow doppelganger. Go and compensate the villagers whose chickens were stolen. I, Mu Luyun, have still been degraded to the point of stealing chickens like this. The chicken-stealing shadow doppelganger nodded and quickly left. A lazy yawn rose, evident that the mistress had a good dream last night. Tsunade wrapped in her robe and opened the door to her room, immediately smelling the pungent aroma of chicken. Such fragrant chicken! Who made it? She stepped out of her room and looked over at Ryukin, who was dressed in a short-sleeved gray outfit, and her face instantly flushed. Tsunade shook her head, trying hard to shake off last night's dream. Ryun smiled in his heart when he saw Tsunade's strange appearance. He beckoned, Tsunade-san, come over and eat the chicken. It's very tonic in the morning. Tsunade went back inside to dress up and slowly came out. Tsunade smelled the wafting aroma of chicken hot pot all over the yard. What did your shadow doppelganger do? Stealing all the village's chickens. Ryukin nodded. Tsunade held her forehead and let out a breathless cry. Can you eat it all? Give it to all the neighbors around. It can't go to waste. Ryugin's shadow doppelgangers acted in unison and gave chickens to the surrounding neighbors. After a full breakfast, Ryun approached Tsunade, who blushed and couldn't help but take a step back. Ryun pretended to know nothing and looked at Tsunade innocently. Tsunade-san, what's wrong with you? Why are you so afraid of me? Tsunade shook her head. Nothing, don't think too much. Ryukin wanted to move on. Tsunade stopped it. Don't come any closer. I'm repulsed by you right now. Tsunade picked up her whip and pointed it at Ryun coldly. Don't come any closer. Tsunade-san, what is this for? Ryukin froze. Snap. Tsunade gave Ryukimo a whip. Ryukin took 2 steps backward and looked at Tsunade, who was like a queen. She swung the whip and accused Ryun. Kid, be honest. Chapter 104. It's people and ghosts who are showing off, only I, Mokuryuan, am getting beat up. Ryun still has to go to practice. He can't accompany Tsunade to play. With a flash of his body, he went to practice self-cultivation. Shizen approached Tsunade and asked suspiciously, Tsunade-sensei, why are you so repulsed by Ryun today? Tsunade shook her head with a red face. Ryun went to the drill ground in the backyard of the Chikin family. Borrowing the memories that came from his shadow doppelganger last night, Ryun saw two very hidden underground entrances. He walked to the edge of the walled yard and stepped on the mud there. Dr. Snake and the others had built a pretty hidden basement. Ryun shook his head and formed the shadow divergence seal to begin today's cultivation. Dr. Snake and the school bully all came out. Dr. Snake and Hokage worked until 1 or 2 o'clock yesterday and returned to Ryun's body after their chakra ran out. Ryun had harvested a full load of knowledge and experimental data in one night's work. The shadow doppelgangers were the true social animals. Their entire busy work was Ryun's, as was Chao Ryun and Canon. As soon as Dr. Snake came out, he said, "The main body, you should connect a chakra line to us shadow doppelgangers who are researching attributes to continuously replenish chakra." Ryun shook his head. He still had to cultivate. How could he have that kind of energy? Scorpion Ryun raised his hand. "You can use mechanical automation to release the chakra line." "Oh, that's right too." Dr. Snake and Scorpion Ryun locked eyes, and the two began to talk about developing a new jutsu, and the more they talked, the more they got into it, and the more they talked, the more new sparks erupted. One was Dr. Snake, who was good at biochemistry, and the other was Scorpion Ryun, who was good at mechanics. Two great masters in different fields communicated with each other as if they were comets colliding. As Ryun listened to their talk, he thought in his heart, many of the ninjutsu require a ninja to release them, but if they were merged with machinery and turned into automated ninjutsu, wouldn't that be exactly the same as the scientific ninjutsu of the Boruto era? But could such a ninjutsu be ignited? Ryukin waved his hand, and the shadow doppelgangers all went off to do their own thing. The Hokage picked his glasses. The main body continues. One more day of hard practicing and we'll be able to upgrade the template. Yun, darling, Kiryuin. 3 beautiful girls with 3 hair colors came together in unison, one gentle, one imperial, and one domineering. The most important thing was the 2 carrying dog head guillotines next to them. It seemed that yesterday's axe had been replaced with a dog head guillotine. Seeing that Ryun was still staring blankly at the dog head guillotine, the dull hair king lashed over. "What are you doing? Why don't you hurry up and do your pre-exercise preparations?" Ryun helplessly took off his top and girded it around his waist to begin today's grueling practice. The dull hair king came forward with a record sheet. "Today's practice is bouncing strength. Now squat down." Ryun did as he was told. Weighted upper body. The 2 shadow doppelgangers changed into weighted iron rings and circled around Ryun's limbs. A wave of gravity hit him and Ryun sank down. Backhands, jump forward. With his hands behind his back, Ryun's muscles bulged and he jumped forward. He jumped for at least 10 or so minutes, the sweat on his forehead growing and his ragged breath panting. The dull hair king smacked his back with an iron whip. "Continue, your willpower is too poor. A true warrior has to have an undying spirit." Ryun sucked in a sharp breath and accelerated his bouncing speed. In various parts of the village, Ryun's shadow doppelgangers let loose. At the Uchiha house, Zorua Cloud instructed the Uchiha Weasel in the practice of the shuriken. At the bandit's house, Bandit Ryun was swept out by Bandit's grandmother with a broom. Youth drill ground, Peter Ryun and the 2 fathers, Methreya and Kai, sweat and shout about their youth. At Mizamon's house, Ryun Sao's jokes made Jusina laugh, and Mizamon laughed along with him. Snake watched speechlessly, being a professional lawyer but running to be a wingman. But he had no choice but to change into a green hat and put it on Mizamon's head. At Red Bean's house, Red Bean keeps releasing poisonous snakes to bite Do Leon, who dodges left and right, and yells at Red Bean to lose weight. On Naruto Rock, several dark parts surround Tendo Ryun and tell him to go down and carry the meter. It's people and ghosts who are showing off, and only I, Kimi Ryun, am taking a beating. The main body is not working. Dog head guillotine served. Ka! Ding! You were guillotined to death by the shadow doppelganger using the dog head guillotine. Experience value plus 30. After Ryun was revived, he thought about whether he had failed too much as an insta-body. His shadow doppelgangers were letting themselves go while he was suffering. Time flashed by and it was day 2. Ryukin had trained most of the night yesterday, so he slept until 8 o'clock before waking up. "Shizun, come on." Ryun's ears twitched when he heard Tsunade's call. Ryun rolled over and leaned against the small belly of the reclining dragon, his mind wondering why Tsunade was calling for Shizun. He was so hot that he immediately turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated into his room. Ninja Shizun 3D structure scan commencing. Scan successful. Ninja Shizun transforming body inclusion file successful. Only a Shizun with a few funny faces written on it entered Tsunade's room. Chapter 105, Shinobi template. Kid, go to hell. A monstrous blow sent the Ryukin-turned Shizun flying out of the room. Ding! You've been killed by Tsunade using monstrous power. Experience value plus 20. The wind tightens and rips and whistles. Ryukin was dispersed into a cloud of smoke before regrouping and immediately running away with his belt on. Tsunade was behind him with the same catching whip as the dull hair king, frantically chasing after him, her face full of rage. Dead brat! Dead brat! See if I don't whip you to death today. Ah! Tsunade's chakra boomed, and a foot stepped through the ground as if a golden motorcycle had sped past. A fist fell from the sky, directly knocking Ryukin into the dirt. Tsunade exerted too much force, and his fist got a wound instead, and red blood flowed out of it. Tick! The blood dripped onto Ryugin's head, and Ryugen took Tsunade's hand and tenderly licked her wound. But Tsunade suddenly stormed out under Ryun's surprised gaze and smacked Ryun away. Kid, go to hell. Ryukin looked at Tsunade, whose face was rejuvenated with her phobia of blood. In shock. Tsunade-san, you. The corner of Tsunade's mouth wiped up a smile, and all of a sudden it was as if the sun's morning rays had cut through the thick clouds, and the whole world sprung to life. Dead brat, thanks to your blessing, I've already walked out. In fact, just now when the flowing clouds were exposed, Tsunade looked down at herself, and the fear within her heart was instead no match for the anger that filled her. Coupled with the self-healing of the past 2 days, the mental barrier was broken through in an instant. Ryukin smiled brightly, instantly turning black and white. Tsunade-san, congratulations on getting out of your blood phobia. My brother had guessed that this would happen, so he planned a scene like this to help Tsunade-san out of her predicament. As soon as Tsunade's catching whip was raised, she violently gave Ryukin a whip and scolded, Dead brat, I still don't know what's in your mind, you're just cheap. Ryugen was still playful. Tsunade-san, since you were able to break through your mental barriers, I think we should celebrate with the entire village, and all of us should bless the Princess of Kiba together. Tsunade shook her head. No need. I'm going to conceal this information. It's a basic quality of a ninja to conceal information about one's abilities in order to outwit the enemy. Ryukin nodded and followed up with, Then we can't celebrate nothing. I'll ask my shadow doppelganger to set up a banquet at night, so a few of us can celebrate. Tsunade reached out to stop it. Ryukin went off to get ready in an instant. Tsunade took the catching whip in her hand and cursed, Damn brat, how dare you stall me? I haven't even smacked you yet, and you ran away. It was still the training ground of the Senju family, with 2 cheerleaders cheering and a nerdy hair waving a stream catching whip. Stream Cloud was honestly training. He looked at his system template. All 8 of his ninja items had leveled up to full, and all that was left was the Ninja Profession Foundation. The Hokage walked up and pushed his glasses. Split up all the shadow bodies. Let's all read the book together. Accumulate Ninja Profession experience, and this time, brush it straight to full level. Ryu nodded, opening the first 4 of the 8 gates of transportation in a flash, and stacking on the 9-tail chakra. Multiple shadow diversion technique. Boom 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 boom. More than 1,500 shadow doppelgangers gathered in the Senju family's drill ground. The Hokage had 30 or so shadow doppelgangers go to the basement and carry out the books. Ryukin pointed at them and said, Read the books we're going to study today. Study. Study my ass. I never study, and I don't read books. If I want to read, I'll read the Liu Bei book. The 10 or so shadow doppelgangers were pricks, and the dull hair king swung her whip down and whipped them all into white smoke. With a loud shout, her dull hair shook and her body was filled with the king's dominance. All of you read the book honestly. In an instant, all the shadow doppelgangers were honest. Everyone looked at the book in a disciplined manner and learned from it. Streaming Clouds were lying on a reclining chair. Next to them, Asako Senpai and 02 peeled the skin of grapes and put the grapes into Streaming Cloud's mouth. About half an hour later, the dull hair king gave Ryun a whip. Ryun woke up and looked at her. That's enough. Everyone is done watching. Ryun sat down on the ground, his shadow doppelganger slowly bursting open as the lessons they had learned rushed into Ryun's mind. The Atlas of Shinobi Beasts of the Shinobi Realm. A detailed explanation of medical ninjutsu. The story Chibiusa and Uchiha-zan had to tell. The dull hair king was too slow and accelerated the explosion of shadow doppelgangers. More than 1,500 clusters of shadow doppelgangers exploded in unison, directly rushing Ryun's head into a daze. Both of his eyes rolled white, as if his soul had ascended to the heavens. The two shadow doppelgangers transformed into a gallows and prepared to hang Ryuyun. Dull Hair King cracked two whips on the two shadow doppelgangers' bodies and cursed. "This is too slow. Come with a faster one." White Horse finally appeared, and with his 4 minions, he tied ropes to Ryuyun's 5 limbs in unison. Whinny! The stallion whinnied, and the 5 horses exerted all their strength, instantly splitting the 5 horses of Ryuyun into pieces. Ding! You have been killed by the Shadow Split White Horse 5 horses. Experience value plus 30. Little horse. I'll remember you. You'll specialize in sweeping toilets from now on. After his resurrection, Ryuyun stood intact in the center of the field. The light of knowledge now flowed from his eyes, as if he was a knowledgeable scholar of ancient Greece. The history, customs, and landscapes and national structure of the shinobi world for the past 1,000 years, he didn't say that he knew all of them, but he knew them all. Please call me Aristotle Cloud from now on. Ryugen dissipated all of his shadow doppelgangers and entered the system space alone, looking at his template. The ninja profession base was brushed to full level, and the special upper ninja template was also full. Ding! Host special upper ninja template is full successfully. Template replacement. In just a moment's effort, Ryuin's body changed tremendously as huge chakra energies rushed through his body, remodeling the 5 viscera and 6 bowels in his body. His chakra points became thicker, while the cells inside his body grew more and more. The entire person's height rose miserably. Originally a short 1 meter 5, he had been maintaining at 1 meter 6 with his transformation technique on, and now he had truly grown to over 1 meter 6. When everything transformed past, Ryun looked at his ninja template again. Upper Ninja Wooden Ryun. 8 ninja items. Ninjutsu 1, Body 1, Illusion 1, Ken 1, Power 1, Speed 1, Essence 1, Seal 1. 4 items of chakra. Chakra amount. Naruto level. Chakra attributes. Fire, water, earth, wind, yin, yang. Chakra control. 500% proficiency. Chakra nature change. 300% proficiency. Blood succession limitations. Senjutsu I Senjutsu Body Intermediate. White Eyes Intermediate. Ninja Profession Basics. 6 full levels. Forbidden Technique. Yunryu Hyakushu no Jutsu. Fire Transportation Bakudu Dragon King. Ninjutsu. Fire Transportation All-Powerful. Sake Transportation. Palm Immortal Technique. Water Transportation Water Chaos Wave. Physical Arts. Advanced Physical Arts. Illusion Technique. Spring Dreams Without Traces. Evaluation. BD. One of the most noteworthy things was Ryun's chakra amount, which had risen to Naruto level. Even that old man Sarutobi Hizuru didn't have as much as him. This was the effect of the increase of the intermediate Senjusen body plus the 9-tailed chakra. But it wasn't anything, Ryun himself was the one with endless chakra. Chapter 106. It's over. Ryun's hang is blocked. The second most commendable point was fire escape omnipotence. What does this mean? It meant that all of the fire transportation ninjutsu Ryun could learn. After all, he has white eyes, can see through the enemy cast fire escape chakra operation, coupled with his unrivaled chakra control ability, proving that he will be able to all the fire escape jutsu. It's straightforward to say that it completes the fire escape into magic. The third point, advanced in physical arts, Ryukin quieted his mind and closed his eyes for 3 days. The basic movements of all physical arts could be done with his body. Table lotus flower, re-lotus flower, youthful whirlwind, and whatnot. His body could hit it. I, Ryuin, will rise up majestically and stand above the heavens. Ding! Detecting that the host template has been upgraded to Upper Ninja, has basically possessed the ability to survive in this world, the immortal system upgrade has begun. This upgrade is maintained for 24 hours. During this phase, the system is closed to the host. Please reduce fighting within this phase. Silence, a moment of silence. Ryun looked up at the blue sky. He had only just swelled and the system was about to face an upgrade, which meant that within 24 hours Ryun's undead ability was sealed. His hang was gone. He couldn't do death anymore. He would have to bow his head and be a man. The sky is cloudy. The thunder is coming. And I, Ryun, will have to shrink back into his turtle shell again. Cannon screamed in his head. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave this village. The Hokage analyzed. No, if we touch the perception boundary, we'll be detected by the village's higher-ups as being different, and the Negi and dark sectors will be after us. At least it's safe to stay next to Tsunade. She's a shadow class ninja after all. with Jiraiya and Orochimaru standing behind her. Dr. Snake reminded, "Let's all go offline. The chakra of the main body is very important right now. We can't afford to consume it at will. Chief, you have to be careful." After all of the shadow doppelganger's chakra dissipated, Lu Yun sat alone on the ground. Thinking quickly in his mind, it was now 9 o'clock in the morning and 24 hours later, it was 9 o'clock tomorrow. Within these 24 hours, Ryun had to keep his head down and behave. He couldn't be reckless in front of Tsunade. He couldn't go out at will. He couldn't speak loudly. He couldn't squint. In short, he had to metal up. White eyes open. Ryun opened his white eyes, and in the neighborhood of Chicken's house, Ryun saw 3 or 5 clusters of special upper ninja level chakra, special agents who were watching him. He couldn't let these people find the slightest hint of him. Ryun gave a yellow ape-style expression and took big steps towards the house. At the same time, his heart was vigilant to the extreme. As long as there was a difference, Lu Yun immediately transformed into a hawk and escaped. As Lu Yun approached the corridor, his expression hurriedly loosened up, just like the honest Oni shuriken, pushing the door, entering the house. Tsunade looked at Ryukin, who seemed like a different person. The eyes are not slanted. The chin is not raised. And the condescension on the face is not there. This person is honest. Instead, Tsunade was a bit uncomfortable and asked, "Are you a shadow doppelganger? Why do you have an honest look?" Stream clouds in her eyes is the sky is not afraid. The earth is not afraid of the Lord. Anything dare to do what people dare to scold. Now, he was so honest that people were surprised what bad water he had buried. Ryun shook his head. "Tsunade-san, I didn't have a choice before. Now I just want to be a good person." Tsunade laughed and approached Ryun, tugging at his hair with her jade hand and pinching his cheeks. "You little brat, you're as tall as me. Instead you can't rub your head." Ryugen then obediently let her do whatever she wanted, not daring to overstep in the slightest. Tsunade laughed softly. "That's good. I'm cured of my blood phobia. You're cured of your perversions, and everything's all right. The next step is to honestly listen to me and fight on the battlefield to prepare yourself to succeed Naruto in the future." As if he was a good boy, Ryugen nodded seriously. "I'll do whatever Tsunade-san wants me to do. Even if it's up a mountain of swords or down a sea of fire, I won't frown." Tsunade patted Ryun's back and laughed. "You're my brother. How could I send you to your death?" Tsunade pointed to her neck, which contained a blue crystal pendant. "This is the most important thing to me, and I put it—" Tsunade hadn't finished saying. Ryukin pulled his leg and ran, leaving only a trace of a voice for Tsunade. "Tsunade-san, give it any day. Just don't give it today." What a joke. He is now the weakest moment. Tsunade wants to give her death necklace to Ryun. This is not giving him a clock. He could accept it before, but not now. Tsunade looked at Ryukin, who looked like a rabbit escaping, and smiled. "How nice. The little brat is out of battlefield syndrome and finding his childlike innocence." She touched her necklace again with a hint of remembrance in her eyes. "Jominoki, broken. I found my light, so go in peace." Tsunade looked at the 2 spots on the spirit tablet. "Grandpa and second grandpa. Ryun will carry on the will of Chikage, and I will train him to become Naruto. You guys protect him in heaven." Ryun lost his heart and kicked Crouching Dragon Phoenix out of bed, leaving the 2 baby pandas as bodyguards at the door. "My life is in the hands of the 2 military masters." Crouching Dragon flopped down on his stomach and lazily ate the bamboo leaves. Feng Xiao carried the bamboo shoots and guarded the door vigilantly. Uncle Lu Huang was alone in his own nest, honestly shrinking his head as a turtle. Myriad Wood Mountain. The pale big toad opened its eyes, translucent with the light of vicissitudes. It glanced at it as if the entire shinobi world was in its eyes. "That power to shield the ominous has been removed. Sorry child, not in destiny. I can't see the future because of your existence." The mysterious Senjutsu chakra traveled through Myoki Mountain and into the ninja world, falling into the root. Tuanzu was in his desk processing papers with information belonging to Ryun. He hated Ryun so much that he couldn't relieve his hatred without killing him. Just how to kill was a big problem. Tsunade was guarding that brat's side, and that brat's bloodline restriction was troublesome as hell. How to get him killed? The magical chakra in the underworld affected Junzo's thinking, and he was immediately demoted in wisdom. Pa! Gunzo slammed his hand vigorously on the table. "T&D. What's the point of thinking so much? I'll bring someone to cut him down right now." Chapter 107. Ambush from Negi 6,000 words. Big chapter. Ryun then lay inside the quilt until the evening. not getting up until Tsunade called him to eat. Ryun climbed up and looked at Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, who were huffing and puffing at the door, and smiled. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Child were guarding the door. Which one would dare to break in? Ryun stood up. He was still preparing to throw Tsunade a banquet at night. Only now chakra wasn't that extravagant, so he had to call it quits. Ryun walked to the inner room. Shizune and Red were both kneeling on the cushions in a disciplined manner. Tsunade glanced at Ryun. Go wash your hands for dinner. Ryun nodded, and after washing his hands outside, he grabbed his chopsticks and bowl and ate his fill. After finishing his meal, Ryun was honest enough to clean up the remnants on the table. Tsunade smiled and nodded. Shizune and Red both looked at Ryun, who was different than usual, and the strange words stopped and became well-behaved. Was the sky clearing up? The two of them were a bit uncomfortable instead, as if they had gotten used to the debonair Ryun. Ryun even took the initiative to wash the dishes. Tsunade was even more satisfied when she saw it. The little Ryun was still not subdued by her Tsunade. After washing the dishes, Ryun swept the floor, mopped the floor, and did all the chores that needed to be done in the house. As he plopped down on the mat a little out of breath, Tsunade gently rubbed Ryun's forehead. Laughing, he said, You won't have to do any of these things from now on. A big man should go out and do great things, build up merit and gain honor. Ryun lay still, feeling Tsunade's touch. Shizune and Red came up and looked at the quiet Ryun, their heads full of questions. Shizune was the first to ask, Ryun, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Ryun was speechless in his heart. Do you guys think I'm sick just because I'm being honest? Tsunade answered for Ryun. Ryun understands and has come out of his battlefield psychopathy. And by the way, I've come out of my blood phobia as well. Shizune's eyes widened as she looked at Tsunade. Tsunade-sensei, is that true? You've resolved your blood phobia? Tsunade nodded. That's right. You guys don't have to worry anymore. I've regained my former battle prowess now. Ryukin propped himself up and half sat on the wooden plank for a moment to think before turning to Tsunade. Now that you've come out of your blood phobia, why don't you try competing for the 4th generation Naruto? The 3 shinobi were the best contenders in the race for the 4th generation Naruto. Orochimaru would definitely be competing for Naruto. Jiraiya had no aspirations but to let his disciple Mizukado participate, and Tsunade would not be participating due to her blood phobia. The other shinobi wouldn't choose someone with a blood phobia to be Naruto either. But now it's different. Tsunade has already come out of blood phobia, which means she has the qualification to participate in the 4th generation Naruto. Moreover, Tsunade is a medical sage, and countless ninja have been saved by her in the 2nd Shinobi World War. Coupled with her status as the granddaughter of the 1st generation Ai and the aura of the Konoha village flower, her eligibility to run for the position seems to be even higher than Orochimaru's. In the original story, Sarutobi Hinata died, and Tsunade was able to subdue Tuanzu as soon as she returned to the village, showing her prestige in the village. Tsunade froze for a moment. Ryun was right. She had been committed to training Ryun to be the 5th Naruto. Why not run for the 4th Naruto herself? This would protect Ryun and also continue the glory of the Senju and end the rule of the alliance of the ninja clans in the village. Seeing Tsunade thinking, Ryukin smiled. If Tsunade could become the 4th generation Naruto, such a Konoha village is where he should stay. After all, who would dare to touch him as Naruto's man? Tsunade pondered carefully for a while. Ryoga shook his head. I can't. Naruto's work is too complicated. I don't have that much free time to stay in that tiny office. Don't look at the position of Naruto's scenery. In fact, the village had everything pressed into his hands. A C-ranked mission, or even a D-ranked mission would have to be run to Naruto and docked before it could go out for execution. To put it nicely, it was called being responsible, but to put it badly, it was called monopolizing power and not trusting the people around him. Thinking carefully and combining it with the power structure inside the village in his previous life, Ryukin suggested, You've become Naruto, the boss of the village. Let whoever you want handle those documents handle them. When the time comes, gather a few shoguns and set up a secretariat with a division of power so you don't have to be so tired. Tsunade listened. Thinking about it for a moment, it made some sense, but then shook her head. I have a buttload of debt on me. If I become Naruto, the debtors will all come to my door. Ebisu had said that Naruto should possess benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and faith, all of which were up to standard. Tsunade had gotten into gambling, and that would be bad for Naruto's reputation. And a big tree would bring debtors to her door. Ryun put his hand on her shoulder as if he was a reigning horse boss. Don't be afraid, Tsunade-san. I have plenty of money. I will pay off your debt? Tsunade looked into Ryun's confident eyes and laughed. Where does a brat like you get money? Ryun babbled. Don't forget my multiple shadow doppelganger technique. If I split 2,000 shadow doppelgangers a day and let them go out to work, wouldn't I be able to come up with a large amount of money to help you pay off your debt in just a short amount of time? His nonsense made Tsunade's eyes light up. Yeah, Ryukin could split into so many shadow doppelgangers, and he had a lot of weird stuff. For example, Bumblebee and Optimus Prime were novelties that could totally be taken out to make money. By the way, Ryugen could also make wine, the kind of high-grade wine that was believed to be highly sought after by high-ranking figures in the Fire Country. When you think about it, Ryugen is really a treasure. Staying by his side, it is impossible to imagine what kind of treasure can still be unearthed from his body. Ryugen rubbed Tsunade's shoulder. Tsunade-san, you'll just participate in the contest for the 4th generation Naruto. I'll fully support you at that time. Won't you be able to become the 4th generation Naruto with ease? How about it? Tsunade-san, want to be a Naruto for fun? Tsunade thought seriously for a few moments before shaking her head again. I'm still not used to being a Naruto. Ryun had no choice but to retract the words that came out of his mouth. Tsunade's character was very free and liked to travel around in the clouds. So the latter had been taking Shizune to gamble at casinos all over the shinobi world. The position of Naruto was instead binding her mind. So she gave this torment to Ryukin. Seeing that it was getting late, Tsunade let the 3 of them, Ryun, go wash their feet and go to bed. After Ryun washed his feet, he walked on the mat and looked at the 3. It was as if Ryun's gaze wanted to pause for a moment. But then he suddenly felt a palpitation of loss. Ryun murmured a little. If I die, will anyone shed tears for me? What had he changed by coming to this world? Other than killing hundreds of sand ninja, leaving a little trace as if it was gone. Ryukin, who could not die the most, instead feared death the most, that would lose everything, including his shadow in this world. His mumbling was heard by Tsunade. Tsunade walked over, her arm clamped around Ryun's neck, concerned. Stinky brat. What's the bad word? I'll protect you. After Ryun entered the room, he opened his white eyes for a bit, observing his surroundings, and didn't notice any movement. So he fell asleep quietly holding the 2 pillows of crouching dragon phoenix. And after he fell asleep, dark tides surged in the dark night. Tsunade-sama. A dark ninja wearing a cat mask appeared in front of Tsunade with a transfer order in his hand. He handed it to Tsunade and said in a mechanical tone, Tsunade-sama, this is an urgent secret order from Naruto. Naruto-sama has asked you to go to the battlefield of Kawanakuni. Tsunade looked at the Naruto emergency secret order. There was something puzzling in her mind. She hadn't been on a mission in a while, and she didn't know what her sensei meant. Urgent information just received from the Kawanakuni battlefield. Kaedeba has struck. Her poison is unattainable by anyone but Tsunade-sama, and many are still waiting for Tsunade-sama's treatment. Tsunade listened silently, then waved her hand. Got it. I'll leave immediately. The dark ninja left in an instant, exiting the door of the Chikin family's house. He squared the mask on his face, a sneer puckering at the corners of his mouth, revealing the special lines belonging to his roots. Tsunade sat cross-legged on the wooden planks, noticing a few things in her mind, but a wave of Senjutsu chakra invaded her head from the underworld, allowing her to erase the few moments of doubt in her mind. Tsunade was still a touch wary after all, and she pulled out 3 dice in a drawer, muttering, I want small. She turned the dice upside down, and all 3 dice shattered into powder and went straight to 0. A great evil omen. Tsunade frowned. Whenever she was lucky, something ominous would happen. It could be herself or someone close to her. She thought to herself, this trip to the battlefield of Kawanakuni was sure to be ill-fated. But she was the only one who could cure the poison of the sand cane Chiyo Brahma. So she had to go. It was her duty as the princess of Konoha. But what if the omen this time was someone close to her? Ryun was her last hope. And if even he died, Tsunade would really have to be completely heartbroken in this village. Tsunade gripped the transfer order book in her hand and closed her eyes. She would wait for a few bells. If Ryun wasn't in any kind of peril, then she would set off. The Negi ninja watching outside cursed. What does Tsunade mean by this? She doesn't even care about Naruto's emergency transfer order, and she's staying inside. The partner next to her patiently said, Just wait. I just don't believe Tsunade can stay at Kiryu inside. Time passed by, and the sun slowly rose from the sky. Tsunade put on a beige ninja suit, light armor out of the house, and instantly left the house, heading to the battlefield of Kawanakuni. When the Negi ninja saw Tsunade leave, they sneered, Princess Tsunade has finally left. Now I'll see how the Kiryuin will still struggle? This time the Negi, had gathered 15 upper ninjas, and most of them were shinobi ninjas with deep pockets. He didn't believe that so many ninjas couldn't deal with a single Mulryun, and that too in a sneak attack. Operation Decapitate Kimi Ryun has officially begun. A murderous aura filled the air. The morning sun rising was so cold. The Negi ninja with a large hood and a purple tattoo on his face transformed into a pile of bugs and buzzed into the Chito's house. He entered the house without passing an owl on the eaves, which had a dumbfounded expression and instantly turned into a cloud of white smoke. The eyes of a Negi ninja carrying a large ninja sword took in the sight, and his pupils shrank, exposed. Ryukin rolled over in his own bed and pressed into Wulong's small stomach. Ryuin snapped his eyes open and accepted the message from the owl's shadow doppelganger. Sure enough, fear of what would come. A buzzing sound rang out, as if thousands of bugs were chirping. In the middle of Liu Yun's room, on the windows, along the door, and in the wooden corner crevices, a single black bug burrowed in from between the cracks, densely packed and endless. This sight was frightening to the timid who saw it, and those who suffered from dense phobia would directly miscarry if they saw it. Cloud Stream 100 Changes Art. Ryuin chakra ran through his entire body, and a black eagle's wing grew out from his back. His wings released a huge gust of wind pressure that directly collapsed the room. Immediately afterward, Ryun held Crouching Dragon Phoenix in his arms and broke through the wooden window, causing splinters of wood to shatter all over the place. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Dozens of bugs stained Ryun's wings and buzzed, and kept sucking on Ryun's chakra. Ryun spun violently in the air, slapping all those bugs down. As he stabilized, his white eyes looked downwards. 14 shinobi-level chakra surrounded the entire Senju family in an orderly formation, seemingly prepared. Chirp, the sound of wind rapidly sweeping through the sky. A large eagle that looked like an ink painting whistled long and hard as it attacked towards Ryukin. Liu Yun's wings shook as he climbed up towards the sky, dodging the giant eagle painted in ink. As he looked with white eyes, above the ink-colored eagle sat a masked Negi ninja wearing a black vest, holding a paintbrush and a scroll in his hand. The super beast pseudo-painting ninja of Negi could be seen as Saki's predecessor. A cold shout came from below. Kimi Ryun, obediently bind your hands or I will kill these two girls. Ryun looked down with white eyes. His heart was bitter. A while ago he had said he had no weaknesses, but now the weaknesses were here. Even if he could fly to escape Kiba village, so what? He wasn't alone, and there were companions around him who were worth guarding. The greatest weakness of an invincible man is his feelings. It's impossible for Ryukin to be truly desperate. He covets everything in the world. Therefore, he desperately tried to become stronger. But the ninja who were hostile to him were people who utilized every means possible, and did whatever they could to kidnap people around Ryun to force him. Ryukin looked down. A Negi ninja wearing a bird mask. Ryun couldn't see his expression but was sure it was now a smug grin. He squeezed Red's neck with one hand, causing the other to struggle hard to breathe and keep struggling. No matter how strong you are, Kiryuin, eventually you will fall to your weakness. Only the model of Negi is correct. Cut off all feelings and become the sharpest sword. A Negi ninja of the Nara clan muttered. The lead Negi ninja removed his mask, revealing a face full of villainy. Kiryuin, I'm Naoto Shimura of the Shimura family. Nice to meet you. Now I'll give you a choice. Let me plant the spell seal in your head and serve my Shimura family for the rest of your life. Negi was more interested in training Ryun as a puppet than in decapitation. Red opened his red eyes and struggled. Ryun, don't listen to him. Run away. On the other side of the room, Shizun, who was tied up with ropes, turned pale as she looked at Ryun above the sky. A wave of courage surging through her. Ryun, run away. Both girls were like this. They would not let their partner fall into deep danger, nor would they let themselves become a burden to Ryukin. Ahem. Naoto Shimura squeezed Red's neck tighter, and Red coughed twice in distress. His opponent's face reddened as he playfully looked towards the sky above. Kiryuin, give your answer or your partner will be pinched to death by me. Taking advantage of Naoto Shimura's moment of nonsense, Ryugen distributed a cloud of shadow-split chakra into the corner below. Ryun looked at the rampaging Naoto Shimura. Everyone who threatened him would not end well, and even less so those who threatened his side. It was the first time he hated this Shimura family so much. Ryun's palm was raised and his two fingers were compared to a shooting position. Naoto Shimura's pupils shrunk, and Ryun's preparation to perform a ninjutsu scared him. He continued to shout, "Kiryuin, what are you doing? Don't care about your partner anymore." Intelligence said that Kiryuin was arrogant and uncaring, but was very attentive when it came to the partners around him. Naoto Shimura's hand loosened a few points. Red was saved and breathed heavily, followed by looking up at Ryujin in the sky. "Ryujin, run. Leave me alone. Fire escape ash accumulation burning." In an instant, a large cloud of black smoke enveloped the Senju family below. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A yellow supercar appeared as if it were a flash of light, sending several Negi ninjas flying in a single bound, from which a hand reached out to snatch Red and proceeded to slam her in the car door. Ryukin's shadow doppelganger was about to go save Shizune, but unexpectedly the root ninja who grabbed Shizune was on very tight guard, and an instantaneous body dodged the shadow doppelganger's backward, pulling out of his head. The shadow doppelganger had no choice but to yell, "Hornet, start a fire!" The hornet's tail flame burned, and the gunpowder formed by the ash accumulation burn kept burning. That is, it looked like a fiery red thunder cumulus cloud. "Leave!" The Negi ninjas instantiated in unison, dodging the segments of the flames. Boom! With a blast of the hornet's gas pedal, it rushed out of the black, fiery red world with a thick jet of exhaust. The Negi ninjas were all upper-class ninjas, but they were still saved from a Red by Ryun. After Ryun picked up Red from his doppelganger, his wings flapped and he flew towards the sky, with an Ultra Beast pseudo-painted ninja in the back following Ryun closely. Ahem! Red opened his eyes and felt the scent of Ryun's body, the fear in his heart replaced by a surge of excitement. As long as he was by Ryun's side, his hands could protect everything. Red's pupils shrank immediately afterward. She didn't see Shizune's figure as she gripped Ryun's sleeve. "Ryun, Shizune?" Ryun's eyes were calm. His brow bred a shocking murderous aura. "Don't talk. Let's get you out of here first." The Super Beast pseudo-painted ninja in the back shouted at Ryun. "Wouldn't Ryun? You still have a partner in our hands. You'd better tie your hands and obediently come to us in the forest of death. Fire escape, fire liner cannon." Ryun's wings flapped out wind pressure, and he turned his hand to release 5 fire forest cannons, which exploded, and the smoke obscured the Super Beast false painting ninja's vision. Ryukin took the opportunity to fly down towards one of the maneuvers. He landed on the ground and set Red down along with Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. "Red, wait here. I'll get Shizune back in no time." "Ahem. Got it." Red's voice could not hide a paroxysm of pain. Ryuin felt bad and looked at her purple-red face with wide eyes. Poison! As a secret service organization that often assassinated important figures of enemy countries, their research in poison was no weaker than that of Kaedeba, so how could they not carry poison on their usual missions? Lu Yun's pharmacology knowledge was at full level. He could tell at a glance that the poison in Red was a synthetic poison. The antidote was very difficult to configure, and right now only the root poisoner might have the antidote on hand. He now had 2 courses of action. One was to deal with those Negi ninjas, kill them to free Shizune and seize the antidote in the process. The second option was to go to Tsunade. She was a medical sage. This poison would not be a problem for Tsunade. People usually chose the second option because it was a bit safer. Besides, Ryun's system was offline now, and he would face a big disadvantage without his immortality ability. However, Ryuin's choice was the first one because he was Mu Ryuin. Ryuin clenched his teeth and clenched his fists vigorously. Immediately afterward, he calmed down for a few moments and released Palm Immortal technique in his hands to ease Red's pain for a few moments. He then comforted Red. "Sleep well here. When you wake up, everything will be fine." Luyun clicked Red's sleeping point, and Red slowly closed her eyes, not forgetting to murmur under her breath, "Luyun, run." Crouching Dragon and Phoenix looked at Red worriedly. Luyun rubbed the 2 baby pandas' heads. "Stay here and don't scream. I'll be right back." Wulong and Feng Shao nodded. Ryun's wings spread out and he flew in the direction of the forest of death. As a ninja of Kiba being attacked in the village, why wouldn't they ask Naruto for help? After all, this was the village that proclaimed the will of fire. This kind of attack, I believe Naruto's secret department had already seen it. Even the information had been uploaded to the village's top management. But Ryukin didn't have any assistance because he wasn't trusted by the higher-ups. Maybe Jiraiya and Mizukado would help him, but they would probably both be held back by Negi, or be subject to the orders of the higher-ups of Konoha. Ryukin's heart was filled with murderous anger, sweeping across the sky like a god of death. Today he would drink blood. Naruto building. The 4 Konoha top brass gathered, breath silent. Everyone is not a cutie pie. All knew about Negi's unauthorized action. Turner Koharu looked at them coldly. Gumiho, attacking a Konoha ninja in the village for no reason. What are you doing? Junzo sneered. Attacking for no reason. You all saw the arrogance of that guy. A dead Kiryuin is worth more than a living one. He turned his head to look at the silent Sarutobi Hinata and firmly said, Hinata, today, Kiryuin will die if he doesn't, and the sixth immortal will not be able to protect him even if he comes. I, Shimura Tuzo, say so. Sarutobi Hinata looked up at Duanzu, and then the aura belonging to Shinobu Yu directly pressed on Duanzu's body. Guanzo, you are too arrogant. Disguising Naruto's secret order and gathering the power of the root ministry to strike at the ninja in the village. Gumiho, do you really think you're Naruto? Hinata, me? Duanzu's heart palpitated for a moment. He had just gotten so arrogant that he suddenly forgot that this was the ninja male who had been overpowering him since he was a child. Chapter 108. The Battle. Junzo's tone slowed down. I was wrong this time, but that little brat is no longer alive. I gathered 15 upper ninja, all elite ninja of the Negi. And the oil girl Ryoma is also in there, I promise you, as long as you get that brat's corpse and study his blood succession limit. At that time all the experimental data will all be given to your dark division. I believe you are also interested in bulk transplanting the smoke transportation, right? Sarutobi didn't say anything, sort of acquiescing to Duanzu's trespassing. He was quite optimistic about Ryuken's blood relay limit boundary, thinking that it would be a good sword for charging into battle. However, it was more cost-effective compared to transplanting the Smoketsu blood relay in bulk. In Orochimaru's lab, Orochimaru smiled coldly. He had placed 7 or 8 white snake agents around the Senju family, so he had gotten the first information that Junzo had struck. He sneered, What do you want to do with my body, Juzu? I can't let you have your way. Orochimaru made an instantaneous move in the direction where the Negi ninjas were assembling. In this game of chess, Orochimaru was also one of the hands. The Forest of Death was located in the great western part of the Konoha, a 10-kilometer radius surrounded by over 44 locked entrances, also known as the 44th maneuvering ground. As Ryuken flew through the sky, he opened his white eyes and easily saw a dozen or so clusters of chakra, including a tiny one that seemed to be dying like a candle flame. The Ultra Beast pseudo-painted ninja riding on top of the Ink Eagle saw Ryun at a glance, controlled the Ink Eagle to approach and sneered. Mu Luyun, it seems you still can't let go of your partner. To tell you the truth, the poison placed on the two of them will break out in 3 hours, and by then their lives will be lost. Either you can honestly become a puppet of Root, or you can obediently commit suicide, and we will give those 2 girls the antidote. Ryun's eyes went cold. He wouldn't believe Negi's bull. If he committed suicide, Negi would definitely take Shizen's life. Seeing Ryun's cold face, Negi's Ultra Beast false painting ninja's face turned cold. Would Ryun, you've thought this through. There is no good ending in going against us, Negi. What a lot of nonsense, Luyun coldly said, and then sprinted away as if it were a bolt of lightning. The painting ninja of the Root Division, codenamed Crow, saw Ryun attacking towards him and controlled the Ink Hawk under his feet to do a flip, steadily dodging Ryun's aerial attack. Fire transportation multiple fire liner cannon. Luyun placed his palms behind his back and in an instant, 20 fire forest cannons were sent out in unison. As soon as the fire escape was fired, Ryun didn't care as he swooped down towards the location in the Forest of Death where the Negi ninjas were stationed. Naoto Shimura quietly knocked on the bark of a large tree and slowly waited for Ryun to arrive. He glanced at Shizun, who was tied up with ropes next to him. Shizun's eyes were closed and her face was pale. The poison in her abdomen was eating away at her internal organs like a poisonous parasite. Her face darkened as she saw Naoto Shimura's insults. She was still too weak after all, and even now she had become a liability to Ryun. The sound of an explosion in the air caught Naoto Shimura's attention. He withdrew his hand and instantly saw Ryuken, who was descending from the sky with wings. Humph, kid. I knew you wouldn't abandon your partner and obediently run to get killed. Ryun made a seal with both hands. Smoke transformation illusion. In an instant, a gust of white smoke filled the surroundings. The vision of Negi's ninja was obstructed as Ryun's gored mouth spewed out a cloud of liquor as if it were a spirit snake dancing about. It quickly coiled up Shizun and brought her up into the sky above. Shadow split technique. Ryun took the opportunity to split into a shadow doppelganger, which turned into a hawk carrying Shizun and fled. Illusion technique unraveling. A Negi ninja who specialized in illusions made a seal with both hands and unlocked Ryun's smoldering illusion. In an instant, a murderous aura ran through the air, and a dozen pairs of icy gazes gathered coldly on Ryun's body. Naoto Shimura sneered. Even if you saved that girl, so what? The antidote is in our hands. If you want it, kneel down and beg me. Straight mother thief. Lao Zi's hangs still open up if directly even your Shimura family's grave. Lu Yun clenched his fists, white eyes downward to observe the root ninja. Quickly noticed the upper ninja who previously tied Shizen poison, circumference up and down with a lot of hidden organs. I believe that there are many poison needles buried in it. Shimura Isao waved his hand. Together, slaughter this brat and serve his body on the lab table as a downer. Brush, brush, brush. The sound of wind leaped, and in an instant, all of the Negis ninjas attacked towards Ryun. Ryun clenched his fists and his brain worked frantically. He couldn't take a single graze from the iron right now because all of the root's weapons were dyed with poison, and Ryun would be affected by the poison if he was injured. His eyes were only fixed on the ninja who poisoned the root. Dozens of rikishi came flying from below, with a few large wind demon rikishi hidden among them. Ryun was now somewhat regretting not having a defensive jutsu. If he could have learned a kaiten, he would have been able to flick all these rifles away. But the regret was only fleeting. Don't forget that he still had the Sakuten battle technique similar to eye arrows. Sakuto release. Ryun's gourd spewed out a huge amount of sake. The sake was like a barrier around him. The hand swords flew in unison and were buffered from the impact when they entered the sake. Ryun waved his palm. The liquor condensed into a water dragon attacking downwards, which also carried the Negi ninja's hand swords. As soon as it was rolled into, they would be scratched by those sharp hand swords. Water transportation water dragon bomb. One of the Negi Suetun ninja made a seal with both hands, and his mouth spat out a water faucet to fend off Ryun's sake dragon. Start fire. Ryun snapped his fingers, and the water dragon condensed by the liquor burst into flames, directly becoming a fire dragon, and the scorching flames instantly vaporized the water dragon bomb, forming a thick mist of water vapor around it. There was a light flashing from the sunglasses on the back of the oil woman Ryoma, Root's first top ninja. He quietly analyzed the change in the nature of the water attribute chakra to wine, followed by the use of flames to mix and burn. What an unimaginable talent for jutsu. But the Negi ninjas were not vegetarians. Then an earth ninja next to him formed a seal with both hands, earth transportation rock and iron cannon, only to see him spit out a small stone from his mouth, which grew in the air and smashed as if it were a solid cannonball. With a flap of his wings, Ryun turned several times in the air and dodged the earth recluse ninja's rock iron cannon. Chapter 109. Still fighting. Kid, watch the move. One of the ninjas carrying a large sword instantly pulled out dozens of bitter mushrooms with dense steel wires wrapped behind them, directly blocking Ryun's flight range. Stream clouds retracted their wings and landed towards the ground. There was another shuriken flying. Lu Yun changed into a pair of ninja gloves and put them on his hands, grabbing the shuriken with one hand. After the shuriken was wrapped with a steel wire, Lu Yun saw it and sneered at the big sword ninja on the end of the steel wire tied to the shuriken. Borrow your steel wire for a while. The big sword ninja looked and felt bad. At this end of Ryugen's chakra converged to his chest cavity. The fire attribute chakra went through complex changes and finally thickened into a ball. Ryugen puffed up his cheeks and spewed it out. Fire transportation dragon fire jutsu. The linear dragon fire flew along the wire towards the big sword ninja at an incredibly fast speed. In the blink of an eye, a ball of fire burned into the big sword ninja, followed by a bang. The big sword ninja was replaced by a piece of wood. Ryun cursed. Substitution. Shimura Naoto was on the periphery of the combined attack on Ryun. He was a bit timid, as the next generation of the Shimura family heir is a real dude. Becoming an upper shinobi was also run by the family. His true level was special shinobi. Naoto Shimura saw how difficult Ryun was and cursed, his eyes signaling the Pineapple Head next to him. Pineapple Head was a member of the Nara clan, codenamed Nara in root. Nara stepped forward and commanded the people surrounding Ryun as he said to the crows flying in the sky. Release jutsu overhead. Don't let that brat fly. He reminded again to the great sword ninja. Block off the airspace using steel wires with an accompanying detonation charm. Under Nara's guidance, the Negi ninja's attacks were more organized, unfolding over and over again to surround and kill Ryun. Swoosh wind sounds broke through, and Ryun could tell without looking that it was a shuriken attack unleashed towards him. With a lift of his finger, the liquor in his gourd curled around the wind-breaking shuriken. However, Lu Yun saw the sparks attached to the back of the shuriken, and with a shock in his heart, he immediately opened the first 4 gates of the 8 gates of Recluse and pulled out a green line to escape. Rumble! The detonation talisman exploded, also mixed with Ryun's liquor, directly igniting a huge flame gas cloud that spewed into the sky, subsequently burning up several giant trees below. Phew! Ryukin stood upside down on the branch of a large tree and panted hard. His chakra was indeed at the Naruto level, and at best it was comparable to the chakra of 10 or so upper ninjas combined. He consumed chakra to fly, he consumed chakra to use Sakutsu, and he consumed chakra to open his white eyes. He had once been so extravagant with his chakra. How had he ever fallen into such a stingy situation? Ryun cursed in his heart. Time was running out. He had to hurry up and grab the antidote, or both Shizune and Red would be in danger of losing their lives. His white eyes noticed the poisoned ninja beside Naoto Shimura, and then proceeded to look at the flames that were burning up around him, and made a seal with both hands. Fire escape multiple ghost lanterns. In an instant, Ryukin's fire attribute chakra plus the burning fire around him worked together. Hundreds of ghost lanterns coalesced in the sky, and with a wave of Ryun's palm, the ghost lanterns descended from the sky, directly enveloping the range of the Negi ninja's position. Water transportation, water dragon bomb. Water transportation, water formation wall. Earth transportation, earth flow wall. The defensive ninja of the roots used their defensive jutsu in unison, consuming the ghost lantern that was rushing straight down in the air. With a flap of Ryukin's wings, several steel threads came downwind, directly enveloping Ryukin's surroundings. Fire transportation Houho fireball jutsu. Ryun spat out a large fireball from his mouth, which burned the steel threads into filaments as soon as it passed, and he rushed out, swooping down in the direction of the poisoned ninja. Outside of the village, 100 kilometers away from Kiba's village, Tsunade's influence by the mysterious chakra gradually diminished. She regained the excellent judgment that belonged to the Sannin, and looked carefully at the secret Naruto order in her hand, thinking about the earlier perverse behavior of the ninja who had delivered the order. She broke a large tree next to her with a punch, and immediately afterward cursed in a low voice, "Damn it! Tuning the tiger out!" Tsunade followed that up with a thought about Negi's target, and her mouth spat out 2 words, "Ryun!" Rugugyumo had gotten into Anzo's face so hard that the old man would never let him go. With a panicked look, she thought again of the dice she had thrown last night. "It won't happen! It won't! The brat will be fine." Tsunade made a quick, instantaneous move in the direction of Kiba village. Her entire body's chakra called up to the extreme. "Kid, you won't die." Ryukin swooped down from the sky, looking to catch the poisoned ninja and seize the antidote. But Naoto Shimura made a seal with both hands. Wind transportation vacuum jade. Naoto Shimura's mouth bulged and kept spitting out wind jades that looked like bullets. Swoosh! The wind bullets passed through thin lines in the air. With a turn of his wings, Ryuin's body pranced and agilely dodged Shimura Naoto's vacuum jade. Root's poison ninja did not fold his arms. As he moved his hands, and several 10 poison needles were launched towards Ryun, blocking Ryun's movement up and down. Lu Yun made a turn and the wine in his gourd rushed through, blocking the poison needles. "Kid, go die!" Negi's great sword ninja lifted his great sword and swung it downward from the sky towards Ryun. Ninjutsu monstrous power. Ryukin gathered chakra in both hands, and a tremendous amount of power was condensed in the palms of his hands. He punched towards the big sword ninja's sword. With a bang sound, it was as if the big sword ninja had slashed on top of a steel plate. The strong vibration even caused his chest to go numb, and immediately after that, his big sword was directly broken into 2 halves by Ryun. His pupils shrunk. "Princess Tsunade's strange power! Look at my sandbag-sized fist!" Ryun shouted. His hand condensed huge amounts of chakra. A mountain of force gathered in his hand, and he violently swung straight towards the chest of the big sword ninja. As long as this punch hit the body of the great sword ninja, it would be able to rain blood on the brittle ninja. Secret art parasite. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A swarm of worms sprinted and settled on Ryukin's body, frantically sucking his chakra. His movement stalled for a few moments, and the great sword ninja dodged Ryun's attack with an instantaneous leap backward. However, he was still grazed by the wind of the punch. His chest was a mess, and the great sword ninja hurriedly held back the mouthful of bruised blood he wanted to spit out. The great sword ninja instantly reached the oil girl Ryoma's side without thanks. It was a trait of the roots to see the mission as number 1. The oil woman Ryoma looked at Ryun, who had even learned Princess Tsunade's strange power, and marveled under her breath. This talent for jutsu is truly amazing, completely inheriting the second generation's talent for jutsu. Coupled with the smoke transportation blood relay, which is ineffective for physical attacks, it could really become the fifth Naruto if it grows up. Nara walked up and rubbed his chin. He hasn't used his blood relay ninjutsu since just now. Why is that? Oil woman Ryoma's eyes behind her sunglasses showed a brilliant light. He had obviously noticed Ryun's abnormality as well. From the information, Ryun had been utilizing his own smoke transportation blood relay, and even relied heavily on that type of battle technique. Seeing that the oil maiden Ryoma couldn't answer either, Nara blamed it all on Ryun's blood relay abnormality, or blood relay disease or something. He even praised Negi's leadership, Kiryuin. This brat's blood relay will fail. It seems that Lord Reizo counted on this day, and that's why he did it. Lord Reizo is really powerful. Oil girl Ryoma nodded. Perhaps. The oil woman Ryoma's bugs frantically gnawed on Ryun's chakra. Ryun controlled his liquor to wrap around himself while deepening the change in the nature of the water attribute so that the alcohol became more concentrated and directly poisoned the parasitic worms. Chapter 110, Reizo. I have already calculated everything long ago. At the Naruto building, Sarutobi Hinata used the art of looking through the glasses to view the footage of Negi's ambush on Ryun. Seeing that Ryun hadn't used the smoke transportation blood relay ninjutsu from the beginning until now, he looked high on Tuanzo. I didn't think you could calculate that guy's blood relay ability would go out of whack, and got the information that it would go out of whack today. You're spreading your intelligence net pretty wide. Gomiho's head was full of question marks. He had counted on a fart. Kiryuin had insulted him rudely on Naruto Rock and had knocked out 3 of his top ninjas. His heart was full of murderous intent towards him yesterday, and on an impulse at the time he had the Negi ninja planning preparations for the heir to the family to take the lead in hacking Kiryuin to death. Now that he had calmed down, he instead deeply sighed at his own unwisdom. Would be in such a wrong time, wrong place to ambush and kill with Lu Yun. This kind of tactic is too low level, will certainly be lowly regarded by the old opponent. Now that Ryun hadn't shown his smoke escape blood relay ability, Tuanzu sighed darkly at his good fortune, and then smiled inscrutable smiles at his other 3 old partners, showing off his scheming to the best of his ability. Watch, without that physical attack nullifying blood relay, this brat won't live long. Mito Mingyan said with some regret. It's a pity that Kiryuin inherited his talent in jutsu from the second generation Megami-sama. If he was loyal to the village. Speaking of the second generation, the atmosphere around them was a bit tranquil. These ungrateful disciples of theirs had played the Chitose family down to just Tsunade, and now that they had an only child, they were going to have to cut him down to the bone. Sarutobi shook his head guiltily and sighed deeply again. I'm not worthy of being a disciple of Mr. Kasiya. Reunion sneered. Don't be melodramatic. What's done is done. Sensei is ready to integrate all the ninja clans into Konoha. How is that possible? We all have our own clans behind us. How can we be like those mudbloods? If Sensei is unkind, you can't blame us for being unrighteous. Mito Mengyen and Turner Koharu gave the 2 a puzzled look, always feeling that these 2 were burying something they were sorry for. The 2 shook their heads immediately afterward. Even if Sarutobi and Tuanzu were burying something, it wasn't something the 2 of them could interfere with. The 4 of them quietly looked at the battle scene in the crystal ball, slowly waiting for Ryukin to die. In another corner of the Forest of Death, Orochimaru looked at the battle taking place through the vision of a white snake with some confusion in his eyes. Why couldn't Kiryuin's blood relay ability be used anymore? Is this a blood relay disease? And how did Gumiho get this information? Looks like I underestimated this old man. Orochimaru analyzed in his mind, the more powerful the blood relay, the more it will be infected with the blood relay disease. What goes around comes around. It is the law of nature. But Orochimaru was more concerned. How could the pursuit of power not come with a price? He continues to watch carefully, wanting to take Ryun away when he is at his weakest. This is called a snipe and a clam. Orochimaru gets the benefit. The high concentration of alcohol controlled by Ryun was like a water dragon rushing across the air. Then it burned up and turned into a lifelike fire dragon. Roar! The fire dragon roared and attacked in the direction of the poison ninja. The earth transportation ninja instantly came and slapped both hands on the ground. Earth transportation earth flow wall. An earth-colored wall rose out of nowhere from the ground, blocking Ryun's fire dragon. With a lift of Ryun's palm, the fire dragon circled upwards and was released downwards immediately afterward, directly enveloping the earthen ninja. Instantaneous body technique. The earth recluse ninja rushed to instantly transform in the midst of danger, but the fire dragon followed him closely. With a wave of Ryun's palm, the fire dragon accelerated and curled around the earth recluse ninja, instantly burning off one of the earth recluse ninja's arms. Water transportation water chaos wave. The water transportation ninja next to him sprayed a large amount of water, trying to douse the flames on the earth transportation ninja's body. Ridiculous! Ryun coldly smiled. This was a wine fire. Even if water was used to douse it, it would only reduce the concentration of alcohol. Only when the ethanol in the wine evaporated and dried up would the flames disappear. In other words, the wine fire cannot be extinguished by water, and can only be extinguished by burying it in earth and isolating it from oxygen. In front of everyone's eyes, the earth ninja's whole body was ablaze, and he kept hissing towards the sky. Ah 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 ah. Agonizing burns entered his entire body, and he was slowly scorched into a pile of charcoal. The surrounding Negi ninjas saw it, and immediately averted their gaze without an extra second of sympathy. This was Negi without feelings. Negi's ninja were just task machines, using all means to accomplish their tasks, including the lives of their fellow ninja. Naoto Shimura was the exception to the rule of Negi. He frowned. 15 shinobi had surrounded a single brat, and now one of them had been killed by the other instead. But next to him, Nara wiped up a small smile. That brat is starting to pant. His chakra is lowering. Naoto Shimura fixed his eyes. Ryun's bare chest kept heaving. His gray short sleeves had been removed and he had several bruise marks on his body. Against 15 shinobi, his chakra was definitely depleted, plus he had to be constantly on guard against the iron attacks of the Negi ninja for fear of being injured by their poison. Chakra was originally an outward manifestation of physical strength, and with such a large-scale use of physical strength, Ryuken's chakra was rapidly declining. Luckily, he still possessed the cells of the Senju clan within his body, and with the rapid replenishment of the Nine Tails chakra, his chakra was rapidly rebounding. He looked up at the clear sky. It was now around 8 o'clock. Just need to hold on for another hour. With the system upgrade complete, he could kill everyone in front of him on a whim. Seeing that Ryun was already gasping for air, Naoto Shimura's heart rejoiced. Wooden Ryun wasn't made of any steel, he would also get tired and injured. As long as a person would be injured, there would be a moment of death. He immediately waved his hand. All of you, let's use our skills to show this little brat what a root is. Negi, the illusionary upper ninja of the Saddle Horse clan codenamed Saddle Horse, stood in the middle of several upper ninjas as he formed a seal with both of his hands and unleashed his illusionary technique on Ryun. A hidden spiritual energy assaulted into Ryun's mind, and Ryun froze for a moment. The current Ragugumo had no system to protect his brain, and his brain could easily be hit by an illusion spell. However, Ryun's ninja foundation was very strong, and he instantly found a way to undo Saddlehorse's illusions. That was to disrupt the flow of chakra in one's own brain, and the most direct jutsu was the 8 gates of transportation. Only to see Ryuken's body arching up, both hands clenched, and his chest cavity buzzing and launching like a drum machine. Ah! He kept roaring low, like a seance burst of air. The 4 chakra gate valves in his body were opened in an instant, and a steady stream of chakra was like a flood rushing against a cliff. The first of the 8 gates of Recluse open, second Hue gate open, third Life gate open, fourth Hurting gate open. Chapter 111. Red and Shizune in critical condition. A layer of green energy burned around Ryuken's body, and his entire skin was somewhat fiery red, like a prawn that had been steam roasted. Illusion technique unraveling. The extreme leaps of chakra allowed Ryun to undo Saddleback's illusion jutsu. His intense killing aura ran in the direction of Saddlehorse, and then he pulled out a direct green line as if it were a green flash bursting into the area where Saddlehorse was protected. Careful, it's a seal-less instant. The companion beside Saddlehorse warned. His observation was very careful. He did not see Ryugen make a seal before he directly came in an instantaneous body. At the same time in his heart, he was surprised at Ryugen's talent of instantaneous body. Why was this person not following the norm? At least one hand to make a seal to remind it. Fire transportation Haoyen no jutsu. Negi's fire transportation ninja made a seal with both hands and released a ball of intense flames towards Ryun. Ryuen dodged the flames by changing direction several times in the air. The crow above saw Ryugen rise into the air, and with a roll of his brush, he performed the secret art, ninjutsu super beast pseudo painting eagle hunting. With a roll of the brush, 3 or 5 small ink birds rushed out from the scroll and attacked towards Ryun. Ryun slapped the small ink birds summoned by the crows and dispersed them, followed by an ink hawk swooping down and slamming into Ryun's body with a huge impact. Ryun was knocked from the sky as the ninjas of Negi gathered towards him in unison. Negi had another earth ninja, who was even more skillful in the art of earth evasion, and he slapped the earth with both of his hands. Earth evasion, earth rumble gun. Clatter! In an instant, the earth where Ryun was standing had a bundle of sharp rock guns rushing up from below. Ryun moved left and right, steadily dodging the upward rumbling rock lances. His body art had reached an advanced level, and his stance and awareness were not comparable to before. Kid, go to hell! The large sword ninja rushed towards Ryun with a freshly found ninja sword. Ryun saw him and immediately appeared in front of him with an instantaneous body. A foot stepped over his head, heavy chakra condensed above his toes. Monstrous power, painful heavenly kick. As he came down with his foot, the great sword ninja pushed upward with his blade, but Ryun's heavy force seemed like a Tarzan. In an instant, it knocked him into a groundhog, plunging him straight into the forest's woodland, unaware of his death. Shadow imitation technique. A pitch-black shadow was like a snake hiding a killing opportunity. It hid amongst the splattered smoke and was about to grab Ryun. With a flap of his wings, Ryun disappeared into the low air, dodging Nara's secret art attack. As he looked downward, Nara, the wise man of the Negi ninja, had his hands in hand seals and was looking calmly at Ryun through the back of his mask. Ryun then proceeded to look at the two ninja next to him, a plump Akimichi and a Yamanaka with blonde hair. Ninjas from the three clans of Inu, Deer, and Butterfly, and they were still a combination. When the Inu, Deer, Butterfly trio worked together, even if a shadow class ninja came, they would feel overwhelmed. Seeing Ryukyu's gaze towards Ri, Yamanaka folded his two hands together and made a very strange seal. The art of mind turning. All at once, his mental energy passed through the air and invaded Ryun's body in the blink of an eye. But the mountain turned instantly, surrounded by a sea of human personalities, directly drowning him in the waves. Unconscionable. Ryukin received his body back and smiled faintly. Ino in the original Nakayama had infiltrated Sakura's body and ended up being knocked out of it by Sakura's second personality. Ryun was a multiple personality patient, and it was a dream for Yamanaka to try to master his body. Yamanaka immediately undid the spell and his spirit returned to his body. Cough, cough. He immediately coughed up several mouthfuls of blood and fell to his knees helplessly. Nara saw it. The heart-turning technique failed? Yamanaka murmured. There's something wrong with that brat's spirit. It's too chaotic. I couldn't control his spirit at all. Nara was silent, not saying anything. And next to him, Akimichi yelled, "The art of multiplication!" His body continued to rise in size and finally turned into a 10-meter-tall giant. His giant hand grabbed towards Ryun. Ryun bristled. If he had unlimited chakra, he would have turned into a Deja and hammered him into a cake with one punch, but now chakra had to be saved. Ryun's wings spun, dodging Akito's giant hand grab. Spiral pill. Ryukin instantly held a spiral pill in his right hand and coalesced it in his palm. Then Ryugen kept injecting chakra into it, and the spiral pill grew bigger and bigger, finally resembling a whirlwind basketball. This was Naruto's Great Jade Spiral Pill, and in accordance with Ryun's superior control of chakra, he was easily able to create a Great Jade Spiral Pill. Ryukin immediately flew fiercely towards Akito's chest, holding the Great Jade Spiral Pill in one hand like a basketball flying and dunking in the sky. Great Jade Spiral Maru Dunk Basketball. Ryuin made a strong snap, directly snapping into Akito's chest as the Great Jade Spiral Maru continued to erupt, like a mass of hurricane wind striking Akito's chest. This huge impact immediately caused him to fall back about 10 steps. Fire Transportation Great Jade Fire Liner Cannon. Ryukin then opened one hand and a fire red light bullet coalesced in his hand, growing larger and larger, as large as the previous Ojoku Spiral Maru. The fire attribute chakra of an explosive nature was condensed in it, and it belonged to a much larger scale of the Fire Forest Cannon. Seeing that Akito was about to be blown into a pile of broken flesh, the oil woman Ryoma waved her palm. Secret technique parasite. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of insects rang out, and a cloud of black insects quickly haunted his surroundings, wrapping towards Ryudu in the blink of an eye. With a shock of his wings, Ryun turned around twice in the sky, dodging the parasitic bug attack of the oil girl Ryoma. Ninjutsu Super Beast False Painting. The raven brush above the sky rolled, and an ink-colored griffin roared as it attacked towards Ryun. Roar. The ink griffin's two huge claws grabbed Ryun and bound him. Seek death, Lu Yun shouted. His strange power condensed in his hands, and a heavy punch directly knocked the ink Qilin into a puddle of ink. Swoosh! The sound of a shuriken passing through the air rang out, and it turned out that there were 3 shurikens hidden within that ink. Sake gourd turtle shell technique. Ryuken's wine gourd spewed out a cloud of wine that wrapped around his entire body, fending off the sneak attack of the shuriken. Damn! Damn it! Damn it! Naoto Shimura stomped his feet vigorously in a hurry and kept frowning as he looked at Ryun, who he couldn't solve in half a day. It had been half an hour since the siege started, and the 15 upper ninjas couldn't help Ryun instead. At the drill ground where Red and Shizune were hiding, Ryun's shadow doppelganger was protecting the 2 of them. The shadow doppelganger saw the 2 of them getting paler and paler, and black blood began to flow from the corners of their mouths. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix called out anxiously, using their tongues to keep licking on the 2 girls' faces, trying to save them both in this way. Main body speed. The shadow doppelganger punched itself, and a stream of information surged towards Ryun. Ryun froze as a cloud of information flowed into his mind, and he immediately realized that Red and Shizune's lives were at stake. It's time to fight for their lives. He dropped down from the sky, opening each of the 8 gates, followed by a layer of red chakra stacked on top of it. Now that he didn't have the ability to recover from death, casting forbidden techniques would definitely put his life in danger. Flowing clouds of chakra aura surged up into the low air, the ominous chakra causing the Negis ninja to breathe heavily and feel more than a little nauseous. Nara saw it and warned the surroundings, "Be careful, this is that brat's full power form." Ryun's eyes stared directly at the poisonous ninja protected by the 3 upper ninjas, killing intent leaking out of his eyes, and he made a seal with one hand. The huge chakra in his body was like a heavenly fire meteor. Ryun circled one hand at his mouth, full power fire escape howling fire extinction. Bear, bear, bear. In a blink of an eye, a sea of fire dozens of meters high pounded forward. Waves of fire rose, and the scorching temperature even caused the green leaves to slowly lose moisture and become yellow. Negis ninja who specialized in fire escape were stupefied, unable to imagine the effect of Ryun using a forbidden art with a B-ranked ninjutsu. Nara yelled, "Don't be dumbfounded. Use jutsu to fend off his sea of fire." Got it. The Negi upper ninja nodded in unison. Chapter 112, The Poisoned Ryuken. The Earth Ninja quickly ate a Higher-Imaru and slammed both hands into the earth. Earthen transportation, earthen stream wall. In a blink of an eye, a 10-meter high earth flow wall rose up from the ground, and the sea of fire from Ryuken surged away, burning that earth wall to ashes in an instant. Earth flow wall, earth flow wall, earth flow wall. The earth recluse ninja continued to cast his technique, releasing 3 or 5 more earth flow walls to block part of the wave of flames. The water transportation ninja made a seal with both hands. Water transportation water dragon bomb. Water and fire met, slowly stopping the rushing sea of fire. But the flames were still shocking. The water recluse ninja released a massive water recluse explosive water rushing wave. A 10-meter high waterfall surged up in a flash, rushing the waves forward. Clash! Water and fire met with a resounding sound, and the water vapor formed gathered into a sheet, just like the effect caused by the misty hidden technique. This kind of reaching world was especially favorable to the Negi ninja, as they were ninja suited for assassination and often carried out missions in the darkness of the night. Accustomed to the darkness of the night, their sense of hearing was particularly sharp, and they were able to easily determine the movements around them. But even more favorable than them was Ryuken's white eyes. White eyes open. Watch out! The crows in the sky saw a ray of red light penetrating the world of white mist and immediately alerted the Negi ninja inside. Ryugen's white eyes kept an eye on the Negi's poison ninja, and a Suetun ninja in front of him blocked his path. Ninjutsu monstrous power. Ryun's strange power condensed into his hand and he charged forward with a punch, hitting the water recluse ninja squarely in the chest. Now the 6th immortal could not save him even if he came. The water recluse ninja felt as if he had been charged by dozens of bison, and then he was ravaged on the ground, and in an instant, Ryun's strange force savagely penetrated into his body. That overbearing and overwhelming power tore through his organs and bowels at once, directly beating him into a bloody mist. Lu Yun continued to sprint again as he instantly grabbed the underdog ninja in an instant. The undertoxic ninja shouted out to the surroundings, "He's here with me. Wind, transportation, tornado, hurricane. A stormy tornado blew away the white mist formed by the water vapor. In a flash, the Negi ninja saw everything on the ground. On the ground in the distance, a dead human head lay there, surrounded by broken human organs, viscera, intestines, and the root ninja's roots. One look and they averted their eyes in unison to look at the center of the field. Nobody move or I'll kill him. Ryukin clamped an arm around the poisoned ninja's neck. Naoto Shimura didn't care. Use a mass attack jutsu and get that kid. Naoto Shimura finished quickly, forming a seal, chakra condensing in his chest. Wind transportation vacuum ojutsu. A ninja who specializes in fire escape quickly made a seal. Fire escape ho fireball jutsu. Ninjutsu shuriken shadow diversion technique. Earth transportation earth rumble gun. Super beast pseudo painting. The Negi ninja didn't even care about being a fellow poison ninja in order to achieve their goal of killing Ryun. But that was their tradition. Ryun directly peeled off the Negi ninja's full body clothing, and his body split into a Cthulhu shadow doppelganger, and he flew towards the top with the poisonous ninja's clothing. Cloud stream 100 changes bumblebee. Yunryu's body changed and turned into a bumblebee, and with a blast of the gas, he rushed out of the Negi ninja's ninjutsu encirclement. But still, he couldn't help but get grazed by a few attacks. When all the clamor dissipated like the wind,
刘云裸着上身，靠在一棵大树上。他瞧着自己被划出一道伤口的脚步，手里剑影分身之术造成的擦伤，没有带上毒，无碍。
But he frowned immediately afterward, looking at his hand with a purple tinge. Poisoned. The poison ninja's entire body was poisoned, and Ryugen had already been invaded by the toxin when he grabbed him. The crows in the sky saw something strange about Ryun's chakra and immediately alerted the Negi ninja below with a loud voice. That brat has been poisoned. Ha ha ha. Naoto Shimura laughed out loud and turned his gaze in the direction the crow was pointing, looking at Ryugen, who was a few shades of pale in color. Kiryuin, having been poisoned by the root, now I'll see how you can still dance. You're already powerless to return. The toxin entered his body and invaded Ryun's entire body. Cough, cough. In an instant, severe pain like bugs tearing through his internal organs came from within his body, and Lu Yun coughed out blood. The drilling pain did not cause him to frown for a second. Instead, it filled him with a frenzied, bloodthirsty face. Lu Yun stood up. In his eyes was a madness he had never seen before. Since life has come to an end, let you witness my final extemporization. Ryun's hands formed a seal. The huge chakra aura flame rose again all of a sudden. His aura climbed up, like a blood-bathed Shura. He fought all the time paying attention to this and that, instead he fought extremely poorly. Right now, Lu Yun didn't want anything, he just wanted to fight, just wanted to bathe in blood, just wanted the world to feel the pain. Ha ha ha. Such a violent battle in the Forest of Death had of course attracted the attention of the major ninja clans as well as the village's upper ninja. Seeing that Naruto didn't gather the ninjas, they immediately realized that this was a special action by the Root Ministry or the Dark Ministry, and the strongest of the ninja clans hid in the outermost part of the Forest of Death, observing the source of the riot. White eyes open. Hyuga Hinata opened his white eyes, and with the naked eye, he could see Ryugen's massive chakra. He was appalled for a moment, and immediately whispered, how did he get such massive chakra? The chakra in Ryun's body was even 10 times bigger than him, making him appalled. What kind of grass did this brat grow up on? Next to him, Uchiha Futsuki opened his sharpening will eyes and carefully observed the flow of chakra in the distance. Hearing Hyuga Hinata's mutterings, his palms unconsciously clenched a bit. This is Chikan, the Chikan that can fight the Uchiha for thousands of years. It's just a pity that the last soul seedling of the Senju clan has to be buried in the root of darkness. Hyuga Hinata glanced at Uchiha Futsuki. Aren't you glad about that? Who didn't know that the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan didn't get along? They've been at each other's throats for 1,000 years. He shook his head. I'm just a rabbit that died, the descendant of the Chitos family that established the village. The higher-ups said they would kill him. Do you think he would trust us, the Uchiha clan? Hyuga Hinata fell silent. Then Uchiha Futsuki added, you Hyuga clan have been honest inside the village. Even if you are not keen on the power of the village, you will be betrayed by the high-ups one day. Look at it, that kid is an example. The blood relay limit boundary in his body can even stop a war if it can grow. But the reason why the higher-ups say they'll kill him is because that kid is out of their grasp. Hyuga Hinata took 2 steps away. Don't try to talk me into going against the village hierarchy. I, Hyuga, am not the reckless bunch of you Uchiha clan. The most important thing for us Hyuga is continuity. As long as we can continue, what's wrong with wagging our tails at the higher-ups? Uchiha Futsuki snorted coldly and did not speak, continuing to look at the chaotic flow of chakra in the forest of death. Chapter 113. What does it mean to suppress firepower? Bang 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 bang. The fiery red bullets kept hitting the surrounding ground, tree trunks, and earth rocks, easily penetrated those hard objects, leaving fingertip-sized holes. In the center of the field, Lu Yun changed into 2 AKs and kept pulling the trigger to sweep the surrounding. Ha ha ha. See, root. Let you reptiles see what is called firepower. He then chakra a run, flow out of the white smoke on the ground ringing, followed by dozens of mortars stood on the ground. Dozens of chakra lines instantly came out of Ryun's hands, controlling all the mortars. Mortar fire. He pulled the chakra threads and the barrels shook, followed by the sound of the fire lance cannons firing. The fiery red shells rapidly firing towards the place where the Negi ninja had fled. Rumble. The cannonballs exploded in a swarm, and the Negi ninja instantiated in unison, woefully dodging the shockwave of the fire liner cannon. Nara instantly jumped on top of a large tree, looking through the eye holes of his mask at Ryukin, who was going crazy in the distance. Doesn't this brat know that his poison will explode more viciously the faster his chakra flows? Naoto Shimura dodged the shockwave of a shell explosion in a lumbering manner and snorted coldly when he heard Nara's words. A beast of burden. I'll see what he can do with the toxicity outbreak. Ryuin of course realized that the toxin in his organs was spreading and was even eating away at every single one of his cells. Luckily, the cells of the Senju clan along with the nine-tail chakra inhibited the spread of that toxin, keeping Ryun from dying too quickly. Ryugin's eyes were now red. He didn't care at all about what it meant to be a Go. And when he was mad, even he was afraid of him. Cloud Stream 100 changes Optimus Prime. He immediately transformed into a large blue and red-colored transport vehicle that rampaged through the forest, and several large trees were directly cut off. Clip attack. Clamp down. Negi's ninjas surrounded in unison. Akimichi ate a Hyarinmaru pill and shouted, "The art of multiplication." He turned into a fat giant about 10 meters tall, and pressed his hands hard against Optimus Prime's front end. Boom, boom, boom. Ryukin frantically blasted the gas pedal, the immense power pushing Aikido back. Do it! Beside them, a number of other top ninjas unleashed their jutsu in unison. Secret Jutsu Parasite. Wind Transportation Vacuum Ojutsu. Fire Transportation Hoyin no Jutsu. Earth Transportation Tuling Dumplings. Shadow Mimicry. Nara's Shadow Mimicry Jutsu took control of Ryugen, and each jutsu attacked Ryugen's body. There was a thumping sound of steel clashing. The big sword ninja crawled out of the dirt again and slashed at Optimus Prime with his ninjutsu sword, even breaking it. As the clamor passed, the Optimus Prime's body sheen became a bit dull, and in some places it was smashed. Nara made a seal with both hands as his shadow continued to control Ryukin and yelled towards the other Negi ninja. Come on, finish him off now. Prime morph. Ryun yelled. The sound of the transporter mechanically twisting clicked and clacked, followed by the completion of the transformation of a 10-meter-tall Autobot. Damn! The force is huge. Nara cursed. His shadow mimicry jutsu couldn't control such a huge amount of power, and he immediately retracted his ninjutsu. Ryun's entire body was filled with gun barrels, and as soon as Ryun's chakra moved, in an instant crazy firepower was continuously output from Optimus Prime's body. Bang 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 bang. Firebombs were fired as if they were tongues of fire. The Root's upper ninja kept instantly transforming, and just as their feet hit the ground, the dense bullets instantly came again right afterward. Ah ah ah. In the midst of the chaos, the physically unqualified saddleback upper ninja were directly sifted into a sieve. Escape! The raven in the sky tried to control the seated ink hawk to escape. But Optimus Prime carried a huge cannon barrel on his shoulder, and Ryukin shouted to the crows above, Optimus Prime, fire! The fiery red cannonballs swoosh up, a total of 10, directly enveloped the crow's ink eagle, exploding at the touch of a button, instantly blowing the ink eagle into a cloud of black mist. In the thick smoke, the crow's body fell from above. Chiyo shouted from behind, Meatball chariot! The sound of cracking wind rang out, followed by a huge meatball crashing into Optimus Prime's back, turning him into a cloud of white smoke. Boom! Chirp! Ryukin then transformed into a giant eagle and soared into the sky as the Negis ninja kept releasing jutsu into the sky. Shadow split, art of shadow split with shuriken. Earth transportation, rock and iron cannon. Shadow fracture technique. Boom, 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 boom. Ryukin's chakra flowed and dozens of smoke noises exploded beside him, followed by the appearance of dozens of giant eagles just like him, lining the sky directly. Bombardment eagles, move out. 50 giant eagles held large jade firelance cannons in their beaks and continuously bombarded towards the bottom. A single great jade fire forest cannon was like a stream of light disappearing into the forest, and the stream of clouds was completely bombarding the entire death forest. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Bursting explosions rang out, and immediately afterward, the entire Kiba village heard this huge burst of sound. Chaos grew. Instead, no ninjas were seen assembling. The villagers hid in their homes, not daring to go out. Zuraya, clad in light armor, summoned a toad and ran towards the forest of death. Mizukado and Juexainai put on the green vests of the ninjas and instantly headed towards the forest of death. Orochimaru stared blankly at the 50 giant eagles in the sky, constantly firing their firelance cannons and bombarding the entire forest. He froze a bit and said, "What is this little kid doing? Using this massive jutsu when his chakra has dropped so much? Does he not want to live?" Suddenly the pupils in his eyes snapped as a fiery red stream of light grew larger and larger, coming towards him. Damn! That brat went crazy and is going to blow up the entire forest. Orochimaru cursed, and instantly dodged out of the way of the coverage of the Daiyoku flamestrike cannon. Chirp! Highly proud eagles whistled long and loud in the middle of the sky, and a divinely handsome eagle in the very center laughed maniacally at the bottom continuously, extremely comical. Ha 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 ha. See, Negi, this is war in the industrial age. Ryun's white eyes noted the chakra in the forest, and of course sensed Orochimaru, so he gave him a shot of the Ojama firebolt. In the chaos, Ryun blew up an illusionist shinobi, Satama, the great sword ninja, and the Shimura family retainer, the shinobi who used the wind. Now, of the 15 upper ninjas, there were only 8 left. And Akimichi, in order to protect Naoto Shimura, had been blown up on his back, bloody, and his life response was weakening. But Ryudo wasn't doing well either. His chakra was dropping fast, the 9 tails had run out of chakra, and he was now maintaining the chakra of a Nakanobu. Boom, 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 boom. The shadow fractal bombardment hawk beside him ran out of chakra and turned into white smoke in unison. Ryukin's face turned white, his vision darkened, and he changed back into his original form with a bang, falling towards the forest. Here's your chance. Orochimaru saw it from a distance. His dark golden pupils flashed. A white snake spat out from his mouth, like a ray of white light traveling at great speed through the forest. Lu Yun fell from the sky, finally relying on his consciousness to turn into an impressionable slime, bouncing towards the ground, transforming back into his original form, and then planting himself in a grassy area. A white snake quickly slithered up, fangs spitting out and biting into Ryun's neck. Ryuin's consciousness was chaotic, and he could vaguely hear Orochimaru's greed. Wooden Ryuin, taste the gift I've given you. Chapter 114. Thanks to Orochimaru for the spell seal from Elder Iron. Ryugen realized in an instant that it was Orochimaru's spell seal. Now that Scales Shigeo was basically born, Orochimaru had begun researching the energy of the Senjutsu, and unable to find the Dragon Earth Cave, he could only set his sights on the Shigeo clan. And he researched a simplified version of the Sannin model, spell sealization, and presumably planted it on Redo after the defection after the 3 wars were fought. Using Libra Shigeo's body enzymes, combined with Orochimaru's chakra and cells to form a spell mark, it was planted on the ninja's body as a way of obtaining a seal to use Senjutsu. Orochimaru planted the spell seal on Ryun's neck, forming 3 black hooks. In an instant, the spell seals eroded Ryun's body, inhibiting the outbreak of toxins in his body in the process. Ryugen felt a wave of pain that could turn a person insane coming from his neck, but paralyzed by pain, he didn't even frown, quietly feeling the changes throughout his body. The spell seal that Orochimaru had given him was not a simple spell seal, it was a heavenly spell seal. A heavenly spell seal with a survival rate of only 10%. This spell seal is very special. The spell seal carries Orochimaru's cells as well as special chakra. It can even be seen as a small Orochimaru from which Orochimaru can be resurrected as long as there are more cells as well as Senjutsu chakra. And of course as a precondition for undead rebirth. The heaven spell seal kept invading Ryun's body. A black spell seal rune spreading from his neck like black ink, staining half of Ryun's face. He was now like Erju, possessing the power of spell sealization. The chaotic natural energy from within the earth invaded Ryun's body through the spell seal, and Ryun's chakra knuckled down and reached the stage of an upper ninja. But at the same time, the negative state of spell sealing also came. Although the spell seal can get the power of the immortal, but not without a price, it is always eroding one's body. If too much natural energy is absorbed unchecked, a person will turn into a toad. This is the characteristic of the Myoki Mountain Senjutsu. The same is true of spell sealization, which is essentially a switch for the use of natural energy, but it is too underutilized compared to the immortal mode, and the natural energy absorbed is wild, chaotic natural energy. If you inhale too much of it, you will lose yourself and become a demon that only knows how to kill. Orochimaru quietly observed the changes in Ryun's body with the help of the white snake's eyes. Seeing that Ryun had survived the pain of the heaven's spell seal and had successfully parasitized him, Orochimaru nodded his snake head. He knew that a ninja quality like Ryun's was not comparable to ordinary people. Ryun stood up and squeezed the white snake's head with one hand. Orochimaru let out a voice. "Wooden Ryun, follow me from now on. I'll get you out of here and cure you of your poison." Snake of the creeping ground. Ryugen let out a cold cry. Then the strange power condensed in his hand and squeezed it violently, instantly crushing the white snake. The other end of the art. Orochimaru snorted coldly. "Ungrateful." Ryun stood up, feeling the natural chakra from his neck, invading his mind with the chaos of nature, ready to try and assimilate his will. But Ryun shrugged it off. After countless deaths, his will was so strong that it could not be infiltrated by nature's raging energy. Brush, brush, brush. The sound of wind rang out as 8 figures surrounded Ryun. The leader, Shimura Naoto, had one of his arms blown off, and he was wrapped in bandages with eyes full of hatred. "Damn brat. Let me lose so much from my roots. I must kill you." "No. I'm going to torture everyone around you. Your friends, your partners." Ryun's cold eyes looked at Naoto Shimura and whispered, "Reptile, the time you can rant is now." Naoto Shimura made seals with both hands, and the other top shinobi of the roots made seals as well. Shadow mimicry. A stealthy black shadow bore down from below, looking to grab Ryuken. Ryuken flipped into the air and spun several times in the air. Secret art insect jade. With a wave of her hand, the oil woman Ryoma's buzzing swarm of insects tore towards Ryun. Ryun's wine gourd spewed out wine and instantly caught fire. The flames wrapped around the swarm of oil woman Ryoma's insects, causing the insects chirping to slowly diminish. A Rado ninja standing next to Naoto Shimura formed a seal with both hands. Rado Thunder Net. A blue electric net enveloped the sky, emitting a crackling sound of thunder and lightning. As the grid slowly covered down, Ryun made a seal with one hand, Fire Transportation Howling Dragon Fire Technique. His mouth spat out a huge dragon head of fire against the thunder net. Immediately after that, the Earth Ninja slapped the earth with both hands. Earth Transportation Stone Pillar Raid. A spear like earthen spear coalesced above the earth and instantly shot towards the sky. Lu Yun opened the first 4 of the 8 gates of the transported armor. His speed instantly increased, pulling out a green shadow and dodging the earth spear. Wind Transportation Multiple Vacuum Jade. Naoto Shimura kept spitting vacuum jades behind his back, firing them in unison like bullets. Ryuken gathering water coalesced around him and protected himself. Partial Multiplication Technique. Aikido extended his hand and a large hand came down towards the sky, trying to slap Ryun into a meat pie with one hand. "Ha!" Ryun bellowed and stomped violently, crushing the earth beneath his feet, and then scurried out of the way of Aikido's giant hand attack. He stood on the trunk of a tree and took 2 hard breaths. Even with spell sealization turned on, his chakra had only reached upper ninja, and with the chi carousels in his body suppressing the toxins, his body was slow to recover. Secretary Bug Jade. Oil Woman Ryoma didn't give Ryun any extra time to think. He waved his palm and a mass of parasitic insects swept towards Ryun. Fire Escape Multiple Fire Liner Cannon. Lu Yun's mouth opened, and 20 or so fire forest cannons were sprayed out by him, exploding non-stop around him in the blink of an eye. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The explosions blew up smoke and dust filled the sky, obscuring the sight of all the Negi Ushinobi. White eyes open. Ryuken opened his white eyes and took the opportunity to make an instantaneous appearance, directly approaching the fire ninja. A white smoke rang out in his hand, changing into a large sword while monstrous power was superimposed on it. "You!" The fire recluse ninja stared wide-eyed, not knowing why in the thick smoke. Lu Yun was able to pay attention to him instead. Go to hell. Ryukin slashed through as if he was peeling a scallion, directly cutting him off. After beheading a root upper ninja, Ryun noticed Naoto Shimura's chakra again. Boom! With a single step, Ryun stepped out of a deep pit and instantly headed in that direction. With a seal-less instantaneous body, he could get more reaction time, equivalent to a low-profile version of the Flying Thunder God, and his opponent would not have a chance to react at all. Brush, brush, brush. The blade carried a powerful oppression that even tore through the air with a windy sound. Ryun slashed through the blade indifferently, his white eyes even able to notice the shock on Naoto Shimura's face. But unfortunately, a cloud of white smoke rang through, and Ryukin instantly realized that it was the shadow divergence technique. Reito Thunder Blade. A ninja sword came towards Ryun's back, followed by a swarm of parasitic worms that burrowed out from Ryun's underground, directly biting Ryun's legs and preventing him from moving. Above the ninja sword there was also lightning crackling and screaming. It was Negi's Reito Ninja. Sake Transportation Technique. Ryun's sake spewed out of his gourd, curling upwards to catch the Reito Ninja's Thunder Blade. Naoto Shimura made a seal with both hands. Wind Transportation Vacuum Jade. Ryun's entire body was controlled, and he took one of Naoto Shimura's vacuum jade strikes straight on, fortunately not where it would hurt. Chapter 115. Even if I only have one hand, I can still slaughter billions of living beings. Shoo! Naoto Shimura's second vacuum jade followed instantaneously. Ryun directly set the liquor clinging to his surroundings on fire. The sound of snapping and snapping bugs grilling resounded, and the Reito Ninja was also covered in a cloud of fire. Ryun took this opportunity to roll and dodge Shimura Naoto's vacuum jade attack. Wind Transportation Great Breakthrough. Naoto Shimura once again used a wind transportation, blowing away the thick black smoke. Ahem! Ryukin spat out several mouthfuls of blood and turned his eyes to look at the wound at his right shoulder, where several of his meridians had been pierced. Ryun's teeth clenched as the spell mark on his neck eroded his body at a faster rate, the black pattern on his body becoming more black, directly covering his face and spreading an even more ominous chakra. Ryukin's ears caught a very loud and angry shout. Meatball Pin Chariot! He quickly turned around as the giant meatball was covered in bitterness, and as soon as it was thrust and spun, the person would be cut into twists. Drink! Ryukin bellowed, gripping the hilt of his sword in both hands. The power of the spell seal flowed into both hands, and the muscles in both of his arms exploded as the strange power was superimposed on top of the greatsword. The meatball needle chariot came like a meteor, and Ryun swung his greatsword and slashed downward. Bang! Sparks appeared as Ryukin injected more chakra into his hand, while the water from the wine gourd wrapped around the meatball chariot. It caught fire and directly roasted Akito. Nara's shadow tentacles resurfaced to kill out of the gloom. Ryudo sprouted wings and, with a flap, flew low into the air. Secret Technique Disarm. Akito disarmed the secret technique and kept rolling on the ground, wiping off the flames from his body. Look at my 40-meter greatsword. Ryudo raised his greatsword and descended from the sky. The force of the violent impact from the sky coupled with the superimposition of the strange force. It was as if the greatsword held by him was going to be pinched and broken. The Earth Ninja instantly transformed and slapped at the ground. Earth Transportation Earth Stream Wall. Ah! A low roar kept coming out of Ryukin's mouth as he slammed straight towards that earth wall, crashing through it in an instant and swinging his sword violently downwards. Akito, watch out! Nara shouted as she stretched out her hand. But it was already too late. Ryukin was trying to strike Akito, completely unconcerned. Thunder Instant! The Reito Ninja instantly came, and the oil girl Ryoma also made an insect jade attack. Their attacks were stacked on Ryun's body in unison, and Ryun's eyes were filled with red intent, and with the patterns covering his entire body, he looked like a devil from hell. His sword lined up mountains and seas, unrivaled, and even carried a huge wind pressure that tore through the thick air. A blade fell, blood sprayed, and Shodao was severed by Liu-Yun's blade. His eyes closed, and he never spoke again. Fumio. Nara's eyes widened as he unconsciously spoke Akito's real name under the sun. He realized now that he had never fit in with Negi. He was smart, and smart meant absolutely sensible, arbitrary. He agreed with Junzo's idea of roots, believing that only a ninja without feelings was a qualified ninja. The so-called roots people have no names nor feelings. There is no past and no future. The only thing in his heart is the mission, and the one who supports the tree of Konoha village behind him is the roots that are deeply rooted in the earth. Only the moment when Akimichi was cut off at the waist Nara realized that the more coldly he emphasized that he had no feelings, the more he cared about the emotions in his heart. The fire of anger in Nara's heart burned brightly as he made seals with both hands, and In chakra was injected into the jutsu. Secret art shadow stab. His shadow transformed into a bundle of black thorns thrusting towards Ryun. Ryun was still carrying parasitic worms that kept tearing at his chakra, and next to him was a Reito ninja who was blocking his greatsword with one hand. Nara's shadow thorns were like poisonous snakes. Ryuin's white eyes saw it, and his strange power was injected into his greatsword, the force of which sent the thundercloud ninja flying while jumping towards the sky. At that moment, one of Naoto Shimura's killing moves surged up into the sky. Wind tunnel pressing harm. The wind heavy cannon brought with it a sound like a white hurricane, cutting out a tearing sound as it struck the sky. Ryukyu's wings turned, and he was about to dodge Naoto Shimura's wind heavy cannon. Unexpectedly, the mentally weakened Yamanaka launched a murderous attack on Ryukin, heart-turning technique. The spirit invaded Ryun's mind, directly causing Ryun to stagnate for a fraction of a second. While Yamanaka kept getting obliterated by Ryun's multiple personalities, his spirit was slowly failing. There was only a murmur in his heart. Dav, I'm coming to accompany you. Ryun shifted violently across the room, and the wind-heavy cannon passed through his left shoulder, tens of thousands of tiny wind blades directly slicing that shoulder into pieces. Quicksilver clenched his teeth hard and jumped into the jungle with an instantaneous leap. The people who watched the battle through various arts unanimously gave Ryun a conclusion. A ninja who lost a hand had his combat power reduced by at least 50%. In other words, Ryun was basically dead. On the Naruto building, Junzo let out a sigh of relief. Almost there. It took the loss of 10 shinobi to subdue him. My roots can't withstand this. He stood up and walked out of the Naruto building. He wanted to see Ryukin's body with his own eyes, dissect it carefully to see if it was human inside or not. Sarutobi watched silently as Ryun transformed out of the bandage to wrap the wound on his left broken arm. He took a silent drag on his cigarette and looked away for a complicated moment, then followed suit and stood up, instantly heading in the direction of the forest of death. Psychic jutsu. Orochimaru made a seal with both hands, and a large brown snake appeared in the forest as he prepared to pick up his body. In the middle of the dense forest, an Inuyasha peeked out from a nondescript tree, and the grass-colored haired freak muttered, "Got one of your hands chopped off?" Ryukin hid in a canopy, blood loss causing his spell sealing to fade away as he watched for movement below with a pale face. There were 5 ninjas left en route, and he was running low on chakra and now had a broken arm. He glanced at the sky, the pain in his consciousness making it impossible for him to tell what time it was and whether or not he'd brought the point up yet. But there was no sound of the system going off. Surely the upgrade hadn't finished yet. A bug crawled up in one of the treetops, carrying a faint chakra on it. Discovered! Ryukin sighed as he followed up by looking at the flames in the forest, a flash of ruthlessness showing through his eyes. I'm going to burn down the entire forest of death. He formed the seal of the tiger with his right hand and split into 3 shadow doppelgangers, who left Luyun and disappeared into the forest to keep setting fires. In an instant, a thick fire burned, thick smoke rose up. This primitive forest would stage a catastrophe with just a single spark. A swarm of bugs buzzed and attacked from the canopy of the trees, and with a roll of Luyun's liquor, the burning flames consumed all those bugs. And below him, the 5 remaining Negi Ushinobi slowly surrounded him. Naoto Shimura wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was filled with a fierce smile. Wooden Luyun, no moves, right? If you don't have any moves, then hurry down and obediently stick your head over. I will save you a whole body. Chapter 116 Father Vulcan helps me. Shadow imitation technique. Nara made a seal with both hands and black tentacles quickly climbed up the tree. Ryuin saw that the flames around him were almost done. The black tentacles attacked and Ryukin dodged the tentacles with a few maneuvers. Immediately after, he stood above the end of the tree and looked down on the 5 root upper ninjas below. Up to this point in the fight, their masks were shattered in unison, revealing somewhat charred and grimy faces. Naoto Shimura pointed at Ryun and laughed wildly. Look at you now, you only have one hand. How else are you going to struggle? Tell me, Kiryuin. He then proceeded to speak viciously. In Kiba village, anyone who offends Elder Tuanzu must die. and you are no exception. It's a shame that you, Kimi Ryun, still have the prime years of your life ahead of you. It's your rampant behavior that's to blame. As the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Luyun listened to his words, followed by one hand covering his stomach, and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! The more he laughed, the louder he laughed, the more reckless he laughed, and in the end he directly laughed out tears. Shimura Naoto glared at Ryun, who kept laughing above him. This smile really made people want to punch him furiously in the face. What are you laughing at? Ha ha! Cough! Ryun coughed out blood to stop his laughter. He slowly raised his right hand up, followed by a cold gaze as if it were a sharp blade slashing downwards. You guys say, is there a forbidden art for fire escape? Shimura Naoto froze. The highest fire transportation is B rank. Where is there a forbidden art? Fire rise. A flame burned in Ryun's hand. Immediately afterward, in the flaming forest, Ryun's 3 shadow doppelgangers followed suit and cast spells, condensing flames in their hands. The flames in the forest slowly converged towards the sky under the 4 chakra reactions. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Ryukin still needed more chakra to control this forbidden art. His right hand, which was burning up with flames, squeezed fiercely, and he sank down, letting out a low roar over and over again. Ah! With his current body, opening the 8 gates to release the forbidden jutsu would undoubtedly be accelerating the box lunch. The toxins in his body were still ravaging his cells, and the poison had already entered his heart. Cough, cough. Luyun coughed out blood, but he roared out with eyes full of madness. The first of the 8 chakra doors opens open. The first chakra gate valve in his brain opened. Second rest gate open. Similarly, the second chakra gate valve in his brain opened. Third birth gate open. Fourth wound gate open. Green body energy burned from Ryukin's body and rose straight up, washing away the bandages at Ryukin's broken arm in an instant. 9-tailed chakra explosion. Ryun followed up with an explosion of his heart, and the 9-tailed chakra filled his entire body. He yelled towards the sky, "Father Fire God, help me!" The flames in the forest quickly rose and coalesced above the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar, roar, roar. The sound of a dragon roar rang out. Immediately afterward, an immense and incomparable fire dragon appeared in the sky. Those eyes were driven and divine, while carrying a fury like bursting flames, as well as condescension. It was as if the mythological fire god Kagetsuchi life was looking down on the humble cowards. Oi, oi, oi! Inuyasha looked at the fire dragon in the sky, huge and immense, truly like the mythical fire dragon. On the other end of the jutsu on him, an old man a few thousand miles away sked and nodded. This kind of fire escape, even the Uchiha, who is a fire escape family, can't make it. Really strange Chikara? And very smart, would know to borrow the natural fire in the forest to superimpose it, as fire borrows the power of wood. In terms of jutsu, it's the same as that nasty chickage, clearly Naruto, but with the jutsu of the water shadow. Naoto Shimura looked at the sky in shock. The huge and incomparable fire dragon roared towards the bottom. That heat wave rolled down. The bright green trees in the forest instantly became yellow. This is a forbidden art. And it's not just any forbidden art. It's a fire escape forbidden art that is capable of changing the heavens. Nara yelled. What are you waiting for? Quickly escape. Several upper ninjas instantly fled like rabbits. Ha ha ha. Too late. Ryukin jumped down from the sky. Wherever there are leaves flying, fire will burn and then group me. This is the true will of fire. A flame-covered right hand braced itself on the earth, as if coalescing with the fire dragon above. Fire escape explosive inflammation dragon king. Roar, roar, roar. The fire dragon roared as if it was a tyrant of flames swooping towards the bottom, directly exploding the moment it touched the forest. A sea of fire came out of nowhere and poured down towards a forest, puffing up non-stop. Bear, bear, bear. The waves of the sea of fire reached up to 100 meters high, roaming the sky, as if rendering the entire world a fiery red. Grandma, why me again? Orochimaru's eyes widened as he directly abandoned the large snake at his feet and violently transformed into a white snake to burrow into the mud.
Braunorouci, Sigma.
Beyond the barbed wire fence in the forest of death, Jiraiya jumped on Toadbunta and looked ahead with wooden eyes. This is... Mizukado and Joshina also instantly appeared at a patch of grass, staring blankly at the sea of fire churning, their hearts filled with shock. surrounding the gathering of each big family's part of the upper ninja, patriarchs, elders, all together shocked at the flames of the fluttering. This moment seemed extremely quiet, and humans seemed so small under such natural might. Psychic Ape King Ape Demon. Sarutobi Hizuru was the first to psionicize Ape Demon, sweeping a large tree with his stick. He then shouted to those around him, "Quickly take down all the trees on the periphery to block the flames from spreading around." All the upper ninjas cast their jutsu in unison and kept fending off the sea of fire that was like a flood. When the clamor passed, the remaining flames in the clearing scorched the withered trunks and made dry sounds, and a few spots of thick smoke snaked up towards the sky. Reunion looked ahead in shock. Is this what happens when you push a madman to the brink? Forest of Death. Jasuna covered her small mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Ahead, the entire death forest turned into a pile of rubble. The empty central tower appeared in front of her, but it was also just an empty frame after a sea of fire. The death forest, with a diameter of 10 kilometers just under the attack of that huge fire dragon, turned into ashes. Jiraiya kept questioning loudly at Tuanzu. "What the hell is going on? What kind of people are your roots attacking?" Duanzong didn't say anything. His heart was full of fear. If this kind of flame erupted in his root, the whole underground training ground would all turn into ashes. Sarutobi wiped a handful of black ash on his forehead. In order to get rid of a Kiryuin, the root lost 15 upper ninjas, and also hitched a ride to the Forest of Death. Is this wave a loss? And most importantly, once the sea of fire has passed, Ryun's body cannot be found at all. The smoke recluse blood relay body is completely scrapped. That is to say that this action completely hit a bleed. It was a waste of effort, and it also led to a decline in the village's combat power, and the Chunin exam in 2 weeks would be affected. A golden figure crossed the heads of the crowd and rushed directly into the smoke-strewn ruins. Seeing this, Jiraiya opened his hands and shouted, "Tsunade, don't go in." There were still remaining fires in the flaming ruins, and the red-hot charcoal was releasing heat. Tsunade rushed into the hot ruins regardless, and many flames erupted from them, which Tsunade dodged one by one. As she sprinted, she kept muttering, "Kid, you won't die. You won't die." Chapter 117. The wind has risen. It's time for the clouds to disperse. Under a horizontal tree of black charcoal, there was a piece of human-shaped charcoal. In the moment of danger, Lu Yun transformed the wine in his gourd into water and wrapped his entire body. But the scorching flames were like the sun erupting, baking the water non-stop and directly vaporizing it dry. His own skin was all scalded, and he suffered severe burns. His entire body was unrecognizable. Even if his old mother in the Pure Land had been reborn from the filthy earth, she wouldn't have recognized him. In fact, he could have turned into a pangolin and drilled into the mud, but controlling the explosive flame Dragon King used up all his chakra and he no longer had the strength to do anything else. Lu Yun was lying quietly on the ground. The toxins in his body had directly infiltrated his entire body. He didn't have a single ounce of consciousness right now, and he felt his chest was stuffy, a sign that his life was about to pass away. When a person is about to die, a part of the seed turns over in his mind. Ryun's breathing was getting weaker and weaker. The shadow doppelganger that had once brought the antidote to Shizune and Red burst open, and a stream of information traveled into Ryun's head. The two girls were seen taking the antidote, their skin slowly regaining its redness. Ryun smiled reassuringly, only to realize that the skin on his face had given out and he couldn't smile anymore. He saw a golden figure rush from here, followed by a huge blue and white-colored slug wrapping around Lu Yun, full of vitality power seeping into his body, trying to ease Liu Yun's death. But it was already useless. Liu Yun's organs were all burned. It was a miracle that he could still breathe. The slug disintegrated Ryun and murmured, "Tsunade-sama, he's hopeless. All the cells in his organs have lost their activity. Ooh-hoo. Brat, kiddo, kid." Tsunade kept shedding tears, running her hands over the body of Ryukin that was as if it were charcoal. The whole body was unrecognizable, and only those very dark eyes could be seen, bright as if the whole night sky. Tick-tock, tick. Tsunade's tears dripped onto Ryukamo's face. Ryun couldn't even blink now, and he murmured in a low voice, "Tsunade-san, you don't look good when you cry." Hearing Ryun's voice, Tsunade released her palm immortal technique, which kept gathering at Ryun's heart. "Kid, kid, don't die, don't die." The slug silently watched Tsunade's powerlessness fall to tears. This scene was déjà vu. The rope tree, broken. Tsunade-sama's fate was truly tragic. It was so hard to find a clan member who could be entrusted with the way of the endurance. And then in an instant he had to be sent away. Bah! Orochimaru lumbered out of the mud, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of mud as his dark golden pupils circled around. Then they snapped back, not realizing that this forbidden technique of Ryuken's would be so powerful that the entire forest of death was destroyed. Orochimaru's eyes swept around, catching a glimpse of Tsunade's psychic beast, the slug, along with Tsunade next to her, and the highly burned man she was trying to save. His eyes widened with vigor and he surged forward, stopping next to Tsunade. Orochimaru had judged at a glance that Ryuken's injuries were basically beyond saving. Damn! Damn it! Damn! Damn brat! Why didn't you follow me? Follow me, and I can save you. Orochimaru kept cursing. It was unlucky that the body he had his eye on died just like that. Tsunade! A huge toad jumped over from the distance, and Jiraiya jumped off of it, followed by Mizukado and Joshina. This is Ryuken. Joshina covered her mouth and looked incredulously at Ryun's black, dry corpse-like body. Ugh! Jiraiya sighed. Once again, the curse of the ninja world was always indelible, and the curse on Tsunade's body was even more so. Ryuken's dark eyes slowly dimmed, and the only remaining light in his eyes was slowly replaced by darkness. He used the last of his remaining strength to reach out his dry branch-like hand and gently caressed Tsunade's face, instantly blossoming the great beauty. Ryuken's eyes watched a cloud that was flowing across the sky, gradually dissipating. I am the cloud that is flowing nowhere. The wind is picking up. It's time to dissipate. The voice slowly faded, and in the end was as thin as a mosquito voice. Ryuken's eyes slowly closed, saying goodbye to the entire ninja world. Ryun! Tsunade buried herself directly in Ryun's chest and kept crying in a low voice. Orochimaru looked on woodenly. The greed in his eyes slowly faded, and a wave of emotion welled up in his heart. I thought you were a cloud that could withstand hurricanes, but you're just a mortal. Under a huge stone statue, Uchiha-zan slowly closed his cloudy eyes. The offspring of Juma. It's a pity. Humph, that village is just like that. My chakra eyes see into the future. One day, my foolish Uchiha will also follow in the footsteps of Chikage and die in the vortex of power. Myuki Mountain. The great toad immortal closed his eyes and muttered under his breath. There are too many to block my gaze, but everything is in the script. No one can stop it, and the story of the ninja world will continue to live on. It seemed as if everything was blown away by the wind, until a ding in the underworld. Ding! System upgrade successful. Father system, you've finally caught up. It's smoke. Tsunade's eyes widened as the coke in her arms slowly turned into wisps of white smoke and rose into the sky. Big Toad Immortal's eyes that had just closed slowly opened again. His toad eyes stared to their maximum, and he screamed incredulously, "Quack! Quack! Quack-pee!" Uchiha's closed eyes opened again. As if there were flames burning in his old eyes, he laughed. Interesting, interesting. Senjuji Ryun, I recognize you. You're qualified to dance, survive well, and at least make this game of shinobi a little more difficult, so that it's not so tedious for me to play. Kid! Tsunade stared dumbfounded as the smoke in the sky, like clouds, gathered back up again. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and a smile floated across her face. Damn brat! Don't let it go! Chirp! A distant hawk's chirp was like a horn blown in the distant past, echoing throughout Kiba village. All the people on the road or going out looked up at the sky, followed by wide eyes. It was so damn big. A huge eagle hovered above the sky, with one pair of wings spread out to a width of 200 or so meters, and that huge sense of oppression made many small children cry in fear. Chirp! Dominate the sky. The earth prostrates under my feet. I, Muluyun, am back again. Under Ryun's sharp eagle eyes, the ninjas below were in 1,000 different forms, each with their own thoughts and calculations. Tsunade looked at Ryun with a beaming smile. Jiraiya and Suikado nodded to him. Jasuna was all smiles and even extended her hand in greeting. The greed in Orochimaru's eyes rose again. Kiddo, we can have fun again. Ryuken looked to the other side again. Sarutobi Hizuru's eyes are complicated, turning Sleeper Koharu and Mito Mengen hide their hearts obscure. Tuanzu's face is gloomy. Uchiha Futsuki is more appreciative. Hyuga Hinata, Ryun wings flicked, sharp eagle beak toward the direction of the Tuanzu. He is like a sharp string of arrows shot. Old thief Tuanzu, suffer death. Chapter 118. Azura immortal body. Kizuna. At the same time, the system's voice kept ringing in his head. The system has successfully upgraded this time, gifting the host with 3 chances to draw, and with this upgrade, the means of experience value enhancement has increased. As long as the host is attacked by an enemy ninja and generates a certain amount of damage, he will be able to gain experience value. Ryukin froze. As long as his opponent produces damage to him, he can gain experience value. Isn't this the case that the deeper the pain I just feel, the stronger I get? It's completely the opposite of Tendo pain. However, this upgrade was great. As Ryukin's recovery grew stronger, simple attacks could no longer kill him, and Ryukin had idiotically waited for his opponent's big move. And now there was no need for that, as long as he gained experience points as soon as the enemy harmed him. Then Lu Yun will be able to keep reckless to the end in the future. No need to defend at all. Even the stronger the recovery power, the better, the more hot-blooded the fight, the more feeling. By the way, there was also the system granting 3 draws. If the system didn't upgrade successfully a second later, he would have to be eaten at the table. Getting 3 draws isn't too much, right? Lu Yun entered the system space and opened the carousel. System, draw. Draw. Ding! Drawing begins. Ryuin watched as the pointer kept spinning and slowly stopped on top of an item. Chibiusa's battle armor. Ryun shook his head. 2nd generation's blue battle armor was handsome, but it wasn't much use. Lu Yun followed up by putting the 1,000 Hands battle armor into the system space and drew another prize. The carousel spun under Lu Yun's excited gaze, spinning past the reincarnation eyes, past the transmigration eyes, and slowly stopping on top of the same blood succession limit. Maelstrom 1 immortal human body. Ryukin froze. What was the meaning of this? He already had the Senju I clan's immortal body, and now he drew the Maelstrom I clan's immortal body. Doesn't this overlap? No, it doesn't overlap. Although both clans are close relatives, they behave differently in certain aspects, large amount of chakra and strong recovery power, which is the same thing. But the Chitos clan has a stronger affinity for jutsu, and the Whirlpool clan has a stronger affinity for sealing jutsu, and the Whirlpools are even better than the Chitos in terms of recovery. Moreover, the Maelstrom clan can awaken many special abilities, such as Jo Exion Nazvadrasil, Kagom's Milkman ability, and even Kagura's Mind's Eye, Malicious Sense, and so on. Most of all, having the chakra that can suppress the tailed beasts is very fitting for the human pillar power. Ryukin even felt that the Maelstrom clan was more authentic than the Senju clan. The fact that Uchiha-zan had to give his chakra eyes to Nagato to raise them was clearly a sign that he was looking down on the 1,000 Hands clan. The reward drawn turned into a green energy that merged into Ryukin's body. In an instant, as if bathed in holy water, Lu Yun's organs and veins throughout his body widened once again. His cells became more numerous, and the amount of chakra became even more enormous and majestic. Having obtained the Whirlpool immortal body, Lu Yun had increased his chakra by roughly 5 more upper ninjas. The system's voice sounded once again. Host has the Senju I immortal body and the Maelstrom I immortal body. Do you choose to synthesize the Azura immortal body? Ryukin's eyes stagnated. Azura immortal body. It was also known as Otanashi Azura's immortal body. A more and more back to basics body, even directly surpassing Senjuma's Kizuna immortal body. After all, Azura was his ancestor, the son of Rokudu Sannin. Ryun nodded vigorously. Synthesize. Synthesize. Under the power of the system, Ryun's 2 immortal bodies continued to synthesize. The DNA in his cells was torn, then reborn. A surge of vitality came from within his body, and now Ryun's chakra was even more powerful, directly doubling from the original. In full power form, he was even able to synthesize over 3,000 shadow doppelgangers, forming roughly a regiment of troops. This was the increase of the Azura immortal's human body. Ryukin even felt the life of a forest coalescing within his body. The majestic life energy was like countless little babies. The Kizuna was just a whim to him. He just had to go back home and pick up the Kizuna ninjutsu to create a forest. Sure enough, just talking about the Kizuna system was solid. Azura-san human body awakening detected successful. Additional Kizuna bloodline awakening successful. Hair big. Fat big. Lu Yun's heart was ecstatic. Awakened wood recluse of his future is a tree planting master. In the future, no matter which forest burned will not go to jail. The Forestry Bureau will have to sell his wood of face. System, last draw. The system's dial spun up and stopped on top of a forbidden art under Liu Yun's gaze. Forbidden Technique Creation Regeneration. This was a jutsu that Tsunade had self-developed by traveling the shinobi world in the later stages. Used with Yin Seal and also the 100-how technique, it could cause cells to continuously divide, instantly completing regeneration. As long as there is enough chakra, even if the heart is broken and the body is broken in half, new organs and tissues can be regenerated. This was not recovery, but regeneration directly out of ninjutsu immortal up. In the past, Ryukin didn't care. Just one death resurrection could recover them all. But now that the system had been upgraded, and damage could now be rewarded with experience points, he would be able to fight more smoothly in the future. This technique was completely created for his manhwa combat. Taking damage and regenerating non-stop in battle, he kept on being reckless and directly reckless to the 6th path level. All the principles of creating regeneration flowed into Ryun's mind, and Ryun instantly grasped this forbidden art, and from then on, he was called Immortal Ryun. This time is when we really earned big. 2 big ones in one draw, and also awakened the Azura immortal body plus the wood transportation. He then said, who else? Who else? It wasn't in vain that he almost died, and Luyun had some feeling that this was a gift from the system to him. After all, when the father of the cold sun a day always have to send a little accompanying gift, is not it? Consciousness returned. Don't look at him in the system busy 2,000 words. But the real world just passed 2 seconds. Ryugen violently lunged from the sky toward the bottom, and that huge impact directly set off a hurricane, and the ninjas below instantly left in unison. Ryugen's white eyes had been staring at the direction of Junzo's instantaneous body. Seeing him instantaneously out of 100 meters, Ryugen's wings once again flapped, violently breaking the sky in the direction of Junzo. As he watched the giant eagle in the sky swooping towards him, Junzo made a seal with both hands. Wind transportation vacuum Ojutama. He sucked in a sharp breath, his chest puffed out, and a white air cannon fired straight up, breaking through the air right into the head of Ryun's eagle. Ding! Shimura Gunzo has dealt 30 points of damage to you. Ryun only felt an itch on his eagle's head as the vacuum Jade destroyed his chakra disturbance, and he recirculated in a split second as he continued to dive down. Seeing that his attack was useless, Junzo continued to inhale again. Wind transportation vacuum Lian Yuyu. He spewed out 5 vacuum ojutsu at once, exploding in unison onto Ryun's body. Ding! Shimura Gunzo dealt 100 points of damage to you. Chapter 119. Kikoman Army. Gathering. The 5 vacuum ojutsu rattled around in Ryun's body, breaking the flow of his chakra, and Ryun transformed into a huge cloud of white smoke, which then returned to its original form. A pair of wings sprouted from his back, and he was topless, with 5 bullet-sized round holes where his chest cavity was, and 1 at his neck. Ninjutsu creating regeneration. Ryukin made a seal with both hands. The Azura immortal body was running non-stop, and his own extremely strong recovery power was layered on top of the creation regeneration. In just a second's time, a hint of smoke lingered from the wound, and the bloody hole in Ryun's body was scarred. As Luyun looked at his wounds, this regeneration ability was completely cheating. Ryun's eyes widened as he looked at Ryun, who had been hit by him firing 5 vacuum ojutsu, but instead was unharmed all over his body. That was a B-rank jutsu. Any ninja hit by a single shot would be punched with a bloody hole and die, but not even a small hole was found on Ryun's body. Ryun's cold gaze looked downwards from above. A cold smile wiped up. Old bastard, didn't think I didn't die? Tuzo yelled away at Ryun. Wooden Ryun? What do you want? I'm a Naruto auxiliary. Your action against me is tantamount to treason against the village. Less TM threatening me with defection. As long as I say on a whim, I'll put a slash on my forehead protector. Ryukin's words did nothing to hide his disdain for the will of fire. Tuanzo shouted to Sarutobi Hinata in the distance. Hinata, you heard it. This brat has absolutely no regard for the loyalty of the village. Sarutobi Hinata crossed his Saru devil into a stick and looked up at Ryun. Kiryuin, are you serious? Ryugen turned his eyes to look at Sarutobi Hizuru. Insulting my monkey brother with a stick? Ah. Kiryuin, answer me. Ha 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 ha. Ryun kept covering his stomach and laughing so hard that Tuanzu kept grinding up his teeth and Sarutobi Hizen's grip on his stick tightened. The two of them frowned in unison. Ryun, even if he didn't answer, the smile made people hate him. Ryun rubbed his stomach and said lightly, You two are worthy of being old friends. You speak comic dialogues. You can form a group to debut in the future and call it Monkey Pot Monkey Pot. Mu Luyun. Sarutobi Hijikata pointed at Ryun with his Vajra Rui stick. killing intent beginning to rise in his heart. Ryukumo bristled as his massive chakra exploded in an instant. As if Ryun realized something under the Azura immortal human body's physique, his fifth daemon moistened. All 4 of the 8 doors are open. Next. The 5th daemon opens. Ryugen kept roaring low, and the 5th daemon, which was located underneath his chest, opened directly. Chakra gas flames erupted around Ryun. The green gas flames grew thicker and thicker, and overlaid with the 9 tails chakra, directly connecting to the sky above, messing up the heavenly signs. The chakra released from the burning life energy of the Azura-sen's human body directly overshadowed the shadow level, increasing rapidly towards the tailed beast level of chakra. Multiple shadow diversion technique. Boom 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 boom. The entire world seemed to resound with the sound of smoke, like New Year's fireworks ringing out in the sky, and in an instant, a single streamer dressed in short gray sleeves directly formed a legion. They were either standing or sitting, flying or lying down, directly surrounding the entire shinobi clan of Kiba standing here. Chief, Hancho, Great King. Ryuken wiped his head amidst the white smoke and regained his original form. Hearing the cries of many, Ryun smiled and raised that hand. Would family army assemble? Ula, Ula, Ula. In an instant the group responded, yelling Ula. 3,000 people shouted Ola together. A dozen shadow doppelgangers also changed into big drums and gongs and kept beating them, as if they were firecrackers for the new year. In an instant, the entire Kiba village was drowned in Ula. In the lower part of the surrounded Kiba senior management, as well as the major ninja clans stared wide-eyed. At a glance, the whole place was filled with people. And at a glance, they were all surrounded by streaming clouds. Hyuga Hinata opened his white eyes, and at a glance, it was all rich chakra, without a single sign of illusion. This are all shadow doppelgangers. This huge chakra gives the impression of being like a human pillar. Hinata's white eyes offended a shadow doppelganger, who squinted and pointed at Hinata. What the hell are you looking at? Come out and fight one-on-one, Jusina said with childish innocence. Wow, so many shadow doppelgangers. How did Ryuken get so much chakra? Sure enough, he has a male 9 tails in his body. Her words were vomit-inducing, but everyone around him wrinkled their brows. Even the yolk of the egg next to him had a bit of an eggshell pain. Jiraiya frowned and turned his gaze to Tsunade next to him. Tsunade, persuade your brother to stop since he has nothing to lose. The village is still in the midst of a war and can't afford a storm. Tsunade clasped her hands and snorted coldly. Make a scene? Negi attacked my brother and almost got him killed. What's wrong with him taking revenge? And my brother is so well behaved and handsome. Why would those reptiles from Negi harm my brother? Tsunade, you. Jiraiya's voice erupted in his throat. He followed up with an explanation. This is not the time for civil unrest. If Kiba village has the slightest inclination towards civil unrest, all 3 battlefields will be adversely affected. It could lead to a defeat in this shinobi world war. Tsunade, you wouldn't want to see that, would you? Tsunade lowered her head and fell silent. Jiraiya continued to persuade again. Go persuade your brother. You're the only one who can persuade him now. To make it up to him, the 3 of us will have Sensei disband the Negi, and Jack Tushu from his position as Naruto's auxiliary. Jiraiya was scared. Ryun had just used a forbidden fire escape technique that had directly burned down the entire forest of death. If he were to use a few more rounds, the entire Konoha village would become a crematorium. Tsunade nodded. Okay. Orochimaru let out an evil laugh. Anyway, he had already planted the heavenly spell seal on Ryun's neck, and the goal of this trip had been achieved. Just waiting for Ryun's spirit to slacken, he gave the young man a sneak attack and took off straight away. The 3,000 shadow doppelgangers surrounded Sarutobi, and some of the ninja clan who were gathered together, adding up to 30 or so. But on the periphery, the ninjas of the Dark Ministry and the Root Ministry assembled, as well as the upper ninjas of all the great clans. One by one, they surrounded the place, gazing intently at the situation in the center. It was as if the civil unrest in the Kiba village could ignite on a whim from the Ryugen. Psychic jutsu. High voices rang out in unison, and then 3 huge psychic beasts appeared amidst the white smoke. Toad Bunta, with iron-red skin, about 20 meters tall and the size of a 4-story building, holding a large pipe like a social boss. Slugs, commonly known as slugs, hermaphroditic, white and chubby, Does not look vicious at all, but the saliva can acidify a person to death. 10,000 snakes. No, Orochimaru didn't dare to summon that troublesome psychic beast. So here came a brown Orochi, with an air of being shorter than Tsunade and Jiraiya. But he didn't care, clasping his hands, still the high and mighty Lengjuan Orochimaru. Chapter 120. Chibiusa. Good dog, you're such a good dog. Tsunade shouted to the streaming clouds in the sky. Kid, come down. I'll help you get revenge. Ryugen looked at Tsunade. Tsunade-san, I don't care about the rest. Today I have to kill that old bastard Tuanzu. Ryugen changed into an AK and pointed the gun at Guanzo. Gunzo looked at Ryun angrily. Kiryuin? Who are you calling an old mongrel? Bang, bang, bang. Ryuken's bullets went down, and Gunzo instantly moved 2 body lengths. Sarutobi yelled, Wooden Ryun, this is the end of the line. Stop making a scene. Farce. Ryugen turned his eyes to look at him, his gun aimed directly at Sarutobi Hinata. Bang, bang, bang. Ryun instantly fired a few shots in front of Sarutobi Hinata's face, and Sarutobi Hinata took a few steps backward, his mind appalled at the speed of Ryun's concealed weapons. Don't give me that Anji bull. I'm going to cut down Tuanzu today. It's useless even if Uchiha-zan comes. I said so. And Inuyasha in the shadows looked on silently, while on the other side of the jutsu, Uchiha Spot cracked his parched lips and laughed. What am I doing saving a reptile for nothing? Ryuken didn't nag. 500 shadow doppelgangers directly circled Tuanzu in a circle 200 meters in diameter, ready to play him to death. He slowly flew down and stood quietly on the ground. His eyes slanted up and his nostrils slightly arched, with a 2-pillar look on his face. A nameless rage rose up in Tuanzu's heart, pointing at Ryun and cursing. Wooden Ryun, damned brat. I started hacking away at people during the First Shinobi World War, and you think you're mixing it up when you've lived until now? Gomiho rolled up his sleeves and assumed a fighting stance. Ryugen craned his neck and feigned some pity. After all, it's an old man of age, and I, Kimi Ryugen, wouldn't dare bully an old man, would I? How about this? Let you have one hand. Ryugen put one hand behind his back, his tone full of concern for the widows and orphans of society. Juzu roared. You little. Ryugen pointed one hand at Tuanzu. Can't you be ing civilized? It's full of foul language. You. Tuanzu pointed at Ryun vigorously, as if he was about to pass out from anger. Naru Ryun felt that he should come out and say a few words at this time, so he asked Ryun to fight. Chief, I would like to fight. Liuyun's eyes glanced at Naru Liuyun's leap of faith and waved his hand. Come up here and scold him. Naru Ryun nodded his head and came up with big strides. Cough. Naru Ryun coughed twice, his mouth storing up energy as he pointed at Guzu and cursed. Do you know what's the most annoying thing about you? Juzu's IQ took a little bit of a hit, and his anger got the better of him. What is it? Naruyukan said. It's cowardice. You're such a cowardly coward that you keep lying down in the pit, waiting to crawl out of the hole whenever Naruto's position gets loose. What did you say? Juzu cursed angrily. Don't you? You back down when Futanari asked a few of your disciples to choose, and you do it again even if you had to do it again. Futanari sees people correctly, you're just cowardly. Gomaharu roared loudly. No, 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 no. I'm a true ninja. I won't back down. And if it were to happen again, I'd definitely be faster than the monkey. Snap! Act up! Ryuken clapped his hands and several shadow doppelgangers walked out to put on a drama show. A shadow doppelganger who was announcing the curtain chimed in. What would have happened if Shimura Tuso had stepped forward one step faster than Sarutobi? Let's wait and see. The shadow doppelgangers transformed in unison, and in an instant 6 odd shapes surrounded a man in blue armor. The shadow doppelganger stood up and said to the object standing in front of him, Now we need someone to hold off the enemy for us to get away. Juzo watched as the shadow doppelgangers acted out the drama and stared in disbelief. This was a past he had dreamed of in countless dreams, when if he had reacted a minute faster, he would have been Naruto by now. There was a dog wrapped in bandages. It was easy to tell it was Junzo. He stuck his dog's leg out. Woof! I'll be the bait. Immediately afterward, Gunka Dog slapped his dog's leg on Monkey's shoulder and comforted him. Self-sacrifice is the nature of a ninja, and I decided to die in battle a long time ago. Monkey, let me stay as bait this time. Junzo didn't pay attention to what nonsense the actor was all about. He was completely caught up in it. If he had stood up for himself in the first place, then the third Naruto would definitely be him now. He was able to lead the village onward to the top and eventually rule the entire ninja world. It was the slow reaction that he suffered in the first place. He was completely caught up in the drama of words and muttered, "That's it, that's it." One step ahead of Hinata. "Sensei, agree with me and let me become Naruto." The Kagemusha shadow doppelganger stood up, rubbed Tuanzu Dog's head, and slowly spoke under Tuanzu's and Tuanzu Dog's expectant gazes. "Good dog. It's not a waste of the many years I've raised you for nothing, Monkey. Let's go." Monkey gave a thumbs up to the Tuanzu Dog. "You're really a good dog. When I become Naruto, I'll definitely name you as a famous dog, loyal dog, Hakagashi Zango Dog." Woof, woof, woof. Tuanzong Dog kept barking furiously, anxious dog eyes full of tears. "Sensei, teacher, that's not how the script works. You should have said leave the village to me." The announcer's shadow doppelganger hit the board. "The play is over. Ha ha ha." Ryukin made to cover his stomach and laughed, even rolling on the ground from laughing so hard. Ha ha ha. The surrounding shadow doppelgangers also let out a big laugh and kept counting down on the Tuanzu Dog. "Good dog. Good dog. What a good dog." Among the ninja clans, 2 upper ninjas came from the Inuzuka clan, a female upper ninja named Inuzuka Claw, who would later be Inuzuka Tooth's old mother. When she saw Ryukin's shadow doppelganger insulting the dog, she was instantly displeased. "The dog is so cute. Why are you teasing the dog?" "Woof." Karamaru, who was next to her, agreed. "Did we dogs eat your family's rice? Why make us the main characters? Or comedy characters?" Anger, boundless anger. The most intense anger from the heart surged right up to the surface, rushing Tuzu's head full of adrenaline. "Ah!" He kept shouting angrily as a few rounds of wind blades exploded several of the shadow doppelgangers who were acting out the drama, along with Nariku Ryun who was beside him. "Kiryuin, little, how dare you tease me like that? I'm going to let you die. I will let you die." Ryukumo stopped laughing and climbed to his feet, looking at Tuanzu with a sneer. He could even feel the endless hatred of his opponent, as if Ryukumo had greened his entire family. Luyun froze, this clear emotional perception. Immediately afterward, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! The Vortex clan's malicious perception awakens." Chakra is a massive energy body with information flow, in which the happiness, anger, sadness, and joy are expressed in the chakra, so the shadow split are each with their own characteristics. And the special Vortex clansmen were able to perceive this emotion. Hatsune Mikoto's wife, Maelstrom Mito, possessed this ability, and also the Nine Tails had the ability to sense malice. Ryun's current physique was an Azura immortal body, a more integrated physique than the Maelstrom clan, and on a whim he was able to awaken malice perception. Ryukin even felt that his malice sense wasn't the case. He seemed to be able to feel the delicate emotions within the chakra more clearly. He looked towards the outside of the shadow doppelganger encirclement, where the shadow doppelganger spoofing drama had attracted a large crowd, and Sarutobi Hinata, who was a monkey, was of course full of irony. Although he is nicknamed this, but the body of the Hall of Naruto was so spoofed, can still endure it is considered ninja quality is too hard. Ryun could sense the hidden killing intent from Sarutobi's body. Ding! Ability Malice Sense upgraded to Emotion Sense. Sarutobi Hinata has mild killing intent towards you. Ryun mused in his heart, with this ability, he would be able to easily divide the enemy camps in the future. Ryun looked towards the people around him again. He saw Jiraiya, who had been trying to hold in his laughter, and the others seemed to be amused by the drama that the shadow doppelgangers were putting on as well. "Jiraiya has mild admiration for you." Of course he had admiration. Ryukin had outright spoofed 4 of the higher-ups in Konoha village. Junzo was a dog, his teacher was a monkey, and the other 2 higher-ups were 2 pedantic logs. The audacity of this is unmatched. Chapter 121. Instant Regeneration of the Azura Immortal Human Body. Ryun glanced again at Tsunade, who was standing on top of the slugs, and Tsunade responded with a smile when she saw Ryun's gaze. "Ding! Tsunade is heavily dependent on you." If Ryun had actually died then, Tsunade's entire being would have been plunged into darkness. That's why she was especially dependent on Ryun now, treating him more like a real family member, a younger brother. Ryun's eyes turned in the direction of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Mizukage was a bit helpless with him. After all, this was a tendency towards civil unrest and Mizukage didn't want to see the village like this. Jasuna highly agreed with him. She extremely hated Junzo, and if it wasn't for the amount of people around, she would have been cheering for Ryun. In the distance, the Negi and the dark part of the ninja ready to want to charge up. Ryun's 500 sword and axe hand again surrounded them, everyone AK. As long as they dare to unauthorized movement will be shot into a sieve. Negi's captain had just seen the power of the concealed weapons in Ryun's shadow doppelganger's hands. So he had been standing still, not daring to act rashly. A great emotion of hatred was sensed by Ryun. He turned his head to look, and one of Tuanzu's exposed eyes was so bloodshot that it seemed as if he had entered a demon, and his face was extremely hideous. That malice towards Ryun was visible to everyone around him, not to mention with perception. Lu Yun stepped forward idly, one right hand stretched out, faintly condescending like an eagle soaring in the sky. The incompetent rage of the mediocre. Let me meet the Naruto auxiliary of the Kiba village. Junzo's left eye under the bandage was definitely a Sharingan eye, and his right arm was still fine, proving that it had not yet been implanted with Uchiha Shin's arm or transplanted with the Jurassic cell. But don't underestimate Juanzu, he is after all a shadow-class ninja. A hand of wind escape is nothing more than that even for a wind shadow. Tuenzo, 2 hands down, slowly spit out a breath, followed by a full of killing opportunity. In an instant from the right eye released wind transportation vacuum wave. His mouth spat out. A scythe like sharp wind transport was spat out by him, turning his eyes towards Lu Yun to kill. He had just said not to underestimate, but Lu Yun was just slanting his eyes. Ryukin stretched out a hand, ready to try and catch his vacuum wave with his hand. A condescending gesture that made many people stare in disbelief. Could it be that? Many of the elders of the shinobi clan cried out in surprise. This young man, on the side of the 3 ninja, Jiraiya frowned. That's a vacuum slash that can even cut through steel. This brat can't be that arrogant. Can he? Tsunade was full of confidence in Ryun's strength and proudly said, my brother can use his smoke transportation now. Physical attacks are ineffective against him. You guys watch. Vacuum wave slashed, starting from Ryun's fingers and directly disintegrating his entire right hand. Ding! Shimura Tuso deals 200 points of damage to you. Tsunade's eyes widened. Kid, what are you playing at? Ryukin had just looked confident, but instead, he was instantly punched in the face, blood splattering all over his right shoulder. Some ninja who were familiar with his information had their minds running. Ryugen had always had the smoke escape blood relay, so physical attacks were ineffective. But in today's performance is extremely strange. First before could not use out of the smoke escape, but just now revived from the smoke, and now cannot use the smoke escape again. What is this? Playing up? Kid! Tsunade was about to jump forward to save Ryun when Orochimaru stopped her. Don't go. Keep watching. This recovery ability. No. This is super speed regeneration. Jiraiya's voice rang out full of amazement. Tsunade, your brother's broken arm grew back in the blink of an eye. Tsunade looked seriously, and immediately afterward her eyes widened. The shinobi elder continued what he had just said. Under the crowd's astonished gazes Ryun's severed right arm's flesh buds wriggled, and in just a breath's work, a new hand grew back. Lu Yun held the regrown hand. The Azura immortal human vitality was very powerful. It began to recover the moment his arm was cut, coupled with Lu Yun's creation of regeneration. It was simply cheating. This. Reunion looked unbelievably at Ryun's intact wound. Just now, he had been a little confused as to whether Ryugen had cast an illusion on him, and he had cut off his opponent's arm with a single move, but now this kind of recovery ability had completely shocked him. The Hatsune Mikoto wouldn't die in battle, but it wasn't exaggerated enough to regenerate his arm in an instant. Ryukin hooked his pinky at Tuanzu. Come on, old man. Don't let me down too much. Little. Guanzo leapt forward and raised a bitterless and charged at Ryun. The old man is so fierce, still coming out to slash people at such an old age. Ryukin kept taunting under his breath. One hand then rose up horizontally in a rising martial arts stance. Seeing Tuanzu charging, Ryugen's footsteps stepped, directly stepping out a big pit on the ground, and his movements swiftly rushed towards Tuanzu. Kid, go to hell. Tuanzu stabbed with a bitterless with a sharp edge on it, incorporating the nature of the wind attribute to make the bitterless even sharper. As he stabbed with the bitterless, Ryun blocked it with one hand. The bitterless pierced into Ryun's palm, followed by Ryun's spinning kick to Tuanzu. Guanzo stepped backward and dodged Ryun's kick. Ding! Shimura Gunzo has dealt 50 points of damage to you. Ryun pulled out the bitterless that was stuck in his palm, blinking the smoke from the wound and recovering instantly. Uchiha Zan, who was observing the battle through Inuyasha, froze slightly. He had fought with Chikuma for half of his life in the first place, so he naturally knew very well how terrifying Chikuma's body was. Chakra source, the last hand to release a wudun. Tens of seconds later the chakra regained again, open 1,000 hands big Buddha cut people. And the recovery power is extremely amazing, but in terms of regeneration ability rather than Ryukin, he is the blink of an eye to regenerate new organs. This brat wouldn't have awakened the Kizuna, right? Uchiha guessed, with such a huge regenerative power, awakening a Kizuna didn't seem to be unacceptable. The crowd continued to watch again. Juanzu again re-killed up, in the process of running 2 hands to form a seal. Wind transportation vacuum jade. His mouth bulged and he spat out 7 or 8 bundles of vacuum jade towards Ryun. Ryun rushed up with an instantaneous body, not even caring that the vacuum jade was in his eye face, and 5 beams of vacuum jade pierced through Ryun's body. Ding! Shimura Gunzo has dealt 100 points of damage to you. Ryun's body quickly regenerated immediately afterward, and Ryun clenched his fist, on which an extremely large amount of chakra was condensed. Ninjutsu monstrous force. Weird power. After all, Suzu was the mind of the Secret Service organization, so of course he was familiar with Tsunade's weird power, and when he saw Ryun's weird power coming at him, he jerked backward. Drink! But Ryukin bellowed and followed suit, jumping violently into the air and charging downward with a wind-pressurized fist of monstrous power. Gomiho was stepping backward. Boom! A fist of monstrous power struck the land, and the surrounding area instantly shook. A large mound of dirt was directly washed out within a 20-meter radius. Reunion was hit in the body by a few rippling chunks of broken stone, causing him to take 2 steps backwards. Ryukin then stood on the bulge of the dirt rumble and pretended to care for the old man. Beating up the old man, I am truly sinful. Is the old man still okay? Can he still get up? But don't blackmail me. I don't have any money. Kiryuin. Reunion clenched his hands hard, the murderous intent in his chest surging upwards in wave after wave. Wind transportation shuriken. Gunzo fished out 2 shuriken from his pocket, and the wind vanishing chakra was injected on top of the shuriken. The swords spun rapidly, carrying a layer of swirling wind around them, and he sent them towards Ryukin with force. The swords came quickly and made a swooshing sound. A mediocre man's shuriken. Ryukin clasped his hands with an air of condescension and squinting eyes. The shuriken was about to attack Ryun's head, but Ryun veered to the left and the shuriken cut across his shoulder, revealing an inch-long wound. The second shuriken came to lead, evading into Ryun's body and making a mess in it. Ding! Shimura Tuzu has dealt 120 points of damage to you. Chapter 122. Elder Tuzu's conscience is greatly bad. Ryugen withdrew his shuriken, and his chakra, full of vitality, regenerated quickly. And while he was careless, Tuanzu ran forward violently, taking out a bitterness in his hand. Wind escape vacuum blade. The wind transportation formed a golden wind sword on the bitter end, which looked awesome. With the vacuum blade in hand, Junzo swung it violently towards Ryukin. Ryun dipped to the left, and Guanzo chopped off one of his left arms. Ding! Shimura Gunzo dealt 200 points of damage to you. Painful heavenly kick. Ryukin's strange power coalesced on top of his left leg, and he violently threw a spinning kick towards Guanzo. Guanzo blocked it with his hand. This huge force directly kicked him about 20 meters away, crashing into several shadow doppelgangers. Yeah, you! A shadow doppelganger stomped on his face as hard as he could with an arrogant expression on his face, then lifted his foot and flung it inside. Splat! There was a soft thud, and Tuanzu fell to the ground in a sorry state. Ryukin laughed. I can miss countless times, but you don't miss that many times. Guanzo. Seeing Guanzo's sorry state, Sarutobi Hinata, who was a good friend, raised his stick. He made a seal with both hands, ready to try to jump into the circle surrounded by shadow doppelgangers. Revolutionary Luyun saw it, and a dozen or so shadow doppelgangers carrying AKs aimed their guns at Sarutobi Hinata. Don't do anything rash. Immediately after that, Tsunade jumped down from the air, directly in front of Sarutobi. Old monkey, don't even think about going through. Sarutobi looked at his former protege. Tsunade, what are you doing? Tsunade clasped her 2 hands together and made a bone-rattling sound. She bristled. Let's let the 2 of them make an end. A person who has long since become an upper shinobi makes a break with a lower shinobi. The one who suffers seems to be the lower shinobi. Tsunade, do you know that Junzo is the village's Naruto auxiliary, and that he's of great value? Do you know that? Tsunade said furiously. I don't care. The kid has already said he wants him dead, so I have to promise him that I won't let anyone get in the way of his fight. Sarutobi pointed his Vajra Rui stick at Tsunade. Tsunade, you're going to what? Rebel against the village. Are you setting me up to rebel? Tsunade said in a cold voice. Sarutobi Hinata swallowed back his words. To have Tsunade wanted as a renegade shinobi was a joke. This village was founded by her grandfather, and Tsunade wasn't without any support in the village. Her medical jutsu had saved many ninja. With a single echo, at least 30 or so upper ninja would come forward to support him. Most importantly, Tsunade had one of the 3 holy places behind her, the slug Sannin. To force Tsunade away, he, Sarutobi Hinata, unless his brain was kicked by a donkey. Sarutobi Hizuru turned his gaze to Orochimaru and Jiraiya and said worriedly, "You two quickly go in and stop this fight. Tuanzu can't die. He's done so much for the Kiba. He definitely can't be killed by the Kiryu cloud. Even if he's guilty, we'll judge him then. Send him to Onijirai Castle to be locked up for the rest of his life." Orochimaru didn't say a word, clasping his hands and looking coldly at the battle in the middle of the encirclement. And Jiraiya scratched his head and gave a sarcastic laugh. Sarutobi-sensei. His attitude was neither a yes nor a no. Ahem. Tuanzu stood up in a sorry state, his mouth spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Ninjas were all very brittle, and only the defense of the earth-evading ninja was a bit higher. Gunzo and did not have any defense jutsu by Ryun. A strange kick, if not experienced, unloaded a lot of force. Now the 5 viscera and 6 bowels have been kicked to pieces. Ryun clasped his hands and looked coldly at Junzo. "Look at you. What qualifications does such trash have to be a Naruto auxiliary? You can't even block one of my kicks. I wonder if you sold your ass to be a Naruto auxiliary?" Kiryuin. Tuizu pointed one finger at Ryukin, his heart furious to the core. "Kid." Sarutobi Hinata, who was outside, was also wide-eyed. How dare Kimi Ryun slander his pure relationship with Ryunzo like that? Ryugen changed an AK in his hand and pointed at Gunzo. "Old thief. Tell me what's underneath that bandage on your face?" Junzo froze and said in a somewhat stilted tone, "No, nothing, it's a blind eye. Humph humph humph. Ha ha ha." Lu Yun direct Uchiha maniacally laughed, and then kept pulling the trigger towards Tuanzu. Bang bang bang. Gumiho quickly instantiated, but was still hit in the foot by one of the bullets. "You're blind. I think you're the one who thinks I'm blind." Ryukin pointed his gun at Guanzo, then said word for word, "Underneath your bandage is Uchiha's Sharingan eye." Silence. A bolt from the clear sky, like a thunderbolt striking the hearts of those watching the battle. Transplanting another person's blood relay, and it is also the high-minded Uchiha, for the blood relay family is to go up to the ancestor's wife. Uchiha Futsuki even stood out and coldly looked at Tuanzu. "Elder Guanzo, is this true?" Guanzo waved his hand vigorously, salvaging towards the surroundings. "No, it isn't. This is that brat's bull. I definitely did not transplant my sharpening will eyes. I, Shimura Tuzu, don't have sharpening will eyes. If I did, my whole family would be dead." He had to save it, as a Kiba high-ranking person appropriating the blood succession limit of his fellow village members. There could be something to be said for this sin. "Oh!" Ryukin let out a cold laugh. Then the 8 gates opened in an instant, pulling out a direct green line. Wind transportation vacuum jade. Reacting, Duanzu stepped backward while sending out a beam of vacuum jade from his mouth. His vacuum jade struck into Ryun's chest, bringing him 70 experience points, and Ryun spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood before continuing to run towards him. A hand just covered his bandages. "No!" Ryunion shouted violently. Ryukin yanked violently. The blood-red eyes were thus exposed to the sunlight, the 3 hooked jades within them telling that this was the Uchiha family's blood relay limit, the Sharingan. Now the charge of Tuanzu appropriating the Uchiha sharpening will eyes was completely finalized. Uchiha Futsuki opened his Sharingan eyes and looked at him icily. "Guanzo, Shimura Guanzo. Good enough. Very good. This is the top of the village." The 2 Uchiha elders beside him were also furious and jumped to their feet, opening their 3 hooked jade sharing will eyes in unison, releasing an infinite amount of murderous energy surging towards Tuanzu. Nakedly installing the sharpening will eyes on one's face, this was an insult to the Uchiha clan. Even if the Kakashi afterward had mounted Bandu's sharpening will eye, the Uchiha clan was still furious and wanted to get it back. The major ninja clans were talking. "It's really the Sharingan eye, Elder Tuanzu, this is greatly undesirable. Shaga. Elder Juanzu's conscience is greatly bad. Chapter 123. Tactical Master Tuanzu, bitter mushroom stabbing Susanoo. The elder of the Hyuga clan even shook his head. I didn't expect that Tuanzu, who is a high-ranking member of the clan, would even lay his hands on the village's blood relay. The blood relay limit was so precious that the blood relay clan even viewed him as their lifeblood. In order to protect the family's white eyes from being taken out by outsiders, the Hyuga clan had gotten into slavery and planted caged birds for those who were part of the family as a way to protect the family's blood succession limit boundary. Protecting the blood succession limit boundary is so ruthless to one's own family, let alone to outsiders. Elder Hyuga even speculated whether Negi would have white eyes. After all, with white eyes detection ability being so excellent, Negi would surely be greedy. Ryukin's shadow doppelgangers carried the pace. Look, this is the Kiba village. Being a high-ranking person would even transplant someone else's blood relay limit boundary. Isn't this cannibalism now? Yes, Yes, the village has also been emphasizing faith in the will of fire. Now this is not hanging sheep's head to sell dog meat. Yeah, I suspect that the higher-ups must still be studying the bodies of the Uchiha or Hinata, wanting to transplant a more perfect blood succession limit boundary. So scary. Kiba is so scary. The higher-ups are too scary and dark. Sarutobi Hinata frowned. Not that he was surprised. With his knowledge of Tuanzu's heart, it wasn't unsettling for the other party to do such a thing, let alone the Uchiha that Tuanzu hated the most. But the trouble now was that this scandalous matter was exposed. Even as Naruto, he can't protect Tuanzu. If he protects Tuanzu, its nature is like harboring, Naruto's position will be shaken. But Tuanzu is also to help him take the blame, used so well cannot be discarded, right? Humph. Tsunade snorted coldly, looking at Tuanzu with disgust, and then proceeded to mock Sarutobi Hinata and the other two Naruto advisors. Heh, that's your good buddy. Tsunade, you? Turner Koharu pointed at Tsunade, her face full of anger. Humph. Tsunade ignored him. Toadbunta's Jiraiya was silent now as well. Cut. Orochimaru cut and smiled darkly. What was this? The higher-ups had even agreed to take the corpse of the first Naruto to experiment with Kizuna. In this chaotic era, only power is absolutely everything. Transplanting a Sharingan, what's all the excitement for? Orochimaru even still have to play with taking over the body. Trouble. Juzu listened in despair to the surrounding chatter, some of which was dirty water being poured by Ryugen's shadow doppelganger. The more it was poured, the dirtier and darker it became. It didn't matter if you transplanted a bloodline, so what if you transplanted a fellow's? It was the nasty Uchiha anyway. But the most desperate thing of all was exposing his secrets in broad daylight, and as a high-ranking member of the hierarchy, his political life was basically cold. The villagers wouldn't trust a Naruto who went after the ninjas in the village. But it doesn't matter, at least from now on, don't come out in the daytime, put on a mask and I'm a good man again. Change my identity and I'm still sexy son brother. Now let's kill that annoying brat first. Duanzu clapped his two hands together. Psychic Jutsu Dream Taper. Boom! White smoke rose at first, followed by a huge orange-colored psychic beast appearing in the clearing. It looked like an elephant with sharp claws and a long curved tail behind it. Roar! The Dream Taper's huge elephant trunk curled and spewed out a cloud of white smoke. It was a psychic beast belonging to the wind attribute and could devour all objects. Ryun saw Tuanzu's psychic beast, looked it up and down, and skimmed his lips. How ugly! He made a seal with both hands. Cloudstream 100 changes giant panda. With a bang, white smoke billowed out, and in the midst of the smoke a huge black and white beast tore apart with a single claw. Roar! In an instant, a giant panda as huge as Toadbunta was sprawled on the ground with a green emerald bamboo in its hand. Roar! The giant panda roared twice, his black eyes filled with anger, as if the keeper hadn't brought up pots of milk yet today. Hoo. The Dream Taper's mouth opened wide, releasing its wind escape, which didn't blow outwards, but sucked inwards. Fire overpowers wind, of course it can't be against the wind, only such a wind escape can be restrained by a fire escape. Lu Yun did not use the fire escape, he just wanted to play. Ryun felt a huge suction force tearing at him, his giant bare body being slowly pulled forward. With one of his bare paws propped up on the ground, Ryun ran violently to the side, dodging the Dream Taper's wind escape suction pull. Immediately afterward, the Dream Taper turned its mouth around and tried to absorb Ryun again. Wind escape vacuum, great jade. Gunzo's mouth kept releasing the vacuum great jade from the side. Ryuin was too big to dodge, so he took Tuanzu's vacuum grand jade straight on. Ding! Tuanzu has dealt 150 points of damage to you. Ryun braced the cuirass in his hand, like an Uchiha leapfrog stinger, and shot a bamboo pole at Tuanzu. With a shake of his feet, Junzo's body instantaneously dodged the attack of the emerald bamboo. Ryun followed with a claw on the ground, and in an instant, a roaring giant bear charged towards the dream taper. The dream taper opened its mouth wide, and the enormous suction force was like a mass of tornadoes destroying the parking lot. Roar! Ryuin stomped through the earth with one bare paw, like a giant bear flying into the sky. Dream Taper tried to raise its head again, but its head was grabbed by two black bear claws, one on top of the other, directly closing its wind-sucking mouth. Get up for me! Lu Yun vigorously picked up the Dream Taper, and the tremendous force slammed it heavily onto the ground, instantly turning it into a cloud of white smoke and dissipating. Behind Ryugen's back, he felt a bitter end coming towards him. He turned his head to see that Junzo was stabbing towards his bears, but with a 15 centimeters long bitterness, his face full of calm. Ryuken? Ha ha ha. Several shadow doppelgangers laughed out loud. Flirting at Tuanzu, he said, worthy of being a sexy son brother. You can even think of such a big move. I would call you the strongest tactician. It wasn't a big deal. In the original story, Guanzo even stabbed second pillar's Susanoo with a bitter materia. Roar! With a low growl in his throat, Ryuken raised his bear's hand and charged straight downward with a fist that looked like a large water tank. With a wind pressure that tore through the air, just one punch could knock Tuanzu to the ground. Boom! The sound of smoke exploding rang out. Ryuken's fist did whack down, but it only exploded a cloud of white smoke, which was the shadow separation technique of Gunzo. Wind transportation vacuum continuous wave, only to see Junzo releasing 3 or 5 huge wind blades over 10 meters long. This jutsu was so strong that in the original, it even shattered the second pillar's Susanoo. The huge wind blades hit Ryun's back and directly into the chakra-formed bear body. Ding! Gumiho has dealt 200 points of damage to you. Ryuken turned into a cloud of white smoke and re-coalesced in place. His exposed back had 3 or 5 huge wounds that were deep and bloody. Ninjutsu create regeneration. Ryuken took a single inhale, and life force chakra covered his back, restoring all the appalling injuries in the blink of an eye. He looked across at the somewhat out-of-breath Tuanzu and smiled. Old thief Tuanzu, the chakra is dropping, isn't it? Chapter 124 Gumiho's hand is taken by Kuramaru. Who? A huge chakra blazed up, even with a violent wind pressure, and several shadow doppelgangers that were close burst into flames. Ryun pressed this huge chakra against Sarutobi's body and coldly whispered, Old monkey, are you trying to save this old dog? Ryugen could feel the killing intent in Sarutobi Hizuru's heart, and he didn't want to talk too much. Damn it! Tuanzu cursed, and immediately after, he fished out a Hyarinmaru pill from his pocket and swallowed it into his stomach. Looking at the intact Ryugen, he kept frowning. He was a shadow-class ninja anyways, and he couldn't bring a scar to that little brat instead of fighting until now. This kind of body was simply the same as Hatsune Mikoto's body. No matter how much you labored, you couldn't leave a scar on his body. Uchiha watched quietly, then spat. Jubilee must have been lying about my sympathy back then. How can a bitterless commit suicide? Seeing Ryugen's body regeneration ability, Uchiha Spot thought of Sanjuma. He fought with him for a day and a night, all the way to the other side of the water country, just to take a bite of flesh from Chitose, and almost put his life on the line. This shows how rare it is to hurt someone with a body like Shikinjuma's. Reunion touched the left side of his face. Since everyone knows about it, I won't act out. I, Guzu, will now use my Sharingan illusion to cleave this kid. Wind transportation wind instantaneous body. With the wind transportation lingering on his feet, Duanzu lurched forward, that speed ripping through the air, and flashed in front of Ryuken in the blink of an eye. Ryun clasped his hands and squinted his eyes at Duanzu, completely ignoring his attack. In his heart, Junzo cursed. This brat's eyes were too much like the evil Uchiha's. Illusion art sharing will I. Immediately afterward, Gunzo's 3-hooked eye of Sharingan chakra operated, and a wave of mental energy invaded Ryun's mind. Warning! Warning! Open brain defense! Ryun smiled faintly. Any illusions were useless to him. Suzo's illusions were a waste of effort. But Ryun would just act him out, show the fresh meat of the entertainment industry what it meant to have 8 looks in a second. Ryugen froze, his eyes dulled as if he was actually being controlled by Juzu's illusion technique. Subdued him. With a sigh of relief, Gunzo pressed a glance at his Sharingan one-handed. He still wasn't quite used to the Uchiha's eyes, and it was too much of a struggle to use them, but it was a solid effect. Ha ha ha. See, kid. This is what happens when you offend me. Shimura Tuso. And anyone who gets in my way of becoming Naruto deserves to die. Go look at White Tooth. The grass is already growing in his grave. Tuanzu laughed out loud in triumph and even took out a 15-centimeter long bitter mushroom and extended it in preparation to try and stab Ryugen in the head. Suddenly, a slender hand directly pinched at his wrist. Tuanzu looked at Ryun in shock, and the other party laughed teasingly. Tuanzu, old dog, if you want to use illusion magic on me, do it in your next life. Ninjutsu monstrous power. Ryugen's right hand condensed an enormous amount of chakra. A steady stream of force gathered at the center of his hand, reaching hundreds of thousands of pounds. Kalala. The sound of bones twisting rang out, and Ryun directly crushed the bones of Tuanzu's hand. Ah! Duanzong knelt down, his eyes bursting into tears from the pain. Ryun made a strong tug and directly tore off Guanzo's right arm to him. Blood spattered as Ryun proceeded to fling that arm away. Woof, woof, woof. A large black wolf dog scurried up, the dog's eyes looking at Gumiho's right hand, next to Cannon, who was holding an AK and pointing it at the dog's head. Cannon pointed at Juzu's broken arm and said, "Gnaw on it, Koroimaru-de." Black Pill did not dare to resist. Honestly opened the dog's mouth. The shadow doppelgangers reacted quickly, instantly forcing the dogs of the Inuzuka clan up the instant Tuanzu's arm shattered. Inuzuka Tooth's old mother, Inuzuka Claw, dared to be angry, but could only watch as his own Kuramaru gnawed on Guanzo's right arm. Kurokomaru silently gnawed on the right arm of Juzu, his doggy eyes glancing at Cannon, who was holding a gun on him next to him. "I may not be human, but you're a real dog, old thing." Ryuken yanked up Gunzo's hair with one hand and yanked his head to the side where his own arm was being chewed on by the dog. Squeezing a large sweat from his face, Juzu endured the pain and looked at his arm, gnawed by a dog, and he instantly growled frantically, "Ayaha! Little, I'm going to kill you." Lyun pulled his hair and directly lifted his head up, looking at him disdainfully. "Sparring with me, Mulun? Do you have the strength?" Ryugen's other hand turned into an AK and directly pressed it against Tuanzu's temple. "Old thing, I'll send you to hell as a Naruto. Wouldn't Ryun dare?" A black stick instantly elongated and directly pushed up against Ryun's back, sending him about 20 meters away. "Ding! Sarutobi Hinata has dealt 100 points of damage to you." Ryugen stood up and looked at Sarutobi Hinata, who had rushed into the shadow doppelganger's encirclement, dressed in a black ninja outfit, and was looking at Ryugen angrily with his stick raised. Revolutionary Ryakumo with 50 shadow doppelgangers with AKs opened fire directly towards Sarutobi Nikkan, and he yelled under his breath, "Scum who corrupts civilians, let you taste the red fire. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da." Spark sprayed, Sarutobi's Vajra Rui stick changed back to its original form, and Sarutobi's Demon King protected Sarutobi's perimeter, easily blocking the instantaneous fireliner rounds. "Everyone go." Seeing that the situation had become chaotic, the ninjas from the dark and root sections directly rushed up. "Fire! Fire!" Ryuken's shadow doppelgangers didn't care. They all picked up their AKs in unison and kept shooting straight towards the root division and the dark division. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The mess was instantly filled with the loud sound of bullets spraying. Autobot morph. Scorpion Luyun changed into a bumblebee, the barrel of his gun firing non-stop towards Root's people. "Enough!" Jiraiya yelled as Toad Bunta stomped hard, stepping right through the ground and jumping to the center of the field. "Stop!" Ryuken waved his hand. The shadow doppelgangers stopped fighting first, and the ninjas from the Root and Dark Sect didn't dare to make a move, and they all just stood silently against each other. There was a Negi ninja who was about to go forward to help up Tuanzu. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, 500 AKs were fired in unison, directly shooting him into a sieve. Tsunade and Orochimaru's psychic beasts crossed in front of Sarutobi and Ryun in unison. Jiraiya said to Ryun, "This is the end of the farce. You have broken one of Elder Junzo's arms. It's time to relieve your anger, right?" Ryun didn't even look at Jiraiya and turned his eyes to Sarutobi's. "Shikura. Open door open. Rest gate open. Life gate open." The 5 gates opened in unison, followed by the 9-tail chakra superimposed on Ryun's body.